The first thing I did when I crossed over to the high martial arts world was to hug the long legs of the rich girl. You laugh at me for living off a woman and not being ambitious. But I say you don't know the taste of living off a woman when you're young, mistakenly thinking that youth is all about hard work. Skills are hard to learn, money is hard to earn, and when forced to live off a woman, having tasted all the delicacies of the mountains and the sea, soft rice is still the warmest for the stomach. Hearing the noisy sounds around me, I suddenly woke up, looked around, and found my classmates watching me with glee. How dare I sleep in old Lou's class? Shen Yuanche really isn't afraid of death. I patted my head. Full of confusion, I was in a classroom. Had I really returned to my student days? Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into my mind, and after absorbing them, I sighed, not expecting to have time traveled. The original owner lost their parents at the age of 3 and grew up in an orphanage. Now, they were about to take the college entrance examination, but the original owner's vitality was only 68 points, ranking last in the entire grade, while the martial arts exam required 100 points of vitality. Seeing this, I can only say this is a classic waste of potential start. Moreover, the original owner had a childhood sweetheart, Mu Yanran, who was one of the school beauties. The two met in the orphanage, but when she was just over 10 years old, her biological father took her back. Now her vitality has reached over 560 points, ranking second in the entire school. According to the original owner's memory, this childhood sweetheart comes from a good family and treats her quite well, occasionally providing some resources. Seeing this, I feel somewhat fortunate that I wasn't matched with some extraordinary childhood sweetheart. Unfortunately, the original owner was too timid, and all the resources were taken away by someone named Yang Wei, who even didn't spare the vitality umbrella provided by the school. The original owner, being such a coward, didn't dare to tell Mu Yanran. I can only say that this situation is too typical. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, and I stood in the corridor looking at the playground, feeling a mix of emotions. In this world, the status of warriors is supreme. Casually hunting a fierce beast can earn as much as several years' salary for an ordinary person. I can only hope that I will have a system, otherwise, with the original owner's poor qualifications, even screwing bolts would pay less than others. Xian Yuan Che, a female voice suddenly sounded, and I turned to look. A girl in a school uniform was walking towards me. It was my childhood friend Mu Yanran. Yanran, I called out proactively. Mu Yanran was a bit surprised. The previous Xian Yuan Che never called her name, only nodding and mumbling with his head down, but she didn't think much of it and handed me a bottle of potion, saying, "The assessment is in 3 days. This is a D-grade blood vitality potion. Drink it when you get home." Hearing this name, I was moved. The D-grade blood vitality potion, when taken, can increase vitality by 50 to 70 points based on one's qualifications, but using too much will have no effect. Even so, it costs over 200,000. Mu Yanran is indeed a rich girl. At that moment, a voice echoed in my mind. Before it had finished loading, I heard a bang, followed by a somewhat apologetic voice from the system. "Sorry, I made a mistake." Hearing this voice, I knew it was secure. Looking at the system that was being activated, I sincerely said to Mu Yanran, "Thank you, Yanran." The original owner was a coward, but I am not. I must hold tightly onto this rich woman's long legs. Mu Yanran's little face turned red as she said, "I'll go back to the classroom first." After saying that, she fled in a hurry. After returning to the class, I glanced at the system. Activation progress 99%, 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the critical hit system. Any action taken by the host has a chance to trigger a critical hit. I was delighted. If any action could trigger a critical hit, could my attacks also trigger it? That's right, any action can trigger it, with no upper limit on the critical hit multiplier. And this system also has a guarantee mechanism. After 10 repetitions of any action, the 11th will definitely be a critical hit, and the host can also choose not to trigger a critical hit. After reading the introduction, I exclaimed, "Wow, it seems I need to practice a martial art with extremely fast attack speed." Detected vitality potion, triggering novice protection. Consuming the vitality potion will definitely result in a critical hit. Hearing the prompt, I immediately took out the vitality potion and drank it. Detected that the host consumed a D-grade potion. Vitality increased by 53 points, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, increasing to 530 points. I instantly felt a warm current in my body, and at the same time, a panel popped up. Feeling the abundant power, I was overjoyed. With my current vitality, I estimated I was probably the best in the whole school. In class 3 of the 3rd year, a student with a buzz cut quietly leaned over to Yang Wei's ear and said, "I just saw Mu Yanran give Shen Yuan Che a D-grade vitality potion." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's heart stirred, and a greedy smile appeared on his lips. This is a good thing. If he got it, wouldn't he be able to break through to a level 5 warrior? Well done. Yang Wei patted the buzzcut student's shoulder, as if he was determined to get this vitality potion. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, and Lu Yuan walked into the classroom on time. He opened to page 76 of the Classification of Ferocious Beasts and said, "Today we will talk about the oceanic ferocious beast, the giant whale king." I, who originally hated attending class, became somewhat interested upon hearing about the ferocious beast. The giant whale king, one of the rulers of the ocean, gradually captivated me as I looked at the information in the book. Detected host reading information about the giant whale king, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eye of Exploration. The Eye of Exploration can scan living beings to view their information. I was taken aback by the sudden pop-up notification, not expecting this could trigger a critical hit. Glancing at Lu Yuan at the podium, I realized how powerful the Eye of Exploration was when I saw the information that popped up. It not only indicated the realm of martial arts but also marked the weaknesses. The realms of martial arts are divided into martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, and martial saint. Soon after, the class bell rang, and I picked up my backpack and walked out of the classroom. Ahem, Xian Yuan Che, come here for a moment. Just as I stepped out of the classroom, I heard a few coughs. I looked over and saw Yang Wei and a buzzcut student staring at me. I frowned and walked directly towards the stairs, completely ignoring his intentions. Seeing this, Yang Wei's face instantly darkened, and he immediately followed me, daring to ignore me. You will definitely see some consequences later. The training room was empty, and I walked straight into the sparring area and stopped. Yang Wei stepped forward, full of arrogance, and said, Xian Yuan Che, I heard that Mu Yanran gave you a D-grade blood medicine. Can you lend it to me? I'll return it to you later. I smirked. When will you return it? The ones you borrowed before should be returned to me too. Yang Wei was taken aback. He thought Xian Yuan Che would immediately hand it over like before. The buzzcut student beside him, a bit impatient, rushed over and grabbed my collar, saying, Brother Yang told you to lend it, so just lend it. Why so much nonsense? Before he could finish, I punched him, knocking him out cold on the ground. I'm not the original owner, I won't indulge these people. Seeing his little brother knocked out, Yang Wei looked a bit surprised, then sneered and said, No wonder you dared to ask me for things. It turns out your strength has improved. Although he was surprised, he still didn't take me seriously. But I didn't want to waste more words with him and directly raised my right hand to perform the body forging fist. What? Yang Wei's pupils contracted, wanting to dodge but couldn't move faster than my fist. With a bang, Yang Wei's ribs broke directly, and he was sent flying. Detected that the host used the low-level martial art body forging fist. Proficiency +1. Triggered 8,000 times critical hit. Proficiency +8,000. Body forging fist advanced to perfection. A series of prompt sounds left me confused. How did it trigger an 8,000 times critical hit? Yang Wei, who fell to the ground, took out a healing potion and drank it. After recovering a bit from his injuries, he struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with fear. How did you become so powerful? I let out a cold laugh, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder hard. I hope Brother Yang can return the resources I lent you before soon. Otherwise, before I could finish my sentence, Yang Wei hurriedly nodded. Yes, I'll return it to you in a few days. I said coldly, get lost. Yang Wei paid no attention to the little brother lying beside him, clutching his chest, and left without looking back. Watching Yang Wei's departing figure, my gaze grew even colder. It wasn't convenient to take action at school, so I would visit him in person in a few days. After returning to the rental house, I fished out a bank card covered in cobwebs from under the bedboard. This was the savings of the original owner, totaling 7,321 yuan. This amount of money couldn't even buy a low-quality blood-boosting umbrella, let alone a blood-boosting potion. It seems I still have to rely on someone else for a while. I opened my phone and dialed Mu Yanran's number. It rang for more than 10 seconds without anyone answering. I hung up the phone and sighed helplessly. Forget it, I should think of other ways. Half a minute ago, at the Mu family's villa, Mu Tianlin came down from upstairs and happened to see the phone screen on the tea table light up. Yanran, someone is calling you. Mu Yanran hurriedly ran in to take the phone. Who is this Xian Yuan Che? Mu Tianlin frowned and asked. He's my classmate. Mu Yanran blushed a little and then hurried back to her room. Watching Mu Yanran's back, Mu Tianlin had a bad feeling in his heart and casually dialed a number. Send me the information on a student at your school named Xian Yuan Che. And Xian Yuan Che's side had just walked out the door when Mu Yanran's call came back. Xian Yuan Che picked up the phone. Hello? Is there something you want to see me about? Mu Yanran's somewhat gentle voice came out. Xian Yuan Che touched his nose and hesitated to ask to borrow some money. After a few seconds of hesitation, he opened his mouth. After all, it's not a cutie if you have soft food to eat. Is that so? Actually, I was just going to ask you to borrow some money. How much? Mu Yanran didn't ask what the money was going to be used for, but instead asked the number directly. Xian Yuanche estimated, do you have $300,000? Yes, wait a minute. After Xian Yuanche reported the card number, Mu Yanran hung up the phone. A minute later the phone rang. Ding! Kenyan Bank alerts you that you have new funds coming in. The cell phone rang, and Xian Yuanche opened the balance to take a look, and his eyes widened. I can't believe there are so many. Chapter 4, 700,000, Purchase of Air and Blood Potion. Construction Farmers Bank arrived, $700,000. I can't believe there are so many. Seeing this number, Xian Yuanche was also shocked for a moment. All he could think of in his mind was, is this a rich woman? Ding! The system opens the achievement system. Ding! Detected the host eating soft rice twice in a row. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. I love eating soft rice. 1. And receive the reward, Soft Rice Man Aura. Aura of the Soft Man. Charisma is increased when worn. Xian Yuanche? That could be rewarded as well, he was not expecting. And the name of the reward is to that. He opened up that new achievement system that had come out. Achievement, I love eating soft food. Requirements for completion, eat soft food twice in a row. Reward, Aura of Soft Rice Man, already collected. Xian Yuanche clicked wear with some curiosity. After wearing it, he headed downstairs. Walking on the road, Xian Yuanche looked at the balance on his cell phone as he estimated it in his mind. 700,000, you can go buy a few chi and blood potions. Following the route he remembered, he arrived at a chain of martial arts resource stores. He even looked at the clothes he was wearing before going in. Washed and somewhat discolored pants. Say, I'm not going to meet a novel like that and be looked down upon by the waitress, am I? Xian Yuanche muttered before pushing the door and walking in. Just after pushing open the door and walking in, the waitress came up to the front and looked at Xian Yuanche with a smile. What can I get you, sir? Xian Yuanche, I want to buy some chi and blood potions. Yes, this way please. The waiter was surprisingly nice. There was no perfunctory response at all because of Xian Yuanche's attire. Seeing the waiter's attitude, Xian Yuanche thought to himself, I can't believe I wasn't mocked, surely reality is still not that brainless. Soon, the attendant brought Xian Yuanche to an area that was specialized in placing chi and blood potions. This is a D-grade chi and blood potion, and this is a C-grade chi and blood potion. One by one, the waiter introduced them to Xian Yuanche. Looking at the prices under those potions, Xian Yuanche nodded. Give me 3 D-ranked chiropractic potions. 3 of them? And they're still D-rated. Are you sure? Hearing Xian Yuanche say that he wanted 3 D-ranked chi and blood potions, the waiter was a bit shocked. Because the contrast between Xian Yuanche's attire and what he bought was just too great. 3 D-grade chi blood potions cost $600,000. Xian Yuanche nodded. That's right, 3 D-ranked chi and blood potions. Yes. The waiter hurriedly took the 3 chi and blood potions down carefully. Although the chi and blood potions weren't that fragile, she still didn't dare to be careless. She couldn't afford to pay for it if she broke one. The two of them returned to the front desk, and the attendant filled these 3 chi and blood potions and handed them to Xian Yuanche with a smile on his face. 3 D-ranked chi and blood potions totaling 600,000. Swipe your card. Xian Yuanche took out his bank card. The attendant took the bank card with both hands. More than 10 seconds later, Xian Yuanche retrieved his bank card and walked out. 3D chakra potions, it would be awesome if one of them triggered a blast. Xian Yuanche, who was walking on the road, looked at the chi and blood potion in his hand and thought in his heart. Halfway there, Xian Yuanche found a club. Ouyang Budo Club. He pronounced the name of this club directly. This club he knew, it was said to be one of the top clubs in Jiangyan Base City. Inside, the training room is fully functional and is said to have a simulated combat function. With the mindset of trying it out, he pushed the door straight open and walked in. Hello sir, what can I do for you? The receptionist asked towards Xian Yuanche with a smile on her face. Get me a beginner's training room for an hour. Xian Yuanche took out the bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Yes, sir, beginner's training room, $500 an hour. The receptionist took the bank card and began a flurry of activity. Soon, the waiter handed a white card to Xian Yuanche. This is the access card to the junior training room. Thanks. Xian Yuanche took the door card and headed deeper into the club. Before he could take a few steps, he heard the waiter's voice again. Oniai-chan, you're here. With some curiosity, he turned around and looked towards the door. A woman with long white hair and a somewhat high-strung air walked in. Seeing this woman, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. It's actually her, Ouyang Baixue. Ouyang Baixue was one of the schoolgirls of Jiangyan First Martial Arts Senior High School, and the chi ranking is still number 1 in the school. It was said to be more than 20 points higher than the second Mu Yanyan. I didn't realize this club was actually owned by her family. That's rich. Perhaps it was because Xian Yuanche had been staring for too long. Ouyang Baixue frowned and looked at Xian Yuanche. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche's appearance, there was some surprise on her face. It's actually him? It was obvious that she knew Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche withdrew his gaze and turned around to head inside. Missy, do you know him? The waitress asked with some curiosity. Just met a few times. She was still relatively impressed with Xian Yuanche, not because of how handsome Xian Yuanche was, but because of Mu Yanran. As Mu Yanyan's opponent, she naturally paid more attention to Mu Yanyan. Because Mu Yanran was closer to Xian Yuanche, she also had some understanding of Xian Yuanche. He had also heard something about Xian Yuanche, the bottom of the chi and blood grade, even pulling crotch more than most upperclassmen. Coming to a beginner's training room, he took the card in his hand and dripped it at the door. The door opens automatically. The field inside came into view. No wonder it takes 500 an hour. Looking at those high-tech equipment inside, Xian Yuanche was somewhat emotional. Even the primary training room was nearly 400 square feet, with a gravity room, a simulation room for combat, and everything in between. Xian Yuanche entered the cultivation room, sat down on the spot, and took out the chi and blood potion. 3 chakra potions, let's hope it triggers a blast. After opening the cap of the bottle, he directly poured the chi and blood potion into his mouth. After drinking it, the system beep didn't come. A warm current appeared within his body as he broke through to a rank 6 martial artist. Immediately after that, he opened the second chi and blood potion. After waiting a few seconds, the system beep did not come. Finally he opened the third chi and blood potion. It's the last one, you've got to give it a go, system. After praying for a moment, Xian Yuanche drank the last of the chi blood potion. After drinking it, a system beep came. Ding! Detection reaches host taking 1D grade chi and blood potion, gaining 53 chi and blood points, triggering. Chapter 5 First grade martial artist. Ding! Detected the host taking 1 grade D chi and blood potion, gaining 53 chi and blood points, triggering an 11-fold blast, 53 points raised to 583 points. Blood, 1287/2000, first level martial artist. I can't believe it's a first level martial artist. Is this the charm of being open? With 1287 points of chi blood, he had already pulled away from Ouyang Baishua, who was ranked first in terms of chi blood, by nearly 700 points of chi blood. It's even comparable to some of the teachers at school. After sitting for half a minute, he got up and headed toward the simulation room. The first thing you do after boosting your strength is, of course, to have a few good fights. Upon entering the simulation room, a mechanical female voice sounded. Welcome to the simulated battle room, please select your opponent. A light window appeared in front of Xian Yuanche. First grade martial artist, I think. Yes, please wait. As soon as the words fell, a virtual person appeared not far from Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche curiously walked up to the virtual man. Is this an avatar? It's said to be 100% recreated from a real person and will have the pain of a real person. Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. The probing eye was activated. Name, Virtual 2434. Sex, male. Blood, 1001/2000, first level martial artist. Breathing method, none. Martial arts, grade D, broken fist. Weaknesses. Sure enough, it's a virtual person. After watching for a moment longer, he returned to his spot and spoke, prepare to begin. The mechanical female voice sounded again. The battle begins in 3 seconds, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. When he got to 1, Xian Yuanche rushed to the virtual man in an arrow step to perform the forging fist. Bang! The virtual man didn't react for a moment, and was directly hit in the chest by his fist, flying out backwards. Xian Yuanche took advantage of the situation and rushed to the virtual man once again, wanting to perform the forged body fist once again. This time, the virtual man reacted and put his hands together to directly block Xian Yuanche's punch. Humph! Seeing his attack blocked, Xian Yuanche let out a cold smile. With his right foot, he kicked directly towards the virtual man's crotch. Hit! Ah! The virtual man covered his crotch and screamed in agony. He pointed his empty right hand at Xian Yuanche. You don't speak martial. Before he could finish, the avatar disappeared. The battle is over. The mechanical female voice came again. Air. There was some embarrassment on Xian Yuanche's face. He had just thrown a kick out of the blue, but he hadn't expected it to actually hit, and it seemed to have exploded the egg. Let's have a second level martial artist. Okay. Another avatar appeared not far from Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took an arrow step forward to continue executing the forged body fist. Ding! The host uses the forged body fist, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing its power 10-fold. Bang! The virtual man was knocked straight out and plastered against the wall. Instant seconds. Xian Yuanche's own strength coupled with the increase of the forged body fist, the strength of one punch was a full 17,870 pounds. Together with the system-triggered 10-fold blast, the strength came to more than 170,000 pounds. This is comparable to a first-class military general. A virtual person who was only a second-level martial artist naturally couldn't resist. The virtual man pressed himself against the wall and stretched out his right hand to point at Xian Yuanche in a trembling manner. You're a first-level military general, why did you come to bully me? When he finished, the virtual man's right hand drooped. The battle is over. The mechanical female voice came again. Not too much. Looking at the gradually disappearing avatars, Xian Yuanche was somewhat distressed in his heart. He didn't realize that the probability of this blitz was actually so high, and he performed a blitz without getting to the bottom of the bailout. Forget it, let's go experience the other features. Just as he walked out of the virtual room, he seemed to think of something and walked back in. Forging fist. Forged fist. Forged fist. Forged body fist x7. After performing the 10th forging fist, the system's beep came. Ding. Detected that the host has not yet triggered a blitz by using the forging fist 10 times, triggering the guaranteed mechanism. The next time you use the forging fist you will definitely trigger a blitz. Sure enough, looking at the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche couldn't stop the elation on his face. It was just a whim to see if I could jam such a loophole. I didn't realize it was actually possible. Host, you're such a resourceful person. The system spat out somewhat helplessly. In one of the club's advanced training rooms, Ouyang Baixue was constantly tangling with a female avatar. There was another beautiful woman on the side watching this with her arms folded over her chest. Transform cloud palm. Ouyang Baixue's 5 fingers formed a palm towards the virtual person in front of him. Bang! Click! The virtual man's chest made a sound and flew backwards. The battle is over. Phew! After seeing the virtual man defeated, Ouyang Baixue breathed a sigh of relief. The beautiful woman watching the battle nodded with some satisfaction. Not bad, as a rank 6 martial artist, you can actually defeat a rank 9 martial artist virtual person. Little Snow, your cloud transforming palm should have reached a small success. Ouyang Baixue nodded. Well, after practicing for more than 2 months, I reached minor success a few days ago. Xian Yuanche experienced the full time in the battle room before leaving the club. At the same time, he had roughly estimated his current strength. Relying on the blast guarantee, it was more than enough to defeat a 3rd or 4th level martial artist. Of course, if the multiplier was higher, hitting a rank 9 martial artist wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 6, Collapsed Mu Tianlin. And Yang Wei's side dragged himself into the house. The injury caused him to take a break from walking for a while, and he wanted to take a taxi, but realized he didn't have any money with him. That's why it took over an hour to get home. When he returned home and opened the door, he was met by a youth sitting on the couch with his arms folded over his chest. The moment he saw the youth, Yang Wei had a joyful expression on his face. Big brother. He didn't expect his big brother to come back at this time. Yang Bin nodded and looked at Yang Wei's face with a slight frown. Beaten by who? Yang Wei somewhat gritted his teeth and said, what happened today? Yang Bin snorted coldly after hearing this. Humph. Rubbish. Take me to him tomorrow. A member of my Yang family is not someone he can beat up whenever he wants. Yang Wei's face was delighted. Good. I know where his house is. His elder brother had gotten into a third-rate martial arts university a year ago, and was rumored to have been accepted as a disciple by a certain professor inside, and was now in the realm of at least a first-class martial artist. Taking down a Xian Yuanche was simply easy. Back at home, Xian Yuanche opened the lunchbox in his hand and started eating. When I passed by a restaurant just now, I saw that the Fierce Beast Meat fast food was actually 20% off. When he saw a discount, he bought 2 servings to eat. Soon, the 2 meals were swept away by Xian Yuanche. I can't believe I didn't get enough. He rubbed his stomach somewhat helplessly. He probably knew a little bit about why that was. It was estimated that the consumption after reaching Martial Master was too great, and those ferocious beasts' meat like those sold in restaurants were basically from first-order ferocious beasts. For a martial artist, the energy intake is simply not enough. All he could do was go downstairs again and buy a couple more servings of meat. After eating and playing with his phone for a while and taking a shower, he went to bed beautifully. Meanwhile, inside the Mu family villa, Mu Tianlin looked at the information on his cell phone with a black line on his face. Xian Yuanche, 68 points of qi and blood. His parents are dead and his family is poor. When he saw this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. And then I thought of my baby girl's shyness. He then did a little double take. He thought of a famous stunt from the olden days of his time. Lao Dang, is it safe for me to park my ghost fire under your building? Thinking of this, Mu Tianlin winced. Coincidentally, a phone call came in. Mu Tianlin pressed the answer button. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, $700,000 was transferred out of the lady's account a few hours ago. Mu Tianlin was unimpressed. It's only $700,000, just transfer it. Why do you have to talk to me about such a small matter? But it wasn't taken to buy resources instead, it was passed on to a student. The voice on the other end of the line got quieter and quieter. What? After hearing these words, an ominous premonition surged in Mu Tianlin's heart. He tentatively opened his mouth and asked, is that student's name Xian Yuanche? The assistant on the other end of the phone hurriedly responded, yes, it's called Xian Yuanche, so you know the boss, that's nothing. After saying that assistant hung up the phone. Mu Tianlin? Pop. The phone fell to the floor. Shivering, he picked the phone up off the floor. No. Early the next morning, Mu Yanran was taken aback when she came down from upstairs. His own father, Mu Tianlin, was smoking a cigarette with a disheveled look on his face. Dad, did something happen? Mu Tianlin turned his head to look at Mu Yanran inside. You transferred $700,000 to a kid named Xian Yuanche yesterday, didn't you? Mu Yanran's face stagnated. She nodded a little sheepishly. It was a transfer of $700,000. Ugh. Mu Tianlin sighed again. That one called Xian Yuanche, his chi and blood is only 68 points. Your chi and blood is almost 600 points now, right, you? He didn't say the rest. He's not really one of those snobs. Mainly based on Xian Yuanche's profile, the qualifications were really strangely poor. Even if you pile it up with tons of resources, you'll be a martial master at the end of the day. And his own daughter's future accomplishments would be at the very least a martial zone above a martial general. With the help from his father-in-law's side, becoming a martial king wouldn't be a problem. The two didn't need to talk about anything else, let's just talk about lifespan. The difference between the lifespan of a martial zone and a martial master was more than double. Does he want his baby girl to be a widow for the rest of her life? Mu Yanran on the side pursed her lips after a moment of silence. Dad, Xian Yuanche is very nice. When I was in the orphanage as a child, he was the one who often protected me. Done. Mu Tianlin's heart went cold. After hearing his own daughter say this, he realized that his family's cabbages were going to be vaulted. But he's still trying to struggle. Anyway, you might want to have less contact with that kid, and you're not graduating yet. Also, even though it's Saturday, you're not allowed to go anywhere. I'll have someone watching you. After saying that, Mu Tianlin turned around and left. He wanted to see if this Xian Yuanche had 3 legs or 4 eyes, causing his daughter to become like this. The downstairs of Xian Yuanche's rented house. Yang Wei led Yang Bin downstairs. Brother, this is where that kid's home is. Chapter 7, Storming Yang Bin, Mu Tianlin's shock. Yang Wei stood downstairs and pointed to the 4th floor where Xian Yuanche was. Yobin, you go tell him to come down. What? I'm going? Yang Wei scowled at his words. His chest was still aching, so if he went up, wouldn't he get beaten up again? But after looking at his own big brother's eyes, Yang Wei gritted his teeth and walked up the stairs. Yubin just stood downstairs and waited. Bang bang bang. Xian Yuanche, who was sleeping in bed, was woken up by this sudden sound. Who's there early in the morning? Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door to meet Yang Wei, who was once again ready to tap on the door. After seeing that it was Yang Wei, Xian Yuanche's face became even more ugly. What's up? Is it ready to return resources to me? After seeing Xian Yuanche's ugly face, Yang Wei shrunk his neck. Bring it, it's down there. Xian Yuanche looked at Yang Wei's vain eyes and saw with a glance that he was lying. A thought rose in his mind. This kid, he's not calling the old one to beat me up, is he? That's how novels are written, after all. Well, I know, why don't you go down and wait a few minutes? After saying that, Xian Yuanche closed the door behind him. Yang Wei didn't think much about it and could only nod his head repeatedly. More than 10 seconds later, Xian Yuanche quietly came to the door to take a look, and after realizing that Yang Wei was not there, he hurriedly opened the door and headed upstairs. In a flash he was on the rooftop of the building. The rental house had 6 floors and the surrounding rental houses were like 5 or 6 floors. A few jumps and he was on the next building over. After jumping a few buildings, he stopped. The top floor here just happens to have a full view of the building you live in. He peeked halfway up the parapet quietly toward the ground. Just one look and shrink back. Name, Yang Bin. Blood, 1210/2000, first level martial artist. Technique, Yuan Qi breathing method, level C. Martial arts, grade C, 1 line of fingers, proficient, grade D, self-palace gun technique, grandmaster. Weaknesses, due to recent frequent drills, the muscle of the right hand has been severely strained and has not yet fully recovered. After reading the message, Xian Yuanche let out a sigh of relief. He thought that this Yang Wei had found some strong man to him. So it's just a little martial arts master. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and jumped back into the building where his rental house was. Not long after Xian Yuanche left, Mu Tianlin happened to arrive not far away. Looking at Xian Yuanche's flickering back, Mu Tianlin put his hands into his pants pockets. There's a bank card there. Let's hope this kid knows what he's doing. He then looked across at Yang Bin. Yang Bin had not collected his own aura, and Mu Tianlin could probably tell Yang Bin's realm. Look at this chi and blood, at least it's a first martial master, and by the looks of it, it's probably here to find trouble with that kid. 68 points of chi and blood against a first-level martial artist? I guess I'll be beaten to a pulp? Never mind, for the sake of my baby girl, I'll step in and save you later. Mu Tianlin spoke to himself as if he had already seen Yang Bin violently beating Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche came straight downstairs. When Yang Bin was a bit impatient, he saw Xian Yuanche who had already walked down. Yang Wei, who was on the side, had a happy face when he saw this. Big brother, he's coming down. I saw it. Yobin nodded. He walked up to Xian Yuanche. Kid, I heard you beat up my brother and told him to return whatever resources he had to you? Xian Yuanche nodded his head in a feigned manner and opened his mouth in a somewhat puzzled manner. That's right. Are you here to return his resources for him? Meh. Yang Bin smiled disdainfully. placing his left hand on Xian Yuanche's shoulder. Kid, my brother is giving you face by lending you resources. Mu Tianlin, who was not far away, saw the scene and was ready to step in to help Xian Yuanche. But Xian Yuanche's next move left him stumped. Xian Yuanche didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Bin and took a step back, pulling a bit of distance, and raised his hand to perform a forged body fist to strike at Yang Bin. If Yang Bin was a rank 5 martial artist, he might have conceded. But unfortunately, this Yang Bin was only a grade 1 martial artist. Weaker than him, then don't blame him for being rude. Ding! Detected the host using the forged fist, triggering a double blast. The punch that triggered the guaranteed strike landed squarely on Yang Bin's chest. Without the slightest defense, Yang Bin was directly knocked out. Boom! The powerful impact directly sent him flying 4 or 5 meters away, crashing into the wall of the building across the street. The walls cracked instantly. Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at Yang Wei, who hadn't reacted yet. Slap him to the ground. In less than 2 seconds, the fight was over. Mu Tianlin, who was watching the battle, had long been stunned. Originally, he was ready to save Xian Yuanche, but he didn't expect Xian Yuanche to be so fierce. Holy crap! That's 68 points of chi? Mu Tianlin's heart was shocked beyond belief after seeing Xian Yuanche send Yang Bin flying with one punch. After the shock wore off, he took out his cell phone again. After seeing Xian Yuanche's chi blood that was indeed 68 points, he hastily added 2 zeros up. After all, Xian Yuanche had just thrown that punch. If you said he was 6,800 points of chi blood, he would believe it. Cough cough. Yubin struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, his appearance had long been in a sorry state, with blood flowing from his mouth and nose and his chest sunken in. The current Yang Bin looked at Xian Yuanche with fear in his eyes. He remembered what his brother had told him before he came. Brother, that Xian Yuanche holds up 600 chi blood. This is 600 points of chi blood? After finishing this sentence with great difficulty, Yang Bin collapsed back onto the ground with a thud. Not far away, a hint of killing intent flashed in Xian Yuanche's eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, the sound of a police car coming out rang out. Beep 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 beep. The familiar sound of the police caused the killing intent in Xian Yuanche's eyes to temporarily disappear. Chapter 11 Death. It's also against the law to kill in this world. Although a martial artist would get a lighter sentence for murder, they would still have to go in and squat for half a year. He looked up and around. There's no surveillance. But he was still uneasy and asked towards the system in his mind, System, are there any witnesses nearby? Ding! There's an eyewitness with a realm at the 9th level of Martial Master. It's still true. Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised, then looked at Yang Bin. Forget it, let's leave you guys alive for now. Yang Bin and the others die in Chapter 11. Xian Yuanche decided to quietly touch Yang Wei's house again tonight and kill them. It's not going to die, is it? He came to the front of Yang Bin and crouched down to look at Yang Bin, who was face down on the ground. As much as he wanted to kill Yang Bin, if Yang Bin died now, wouldn't he have to go in and squat? He reached into Yang Bin's pocket and pulled a healing potion out of it. Count your blessings. Xian Yuanche turned the fainted Yang Bin over and opened the healing potion and poured a little in. The medicine soon took effect and Yang Bin's breathing began to steady. This can't be a C-rank healing potion, can it? It's that effective? Looking at the remaining potion in his hand, Xian Yuanche put it away. After doing so, he reappeared next to Yang Wei. Lift it up and slap it twice. Yang Wei, who had originally been knocked out, woke up again. After seeing Xian Yuanche's face, Yang Wei's eyes cried out in fear. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Chapter 8, Mu Yanran's Visit. He was truly afraid. This Xian Yuanche was simply a human-sized ferocious beast. His brother, as a grade 1 martial artist, couldn't even carry one of its punches. If you were to be punched by him, wouldn't you go straight to Hades? Take your brother back, and next time, I'll buy you soup. Yang Wei, who was scared impotent, nodded his head in a hurry. Well. After putting Yang Wei down, Xian Yuanche turned around and walked up the stairs and disappeared. After the two left, Xian Yuanche retraced his steps, looking at the backs of the two departing men. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This man, he must not be kept tonight. Before he beat up Yang Wei, and a Yang Bin came as a result, and now that he beat up Yang Bin, it might be Yang Bin's father or his grandfather coming. Gotta get a head start on this one. Mu Tianlin, who had watched the whole thing, left the place. At this point, his mind had long since undergone a sea change. What objections to his own daughter not playing with Xian Yuanche? There's no such thing as okay. Ugh, money's A. Looking at the balance in his cell phone, Xian Yuanche was somewhat distressed. Yesterday's $700,000 is down to $100,000 now. Originally, he had wanted to buy a martial art that could attack 10 times a second to fool around with. $100,000 and you can't even afford the lowest level D-grade martial arts skill. Putting down his cell phone, he began to practice. A minute later, Xian Yuanche stopped cultivating. After another minute, Xian Yuanche once again stopped cultivating. That's right, he's carting a blitzkrieg bailout. Mu family villa. At this moment, Mu Yanran was puffing and playing with her cell phone. Originally, she had wanted to go and play with Xian Yuanche today, but it turned out that she was actually grounded. Boss. The two bodyguards guarding the doorway hurriedly greeted Mu Tianlin when they saw that he had returned. Aha! Mu Tianlin nodded and walked over to Mu Yanran. Seeing Mu Yanran, who was still angry, Mu Tianlin took out a bank card from his pants pocket and extended it to Mu Yanran. Yan, just now Dad wronged you, this is $2 million, take it and give it to that Xian Yuanche. Looking at the bank card in front of her, Mu Yanran was a bit incredulous. Why do you look like a different person when you go out for a while? Go on, you can say you saved the $2 million yourself. Is it really for Xian Yuanche? Mu Yanran was still a bit unconvinced. Really, it looks like I'm telling a lie to your dad, doesn't it? Mu Tianlin patted his chest. That's fine. Mu Yanran reached out and took the bank card. Mu Yanran, who walked out of the villa, was still a little afraid to believe it. Is there really $2 million in here? Mu Yanyan murmured. After 7 minutes, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Detected that the host has not yet triggered a blitz in 10 times of cultivation, triggering the guarantee mechanism. The next cultivation will definitely trigger a blitz. Phew, finally. After seeing the trigger of the guarantee, Xian Yuanche began his formal cultivation. More than 10 minutes later, Mu Yanran arrived at the downstairs of Xian Yuanche's house. Taking out his cell phone, he called Xian Yuanche. Half a minute later. Do, the number you have dialed is not answered. Please try again later. Seeing Xian Yuanche not answering the phone, Mu Yanran put away her cell phone and directly walked towards the upper floor. On the 4th floor, Mu Yanran stood in front of the door and knocked. Xian Yuanche? At home? After a few seconds, there was no response. Mu Yanyan frowned with some distress. People. Taking out her cell phone and making another call, she put it away again after no one answered. More than an hour later, Xian Yuanche ended his cultivation. Ding! Detected the host practicing for an hour and a half. Chi blood plus 0.01, triggering a 10,000-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of chi blood. A small stream of warmth appeared in Xian Yuanche's body, and his chi blood increased by 100 points. Seeing the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche's heart stirred. I didn't expect to add so much. 100 points of chi blood in 1 hour of cultivation was truly shocking to him. Though this blitz is very rare 1,000,000 times over. Casually picking up the cell phone on the side, when he opened it, he found 2 missed calls from Mu Yanran. He casually punched it back. The moment he called, a cell phone rang through the door. Bugs fly, who are you thinking of? Xian Yuanche looked toward the door. Just then the call was answered. Hello? Xian Yuanche? Mu Yanyan's voice came from the cell phone and the doorway. Xian Yuanche got up and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Mu Yanran stood in the doorway with her cell phone. She looked up when she heard the door open. Seeing that Xian Yuanche was actually at home, Mu Yanyan's small face suddenly bulged and she questioned somewhat angrily. Great. So you're home, why don't you answer my calls? Xian Yuanche opened his mouth to explain, I was practicing just now, and it was muted. Well, I forgive you. Mu Yanyan didn't really get angry, but instead walked straight into the rental house. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also turned around and walked inside. Look! Mu Yanran mysteriously took out a bank card. Bank card? Mu Yanran shoved the bank card into Xian Yuanche's hands. This is what my dad told me to give you, it has $2 million in it. This time Xian Yuanche was directly confused. Why would Mu Yanyan's father suddenly give himself $2 million? In order to figure out the cause, he opened his mouth and asked, why did uncle give me $2 million? Mu Yanran shook her head. I don't know, after he went out this morning, he came back and gave me this bank card. Xian Yuanche began to ponder at his words. After a few minutes of thinking about it still hadn't figured out why. Never mind, then thank uncle for me, I'll find a way to pay back this money. Mu Yanran sniffed and shook her head. There's no need to pay it back, it's not like my dad lacks the $2 million anyway. After saying that, Mu Yanran seemed to have thought of something else and looked up at Xian Yuanche. By the way, you drank that chakra potion, didn't you? Xian Yuanche nodded, drink it. So how many points of chi blood do you have now? Has it reached 100 points yet? Mu Yanran asked curiously. Xian Yuanche nodded. Then you can take the martial arts exam. When the time comes, I'll protect you and make sure you get into the martial arts academy. Mu Yanyan even patted her small breasts as she spoke. Xian Yuanche could only nod his head when he saw this. Well, it's up to you to protect me when the time comes. After the two chatted for a few more minutes, Mu Yanran's cell phone rang. My dad called. Mu Yanran answered the phone and walked out the door. Half a minute later, Mu Yanran re-entered. I'm going back. I'll give you a ride then. Xian Yuanche sent him downstairs. Before leaving, Mu Yanran took out another white bank card in her pocket. It's money I secretly saved earlier, and the code is 6 zeros. After placing the bank card into Xian Yuanche's hands, Mu Yanran turned around and left. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Xian Yuanche hurriedly called out to her. You gave this to me, then what did you spend it on? Mu Yanyan turned around and shook her head. I don't have any need to spend money right now, take the money in there and buy a few chi and blood potions first. Good. Thank you Huma. Xian Yuanche didn't refuse, he was really short of money right now. Back in the rental house, Xian Yuanche logged in that card on his mobile banking. When he saw the balance, Xian Yuanche was startled for a moment. Chapter 9 Purchasing Martial Arts. When he saw the balance, Xian Yuanche was startled for a moment. Because the balance is actually a full $3 million. With the other $2 million, that's $5 million. It was enough to buy a B-grade martial art. That's right, B-grade martial arts only cost $5 million. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and started browsing the official website. Martial arts skills of grades BD are sold in the official website. $5 million should be able to purchase a B-grade martial art. Earlier in the year when the official sale of martial arts skills took place, B-grade martial arts skills were actually not that cheap. But then, something happened that caused the price of B-grade martial arts to plummet. That is, man-to-man. I paid to learn so I could teach my own students, my son these. Then my son teaches it to his girlfriend and the cycle repeats. This has led to the fact that one official copy is sold and dozens of people end up learning it. Until now, the price of a B-grade martial skill was even less than a B-grade Chi blood potion. Fortunately, the official discovered in time at that time and controlled the A-grade martial arts, which led to the price of A-grade martial arts has been maintained at the previous appearance. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Tapping on the area of B-grade martial arts, he began to look for it. His main goal now was to purchase a martial art that could attack multiple times. This way, relying on the system's guarantee, one can greatly enhance one's strength. Flowing light blade technique, running thunder fist technique, bully blade. After reading most of the martial arts, Xian Yuanche's brows began to furrow. There doesn't seem to be a proper martial art. Either that or it's too expensive. A few seconds later, the paddle went to the other blade that was there. Wind chasing blade technique, you can continuously increase your attack speed on the way to swinging the blade, and you can swing out 5 blades in a second after you've been initiated. Price, $3 million. The moment he saw the wind chasing blade technique, Xian Yuanche's eyes lit up. You're it. He immediately clicked on the purchase, and after a series of verifications, the payment was successful. Now just wait for the shipment to arrive. Then he opened the weapon purchase page again. The wind chasing blade technique was a blade technique that naturally required a blade to be able to perform it, so he would have to buy a blade that was at least D grade to use. Weapons. Alloy knife, grade D crafted using some sort of alloy and mutated ore. Price, $150,000. Super alloy knife, grade C crafted using super alloy and mutated ore bodies. Price, $700,000. After thinking about it, he still purchased the D grade alloy knife. After all, you still have to buy a breathing technique, so you should save. Otherwise, the chi and blood gained from cultivating the D-ranked breathing method was really not complementary. 2 minutes later, he picked a C-rank breathing technique called the Yuan Chi breathing technique. It's a lot stronger than what I've used before. Yang Wei took Yangbin back home. Yu Benichi lay breathless on the bed. Here, get my cell phone. He pointed to his pants pocket. Shen Yuanche's punch directly took half of his life, his chest was dented in, and even moving his arm was incredibly painful. He had to call someone to teach Shen Yuanche a lesson before he could do so. Otherwise it's all too much to swallow. Yang Wei hurriedly took out Yang Bin's cell phone. And on Xian Yuanche's side, after placing the order, Xian Yuanche quietly waited for the delivery to arrive. 10 minutes or so later, there was a knock on the door. Xian Yuanche opened the door and saw a youth with a duck-tongue cap on his head standing in the doorway. Seeing Xian Yuanche, the youth first took out his cell phone and looked at it, and after confirming that it was Xian Yuanche, he immediately opened his mouth. Hello, your delivery has arrived. With that, his hand touched towards the ring and a few things appeared on the ground. A martial arts USB flash drive, a breathing technique USB flash drive, and a weapon for your inspection. So fast. Xian Yuanche didn't expect the courier to actually arrive so quickly. He crouched down and began to inspect them. Open the first case, which contains a VR device, and a special USB flash drive. Just insert the special USB flash drive into the VR and bring that VR device to learn martial arts immersively. Just a moment. After speaking to the youth, Xian Yuanche inserted the USB flash drive into it and put it on to look at it. After more than 10 seconds, Xian Yuanche took it off and nodded in satisfaction. That's no problem. Then looked at the next box in turn, which contained the breathing techniques. Half a minute later. That's no problem either. And finally, there's that D-grade alloy knife. Opened it up and looked at it, black and gold and sharp looking. Opened his phone and looked at the shopping order. Alloy knife grade D, no. 34,567. After reading the number on his cell phone, he glanced at the hilt of the alloy knife. There are numerical numbers there as well. Also 34,567. In this one too, right. After matching the numbers, Xian Yuanche nodded. Half a minute later, the youth left the place. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, walked back inside with these things in his arms. It's a bit inconvenient, it would be nice to have a space ring. Xian Yuanche sighed. The ring in the youth's hand just now was a spatial ring. The market sells hundreds of thousands of dollars, a cubic meter, that youth in the hands of the estimated official to and the staff to use. Ding. Trouble detected with the host, system space opened. System space, items can be stored, and time stops passing within the system space. Capacity, unlimited. Seeing the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Xian Yuanche was a bit confused. And then there's the excitement. System. You really are too sweet. He didn't expect the system to be so thoughtful, sending pillows when he dozed off. In passing, he put the D-grade alloy knife into the system space. Then he closed the door, sat on the bed and put on the VR to start learning the wind-chasing blade technique. The teaching of the wind-chasing blade technique consisted of 3 mini-lessons, and the one he was watching now was the first one. A middle-aged man appeared not far away. A long, green-colored sword began to swing in his hand, explaining as he did so. Wind-chasing blade technique is about speed. We start with the preliminary, the way of holding the blade is also important. 5 minutes later, the first session was watched. Ding. Detected the host watching the wind-chasing blade technique teaching for 5 minutes, comprehending 1,000th of the wind-chasing blade technique. Trigger a 100-fold blast, 1,000th raised to 10%. Martial arts, grade B, wind-chasing blade technique, 10% learning progress, grade D, forged body fist perfect. I didn't expect to trigger a blitz, and there's a good chance that the probability isn't too low. Half an hour later, when Xian Yuanche finished reading it for the 6th time, the system's beep came again. Ding. Detected that the host watched the wind-chasing blade technique teaching and comprehended 1,000th of the wind-chasing blade technique. Trigger a 100-fold blast, 1,000th raised to 10%. Martial arts, grade B, wind-chasing blade technique, 20% learning progress, grade D, forged body fist. Looking at the progress that was already 20%, Xian Yuanche was somewhat emotional. It's 20%, if it were anyone else, it would probably take more than a week to reach that progress. It can't be helped. Who asked me to be the hanging brother? After more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche began to watch the second lesson. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Martial arts. Wind-chasing blade technique, 30% progress. After more than half an hour, Xian Yuanche began to watch the last lesson. Martial art, wind-chasing blade technique, 50% progress. After another half an hour, Xian Yuanche completely learned the wind-chasing blade technique. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time, around 11 o'clock noon. Casually set the alarm for 3 a.m. Because he decided that he would go to Yang Wei's house at 3 a.m. to sort it out. Chapter 10 Wind-chasing blade technique perfection. After doing this, he began to learn the Yuan Qi breathing method again. After spending more than an hour, I finally learned it as well. Oh Yang Club. Xian Yuanche came here once again. When he came to the front desk, he took out his bank card. Get me an intermediate training room. The receptionist took the bank card. Intermediate training room, $3,000 an hour. How long will you be open? Xian Yuanche thought for a moment and spoke, 2 hours. A minute later, Xian Yuanche took a silver card. Coming within the area of the intermediate training room, he opened the door directly. After arriving in front of the virtual battle room and taking out his alloy blade, he only chose a rank 5 martial artist as his opponent. A middle-aged man holding a long sword appeared in front of him. The battle begins. The mechanical female voice sounded. Xian Yuanche came directly in front of the middle-aged man to execute the wind-chasing blade technique. In just an instant, the middle-aged man's body had 5 more wounds. At this time, the middle-aged man also reacted, and hurriedly raised his sword and began to resist indiscriminately. Bang! After blocking a blade, he pulled away with a backward step, the long blade in his hand turning red. Flame cleave! Just as he shouted out, the middle-aged man's arm was chopped off by Xian Yuanche. Ding! Triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Another second passed, and Xian Yuanche once again swung out 5 slashes. The middle-aged man was cut off at the waist. The battle is over. As the mechanical female voice sounded, the middle-aged man disappeared into thin air. The whole of this fight was only about 5 seconds. Xian Yuanche, go on, this time there's a rank 7 martial artist. Okay. Ding. Detected host using wind-chasing blade technique, proficiency plus 0. 01, triggered 10,000 times blitz, proficiency increased to 100. Martial art, wind-chasing blade technique introductory, 100/1000. Again. Half an hour later. Martial art, wind-chasing blade technique minor achievement, 2500/4000. Looking at the wind-chasing blade technique that had already become a small success, Xian Yuanche let out a breath. Xiao Cheng's wind-chasing blade technique could already swing 11 slashes a second. That's 1 guaranteed blast a second. After another half an hour, Xian Yuanche's wind-chasing blade technique had reached great completion. It was already possible to swing out 13 slashes a second. After an unknown amount of time, Xian Yuanche put the alloy blade in his hand back into the system space after cutting a virtual human off at the waist. Martial art, grade B, wind-chasing blade technique perfection, 8000/8000. Wind-chasing blade technique, perfection 17 swings per second. If in a windy environment, the speed of the swings will increase dramatically. It's finally come full circle. Looking at the already perfected wind-chasing blade technique, Xian Yuanche let out a long breath. It's just not the same with plugins. It took just over an hour to learn a B-ranked martial art to perfection. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't take a year or two. After walking out of the training room and renewing his fee for 2 hours, Xian Yuanche came into the cultivation room. Intermediate cultivation room. It can increase the cultivation speed of martial artists below the level of general by 10%. After entering the cultivation room, he sat down on the mat and began to cultivate. After practicing for a minute, he opened his eyes. After repeating this 10 times, he settled down to cultivate. 2.5 hours later, he opened his eyes. The system's beep sounded at the same time. Ding! Detected the host cultivating for 2.5 hours, Chi blood plus 0.05, triggering a 4,000 times blitz. Congratulations to the host's Chi blood plus 200 points. Blood, 1487/2000, first level martial artist. After getting up and going to renew his fee, he resumed his practice. Anyway, it's not until the early hours of the morning, so there's still plenty of time. House of David Yang. Bring me that C-rated healing potion. Yang Bin, who was lying on the bed, pointed to his backpack. Luckily, he still had a healing potion in his backpack. Yang Wei hurriedly took out a green healing potion from inside. The healing potion was opened and Yang Bin directly poured it into his mouth. There was still a bit of heartache in his eyes. This C-grade healing potion, he only had 2 of them at the moment, and he really didn't want to use it if the pain wasn't unbearable. After drinking it, he felt his injuries recovering rapidly. After only a few minutes, he felt himself returning to his peak state. It's worthy of being a C-class healing potion. Yobin immediately got out of bed and started to come to life. Yang Wei came forward. Brother, when is that teacher you were talking about coming? The teacher is closed. Huh? What about that? Yang Wei's face was a bit reluctant after hearing that Yang Bin's teacher had closed his doors. Seeing the unwillingness on Yang Wei's face, Yang Bin immediately chided. I've already asked my eldest senior brother to come, he's a rank 9 martial master, it'll be easy to settle that brat. Saying that, a hint of killing intent flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. The time came to 11 o'clock at night. Ding! Detected the host practicing for an hour, Chi blood plus 0.05, triggered 10,000 times storm, congratulations host Chi blood plus 500 points. Blood, 4387/5000, level 4 martial artist. Xian Yuanche's stomach just happened to growl. Forgot to eat, starving. He hurriedly got up and headed outside the outer cultivation room. After walking out of the cultivation room, he first ordered a few portions of ferocious beast meat and then took a shower in the side bathroom. After doing so, he walked out of the intermediate training room. After eating at a table in the hall, he checked the time. 23:36. It's still early. He decided to go home and get some sleep first. As he returned to the street that belonged to the rental house, he felt a hint of murderous intent. Could it be that the help Yang Bin found has arrived? He hastily opened his scrying eyes to scan his surroundings. 3 panels popped up as they swept into a corner. Name, Yang Wei. Name, Yang Bin. Name, Chen Rong. Blood, 9800/10000, 9th level martial artist. Breathing technique, Earth Elemental Breathing Technique, Level C. Martial art, Grade B, Stacked Wave Palm, Proficient. Weakness, the current environment is dark enough to kick its lower 3. 9th level martial artist, okay. After seeing Chen Rong's panel, Xian Yuanche let out a sigh of relief. If it came to a martial general level, it would still take him a lot of effort to solve it. Brother, he seems to have spotted us. Yang Wei looked at the motionless Xian Yuanche and touched Yang Bin who was on the side. Senior brother, let's settle him here. Good. Chen Rong nodded indifferently. According to Yang Bin's description, that boy called Xian Yuanche was only a rank 6 martial artist at the end of his life. It was simply easy for him, a rank 9 martial artist, to finish it off. The trio walked straight out of the corner. Seeing the trio walk out, Xian Yuanche directly took out the alloy knife from the system space. I don't know if it's because of the reason that he's 10-1, but Yang Wei, who was still afraid of Xian Yuanche, started to get high in his mouth again. Xian Yuanche, this time, my brother has called out a rank 9 martial artist to advise you to obediently kneel down and kowtow. Looking at Yang Wei, who was full of arrogance, Xian Yuanche was somewhat speechless. He didn't want to talk nonsense and flashed directly in front of Yang Wei to start performing the wind-chasing blade technique. Chapter 11 Killing Yang Wei, Yang Bin, and Chen Rong. 1/4 shifts. Wind-chasing blade technique. A dozen knife lights flashed in front of Yang Wei, and he felt a heavenly spin. Why am I flying? Yang Wei's head fell to the ground with glaring eyes. Xian Yuanche's move took less than a second. Before Chen Rong and Yang Bin on the side could react, Yang Wei's head left his neck. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that the two men responded. What? Chen Rong looked at Xian Yuanche, who had returned to his original position, and then looked at Yang Wei, who was dead in the water, and he already somewhat regretted coming. This person's strength was obviously more than 1 level stronger than his own. Your turn. Xian Yuanche pointed at Chen Rong who was at the side with his alloy knife. Chen Rong gritted his teeth at the sight. It's just a martial master, watch the move. Stacked wave palm. Chen Rong roared, and the water vapor around him converged on his hands. Shen Yuanche was just about to make a move when he saw a scene that shocked him, because Chen Rong actually turned around and ran away after roaring, "Senior!" After Yang Bin saw that Chen Rong had actually run away, he shouted out in some alarm. Shen Yuanche directly flashed to its side in a cold voice, "Let's get you to your brother first." A few seconds later, Shen Yuanche chased after Chen Rong in the direction he left. He had already killed the two Yang Wei brothers, and Chen Rong was the only one who knew about it, so he absolutely couldn't stay. Chen Rong then jumped directly to the roof of a building and took out his cell phone from his pants pocket in a panic. The only thing he can rely on now is his cell phone. As he ran, he also pressed the three numbers 110. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, Sheriff's Department? I need to report a hook, someone's after me and they've already killed two people. With the strength of a first-level martial general, he's about to come after us, and he said that he's going to kill everyone in the neighborhood." When he finished speaking, he put the phone right back into his pants pocket. He could only hope that 110 would come quickly now, or he would really have to explain himself here today. Law and Order Bureau. Upon hearing what Chen Rong said, the entire sheriff's office was in chaos. "There's a first-class martial general powerhouse massacring civilians, notify the Lord Mayor." And Shen Yuanche here was still constantly searching for Chen Rong. An 8-story building appeared in his eyes. He made it to the roof in a few jumps. Use the probing eye. After using the eye of scrying, he directly began to scan up 360 degrees without a dead angle. Although the neighborhood was all a bit dark, he still managed to sweep the place where Chen Dongrong was through his probing before. It's just over 1,000 meters away to the southeast, and the distance continues to widen. Trying to run. With a whoosh, Shen Yuanche chased after him towards him. The two of them chased each other for a few kilometers. Chen Rong was a rank 9 martial artist, while Shen Yuanche was only a rank 4 martial artist, so the distance had been constantly widening. This is not the way to go, the distance keeps widening. Ding! Detected the host running 4,000 meters, gained a hint of speed perception, triggered a 100,000-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the B-grade martial arts skill, Divine Walking Steps. Divine Walking Steps, grade B. When used at entry level, it increases 100% of one's speed. Seeing the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Shen Yuanche felt like there was something extra in his head. This was precisely the perception of the Divine Walking Steps. System, you've really solved my urgent problem. After Shen Yuanche let out a sigh of emotion, he immediately used the Divine Walking Steps. For a moment, his speed began to soar. Soon the distance closed to less than 700 meters. More than 10 seconds later, Chen Rong, who had been desperately trying to escape, looked back and found that Shen Yuanche had already arrived 10 meters behind him. This directly scared it out of its wits. It was also at this time, while Chen Rong was panicking, Shen Yuanche seized the opportunity and directly took out his ally knife and swung it towards him. "Stop!" A neutral voice rang out behind the two. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away from the two, and Chen Rong let out a sigh of relief directly after hearing this voice. Finally! He stopped directly and turned to look at Shen Yuanche. In his opinion, with a strong person nearby, Shen Yuanche would definitely not dare to kill himself in front of it. But he had underestimated Shen Yuanche's killing intent towards him. Wind-chasing blade technique. In just a single glance, Shen Yuanche swung out a dozen blades. Ding! Triggering a 10-fold blast, the power of the wind-chasing blade technique has increased tenfold. As soon as the system's words fell, Chen Rong's entire body was directly sliced into several large pieces. After doing this, Shen Yuanche put away his ally blade and ran wildly in one direction. When Morong Chen in the back saw that Shen Yuanche actually dared to kill Chen Rong in front of him, his heart's anger skyrocketed. "I can't believe you don't take me seriously." With a leap, he directly closed the distance of 600 or 700 meters. Shen Yuanche tore off his clothes and made a simple face mask. This was mainly to prevent him from seeing his face. Looking back at the middle-aged man's panel, this look didn't matter, it directly startled him. Name, Morong Chen. Blood, 59,999/60000, 5th level general. Breathing technique, Ling Tian breathing technique, level B. Martial arts, grade B, circumstantial poem, grand completion, Morong family blade technique, disabled, completion. Weakness, can attack towards his right arm when he performs martial arts. A rank 5 martial artist, and still almost rank 6. Looking at Shen Yuanche, who had half of his face covered, Morong Chen snorted coldly. "I advise you to behave yourself or not." Shen Yuanche ignored him and chose to take the initiative. This is a situation where he is pretty much impossible to run away from. One can only hope for a guaranteed blast from the system. Wind-chasing blade technique. Ding! Triggering a 30-fold blast, the power of the wind-chasing blade technique is increased by 30 times. After hearing the system's beep, Shen Yuanche knew it was stable. As long as one of the slashes triggered a high-frequency blitz, he or she would definitely be able to return in one piece. Looking at Shen Yuanche, who had already arrived in front of him, Morong Chen smiled disdainfully and did not place him in his eyes in the slightest. "I was just about to make a move when I realized that there was a hint of something wrong. The speed of the self had slowed down, and there was a sense of crisis, if any, coming from it. Not good. Joe heavenly palm. Knife and palm against each other. Put. Half of Morong Chen's palm was directly sliced off. After doing this, Shen Yuanche was just about to continue his attack when he sensed something. Not being able to think of anything else, he hastily executed the divine walking steps to pull away. Swished and fled. A beautiful woman appeared beside Morong Chen. Mayor Morong. I'm fine. Morong Chen bent down and picked up the right palm on the ground. It was then that the beautiful woman noticed Morong Chen's palm that was constantly dripping blood. Turning his head to look in the direction that Shen Yuanche had escaped, he was somewhat shocked in his heart. She didn't expect that even Morong Chen, who was a rank 5 martial general, would actually suffer a loss. You go check on the pile of bodies, I'm going back to heal. After saying that, Morong Chen directly jumped and disappeared in place. The power of that slash just now was beyond his imagination. According to his estimation, that person's realm was at least the same as his, reaching the 5th level of martial general. Badly injured, he really didn't dare to go after it. Chapter 12, Enrollment in the Martial Arts Examination, 5th Grade Martial Artist. Half an hour later, Shen Yuanche casually shunted away a piece of clothing at a random place before heading towards his home. It was worth mentioning that all of Yang Wei's other relatives had died in the hands of ferocious beasts a few years before, so it saved him a trip. After his shower, he took a nice long nap, not the least bit worried about checking up on them. At 9 in the morning, Shen Yuanche woke up. I opened my phone and looked at it and realized that there was actually no news about last night. I sliced off that man's palm last night, and the strength I showed was at least martial general level, so it shouldn't be traced back to me. And there's no surveillance in the neighborhood, and when I chased Shinron, I was moving on the roof of the building, so there shouldn't be any surveillance to capture me. After thinking about it, Shen Yuanche completely put his heart down and went downstairs to have a beautiful breakfast. And the truth was just as Shen Yuanche had predicted. No one suspected the murderer to be Shen Yuanche. Upon descending the stairs, he realized that a cordon had been drawn around the street he was on. There were also a couple of sheriff's department guys canvassing the neighborhood. After seeing Shen Yuanche go downstairs, a middle-aged man walked up to Shen Yuanche. May I ask if you were at home all last night? Shen Yuanche shook his head. I didn't get home until after 11 last night. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at his words. The time of the crime was just after 11 o'clock, which means that Shen Yuanche probably witnessed the whole thing. So did you see anything last night? No, I came home and took a shower and went to bed and just woke up. The middle-aged man sighed at his words and turned to leave after waving his hand towards Shen Yuanche. By the time Shen Yuanche came back after breakfast, those people had already left and the crime scene was cleaned up. When he got home, his cell phone rang. In the class group. Lu Yuan at all personnel, the link to sign up for the martial arts exam has been sent out. Those with 100 points of chi and blood can sign up. Choi Kuan, okay. I'm going to take my chicken to the college entrance exam then. Wu Erfan at Kai Kuan, that chicken of yours seems to be a second-order ferocious beast now. Bringing it to the martial arts exam is too rogue. Choi Kiyuan, don't worry, my chickens only know how to play basketball. Shen Yuanche looked at this link to register for the college entrance exam and directly clicked on it. Choose to enroll in Liukong and then pay the fee. A full $1,000, and on top of that, an agreement to live or die. After a series of certifications, Shen Yuanche finally enrolled successfully. At the same time, he learned the time of the martial arts exam, next week on Tuesday, 2 days later. Let's just say it was too quick. Lu Yuan, who was in the background, saw Shen Yuanche enroll, and if he had done it before, he would have definitely called to give Shen Yuanche a talking to. But ever since he saw Shen Yuanche injure Yang Wei with one punch, he realized that Shen Yuanche had been hiding his strength. I just don't know what he did to avoid the monthly detector test. Open the panel. Name, Shen Yuanche, Soft Rice Man Aura. Status, Noble Traveler. Blood, 4387/5000, Level 4 Martial Artist. Breathing Technique, Janky Breathing Technique, Level C. Martial Arts, Grade B, Wind Chasing Blade Technique Perfect, Divine Walking Steps Introductory, 0/1000, Grade D, Forged Body Fist Perfect. Evaluation, no evaluation given. In 3 days, from 68 points of Chi Blood to 4,387 points, who would dare to believe it? After looking at his panel, Shen Yuanche sighed with emotion before lying on his bed and brushing up on short videos. Don't look at the fact that he was cultivating to raise a lot of Chi and blood now, but most people have a lazy nature. He was still more inclined to be lazy than to practice. Shen Yuanche swiped the short video while nodding. Favorite when you come across one you like. The short videos in this world are still quite different from the last one. In addition to the familiar rubric videos, there are also videos of martial artists battling each other. There were even some videos of fighting ferocious beasts in the wild. Without realizing it, he swiped on a video of a college entrance exam betting. An old man said into his cell phone. The content of this year's high school exam in Jiang'an City is estimated to be conducted by going to that little secret realm of 10,086 that was unearthed a few years ago in Nan'an City. Tap on the comments section and find that people inside the comments section are in agreement. Next door to the old king, blogger this decade since the prediction of 10 times, 7 times have hit, it seems that this time should not be an exception. It happens to be my son today college entrance exams, have to let him do his homework in advance to be able to do. Stealing the old king's wife of the old Chen, agree with the upstairs, my son this year also college entrance exams, but he should do his homework in advance. Detective Lowley, something's wrong, you two are very wrong. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, began to ponder. A little secret realm of discovery? He opened 1000 Degrees and started searching for it. Little mystery number 10086, an area of about 200,000 square kilometers, discovered in 67 New Era and fully developed over a period of 2 years. Current danger level, D, recommended for martial artists below the rank of master. After seeing the introduction of this secret realm, Xian Yuanche didn't feel that this 200,000 square kilometers was big. This was because Blue Star had expanded more than a few dozen times in size since the space rift appeared 70 years ago. So that 200,000 square kilometers is not so big either. He looked at the bracketed line again. Recommending martial artists below the martial master level to go in for training? Then Xian Yuanche glanced at his panel. I'm just a martial artist with over 4,000 points of chi blood. After swiping the video for more than half an hour, Xian Yuanche finally swiped the news about today. Yesterday, at around 2300 hours in Jiang'an City, a martial arts general-level martial arts practitioner armed with a sword committed a murder, beheading 2 martial arts masters and 1 martial arts practitioner. According to the investigation, the 2 dead martial artists were disciples of a professor at the Jiangbei Martial Arts Academy, and the murderer is currently being investigated. A military general? After reading the entire news, Xian Yuanche smiled. Then let them take their time to find out. They can't find out about themselves anyway. After all, in the eyes of others, how could a high school student have the strength of a military general? After charging his cell phone, he continued to start cultivating. Law and Order Bureau. According to the current situation, the deceased Yang Wei once had a conflict with a student named Xian Yuanche. But that Xian Yuanche is obviously not the murderer, because according to the mayor's description, the murderer's strength is at least at the level of a martial general. A middle-aged man reported towards the surrounding leaders. One of the leaders pinched his brow at that. Never mind, just report it up and leave it for the top to worry about. Although those 3 people who died this time, 2 of them had a special status, being students of a university professor. It's rumored that that professor is close to breaking through to the martial sect realm. But the murderer involves a strong martial arts general. It was rumored that even Mayor Morong, who was a rank 5 martial general, had suffered under him. There's nothing they can do if they want to look into it. In the afternoon, Xian Yuanche ended his cultivation. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Blood, 4576/5000, 4th level martial artist. Time is quickly approaching Monday. After cultivating, Xian Yuanche's realm came to a 5th level martial artist. Yesterday's multiplier was really low. Xian Yuanche spat out a sentence before getting up and washing up to get ready to go to school. Even though they were no longer considered students at that school, they still had to go to school today. Because last night Lu Yuan announced in the class group, today to say about the location of the college entrance exam, rewards, and precautions. It is imperative that you come if you are taking the entrance exam. When he came to the school entrance, he just happened to see Mu Yanran who came down from the luxury car. After seeing Xian Yuanche, Mu Yanran jogged to Xian Yuanche's side and entered the school with him. The surrounding students' faces were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw this. This is Mu Yanyan, right? That kid only has 68 points of chi blood. What gives him the right? Isn't he just a bit more handsome? A student looked at Xian Yuanche walking with Mu Yanran with a pained look on his face. The surrounding students nodded approvingly. After all, in this day and age, strength is everything, long handsome, no use in the ass. When the 2 parted ways, Xian Yuanche checked Mu Yanran's panel. This sweep, in turn, surprised him a bit. Chapter 13, Traveling to the Secret Realm of 10,086. Name, Yuma Mu. Blood, 721/800, 7th level martial artist. Breathing technique, Hakuan breathing technique, level B. Martial arts, grade B, Payan Palm, minor achievement, Heavenly Thunder gun technique, minor achievement, Cloud ladder steps, minor achievement. Weaknesses. After reading Mu Yanran's panel, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. It's actually reached level 7 martial artist. It was important to know that a little over half a month ago, Mu Yanyan was still just over 500 points of chi and blood. Today it actually came right up to over 700 points. All he can say is, rich people are different. So envious. Upon entering the classroom, 70% of the classroom was present. The rest either haven't arrived yet or just don't participate. Those who don't attend will be placed in school to stay in school for the liberal arts if they do okay in the arts. The faces of the people in the classroom were filled with surprise when they saw Xian Yuanche. Why is Xian Yuanche here? Didn't he only have 68 points of chi and blood? I don't know, 68 points of Chi blood doesn't even qualify for enrollment, right? Actually, 68 points of Chi blood is able to enroll, only the school has stipulated it to 100 points of Chi blood for the safety of the students. Kai-kun, why don't you go persuade him? 68 points of Chi and blood, going to the martial arts exam is just too much of a stretch. A few students quietly came up to Kai-kun and said, after all, 3 years of classmates, everyone has more or less some feelings for Xian Yuanche, and they all don't want him to go to his death for nothing. Kai-kun nodded, I'll go persuade later. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived in the classroom. Cough cough cough, the location of this year's college entrance exam has come down, in the secret realm of 10,086. At this point, a curious student spoke up and asked, Teacher, what about this year's reward? Lu Yuan shook his head. This year's rewards are kept secret up there for now, I don't know, I think there are new rules. Let me say a few words about the do's and don'ts. First, every year, people lose their lives during the martial arts exams, and this year is expected to be no exception. Second, those who have no confidence in their own strength can give up the martial arts exam and switch to the literature exam, all within today, after the deadline. Third, after entering the secret realm, there will be drones randomly following you, and when the time comes, you will be handed out a spatial ring with a distress function on it, which should be activated immediately in case of danger, or else you will suffer the consequences. Lu Yuan walked out of the classroom after he finished speaking. Seeing this, Kai-kun hurriedly came to Xian Yuanche's side. Xian Yuanche, did you sign up for the martial arts exam? Aha. Xian Yuanche nodded. Kai-kun sniffed with some concern. The martial arts exam is too dangerous, you only have 68 points of Chi and blood, why don't you try the literature exam? It just so happens that my family has connections, even though you didn't do too well, you can still curb the operation a bit and let you participate. After all, they had been classmates for 3 years, and he didn't want to see Xian Yuanche die in the secret realm of the martial examination for nothing. Thanks, that's very kind of you. Xian Yuanche patted Kai-kun's shoulder in appreciation. Ugh. Kai-kun sighed before returning to his seat. After staying at the school for more than an hour, Xian Yuanche and Mu Yanran left the school. Time passes so quickly, so soon 3 years have passed. Mu Yanran walked with Xian Yuanche with some emotion. Xian Yuanche nodded approvingly. Life in high school in this world isn't really as grueling as it was in the last one. In his last life he had a miserable time in high school. In middle school I fantasized about how wonderful high school would be, but when I got to high school, I realized that all that stuff in the TV shows was fake. His high school was nothing but misery, and it got worse every year. The two of them hung out in the neighborhood for a while, ate a meal and then went their separate ways. After returning home, Xian Yuanche opened his cell phone and began to look at the past rewards for martial arts exams, and the process. After a few minutes of watching, he also got a general idea of rewarding these things. Students enter the secret realm to hunt and kill ferocious beasts and gain points. Last year's reward for ranking first in the points of the martial arts exam was 10 C-grade Chi and blood potions, plus a reward of 3 million yuan. The second place was 9 C-grade Chi blood potions plus a $3 million reward. After reading the rewards, Xian Yuanche could only say that it was quite a lot. Grade C Chi and blood potions can increase Chi and blood by 500 to 700 per potion, and can only be taken by martial artists and above. That's right, it's a 500 to 700 point Chi boost. It was a full 10 times more than a D-rank Chi and blood potion. Of course, the price is naturally 10 times more. 1 reached 2 million. 10 is 20 million. Even he couldn't help but feel that the reward was truly generous. Not only that, but those martial arts universities will also admit students based on points. Those who leaned forward were almost always able to enter the top martial arts universities in Jiangnan province. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanche put down his phone and began to cultivate. Who cares about the college entrance exams? When the time comes he'll just come straight back with a number 1. As far as he knew, in the past, the Jiangnan City College entrance examination was a joint examination with several nearby cities and then ranked. In his opinion, this was all a competition between martial artists, and he, a martial artist, was purely and simply descending to strike. Time quickly came to evening, and after his Chi blood reached 5,400 points, he stopped cultivating, bathed, and ate. After doing this, continue practicing. Time quickly came to the next morning. Kneading board. Name, Xian Yuanche. Blood, 6195/7000, 6th level martial artist. A rank 6 martial artist now, this speed, it's really fast. The blitz multipliers given by the system were all randomized, so he was content with raising a small realm a day. Although the qualification was very poor, but there was a reason for the storm. Cultivating for an hour, after the storm, almost tops hundreds and thousands of hours of other people. If it were any other martial artist, it would be unknown how long it would take to raise 1,000 points of Chi and blood just by cultivating without relying on resources. After washing up and then going to the neighborhood to have a breakfast, Xian Yuanche rushed to the school. When you go to school today, the school will arrange a special bus to transport students to the location of the entrance exam for the entrance exam. When I arrived at the school, I saw a dozen buses parked in front of the school. He soon saw the crowd from his class. Xian Yuanche, are you really going to take the entrance exam? One of the girls in the class asked with some concern. I advise you not to go, it's too dangerous. Xian Yuan-che shook his head. I actually reached 100 points of chakra recently, so you guys don't have to worry about me. He felt that his classmates in this world really cared too much about him. There's no fictional look at your low chakra and taunt yourself. After seeing Xian Yuan-che say this, the other students couldn't say anything more. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived here. We're on bus number 4, and we expect to arrive at our destination in the afternoon, so we can all get some sleep. After the crowd boarded the bus, it quickly left the campus. In the car, Lu Yuan kept explaining things. Secret Realm 10086 is next door in Nan'an City, and just like before, we'll be holding the martial examination with Nan'an City, Bei'an City, and Dong'an City. This time, there will be a total of about 12,000 students traveling to the 10086 mysterious realm to take the martial examination, and we definitely won't be able to avoid a lot of scrambling when the time comes. The content should be the same as previous installments, killing ferocious beasts to gain points and ranking based on the points. Chapter 14, Arrival at the Scene. And this time, a new rule has appeared, that is, the points gained in it can be plundered. Teacher still quite hopes that a few of you will group together and take the martial arts exam. Of course, it depends on you personally, I won't force it. After saying this, Lu Yuan returned to his seat. Xian Yuan-che looked out the window, smelling the unpleasant odor that belonged inside the bus. Soon, they arrived in the city of Nan'an. More than 3 hours passed and the bus stopped at a military-controlled area. As the crowd got out of the car, a man in military uniform came to the crowd. Lu Yuan went up to shake his hand. Hello, I'm Lu Yuan, one of the teachers leading the team from Jiangyan First Middle School this time. The man nodded and shook Lu Yuan's hand. My name is Jinan, the exams start this afternoon, so why don't you guys hang around for a while? Good. Lu Yuan nodded. More than half an hour passed, and one after another some other school cars arrived. Among them are also the 2nd middle school in Ganggan, from the 3rd high school, and those students from other cities. After Xian Yuan-che saw those students from Nan'an No. 1 middle school, he used the eye of scrying to take a look. Found it all to be much the same as on my side of the fence. The biggest difference was that one was a martial artist and they didn't seem to be. After another half hour or so, the place finally came full of all the schools. The good thing is that it's spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Guys. A voice with a bit of intimidation came out. The crowd that was still discussing with each other instantly quieted down. I am one of the invigilators this time, Jinan, a rank 7 martial general, as well as the one who guards this little secret realm. Let me announce the rules for this one. Rule 1, this test is the same as before, a point system, and points will be awarded for killing the ferocious beasts within the secret territory. Recording points would then be helped by a space ring that records. We'll hand them out to you later, before we start. This space ring given to you contains your food for the day. You can also activate the emergency call for help button on top in case of danger, and activation is considered to end the test. It's also known as the early turn-in inside the literature exam. The test will last for 3 days, starting at 2 p.m. M. and continuing until 2 p.m. M. 3 days later, at 1:30 p.m. M. The crowd was brought to a crevice. This crack was 7 or 8 meters wide and tens of meters high. The following is the start of the distribution of space rings, which can be bound by using the pupil. Lu Yuan walked over with a box containing dozens of spatial rings. Soon Xian Yuan-che also received the one space ring that belonged to him. After spending more than 10 seconds for pupil verification, the space ring was officially bound. At the same time, he also learned the capacity of this spatial ring. This space ring is 10 cubic meters. The surrounding students were also excited when they learned about the capacity in the spatial ring. Immediately, though, someone poured cold water on them. Don't get too happy, this is only for you temporarily, you'll have to take it back later. A number of people rose in disappointment at these words. They thought this one was going straight to them. Che, a bunch of poor dirtbags, just a space ring. A youth looked at the disappointed expressions on the faces of these students with some disdain on his face. A lot of people glared at it. However, upon seeing the youth's appearance, the anger in their eyes immediately disappeared, because they recognized who the youth was. The first middle school in Nan'an City, the first person in the chi and blood ranking, has money as well as strength, and they can't afford to mess with them at all. Xian Yuan-che naturally also heard these words and turned his head to look at that youth. At the same time a panel of the youth appeared before his eyes. Kneading board. Name, Zhou Dan. Blood, 711/800, level 7 martial artist. Breathing technique, peripatetic breathing technique, level B. Martial arts, grade B, Zhou Tian Palm, introductory, autumn 1 finger, introductory. After seeing this youth's panel, Xian Yuan-che pulled the corner of his mouth. Although the youth's chi blood is not low, reaching 711 points, this martial art is also too. There were many B-grade martial arts, but all of them were entry-level. This also meant that this Zhou Dan had basically never used these martial arts after learning them. At this moment, Xian Yuan-che felt his back being slapped. Xian Yuan-che. Mu Yenron's voice rang out. Shen Yuanche turned to look and found Mu Yanran looking at himself with a smile. It had to be said that Mu Yanyan was worthy of being one of the school flowers. The smile is really nice. Shen Yuanche smiled, the exams will start soon, remember to protect me. No problem. Mu Yanran nodded in agreement. Some of the students not far away all looked jealous when they saw Shen Yuanche who was talking and laughing with Mu Yanran. Especially some from other schools. Who is this girl? It's so good looking, and that guy, I'm jealous. Ooh, what gives this Shen Yuanche the right? Many of them have stumbled over their feet and pounded their chests. Not far away, Zhou Dan also discovered Mu Yanran who was talking to Shen Yuanche. The moment he saw Mu Yanran, his eyes lit up, quickly stepping forward to try to accost Mu Yanran. As for Shen Yuanche who was beside Mu Yanran, he was naturally ignored. In his opinion, how could Shen Yuanche, who was dressed in a pair of ground-up clothes, be compared to himself? Zhou Dan came directly to Mu Yanran and extended his right hand. Hello classmate, my name is Zhou Dan, may I ask what your name is? After Mu Yanran glanced at Zhou Dan, she immediately took Shen Yuanche's arm and leaned on him. When the exams are over, treat me to some barbecue meat. A new barbecue restaurant has recently opened on Shaolu Street, and I've heard that there's also meat from third-ranked ferocious beasts. Obviously, Mu Yanyan didn't even want to pay attention to Zhou Dan and only wanted to talk to Shen Yuanche. Okay, I'll take you to eat after the exam. Zhou Dan was slightly enraged in his heart after seeing Mu Yanran ignoring himself. However, he didn't get discouraged and reopened his mouth. Hello, I'm Zhou Dan. My father is the richest man in Nan'an City, Zhou. In the past, when he had revealed his father's identity, the attitudes of women who had scorned him had shifted 180 degrees. He thought Mu Yanran would be like that too. But obviously, he was disappointed. Mu Yanran still ignored Zhou Dan. Instead, he was still chatting with Shen Yuanche. And everyone around them had blown up. This man is actually the son of Zhou Lin's richest man. I've heard that his chi blood is well over 700 points, right? I'm so envious, my current chi blood is just over 200 points. Those students who knew Mu Yanran's identity scoffed at this. One after another, they opened their mouths to sneer. Che, just the richest man. After all, people Mu Yanran's father was the richest man in Jiang'an City, not in the least inferior to that Zhou Dan. Even richer. After seeing that Mu Yanran actually still ignored himself, Zhou Dan was completely enraged. However, he didn't vent his anger on Mu Yanran, but instead looked towards Shen Yuanche who was being held by Mu Yanran's arm. He grabbed Shen Yuanche's clothes. Boy. But before he could finish, he found himself flying. No, it was picked up. Zhou Dan, young Master Zhou, right? Please don't disturb the two of us from talking. Chapter 15, Commencement of the Examination. Shen Yuanche reached behind Zhou Dan with his left hand and picked him up like a chicken. A 7th-level martial artist was similar to a brat in front of Shen Yuanche, a martial artist. Looked around and tossed it aside. Ding! Trigger achievement quest, that's how crazy it is. Mission objective, please ask the host to act crazy from now on, the crazier the better, until the end of the test. Reward, Aura of Hubris. Hubris Aura, the more hubris you have, the more likely you are to take a beating. Wearing this aura restores 1% of your status, including but not limited to wounds, stamina, etc. every second. Note, the more cocky the host behaves during the mission, the better the recovery effect of the cocky aura will be capped at 5%. Seeing this sudden task, Shen Yuanche pulled the corner of his mouth. This mission is too anticlimactic. Doesn't that make him a target? But after seeing the effect of the hubris aura, he felt that this quest was not impossible to do. After all, the effect of this aura was too unbelievable. The crazier the effect, the better? Shen Yuanche stroked his chin. If that's the case, then he's not a proper person. Zhou Dan didn't react until he was on the ground. He was actually thrown aside? The surrounding students also noticed the situation. They have covered their mouths and snickered. Laughing my ass off, this Zhou Dan, what a clown. What a shame. Those students from the same school as him found a chance to open their mouths and taunt. Normally, Zhou Dan was arrogant and they had long since grown tired of seeing him. Because of his status, he usually didn't dare to say anything more. Now that you've finally found your chance, you're going to make a mockery of it. As for the fear of retaliation, how do you retaliate when so many people are laughing together? Listening to the jeers around him, Zhou Dan's face turned red. At the same time, he also resented Shen Yuanche beyond measure. Damn it! He stood up with some exasperation. Turning his head to look at Shen Yuanche raised his right hand. Go to hell! Circumstantial pum! The students in the room took a step back at the sight. They didn't expect that this Zhou Dan would actually make a direct strike. Mu Yanran frowned slightly at the sight and her hands left Shen Yuanche's arm, ready to strike. But Shen Yuanche was faster than him. Bang! Before the crowd could react, Shen Yuanche had already kicked him out. Although he didn't use his full strength, the powerful force still directly kicked him a dozen meters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The students around them exploded with a straight-up nationalist cry at the sight. Who is this person? So fierce that he directly kicked Zhou Dan over 10 meters? It seems to be from Jiang'an City. So fierce? Then won't he be in first place? Many people sized up Shen Yuanche with curious gazes. Zhou Dan, who was kicked by Shen Yuanche, was not so lucky. At this point, Zhou Dan had already fainted. Teachers from Nan'an First Center rushed to Zhou Dan's side and helped him up. Upon seeing Zhou Dan's condition, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood is coming out of his mouth and nose, and he's out of breath and not in. Reaching out and touching Zhou Dan's chest, he found that the powerful impact had shattered all the bones in his chest. He hurriedly took out a D-grade healing potion from his pocket and poured it down for Zhou Dan. It was a good thing that Zhou Dan was only a martial artist. If he were a martial master, a D-ranked healing potion wouldn't be of much use to him. After a few minutes, Zhou Dan gradually woke up, but only just. I have a Class C healing potion in my space ring. He spoke with some pain. That teacher saw this and hurriedly took out a healing potion from his spatial ring. After drinking it, I was in significantly better shape than I had been a moment before. The healing potion works pretty well. Shen Yuanche in the distance murmured at the sight. But this healing potion isn't unlimited either. Each time you take it, the effect almost always decays. It's far less effective than Hubris Aura. And the Hubris Aura is still fully restored. There's no comparison at all. After seeing Zhou Dan in a better state, that teacher walked towards Shen Yuanche. After walking up to Shen Yuanche, he opened his mouth and accused, "You classmate, how can you just strike out at students from other schools? Apologize to him." Looking at the teacher in front of him who was just up to his shoulders, Shen Yuanche was just about to say something when Lu Yuan arrived at some point. "I say, old he, it was clearly your student who struck out at my student first. Everyone saw it. My student was only defending himself." He long turned his head to look and found Lu Yuan with his hands clasped on his chest, looking at himself with a teasing face. "Lu Yuan, so this is your student." He long looked at Lu Yuan with some gnashing of teeth. It was obvious from He Long's expression that these two were not dealing with each other. Shen Yuanche looked at the task and decided that being cocky was the way to go. "This teacher, it's not my fault. This guy from your class came and harassed my girlfriend for no reason, and then tried to come and beat me up. I just kicked him randomly and he flew out. I thought he was strong. I didn't realize he was so weak." After saying that, Shen Yuanche even shrugged his shoulders. By the way, there was also a question in the mind about the system. System, was I just crazy? Ding, not wild enough. Please host continue to work hard. Shen Yuanche. After hearing Shen Yuanche's words, Lu Yuan almost laughed out loud. "Look, old he, this is the fault of that student of yours. People have to come and harass others when their young couple is fine. It's only right to get beaten up. You." He Long's face flushed red as he looked at Lu Yuan. "Shen Yuanche, go easy on him next time." Lu Yuan pretended to pat Shen Yuanche's shoulder. "Humph." With a shake of his hand, He Long turned to leave. It was just a small episode, but it still enlightened a lot of people. That said, have you guys noticed a problem? One of the students clapped his hands together and spoke with a sudden realization. "What's the problem?" Those students beside him opened their mouths and asked. That Shen Yuanche was able to kick away Zhou Dan, who had more than 700 points of Qi blood. What does that mean? After hearing these words, many people also understood something. You mean, the Shen Yuanche's Qi blood is likely to reach 900 points, or even 1,000 points. That's right, this Shen Yuanche is most likely the only martial master in this martial examination. As much as the crowd hated to believe it. However, they were clear that the strength Shen Yuanche had displayed was not something a martial artist could possess at all. Ugh, let's hope we don't run into him in there. Many students were silently praying in their hearts not to encounter Shen Yuanche, because the points from this martial arts exam can be plundered. If he met Shen Yuanche, he would definitely have no hair left. Chapter 16, Shen Yuanche who is barbecuing. The time soon came to about 1:30. That Jinnan spoke again. "The rewards for this martial arts exam are kept secret and will be announced when the exam is over, but I can give you a reminder that the more points you have, the more rewards you will receive. There's one more thing I forgot to mention, and that is that this examination points can be plundered. This martial arts examination will also be broadcast live throughout, so I hope you won't lose face." At 1:55, the crowd began to enter the spatial rift one after another. It was exactly 2 o'clock sharp when the last student happened to enter the space rift. Mu Yanran, who was still holding Shen Yuanche's arm tightly, directly disappeared the moment she entered the spatial rift. When Shen Yuanche opened his eyes, he realized that Mu Yanran had already disappeared. Looking around again, I realized there was no one there. Looks like it was randomly teleported. Outside, Jinan and the others all headed in one direction after seeing the students all enter. The secret area is covered with special surveillance equipment and drones to easily observe the condition of the students. "Teachers, this way." Several martial artists in military uniforms led those teachers to the monitoring room, and Shen Yuanche's side was already searching for signs of the ferocious beasts. Although the rewards had been kept mysterious, he had probably guessed what they were. Probably taking points for something. That's why more points are better. Soon, he encountered the first ferocious beast, a 3-meter-long lizard. Shen Yuanche didn't even bother to use his scrying eye and directly kicked him out. A small window of light popped up in the space ring. Kill a first-order primary ferocious beast, gain 1 point. Current points, 1. Ranking, first, tie. It's actually quite intelligent. After closing the light window, Xian Yuanche continued to start searching for the ferocious beasts. With the blessing of the divine walking steps, Xian Yuanche's movement speed was extremely fast. A second ferocious beast was soon found. A 2-meter-tall, 5-meter-long buffalo. By the looks of it, it's probably a mid-first rank. The water buffalo also discovered Xian Yuanche, and its hooves wiped towards the ground, preparing to build up its strength to charge towards Xian Yuanche. Bang! Xian Yuanche didn't want to waste any time and rushed directly in front of him to send him flying with a kick. Kill a first-rank intermediate ferocious beast, gain points 2. Current points, 3. Ranking, first. Beef, it should be good, right? Xian Yuanche came to the cow's corpse and looked at the buffalo whose head had been tilted to the side. After dragging the corpse to an open place, Xian Yuanche took out a small knife from his space ring and started cutting the beef. It had to be said that the space ring was still prepared thoughtfully. In addition to food for the day, there are lighters and even spices for those. After finding some wood, start preparing the grill. Beef I only eat fresh. Xian Yuanche threw the beef he had just cut off to the side and directly recut a piece down. I don't know how long it took, but the beef was cooked. After sprinkling on the seasonings, Xian Yuanche began to eat. Not bad. Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Although his own technique was not good, the deliciousness of the ferocious beast meat was naturally not comparable to ordinary buffalo meat. So even if it's poorly baked, it won't be awful. After eating, he cut another piece of hind leg meat and started grilling it. He wasn't panicking at all. The points could be plundered anyway, just specialize in plundering the points when the time came. Outside world. Lu Yuan kept wandering from screen to screen, trying to find traces of Xian Yuanche. However, since it was impossible for drones and surveillance equipment to cover the entire secret realm, he had searched for half an hour without finding Xian Yuanche. Hello, comrade, can you transfer me to one of my students? Lu Yuan said to a young man in military uniform. Yes, just say the student's name and I'll have the drone locate it. Thank you, his name is Xian Yuanche. After more than 10 minutes, the drone found Xian Yuanche. Or rather, found Xian Yuanche who was grilling. At this moment, Xian Yuanche was grilling a piece of hind leg meat with a small wooden stick stuck in it. Looking at Lu Yuan in a daze. He looked at the youth beside him with some embarrassment. It looks like it's cooked. Xian Yuanche's voice reached their ears through the drone. Then they saw Xian Yuanche pick up the seasoning on the side and sprinkle it onto the hind leg meat. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. A small piece of hind leg meat was all he could eat. This beef is pretty good. It's not wasted. Xian Yuanche recalled the flavor of the beef and nodded in satisfaction. Ugh. Lu Yuan held his forehead, his face a little embarrassed. At the same time, there was a live broadcast about this martial arts examination that was also opened. Many people flocked to the live stream. In just less than a minute, the live broadcast room was flooded with hundreds of thousands of people. Lao Chun, who stole the wife of the old king next door, I'm coming in. I want to see how my son did on the exam. Next door, that's right. I'm going to see what happens to my son, too. Janae I fan, last year I wushao, this year I can finally watch others wushao. This live room is not like the others, divided into thousands of small live rooms. They can wander through these thousands of little live streams and watch. Also fact-check the point standings. A little sleepy. Xian Yuanche yawned. After finding a tree that was a few dozen meters tall, Xian Yuanche jumped onto the trunk and started to sleep. This operation shocked not only Lu Yuan, but also some of the netizens who had just entered the live broadcast room. A few people happened to arrive at the small broadcasting room that was showing the situation of Xian Yuanche. When they saw that Xian Yuanche was sleeping, they typed and spat. Lu Fry, how is this student sleeping? It's not swinging, is it? Li, I think guess it's really swinging for the fences. After staying for a few minutes, they headed to the next broadcast. Lu Yuan looked at Xian Yuanche who was already sleeping and waved his hand feebly. Forget it, move over. Good. Secret world. Xian Yuanche swept a glance in the direction the drone had left before continuing to close his eyes. Time passed quickly, and by the time Xian Yuanche woke up, it was already 6 in the afternoon. He glanced at the point rankings. Ranking, first place, 33 points. Second place, 32 points. After reading it, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. It's pretty quick, so tomorrow we'll go looking for sheep to wool gather. I was just about to go back to sleep when I seemed to realize something. A white, 3-meter tall and 7-meter long tiger appeared in his sight. At the same time, the tiger also discovered Xian Yuanche. Roar! The tiger roared towards Xian Yuanche. Then he was kicked to death by Xian Yuanche who had already returned to the ground. Bang! Kill a first-ranked high-level ferocious beast and gain 3 points. Chapter 17, Xian Yuanche. Robbery. After doing this, Xian Yuanche re-entered the tree. The morrow. 9 a.m. It was only then that Xian Yuanche opened his eyes. The drone at this time also flew back to not far from Xian Yuanche and observed him. And those in the live broadcast room typed and spat after seeing Shen Yuan-che actually waking up at 9 o'clock. Little Day's dad, this student actually woke up at 9 o'clock? That's not taking this martial arts exam too seriously, is it? XX111, that's right, this guy is hopeless. I'm afraid he'll have to enroll in a third-rate martial arts university. The old king next door, I'm afraid that according to his appearance, he can't even enroll in a third-rate martial arts university. External monitoring room. Several people gathered in front of the screen and watched Shen Yuan-che. At this moment, Shen Yuan-che was leisurely roasting tiger meat. After eating a bit of tiger meat, he began to look for the other students. Encountering ferocious beasts was basically a one-move second. First-order ferocious beasts couldn't even carry a kick in front of him. Bang! A student slapped a wolf in front of him. Ha ha ha, a first-ranked intermediate ferocious beast. The student watched the prompt pop up in his spatial ring and laughed a few times, but he soon stopped laughing. Shen Yuan-che came in front of him. Little friend, can you let brother take a look at this space ring of yours? Shen Yuan-che looked at the student in front of him who was only as tall as his shoulders with a smile on his face. Little kids? That student looked at Shen Yuan-che in front of himself. Without waiting for him to react, Shen Yuan-che grabbed his right hand and took the spatial ring off. There are actually 23 points, not bad, this is a filial honor. Saying that, Shen Yuan-che directly plundered the points in that spatial ring. The student was instantly anxious at the sight. Put my points on. Before he could finish his sentence, he was thrown aside by Shen Yuan-che. Bang! After Shen Yuan-che clapped his hands, he left the place with a few jumps. The drone that had been following Shen Yuan-che happened to capture this scene. The few viewers in the live room were stunned. Detective Laoli, his maneuver just now blew me away. Kai Yifan, this operation, this maneuver, this proficiency, this kid is not afraid of having a side business, right? Others, as above. Half an hour later, Shen Yuan-che encountered others. This time it was one squad of 3. Shen Yuan-che appeared directly in front of them. Cough cough. After giving them each a slap, Shen Yuan-che removed the spatial rings one by one. Not bad, this one actually has 32 points, and this one actually has 15 points. When looking at the last spatial ring, he frowned. How come this one only has 3 points, poor thing? After sputtering, he threw the spatial ring back at them. After all, wool can still grow back. Wouldn't it be nice in case you wait until tomorrow to come across it and reap the rewards? Broadcasting house. Kai Yifan, it's a talent, specializing in robbing others of points. Peachy's handsome readers, ditto. Lu Yuan and the others in the outside monitoring room watched this operation by Shen Yuan-che and their eyes widened. This teacher, this student of yours has some complicated ingredients. The young man in military uniform glanced at Lu Yuan. After a few more hours, Shen Yuan-che found a small group of students. Looking at the school uniform, I guess it's the first high school in Bayan City? Shen Yuan-che, who was standing on a large tree, stroked his chin. Bang! Shen Yuan-che jumped straight to the ground and looked at the dozen or so students in front of him. A few students recognized Shen Yuan-che. Is it that Shen Yuan-che who was suspected to be a martial artist? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Shen Yuan-che's next words confirmed their suspicions. Ahem guys, I've been a little short on cash lately, so I'll take your points. Just as he finished speaking, one of the students grunted coldly. Humph. Even if you're a martial master, we're not afraid of you. Want our points? Then come and get them. The other students looked around at their peers and nodded in agreement. That's right, we have 15 men on our side, 15 against 1, and the advantage is mine. The crowd in the live broadcast room gloated when they saw this scene. Here we go, this mugger has finally stumbled upon a hard case. Since Shen Yuan-che had been robbing people for the past few hours, the live broadcast room had been flooded with thousands and thousands of people. Many people felt displeased with Shen Yuan-che's behavior. However, there were also quite a few people who expressed their appreciation for Shen Yuan-che. Shen Yuan-che looked at the 15 people not far away and didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He directly flashed in front of one person and sent him flying out with a punch. Bang! That student was directly sent flying 7 or 8 meters. This was still Shen Yuan-che staying his hand. Otherwise, if an ordinary martial artist was punched by him with his full strength, he could go straight to meet the Teiyukai. After hitting the first one, he flashed to the second student. Bang! Followed by a third. After beating the 3, Shen Yuan-che took off the space rings of those 3. After plundering all the points, Brick looked at the remaining 12. Take the space ring off, I just want the points. Good. A few students who were already terrified nodded their heads in a hurry, not caring about their peers' disdainful looks. Looking at those 3 space rings in his hands, Shen Yuan-che nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After plundering the points in his spatial ring, Shen Yuan-che's patted those 3 on the shoulder. Then he looked to the remaining 9. What about you 9? A student spoke up with a red neck. We will never give in. Bang! 9 people were directly sent flying by Shen Yuan-che. After plundering the points in all 9 spatial rings, Shen Yuan-che's points came to 672 points. The rankings have also come to number 1 long ago. This is what he did this morning plus noon. It's a shame we couldn't find those guys in second and third place. Looking at the 200 plus points of the second place, Xian Yuanche said that he was greedy. The crowd in the live broadcast room and the monitoring room all watched the entire process of Xian Yuanche's robbery. Looking at Xian Yuanche in the screen, Lu Yuan nodded. It's a really complex composition. From 10 o'clock in the morning until now, 20 people had already been robbed by Xian Yuanche. At this rate, it is expected that more people will be robbed on the third day. At this point in time, the clock has come to the 24th hour of the exam and there are still 48 hours left until the end of the exam. Xian Yuanche threw the space ring in his hand back to that student. Thanks for the points. After saying this, he left the area in search of his next target. There were 12,000 candidates who participated this time. If each person had 30 points, there were 360,000 points in total, and there was no way he could rob the entire group by himself. So having 30,000 or 40,000 points would be nice. There are 36 hours until the end of the test. At this point in time, the time had already come to 2 o'clock in the morning, and after Xian Yuanche slapped a ferocious beast to death, he began to start a fire and barbecue. He is now up to 1,534 points, while second place has just 270 points. Chapter 18, Meeting Ouyang Baixue. He is now up to 1,534 points, while second place has just 270 points. Those 1,534 points were still that much thanks to the fact that he was finding people and killing ferocious beasts at the same time. Never mind, I'd rather not sleep. As soon as Xian Yuanche threw the wooden stick in his hand to the side, he stomped out the fire and then continued to start searching for his target. Use the scrying eye to scan everywhere you go. Creatures not necessarily visible to the naked eye are certainly visible to the probing eye. Name, Shui End. Blood, 700 for 800, level 7 martial artist. Breathing techniques. Seeing the panel suddenly pop up, Xian Yuanche stopped. The name rings a bell for him, it seems to be 7th place with 134 points. Fat fish. Shui He, who was sleeping in the tree, felt a tap on his shoulder. After opening her eyes, she saw Xian Yuanche's face. Ghost. Shui He cried out and fainted as his eyes went white. Am I that scary? Xian Yuanche was a bit embarrassed. In passing, he took off his spatial ring and plundered the points inside. At 6 in the morning, Regulus Che yawned. He tallied the results of the battle. Since it was nighttime, his divine walking steps had reached perfection again. Plus, everyone was pretty much on break, so he found the students pretty easily. In all, he robbed more than 170 students, more than 150 of whom passed out from his fright. Now his points had come to 15,671. 1 point. Mu Yanran had just opened the rankings to take a look after killing a first-ranked intermediate ferocious beast. When she saw Xian Yuanche's points, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Wow! Xian Yuanche actually has so many points. Then he looked at his measly 245 points again and lost a bit. She had originally wanted to protect Xian Yuanche. Now it seemed that Xian Yuanche didn't need his own protection at all. 28 hours until the end of the exam. Xian Yuanche was lucky that he was met with a second place. The second place currently came to 321 points, but unfortunately, it was robbed by Xian Yuanche. Outside world. Inside the monitoring room, a teacher immediately wailed when he saw his student being sent flying by Xian Yuanche's punch. No! Yes, that second place is from their school. And a student of his. Now after being robbed by Xian Yuanche, the points had also reverted to 0. Now that there was less than half the time left, even if he rekilled the ferocious beasts, he probably wouldn't be able to return to second place. There were still 24 hours until the end of the examination when Xian Yuanche met Ouyang Baixue. Xian Yuanche? Ouyang Baixue looked at Xian Yuanche in front of her in surprise. Originally, she had thought that Xian Yuanche had come to participate just to die. But ever since yesterday, when Xian Yuanche's points came to number 1, she realized that she had underestimated Xian Yuanche. Hello, mugging. Xian Yuanche finished speaking and directly picked up Ouyang Baixue's right hand, wanting to take off the spatial ring. Seeing this, Ouyang Baixue frowned slightly and exerted her right hand, trying to struggle away. Instead, he found that he couldn't break free, no matter how hard he tried. One could only watch as their points were plundered away. After doing this, Xian Yuanche turned around and left. Wait! Ouyang Baixue called out to him. Anything else? Xian Yuanche turned to look at Ouyang Baixue. Ouyang Baixue took out a card from her space ring. I want to buy your points, name your price. Buy my points? It was the first time Xian Yuanche had heard this kind of request. What's the difference between that and buying points on a college entrance exam? Sure you won't go to jail? Ouyang Baixue nodded. That's right, I'll buy your points. Seemingly afraid that Xian Yuanche would not agree, she added, don't worry, the price will definitely not be low. After hearing these words, Xian Yuanche's heart was on alert. There are cats. There's definitely something fishy going on. How much do you want to offer for it? Xian Yuanche was testing. If Ouyang Baixue offered a high price, that proved one thing. This point was more valuable than he thought. Or maybe one of the things redeemed at the end of the test is valuable. How about $15 million? The price given by Ouyang Baishue immediately shocked Xin Yuanche. He thought that Ouyang Baishue would only offer $10 or $20 million. I didn't expect to be offered $50 million. This also made him more certain that the points were indeed precious, not for sale. Since he knew that this point was precious, it was naturally impossible for him to sell it. But by now the live stream had exploded. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard that Ouyang Baishue was going to offer $50 million for Xian Yuanche's points, they immediately typed angrily, "XXX, how dare you buy and sell points? It's not fair. Ridiculous Arrow, look at what you said, what's so unfair about it, people paid for it. Detective Lao Li, fair? Don't be so childish bro." After hearing Xian Yuanche say that he would not sell, Ouyang Baishue continued to raise the price. "There's $100 million in this bank card, how about that? As long as you give me the points, this bank card is yours." When he heard 100 million, Xian Yuanche admitted that his heart was moved. But the more Ouyang Baishue did, the less he would sell. "Ms. Ouyang, even if you give me $1 billion, I won't sell it." And without waiting for Ouyang Baishue to speak again, Xian Yuanche left the place. Seeing Xian Yuanche's back as he left, Ouyang Baishue's furious brows tightly furrowed together. She was not expecting Xian Yuanche to reject herself. She did learn some inside information. The points earned from this martial arts exam can be used to exchange for things. This includes chi and blood potions, and martial arts techniques. There are even more precious things. That thing, even if you have money, you can't always buy it. Never mind, we'll fight for it when we get out. After Ouyang Baishue sighed, she turned around and left the place. There must be a very precious thing in the points exchange this time. Xian Yuanche thought as he ran. To be able to make Ouyang Baishue offer 100 million to buy his points, that thing must be worth more than 100 million. He was certain that if he had continued to haggle just now, Ouyang Baishue could have even offered up to 200 million perhaps. There are 17 hours until the end of the examination. And in the outside world, there's a teacher wailing almost every half hour, because all their students were robbed by Xian Yuanche. Those who were mugged on the first day were fine and still had time to gain points. But now that they've been robbed, even if there's still time to gain points, then they certainly won't gain many. Especially those students who had been robbed twice by Xian Yuanche. Among them was the one called Shuihe. There are 12 hours left until the end of the test. By now it had come to 2 o'clock in the morning. Xian Yuanche met Mu Yanran. At this moment, Mu Yanran was sleeping against a tree trunk and did not notice Xian Yuanche's arrival. It was naturally impossible for him to plunder Mu Yanran's points. One would be a pure CS if one even grabbed her points. This chapter ends. Chapter 19 End of Examination. After looking at Mu Yan for a few moments then, Xian Yuanche left the place. Time was running out, he had to seize the time to plunder the points before he could do so. There are 10 hours left until the end of the test. At this moment, Xian Yuanche glanced at his quest panel, and he seemed to have remembered something. He'd tossed the mission aside for the past 2 days. That's not good. He glanced at the drone above his head and took it down with a light jump. Even though it was early in the morning, there were still quite a few people in the live room. Cough cough cough, I'll say a few words below. The people in this martial arts exam are too weak. None of them can resist a punch from me. Suggest that those people don't come for the martial arts exam and go for the literature exam. And those schools, I'll name them, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th high schools in Gangan. If there is any similarity, please do not substitute. Southam 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th high school. Forget it, it's too much trouble to talk about them one by one. Are all the schools that came to participate this time except for the 1st middle school and Zheng'an City trash schools? There's not a single martial master other than me who's come to take the martial exam this time. Suggest that those schools cancel the martial arts exam as a subject in the future. The people you send to take it are a bunch of losers anyway. After saying that, Xian Yuanche threw the drone back into the sky. By now the live stream had exploded. Kai Erfan, this kid is so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death on your way out? Detective Laoli, having lived for more than 30 years, it's the first time I've seen such a crazy person. The rest of the crowd chimed in with their opinions. Especially those freshmen and sophomores other than those from Gangan No. 1 high school. XXXXX, it's abominable, how dare you disparage our Nan and No. 1 middle school so many times. X1111, in fact, I feel that he has a point. After all, the students we sent out to take the martial arts exams are really not a single martial arts master. Surveillance room. At this moment, Lu Yuan was already dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually pull this whole thing on himself. Looking around, he noticed a few teachers from other schools looking at him with some murderous intent. He scowled in a huff. I didn't say this one, don't come to me. How about it, system, was that wild enough just now? Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind. It was the first time he had ever said something so arrogant in all the time he had lived. Ding! Currently, the recovery effect of the hubris aura has been increased to 3%, so please continue to work hard. After seeing the tips that popped up, Xian Yuanche nodded with satisfaction in his heart. 3% was quite a bit, but he was aiming for 5%. The recovery ability of 5% per second was one of the capitals he would use to fight across the ranks in the future. Xian Yuanche's words were also wildly publicized by all the major netizens. A lot of people saw it and headed to that little live stream. There are also major high school principals whose phones have been ringing off the hook, especially the principal of Gangan No. 1 High School. Xian Yuanche was still constantly looking for students. He already had a better plan in mind. Definitely boosts the recovery effect of hubris aura to 5%. In 2.5 minutes, a panel popped up after Xian Yuanche scanned a certain bush. Name, Chen Shen. Turns out there's someone hiding in the bushes. He took a big step forward and pulled it right out. The speed was so fast that Chen Shen didn't react at all. Xian Yuanche took off Chen Shen's spatial ring after throwing it to the ground. After plundering the points, he also instantly looked at the personal information in the spatial ring. So it's a student from Nirvana No. 1 middle school. I said, why is it such a waste? If I had known that people from other schools were so trashy, I wouldn't have come to participate, lest people say that I'm even a trashy bully. Saying that, Xian Yuanche even pretended to shake his head. Ding! The recovery effect of the hubris aura has been increased to 4%. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche was slightly surprised. 4% so soon? And he thought he hadn't acted wildly enough just now. It seems that this task of the system is still quite good to accomplish. After leaving this place, Xian Yuanche continued to search up other targets. Meet one and humiliate the school behind them. Finally, after 2.5 hours, the system beep came. Ding! The recovery effect of the hubris aura has been increased to 5%. It seems like this mission is still quite easy to accomplish. Xian Yuanche said in his heart. No, originally this task was quite difficult, but this system was afraid that the host would be too arrogant and thus be beaten to death by others, so it lowered the standard. Xian Yuanche. As sweet as the system was, he wanted to beat it to death. Noon, 12 p.m. At this time, there were still 2 hours before the end of the examination. Xian Yuanche's points had come to 100,000 points. One could imagine how crazy Xian Yuanche was looting. As for why there were only 100,000 points, it was because there were some students who had gotten big hundreds of points who had chosen to leave early after hearing about Xian Yuanche's exploits. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xian Yuanche's points were fixed at 110,000 points. The test is over. A voice came out of the space ring. As the words fell, Xian Yuanche felt a suction force. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he had already left the secret realm. There were quite a few students around. Those students saw Xian Yuanche when they came back to their senses. It's him! Run! Many of the students who had been left behind had begun to flee. This Xian Yuanche was simply not human. Robbing them once wasn't enough, caught them robbing them twice. There were even some unlucky ones that were robbed 4 times. Quiet! Jin Nan didn't know when to come here. The examination is now over. And there was a bit of a mishap with this test, causing some of your students to have grades that aren't their real grades. Since the points plundering for the martial arts examination was only introduced this year, there were some mistakes. This is something we will give you compensation and a chance to retest, and it certainly won't hold you back from enrolling in college. Speaking of this, Jin Nan also glanced at Xian Yuanche, but instead of blame, his eyes held some appreciation. Then sighed in his mind. This kid, his strength is good, just a bit too arrogant. Those students who had been robbed by Xian Yuanche a few times let out a sigh of relief when they heard this. Luckily I was able to make up the test this time or I would have been screwed. The announcement of rewards will now begin. You can check your space rings, there are new features now available. Xian Yuanche sniffed and immediately opened to look at his spatial ring. There's an extra bonus feature next to the rankings. When you open it, a column of items appears. As expected, the reward this time was to exchange points for certain things. The first thing he did was look at the first line. Chapter 20 Redemption of Awards. The most precious thing here is definitely in the first row. As expected, a stone named Secret Art Stone came into view. Secret Art Stone, after using it, you can obtain a secret art. Redemption points, 100,000. Hiss. 100,000 points. After seeing the exchange price of this secret art, Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air. That's only 110,000 points in total for yourself. In the office, Jinnan held Xian Yuanche's information in his hands and watched. 68 points of chi blood, fooling the hell out of me. After sputtering, he casually burned the information. He had also seen Xian Yuanche's battle within the secret territory. The minimum of chi and blood is over 1,000 points, even above 2,000. Such a talent, it's a shame to go to those universities. Jinnan rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he took out his cell phone and started dialing. A talent like Xian Yuanche, coming to join the army was undoubtedly the best. And Xian Yuanche didn't hesitate to exchange this secret art stone. A thing worth 100,000 points is certainly not simple. Who cares if it works now, change it first. After redeeming this stone, he only had a little over 10,000 points left. Look to the rest of the rewards. Class C blood potion. Redemption points, 1000. Grade B martial art, cloudless palm technique. Redemption points, 2000. Grade B alloy knife. Redemption points, 4000. $1000. Redemption points, 1. Seeing the remaining rewards, Xian Yuanche didn't hesitate to exchange 6 C-ranked Qi and blood potions, and then also redeemed a B-grade alloy knife. That last remaining 721 points were all converted into money. After exchanging the money, Mu Yanran came to Xian Yuanche's side. I didn't expect you to be first this time. Come on, how much chakra do you have now? Mu Yanran crossed her arms and glared at Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche secretly looked at his panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Blood, 6195/7000, 6th level martial artist. Breathing technique, janky breathing technique, level C. Over 6000 points of Qi blood now. For him, this is nothing to hide. After all, Mu Yanran wouldn't believe it even if she said it. What? After Mu Yanran heard Xian Yuanche say that she had over 6000 points of Qi blood, there was some incredulity in her eyes. Looking at the incredulity in Mu Yanran's eyes, Xian Yuanche did not explain more. You can't expose the system. This is something that every traveler abides by. Xian Yuanche. Jinnan's voice rang out. The two of them turned their heads to look, only to see Jinnan coming this way. Elder Jinnan. Xian Yuanche greeted politely. Mu Yanyan, Uncle Jin. Mu Yanyan's call was a bit of a surprise to Xian Yuanche. Aha. Jinnan nodded, then patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. This is the reward you redeemed just now. I'm sending it to you, and given that you're in first place this time, this spatial ring is sent to you by the way. With that, Jinnan handed out a space ring. Xian Yuanche received that space ring, took off the space ring in his hand that recorded the points, and handed it to Jinnan. Then checked the information on the new space ring. This space ring sent by Jinnan had a capacity of 7 cubic meters, which wasn't exactly small. A space ring tens of millions a cubic meter, this 7 cubic meters, less 5 million. Thank you senior for the space ring. Any interest in joining the beast suppression army? Jinnan stated his purpose. Xian Yuanche pretended to scratch his head. He sort of knew why Jinnan had given himself the space ring. So you want to join the army yourself? To be honest, he didn't want to join the beast suppression army. Xian Yuanche was a bit hesitant. Senior. You don't have to answer me now, just go home and think about it. Jinnan also didn't make things too difficult for Xian Yuanche. After Jinnan left, Mu Yanran took Xian Yuanche's arm. Come on, let's go eat barbecue. As he walked along, the system's beep came on. Ding! Detected that the martial arts exam has ended. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Hubris Aura. Aura of Hubris, when worn, restores 5% of your stats per second, including but not limited to wounds, stamina. Upgrade condition, devour 2 auras. Looking at the arrogant aura, Xian Yuanche's mind moved and took down the soft feeding man aura. Then put the Hubris aura on it. With this aura, he had the equivalent of another undercard. Upon arriving at a barbecue restaurant, the two began to order what they wanted to eat. This second-ranked ferocious beast meat looks good. And this one, a second-order thunder turkey. After ordering, the two took out their cell phones and started playing the game. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Baishue walked into the barbecue restaurant. After she scanned around, she saw the two Xian Yuanche taking long legs towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche, come out for a moment, I have something to say to you. Mu Yanran and Xian Yuanche were originally playing a game, and when they heard Ouyang Baishue's voice, the two of them coincidentally put down their cell phones. Upon seeing that it was Ouyang Baishue, Mu Yanran's face immediately revealed hostility. What do you want? She took hold of Regulus Che as soon as she could. Ouyang Baishue swept a glance at Mu Yanran and didn't say anything more. Instead, she gave Xian Yuanche a look. Just wait for me. Xian Yuanche patted Mu Yanran and got up to head outside. The two came outside. Say, what's it to me? Xian Yuanche asked towards Ouyang Baishue with his hands in his pockets. In fact, he knew in his heart what Ouyang Baishue was here for. Did you redeem that secret art stone? This was what Ouyang Baishue was most concerned about right now. Originally, she had thought that secret art stone would only require 10,000 points to redeem. I didn't realize it was going to be $100,000. However, it was good that Xian Yuanche had reached 100,000 points, so if he redeemed it, he could buy it himself for a large sum of money. What secret stone? Xian Yuanche looked at Ouyang Baishue with a puzzled expression. It's the one with 100,000 points. The one with 100,000 points. Xian Yuanche pretended to think about it and shook his head. You mean the stone? I didn't redeem it. So, what did you redeem then? When she heard Xian Yuanche say that he didn't redeem the secret art stone, Ouyang Baishue was a little anxious, and even her high and cold persona couldn't be maintained anymore. Xian Yuanche shrugged. Of course, I exchanged 110 C-grade blood potions. After all, it can be exchanged for a lot of money. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Without waiting for Ouyang Baishue to open her mouth again, Xian Yuanche pushed the door and walked back into the barbecue restaurant. And Ouyang Baishue was now frozen. especially after hearing Xian Yuanche say that he had exchanged his points for 100 C-grade chi and blood potions. She almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Could a secret art stone be comparable to a mere C-rank chakra potion? Looking at Xian Yuanche's back, she sighed and turned to leave. What did she come to you about? Mu Yanran handed a piece of cupcake to Xian Yuanche. Nothing, just asking me what I redeemed. At night Xian Yuanche returned home. When he returned home, he couldn't wait to take out the secret art stone and read it. Chapter 21 Secret Art Berserking. He wanted to see what was so powerful about this stone. It was actually able to make Ouyang Baishue's heart sing. Since the scrying eye could only probe information about living things, Xian Yuanche could only go online and search for information about the secret art stones. However, to his disappointment, there was no information about secret art stones online. Ding! Detecting the host's need, the Eye of Scrying is being upgraded. Ding! The Eye of Scrying has been upgraded, and it is now possible to view the information of the secret art stone. Unico, know your stuff. After Xian Yuanche complimented the blast system, he hurriedly used the Eye of Scrying to check up on the information of the secret art stone. Secret art stone, you can use it by sticking it to your forehead, and after using it, you can obtain a secret art at random. Xian Yuanche followed the information given and pressed the secret art stone to his forehead. A minute passed without the slightest change in this secret art stone. It's not going to be a fake, is it? Xian Yuanche spat. But trolling is trolling, and it sure as hell isn't fake. After a few more minutes, the secret art stone stuck to the front of his forehead finally changed. The secret art stone began to slowly become smaller, and Xian Yuanche felt something more in his head. It seems to be a way to open the secret art. The body has also changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret art, Berserking. Berserk, increase your full attributes by 15% for 10 minutes. When it ends, it will be weak for half an hour, and during the period of weakness, all attributes will drop by 20%. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the secret art of Berserking, triggering 100 times the storm. Berserking has been upgraded to Berserking, first level, can be advanced. Berserking? Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche was a little curious and hurriedly checked out the secret art of Berserking. Berserking first level, can be advanced, boosts your full attributes by 50% after use for 10 minutes. When it ends, it will be weak for half an hour, and during the period of weakness, all attributes will drop by 20%. Advancement method, reach Martial King realm or use 2 secret art stones again. There was an unspoken oddness on his face after seeing the introduction of Berserking. Is this secret art bad? That's good. What's wrong with a 50% increase in all attributes? But the weakness is a little harder to take. If we can't solve the enemy in 10 minutes, we'll be the ones to suffer. Just then, he seemed to think of something and looked at the cocky aura on his panel. System, the recovery effect of the arrogant aura, can it counteract that weakness? That was his main concern. After all, if it could, then this berserking would be a god skill. Ding! Yes, according to projections, it only takes 10 seconds to cancel out the weakness effect while wearing the hubris aura. It's really okay. Xian Yuanche immediately became excited. Then this berserking is now an invincible divine skill. Berserk! He immediately used Berserk. The body immediately changed. He felt that his own strength and reaction speed had increased a lot. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Hubris Aura. Blood, 9292/10000, 9th level martial artist, Berserking effect. Breathing technique, Genki breathing technique, level C. Martial arts, grade B, wind chasing blade technique, complete. Divine walking steps, complete. Grade D, forged body fist, complete. Secret technique, Berserking, first level. System space item, B, D grade alloy knife. Evaluation, no evaluation given. The chi blood has really increased by 50%. If I boost it up a bit more, after using Berserk, I guess I can reach 10,000 points of chi blood. 10 minutes passed, the Berserking effect disappeared, and Xian Yuanche felt a sudden burst of weakness in his body. But this feeling was constantly improving through the recovery of the hubris aura. 10 seconds later, Xian Yuanche felt like he had returned to his peak. The next step is to use the chakra potion. Xian Yuanche looked at the 6 chi and blood potions in his spatial ring. These C-rank chi and blood potions were able to provide him with 500 to 700 chi and blood points per bottle. However, the drawbacks were the same as the D-ranked chi and blood potions, which were ineffective after taking a certain amount. It's still up to the individual to see exactly how much they take to be ineffective. I hope it's not that unlucky. Give me a blast, even if it's twice as much, I'm satisfied. Opening the first one, he drank it straight down. After waiting for 19 seconds, the system beep did not come. He drank the second one with some disappointment. Waiting for. It still didn't trigger the storm. Then the third branch. It still didn't trigger the storm. No way, Tunchan, have a blast. He drank the fourth straight. Well, the system granted his wish. Ding! Detected the host taking a C-rank chi and blood potion, gaining 530 points of chi and blood, triggering a tenfold blast, 530 raised to 5,300. Blood, 13085/20,000, first level generals. Tunchan, you're so good to me. After seeing the triggered blitz, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the 2 remaining qi and blood potions, Xian Yuanche drank them down separately. After drinking it, he gained a total of 1060 points of qi and his qi came to 14,145 points. Zheojia, Nanan City. Zhou Dan sat on the sofa with an angry face. Damn Xian Yuanche. Even though 3 days had passed, he still couldn't swallow it. Especially since Xian Yuanche had robbed him twice in the secret realm. One should know that he had taken 3 C-ranked healing potions in order to be able to take the examination in time. The result was 5 points in 3 days. He was about to die of anger. This is a breath he won't be able to swallow no matter what. It just so happens that his father spent a lot of money last week recruiting a first-class military general and a second-class military general. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed his father's number. Dad, you ask Uncle Wu Long and Uncle Wu Bud to catch someone for me. After a minute, he put down his cell phone. At this moment, Zhou Dan's face was full of gloom. Xian Yuanche, when you fall into my hands, I will torture you ruthlessly. And Xian Yuanche didn't have the slightest idea that there would be 2 military generals coming to trouble him. But it doesn't matter if you know. After all, he was already a martial general, with Berserk and Blast. Crossing the ranks was like drinking water. The next morning, Xian Yuanche didn't wake up until 9 o'clock. The feeling of not having to go to class and sleeping as long as you want is definitely the best. He probably had about a couple $100,000 left in his hand right now, and it was time for a new rental. After all, that rental house I live in now is small as hell. Get a bigger one and live comfortably by yourself. He opened up 85 Homestead to look at the rental house. It's not much to ask, just 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. After searching for a while, I realized that there were no suitable rentals. At this time, Mu Yenron's phone call came over. Hello? Xian Yuanche, what are you doing? Mu Yenron's voice came out from the other side of the phone. Not doing much, looking for an apartment and getting ready to switch to a rental for a bit. Xian Yuanche chatted with Mu Yenron while looking up on the software. Want to stay somewhere else? Wait for me. Mu Yenran hung up the phone. Xian Yuanche was a little unsure, but he still put away his cell phone first and went downstairs to eat breakfast, waiting for Mu Yenran while he ate. After about half an hour or so, Mu Yenran appeared in Xian Yuanche's line of sight. Here. Xian Yuanche waved towards Mu Yenran. Chapter 22, Finding a New Home, Killing Zhou Dan. Mu Yenran walked over and looked at the Xiaolong Bao on the table, casually took the chopsticks in Xian Yuanche's hand and clamped one into her mouth. Another Xiaolong Bao, and soy milk. After saying that, Mu Yenran sat directly opposite Xian Yuanche. You want to live somewhere else? It just so happens that I have a dozen suites to my name, none of which I have time to live in. You can move in. That's not very nice. Xian Yuanche was a bit hesitant. It's fine, I don't live there much anyway. Finally Xian Yuanche still followed Mu Yenran to her house. How about this set? If it doesn't work, get another set. Xian Yuanche looked at the furnishings and space in the house and nodded his head in a hurry. This set will do. The house, he could surmise just by looking at the entrance, was at least 200 square feet, complete with all the furnishings, and by the looks of it, someone else cleaned it regularly. Rich people are different. Xian Yuanche walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the scenery. This was the 18th floor, and there were no buildings around that were too high, so Xian Yuanche could say that he had an unobstructed view from here. Nice, huh? Xian Yuanche nodded, not bad indeed. After recording Xian Yuanche's fingerprints, the two of them went on a trip around the neighborhood until 7 in the afternoon before returning to their respective homes. Xian Yuanche, who had returned home, proceeded to start packing and preparing to move. As he gathered up one of the drawers, Xian Yuanche swept his gaze over an object. It's a cell phone card. Is this? He tried to remember, the cell phone card seemed to have been left behind by his own father. After casually throwing it into the system space, he continued to pack up the other things. There wasn't much and there wasn't a lot of stuff, but it was nice to have the system space around so you didn't have to go through all that trouble. After packing up, Xian Yuanche also cleaned the rental house, also took a shower and went downstairs for dinner by the way. After all this, the time had come to 9 o'clock in the evening. Pulling back out to lie on the still unmade bed, he looked at the ceiling in contemplation. This life is obviously a much better mix of himself than the last. Luckily it wasn't a dream. 11:30 a.m. The two silhouettes came directly under Xian Yuanche's rented house. This is it, isn't it? Wu Long looked at the information on his cell phone. Wu Bug nodded. Big brother, this is the place. A small martial master actually needs to use both of our brothers at the same time. What a waste of time. From with which it could be heard that Wu Bug was a bit disgruntled. After all, they were at least a strong martial general, and to be used against a martial master, wasn't that an insult to them? Stop whining, the boss usually doesn't treat us badly, we'll just finish the job. Walking up the stairs, they directly found the floor where Xian Yuanche was. At this moment, Xian Yuanche, who was originally sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone? He said in his mind. He took out the B-grade alloy knife from his space ring. Wu Long and the others outside the door didn't hesitate, and directly violently broke the door. Anyway, it's just a martial artist, so it's easy to take him captive. Upon seeing the door violently broken open, Xian Yuanche directly used the wind-chasing blade technique. Since Wu Long didn't have the slightest defense, these 17 blades directly cut into him. Ding! Detected the host using the wind-chasing blade technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. The slash that triggered the bludgeon directly cut into Wu Long's neck, and Wu Long's head directly fell to the ground. No good! Wu Bug's reaction was quick, and when he saw that his brother was directly killed by Xian Yuanche in seconds, he hastily stepped back. Isn't this kid a martial artist? How can he have this kind of strength? Wu Bug's mind raced. While thinking about it, he felt his right hand lose its sensation, and then it was in intense pain. My right hand! Wu Bug covered his wound in a cold sweat. Say, who sent you here? Xian Yuanche said as he pointed his sword at Wu Bug. How did you get so good at this? Wu Bug's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Xian Yuanche in front of him. Put! Xian Yuanche came directly at Wu Bug's left arm. Wu Bug instantly felt that his left arm had also lost its sensation. You have one more chance. If you tell me the person behind the curtain, I can consider letting you off the hook. I say. Wu Bug nodded his head in a hurry, fearing that Xian Yuanche would come and give him another stab. Say it. It's the richest man in Nanan City, Zhou. He said you beat up his son Zhoudan, so he asked my two brothers to come and arrest you back. So where does he live? Xian Yuanche opened his mouth and asked. Wu Bug didn't dare to hide anything, and hurriedly gave out the residence of the two fathers and sons of Zhou. I'm done, then. Then I'll go first. Wu Bug carefully looked at Xian Yuanche. I just said think about it. I'm not even thinking about it yet. There's no rush. After saying that, Xian Yuanche pretended to start thinking. After a few seconds, Xian Yuanche looked at Wu Bug again. I've thought it over and decided not to let you go. With that, he directly killed Wu Bug. Put. After putting the body away and cleaning it up, he rushed to Nanan City at the address Wu Bug had given him. The place he was currently staying was far away from Zhouhu's house, but with the divine walking steps and the arrogant aura in place, he would be able to make it in an hour or two at the most. Divine walking steps, complete increases one's speed by 300% after use. An hour later, Zhou family villa. Zhoudan was lying on the sofa with a glass of wine full of cozy face. There was also a woman crouching on his crotch. Xian Yuanche, when you fall into my hands, I will definitely torture you severely. His face grew more and more ferocious at the thought. Looking towards the woman in the crotch, he directly grabbed its hair and ruthlessly slammed it on the table, as if this woman was Xian Yuanche. After a few minutes, the woman was completely silent. Waste! He kicked the woman aside in disgust, lifted his pants and turned away. Zhouhu walked down from the second floor and saw the scene without saying much, as if he had already seen it. After all, an ordinary person who wasn't even a martial artist was dead in this day and age. Still, he gave a word of caution. We have a VIP guest coming tomorrow, so you'll go out for a bit tomorrow, don't stay home. Walking out of the villa, Zhoudan took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Soon, Xian Yuanche, I'm looking forward to seeing your horrified expression. Oh, yeah? Xian Yuanche's voice rang out coldly. Zhoudan blinked as a masked youth appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Xian Yuanche, and for the sake of caution, he even destroyed the surrounding surveillance before showing up. Zhoudan was instantly taken aback. After a few seconds, he reacted and hastily looked around. Are you looking for these two? Xian Yuanche casually took out Wu Long and Wu Bug's head from his space ring. Upon seeing the heads of these two men, Zhoudan's voice had some incredulity on his face. How can it be? They are strong martial generals. How could you give them to? Xian Yuanche casually put the head into his spatial ring. Just two military generals, kill them at will. What? Zhoudan's pupils contracted, his face was somewhat shocked, and then there was a deep fear. Well, it's time to invite you to soup. Chapter 23, Acquiring Another Secret Art Stone. Mountain Breaking Fist, Hot Box. Put. Zhoudan's head fell to the ground, dead beyond repair. Ding! Detected that the host killed Zhoudan, triggering a 100-fold blast. 17 members of the Zhou family have died. The system prompt that popped up caused Xian Yuanche to be a bit stunned. This blitz, it's a bit too heavenly, isn't it? Killing someone's blitz and straight up killing the whole family? Inside the villa, Zhouhu, who was originally drinking leisurely, collapsed directly to the ground with his eyes glazed over. It has also occurred in other parts of the Nan. All of Zhouhu's dozen or so bastards also died at the same time. Xian Yuanche collected the contents of Zhoudan's spatial ring into the system space before walking into the villa with his knife. A quick glance at the bloody and already dead woman. He carried his knife and continued to start looking up. When you come across anything that looks valuable, take it. It's basically vintage gadgets, which don't cost as much in the new age. He found the body of Zhouhu on the second floor. Looking at Zhouhu's corpse, he sighed. Originally, he wanted Zhouhu to take some money for himself to spend, but he didn't expect to actually be killed by the system's blitz. Looking at the space ring in Zhouhu's hand, he directly put the contents and the space ring into the system space. After doing this, he searched the villa and found that there was no one else before he left the villa. Before leaving, he asked towards the system. System, is there anyone else alive in this villa? Ding. Please don't worry host, there are no more living people in the villa. That's good. After hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche directly left the place and headed towards Jiang'an City. Halfway there, Xian Yuanche found a safe place to look at the things in the system space. Other than a D-grade B-grade alloy knife, everything else was basically from Zhou Dan, Zhouhu's space ring. Xian Yuanche organized these things one by one. 3 B-grade Qi and blood potions, a B-grade martial art, the mountain breaking fist, a bearer bank card. I just don't know how much money there is. At this moment, Xian Yuanche caught sight of a stone. It's a stone he'd recognize in ashes. This is Secret Art Stone. He didn't expect Zhouhu to actually have a secret art stone in his hands. He hurriedly put the secret art stone on his forehead and began to use it. A few minutes later, the secret stone affixed to his forehead changed. Ding! Absorbing a secret art stone. Berserking, first order, 1 secret art stone short of advancing to second order. After doing so, he looked to the one remaining item. It's a box that looks like it should be a safe. He pulled out the case, which was only 2 palms in size, and looked at it. The construction of the case was unique, and it was the first time he had seen one of these. Use the scrying eye. Name of item, Genji box. Crafted from 5th ranked Yuan polar ore, it can withstand the attacks of a Martial King realm powerhouse, and its interior comes with a self-destruct mode. Martial King. After seeing these 2 words, Xian Yuanche's pupils shrunk. Above the Martial General is the Martial Zone. The Martial King, on the other hand, was the realm above the Martial Zone. In Jiang'an City, a Martial General could be considered a powerful person on one side, let alone a Martial King. And this chest could actually withstand the attack of a Martial King powerhouse, so one could imagine how precious the contents were. For a moment, he felt the box in his hand burn a little. It's over, this box definitely isn't Zhouhu's, it must be whoever put it in his hands, or whoever he's going to give it to. He hurriedly stowed the box into the system space. The hell knows if this thing has a locator or something. In case there is a locator and that Martial King follows the locator to find himself, won't he be hit with a folding screen? The consequences are unimaginable. No, we can't stay here for long either. Xian Yuanche looked at his surroundings. It's about 4 in the morning, and he's still in the city of Nan. He had just taken out the case himself, and if there was a locator, it might have left a trace on the device. At this point he was incredibly glad that he hadn't been checking these things out in his rental house, or his new home. Otherwise, both himself and Mu Yanran would definitely not have survived. When he returned to his rental house, he took out the USB flash drive containing the B-grade martial arts technique, Broken Mountain Fist. It took him 2.5 hours to learn it. Then he hurried to the nearby club and pulled his proficiency in Mountain Breaking Fist to perfection. Mountain Breaking Fist, perfection. Introduction: breaking the mountain, the next attack after casting, the strength is increased by 70%. At 9 in the morning, Xian Yuanche officially moved into his new home. After moving into his new home, he went out and purchased a few things to stuff in the refrigerator. Meanwhile he was following the news. That said, by now that person behind the scenes should have realized that Zhouhu was dead, right? Xian Yuanche mumbled to himself as he ate a chicken leg. This box was left in his system space, and in a short period of time, it was impossible for him to take it out. Otherwise it's a pure death wish. And what Xian Yuanche predicted was not wrong. 9 a.m. At this moment, outside the Zhou family villa, a bald man arrived with a few people. Before they even entered the confines of the villa, they smelled a scent of blood. A few people looked at each other, and a thought rose in their minds at the same time. Not good. Something's wrong. A few people flashed straight into the confines of the villa. A few people saw Zhou Dan, who was already dead beyond repair, at a glance. They didn't linger and went straight into the villa. Half a minute later, several people looked at the already dead Zhouhu with a gloomy face. Protector, what to do? Several people looked at the bald man at the head of the group in unison. The bald man looked at Zhouhu's right hand, and the spatial ring had long since disappeared. It's been shortchanged. No emotion could be seen on the bald man's face. But the few men who knew him well knew that he was now on the verge of breaking out. A few minutes later, one of the men looked at the device in his hand. Protector, the location ended up showing a suburb of the city. The bald man snatched the device and looked at it. Check it out. This thing was incredibly important to them, and even to the people behind it. No matter what, it must be found. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in the bald man's eyes. Several people immediately left the villa. However, before they left, they also checked the way Zhouhu and Zhou Dan died. Zhou Dan was killed by a knife that cut off his head, while Zhouhu died of unknown causes. The few people arrived at the place where Xian Yuanche had stopped down in the early hours of the morning. Look and see if there are any marks. Yes. After half an hour or so, a few of the men shook their heads in some disappointment. Protector, that person was cautious and left no traces. But this place is neighboring Jiang'an City and Dong'an City. That person should be in one of those two cities. Jiang'an City and Dong'an City? The bald man looked in two separate directions. Jiangnan City and Dong'an City had quite a large population, and trying to find people from among them who had left no information whatsoever was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, who knows if in a few days' time, the person who killed Zhou Hu will still be within these two cities. You guys go and investigate who has had conflicts with Zhou Hu recently, focusing on those above the martial general realm. Yes. The time came to 11 o'clock in the morning, and a henchman excitedly took the information and handed it to the bald man. Protector, the investigation has arrived. Chapter 24, Mu Yanran's Farewell. The bald man took the information. Protector, just now we learned that Zhou Hu recruited two martial arts generals some time ago, named Wu Long and Wu Bug. I suspect that Zhou Hu's death is related to these two. The bald man sniffed and thought about it as if it made sense. Judging from Zhou Hu's body, there were no injuries, and it was assumed that he had been poisoned by someone. And drugging, basically, can only be done by acquaintances. For a moment, he brainstormed the whole thing. Wu Lung and Wu Bug drugged and poisoned Zhou Hu, then realized that Zhou Hu's son, Zhou Dan, was back, so they killed Zhou Dan without a second thought. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense to him. Quickly, go and investigate the sightings of that Wu Long and Wu Bug. Yes. After that henchman left, another henchman approached. Protector, according to the investigation, Zhou Hu's son, Zhou Dan, once had a conflict with a student named Xian Yuan Che. Oh, the bald man took Xian Yuan Che's information and read it. Interesting, in such a small place, a senior student is actually a martial artist at the martial master realm. Go investigate. Yes. At this moment, Xian Yuan Che was looking at the 3 B-ranked Qi blood potions in his hands. Grade B Qi and blood potions cost as much as $20 million on the market. That's right, $20 million. After taking it, you can gain 5,000 to 7,000 points of Qi and blood depending on your qualifications. There was also a restriction that the taker's realm had to be at the level of a military general. If he hadn't found 3 of them from Zhou Hu's spatial ring, he wouldn't have been able to afford this level of Qi and blood potion on his own. Tons. Give me a blast, twice as much will do. I'm not greedy. Opening the Qi and blood potion, he directly drank it. The Qi and blood shot up in a burst, but unfortunately it didn't trigger the storm. Blood, 18385/20,000, first level general. Second branch. Blood, 23685/30000, second level general. The third one still didn't trigger the storm. Blood, 28985/30000, second level general. Looking at his Qi and blood panel, Xian Yuan Che spat out. Dog system, not even a double blast. Ding. Detected the host insulting the system. The Qi and blood potion just now triggered a double blast. The host gained 5,300 Qi and blood. Blood, 34285/40000, level 3 general. This. Xian Yuan Che looked at the system panel with an odd expression. What kind of fetish is this, cursing the system yourself and actually giving yourself a blitz? Third level military general now. Xian Yuan Che was satisfied with his rate of improvement. In less than a week's time the realm had been raised from 68 points of Qi and blood to a third level military general. This speed was a proper rocket. Outside Xian Yuan Che's previous rental house, one of the bald man's men found this place based on the information. 4th floor. He stopped outside the rental house ready to knock. Knock. Anyone? The door was opened automatically when the hand touched it. He looked closely at the door and noticed that this one showed signs of violent damage. When I walked in, I found that it was completely devoid of all household items except for a bed. Apparently, the occupants of this rental have moved out. Young man, are you here to rent a room? A female voice rang out. Zhang San turned his head to look and found a middle-aged woman walking down the stairs. Zhang San's eyes rolled and he nodded his head in a hurry. Ah yeah, but the lock on this door is broken. The middle-aged woman waved her hand. It's fine, someone will come and fix it later. Was the lock on the door broken by the last tenant? The middle-aged woman nodded. Yeah, well, anyway, the lad gave me money for the lock on the door before he left. And by the way, lad, how many months do you want to rent the room? I'm just checking in. At this moment, Xian Yuan Che didn't have the slightest idea that someone had gone to the rental house there to look for himself. At the moment he was watching the live stream. That's right, it's the Wakoku gone live. On this day, the martial arts exams were reorganized. Originally, Xian Yuan Che wanted to retake the test again. After all, that reward, who wouldn't be greedy? Only to be told by Jinnan that he can't take the test again. After watching for more than half an hour, Xian Yuan Che was bored and opened the short video that was opened. Rookies and chickens are no fun. That's when a call came in. Jiangnan No. 1 Martial Arts Academy? Looking at the incoming display, Xian Yuan Che had a suspicious face. It's not going to be a scam, is it? Xian Yuan Che half-heartedly connected the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Xian Yuan Che? A man's voice came over the phone. It's me, what can I do for you? It's like this, I'm a teacher from the Jiangnan No. 1 Martial Arts Academy. I heard that you're already a martial master now? Anan is correct, I am indeed a martial artist now. May I ask what I can do for you? Here's the thing, we'd like to invite you to join our academy, we can give. Then he blah blah blahs. said Xian Yuanche was a bit impatient. In a nutshell, it's about how much better their college is and how generous the offer is. I'll think about it. Okay, feel free to let me know if you think about it. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche looked towards the ceiling and began to think. With the system in his own hand, he didn't really need to go to any more martial arts universities at all. But the resources at the university were honestly a bit of an eyesore for him. If only there was a school that would let me hang my hat and give me resources. Xian Yuanche fantasized in his mind. Ka-ching! The door was opened and Mu Yanran walked in from outside. Judging from her face, Xian Yuanche could tell that she was not in a good mood today. What happened? Mu Yanran sat beside Xian Yuanche and wrinkled her small face. My grandfather called today and asked me to go to the capital in a few days. Going to the capital? Not good? Mu Yanran shook her head. It's too far away, and my grandpa wants to place me in the know. One martial arts academy in the capital. In fact, there was another reason she didn't say, and that was that she didn't want to part with Xian Yuanche. The capital's #1 martial arts academy? Hearing this name, Xian Yuanche began to ponder. This college he had heard of. It is one of the top academic institutions in China. The entrance requirements are also said to be very demanding, and one of the requirements is said to be that they do not accept students with no background. Of course, you can get in if you're very talented. But so far, most of those who have entered it are some strong second generation, rich second generation, and power second generation of these people. If Mu Yanran's grandfather could arrange for her to enter this academy, her identity should not be simple either. Ugh, so annoying. Mu Yanran rubbed her face and leaned against Xian Yuanche's body. As if he really felt that Mu Yanran didn't want to go, Xian Yuanche touched her head. Since you don't want to go, tell your grandpa about it. Mu Yanran shook her head. It won't work. My grandfather made a decision that no one can refute. She knew her grandfather's nature, and no one could refuse what he decided. It wasn't up to her to decide not to go to the capital. Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something. So you came to say goodbye to me today? Well, I'm leaving for the capital in a few days. Mu Yanran pursed her lips and nodded. That fast? Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. Chapter 25, Parting Gifts. After all, it's only about mid-June and school doesn't start until September, which is too soon. The two stayed like that in silence until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Before leaving, Mu Yanran took out a box from her spatial ring. Remember to think of me. After saying that, she even pecked Xian Yuanche's face. Xian Yuanche sent Mu Yanran downstairs. After returning home, Xian Yuanche opened that box. A real estate license and 5 chi blood potions came into view. When I opened the real estate license, the name on it had been changed to my own. It was something he was completely unaware of. But with the Mu family's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to transfer a house into their name without their knowledge. After putting the real estate license down, Xian Yuanche looked at the 5 potions. 2 were chi and blood potions and 3 were healing potions. It's very high grade, all Bs. The price of these 5 potions alone was upwards of $70 million. As Xian Yuanche looked at these potions, it would be false if he wasn't touched in his heart. It's not very nice not to return the favor. Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. But to go back to the normal stuff definitely wouldn't work. After all, people shouldn't be short of those things either. Ding! As a system owner, it's not okay to accept gifts from women all the time. It's detected that the host wants to return the gift to Mu Yanran. Please prepare a parting gift for the host. It will definitely trigger a blitz when gifted to raise the item's grade. Looking at the system tips that popped up, Xian Yuanche sometimes really felt that this was the real system. Single-mindedly serving the host, it didn't release some difficult tasks to make things difficult for the host like the systems in novels. Tunchan, a great favor is not appreciated. The host does not have to be polite, it is the duty of this system to serve the host. Xian Yuanche opened his cell phone and started looking up to see what gifts were worth giving out. He scratched to the martial arts page. Martial skills? Forget it, people aren't really lacking. After all, when people went to the capital, there must be no shortage of martial arts skills. Breath work? Forget it, people probably don't lack either. Resources, martial arts and that. Mu Yanran's family was so rich, there might not really be a shortage. This caused Xian Yuanche to become somewhat distressed. He lay down on the couch and casually turned on the television. The TV show was playing the news. Recently, some martial artists have found traces of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast in Linhai City, and Linhai City has currently dispatched a martial zone to check it out. Linhai? Watching the news broadcast, Xian Yuanche sat up. This city, he knew, was named Linhai because it was closer to the ocean. This city could be said to belong to the most marginalized city in Huaxia, so the officials had sent quite a few high-level martial artists to guard it. He turned on a certain tone. Sure enough, a number of bloggers have already started a massive discussion on the matter. A 4th-ranked ferocious beast has appeared in Linhai City. Are the ferocious beasts that have been silent for more than 30 years going to make large-scale movements again? Clicking through the comments section, I found a number of comments expressing disdain for this. XXX, what are you afraid of? Now we humans are not 70 years ago, we are not afraid of even more ferocious beasts. Go to the extreme. Upstairs is really a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, the ferocious beasts, but the attack is not thousands of tens of thousands of so simple. Don't think that you have been to the wilderness to hunt and kill a few ferocious beasts, just think that you are very powerful. Putting down his cell phone, Xian Yuanche began to ponder. Although the aura revived 70 years ago when the Earth's area expanded by more than a few dozen times, the emergence of ferocious beasts had also led to the constant compression of the living space for human beings. It didn't stabilize until about 30 years ago, and there were only 8 countries left in the world at that time. In addition to the original P5, there were the Little Days, the Citadel, and the Three Kingdoms, and the global population plummeted from 8 billion, right down to just over a billion. The territory is even more severely compressed. The territory currently occupied by China is only about half the size of what it was before. The population has recovered after so many years to about 600 million, less than half of what it was 70 years ago. That's still good. The little country of Days next door is said to have only now recovered to a population of about 50 million. If it wasn't for the fact that Huaxia had launched a few extra mushroom eggs back then to help it destroy that ferocious beast, the little country of Days might have been wiped out by now. It's not peaceful. Xian Yuanche pinched his brow. 9 p.m. Protector, that student named Xian Yuanche has already moved out of that rental house. Zhang San reported towards the bald man. Moved out? The bald man put down the information in his hands as he sniffed and began to think. As soon as Zhou Hu died, that Xian Yuanche moved away. Could there really be some connection here? He turned his head to the other henchman. Li Si, have you found any trace of Wu Long and Wu Bug? Li Si shook his head. Not found, but based on the clues investigated, it seems that Wu Long and Wu Bug went to Jiang'an City yesterday. Jiang'an City? Zhang San, that Xian Yuanche seems to be in Jiang'an City too, right? Zhang San, that's right, that Xian Yuanche is also in Jiang'an City. Could it be that the protector believes that this matter is a joint effort between the three of them? The bald man shook his head. This Xian Yuanche, don't worry about him for now, let's go to Jiang'an City and look for Wu Long and Wu Bug. The things of my sacred beast cult aren't that easy to take. As he said that, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. A certain martial arts university in Jiangnan province. Inside the training room, an old man who looked to be about 60 years old opened his eyes violently. Martial zone realm, I've finally reached it. Then the hair began to grow blacker and blacker, and gradually the appearance returned to about 40 years of age. Ha ha ha. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhou Feng laughed out loud. After walking out of the cultivation room, he took out his cell phone and dialed his student's number. The number you have dialed is turned off, please dial again later. He dialed up Yang Bin again. Again, it's a shutdown. It was then that he turned his attention to a couple of missed calls. One of them was a call from the Gangan City Sheriff's Department. He remembered his student, Yang Bin seemed to be from Jiang'an City. Calling back, the call was quickly answered. May I ask if this is Instructor Zhou Feng Zhou? I am. Zhou Feng faintly returned. It's like this, 2 of your students, Zhenrong and Yang Bin, were killed by unknown military generals last week. What? Bang! Zhou Feng directly crushed the cell phone in his hand as he sniffed. It was so hard for him to receive 2 disciples with decent qualifications, but both actually died. He took out another cell phone from his space ring, manually typed in the phone number for the Gangan City Sheriff's Department and dialed back. Tell me a little bit about how they died and why a warlord would want to kill them. We're still investigating this one, and judging by the body, the killer used the wind-chasing blade technique to kill your student. A few minutes later, Zhou Feng hung up the phone with a gloomy face. He was angry now, and one of the reasons was naturally that 2 of his students had been killed. Chapter 26, Morong Chen's Arrival. And an even more angry reason was that they actually suspected that it was all done by a student named Xian Yuanche. A freshly graduated senior can kill his own students and escape from a martial arts general? Treat him like a cutie, right? Shady, there must be something shady. After slipping his cell phone into his pocket, he headed towards the outside of the school. Xian Yuanche took out the only 2 B-grade chi and blood potions from the box. It's better to use these 2 chi and blood potions first. 2 chakra potions went down without triggering a blast. However, the realm also came to a 4th level martial general. Blood, 44885/50000, level 4 general. He looked to the 3 remaining healing potions. With an aura of hubris, he didn't really need a healing potion too much. A grade B healing potion is worth $10 million. That's $30 million total for these 3. After taking it and selling it, it could be exchanged for a B-ranked chi blood potion and $10 million. The remaining $10 million could go buy a few D and C-ranked chi and blood potions to take. After all, when he had taken these potions before, he hadn't reached the upper limit and could still produce effects. It's time to make some money on your own. Xian Yuanche pinched his brow. The idiom of poor in literature and rich in arms is also very applicable in the new era. No, it should be very, very applicable. Mayor, this is the information for the first place in the martial arts exam. A martial artist handed Xian Yuanche's information to Morong Chen. Oh, hearing that it was the first in the martial arts exam, Morong Chen came to be interested. He had also heard about this martial arts examination. A student from Jiangyan No. One middle school robbed numerous students of their points over the course of 3 days. This resulted in some of the people who took the martial arts exam this time having to retake it. As he turned the first page, his pupils shrank. Xian Yuan Che? Regulus? Then he looked to the rest of the profile. It should just be the same last name. The Qi blood is around 2,000 points? This kind of genius can actually come out of such a small place. An orphan, surely, would have no resources. To be able to reach 2,000 points of Qi blood in his senior year without relying on resources was undoubtedly an outstanding genius. It looks like it's going to take some pulling together. A genius with this kind of qualification, pulling in a family to cultivate it, might be another future powerhouse. And maybe he can go straight back to the capital as a result. He looked towards Xian Yuanche's home address when he saw where Xian Yuanche was currently living. He realized something was wrong. Nope. How could an orphan live in that neighborhood? Morong Chen was a bit puzzled. The henchman next to him came forward. The house that Xian Yuanche lives in is said to be given to him by Mu Tianlin's daughter. Mu Tianlin? Could it be that he also wants to draw on this Xian Yuanche? Half an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Xian Yuanche went forward to open the door. When he opened the door, someone who surprised him beyond belief appeared in the doorway. This man had also had a meeting with him. No, it should be the edge of a knife. That's right, this person is Morong Chen, who had one of his hands cut off last week. Mayor of Jiangyan City and the strongest person in Jiangyan City. Xian Yuanche student, right? Morong Chen looked at Xian Yuanche with a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't recognize Xian Yuanche as the person who cut off one of his palms that night. You must be Mayor Morong, right? Please come in, please come in. Xian Yuanche invited Morong Chen into the house with some trepidation on the surface. Little friend Xian Yuanche, there's no need to be nervous, you got first place in the martial arts exam, this time I've come to give you an award on behalf of the mayor. On behalf of yourself? Xian Yuanche pulled the corner of his mouth at his words. Seeing the corner of Xian Yuanche's mouth, Morong Chen waved his hand. Don't worry about the details. After saying that, he took out a 1x1 box from his spatial ring. This one is a C-ranked Qi and blood potion, and this one is a D-ranked Qi and blood potion. I don't suppose you've even had one? This is the Qi orchid flower, an elixir of the second rank that can speed up your cultivation. This is a second-ranked fire sparrow egg. It can replenish your body. You should still be able to grow a little taller after eating it. Morong Chen took out a total of 3 boxes, and a bird egg. Air. Xian Yuanche scratched his head. Morong Chen took out so many things at once, it made him a little embarrassed. After all, he himself cut someone's palm off last week. Although it looks like this has been picked up. Looking at Xian Yuanche who was scratching his head, Morong Chen thought that Xian Yuanche had not heard of these things. This C-grade Qi and blood potion can raise your Qi and blood by 500 to 700 points after taking it. This is a D-ranked Qi and blood potion. Taking it will raise your Qi and blood by 50 to 70 points. This time, I brought 5 of each level, so you shouldn't think it's too little because the effects will disappear if you take too many Qi and blood potions. According to statistics, D-ranked Qi and blood potions usually don't increase Qi and blood when taken up to the 4th one. No more than 5 at the most, and the same for the C-class. Xian Yuanche mumbled at his words. No more than 5 at the most? As he remembered, it seemed like he had taken more than 5 of the C-grade Qi and blood potion, right? You try it first. Morong Chen shoved one of the C-ranked Qi blood potions into Xian Yuanche's hands. So, then I'll try it. Xian Yuanche opened the Qi and blood potion and drank it. Ding! Detected the host taking a grade C Qi and blood potion, gained 530 points of Qi and blood, triggered a 5-fold blast, 530 points raised to 2,650 points. Name, Xian Yuanche. Blood, 47535/50000, level 4 general. Seeing the system prompt that popped up was something that Xian Yuanche hadn't expected. This is the 7th or 8th one, isn't it? Taking a Qi and blood potion actually gained Qi and blood. How's that? Did it increase your Qi a lot? Morong Chen asked. Xian Yuanche nodded. Well, it did increase a lot of Qi and blood. Morong Chen picked up the 3rd box and opened it. It contained a 10-centimeter long, purple flower. What's in this box is the Qi lam flower. After you eat it you can temporarily increase your cultivation speed. Increase the speed of cultivation? Xian Yuanche received the box with some curiosity. A flower that could increase the speed of cultivation was not something he had ever heard of. Previously, he had instead practiced in the Ouyang Martial Arts Club's training room. The intermediate cultivation room there was instead able to increase the cultivation speed of a martial artist by 10%. I just don't know how much this Qilan flower can increase the speed of cultivation. With doubts in his heart, he opened his mouth towards Morong Chen and asked, Mayor Morong, how much can this Qi orchid enhance the cultivation speed? Morong Chen, this Qi orchid flower can increase the cultivation speed of a martial master by 100%, while a martial general is only 50%. That high? After hearing the effects of this Qi orchid flower, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. He had thought it would be a 20% boost at most. Morong Chen picked up the egg on the table. This is a second-ranked fire sparrow egg, take some time to eat it. Thank you, Mayor Murray. Xian Yuanche bent down to thank him. It's hard to be polite when people send so many things. No need to be polite, this time you have ruthlessly taken a breath of fresh air for our Jiang'an city. Speaking of this, Morong Chen had a face of relief. Chapter 27, Giving Away Fire Sparrow Eggs, Triggering a Thousand-Fold Strike. Since he took office, Jiang'an City, the past few years of martial arts examination, the average ranking is always hanging. It had kept him bottled up for years, and now he was finally fighting for his breath back. The two of them chatted for a few minutes before Morong Chen left. He didn't mention the matter of letting Xian Yuanche join his family. After all, in his opinion, Xian Yuanche would be in Jiang'an City for the past few months, and it wouldn't be too late to slowly mention these things later. After sending Morong Chen downstairs, Xian Yuanche returned home to look at the fire sparrow egg. How about giving this fire sparrow egg to Yin Yen? System, for this second-ranked fire sparrow egg, if you storm to raise the rank, the guarantee is roughly how many ranks? Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind. After all, this is to give away, too low grade will not show that you are very petty? Ding! Guaranteed fifth order, the host mainly wants to give this fire sparrow egg to your girlfriend, this system will guarantee to raise it to the fifth order. So, boldly give away your hand, the system won't let you lose face. Only after hearing the system's words did Xian Yuanche put his heart down. Too low of a grade does seem to be a bit of a reach. Nothing else. It's just a man's ego. Then let's give this fire finch egg. Xian Yuanche put away this ostrich egg-sized fire sparrow egg. A fifth-ranked ferocious beast was tagged against a martial king. After King Wu, this is of a different nature. If a human wanted to reach martial king, not only did they need a large amount of resources, their talent had to be extremely outstanding. And since fierce beasts only needed to pile up resources, there were still quite a few forces willing to cultivate fierce beasts of the fifth rank or above. The time came the next morning. Zhou Feng came directly inside the Jiang'an City Security Bureau. Because Jiang'an City was inland and would not be threatened by ferocious beasts, the head of the Security Bureau's martial realm was only a rank 4 martial general. The moment he saw Zhou Feng, he felt a sense of oppression. This kind of feeling, even when he faced a rank 9 martial general, he wouldn't have it, so there was only one possibility. This man is a martial artist. He cautiously opened his mouth to ask, "Excuse me, is this Professor Zhou Feng Zhou?" Zhou Feng nodded. "How's the investigation going?" Based on the current situation, the student named Xian Yuanche is the most suspicious. He couldn't speak when it came to that, because he gradually felt the air pressure around him dropping. Hearing his words, Zhou Feng was on the verge of being infuriated. "Humph, you're telling me that a rank 2 martial artist, who killed a rank 9 martial artist, and then sliced off the palm of a rank 5 martial arts general and escaped from him, right? Did you think the old man was? But the murderer used the wind-chasing blade technique, and that Xian Yuanche also used the wind-chasing blade technique in the recent past." That director stuttered a little in the face of Zhou Feng's questioning. "Show me." Zhou Feng snatched the information from that director's hand. Purchased the wind-chasing blade on June 3rd. After reading this message, Zhou Feng was instantly infuriated and laughed. His disciple was killed on June 3rd. It was hard to believe that this Xian Yuanche had bought the wind-chasing blade technique in the morning and learned it in the evening. Even if one was the first genius of Huaxia, it would take at least several days to learn a B-ranked martial art. Is it possible that this Xian Yuanche is a genius amongst 10,000? Or is he open? Looking at the director of the security bureau in front of him, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he directly slapped him. "I'll you up, pop." The director of the security bureau, who was only a rank 4 martial general, couldn't react at all and was directly slapped into the wall. "Humph. Rubbish, if you can't investigate, then I'll do it myself." Zhou Feng snorted coldly and turned away after casually throwing the information onto the ground. It wasn't until Zhou Feng had walked away that the rest of the security bureau dared to quietly come before him. "Bureau Director? Are you okay?" Unfortunately, their chief had passed out and couldn't answer them. One of the staff members was speechless for a moment at the sight. "Nonsense, do you see the chief looking like he's okay?" "Well, seems to be." "Quickly, feed the healing potion." The other staff members beside him hurriedly urged. And Xian Yuanche's side was completely unaware of what was happening in the security bureau. At this moment, he was looking at that safe in the system space. After tinkering with it for 10 minutes or so, he gave up on the idea of opening it. What's in this box must be important, but not being able to open it is just annoying. He set his sights on the bearer bank card. There should be a lot of money in there. Even though it was said to be anonymous, he was still afraid to take the risk. If you get caught, it's all over. After thinking about it, he decided to take the risk. Just hide it better, big deal, go to a bank in another city and raise it. It's all interoperable anyway. At noon the next day, Xian Yuanche wore a mask and sunglasses and arrived at the capital of Jiangnan province. Covering up along the way caused a lot of people to put their eyes on him. Half an hour or so later, he arrived at a bank. This bank is also a little different from the others in that you can't see inside at all from the outside. Upon entering the bank, he was immediately greeted. The staff did not feel strange about Xian Yuanche's costume. This way. He brought Xian Yuanche to a small room. Help me get all the money out of this card. Xian Yuanche took out that bank card and handed it over. Okay. The staff member took the bank card with both hands and checked the amount with the equipment in the room. More than 10 minutes later, Xian Yuanche walked out of this bank with curses in his heart. A richest man with only 200 million in his bank card, really poor. If Jovu had heard it, he would have spat it out. Most of his own money, apart from his offerings, was used to exchange for that secret art stone. There must not be much money left. 3 days later, Xian Yuanche arrived outside the Mu family villa. Mu Yanran was already waiting at the door. You're leaving today, aren't you? Aha. Mu Yanran nodded with some reluctance. Xian Yuanche took out a box from his spatial ring. This box contains firebird eggs. It's a gift for you. Gifts? Mu Yanran's eyes brightened slightly when she heard that there was a gift. Thank you. Mu Yanran held the box in her arms like a baby. Ding! The host gifted a second-order firefinch egg to Mu Yanran, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, and the second-order firefinch egg was upgraded to Chapter 28 7th-order fire phoenix egg, Zhou Feng finds it? Ding! The host gifted a second-order fire sparrow egg to Mu Yanyan, triggering a 1,000-fold blast. The second-order fire sparrow egg was upgraded to a 7th-order fire phoenix egg. Hiss! 7th order. After seeing the upgraded quality of the 7th rank, Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. For a moment, he looked at Mu Yanran with some envy. This gift is a high-grade ferocious beast egg. When it hatches, you must make sure that the first thing it sees is you, okay? He barked a little uneasily. The value of this 7th-ranked ferocious beast egg was no longer measured in terms of money. He'd better ding it for good. Aha, I'll take good care of it. Mu Yanran nodded solemnly. You're Xian Yuanche, right? Mu Tianlin appeared not far away at some point. Xian Yuanche looked over at the sound and scanned its panel before speaking. Uncle Mu. Mu Tianlin nodded. Well, haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why don't you come in and join us? Thank you, uncle. Xian Yuanche was not polite and followed Mu Yanran inside the villa. I've heard about your performance in the martial arts exam. It was very good. The current Mu Tianlin couldn't be more satisfied with Xian Yuanche. With this kind of talent, he will surely grow to be a powerful person in the future. Somewhere on the blue planet at this time, a phoenix with a wingspan of thousands of meters flew back to its nest. A few seconds later, the phoenix looked at its nest somewhat incredulously. Why is there a firebird egg here? No, who should have traded the firebird egg for his own? Who stole my eggs? She yelled angrily. Go out to dinner, come back and the eggs are actually replaced. How can you not be angry? After having a dinner within the Mu family villa, Xian Yuanche returned home. After returning home, Xian Yuanche took out the rest of those D-rank and C-rank Qi and blood potions. A few minutes later, looking at the remaining 2 D-rank and 1 C-rank Qi blood potions, Xian Yuanche was a bit sad. The D-grade Qi and blood potion had no effect when he drank the third one just now. The C-rated ones are also ineffective by the third one. It's a shame, I'll just have to take it and sell it. Xian Yuanche put these Qi and blood potions away. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Blood, 49535/50000, Level 4 General. Breathing Technique, Genki Breathing Technique, Level C. Martial Arts, Grade B, Wind Chasing Blade Technique, Complete. Divine Walking Steps, Complete. Grade D, Body Forging Fist, Complete. Secret Technique, Berserking, First Level, 1/2. System Space, B Grade Ally Knife, D Grade Ally Knife, B Grade Healing Potion X3. Evaluation, no evaluation given. Almost a 5th level martial artist, just so happens to have 200 million in hand. Xian Yuanche opened his cell phone and ordered 3 Grade B Qi and blood potions and a Grade B breathing technique on it. Grade B martial arts and breathing techniques were the highest level he could purchase at the moment. A-ranked martial arts techniques, breathing techniques, and Qi and blood potions, which he couldn't even buy on the official website. Ding! Host cultivates for an hour, Qi and blood increase by 0.1 point, triggering a 10,000-fold blast. 1 point of Qi and blood increases to 1,000 points. Blood, 50535/60000, Level 5 General. Phew! Xian Yuanche let out a long breath. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Hello, the delivery has arrived. A female voice entered Xian Yuanche's ears from outside. Opening the door, he saw a female courier standing in the doorway. Your delivery, please check it out. The female courier took out 2 boxes from her space ring. Okay, thanks. After a few minutes, Xian Yuanche nodded. There's no problem with the courier. Closing the door, Xian Yuanche was a bit impatient to insert the special USB flash drive and put on the VR to start learning the new breathing method. This B-grade breathing technique was called the Qiankuan breathing technique, and he had spent $7 million to buy it. 10 minutes or so later. Ding! 10% progress in learning the Qiankuan breathing technique. In a little over half an hour. Ding! 30% progress in learning the Qiankuan breathing technique. A little over an hour later. Ding. 70% progress in learning the Qiankuan breathing technique. 10 minutes later. Ding. The Qiankuan breathing technique learning progress is 100%. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Qiankuan breathing technique. Breathing technique, Qiankuan breathing technique, level B. At this time, his panel breathing method that had changed from the C-rank Yuan-Qi breathing method to the B-rank Qiankuan breathing method. After learning the breathing techniques, the next step is the prana potion. Looking at the 3 grade B Qi blood potions in front of him, Xian Yuan-Che was somewhat emotional. Having the money to train in martial arts and not having the money to train in martial arts are really not the same concept. Like himself, with the blast system and a few Qi and blood potions, the realm dawdled. Which is like the protagonists in other novels, who have to practice hard every day. Open the first chakra potion ton and drink it down. There is no storm trigger. Blood, 55835/60000, 5th level generals. And then there's, the second one. Ding. Detected the host taking a grade B Qi and blood potion, gained 5,300 points, triggered a triple blast, 5,300 points of Qi and blood raised to 15,900. Blood, 71735/80000, 7th level general. Triple, not bad, not bad. Looking at the system beep that popped up, Xian Yuan-Che nodded in satisfaction. It's that feeling, that storm probability. Third branch. It also didn't trigger the blitz. Blood, 77035/80000, level 7 general. Although 2 of them didn't trigger a blitz, the second one triggered a triple blitz, and he was already satisfied. Never mind, order enough for a couple more, I'm not short of money anyway. Ding. Detecting that the host wants to order a grade B Qi and blood potion, in order to prevent the host from wasting his money, this system warmly reminds that the host will not gain Qi and blood if he takes another grade B Qi and blood potion now. Ha! Xian Yuan-Che, who had already opened the ordering interface, paused when he heard the system's beep. Forget it then. Xian Yuan-Che casually scratched the backstage and started ordering takeout. After doing this, he started swiping on a certain audio short video app. This time it was just in time for him to brush up on the news of Zhou Hu's death. Recently, Zhou Hu, the richest man in the city of Nan'an, was found dead in his own villa, and the cause of death is currently unknown. In the doorway, Zhou Hu's son, Zhou Dan's body was found. The murderer's technique was very decisive, directly a knife to cut off his head. We also found a bloodied female body in the lobby of her villa. The sheriff's department is currently investigating. Finally found it, it's been a few days, this is too slow. Xian Yuan-Che casually opened the comment section and found that quite a few people were posting good comments in a row, expressing pleasure at the death of Zhou Hu. You can imagine how bad this Zhou Hu's reputation really is. Say, I'm kind of doing the people a favor, aren't I? Looking at these comments, Xian Yuan-Che stroked his chin. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xian Yuan-Che, who was playing with his cell phone, looked towards the door. That fast? It's not a pre-made dish, is it? He thought in his mind. Going up and opening the door, he found that it was not the delivery man who had come, but a middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old. Curious, he used the eye of scrying to scan the middle-aged man's information. The moment he saw his message, Xian Yuan-Che hissed in his heart. Name, Zhou Feng. Blood, 100-010/200-000, level 1 martial artist. Chapter 29, Zhou Feng comes looking, breakthrough. 9th level martial general. Breathing technique, earth elemental breathing technique, level B. Martial arts, grade B, shooting star gun technique, perfection, shooting star fist technique, great perfection, ghostly steps, great perfection. It's actually a grade 1 martial sect? What is he doing here looking for me? Looking in front of Zhou Feng, Xian Yuan-Che thought fast. He wondered if this man could have come for that box. Ding! Host, this Zhou Feng is Yang Bin and Shan Rong's teacher. The system warmly reminded. Yang Bin and Shan Rong's teacher? No way. Why is there another old one here? Xian Yuan-Che was spitting out bitter words in his heart. You're just called Xian Yuan-Che, right? Zhou Feng looked at Xian Yuan-Che in front of him and opened his mouth to ask. That's right, I'm Xian Yuan-Che, may I ask who you are? I'm Yang Bin's teacher. Although he knew who Yang Bin was, Xian Yuan-Che still feigned some doubt. Yang Bin? Who's Yang Bin? Xian Yuan-Che's acting skills were outstanding, and Zhou Feng couldn't see anything unusual. You always know Yan Wei, right? Yang Wei Recognize. Xian Yuan-Che nodded his head in a hurry. But isn't Yang Wei dead? Are you his? I'm the teacher of Yang Wei's brother, Yang Bin, and I'd like to ask if you saw the murderer when Yang Wei and Yang Bin died in the neighborhood of your rental house? Xian Yuan-Che shook his head. No, I went to bed when I got home and didn't see anything. Zhou Feng frowned at his words. This Xian Yuan-Che in front of him was the most likely person to know the clues, and he actually didn't know anything. Mr. Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll go play the game. Xian Yuan-Che took out his cell phone. The proper look of an internet addict. Looking at the closed door, Zhou Feng had some doubts in his heart. Why did he feel a sense of crisis from this student's presence? It should be an illusion. Zhou Feng shook his head and put the idea behind him. How could a student who had just graduated from high school in his senior year allow a sense of crisis to rise up in him? It's unlikely when you think about it. After closing the door, Xian Yuanche laid down on the sofa and thought about it. What's this all about? One is encountering a typical trope in fiction. If you hit the little one, come to the big one, and if you hit the big one, come to the old one. After beating a Yang Wei, here comes a Yang Bin, after beating a Yang Bin, here comes a Qin Rong. Kill Qin Rong, only to have a Zhou Feng come along. If you killed Zhou Feng, would a martial king pop out to you over? Will killing King Wu lead to another? It's scary to think about. Knock, knock, knock. While Xian Yuanche was thinking, the knock on the door sounded again. Still not gone? Xian Yuanche got up and went to open the door. He thought Zhou Feng hadn't left yet. Opened the door and it turned out to be the delivery man. Hello, your takeout. The delivery man was holding several large boxes. Inside were all the ferocious beast meats that Xian Yuanche had purchased. Okay, thanks. Xian Yuanche politely thanked him before closing the door. A few minutes later, the bald man's henchman, Zhang San, arrived at the door. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to knock on the door. Knock knock. Although the protector had told his people to leave Xian Yuanche alone for now, he always felt that this Xian Yuanche had something to do with that incident of Zhou Hu's death. Nothing else, it's just a feeling. Why there's someone else? Xian Yuanche was a bit speechless, and after putting down the ferocious beast meat in his hands, he got up and went forward to open the door. Opening the door, he habitually scanned the visitor's message. Name, Zhang San. Blood, 99000/100,000, 9th level general. Breathing techniques. Martial arts. It's actually a rank 9 martial general, and it's about to break through to martial zone. Xian Yuanche was a little surprised in his heart. Looking for me for something? Xian Yuanche leaned against the wall and looked at Zhang San. I'm from the Nan'an City Security Bureau. I now suspect that you have something to do with the deaths of Zhou Hu and Zhou Dan. Please cooperate with my investigation. Zhang San opened his mouth and said that he was from the Nan'an City Security Bureau, wanting to use this to scare Xian Yuanche. System, what is this man's identity? Xian Yuanche didn't believe that this person was from the Nan'an City Security Bureau. The realm is even higher than Morong Chen. Ghosts will believe it. Ding! This person is from the Holy Beast cult, not from the Nan'an Security Bureau. The cult of the Holy Beast? Xian Yuanche had some doubts in his heart. It was a name he'd never even heard of. Now was not the time to explore this. Xian Yuanche placed his gaze on Zhang San. The sheriff's department usually goes out with 2 men, and you're only one, fooling the hell out of me. Bang! Xian Yuanche closed the door with one hand. After half a second, Xian Yuanche opened the door again. I've reported it to the sheriff's department, and your co-workers will be here in a few minutes. After saying that, Xian Yuanche closed the door once again. Originally, Zhang San was still a bit angry, but as soon as he heard Xian Yuanche say that he had reported it to the security bureau, he immediately left in disgrace. He's not afraid of these sheriff's bureaus, because they can't beat themselves. But he was afraid that the security bureau would find out that he was from the Holy Beast cult and mess with some powerful martial artists, and that would be the end of it. More than 10 seconds later, Xian Yuanche opened the door and after seeing that Zhang San had already left, he then closed the door with confidence. After returning to the couch, he began to use 1000 degrees to search up information about the Holy Beast cult. After a few minutes, he put away his cell phone. So that's what the Holy Beast cult is all about. The cult of the Holy Beast is, simply put, human treachery. When the aura was first revived, a group of humans chose to resist, while some humans defected to the ferocious beasts. Founded the sacred beast cult, which enshrines some ferocious beasts. That's why it's also known as human rape. It seems that this Zhou was related to the sacred beast cult, and that box in the system space is probably related to the sacred beast cult. System, do you know what's inside this box? Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind. Ding! The host is invited to explore on his own. Xian Yuanche. After eating the ferocious beast meat, he was ready to start cultivating. There wasn't much to do anyway, so practicing was just a way to pass the time. Ding! The host cultivates for 10 hours, increasing his chi and blood by 5 points, triggering a 500-fold blast, 5 points raised to 2,500 points. Blood, 79235/80000, level 7 general. Xian Yuanche, who had been cultivating for another 10 hours, picked up the cup of water at the side and drank. The system's beep came again. Ding! Detected the host cultivating for 10 hours, increasing 5 points of chi and blood, triggering a 10-fold blast, 5 points of chi and blood raised to 50 points. Put! Seeing the system prompt that popped up, he spat out a mouthful of water. System, you're not kidding me, are you? 10 times the blitz? Ding! Host, the probability of storms in this system are all randomized. Cultivating for 10 hours only to gain 50 points of chi and blood, all Xian Yuanche wanted to say now was, I'm numb. I should have known to interrupt once an hour. 5 days later. Blood, 90000/100,000, 9th level military general. Over these 5 days, Xian Yuanche had been cultivating off and had finally cultivated to a 9th level martial general. Right now, even if he was facing Zhou Feng, a grade 1 martial zone, he would be able to take care of him by relying on his berserking. On Zhou Feng's side, he had investigated for 5 days and came up with a result that was hard for him to believe. That is, Xian Yuanche's suspicion was indeed the greatest. Had a run-in with Yang Wei, and Yang Wei and Yang Bin happened to die downstairs in his rental house. Chapter 30, Killing Zhou Feng. It can't really be that kid, can it? Zhou Feng came back to Xian Yuanche's house. After thinking about it, I decided not to knock. It's time to secretly test the waters to see how strong that kid is. And at this moment, Xian Yuanche did not have the slightest idea that Zhou Feng was about to test himself. But it doesn't matter if you know, it's not like you can't beat it anyway. Xian Yuanche, who was originally swiping a certain tone, received another call. Hello, is this student Xian Yuanche? I'm the instructor of the Central Plains Martial Arts No. 1 school. Are you interested in enrolling in our school? The #1 martial arts academy in the Central Plains? Yes, that's right. As long as you're willing to enroll in our school, we'll give, as a reward, a B-ranked breathing technique, and 2 B-ranked martial arts. And how about 3 extra C-ranked chakra potions? I'll think about it. Xian Yuanche casually hung up the phone. It wasn't until noon that Xian Yuanche went out again. It was the first time he had gone out in 6 or 7 days. Not long after he stepped out of this neighborhood, he felt a gaze on him. He opened his scrying eyes and scanned his surroundings. The peepers were eventually spotted 100 meters away. Name, Zhou Feng. It's actually him? When he saw Zhou Feng's message, Xian Yuanche realized that he might have already suspected himself. Originally, he already didn't want to care about this matter anymore, but since Zhou Feng had already set his sights on him, it was impossible to ignore it. He lifted his feet and headed for the outskirts, avoiding some surveillance along the way. Seeing this, Zhou Feng in the distance also followed. He wanted to see if the murderer was this Xian Yuanche or not. The two came to the outskirts of Jiang'an City one after the other. It's relatively uncrowded and perfect for some small couples to visit. No, it should be very suitable for martial artists to fight. Xian Yuanche stopped within a small forest. Come out, mister. Chow, you're tired after following me for so long, aren't you? Xian Yuanche's voice caused Zhou Feng to be somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that Xian Yuanche would actually realize that he was following him. From this, he was even more determined that Xian Yuanche was the murderer. To be able to realize that I'm following you, I'm sure you killed Yang Wei, Yang Bin, and Shen Rong, right? Xian Yuanche nodded. That's right, I killed him. Zhou Feng sniffed coldly. Good. In that case, do you understand what this is about? Xian Yuanche shook his head. I don't know, it's hard to believe you'll kill me. Zhou Feng put his hands behind his back. Of course. Having killed my disciple, if I don't take revenge, wouldn't it be a great shame to spread the word? So there's no deal? Xian Yuanche shrugged. There's no talk, so if you have any last words, just get them out, I'll give you half a minute. Zhou Feng seemed as if he was 10-1. He expected that Xian Yuanche would definitely die under his own hands. Xian Yuanche didn't reply again, but directly cast Berserking. Blood, 135000/200,000, level 1 martial artist. After casting Berserk, his realm directly soared to a first-level martial zone. Zhou Feng, who was across from Xian Yuanche, was instantly sweating. This was his instinctive reaction as he appeared to look at Xian Yuanche. The feeling that the current Xian Yuanche gave him was very different from the previous second. It was as if that was no longer Xian Yuanche, but a flooding beast. Come on. Xian Yuanche waved at him. This time he decided to physically fight Zhou Feng. Because for so long, he had almost always relied on the system's blitzes to kill his opponents in seconds, and had yet to actually come to a good fight. Come on. Zhou Feng flashed in front of Xian Yuanche and directly executed his more proficient battering mountain fist. The strength went right up to about 1.5 million pounds. Looking at the fist that was coming towards him, Xian Yuanche didn't wimp out in the slightest and directly executed the mountain breaking fist to counterattack. With his own strength plus the increase of the mountain breaking fist, the strength of this punch was a full 2,290,000 pounds. Boom! The two fists came together. The ground within 100 meters around them instantly cracked. Smoke and dust. A huge wave of air dispersed around the area, and the trees behind Xian Yuanche were blown around by this wave of air. It was worth mentioning that Xian Yuanche realized that his shoes, it seemed like they were directly scrapped. The smoke cleared, and Zhou Feng didn't know when he had pulled away. Its left hand was still shaking a little. Obviously, with a difference of 500,000 pounds of strength, Zhou Feng did not feel good, and the corresponding Xian Yuanche acted like nothing. Mountain breaking fist. Xian Yuanche did not give Zhou Feng much of a chance to catch his breath as he flashed directly in front of him and once again executed the mountain breaking fist. Zhou Feng raises his right hand to defend this time. Boom! The ground is cracking even more. Zhou Feng was knocked back hundreds of meters by the powerful intensity. After casually putting away the shoes that were already broken beyond recognition, Xian Yuanche continued to charge towards Zhou Feng. Another shot of the mountain breaker. This time, both of Zhou Feng's hands were damaged to varying degrees, and he could only barely fend them off. This time, Zhou Feng flew directly backwards. It barely stopped until it hit a house 1,000 meters away. And the commotion over here has attracted a lot of attention. What's happening over there? What's with the boom boom boom? Many people rushed towards the place where the two were fighting with curiosity. When Xian Yuanche arrived at that house, Zhou Feng had already disappeared. He scanned the surroundings using his scrying eye and finally spotted Zhou Feng. At this moment, Zhou Feng was frantically fleeing. Trying to run? Xian Yuanche let out a cold smile and immediately performed the divine walking steps to chase after him. The two just chased after each other. Due to Zhou Feng's injury, the distance between the two was rapidly closing. After more than 10 seconds, the distance between the two was less than 20 meters. Xian Yuanche raised a breath and directly accelerated to Zhou Feng's back, once again executing the mountain breaking fist. A punch hit Zhou Feng's back, and Zhou Feng embedded himself directly into the ground and fainted. Xian Yuanche smashed his head very dryly. A strong martial sect member fell in this way. It's a bit underwhelming. Xian Yuanche loosened his muscles. After taking the casual Zhou Feng's will space ring away, he left the place. A few minutes later, dozens of people arrived at the place where Xian Yuanche and Zhou Feng had fought at the beginning. When they saw the traces of battle in this neighborhood, they sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss! This destructive power! What level of powerhouse has fought here? One of them took out his cell phone and snapped a few pictures to casually answer. At least it's a military general. A martial artist shook his head. It's impossible for a martial general to have this much destructive power. Look, this crack spreads at least 100 meters in all directions from this center. This is at least something that a strong martial zone can cause. What? Martial sect. Many martial artists were somewhat shocked in their hearts when they heard the words martial sect. In their eyes, a martial general was already considered a superpower, let alone a martial zone. Not long after, Morong Chen, who had received the news, also arrived here. When he came here, Morong Chen was also shocked by the level of destruction at the scene. Chapter 31 4th Grade Martial Sect. This was at least a strong person of the martial zone level who had fought here. It seemed like the only martial zone martial artist who had recently come to Jiang'an City was that Zhou Feng. Could it be him? Morong Chen had some guesses in his heart. Zhou Feng was here to investigate the death of his student. It should be Zhou Feng who found the murderer and clashed with him. After more than 10 minutes, Morong Chen followed the traces to more than 10 kilometers away, where there were also traces of a battle. Only not as much destruction as there just now. After taking a few steps, he saw Zhou Feng's body. The body had turned to mush and was unrecognizable. Although Morong Chen couldn't recognize whose body it was, he knew that it should be the body of one of the two opposing sides. At this time, the chief of the Jiang'an City Security Bureau also followed him here. Mayor. Morong Chen nodded. Well, this body should belong to one of the martial sect, so collect a sample to get the DNA to see who it belongs to. Good. The results were soon available. This DNA is Zhou Feng's. Sure enough, it's his body. Morong Chen put down the report in his hands. A martial zoner who had just come to Jiang'an City and died within a few days. This matter should definitely be investigated. But surely the one who could kill a Wu Zone was also another Wu Zone. That's why it's a good idea to investigate. Those who get it get it. And Xian Yuanche's side had returned home long ago after buying a new pair of shoes. He sort of knew that fighting at full strength would definitely not save his shoes. Ordinary shoes can't withstand these forces. Lying on the couch, he looked to the system space. Everything in Zhou Feng's spatial ring had already been moved into his system space. As for the ring, he also sold it at a low price. Zhou Feng's spatial ring did not contain much, a bank card that appeared to be bearer. A couple of special USB flash drives were made, which were supposed to contain martial arts techniques and breathing techniques. But there was one thing inside that made even Xian Yuanche unexpected. That is, a grade A chiropractic potion. A grade B chi and blood potion would cost $20 million. Grade A wouldn't work without a few $100 million if you measured it in terms of money. And it's not always available. Martial arts, breathing techniques, and potions are things that can't be bought with money once their grade reaches a rank. This grade A chi and blood potion in his hand could increase his chi and blood by 50,000 to 70,000 after taking it. It had to be taken by a martial zone level martial artist, or else they would not be able to withstand the huge amount of chi and blood, thus bursting into flames. His current chi blood had reached exactly 90,000 points, just 10,000 points short of breaking through to martial zone. Relying on cultivation alone, it was estimated to take 4 or 5 days. He pulled out a box. It contained a chi orchid flower, which was given to him by Morong Chen a few days ago, and when taken by a martial general martial artist, it could increase the speed of cultivation by 50%. The duration is 3 days. Just in time to take advantage of this phase and use it. After consuming the chi lam flower, he began to cultivate. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes, picked up the cell phone he had put aside and walked out. He remembered that the Ouyang Club seemed to have an advanced training room to come. The cultivation room and the intermediate training room could increase the cultivation speed of a martial master martial artist by 10%. The advanced ones are supposed to be the ones that enhance the martial arts. It took him 2 minutes to get to the Ouyang Club. Casually, he handed over his bank card and opened an advanced training room. After entering the training room, he glanced at the introduction of the training room, and sure enough, it was able to increase the cultivation speed of the military general by 10%. He directly entered the cultivation room and began to cultivate the temporary station of the Holy Beast cult in Jiang'an City. The bald guardian looked at the message coming from his cell phone. A martial sect martial artist was killed in the suburbs, and based on the traces of the battle, it could be said to have been crushed. This one was a message from other members of their Holy Beast cult. Wu Zone. The ball protector put down his cell phone and looked at his henchman Zhang San at the side. Any news on Wu Bug and Wu Long? Zhang San shook his head. When they entered Jiang'an City, it seems like they deliberately hid their tracks, and we haven't been able to find out where they are. The bald protector pinched his brow in some annoyance as he sniffed. Keep looking, word came from above to return when we find it. He was already regretting taking this mission now. Originally thought it was just a light task. After completing the task to exchange a bottle of Martial King potion, beautiful closed breakthrough Martial King, I didn't realize it was actually consuming. Zhang San, who was at the side, spoke with some hesitation. Protector, it's been so long, Wu Bug and Wu Long are definitely not in Jiang'an City anymore. Aren't we wasting our time here for nothing? The bald protector sniffed and thought it made sense. But there were orders from above, and he had no choice but to spend time here. Time gradually passed, and the news that a Martial Zong had died in Jiang'an City was spreading. When the Jiangnan Province Provincial Council learned of this news, they sent 2 martial sectors to investigate. Xian Yuanche would definitely be extremely speechless if he knew. This set of baby, set numb. Time passed slowly, and without realizing it, Xian Yuanche had been cultivating in the cultivation room for 10 days. Ding! Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 0. 55 points of chi and blood, triggered a 100-fold blast, 0. 55 raised to 55. Blood, 110055/200,000, first level martial arts sect. After these 10 days of cultivation, Xian Yuanche had already arrived at the martial sect long ago, and this speed was not fast enough for him to say fast, and not slow enough to say slow. But this feeling of practicing for 10 days and topping others for a year or two was just great. While he was at it, he pulled out his only grade A chi and blood potion and took it. Ding! Detected the host taking a grade A chi and blood potion, gaining 60,000 points of chi and blood, triggering a 5-fold blast. 60,000 points of chi and blood are raised to 300,000 points of chi and blood. Blood, 41055/500,000, level 4 martial sect. Looking at the system's prompt, Xian Yuanche froze. Originally, he would have been satisfied with triggering a 2-fold blast, but he didn't expect to trigger a 5-fold blast, allowing him to directly break through to a rank 4 martial zone. A rank 4 martial zone, who started berserking, would be able to immediately raise his strength to a rank 6 martial zone. It's time for an excuse to reveal strength, Xian Yuanche muttered. Sooner or later, his realm was going to be exposed, so he might as well think of a suitable reason to expose it. The reason he's already thought of too. Just after returning home, Xian Yuanche learned through his cell phone that 2 martial sectors had been dispatched from the provincial capital to investigate the matter of Zhou Feng's death. Ugh, what's the difference between this and a condom? Xian Yuanche was really helpless. If he found out about himself again, wouldn't he have to kill again? It doesn't matter if you kill someone, but if you kill a martial arts zoner, the next time I guess it's coming to the king of martial arts. He mentally sighed lying on the couch playing with his phone. After a few minutes, he suddenly thought of something and sat up with a jerk and slapped his thigh. Right. Why did I just think of that now? Wouldn't he just have to divert the conflict and shift Zhou Feng's death to someone else? As for who to transfer it to, is there anyone more appropriate than the cult of the Holy Beast? Chapter 32, Shifting Conflicts. As for how to transfer it, you'll have to think carefully before you do that. He took out his cell phone and called towards Morong Chen. When Morong Chen came to deliver the reward at that time, he specially left a phone number, saying that he could call this number if something happened. The call was quickly answered. Hello? Is this Mr. Xian Yuanche? Looking for me for something? Morong Chen's voice came from the other side of the phone. It's like this, there's one thing I forgot to tell you, that is, about 11 days ago, a person from the security bureau came to say that I have something to do with the death of the richest man in the city next door, Zhou Hu, and suspected that I am the murderer. Xian Yuanche told Morong Chen the whole story of how Zhang San came to find himself that day. Morong Chen was a bit puzzled after hearing this. He knew about the death of the richest man in the city next door, but it does seem a bit far-fetched to suspect a student. After all, until today, they hadn't been able to investigate what Zhou Hu was due to thus causing his death. How could Xian Yuanche, a student, have this means? Don't be ridiculous, okay? At that point, though, he did think of one thing that wasn't right. Shouldn't law enforcement officers from Nan'an City come to Jiang'an City to enforce the law and report it? It seems he didn't receive it. After he hung up the phone, he immediately picked up the landline on the side and called towards the security bureau to ask if they had reported anything on the Nan'an side. After 10 seconds or so, he put down the phone with a somewhat grim face. The Nan inside didn't report it. Isn't that not putting him in the spotlight? Humph. He grunted coldly and slammed his palm onto the table. Bang! The entire table instantly cracked in half. Outrageous! How dare you disregard me? Still, he didn't lose his mind. After all, this was only Shen Yuanche's side of the story. He recalled Shen Yuanche and asked him to provide the security footage of that day. A few minutes later, Shen Yuanche sent over the surveillance video. He opened it up and looked at it, the whole thing clearly recorded by the surveillance, including what both sides said. After watching it, he forwarded the video to the mayor of Nan'an. Within 2 minutes, a call came in. Brother Morong, misunderstanding. No one from the security bureau on my side has ever left Nan'an City. This person is definitely not from Nan'an City. It's not a big deal, but it's not a small deal. In this new era, coming to someone's turf to enforce the law without reporting is no different than smacking them in the face. Never left? Sure. Morong Chen questioned. Okay. Definitely never left. There was some chopping on the other end of the line. Morong Chen believed a few points in his words. That's strange. Why is that man posing as one of yours? I also find it strange, Brother Morong, that person should still be in your territory. Why don't you investigate and perhaps find something new? After Morong Chen hung up the phone, he turned his head and called his men, asking them to investigate the man who was impersonating the Nan'an City Security Bureau, because he always felt that this matter was not simple. And Shen Yuanche looked at the message Morong Chen replied. Chat box. Morong Chen, Mayor, I've sent someone to investigate, and I'll have the results soon. Shen Yuanche, okay, I'll trouble you, Mayor. After putting away his cell phone, he went to take a shower. Now that the first step had been completed, now all they had to do was to start investigating and tracking Zhang San, and sooner or later, they would find out that Zhang San was a member of the Sacred Beast cult. Then it would be natural to blame everything on the Holy Beast cult. After all, the Holy Beast cult could be said to be infamous in China. Morong Chen soon received news that Zhang San's trail had been found in the center of Jiang'an. They are now tracking it in real time using neighborhood surveillance. As for Shen Yuanche, he was leisurely cultivating at this time, not hearing anything outside the window. Early the next morning, Morong Chen received the news that after a day of tracking, the people under his hand had discovered where that person lived. Morong Chen just wanted to go himself, but on second thought, he realized something was wrong. That mysterious martial sect hadn't been found yet. In case that person was related to the mysterious martial sect, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? He thought of the 2 martial sect members who had come to investigate Zhou Feng's death, took out his cell phone and called. Yeah, I've got a suspect and I need your cooperation, okay thanks. After hanging up the phone, Morong Chen put away his cell phone and jumped down from the window. He jumped directly from the 5th floor to the 1st floor and rushed toward Zhang San's location. The 2 martial zoners who came to investigate this time, their realms were rank 4 martial zoners, and rank 7 martial zoners respectively. So, steady. 10 minutes or so later, the 3 met. Both of you, please follow me. Morong Chen led the 2 martial sectors towards the location where this third was. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at Zhang San and the other's temporary station. It's a hotel. This street can be described as a night market street, so there aren't many people in the morning. After evacuating the few people, Morong Chen walked into the hotel with those 2 martial zoners. On the 8th floor of the hotel, the bald man put down the wine glass in his hand. He sensed something was wrong. He looked toward Zhang San who was eating. Zhang San, go down and take a look. Good. Zhang San wiped his mouth, opened the door and walked out. After riding the elevator down to the 1st floor, he sensed something was wrong. The whole hall was deserted. No, I think there were 3 people left. He didn't recognize the rest of the 2, but he did recognize the one in the middle, the mayor of Jiang'an City, Morong Chen. He turned around in a hurry and tried to walk into the elevator. Just as he turned around, he realized that one of the 3 had come inside the elevator at some point. Where do you want to go in such a hurry? Chen Ji clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Zhang San who had some panic on his face. No, there's no rush. Chen Ji, being a rank 7 martial sect, slightly exuded a sense of oppression that caused Zhang San to become more and more nervous. TSK, the rats of the Holy Beast cult. Chen Ji looked at the panic on Zhang San's face and directly guessed his identity. At this time, another martial zoner, Lu Qian, also walked over and patted Zhang San's shoulder. So it's the Sacred Beast cult. It seems that the death of that Zhou Feng was your doing? What Zhou Feng? Zhang San looked at the 2 with a confused expression. The 2 seemed to be surprised when they saw Zhang San not admitting it. After a friendly exchange, Zhang San took the 3 of them to the elevator and arrived at the 8th floor. Our protector is inside. Bang! Chen Ji directly kicked open the door, and without even looking at it, he directly performed a martial art. Woji fist technique. The ball protector who was drinking threw the glass in his hand and returned the punch. Bang! The glass around them instantly shattered, and Chen Ji fell back a few steps. Luckily, the 2 were just testing each other and didn't make a big impact on the surroundings. 9th level martial sect. Through that punch just now, he judged the realm of the bald protector. 9th level martial sect, 2 levels higher than him. Humph. I didn't think you guys would actually find me, the bald guardian disdainfully said. Through the test just now, he learned that Chen Ji's realm was not as good as his, and he wasn't so afraid. Subsequent realms: Martial General, Martial Zone, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Zun, Martial Saint. Chapter 33: Martial King's Descent. Lu Qian quickly wasted Zhang San before throwing him to Morong Chen. Go call someone, we'll stall him. Yes. After Morong Chen caught Zhang San, he nodded his head without the slightest hesitation. He knew that this battle was simply not something that he, a rank 5 martial general, could participate in. The two of them, Chen Ji and Lu Qian, were fighting the bald protector like a fire. The three had fought their way from the 8th floor to the 1st. Luckily, the remaining people were evacuated ahead of time, or else someone would have surely suffered. That's tough. The bald guardian spat. He already regretted it a bit, had he known that he would have fled immediately just now. Chen Ji and Lu Qian had obviously cultivated A-grade martial arts, while the highest martial arts he had cultivated were only B-grade. This also led to the difference in strength between the two, thus they were entangled and couldn't leave even if they wanted to. After Morong Chen finished the rescue call, he took Zhang San back to the sheriff's office to start the interrogation. More than an hour later, the trio had hit the outskirts of Jiang'an City. The ground of houses collapsed wherever the battle between martial sect members went. At this point, the bald protector was already suffering. Although both Chen Ji realms were lower than him, he simply couldn't do a second kill because of the gap between being only 2 small realms lower in martial arts. Not to mention a harassing Lu Qian. At that moment, the bald protector felt a sharp sense of crisis. He looked up into the sky and an old man stood in the sky at some point. Martial King! The bald protector immediately cried out in shock after looking at this old man standing in the sky. Flying through the air, this was the mark of a martial king. On your knees! As soon as the old man opened his mouth, the pressure belonging to a martial king immediately radiated onto the bald protector. The bald protector was immediately enveloped by the pressure and knelt on the ground. Senpai! Chen Ji and Lu Qian looked at the old man respectfully. The old man nodded. Good job, I'll take this man back, and the war credit will be credited to your accounts tomorrow. Hearing that there were still war credits, the two men looked delighted. Thank you, Elder. 2 days passed quickly. System, open the chakra panel. Blood, 42055/500,000, level 4 martial sect. It had been a lucky 2 days, and in just 2 days, 10,000 points of chi blood had been added. He casually picked up his phone and ordered a takeout, only to find that Morong Chen had sent himself many messages. Clicking on it, things went the way he expected. Morong Chen had already found Zhang San's location, and 2 days ago, Zhang San and the others had been captured. The recent events are also reasonably pressed upon the Holy Beast cult, including the death of Zhou Hu, the richest man in Nan'an. Thus, the whole thing is finished. Shen Yuanche, who was just about to eat takeout, received a call from Morong Chen. Hello? Mayor Morong? There's good news for you, this time because of your discovery. It allowed us to capture 2 people from the Holy Beast cult. The above specially rewarded you with 200 battle points. Battle credit? What is this? Shen Yuanche was a bit puzzled. The 2 words war merit, he had only heard of them in TV dramas and novels. He didn't expect that there was actually such a thing here as well. You wait. Morong Chen hung up the phone and directly sent a link to Shen Yuanche. Also sent an account password. Account, Taodai readers are handsome/beautiful. Password, 88888888. He logged in following the account password. The moment he logged in, a voice came out of his cell phone. Ding! Welcome to the Hall of Battle Merit, Mr. XYC. Please perform identity binding verification. Then the verification page pops up. Shen Yuanche first went through real name, pupil, face verification, and finally binding his cell phone number. After doing so, he went to the home page. Tap the question mark in the upper right corner to learn more about what this Hall of Warfare does. Presentation. 1. Bounty Hall. Quests can be taken in the Bounty Hall to gain battle points. 2. Recycling Hall. Any item can be recycled, pending staff evaluation of the item to give back battle points. 3. Exchange Hall. Items that can be exchanged with battle points, including but not limited to grade A martial arts/breathing techniques. 4. Insufficient Authority. After reading these 3 points, Shen Yuanche also roughly understood this Hall of Battle Merit. With his current authority, he could only open the first 3 halls, but it was enough. He clicked on the avatar and looked at it. He now had a total of 200 battle merit points. Tap on the redemption lobby to see what you can redeem these 200 battle points for. Grade A Martial Art, Wuji Fist Technique. Introduction. Required battle merit points, 3000. Grade A Martial Art, Gale Blade Technique. Description. When swinging a sword, the wind will be generated around the sword, resulting in a faster swing speed. The fastest introductory swing speed can be up to 20 swords per second. Upon reaching perfection, the power of the gale reaches its limit. The speed of swinging the sword can reach as fast as 30 blades per second, and one's own movement speed is increased to 200%. Required battle merit points, 4000. Limit, 1. This is good. After seeing the introduction of the Gale Blade technique, Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. But after seeing the battle merit points required for redemption, his face instantly fell. Looking at his 200 battle points, Xian Yuanche silently scratched elsewhere. Grade A potion of Qi and blood. After taking it, it can increase 50,000 to 70,000 points of Qi and blood according to the qualification. Required battle merit points, 1200. Annual limit, 4. Side effects, Class A Qi and blood potions are more violent, and it is recommended that each one be taken at intervals of not less than 1 month. A-Class Qi blood potion actually costs 1,200 battle points as well? That's quite a lot. Xian Yuanche spat twice. There are actually side effects? After seeing the last line, Xian Yuanche was a bit confused. At that moment, the system's beep popped up. Ding! Don't worry, host, you won't be affected by that side effect. Only then did Xian Yuanche put his heart down. Finally, he set his eyes on the last item. Mystic Stone. Redeem War Merit, 2,000 points. Limit, 1. That's right, it's the secret stone. At that time, he used the secret art stone and gained the secret art frenzy. Another one was found at Zhouhu's place, and now it was just one short of raising berserking to the second stage. It takes 2,000 battle credits to redeem it. Looks like we need to find a way to get some battle credits. After closing the redemption lobby, he clicked on the bounty lobby. It's full of bounty quests. There was the recruitment of several martial sectors to enter the newly developed secret realm to clear out the ferocious beasts. There are also recruiting martial artists to escort on field trips. Xian Yuanche glanced at them and realized that these bounty quests, the minimum requirement was martial zone. Although his current realm had reached the 4th level of martial zone, he was only a martial master in the eyes of others. Looks like a quick trip to the wilderness is in order. Xian Yuanche muttered to himself. As for exposing his martial sect realm in such a reasonable manner, he had already thought about it. Going on a trip to the wilderness and coming back to say that he had taken something in his realm had come directly to martial zone. As far-fetched as it sounds, this kind of thing has happened at least a couple dozen times since the Aura revival. The worst of them even soared directly from martial master to martial king. People call this fruit, respectively, the Sungjiang fruit and the King Sungjiang fruit, corresponding to martial zone and martial king respectively. After packing up a few things, Xian Yuanche went out the door, bought some food on the way, and headed towards the station. Jiangnan province was located in the south of China, and if you wanted to go to the wilderness from here, with the current technology, it would only take a little more than 2 hours. After purchasing the ticket, Xian Yuanche stepped onto the train to the wilderness. At this time, somewhere in Jiangnan province, the bald man sat on a chair without saying a word. Chen Ji was standing right in front of him. Brother Chen, coming. Lu Qian walked over to Chen Ji and said. Chen Ji turned his head to look as a woman with a double ponytail and a somewhat petite figure walked into the room. Chapter 34 Going to the Wilderness. Is this one of the few who possesses the secret scrying technique, soul searching? Chen Ji said in his heart. Please. Lu Qian's words were somewhat respectful. The woman nodded and walked over to the bald guardian. Do it. The woman looked towards Chen Ji. Chen Ji nodded and directly stored up his strength to strike the bald protector's chest. The bald protector, who was already in a bad state, directly fainted. Seeing this, the double ponytailed woman silently cast a secret technique and began to search her soul. Her realm was only a first-level martial zone, so if she wanted to perform a soul search on the bald guardian, she would have to knock him out before she could do so. Soon, a few minutes passed and the woman stopped searching her soul. The old martial king who was involved in arresting the bald protector that day had arrived here at some point. Seeing that the two ponytailed woman stopped searching her soul, that old man looked at her. How's it going, girl? The woman spoke slowly. They went to Jiangnan City in search of a UNG box, which was originally in the hands of the richest man in Nan'an City, Zhouhu. But Zhouhu was killed by someone unknown, and the UNG box was taken by the murderer. A metapole box? The old man muttered to himself when he heard the name. He was aware of the Yuan Polar box, made from Yuan Polar ore. It was incomparably hard and could withstand the attacks of a martial king powerhouse. Something that could be packed into a Yuan Pole box must be worth much more than this Yuan Pole box. The double ponytailed woman continued to add, currently, they have locked onto the two brothers, Wu Bug and Wu Long, only that it's been half a month, and they haven't been able to find these two brothers. Most of the month has passed, and the person is definitely not in Jiangnan City anymore. Chen Ji, who was on the side, agreed. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. I'm afraid people aren't even in Jiangnan province anymore for the better part of a month. Know what's inside that metapole box? The old man opened his mouth and asked. The two ponytailed woman shook her head. That person is just a low-level protector. He doesn't even know what's contained inside this Yuan Pole box. The old man thought for a moment and looked towards the two Chen Ji. It's better to go and check it out. After all, something that can fit into a UNG box is definitely not ordinary. On Xian Yuanche's side, after more than 2 hours of experience, he arrived at the alert area. Although the area is labeled as a cordoned-off area, it's still bustling. Coming to the cordoned-off area means that the wilderness is not far away. After taking out his cell phone and chatting with Mu Yanran for a while, he headed directly towards the south. The Shangguan family in the capital. Mu Yanran hung up the phone outside the courtyard and returned to the house, finding the crowd in the hall looking at her with some curiosity. One of the old men sat on the sofa and looked at Mu Yanran with some curiosity. Huma, who were you talking to on the phone? He was Mu Yanyan's grandfather and the head of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Feng. A middle-aged man took over without waiting for Mu Yanran to answer. It must be her boyfriend, after all, our Yanyan is not so young. The remainder of the group felt a little bit more reasonable. The other middle-aged man looked at Mu Yanran with some gossip. Huma has a boyfriend? Got a picture? Uncle will help you look at it. Quiet. Shangwan Feng spoke up. He looked at Mu Yanran. It's better to have less dealings with him in the future. My Shangwan Feng's granddaughter is not a match for someone from that kind of small place. Mu Yanran's small mouth pouted, a little unconvinced. He's very good to me, and he even gave me a gift when he parted. Shangwan Feng frowned at his words. Gifts? What kind of gift can someone from a small place like that give? He couldn't deny that Jiangnan province was a very rich place, but it was limited to the center area. Jiangnan city is more to the south, and although it is not poor, it is not rich either. The people in that kind of small place, the return gift is not more than B-grade martial arts, potions and these things up. How precious can it be? Humph. Ignore you. Mu Yanran stomped her foot and turned to leave. Ugh. Shangwan Feng sighed at the sight. After all, I've spent too much time in small places like that to be casually coaxed into it. When she was first found from the orphanage, she should have been sent straight to live in the capital. At that moment, a youth came in hurriedly. Elder Feng, there's a situation. The 7th-ranked ferocious beast Fiery Phoenix has left the territory for some reason, and is suspected to be heading towards our country's borders. What? Shangwan Feng's face changed at his words. 7th-ranked ferocious beasts are on the level of a disaster. If it flew into the city, the entire city would be reduced to ashes. That's no small thing. He disappeared in a flash. Inside the room, Mu Yanyan carefully rubbed a fire phoenix egg. Hurry up and hatch. She surveyed the egg with curiosity on her face. After putting the eggs away, she left the room. After Mu Yanran left, the egg shook slightly. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche arrived at the border wall. The border wall is 20 meters thick and at least 100 meters high, and it is equipped with all kinds of thermal weapons. It was built to ward off the beast tide, but it was rumored that the ferocious beasts hadn't unleashed a beast tide in 30 years. Seeing Xian Yuanche alone, a man wearing a military uniform in the distance walked towards Xian Yuanche. Little friend? Are you trying to get out? Hearing the person in front of him address himself, Xian Yuanche pulled the corner of his mouth. He himself doesn't look that mature, but with this height, he looks completely out of touch with the little kids. Okay, zero it. Out of politeness, though, he nodded. When Li Qing saw Xian Yuanche nod his head, he took out an egg-sized orb from his pocket and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Out here, within 5 kilometers is a pseudo-safety zone, where basically no aggressive ferocious beasts will appear. If you come across one, if you hold this orb tightly, it will emit sound waves, temporarily deterring the beast. The nearby martial artists will also receive the signal to rush over for support. Thanks. Xian Yuanche took the orb and said thank you. Although he didn't need it. Passing through the walls, he officially left the city limits. There was no difference between inside and outside the wall. There were still quite a few people walking around outside, but most of these people's martial realms were above martial master. What's more, there were stalls being set up. Xian Yuanche bought a bottle of kosher cola here and continued walking towards the wilderness. After about 2 kilometers of walking, the crowds began to thin out. After another 3 kilometers, he had officially left the pseudo-safety zone and was in the true wilderness. This is a place that once belonged to humans and now belongs to ferocious beasts. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche did not encounter a single ferocious beast. Probably because, due to the fact that it was a relatively close city, it was often patronized by human martial artists. So there aren't any ferocious beasts. Kids, don't fall behind, we'll be able to see the ferocious beasts soon. A clear female voice rang out. Xian Yuanche looked at the sound. Chapter 35, The Beast Tide Attacks. Just a couple of women with about a dozen kids hanging out in the neighborhood. There were 2 men following on the side. Don't get lost, we'll see the ferocious beast soon. One of the individual women called out toward the children in the back. Between the back, a dozen children of 5 or 6 years old were chattering. By the looks of it, the women were probably a teacher. Bring a group of students to the field to watch the ferocious beasts. The man on the side, presumably, was in charge of the escort. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the 2 men on the side. The realms are all between the 2nd and 3rd level of martial arts. Hiring these 2 military generals is estimated to cost a few $1,000,000. Spending a few $1,000,000 to hire 2 military generals just to come out and play, I have to say, that's pretty rich. The 2 men also spotted Xian Yuanche. However, after seeing that Xian Yuanche was only 18 or 19 years old, he stopped paying attention. Xian Yuanche didn't linger too much either. After walking a bit more, I came across quite a few people having a picnic. Most of the realms were in the 1st or 2nd level of martial masters, and there were even some whose realms were only martial artists. I have to say, these people have real guts. But it was normal to think about it. After all, the ferocious beasts hadn't invaded China on a large scale for 30 years. It's normal for people to let their guard down. After walking for a few minutes, Xian Yuanche started moving at full speed. He had come out this time for no other purpose than so that he could have an excuse to expose the strength of the martial sect. If we can find ferocious beasts, we'll kill a few more along the way and sell them for some money. 2,000 kilometers away from the southern borderline of China, a phoenix with wings spreading 1,000 meters and emitting flames was flying towards China. There were also countless ferocious beasts following below it. A black pressurized piece. Looking at it, it is not too much to say that it can be said that it is endless. Around it, there were several hundreds of meters tall ferocious beasts following, and these were all 6th rank ferocious beasts. After that were dozens of 5th order ferocious beasts. Damned humans! The fire phoenix emitted a terrifying pressure, and the surrounding 5th and 6th ranked ferocious beasts all began to tremble. In its mind, the disappearance of its egg must have something to do with those cunning humans. Huaxia is undoubtedly the most suspicious. The tide of beasts and the fire phoenix were constantly approaching towards Huaxia. China National Testing Bureau, CNTB. Not good. A large-scale beast tide is approaching the south of our country. A staff member looked at the screen and exclaimed. The others sniffed and immediately came over. Upon seeing the image on the screen, those people were immediately taken aback. One of the older staff members exclaimed. Quick! Hurry up and report! Shang Guanfeng, who had already arrived at the border early, also received the notification, and he put away his cell phone with a somewhat gloomy expression and rushed towards the direction of the fire phoenix. It was now certain that the 7th order fierce beast, the fire phoenix, was headed towards Huaxia. And with a large number of ferocious beasts, a beast tide had formed. If they were to approach the borderline, the consequences would be unimaginable. After more than 20 minutes of full speed, Xian Yuanche arrived more than 100 kilometers away. He also encountered quite a few ferocious beasts on the way, but almost all of them were relatively low-ranked 1st or 2nd ranked ferocious beasts. There are hardly any of the 3rd order or above. Strange, where have all the ferocious beasts gone? Xian Yuanche stood on a 100-meter tall tree stroking his chin in thought. Buzz! The cell phone sent out a vibration. Xian Yuanche took out his cell phone to check and found that it was an announcement coming from the Hall of Battle Merit. Announcement. There is currently a large-scale beast tide coming towards the south of the country, so please go to the southern region immediately to help the local defense against the beast tide. All participants will receive 100 points of battle merit for this trip, and additional points will be awarded for killing 3rd order or higher beasts. After hunting a ferocious beast, you can summon a drone to record it directly in the Hall of Battle Merit. After reading the entire announcement, Xian Yuanche opened the map attached to the announcement. The movement of the beast tide is recorded there in real time. There's still over 1,000 kilometers to go, there's no rush. Xian Yuanche put away his cell phone and jumped down. Bang! A 2nd-ranked ferocious beast, the fire flame tiger, was directly trampled to death by it. Xian Yuanche glanced towards the fire flame tiger's crotch. Male, not bad. Took out an alloy knife and cut off the tiger whip and other things. Stripped it of its fur in the process. The most valuable thing on the entire fire flame tiger was the tiger whip. After putting these things into his space ring, he cut a piece of meat down and grilled it. More than 1,000 kilometers away from Xian Yuanche, the fire phoenix that was originally leading the beast tide suddenly stopped. Fire phoenix looked at Shang Guanfeng, who was 10,000 meters away and had his hands behind his back. Shang Guanfeng? Shang Guanfeng looked at fire phoenix with stern eyes. Why are you coming towards my China? I need an explanation. Chapter 36. Shang Guanfeng, your egg is not in my house. The fire phoenix grunted coldly. My egg is missing, and I suspect it was stolen by you Chinese. Shang Guanfeng was somewhat speechless at his words. What kind of brain is this stupid bird? You lost your egg and said it was stolen by us Chinese. Can you have some face? I've never seen such a brazen bird. The fire phoenix was instantly anxious at his words, his pupils filled with murderous aura as he looked at Shang Guanfeng. Humph. Other than you Chinese, who else dares to enter my territory and steal my eggs? Looking at Shang Guanfeng with that look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to directly swallow him alive. Shang Guanfeng continued to pull out his ears. Don't look at me with that look, it's not like your eggs are in my house. I'll give you 10 minutes, if the beast tide doesn't disperse, then you and I will have to fight. Fire Phoenix, come on then. As soon as the words fell, the flames on the Fire Phoenix's body instantly rose. All of the ferocious beasts within 10,000 meters were burned to ashes. This included the few 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. The remaining ferocious beasts began to flee in all directions. Seeing this, the Fire Phoenix immediately exerted its mighty pressure and ordered them to advance towards Huaxia. In the distance, Shang Guanfeng felt the temperature around him and his expression was a bit gloomy. Looking at the tide of beasts underneath, he released his own pressure, wanting to subdue these ferocious beasts. The Fire Phoenix immediately launched an attack towards Shang Guanfeng. The two powerhouses fought like this. The aftermath of the battle led to the destruction of life around them. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the few 5th-order ferocious beasts that had only survived died directly under the aftermath. and Xian Yuanche's side had been paying attention to the movements of the beast tide. Upon seeing the tide of beasts that should have stopped continue to move, he took out cumin and sprinkled it on the fiery flame tiger meat. Looking at the situation, it was estimated that in another 2.5 hours, the vanguard of the beast tide would come here. More than an hour later, Xian Yuanche opened his cell phone to look at it as he ate the tiger meat. Found out the internet has been up in arms about this. Netizens are divided into two factions. One of the factions thought that the beast tide was nothing to be afraid of and that there was nothing to worry about at all. The other faction reckoned that they were older and had seen the horrors of the beast tide, so they were more worried about it. After a few minutes, for the sake of being safe, Xian Yuanche decided to walk back. It was definitely not that he was afraid of being swarmed by ferocious beasts, but he was a bit thirsty and wanted to go back to drink water. It's full speed on the way in and full speed on the way back, and the main one is fair. When he returned to the pseudo-safety zone, he realized that the wave of beasts had already covered the area he had just been in. Lucky to be running, no, lucky to be thirsty. Xian Yuanche took out a bottle of water from his spatial ring with some trepidation and drank it. Shoo, shoo, shoo. At that moment, dozens of missiles flew over Xian Yuanche's head. It was followed by hundreds more missiles. Xian Yuanche seemed to sense something and looked back. Blackness behind them. Upon closer inspection, I realized that these were all drones, and I couldn't see the end of them as far as I could see. How is this different from what's written in the novels? Xian Yuanche looked at the blackened patch of drones in the sky, as well as the missiles that were constantly being fired. He remembered that in the novels, didn't they all wait for the ferocious beasts to come over and then go for a physical fight? How is this going straight to missiles and drones? Fiction can really only be fiction, not a substitute for reality. Xian Yuanche shook his head. A man darted towards Xian Yuanche's side from a distance. Kid, it's dangerous here, the ferocious beasts will be here soon, you go back first. The man shouted. 2 seconds later, the man came directly in front of Xian Yuanche. Kid, it's dangerous here, the ferocious beasts will be here soon. Xian Yuanche used the eye of scrying to scan the man's information. Name, Ma-yi. Blood, 20000/30000, second level general. Breathing techniques. Seeing that Xian Yuanche didn't say anything, Ma-yi thought that he was scared silly. He patted his sturdy chest. Don't be afraid, there's uncle will take you back now. With that, he was about to carry Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took a step back. No need, I'm actually a martial sect, you don't have to worry about my safety. What? The martial sect? Ma-yi hadn't reacted when she heard Xian Yuanche's words. After a few seconds, he responded. Okay, you're a martial zone, let's go, uncle will take you back first. Ma-yi was just about to make a move, but he realized that he couldn't move his body as if he was being watched by something. He glanced around and there was nothing. He then placed his gaze on Xian Yuanche and realized that this feeling was exactly what emanated from Xian Yuanche. Are you really a martial sect? Aha. Xian Yuanche nodded before turning to leave. Originally, Ma-yi thought that Xian Yuanche was joking just now, but he didn't expect that Xian Yuanche was really a martial zone. Looking at Xian Yuanche's back as he left, Ma-yi took out his ID card. 36 years old, I'm only a level 2 martial general, and that guy just now looked like he was less than 20, right? Ma-yi sighed and put away his ID. Ugh, there's really no comparison. Almost every half a minute, Xian Yuanche could see a large number of missiles flying over his head, and countless suicide drones. Properly modernized warfare. Somewhere in the command room in the south, a middle-aged man with a fascia gun frantically tapped the red button in front of him, a maniacal grin on his face as he looked at the screen. 30 years of saving up missiles, just let it rip. And on the side of the beast tide, countless missiles fell. Thousands of ferocious beasts were directly blown to ashes. The ferocious beasts of the first to third ranks were powerless against this. Under these missiles, only ferocious beasts of the fourth rank or above could barely survive. Roar! Those ferocious beasts that survived hissed continuously. Survival instincts want to keep them back, but the orders belonging to the high-ranking ferocious beasts had to keep them going again. Xian Yuanche once again opened the map to take a look. Nice guy! After the bombardment of so many missiles, at least 80% of the beast wave shown on the map had died, and the number was still growing. After waiting for more than half an hour again, Xian Yuanche finally saw the vanguard of the ferocious beasts. It's a group of ferocious beasts that can fly in the sky. Countless suicide drones flew towards those ferocious beasts. It took another 10 minutes or so for the ferocious beasts on the ground to arrive. Roar! The ground began to shake. Coming. Xian Yuanche took out his ally knife and looked at the rolling smoke in front of him with a grave expression. At the same time, there were quite a few martial artists coming from the surrounding area. The realms are all at least at the level of a military general. Soon, the first ferocious beast appeared in the crowd's line of sight, followed by a second, a 10th, a 50th. Due to being bombarded by missiles, the ferocious beasts that could come here were basically all fourth ranked. The numbers have been drastically reduced as a result, and they look miserable. It's either a limp or a broken horn. There were even some that wailed twice and then collapsed to the ground with a spray of blood. Xian Yuanche rushed ahead of him with his sword to a 20-meter-tall, 100-meter-long third sister-in-law. Hiss! The bruised and battered third sister-in-law looked at Xian Yuanche in front of her pupils rounded and she looked at Xian Yuanche with a wary face. Look at the knife. Xian Yuanche directly executed the wind-chasing blade technique. The fourth-ranked ferocious beasts were hurt even though they survived the missile's attack though. Although this third sister-in-law was a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, it was only able to support itself for less than 10 seconds before being split into two halves in the face of Xian Yuanche. The drone responsible also recorded the scene. The nearby martial artists also started to deal with the ferocious beasts in front of them in twos and threes. As for Xian Yuanche's side, when dealing with those scarred ferocious beasts, he almost didn't even need to strike a second time, relying solely on the wind-chasing blade technique's bludgeoning. Chapter 37, Shangguan Dragon vs. Earth-Splitting Mountain-Piercing King. After resolving a fourth-rank regrettable mountain bull, Xian Yuanche turned on berserking. It was directly elevated from a rank 4 martial zone to a rank 6 martial zone. Blood, 630-082/700-000, level 6 martial sect. And a 50% increase in full attributes could be more than just chi and blood, and speed, etc. After turning on berserking, Xian Yuanche had an even easier time decapitating those fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts that others needed several minutes, or even 10 minutes, to decimate, he only needed to perform the wind-chasing blade technique once. Who is this, and how can he be so powerful? The surrounding martial artists had just finished resolving the ferocious beasts in front of them when they saw Xian Yuanche, who was in the midst of a great killing spree. Almost every fourth-ranked ferocious beast wouldn't last more than a round under his hands. Although these fourth-ranked ferocious beasts had all suffered different degrees of injuries, they were still fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. Many people sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing Xian Yuanche's strength. Hiss! This doesn't even look like he's 20 yet, right? Killing a fourth-ranked ferocious beast is actually as easy as killing a chicken? A martial zone of less than 20, I'm afraid we can't find a second one in the whole of China, right? While they were discussing, Xian Yuanche had killed 2 more fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. It really proves the saying, among the same class, killing you is as simple as killing a chicken. In just less than 15 minutes, the number of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts that died in Xian Yuanche's hands reached 200. As he was about to charge into the remaining wave of beasts, the ground suddenly shook. He immediately retreated a few hundred meters back, looking at the beast tied with gravity in his eyes. The ground shook as a pangolin several meters tall and over 200 meters long burrowed out of the ground. After Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the information of this ferocious beast, his brows furrowed slightly and he immediately retreated to the back, ready to protect the crowd to his body. Race, Rift Pierce King. Grade, 5th Order. Description: the defense attached to its scales can easily counteract the attacks of a martial king, and in full defensive state, it can withstand the attacks of several martial kings. Weakness, Abdomen. That's right, this mountain-piercing armor was a 5th-ranked ferocious beast, against the mark of a martial king. And the introduction also said that the scales on the body could easily counteract the attacks of a martial king. Although the other martial artists didn't have the probing eyes like Xian Yuanche. But they weren't cuties either. This pangolin looks like it's not to be messed with. So they turned and ran after them. Seeing the crowd trying to run, the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king immediately released the pressure that belonged to a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. Immediately afterward, countless ground thorns rose up and headed towards the crowd. Unbridled. A sound came from the ground, and those ground thorns instantly crumbled. A middle-aged man in a blue military uniform appeared in the sky, his eyes blazing as he looked at the split ground wearing Mountain King on the ground. The surrounding 4th-ranked ferocious beasts trembled in fear by the aura emanating from the man's body. Xian Yuanche, who had retreated to the back, took the time to scan the incoming panel. Name, Shangguan Long. Wu Yuan, 876/900, 8th level Martial King. Breathing Technique, Yuan Chen Breathing Technique, Grade S. Martial Arts, Grade S. Shangguan Blade Technique, Perfection. Grade A, Tianqian Blade Technique, Perfection. Sure enough, it's a Martial King powerhouse. Looking at Shangguan Long's panel, Xian Yuanche secretly said in his heart, but what the heck is this Wu Yuan? Looking at Shangguan Long's 876 points of martial yuan, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled. By all rights, shouldn't this be chi and blood? Xian Yuanche was not a cutie. After thinking for a while, came up with a so. Could it be that after reaching Martial King, the chi and blood will change into martial elements? Shangguan Long took out his greatsword from his spatial ring, his eyes blazing as he looked at the split ground-piercing Mountain King. Back off now and I can spare your life. The earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king stomped the ground and countless ground thorns flew towards Shangguan Long. Shangguan Long immediately slashed out a knife. One man and one beast just fought. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the light of the blades scattered around always landed on the bodies of the surrounding 4th-ranked ferocious beasts intentionally or unintentionally. Wherever the blade light went, not a single 4th-ranked ferocious beast could survive. This caused the cracked earth-piercing king to become anxious for a while. It tried to stop it, but realized it couldn't be stopped at all. After seeing that it couldn't be stopped, countless ground thorns protruded as it also wanted to follow Shang Guanlong's example to attack Shen Yuanche and the others. But after scanning it, both small eyes widened directly. Shen Yuanche and the others who were still watching the battle from afar had slipped away at some point. How dare you get distracted? Seeing that the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king was distracted, Shang Guanlong bellowed and slashed out a blade light, cutting directly at its head. That was intense. Shen Yuanche, who had already run back to the cordoned-off area, stood on the city wall, holding a telescope as he watched the battle on Shang Guanlong's side. And every now and then he throws a peanut in his mouth. The people around him nodded in agreement. That's right, intense is intense, but brother, if you want to eat peanuts can you peel them yourself, don't eat the ones I peeled. One of them looked at the empty plate with a somewhat speechless face. If he hadn't just seen Shen Yuanche's strength, he would have made his move. After 10 minutes or so, the fight was over. It ended with a win for Shang Guanlong. At this moment, the scales on the split earth-piercing mountain king's body that he was so proud of had already been crumbled. Numerous more slashes on his abdomen. With the death of the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king, the instinct to survive forced the remaining 4th-ranked ferocious beasts to start frantically fleeing. Strange, how come there's only one 5th-ranked ferocious beast? Shang Guanlong looked at these fleeing 4th-ranked ferocious beasts from the sky, and had some doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, a beast tide unleashed by a 7th-ranked ferocious beast would at least have dozens of 5th-ranked, and 4 or 5 6th-ranked ferocious beasts before it was right. How come it's just a 5th-ranked earth-splitting mountain-piercing king now? After observing the sky for a few minutes, he determined that the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts that came from this beast tide were only one, the rift earth-piercing mountain king. That's weird. After Shang Guanlong muttered, he went straight back to the alert area. The tide of beasts has receded, so you may all go haul back your loot. Shang Guanlong said towards the onlookers who were on the city walls. The trophies, naturally, were the corpses of the ferocious beasts they had just decapitated. The corpses of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts could also be recycled, thus earning battle merit. The crowd immediately jumped off the city wall at the words and rushed towards the corpses of the ferocious beasts they had decapitated. Among them was Shen Yuanche who ran the fastest. Shang Guanlong noticed Shen Yuanche at a glance. Using the martial king's unique spiritual sense, he swept a glance at Shen Yuanche. Upon seeing Shen Yuanche's young appearance, he was somewhat shocked in his heart. How did you get so young? Shen Yuanche didn't look like he was even 20 yet, but the qi and blood in his body was aligned to a rank 4 martial sect. This really shocked him a bit. With a flash of his body, he arrived in front of Shen Yuanche. Seeing the suddenly appearing Shang Guanlong, Shen Yuanche immediately stopped and saluted. Hello senpai. Although Shen Yuanche's realm was much lower than his, Shang Guanlong still returned the salute, then opened his mouth and asked, how old are you, kid? 19. Shen Yuanche answered truthfully. What? Only 19? Although there had long been speculations in his heart, but from Shen Yuanche's own mouth, Shang Guanlong was still a bit incredulous. Chapter 38 Post-War Statistics. What is the concept of a 19-year-old rank 4 martial sect? One must know that the most outstanding descendant of their Shangguan family was only at the age of 19 to the 9th level of martial general. This is still given a lot of resources to develop. A 19-year-old rank 4 martial sect, it's unbelievable. After Shang Guanlong muttered to himself for a bit, he immediately asked towards Shen Yuanche. What family are you a descendant of? Shen Yuanche shook his head. I'm an orphan without any family. Then how did you get to the realm of a rank 4 martial sect? It can't be from your own exceptional talent and cultivation, can it? Shang Guanlong looked at Shen Yuanche with a face full of disbelief. Shen Yuanche pretended to scratch his head. Originally, I was only a 3rd level martial master, and by a fluke I ate the martial zone fruit in the wild, and my realm was raised to martial zone. You ate the martial zone fruit before your realm soared to martial zone all of a sudden? Shang Guanlong repeated what Shen Yuanche had just said. Shen Yuanche nodded. That's right, it's the Wu Zone fruit. I've seen it on my cell phone. Shang Guanlong let out a laugh, living the look of I've seen through you. Kid, after a martial artist takes the martial zone fruit, their realm will be directly elevated to martial zone though. But there are side effects. One of the side effects is qi floating. To put it simply, a little bit of qi and blood from other people can increase their strength by 10 pounds, while a martial artist who relies on the martial zone fruit to be elevated to martial zone will only have about 7 to 8 pounds of strength from a little bit of qi and blood. I just used my spiritual sense to observe the qi and blood within your body. It's incredibly condensed, not the kind of qi and blood that should come from taking the martial zone fruit. If a normal martial artist's little bit of qi and blood increases their strength by 10 pounds, then yours would be 12 pounds. Say, what family are you a descendant of? Shen Yuanche's mind spun and he blurted out, Elder, I actually ate 2 martial zone fruits. And I was indeed a martial artist before. Go check if you don't believe me. 2 martial fruits? Shang Guanlong sniffed and pondered. For so long, no one had really taken 2 martial zone fruits, or martial king fruits. In that case, it was indeed very likely that the person in front of him had taken 2 martial fruits. Pity. Shang Wanlong sighed and looked at Xian Yuanche with some pity. I thought that I had discovered some kind of genius, but it turned out that I had only taken the martial zone fruit. Looking at Shang Wanlong's sighing appearance, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled. As if he had sensed Xian Yuanche's doubts, Shang Wanlong slowly explained. Taking the martial zone fruit can certainly lead to heaven in a single step, but one of the side effects is that it's hard to make any further progress. Those who have taken the martial zone fruit in the past have all, without exception, stopped progressing after decades have passed. I still hope you're the exception to that rule, though. Shang Wanlong patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. After seeing Shang Wanlongfei leave, Xian Yuanche continued to rush towards the corpses of the ferocious beasts that he had killed. No one dared to risk claiming the carcasses of the ferocious beasts because they were recorded by drones. This time, Xian Yuanche had killed around 200 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, so he reckoned that he could exchange them for quite a lot of battle credits. The battle between Shang Wanlong and the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king just now had caused a number of ferocious beast corpses to move. However, Xian Yuanche still managed to find all the corpses of the ferocious beasts he had decapitated. A total of 205 fourth-order ferocious beasts. The bodies were piled up in an unbelievable pile. In contrast were the trophies of the other martial artists, with more than a dozen or so heads. Fewer even have only 1 or 2 heads. They looked at the corpses of the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts behind Xian Yuanche with incomparable envy on their faces. This person is too fierce. When I saw him decapitating the ferocious beasts just now, none of them could survive more than a single move under his hands. How many battle merits can these ferocious beasts be exchanged for? At least 3,000, right? I see 5,000. Soon enough, a few of the people tallying the war effort came this way. Seeing the corpses of ferocious beasts behind Xian Yuanche, the first thing they did was to disbelieve. This kid who looks less than 20 years old is actually so fierce? He killed 200 beasts? Did you really kill these ferocious beasts? One of the statisticians opened his mouth with a question. I killed them, and if you don't believe me, look at the drone responsible for recording them. Saying that, Xian Yuanche also pointed at the dozens of drones hovering in the sky. More than 10 minutes later, after the questioning staff member finished watching Xian Yuanche's kill, the questioning in his eyes was replaced with respect. Excuse me, I'll record your war credit right now. 5 or 6 minutes later, the staff tally was complete. There are a total of 205 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, and different races receive different battle merits for killing them. You have gained a total of 7,000 battle points. Xian Yuanche's brows furrowed at his words. It's only 7,000 points, that's too little, isn't it? It seems like these ferocious beast corpses can be recycled too, right? These 200 corpses, how many can be recycled? The staff looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts. I advise you to take these ferocious beast corpses and sell them, as the battle merit gained from recycling will be minimal. Although the meat of these fourth-ranked ferocious beasts contained a large amount of energy, even low-level martial artists can boost their chi and blood when they take it. One drawback, however, is that it is extremely difficult to preserve. Even with a sharp freeze, it's hard to stop the flow of energy. So the value of recycling is not high. Or maybe it's better to just contact a buyer in the city and sell it outright. The only truly valuable corpses of ferocious beasts were those of the 5th rank or above. Recycle it. Xian Yuanche didn't hesitate too much. What he lacked most right now was war credit. Money can no longer buy the resources he needs. That's fine. Seeing this, the staff could only satisfy Xian Yuanche's request and began to tally up the value of those ferocious beast corpses. This count took quite a while. It wasn't until more than an hour later that this staff member finished counting. A total of 5,000 battle points can be recovered. If it's okay, I'll have someone pull it away now. So little? Xian Yuanche frowned. He had expected at least 10,000 battle points. I didn't realize it was only 5,000 points. What a ing pit. He was just about to open his mouth to say yes when he noticed a man himself waving at him in the distance. You wait. After Xian Yuanche said that, he walked towards that person. Anything? Xian Yuanche opened his mouth and asked. The man rubbed his hands together. Brother, you killed those ferocious beasts, didn't you? You want it? The man nodded. That's right, make an offer. Xian Yuanche, 8,000 battle points, I'll sell it to you. The man's hands looked stunned at the words. 8,000 battle points? He thought it was bought with money, but he didn't realize it was a war credit. He was only a 3rd-level martial general, and with this battle merit thing, he only had 100 points or so. How can you possibly get 8,000 points? Let alone 8,000 points, he can't even take out 1,000 points. He spoke with some hesitation. Can I use the money? Xian Yuanche shook his head. The money is even. Xian Yuanche turned away with some disappointment. Looking at Xian Yuanche's back, the man sighed. After returning to the staff side, Xian Yuanche directly promised to recycle 7,000 plus 5,000, plus another 100 for participation. A total of 12,100 battle points. Together with the original 200 points, that's 12,300 points, which can be exchanged for quite a few things. Chapter 39, Redeeming Resources, Level 7 Martial Sect. After a few minutes, Xian Yuanche saw that his battle merit balance came directly to 12,300 points. Casually opening the exchange interface of the Hall of Battle Merits, he directly exchanged the Gale Blade technique. There were also 3 A-ranked chiropractic potions. A total of 7,600 battle points were spent, leaving 4,700 battle points remaining. Finally, he spent another 2,000 battle points to exchange for a secret art stone. At the end of the day, 2,700 battle points remain. It's a shame that you can only redeem one piece. Looking at the secret art stone exchange page that turned black, Xian Yuanche sighed. If only there were more of them. After all, the upper limit of berserking was certainly not just 1 or 2 orders. At night Xian Yuanche returned home. After showering, eating, and video calling with Mu Yanran for a while, he went to sleep. As for the things exchanged in the Hall of Battle Merits, they probably won't arrive until tomorrow morning. At 7 o'clock the next day, Xian Yuanche got up early, went downstairs to get some breakfast. After eating and walking around the neighborhood for a while, a call came in. Hello, the item you exchanged in the Hall of Battle Merit has arrived. Are you at home? A female voice came from the cell phone. Yes, you can send it straight over. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche walked directly towards his home. Not long after arriving home, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, a woman stood in the doorway. Xian Yuanche habitually scanned the woman's panel. 9th level martial artist, no problem. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche come out, a trace of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. Perhaps he was surprised at why Xian Yuanche was so young. After being surprised, she took out her special cell phone from her space ring. Please perform some identification. Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded and took the phone and started the verification. Half a minute later, Xian Yuanche, who had finished verifying, returned his cell phone. The woman took the phone and looked at it, then covered her small mouth. Oh, my god! A 19-year-old rank 4 martial sect. She didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually be a strong martial zone. After the shock passed, she hastily took out 3 boxes. Here's something for you to look at. Xian Yuanche opened them one by one and swept through them using the Eye of Scrying. Grade A potion of Qi and Blood. After taking it, it can raise 50,000 to 70,000 points of Qi and Blood according to the qualification. Grade A martial skill, Gale Blade technique. Description: when swinging a sword, it generates wind around you, which causes the speed of the sword to become faster, and the introductory speed of the sword can be up to 20 swords per second. Upon reaching perfection, the power of the gale reaches its limit, and the speed of swinging the sword can reach as fast as 30 blades per second, and one's movement speed is increased to 200%. Secret Art Stone. After using it, you can obtain a secret art. No problem. After Xian Yuanche put the things away in his spatial ring, he directly walked back into the house. So high and mighty? Seeing that Xian Yuanche did not look at herself more than once, the woman muttered. Originally she had wanted to strike up a conversation. If she could hitch a ride with a martial sect, she could go a long time without worrying about cultivation resources. Not to mention a 19-year-old martial zone, becoming a martial king in the future would be simply easy. And Xian Yuanche didn't have the slightest idea what was going on in the woman's mind. Even if he knew about it, it was senseless. After all, the only thing he had in his eyes right now was the secret art stone, the Gale Blade technique, and the Grade A Qi and Blood potion. Opening the case containing the Grade A Qi and Blood potions, Xian Yuanche took out these 3 Grade A Qi and Blood potions. Xian Yuanche just wanted to open it and drink it when he suddenly thought of something. Wash your hands first. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Wash away the bad luck and good luck will come soon. Xian Yuanche chanted as he washed. After washing his hands, he returned to the hall and directly opened the first Qi and Blood potion and drank it. As soon as the Qi and Blood potion was drunk, Xian Yuanche felt a huge amount of Qi and Blood rushing in within his body. But the good news is that it quickly subsided. But it didn't trigger the storm either. Blood, 470055/500000, level 4 martial sect. It's a shame that it didn't actually trigger a blast. Xian Yuanche sighed. However, the good thing was that he wouldn't be subject to that restriction of only being able to take 1 per month, and he could continue to take the Qi and Blood potion. He opened the second Grade A Qi and Blood potion. After drinking it, the system beep came as expected. Ding! Detected the host taking 1 Grade A Qi and Blood potion, gaining 60,000 points of Qi and Blood, triggering a triple blast, 60,000 points of Qi and Blood raised to 180,000. Blood, 650,000/700,000, level 6 martial sect. Nice, triple blast. Looking at his Qi and Blood, Xian Yuanche was incomparably satisfied. With this one left, even if it didn't trigger a blitz, it would still allow him to raise his Qi to 700,000. Taking the last one down, the system's beep came again. Ding! Detected the host taking 1 Grade A Qi and Blood potion, gained 60,000 points of Qi and Blood, triggered a twofold blast, 60,000 points of Qi and Blood raised to 120,000. Blood, 770,000/800,000, level 7 martial sect. 770,000 points of Qi Blood now. With the system, the speed of improvement is different. Xian Yuanche was a bit emotional. These 3 A-ranked Qi and blood potions gave him a total of 360,000 Qi points after storming. In other words, he was equivalent to taking 6 A-ranked Qi and blood potions. Next up was the A-ranked martial skill, the Gale Blade technique. 2.5 hours later, Xian Yuanche learned the Gale Blade technique. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Hubris Aura. Blood, 770,000/800,000, Level 7 Martial Sect. Breathing technique, Xiankuan breathing technique, Level B. Martial Arts, Grade A, Gale Blade Technique, 0/1000, Introductory, Grade B, Wind Chasing Blade Technique, Divine Walking Steps. Evaluation, no evaluation given. Finally, he placed his gaze on the Secret Art Stone. Holding the Secret Art Stone in his hand, he hesitated a bit. He himself was now a rank 7 martial zone, and as long as he raised his realm to Martial King, Berserking would automatically advance from rank 1 to rank 2. That's why keeping the Secret Art Stone should be the best policy. After thinking about it, he still put away the Secret Art Stone. It's better to inquire about how to advance to Martial King first. If it's easy, then I won't waste this Secret Art Stone. He looked at the time. It's 9:30 in the morning. At this time Mu Yenran should already be up. He dialed Mu Yenran's number. Hello? The phone was quickly picked up and Mu Yenran's voice came through. There's something I wanted to ask you about. Xian Yuanche spelled out his purpose. Hold on, I'll send you a file. Mu Yenran sent a file directly over. The two continued to talk for a good 10 minutes before hanging up. Before hanging up the phone, Mu Yenran seemed to have thought of something. By the way, that egg you gave me seems to be hatching soon, and I saw it move yesterday. Chapter 40, Conditions for Becoming a Martial King. Hearing this, Xian Yuanche hurriedly opened his mouth to exhort, you must make sure that after it hatches, the first thing it sees is you, for sure. Xian Yuanche barked several times in succession before hanging up the phone. He opened his Q-tips to check up on that file. The conditions for a martial zone to advance to Martial King. Martial King, the most crucial realm in the martial Dao. The prerequisite for becoming a Martial King, converting the Qi and blood in the body into martial elements. Condition. I, Martial Arts Zone requires 1 million points of Qi and blood. 2. You need to take the Martial King potion, absorb the martial elements within the potion, and condense the martial element seed. Then, through the martial element seed, one's own Qi and blood would be transformed and converted into martial element. The time spent on this process is related to talent, with the shortest time spent being 7 months and the longest being that the conversion has not yet been completed. 3. Need to comprehend the seed of spiritual awareness, thus obtaining spiritual awareness. Spiritual sense, expanded to perceive the surrounding environment. After reading this, Xian Yuanche felt that becoming a martial king was still quite troublesome. It was also necessary to convert martial elements and comprehend the spiritual awareness seed. Forget it, just use it. Xian Yuanche sighed and directly took out the secret art stone and pasted it on his forehead. After all, the sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. Ding! The host's secret technique, Berserking, has reached the condition for advancement. Is it possible to advance secret technique, Berserking, to the second level? Yes. Xian Yuanche said in his heart. Ding! Secret technique, Berserking, is in progress. Ding! Secret art, Berserking, advanced successfully. Secret technique, Berserking, second level. Introduction. After using it, it can enhance 100% of one's full attributes for 15 minutes. Side effect. After the Berserking is over, one will fall into weakness for half an hour. During the period of weakness, all attributes will drop by 20%. Advancement requirement. Reach Martial King realm, or use 5 secret art stones. 100% increase in all attributes? And the weakness is still half an hour, with only a 20% drop in all attributes? Looking at the introduction of the second order berserkers, Xian Yuanche was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the side effects of second order berserking to be the same as those of first order. Wait! At this moment, Xian Yuanche saw the conditions for the berserking advancement. It's actually still a martial king. Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. The condition for berserking to advance again was still to reach martial king, which was something he hadn't expected. He immediately cast berserk to see what would happen to him. He was now curious to know if he would become a martial king after casting berserk with a 100% increase in all his attributes, or if he would just be stuck at the 9th level of martial zone. After casting berserk, he only felt that the qi and blood in his body had doubled, and he didn't add any new energy. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Hubris Aura. Qi and blood, 1540000/1000000, 9th level martial sect. Sure enough, it didn't change into martial yuan, it just doubled its qi and blood, and its realm is stuck at the 9th level martial sect. There was some disappointment on Xian Yuanche's face. Casually, he took out his cell phone and opened the Hall of Battle Honors. Martial King Potion, there should be one inside the Hall of Battle Merits. He opened the Exchange Hall of the War Merit Hall and looked at it, and he saw the Martial King Potion. Wu Wang Potion. Introduction. The potion contains martial elements. After taking it, you can be enlightened and have the probability to condense the seeds of martial elements. The higher the talent, the higher the probability of condensation. Redeeming battle merit, 15,000. It actually takes 15,000 battle points? And there's still a probability of coalescence, not 100%? Xian Yuanche was genuinely surprised by the price and introduction. The introduction there is specially labeled with probability. Doesn't it mean that a bottle of it may not be able to condense the martial element seed yet? Why does he feel that this martial king potion is a bit of a pit? Buzz. Buzz. That's when his cell phone vibrated. Picking it up, he found that it was the previous call from that Jiangnan Province Martial Arts First Academy. When I answered the phone, it was the same person as before. Mr. Xian Yuanche, may I ask how are you considering it? Do you want to enroll in our school? Xian Yuanche, enroll in your school? But I'm already a martial zong now. It seems like I don't really need to study in any university. There was a silence on the other end of the phone after the words were spoken. It took a few seconds before a voice came from the other end again, this time different from before, more than a little cold. Student Xian Yuanche, if you don't want to enroll in our school, you can just refuse, no need to joke about it. Obviously, the person on the opposite side thought that Xian Yuanche was teasing him. Xian Yuanche opened his mouth with rare patience to explain, and told him about the fact that he had eaten 2 martial zone fruits. Obviously, he had his own agenda in doing so. After hearing this, there was another moment of silence on the other side, and then a somewhat surprised voice came out. Then wouldn't your current realm really be at martial zone? That's right, the current realm has already come to a rank 7 martial zone, and it's still continuing to rise. It's still going up? Xian Yuanche's words caused the person on the other end of the phone to feel incomparably shocked. This was because after taking the martial zone fruit, the realm would almost always be set and it would be difficult to refine it. Obviously, Xian Yuanche this was an exception. The person on the opposite side seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly spoke, Student Xian Yuanche, as long as you come and enroll in our academy, our school can give an annual remuneration of $30 million to you. How was it? Wasn't it generous? Xian Yuanche let out a light laugh. This teacher, money is of no use to me now, I want battle credits. I'll enroll in your academy as long as you can afford the war effort. And it's rumored that this October is the quadrennial National Academy competition, and I can help your school get first place. I'm sure that's what you want me to enroll in your school for. It took a few seconds for the other end of the phone to reply. I didn't expect you to know, so we don't need to hide it then. How many battle points do you want? How about 5,000 points? Xian Yuanche, too little, I want 30,000 points. No way. That's too much. The person on the other end of the phone rejected it outright without even thinking about it. Is that so? Last time, your Jiangnan Martial Arts One Academy won the 20th place in the National Academy competition. And I can at least get you into the top 10, or the top 3. Even first place, 30,000 battle points, I don't think that should be too much. And the resources that the state allocates to your college for the next 4 years, just from the 20th place directly to the 10th place alone, it will be at least twice as much as before, so 30,000 battle points shouldn't be too much. Xian Yuanche finished all his words in one breath. All of these things were what he knew from Mu Yanran. There was another long silence on the other end of the line. I didn't realize you knew all these things. Obviously, he didn't even expect Xian Yuanche to know this. 30,000 battle points can be given to you, but we need to assess your strength. If your strength reaches the standard of our prediction, we'll give you 30,000 battle points. Xian Yuanche, good. The two agreed on a time and hung up. The time was set for a week later. The First Academy of Gangnam Budo. After Li Fenglin hung up the phone, he immediately picked up the landline on the side and dialed a phone. Hello? Dean? Are you at the college? Oh yeah. I have something for you. Okay, I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Li Fenglin walked out of his office and headed towards the villa area within the academy. A few minutes later, he arrived at the villa area. An old man with gray hair was leisurely drinking tea in the courtyard. This person was none other than the dean of the Jiangnan First Academy of Martial Arts, Wang Xian. Dean. Li Fenglin looked at Wang Xian with a face full of respect. Say, what's up? Chapter 41 9th Grade Martial Sect. Li Fenglin told the story of what happened. Wang Xian put down the teacup in his hand after hearing this. In a week's time, then, you'll go for an evaluation, and if your strength is good, you can try it. Good. As for Xian Yuanche's side, after hanging up the phone, he backhandedly bought another grade A Qi and blood potion at the Hall of Battle Merits. Not 2.5 seconds after the purchase was made, a call came in. Whose phone is this? Looking at the caller ID, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled, but chose to pick up the phone anyway. Hello? Is this Mr. Xian Yuanche? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I am. What can I do for you? It's like this. I'm a staff member of the Hall of Battle Merit. On my side, I see that you exchanged a total of 4 A-grade Qi and blood potions yesterday and today. I'm calling specifically to remind you that the interval between Qi and blood potions needs to be at least 1 month. So you. She didn't say the rest of the words. Xian Yuanche understood what she meant. It was just that she was afraid that she would drink a few grade A Qi and blood potions at once. I'm just saving it. I know all the side effects. Well then, I'll leave you to it. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche casually threw the phone to the side and turned on the TV to watch it. The delivery came quickly this time and was on the doorstep in 2.5 hours. The scrying eye scanned it, and the stuff was fine. After closing the door, he just opened it and dumped it. Ding! Detected the host taking 1 grade A Qi and blood potion, gaining 62,000 points of Qi and blood, triggering a double blast, 62,000 points raised to 124,000 points of Qi and blood. Qi and blood, 894000/900,000, 8th level martial sect. There are still 6,000 points of Qi and blood left to be a rank 9 martial zone. Let's hope that we won't be stuck at rank 9 for too long back there. Thinking about those conditions for advancing to martial king, Xian Yuanche sighed. 2 days later, 1,700 kilometers away from the southern border of China, Shang Guanfeng, who had long ago been burned bald, looked at the opposite fire phoenix and roared. Perishing meteor gun. Dozens of 100-meter-long lances fell from the sky and flew towards the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was also not willing to show weakness. Nirvana holy fire. The flames of his body rose once more, and the earth, long bare, was once more set ablaze. One man and one bird fought furiously for another half hour or so. At this time, the place where the two were fighting had long been in disrepair, and there wasn't even a place to land. After another half hour or so, by now the one man and one bird were long exhausted. After glancing at each other, the man and the bird turned to leave. After flying far away, the fire phoenixes looked back at Shang Guanfeng and then in the direction of Huaxia. I will definitely come again. On Xian Yuanche's side, he received a video call from Mu Yanran just after lunch. Xian Yuanche, it seems like this egg is about to hatch. Mu Yanran's somewhat surprised voice came out. Then the camera moved to the fiery phoenix egg. The egg, which was golden red on the surface, was carefully placed on a cushion by Mu Yanran. The whole egg was shaking slightly from time to time. Xian Yuanche used the eye of scrying directly through his cell phone. Race, fire phoenix, unhatched. Sex, female. Grade, unknown. Status, absorbing the energy left in the eggshell, will hatch after the absorption is complete. 2.5 minutes to hatching time. Is there anyone around you? An uneasy Xian Yuanche opened his mouth to ask. Mu Yanran shook her head. No, I'm in my room right now. Well then, this egg is about to hatch. As soon as the words fell, the fire phoenix egg changed. The all-over golden red color of the eggshell began to fade to white. Apparently, the energy inside the eggshell was almost finished being absorbed. Ka-ching! The white eggshell shattered and a golden red, pigeon-sized phoenix appeared in the eyes of the two. Jojo? The fire phoenix cub cocked its head and stared at Mu Yanran. It's beautiful. Mu Yanran looked at the fire phoenix cub with glowing eyes. Xian Yuanche, look. Mu Yanran held the fire phoenix cub in both hands and put it in front of the camera. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche once again used the eye of scrying to check up on the information. Race, fire phoenix. Sex, female. Rank, second, continuously upgrading. Status, digesting the energy inside the eggshell. After digestion, the grade can come to the 4th order. Estimated digestion in 1 month. Hiss. After looking at the panel of the fire phoenix cub, Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. After digesting the energy, the rank can come to the 4th rank. It's ing more outrageous than being open. The fire phoenix cub curiously looked at Xian Yuanche on the screen, and from time to time, he even pecked a few times with his golden beak. The sharp beak pecked directly at the cell phone screen. Then, cell phone is scrapped. Ah, my cell phone. Mu Yanran exclaimed in shock and hurriedly put down the fire phoenix cub and picked up her cell phone. After examining it, she sighed. It's broken, alas. She glanced at the fire phoenix cub somewhat helplessly. Seemingly knowing that he had done something wrong, the fire phoenix cub was covering his head with his wings, and his tail feathers were still trembling a few times every now and then. Only after a while did he carefully look at Mu Yanran. After seeing that Mu Yanran wasn't angry, she flapped her wings and flew to Mu Yanran's shoulder. And when Xian Yuanche saw the screen go black, combined with the fact that he had just seen the fire phoenix cub pecking at the screen, he probably guessed what had happened. It's better to practice. Xian Yuanche sat down on the bed and began to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, Xian Yuanche ended his cultivation. Ding! Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 0. 5 points of Qi and blood, triggered a 4,000-fold blast, 0. 5 points of Qi and blood raised to 2,000 points. Blood, 896,000/900,000, grade 8 martial sect. Ding! Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 0. 5 points of Qi and blood, triggered a 6,000 times blitz, 0. 5 points of Qi and blood raised to 3,000 points. Blood, 899,000/900,000, grade 8 martial sect. 1,000 points short. Ding! Blood, 900,000/100,000, 9th level martial sect. Finally a rank 9 martial sect. The Shangguan family in the capital. Due to the exertion, Shang Guanfeng found a place to rest for a few hours before heading back. He returned home bareheaded and with a pitch-black face. Dead bird. It's not good to burn anywhere, but it actually burned the old man's hair. But luckily, he was in a higher realm and his hair would grow back soon. Otherwise he'd be heartbroken. Chirp chirp chirp. Slow down, there's more here. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Mu Yenran's voice. And a few bird calls. That Yuma girl, what still has birds? Shang Wanfeng took the servant's towel and wiped his face and asked. This chapter ends. Chapter 42. Shang Wanfeng, is this egg still really in my house? The maid spoke up and replied, it's the egg Miss Huma's boyfriend gave her that hatched. Boyfriend? Shang Wanfeng remembered, and then snorted coldly. What precious eggs can someone from a small place like that give away? Someday I'll go pull out a 5th-ranked bird egg for my granddaughter. With that, he handed the towel to the maid and headed down the hall. The maid took the towel and dutifully retreated. Walking into the hall now, he saw Mu Yenran feeding the birds with her back to herself. Shang Wanfeng coughed twice. Ahem, Yen, there's no need to raise such a low-grade bird. Some other day Grandpa will go and pull out an egg of at least the 5th rank for you. Mu Yenran turned her head when she heard Shang Wanfeng's, and her small face was somewhat unconvinced. No way, look how well behaved he is. As she said that, she also gently touched the young fire phoenix. Shang Wanfeng casually swept a glance. But it was that one look that froze him. Why does this bird look so familiar? How does this look so much like a fire phoenix young bird? Combine that with all the things that have happened in the last few days. Shock began to rise in his mind. No way, its eggs aren't really in my house, are they? Shang Wanfeng sensed the aura of the fire phoenix young bird. After sensing it, he was certain that the one in front of him was the fire phoenix young bird. And it was still freshly hatched. By the looks of it, it was probably treating Mu Yenran as her mother. He remembered what he had said to Fire Phoenix the day before. Don't look at me like that. It's not like your eggs are in my house. He didn't realize that the egg was still really in his house. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? When Mu Yenran saw Shang Wanfeng who froze in place, she hurriedly called out a few times. Shang Wanfeng came back to his senses and looked at Mu Yenran somewhat incredulously. Are you sure, this bird, hatched from that egg your boyfriend gave you? Mu Yenran nodded. Aha, yeah, I watched it hatch. The current Shang Wanfeng no longer knew what to use to describe what was going through his mind. Thinking about what he had just said, he could only feel his face hurting. What pulling out a 5th order and 6th order bird egg, compared to the 7th order fire phoenix, it's not worth mentioning at all, okay. At the same time his curiosity rose about his granddaughter's boyfriend. Because the eggs of the 7th ranked ferocious beast, the fire phoenix, were not something that could be gotten so easily. As a 7th order ferocious beast, the fire phoenix was protected by the Nirvana sacred flame all around its nest, and even if a martial emperor touched it, he would be burned to ashes. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary martial artist to be able to get their hands on it. Yuma? What realm is your boyfriend in now? It seems like a martial artist. Mu Yenran didn't even think about it and said it directly. Shang Wanfeng stroked his chin as he sniffed. Martial master? Strange, is it really hard to pick up the slack? Shen Yuanche didn't have the slightest idea of what was happening in the Shangwan family. But even if I knew that I probably wouldn't care. Time quickly came to 5 days later. During these 5 days, in addition to eating and drinking, Shen Yuanche also cultivated for a period of time, raising his qi and blood to 930,000 points. And he also took the time to pull the proficiency of the Gale Blade technique to perfection. Li Fenglin came directly to Jiang'an City as promised. According to the address given by Xian Yuanche, he arrived at Xian Yuanche's house. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ringing the doorbell, Xian Yuanche quickly opened the door. Seeing Xian Yuanche, Li Fenglin directly extended his right hand and began to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Li Fenglin. I'm the First Academy of Jiangnan Martial Arts, a professor of the Lance specialty. Xian Yuanche extended his right hand to shake hands with him. Hello, my name is Xian Yuanche, please come in. After saying that, he led Li Fenglin into the house. At the same time, he also used his scrying eye to scan Li Fenglin's panel. Name, Li Fenglin. Blood, 700,000/800,000, Level 7 Martial Sect. Breathing Technique, $1,000 Breathing Technique, Level B. Martial Arts, Grade A, 1000 Changes Gun Technique, Deshang, Grade B, Tiger Leaping Between Mountains. Secret Technique, increases one's strength by 15% when using the secret technique. Weaknesses. The secret art of increase seems to be a bit of a crotch puller. Looking at Li Fenglin's secret technique, Xian Yuanche muttered to himself in his heart. Xian Yuanche poured Li Fenglin a cup of tea. After taking a symbolic sip, Li Fenglin went straight to the point. When do we start the assessment test? Xian Yuanche, how about right now? Li Fenglin nodded. Yes, let's go down and find a place now. I'll be ugly. If you can't pass the evaluation, then there's no point in us working together. Xian Yuanche smiled. I understand. I definitely won't let you down. Li Fenglin nodded. I hope so. In his opinion, it would be considered good if Xian Yuanche could last 5 minutes in his hands. After all, how could Xian Yuanche, who had taken the martial zone fruit, beat his own self who had cultivated to martial zone one step at a time? After the two of them went downstairs, Li Fenglin directly ran wildly in one direction. Shen Yuanche saw this and followed behind him without slowing down. Looking at Shen Yuanche who was following behind him, Li Fenglin accelerated his speed. He was testing Shen Yuanche. Due to the side effects of the martial zone fruit, as long as Shen Yuanche wasn't pulled too far away from himself, he would be considered qualified. And Shen Yuanche is not a cutie. Naturally knew that this Li Fenglin was testing himself. After a minute, Li Fenglin looked back, wanting to see if Shen Yuanche had been thrown off by himself. What surprised him was that Shen Yuanche actually wasn't thrown off by himself, but instead maintained a distance of about 50 meters from himself. He picked up speed again. This time, he didn't hold back and directly executed the martial arts he had learned. Looking at Li Fenglin, who had accelerated violently, Shen Yuanche also felt that it was time to get serious. He directly executed the divine walking steps. After executing the divine walking steps, the little bit of distance that had originally been pulled apart was being rapidly brought closer. Whoosh! Li Fenglin felt something scurry right in front of him. Fixing his eyes, he realized that Shen Yuanche, who was originally still behind him, at some point, actually came to his front. How is this possible? Looking at Shen Yuanche who was running further and further away, Li Fenglin exclaimed in shock. More than 2 minutes later, Shen Yuanche arrived at the outskirts of Jiang'an City. After waiting in place for a minute, Li Fenglin arrived late. The first thing you say when you meet again is, "How can you be so fast?" Li Fenglin couldn't believe that Shen Yuanche's speed would actually surpass his own. Let's start the assessment. Shen Yuanche didn't answer Li Fenglin. Calmly, Li Fenglin nodded. Just now it was just a test, now it's an evaluation test. I'm sure you and I are both aware of the side effects of the martial zone fruit. If you can last 5 minutes in my hands, you'll pass the evaluation. Okay, here goes. Shen Yuanche put his hands behind his back and just stared at Li Fenglin. It didn't put Li Fenglin in his eyes in the slightest. Li Fenglin frowned slightly when he saw this and looked lightly at Shen Yuanche for a few moments. After all, I'm still too young, but I'm not going to hold back. A black lance appeared in his hand. The tiger leaps over the mountains. He rushed towards Shen Yuanche with an arrow step. In less than a fraction of a second, he arrived in front of Shen Yuanche. But a scene that shocked him appeared. Shen Yuanche, who was still in front, had disappeared at some point. He looked around and realized that Shen Yuanche had come behind him at some point. What? Chapter 43, Shen Yuanche, what if I can get first place? Li Fenglin's pupils shrunk, simply not expecting Shen Yuanche's reaction to actually be so fast. Professor Li, there are still 4 minutes and 57 seconds left, 56 seconds. I will definitely hold out until 5 minutes. Shen Yuanche spoke to himself. He had now turned on his berserking, and Li Fenglin's speed, in his eyes, was similar to that of a snail. Li Fenglin used his empty hand to throw a punch at Shen Yuanche. Bang! This time, Shen Yuanche did not dodge, but directly extended his right hand to catch the punch. His face was breezy and looked relaxed. Li Fenglin wanted to draw back his hand, but realized that his fist was already firmly grasped in Shen Yuanche's hand, and he couldn't even draw it out. A sense of powerlessness instantly welled up in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't believe that he was just like a child in front of Shen Yuanche who had taken the martial zone fruit. Shen Yuanche threw himself with force and directly threw Li Fenglin's entire body out. Before it could hit the ground, Shen Yuanche grabbed his head and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! The ground around them instantly cracked. Boom! Boom! Only after smashing it 3 times did Shen Yuanche stop. Li Fenglin, who was a level 7 martial sect, did not have the power to fight back the entire time. Enough! Enough! You've passed the assessment. Li Fenglin said with some slurred words as he lay on the ground. Shen Yuanche, who originally wanted to do it again, could only stop. I'm much offended just now, Professor Li. Shen Yuanche helped Li Fenglin up from the ground. It's okay. It's okay. Li Fenglin waved his hand with difficulty and took out a healing potion from his spatial ring and drank it. It was good that Shen Yuanche didn't use his full strength, so Li Fenglin's injuries quickly recovered. You're very strong. As long as you help our academy get the top 10, 30,000 battle points will come in. Professor Li, what if I help your school if it gets first place? Li Fenglin smiled at his words and patted Shen Yuanche's shoulder. Young, although your strength is very strong, do you know what academy was the last champion? Shen Yuanche naturally knew this. It's the capital city's first academy of martial arts. Li Fenglin nodded. That's right, the capital city's first academy of martial arts. This academy is not that simple. The students inside have strong backgrounds, and their realms and strengths are incomparable to their peers elsewhere. At the same time, they use resources on a daily basis that are unimaginable to you ordinary people. Let me give you a very simple example. If a couple's realm if at martial king, then their offspring will be martial artists since birth. Ever since they became literate, the breathing techniques they practiced were S-ranked, and the worst ones were A-ranked. The martial arts they learn are at least A-ranked, and they may never come into contact with resources that are lower than A-ranked in their entire lives. That's the gap. I read your information a few days ago, around 19 years old, level 7 martial sect, at the same age, those people in the capital really can't compare to you. But you won't be facing someone your own age when you get there, and a martial artist who is at least 4 years older than you, if not 5. Xian Yuanche, so have they reached Martial King? Li Fenglin shook his head at his words. That's not true. That won't do? Xian Yuanche shrugged. The Martial King hasn't even reached it, so he's afraid of nothing. And even if there was a Martial King, he didn't bring fear. Who called him a hangman? Ugh, young. Li Fenglin shook his head and sighed as he looked at Xian Yuanche's chesty look. Obviously, he didn't think that Xian Yuanche could help the academy get first place. Because those people in the capital, not only are they 4 or 5 years older than Xian Yuanche, with superior talent, but they also have resources pulling them full of resources that are hard to compare with in other areas, and this strength gap naturally manifests itself. Li Fenglin left. Xian Yuanche's strength was beyond his expectations. He had to hurry back to report before he could do so. After Li Fenglin returned to the academy, he directly found Dean Wang Xian, told everything that happened. When he heard Li Fenglin say that he himself was powerless in front of Xian Yuanche, Wang Xian was somewhat surprised. Oh, I didn't realize he was actually stronger than you? Li Fenglin nodded. That's right, he's more than a notch stronger than me. Wang Xian picked up his teacup and took a sip. Well, when you enroll, just put him on the varsity team. Okay, but there's one more thing. Li Fenglin was a bit hesitant. He was hesitant to say anything about Xian Yuanche wanting to take first place. Just say what you have to say, grunt. Li Fenglin spilled the beans. After hearing this, Wang Xian let out a puff and sprayed the tea in his mouth. Want to take first place? What an unknown. Obviously, he also didn't think that Xian Yuanche could lead their academy to first place. You call back. If he can lead our academy to first place, 100,000 battle credits. Plus an A-ranked martial art, an A-ranked breathing technique, and he can also observe the handwritten notes of the Martial King's senses. Hiss. So expensive. Hearing the reward given by his own dean, Li Fenglin was directly stunned. Leaving aside how important the battle merit was, to be able to observe the handwritten notes of the Martial King's perception, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xian Yuanche's side had just prepared to cultivate when he once again received a call from Li Fenglin. Mr. Xian Yuanche, just now I discussed with our dean, if you can help our academy get the first place, we'll give you 100,000 battle credits, plus an A-ranked martial art and an A-ranked breathing technique, and the opportunity to observe the handwriting of a Martial King's senses once. Hearing these rewards, Xian Yuanche was a bit baffled. He knew all about the previous ones, what the Martial King's sense handbook was. It couldn't be the technique of sensing martial element seeds, and transforming martial element. Li Fenglin's next words confirmed his suspicions. You're presumably aware of the previous ones, and the Martial King's sensory handbook contains a lot of important things within it. Among them are methods on how to condense martial yuan seeds, and methods to boost qi and blood to quickly convert them into martial yuan. Then it's a deal. Xian Yuanche directly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche looked at his qi and blood panel and pondered. There's still a few dozen days before school starts, and at my current rate of improvement, I guess it won't take many days for my qi and blood to reach 1 million points. Currently, after all of the level 9 martial sectors in Huaxia had their qi and blood raised to 1 million points, without exception, their qi and blood had all reached the upper limit. Even if he cultivated again, he wouldn't increase his qi and blood by half a point. It's like a bottle filled with water. Any more water in it will just leak out onto the floor. The same goes for martial artists. So he wonders if his own self with the system will be that exception. The time came August 1st. Chapter 44, More than 1 million qi blood. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Hubris Aura. Qi and blood, 999000/100, 9th level martial sect. Almost 1 million points of qi blood. Can we break through the cap? Holding on to his expectations, Xian Yuanche began his cultivation. 1 hour later. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Qi and blood, 999,990,000/1000000, 9th level martial arts sect. After another hour, Xian Yuanche, who had ended his cultivation, heard a beep from the system. Ding! Detected the host cultivating for an hour, gain 0. 5 points of qi and blood, triggered a 10,000-fold blast, 0. 5 qi and blood raised to 5,000 points of qi and blood. Ding! The upper limit of qi and blood that the host's body can hold has been detected. Is it possible to forcibly inject the remaining qi and blood? Looking at the prompt that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche nodded. Good, the remaining qi and blood is now being forcefully injected into the host. As soon as the system's words fell, Xian Yuanche felt his body change. This extra qi and blood was just injected into his body. Sure enough, his systematic self is always the exception to that rule. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Hubris Aura. Qi and blood, 1004,000/1000000 points, 9th level martial sect. Breathing technique, Xian Kun breathing technique. Martial arts, grade A, Gale Blade technique, complete. Grade B, Mountain Breaking Fist, complete. Divine Walking Steps, complete. Secret technique, Berserking, 2nd level. System space, Yuan pole box, lock, grade B alloy knife, grade B healing potion, 2 PCS. Evaluation, no evaluation given. Oh yeah, almost forgot about this. Looking at the Yuan pole box within the system space on the panel, Xian Yuanche tapped his head. So many days had passed that he'd almost forgotten about it. That said, it had been almost 2 months since it had arrived and he still hadn't figured out exactly how to drive it. How about taking it for war credit? Xian Yuanche muttered twice. But soon he gave up the idea. In case the things inside were precious, wouldn't he lose his money? After a few minutes of observing in the system space, he then returned outside. Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire to know, triggering the mission what's in there? Task: when you report to the First Academy of Martial Arts in Jiangnan at the beginning of the school year, your left foot goes through the school gate first. Quest reward: the system helps the host to open the UNG box. Looking at the task triggered by the system, Xian Yuanche only wanted to say, this is too simple and too odd. It's a month before school starts, so take your time. Xian Yuanche casually sat on the sofa and brushed up the shaking sea. A few days later, Xian Yuanche brushed up on a piece of news. Recently, the ferocious beasts outside of Linhai City have been acting more and more frequently, and Linhai City is calling on all martial artists above the rank of martial master to come and help. Xian Yuanche saw this and opened the Hall of Battle Merit. As soon as I opened it, an announcement popped up. Bulletin. The ferocious beasts around Linhai City are acting frequently, so please go and help survey the area. Reward, 50 battle points. Xian Yuanche immediately put away his cell phone and walked towards the door. Looking at the situation, I guess there will be another beast wave. He had raked in over 10,000 battle points from the last beast tide. This time he might be able to rake in 20,000 points. He had to hurry before he could go. More than 3 hours later, Xian Yuanche arrived at the eastern part of China, Linhai City. However, just as he arrived in Linhai City, he received a notice that the alert had ended. It was a good thing that 50 battle points had arrived, so it wasn't a wasted trip for him. After a month or so, the time came to the day of the start of the school year. After Xian Yuanche finished his breakfast, he left the house and walked towards the station. As for the living supplies, Li Fenglin called and said that his dormitory is a little different. Living supplies are complete, as long as the person to the line. Soon, Xian Yuanche arrived at the city where the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy was located, Xiaojing City. It is also the most prosperous city in the entire Jiangnan province. Only after searching for the academy's location on the lack of virtue map did Xian Yuanche walk in the direction of the academy. The First Academy of Martial Arts in Jiangnan province. Li Fenglin was waiting at the gate early. Many students also noticed the scene. What's going on this year? Professor Li actually greeted the new students at the door himself. I don't know, I don't think I've ever seen him greet a freshman at the door in past years. As soon as he arrived at the main entrance of the academy, Xian Yuanche saw Li Fenglin. At the same time, Li Fenglin also saw Xian Yuanche. He hurriedly walked up and extended his hand. Welcome, welcome. Xian Yuanche shook his hand. I didn't expect Professor Li to greet me personally at the door. I'll start by showing you around the academy now. The two of them walked into the academy one after the other, and the moment they stepped into the academy with their left foot, the task dispensed by the system was also completed. Only Xian Yuanche wasn't in a hurry to check it out right now for the time being. Seeing Li Fenglin and Xian Yuanche walk into the academy, some of the students also finally understood why Li Fenglin was standing at the main entrance. So it's waiting for a new student. By the looks of it, this new student's background is probably very powerful, isn't it? I don't know, but those who can make Professor Li go to personally greet them either have a strong background or are geniuses. As the two of them walked, Li Fenglin introduced towards Xian Yuanche about some of the systems in the academy. Due to the fact that it was a martial arts academy, the entire system of the academy was completely different from the universities on Earth in the previous life. I can't say it's a little less similar, only completely different. The whole academy is divided into many specialties, lances, making potions and so on. It's a mess, almost any specialty. It really makes him a little uncomfortable. After walking for more than half an hour, Li Fenglin led him to a villa area. This is the villa area within our school, and it's filled with professors who specialize in the field. Are you trying to get me to live here? Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the villas on both sides. I have to say, from the outside, the villa does look quite nice. That's right, you have a cottage all to yourself. That's not bad. Xian Yuanche nodded with some satisfaction. This Li Fenglin is good at what he does. Upon entering the villa, the two sat down on the couch and started talking. Xian Yuanche, there's something about your enrollment that I discussed with our dean. Due to your strength, no professor in the academy is able to teach you, so I hope that you will become a tutor, or a professor in our academy. How about it? After hearing Li Fenglin's words, Xian Yuanche had an odd look on his face. Be a mentor, or a professor? Li Fenglin nodded. That's right. Originally, we wanted to place you directly into the varsity team, but after my discussion with the dean, we gave up on that idea. Is it titular? Xian Yuanche only cared about this. He's busy every day. It's fine if he's titled, but if he's not, won't he have to give lectures to his students and take them outside to experience? he doesn't have that kind of time. Chapter 45, The Student in the Skin of the Tutor. Not titular, when the time comes, you are responsible for taking those students to the secret realm. The wilderness calendar will be fine. Professor Lee, I think you'd better do an enrollment procedure for me. You don't know, I've been busy lately. 700 battle points per month. Before Xian Yuanche could finish, Li Fenglin interrupted. Cough cough cough. Xian Yuanche immediately coughed twice at his words. 1500, 1500 battle points per month, I should be free. Hiss. Hearing that Xian Yuanche wanted 1500 for a month, Li Fenglin sucked in a breath of cool air. He only gets 1000 points a month. You want 1500 points? In the end, the two pulled their punches for a few minutes and set the price at 1000 battle points a month. Xian Yuanche became the mentor in charge of taking students out to practice. In addition to this, instructional classes can be held to instruct students in martial arts and other areas. The school also gives a certain number of war points. Xian Yuanche quickly thought that something was wrong. Then how can you enter the competition if you become a mentor yourself? With doubts, he asked toward Li Fenglin on the side. I become a mentor, what about the competition? Li Fenglin smiled mysteriously. This is an area that the dean and I have thought about for a long time, but within our school's educational system, you're a freshman at our school, get it? Li Fenglin didn't say the rest, but Xian Yuanche already understood. Hoping that one is ostensibly a mentor but still a student in the records of the education system. Pretty much the same as a supernumerary. No, it should be a contract worker. Students in the skin of a mentor. I have to say, this college knows how to make the best use of what it has. Li Fenglin pulled Xian Yuanche into a group. Together with Xian Yuanche, there were a total of 8 people in the group. Other than Li Fenglin, the rest were mentors who were responsible for leading the team's experience. Everyone's nicknames are followed by a suffix. Mark what realm you are in. The lowest realm had a rank 6 martial zone, while the highest was a rank 9 martial zone just like him. Xian Yuanche also followed suit and changed his nickname. Group nickname, Xian Yuanche, grade 9 martial sect. After saying hello in the group, Xian Yuanche paddled away from the background and brushed the shivering sea. And at that moment the group, seeing a newcomer, started talking. Li Yin, level 7 martial sect at Li Fenglin. Where did old Li go to fool a level 9 martial sect into coming in? Li Fenglin. Lu Tao, welcome, welcome. On Xian Yuanche's side, he was brushing the video, and then he brushed to something about Linhai City. The content was probably that the city of Linhai, which had originally lifted the alert a month ago, had issued another emergency alert. What's with the alert again? He opens the Hall of Battle Honors. Sure enough, another announcement popped up, and just like last time, it had something about the Linhai City alert. For the sake of those few 50 battle points, Xian Yuanche made another trip to Linhai City. 100 kilometers away from Linhai City, hundreds of marine-type ferocious beasts were eyeing a middle-aged man on the sea level. The middle-aged man swung a knife towards the sea. The blade light instantly slashed the seawater apart, and the ferocious beasts in the sea were instantly killed or injured. The middle-aged man frowned as he swept through the sea with his spiritual sense. Strange, why are there so few ferocious beasts coming every time? And when Xian Yuanche's side was just about to get into his car to head to Linhai City, he realized that the alert had been lifted again. What the hell? Xian Yuanche spat out a sentence and helplessly returned the ticket he had just bought. In the afternoon, Xian Yuanche, who was eating again, received a message from Li Fenglin. Li Fenglin, here comes the task, Miss. Li Yin is on leave these days. Do you have any time to take your students out for practice with another teacher tomorrow? Xian Yuanche dryly replied with a good word on the chat box. This was because Li Fenglin had told him that in addition to the basic 1000 points of battle merit a month, taking students out to practice was also a way to earn battle merit. The next day, Xian Yuanche arrived at the Academy Square number 1 early. The square was empty. Seems a little early? Xian Yuanche took out his cell phone and looked at the time, 7 a.m. sharp. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a second person appeared in the square, wearing a black shirt and looking 40. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the visitors panel. Name, Tao Lu. Blood, 830-000/900-000, Grade 8 Martial Sect. Breathing Techniques. Martial Arts, Grade A, Qian Chun Fist, Deshang, Grade B, Rapid Whip Kick, Perfection. Secret Technique, Increase in Speed. Weaknesses. Increase speed, increases your attack speed by 30% after use. An 8th level martial sect? Looks like it should be another teacher leading the group. Xian Yuanche secretly said in his heart. You're quite early, classmate. Lu Tao greeted towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche didn't reply and instead extended his left hand. Hello MS. Lu, my name is Xian Yuanche. Hearing Xian Yuanche's self-introduction, Lu Tao froze in place for a moment. He measured Xian Yuanche, some unbelievable opening. You are the Xian Yuanche who succeeded Li Yin? Xian Yuanche nodded. It's me. Lu Tao, this is too young? This was because Xian Yuanche's note in the suffix of the group nickname was grade 9 martial sect. So Lu Tao then assumed that Xian Yuanche was at least 40 or 50 years old. But who would have thought it would actually be so young? Looking at Xian Yuanche's outstretched hand, Lu Tao also extended his hand to shake it. During the handshake, he even made a little effort to test the waters a little. In the end, it was concluded that Xian Yuanche was indeed a rank 9 martial sect. At least the realm was higher than his own. After shaking hands, the two men didn't communicate too much and both stood together quietly waiting for the students to arrive. After waiting for about half an hour or so, a few students arrived one after another. Seeing these few students, Xian Yuanche suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Lu Tao, who was standing by the side. That's right, Teacher Lu. How many students are we taking out for training this time? Lu Tao, there are a total of 22 students, all juniors, with realms ranging from roughly 9th level martial master to 3rd level martial general. Originally, this time we were going to a C-rank secret realm over in Linhai City. Due to the frequent alerts in Linhai City lately, the academy temporarily changed the location to next door in Konoha City yesterday. While the two were talking, a few students arrived in front of the two. Mr. Lu. The four only greeted towards Lu Tao. Obviously, they were also treating Xian Yuanche as a student just like Lu Tao earlier. Lu Tao nodded. Well, Teacher Li Yen took a leave of absence today, so this time, the new teacher Xian Yuanche and I will take you guys out to practice. Let me introduce, this is the new teacher, Xian Yuanche, a rank 9 martial sect. Lu Tao pointed at Xian Yuanche and said, Chapter 46, The Flooding of Linhai City. A few people reset their gaze on Xian Yuanche, with a bit of surprise in their eyes to a greater or lesser extent. The new teacher is so young? And still a rank 9 martial sect? You don't understand, after a martial artist reaches martial progenitor, it is said that they can live for a few hundred years. Even though teacher Xian Yuanche looks young, he might be 40 or 50 years old. Xian Yuanche sniffed with a black face. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that the 22 students came together, and when they heard that Xian Yuanche was the new teacher, they all sized Xian Yuanche up with curious gazes. Lu Tao clapped his hands. Everyone's here, get ready to go. The two left the school with 22 students and boarded a train to Konoha City. At 11 o'clock at noon, the group arrived in the city of Konoha. Today everyone will play here for a day, tonight we'll meet up at the nearby Wanyang Hotel, and tomorrow we'll enter the C-Class Secret Realm. Yes. Many people were excited to hear that they could play all day. After the students left, Lu Tao touched Xian Yuanche's arm. Going for a couple drinks? No. Xian Yuanche shook his head. Xian Yuanche came to the Wanyang Hotel alone and opened a room. A couple of cards fell out of the door as it opened. Pick it up and see that it's basically a card offering pornographic services. He casually threw it inside the trash can, sat on the bed and started to cultivate. After cultivating for 10 minutes, he suddenly thought of something and left the hotel. Ocean Budo Club. There really is a club. Xian Yuanche walked straight in. After going in, he directly opened a top-of-the-line training room for $20,000 an hour, and the cultivation room inside could increase the cultivation speed of a martial zone by 10%. Ding! Detected host practicing for an hour, gain 0. 55 points of chi and blood, triggered. Ding! Detected host practicing for an hour, gain 0. 55 points of chi and blood, triggered. While Xian Yuanche was cultivating, changes were also quietly occurring outside the Linhai City next door. At the bottom of the sea, 300 kilometers away from Linhai City, a few thousand-meter-long whales were swimming continuously, the terrifying aura on their bodies making the surrounding ferocious beasts tremble. Xian Yuanche had been practicing until 2 o'clock in the morning. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Hubris Aura. Chi and Blood, 1-130-000/1000000, Grade 9 Martial Sect. Breathing Techniques. 1. 13 million points of chi and blood now. If we continue cultivating like this, before we break through to Martial King, our chi and blood is estimated to be 2 million points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cell phone on the table vibrated like crazy. Xian Yuanche picked it up and realized that it was a call from Li Fenglin. After connecting, Li Fenglin's anxious voice came. It's not good, Xian Yuanche, hurry and bring the students back. Something big has happened. What happened? Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled as to what had happened that would actually make Li Fenglin so anxious. The sea level outside of Linhai City is rising, and we don't know what's going on yet. You hurry back with Lu Tao with the students. Xian Yuanche's expression was also a bit gloomy when he heard this. Okay, I'll be right back. The sea level is rising, which is presumably the work of high-ranking ferocious beasts in the ocean. I'm afraid that nearby city, which is right next door to Linhai City, will not be spared. When he walked out of the club, Xian Yuanche saw a number of people running wildly through the streets. At this time, Lu Tao also called, and the two agreed to meet at the hotel and leave Nirsi City together. Xian Yuanche quickly arrived at the hotel and Lu Tao had already been waiting with his students. Xian Yuanche, the students are all here, right? Arrived. The group took the train back to Shijing City overnight. While on the train, Xian Yuanche was keeping a constant eye on this matter. Many media outlets are also broadcasting the story overnight. There are even some that have been turned on live. At the same time, the Hall of Battle Merit also made another announcement. This time, it was clearly more urgent, and martial artists who went there were rewarded with 200 points of battle merit. After returning to Xiajing City, Xian Yuanche boarded another train to Linhai City. At around 4 in the morning, the train that Xian Yuanche was traveling on was forced to stop. This is because the news from the Linhai City side learned that the entire Linhai City has been flooded. There are still at least 100,000 people in the entire city of Linhai who have yet to be evacuated. Xian Yuanche once again opened the Hall of Battle Merits. The announcement was updated once more, and the reward was raised from the original 200 points to 350 points. Just go and participate in the rescue and you will get the corresponding war credit. You can imagine how urgent the situation is. Since the train was stopped, Xian Yuanche could only travel to Linhai City on foot. Linhai Prefecture level city in Shandong. The entire city of Linhai was almost completely submerged. Only some of the higher floors remained to be flooded. A handful of people stood on the roof of the building waiting to be rescued. Beneath the surface of the water, countless marine-type ferocious beasts were dragging and pulling the humans that were struggling on the surface of the water. When Shang Guanfeng came to Linhai City, he saw such a scene. He activated his martial energy and directly shocked the ferocious beasts in the water and fished all the people out. After doing so, he looked over to the ocean, where a few whales locked eyes with it. Upon seeing these whales, his expression changed. Giant Whale King, and it's still 3 7th order ones, trouble. Shen Yuanche hurried at full speed and only spent more than 20 minutes before arriving at Linhai City. He also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the current appearance of Linhai City. With time running out, he hastily began to look for survivors. It was good that Xian Yuanche wasn't the only one on the rescue. It also gives some ordinary people hope to live. For every person he saw who survived, Xian Yuanche would bring them to a nearby high building. After that, a rescue helicopter will be responsible for taking them out of Linhai City. In less than 10 minutes, he had saved a dozen people. Just as a man was placed on a high building, the people in the nearby high-rise suddenly exclaimed. Xian Yuanche followed their gaze. Only in the distance, a little girl was desperately swimming this way with a swimming ring around her. Every now and then, he even looks back a few times. A shark's tail fin is revealed on the surface of the water. The little girl couldn't swim fast enough for the shark to catch up, obviously. But it just kept chasing the girl after her, as if enjoying the cat and mouse feeling immensely. Seek death. Shen Yuanche couldn't help but shout angrily at the sight, jumping towards that, scooping up the girl with his hand, and kicking at the shark. Boom! The 6 or 7 meter long shark was kicked directly hundreds of meters into the air. Seeing the girl being rescued, people in the neighborhood started cheering. After putting the girl in a safe place, Xian Yuanche left the place and headed to the city center. A few minutes later, he arrived at the center of the city, and after arriving at the center of the city, it was obvious that he felt a faint, if any, pressure enveloping him around him. Looking up into the sky, he found an old man standing high in the sky looking into the distance. With some curiosity, he used the eye of scrying to scan the old man's information. Name, Shang Guanfeng. Wu 1. Chapter 47, Shang Guanfeng. Name, Shang Guanfeng. Wu Yuan, 65000/70000, 6th level Wu Zun. Breathing technique, swallowing the elements breathing technique, grade S. Martial arts, S grade, C-setting spear technique, perfection, shooting star spear technique, perfection, shattering air palm, perfection. Secret technique, berserking. Weaknesses. Berserk, use it to increase your full attributes by 15%. It's actually a martial zune. And it's from the Shangguan family again. Looking at Shangguan Feng's panel, Xian Yuanche secretly said in his heart. Above a martial king was a martial emperor, and above a martial emperor was a martial zune. And according to the official news revealed, there were only 6 explicit martial honors in China. It could be said that once one reached martial honor, they were the ones who stood at the top of the pyramid in the whole of China. Shangguan Feng in the sky naturally noticed Xian Yuanche as well. Just like the others, they were also very surprised that Xian Yuanche had reached a martial zone at such a young age, and it was still a rank 9 martial zone. It was only that he had to keep an eye on the 3 giant whale kings in the distance right now and couldn't spare the time. Otherwise, he would definitely make some inquiries as to which family's scion was actually so outstanding. Xian Yuanche looked at Shangguan Feng for a few moments before starting to look around the neighborhood. After searching for 10 minutes, there was no sign that there was anyone in the neighborhood who needed assistance. It was probably saved by that martial arts father in the sky. Kid, everyone here has been rescued, so you can go south and assist in the rescue. Shangguan Feng's voice reached Xian Yuanche's ears. Okay, thanks for the reminder, senior. After Xian Yuanche politely thanked him, he turned around and left. Looking at Xian Yuanche's back as he left, Shangguan Feng stroked his chin. Quite polite, appearance, talent is also good, but it's a pity that Yen Yen that girl has a boyfriend, or else surely for Yen Yen to ask for a contact. Soon Xian Yuanche arrived at the south side of Linhai City. There were quite a few martial artists over here who were participating in the rescue, partly responsible for rescuing ordinary people who had fallen into the water, and partly fighting the ferocious beasts in the water. But even so, some of the ordinary people died in the mouths of the ferocious beasts. At that moment, a huge wave dozens of meters high in the distance came in the direction of the crowd. "Everyone, get back!" one of them yelled. Xian Yuanche looked at the giant wave with a slight frown. Race, Silver Shark King. Grade, 5th Order. Introduction, a high-level race in the deep sea. The deeper the water they live in, the stronger they are. Weaknesses, fins, caudal fin. 5th Order ferocious beasts. He was just about to strike when he realized that someone was a step ahead of him. Fierce beast, suffer death. A silhouette holding a long spear fell from the sky and charged straight towards that huge wave. Boom! The huge waves instantly dissipated, and a 70-meter-long shark appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The bright silver-colored skin glistened slightly in the sun. To see it with the naked eye would tell you just how strong the shark's defense really was. And Xian Yuanche hurriedly used the eye of scrying to scan the person's information. Name, Morong Yun. Martial Arts Yuan, 249 of 300. 2nd grade Martial Arts King. 2nd grade Martial King. Xian Yuanche muttered a few times. Since someone was blocking the sharpshooter king, there was no need for him to make a move. The surrounding martial artists cheered when they saw someone blocking the Silver Shark King. "Stop cheering and see if there are any more victims," one of the martial artists exclaimed. After all, that strong man wasn't buying time for them to watch the show. The crowd then responded. Xian Yuanche kicked a third-order crab to death and saved 2 people in the process. He also paid attention to the fight on Morong Yun's side from time to time, so that he could go over and help in time once he realized something was wrong. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and the ordinary people in the neighborhood were saved. On the other hand, Morong Yun's side's expression became more and more grave. This was because he found that this Silver Shark King's defense was just too high. Even if one used a martial art to hit it, it would only cause it to suffer some minor injuries, not enough to seriously damage it at all. He glanced at those martial artists at the back and gritted his teeth to continue performing his martial arts. After all, if he couldn't hold out, those behind him would suffer. But the next scene that happened completely made him despair. Another 100-meter-high wave came in from the distance. The rest of the martial artists also discovered the incoming giant wave. "There's another huge wave coming." Morong Yun, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, sniffed and looked over, and gave a dark cry when he saw the huge wave. Suffered. With the Silver Shark King in front of him, he simply couldn't spare a hand to deal with the second Silver Shark King again. The rest of the martial artists also realized that Morong Yun couldn't draw his hand, and their hearts were filled with despair. "It's over. Mountain Breaking Fist." A voice rang out. Xian Yuanche executed berserking and directly rushed inside the giant wave, and executed the mountain breaking fist on that Silver Shark King inside. Boom! The 100-meter-high giant wave was instantly dispersed. After doing so, he jumped to a nearby tall building and stared at the huge wave that was gradually dispersing. A Silver Shark King appeared in front of the crowd. Only compared to the last Silver Shark King, this one looked bigger and more powerful. The bright silver skin of the body had partially changed to gold. Anyone could see that this Silver Shark King was even more powerful than the last one. After seeing the appearance of this Silver Shark King, the hopes in the hearts of the crowd were once again dashed. "It's over, this Silver Shark King looks even more powerful than the one just now." The gazes they all placed fell on Xian Yuanche. There was more or less a bit of worry in his eyes. Obviously, none of them thought that Xian Yuanche would be able to block this Silver Shark King. Originally, Morong Yun was still a little surprised that Xian Yuanche had stepped forward to fend off the Silver Shark King. He thought that Xian Yuanche was a martial king, but after he used his spiritual sense to probe Xian Yuanche's realm, his hanging heart directly died. "It's over. He's only a 9th-level martial artist." Xian Yuanche was unaware of the psychological changes in Morong Yun and the crowd. At this moment, he was using the eye of scrying to check the information of the Silver Shark King. Wanted to see what the difference was from the front end. Race, Silver Shark King. Grade, 5th Order. Description, a Silver Shark King that is about to metamorphose into a Golden Shark King, strong enough to crush most martial kings. Weaknesses, fins, caudal fin. After looking at the panel of this Silver Shark King, Xian Yuanche took out the B-grade alloy blade from his space ring. "It's been a long time since I've done it." Xian Yuanche reached out and flicked the blade. He directly executed the divine walking steps to charge towards the Silver Shark King. The hearts of the crowd of onlookers were in their throats, so much so that they forgot to even run away. When he almost arrived in front of the Silver Shark King, he directly executed the Gale Blade technique, increasing his speed by 200% once again. The Silver Shark King reacted quickly and retracted directly into the water. Xian Yuanche sneered at the sight. "Think this is safe?" He swung his sword directly towards the water. Ding! Trigger guaranteed blast, power increased. Chapter 48 Attempting to condense martial element seeds, forcefully collecting brains. Ding! Triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Triggering a 7-fold blast, increasing the power by 7 times. Ding! Triggering a 20-fold blast, increasing the power by 20 times. The attack landed on the Silver Shark King, instantly splitting its skin and even slicing off its tail fin. With his tail fin sliced, the the Silver Shark King's speed of escape dropped drastically. Xian Yuanche once again executed the Gale Blade technique. Ding! Triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Trigger triple blast, power tripled. 3 blasts of damage landed on the Silver Shark King. The Silver Shark King is dead. Morong Yun, who was not far away, had already been stunned. The Silver Shark King, which he had painstakingly fought for half a day without being killed, was given a second directly by this level 9 martial sect. That said, this ferocious beast should be able to be exchanged for quite a few battle merits. Xian Yuanche muttered to himself as he looked at the Silver Shark King's corpse floating on the water. He made a jump to the head of the Silver Shark King and tried to cut through its head, but because it was a B-grade alloy knife, it was a little tough to cut through. 2.5 minutes later, Xian Yuanche took out an egg-sized orb from the Silver Shark King's head. Crystal clear, with a white mist flowing inside, it looked incomparably beautiful. Is this the Yuan crystal? Xian Yuanche carefully scrutinized the orb in his hand. Yuan crystals, generally produced from the heads of 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. The most important thing was that it also contained martial elements. It was said that the most important raw material for martial king potion was Yuan crystal. Taking it to the War Merit Hall to recycle it, it was estimated that it could also gain a 2,000 or 3,000 points of war merit. Of course, he certainly wasn't going to take it and recycle it. He came back to the head of another Silver Shark King and scooped out the Yuan crystal. The Yuan crystal on Earth this time was obviously quite a bit larger than the last one. After doing this, he directly took out his cell phone and contacted the Hall of Battle Merit, asking it to come here afterward to help recover the corpses of the 2 Silver Shark Kings. As for why they didn't keep it, it was because after the death of a ferocious beast, most of the martial energy in its body would immediately dissipate. The remaining portion coalesced into metacrystals. The martial arts element that remained in his body was not even 1%. So for him, recycling in the Hall of Battle Merit was the most profitable. After doing this, Xian Yuanche was ready to leave this place and head to the next area to participate in the rescue. Until Xian Yuanche left, the crowd hadn't even come back to their senses from the shock. A few hours later, the entire city of Linhai was rescued. In all, more than 20,000 people were rescued and the death toll reached nearly 80,000 people. When the rescue ended, Xian Yuanche went to the city center again and found that Shangguan phone was actually still there. He didn't bother too much, but returned directly to Xiajing City on foot. Returning to Xiajing City, he went straight back to his villa within the academy. After taking a shower, he took out the 2 Yuan crystals that had been cleaned. It also contains martial energy, so maybe I can condense martial energy seeds as a result. He took out the small A-grade alloy hammer he had borrowed from Li Fenglin, which he had specifically borrowed to open the Yuan Jing. Bang bang bang! Xian Yuanche took a small hammer and kept pounding it against the Yuan crystal. Every 10 strikes will trigger a blast. After 250 taps, cracks appeared in the metacrystal. After tapping for a while longer, he put down the hammer and picked up the Yuan crystal. With a slight force from his hand, the metacrystal was split in half. The martial energy inside radiated out with it. Xian Yuanche sucked all these martial elements into his mouth and began to feel them in detail. A few minutes passed, and Xian Yuanche slowly used the qi and blood in his body to get these martial elements into the shape of a seed. That's what it's supposed to look like, right? Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. At that moment, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is attempting to condense martial elemental seeds, triggering a 100-fold blast. Progress of martial elemental seed condensation is 10%. As soon as the system's words fell, he sensed a change in the embryonic martial element seed within his body. Only 10% progress? Xian Yuanche was a little disappointed. However, it was normal to think about it. Yuan crystals were no better than martial king potion, and it was still normal for the effect to be almost as good. The big deal was to take the time to go out in the field and kill 5th-order ferocious beasts. The second one he cracked using the same method and sucked the martial energy inside into his body. The martial elemental seed had also undergone a subtle change, increasing its progress by roughly 0.1%, I think. After doing so, he set his eyes on the system quests. This quest is the one to open the metapole chest. The task was simple: step in the door left foot first on the day of school registration. He had completed this quest a few days ago and had wanted to take the time to open it. I ended up forgetting about it for the last couple days. Never thought about it until now. System, help me open the UNG box. Xian Yuanche said in his heart. Ding! Okay, the metapole box is opening. A few seconds later, the system beep came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the UNG box. Xian Yuanche's consciousness entered the system space to take a look. The originally locked Yuan polar box had been opened, revealing its contents. A special USB flash drive. A special flash drive? Xian Yuanche squatted down and took out the flash drive from the case. This kind of USB flash drive is usually used to record martial arts or breathing techniques. If it can be put inside the Yuan pole box, then it's at least A grade, right? Xian Yuanche guessed. He took the flash drive and left the system space. After inserting the flash drive into the VR, he put it on. S-ranked martial art, Wind and Thunder Fist Technique. Wind and Thunder Fist Technique, Special Edition. Grade, S. Description: after special modification, it is the only S-ranked martial art that can be cultivated without the need for martial arts elements. The power of Wind and Thunder, the swing speed can reach 40 punches per second after initiation. After consummation, during the swing, carrying the power of Wind and Thunder, one's movement speed is increased by 200%, and there is a high probability of paralyzing the enemy, causing them to be slow to react. It's actually an S-ranked martial skill, earned it. After seeing that it was actually the S-ranked Wind and Thunder Fist technique inside, Xian Yuanche had some excitement on his face. He had thought that at most it would be an A-grade martial art. It wasn't in vain that he entered the school gates with his left foot advanced. That's just numbing. It took him more than an hour to learn the Wind and Thunder Fist technique. After that he left the academy and headed to a nearby club to start raising his proficiency. Ding! Triggering a 10,000-fold blast, Wind and Thunder Fist technique proficiency increased by 1,000. Ding! Triggering 100 times the storm, Wind and Thunder Fist technique proficiency increased by 10. Ding! Triggering 5,000 times the storm, Wind and Thunder Fist technique proficiency increased by 500. In just less than an hour, he had increased his proficiency in the Wind and Thunder Fist technique to perfection. Glancing at the time in the training room, there were still over 3 hours before it was due. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, he entered the cultivation room and began to cultivate. Capital of a country. 80,000 people. Fully 80,000 dead. I propose a massive bombardment of the waters using massive amounts of nuclear weapons. A middle-aged man suggested to the surrounding crowd. Agreed. 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 Chapter 49. A hungry wolf comes, give it back, or else the next one will come as a pack. At that moment, in the midst of a chorus of approval, an ill-timed voice rang out. I object. The crowd sniffed and looked, and the person who spoke was an old man in his 60s. Seeing the crowd looking at him, the old man voiced his concerns. Although using nuclear weapons to counterattack can kill the vast majority of ferocious beasts, have you ever thought about what if you enraged those 8th order ferocious beasts? With the old man taking the lead, those from the conservative faction came forward and voiced their concerns. Yes. What if it angers those 8th order ferocious beasts? Our Huaxia has managed to regain some vitality. We can't afford to be tossed around in a short period of time. People are coming to their doorsteps and you guys aren't thinking of anything to fight back. I'll you up. A middle-aged man with a fiery personality pointed at the conservatives and cursed. Morong Zun, who was sitting on the main seat, sighed when he saw this. Quiet. Morong Zun's voice reached everyone's ears. Let's adjourn for now. People from both factions were staring at each other with wide eyes at the moment. Goons. Doing things without thinking about the consequences. Reckless. Looking at the crowd that walked out of the conference room, Morong Zun sighed powerlessly. Actually, the radicals are not wrong. Other people are at your doorstep and you're not thinking of fighting back? But conservatives aren't wrong. Consider the consequences of everything or there will be a terrible price to pay. There were 2 8th order ferocious beasts coiled in the waters off of Huaxia. Once the nukes are launched, they are bound to be enraged. When the time comes the consequences are unimaginable. While he was thinking about what decision to make, an old man appeared beside him. Launch, I'll take care of the rest, cough cough. The old man's voice was incredibly weak, as if he would die at any moment. If an onlooker had seen the old man, he would have been shocked. Because the old man's appearance was indeed too much of a surprise. The whole man was dry and thin, his whole right leg was empty, his left eye had disappeared, and he coughed twice now and then. Morong Zun looked at the old man, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. But, teacher, your body. Wang Dingtian waved his hand. No harm done, it'll hold up for a few more years. Somewhat meaningfully, he then said, remember, my son, a hungry wolf comes to test the waters, and if you don't give a strong rebuff, I'm afraid the next time it will be a pack of hungry wolves that comes. After saying that, Wang Dingtian limped away from here on his crutches. The old man hasn't shown his face for too long, they're about to press on, cough cough cough. Bang! Looking at his teachers departing back, Morong Zun slapped his palm on the table. It was followed by a big laugh. Ha 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 ha, but he laughed and shed tears. He was laughing at himself, laughing at the fact that he had been too impulsive back then, causing the martial Yuan seed to rupture and preventing him from breaking through to martial saint for life. Let the teacher drag his crippled body to support Huaxia for decades all by himself. Ha ha ha, I'm such a loser. After laughing at himself once again, his eyes turned firm, as if he had made up his mind about something. The First Academy of Gangnam Budo. At this moment, Xian Yuanche looked at his existing battle achievements and was incomparably satisfied. The corpses of the 2 Silver Shark Kings brought him a total of 5,000 battle points. Together with the other scattered battle credits, and the remaining battle credits from before, it also brought his battle credits to over 8,000 points. There are still 7,000 battle points left to exchange for the Martial King Potion. Xian Yuanche hurriedly opened the search system of the Hall of Battle Merits. He wanted to search where there were the most 5th-ranked ferocious beasts outside of Huaxia. Then take a trip someday to sneak around and help open the brains of those ferocious beasts. Linhai Prefecture level city in Shandong. Although the rescue had been completed and those involved in the rescue had been evacuated, Shangguan Feng was still staring at the 3 7th-ranked ferocious beasts in the center of the city. It wasn't really that he didn't want to go, but he felt a gaze locked onto him. This also led to him not daring to act rashly. Wang Dingtian suddenly appeared beside Shangguan Feng, stretching out his dry and thin finger and pointing it towards the 3 giant whale kings in the distance. 3 lances that were 1,000 meters long and condensed from martial energy appeared in the sky and flew towards those 3 giant whale kings. Seemingly sensing the danger, the 3 giant whale kings wanted to escape, but it was too late. The 3 lances directly penetrated the 3 giant whale kings. 3 7th ranked, against the mark of a martial exalt, ferocious beasts fell in this way. When Shangguan Feng saw this scene, he felt shocked beyond measure in his heart. Is this the legendary martial saint? Returning to his senses, he respectfully greeted Wang Dingtian. Elder Tin. Wang Dingtian nodded slightly. You go back first, it's enough to have the old man here. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Shangguan Feng directly disappeared in place. This was because he knew that what was to come was not something that he, a martial exalt, could get involved in. It wasn't until Shangguan Feng was far away that Wang Dingtai returned his gaze to the distance and spoke faintly. So many years have passed, and you're pressing on again? Dragon King Crocodile. As soon as Wang Dingtian's words fell, the seawater in the distance rolled over. A giant crocodile that was 10,000 meters long floated to the surface of the sea. The head resembles a dragon, but without horns. The back is covered with spikes and the left eye is empty and fierce-looking. The Dragon King Crocodile opened his mouth. Old man, I didn't think you were still alive, I thought you were dead, ha. After saying that, the Dragon King Crocodile then stared fiercely at Wang Dingtian with his only remaining right eye. It was easy to tell from its eyes that it hated Wang Dingtian very much. Wang Dingtian snorted coldly. It seems that the lesson given to you 30 years ago wasn't enough, so there's no need to keep this left eye of yours. With that, a long spear condensed from martial energy that was 10,000 meters long fell towards the Dragon King Crocodile. The Dragon King Crocodile was shocked at the sight. It didn't expect Wang Dingtian to disregard his own injuries and force his way out. Roar! Aqua Flow Armor! The Dragon King Crocodile roared, and the seawater around it instantly enveloped it, forming a blue armor. Perhaps because it felt that it was not enough insurance, the dense spikes behind it instantly grew larger, wanting to use this to ward off Wang Dingtian's attack. Boom! The lance landed on the back of the Dragon King Crocodile, and the water-flowing armor on its back only resisted for less than 2 seconds before shattering. Even the spikes on his back didn't resist for long, and the lance just plunged right into the back of the Dragon King Crocodile. Roar! The Dragon King Crocodile roared in pain. The lance dissipated, but the Dragon King Crocodile no longer had the same arrogant aura it had just had. There was also a flash of scorn in his eyes. It didn't expect Wang Dingtian's strength to still be at its peak after so many years of being poisoned. Did he clear the toxins from his body? The Dragon King Crocodile was constantly thinking in his mind. He was just about to flee, but his nose seemed to smell something, and he resumed his arrogant-like aura from earlier. I smelled the toxins still remaining in your body, so it turns out that the toxins left in your body by the Poison King Spider back then have not yet been removed. You must have forced your way out just now, old man, you forced your way out just now, I'll see how many years you can live. As it said that, it seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of smugness flashed in its eyes. I heard that your student was unable to break through to Martial Saint for life because of the aftermath of the injuries he sustained back then. Don't worry, the day you die will be the end of China. With that, it sank into the sea, wanting to turn away. It seems the rats you've been cultivating are getting bigger and bigger, even knowing these things. Wang Dingtian said indifferently. The Dragon King Crocodile's face changed at the words, and it realized that it had just spoken out of turn. But at that time, you may as well come and try and see if the old man can take you before he dies. Chapter 50, Panic Dragon King Crocodile, Instructing Students in Martial Arts. But at that time, you may as well come and try and see if the old man can take you before he dies. Hearing what Wang Dingtian said, the Dragon King Crocodile seemed to have thought of something and turned to leave. It was more than familiar with what Wang Dingtian said. 30 years ago, news of the death of another dying martial arts saint in China came out. Let them, the 8th Order ferocious beasts, mistakenly think that the opportunity had come, attacking Wasia like crazy. It turned out that that martial saint had actually faked his death. As a result, they were hardened by a martial saint with only half a life left pulling 2 8th-ranked ferocious beasts to cushion their backs. It was also because of this incident that caused them to not dare to act rashly for the past 30 years. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but speed up a few points. It decided that it would have to change nests immediately to do so. That old man Wang Dingtian knew where its nest was. In case it really comes for its back before dying, won't it have no place to cry? After sensing that the Dragon King Crocodile had completely left, Wang Dingtian put away the yuan crystals of those 3 giant whale kings before leaving with those 3 corpses. After returning to his secret room, Wang Dingtian removed the lance that was placed on the wall and took out a towel to carefully wipe it. Old buddy, cough cough. The toxin in his body flared up again, causing Wang Dingtian to cough a few times. Dragon King Crocodile was right, he wouldn't last a few more years. But there was not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes in the face of death. He only knows that as long as he is still alive for one day, Huaxiao will be peaceful and stable for one day. That night, Morongzun reconvened and passed the radicals' proposal to use nuclear weapons to carpet bomb the seas off of China. Takes place in 3 days. The next day, Xian Yuanche woke up early to prepare to go and give his students an instruction class. Because he was forced to interrupt his experience with students, Li Fenglin arranged a guidance lesson for him. Specializes in pointing out student deficiencies. He hadn't wanted to go, but the system had issued a rare quest. Task, instruct students. Task content, as a teacher, you should guide your students so that they can take the road less traveled. Please ask the host to instruct 20 students in one day so that they can take the road less traveled. Mission progress, 0/20. Duration of mission, 4 hours. Reward, after the mission, according to the number of people pointed out, different levels of rewards will be distributed, with the lowest being a C-grade alloy knife and the highest being an A-grade alloy knife. That's right, up to grade A alloy knives. In other words, if the number of students he instructed reached 20, the system would give him an A-grade alloy knife as a reward. It just so happened that his B-grade alloy blade couldn't keep up with his realm anymore, and it was just the right time to replace it with a more advanced one. Soon, Xian Yuanche arrived at the large training room number 34 within the academy. The moment he pushed open the door, he only saw that more than 40 students had already come inside the training room. Looking at the fact that there were only 40 or so students, Xian Yuanche frowned. He saw from the information sent by Li Fenglin that there should be more than 80 students coming to class today. How come there were only 40 or so only? He didn't dwell on them too much, though, and headed toward the students. At this time not far away the students were still discussing the teacher of today's class. Yesterday I realized that the teacher giving us lessons today is actually not Mr. Lu Tao. Instead, it's been replaced by a teacher named Xian Yuanche. I don't know how good this new teacher's instruction level is. My hegemony blade technique has been stuck at Xiao Chun for quite a while now, just waiting to ask Mr. Lu Tao, who knew that the teacher had changed. Another student thought for a moment and picked up the conversation. I don't think the new teacher should be as capable as Mr. Lu Tao. After all, Ms. Lu Tao has been a teacher for more than 10 years, and her skills are deep enough. And did you guys notice that when we used to take Mr. Lu Tao's class, it's basically 80 or so people. Today, only 40 or so came. You can see from this that everyone thinks the new teacher is not as good as Mr. Lu Tao. As a rank 9 martial sect, Xian Yuanche naturally heard what these students said. He didn't care too much. He had walked for so many days, although he had been relying on the system to raise his strength and realm. However, he still watched videos of some powerful people sparring in martial arts matches online whenever he had the time. Learn and understand the skills about fighting. He even spent a lot of money within the Hall of Battle Merit, renting books on various aspects of the subject to read. Watching it occasionally triggered the system's blitz, and in the 2 months of the second half of summer vacation, he had read at least a few hundred books of various genres. So he thought to himself that he would still have no problem instructing these students. Within moments, he walked up to the crowd. Everyone get ready for class. Hearing Xian Yuanche's voice, the crowd placed their gazes on Xian Yuanche. Is this the new teacher? How come he looks younger than me? Many students looked at Xian Yuanche with some suspicion. Introduce yourself, I'm your instructor for this class, Xian Yuanche, Martial Dao Realm, 9th level Martial Zone. If there is anything you need to ask for advice, you can come and talk to me now. Saying that, Xian Yuanche found a stool on the side and sat down directly. 9th level Martial Sect. Isn't that higher than teacher Lu Tao? Me. I want to ask for advice. Hearing that Xian Yuanche was a rank 9 martial sect, a male student excitedly walked forward. This student was the very same student who had just said that his hegemony blade technique had been stuck at little achievement for a long time. What do you have to point out? Xian Yuanche got up and asked. Sensei, the bastard blade technique I'm using now has been stuck at small success for a long time. I want you to give me some pointers. You come to the cutting area and cast it once for me. Good. Chen Xiaoluo nodded and went back to the back to pick up his own sword, heading towards the cutting area. The other students saw this and ran to the cutting area. They also wanted to see if this new teacher was awesome or not. Come on. Xian Yuanche waved at Chen Xiaoluo. He knew the bastard blade technique, a C-grade martial art. Although he hadn't practiced it, as a rank 9 martial sectarian and having also practiced the rank A Gale blade technique, it was still easy for him to see the deficiencies of a rank C martial skill. Chen Xiaoluo took a deep breath and rushed in front of Xian Yuanche before executing the hegemony blade technique. Xian Yuanche easily evaded each of Chen Xiaoluo's attacks. He could see that the angle of attack of this blade technique was a bit tricky, and Xian Yuanche felt that it should be better called the difficult blade technique. Xian Yuanche caught Chen Xiaoluo's knife with his fingers. Well, I can already see your problem. With a slight force from his fingers, Chen Xiaoluo's knife came out of his hand. Please teach me, sensei. Xian Yuanche took Chen Xiaoluo's knife and waved it around. The angle of attack of the hegemony blade technique is very tricky, and judging from what just happened, you have indeed comprehended the essence. But that's not enough. I think the angle of your attack could be a bit more tricky. For example, attacks the enemy's crotch, eyes, and other vital areas. Chen Xiaoluo smiled and pondered in place, and then there was a bright light in front of his eyes. Attacking the vitals, yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Chen Xiaoluo excitedly thanked towards Shen Yuanche, took the knife and walked towards the simulation room not far away. After the surrounding male students heard Shen Yuanche's instructions, they glanced at their crotches and then at Shen Yuanche. This new teacher is also too devoid of martial virtues, but I like it. Remember, in the future, if Chen Xiaoluo asks us to spar, don't agree. That's right, that's right. The other male students nodded approvingly. Who would dare to cut a duel with the possibility of losing a child or a grandchild? The remaining 10 or so female students covered their mouths and snickered. This new teacher seems interesting. Shen Yuanche placed his gaze on the crowd. Okay, next. Me. I want advice. A female student in white stood up. Shen Yuanche nodded his head. It's just you. What martial art do you cultivate? Teacher, I cultivate the wind-chasing blade technique, and recently I've been stuck at the grand completion of it, and have been unable to reach perfection. Chapter 51 Mission accomplished. Oh, wind-chasing blade technique? Hearing the wind-chasing blade technique, Shen Yuanche smiled. It's his best sword technique. I wonder if Mr. Shen Yuan can make Lu Yan's wind-chasing blade technique breakthrough. I remember last time when teacher Lu Tao instructed Lu Yan to break through from a minor accomplishment to a major accomplishment, it seemed like it took a lot of effort, right? It seems like it took several days. This time it's a great success to perfection. I guess I can't do it without a week, even half a month. You performed the wind-chasing blade technique once against me. Yes. Lu Yan nodded and took out the alloy knife from her space ring and performed the wind-chasing blade technique right towards Shen Yuanche. Shen Yuanche also took out his own alloy knife from the system space. Bang! Bang bang! He kept counteracting Lu Yan's attacks with his sword. The Grand Completion's wind-chasing blade technique could swing out 14 blades in 1 second, and Shen Yuanche easily parried these 14 blades. After a few minutes, Lu Yan stopped panting, and Shen Yuanche also discovered the problem. Student Lu Yan, the wind-chasing blade technique is about speed, and just now, when you were performing it, you were too concerned about power. The power of each slash you just swung was sufficient, which caused your swing speed to never reach 17 slashes per second. Remember, the fish in the bear's paw can't have it both ways, reduce 1 point of power and gain 2 points of speed. This is the essence of the wind-chasing blade technique. After hearing Shen Yuanche's words, Lu Yan began to ponder. Indeed, she did seem to be overly concerned with prowess. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Lu Yan respectfully bowed towards Shen Yuanche. Shen Yuanche, go practice in the simulation room. Lu Yan nodded solemnly towards the vacant simulation room. Shen Yuanche took the time to glance at his quest progress. Mission progress, February 20th, to now. He redirected his attention to the remaining students. Who else is coming? Me. After seeing the entire process of Shen Yuanche teaching Chen Xiaoluo and Lu Yan, the remaining 30 or so students ran to Shen Yuanche's side. This new teacher can be much more powerful than Mr. Lu Tao. They have to cherish this lesson before they can do so. Don't get too excited, one by one, there's still time. While everyone was coming together in front of Shen Yuanche, Chen Xiaoluo, who had just come out of the simulation room, quietly came to the corner of the training room to make a phone call. Inside the dormitory of one of the academy's buildings, Lu Hong, who was lying in bed asleep, connected the phone in a daze. Hello? Son, what can I do for your father? Chen Xiaoluo didn't bother to retort, but instead spoke in a hurry. Son, hurry up and come to the instruction class. Lu Hong rolled over, some disappointment on his face. Isn't today's guidance class with the new teacher? The new teacher's skills are definitely not as good as Mr. Lu Tao's, so I might as well sleep in the dormitory. Each teacher only had one instruction session a week. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of this instruction class to let Mr. Lu Tao instruct him on how to quickly practice his newly purchased martial arts skill, Broken Mountain Fist. As a result, he received the news yesterday that today's instruction class was actually taught by a new teacher, which immediately took away his desire to take the class. Chen Xiaoluo sniffed with some hatred. Hurry up and come, I'm telling you, this new teacher is even better than Mr. Lu Tao. Just now, I was only instructed for a moment, and my hegemony blade technique broke through to its grand completion. What? When Lu Hong heard Chen Xiaoluo's words, he immediately opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. You didn't lie to me, did you? Lie to you, I'm your son. Hurry up and come, don't sleep. Okay, I'll be right there. Lu Hong hurriedly changed his clothes and left the dormitory without washing his face. Bang! A few minutes later, Lu Hong hurriedly pushed open the door of the training room. The noise that was made caused all the people in the room to put their eyes on him. This included Shen Yuanche. For a moment, Lu Hong was a bit embarrassed. Teacher, I just had a stomach ache, so I'm late. Shen Yuanche, it's fine, I never call the roll in class. Whether Lu Hong was telling the truth or not, he naturally knew. An 8th level martial artist having diarrhea, no one would believe it. Thank you, teacher. Lu Hong closed the door and hurriedly walked over to Chen Xiaoluo. Looking at Xian Yuanche, who continued to instruct his students, he looked at Chen Xiaoluo with some disbelief. This teacher looks a bit young. You are indeed better than Mr. Lu Tao. You'll know if you watch for a while, it's definitely better than Mr. Lu Tao. 10 minutes passed and Xian Yuanche instructed 4 more students. The mission progress also went from 2 to 6. At this moment, Lu Hong finally determined that this new teacher was indeed more powerful than Mr. Lu Tao. Who's next? Xian Yuanche looked at the crowd. Me. I'll do it. Lu Hang immediately jumped out and yelled. Chen Xiaoluo was too late when he just wanted to go and pull him back. Soon Lu Hong realized that something was wrong. Why is everyone focusing on themselves again? Chen Xiaoluo tugged on Lu Hang's clothes. So many people have to line up, you just came, line up last. Hearing Chen Xiaoluo's reminder, Lu Hong then reacted. He had some embarrassment on his face. Excuse me, you guys go ahead. Half an hour has passed. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Mission progress, 17/20ths. After another 10 minutes or so, Xian Yuanche had completed his task. Mission progress, 2020. Taking out his cell phone and checking the time, an instruction session was 4 hours long, with about 3 hours left before class ended. But looking at it, I don't even think it would take 4 hours, 2 would be enough. Looking at the remaining 20 or so students, he spoke. Next. After almost another hour, it was finally Lu Hang's turn. What are you going to point out? Xian Yuanche asked. Sensei, some time ago my family bought me the B-ranked martial art, the mountain breaking fist. It's been almost a month and I haven't even learned it yet, so I'd like you to give me some pointers, is that okay? Xian Yuanche raised an eyebrow at his words. I didn't expect it to be another martial art that he practiced. Come on, let's see how far you've practiced. A few seconds later, Lu Hong finished performing his incomplete mountain breaking fist. After Xian Yuanche stated the tips and points to note, it immediately gave Lu Hong a bit of clarity. A rush of excitement ran across his face. I've come to my senses. Thank you, teacher. The quest progress popped up again. Mission progress, 43/20ths. At this point, he had already exceeded his quest, and the A-grade alloy knife was considered stable. He just didn't know if there would be any additional rewards. Chapter 52, S-Class Alloy Knife. At this point, he had already exceeded his quest, and the A-grade alloy knife was considered stable. He just didn't know if there would be any additional rewards. There shouldn't be anyone to point out, should there? Xian Yuanche glanced at the crowd. After a moment when no one answered, he spoke. Class dismissed then. What? This is the end of class? No way, this teacher is so nice. When the students present heard Xian Yuanche say that class was dismissed, their faces were somewhat incredulous. If it were any other teacher, after instructing all the students, they would have let them go to the cultivation room, or the simulation room to stay until the end of the class. I didn't realize this new teacher let them leave class early. Xian Yuanche looked at the dazed crowd and raised his eyebrows. What? Doesn't everyone want to leave class? Then stay and continue the class. The crowd shook their heads in unison. No. Bye, teacher. With that said, everyone crossed over Xian Yuanche and excitedly ran out of the training room. This teacher is so good. Not only is she very high level, but she lets us out of class 2 hours early. What a dream teacher. That's right. I'm coming to his class next time. Xian Yuanche smiled without saying anything more when he heard these students' words. After the crowd left, Xian Yuanche closed the door to the training room and walked towards the nearest cafeteria. On this side of the cafeteria window, Xian Yuanche looked at the auntie who constantly had her hands shaking as she tugged at the corners of her mouth. That auntie, I'm actually a teacher, he said, and took his papers out of his pocket. The aunt who was shaking her hands scanned the papers. After realizing that Xian Yuanche was still really a teacher, his face was a little embarrassed, and he immediately rescooped a spoonful of meat. This teacher, sorry, get used to it. The auntie who beat the rice was a little embarrassed as she handed the rice to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took the meal and shook his head. He didn't realize that all the auras had been revived and the university cafeteria was still the same. Good thing he's a teacher. Xian Yuanche ate a few pieces of meat and nodded in satisfaction. It's not bad, using second-ranked ferocious beast meat. At this time, within the Academy's forum, students who had taken Xian Yuanche's guidance class were posting threads in the forum. Hashtag the new instructor is so good. After a few minutes of instruction, my martial arts skills went straight from proficient to grandmaster. Hashtag the new instructor is too good. He's better than Mr. Lu Tao and Prof. Li Fenglin. For a while, the post about the new teacher only instructing the students for a few minutes, and the proficiency of the martial arts skills had risen by 1 level caused the students to discuss it in a constant stream. A few went to the bottom of the post with skepticism asking if it was true or not. The responses received were invariably true, and some of those students saw the replies and had their hearts broken. They thought that a new teacher was coming to class today, thinking that the new teacher must not be as good as Mr. Lu Tao. So he deliberately did not go, thinking to go out and have fun, not expecting that the level of this new teacher is not only higher than that of Mr. Lu Tao, but also higher than more than one level. First floor. I love early 8, I threw up. I should have known I would have gone to that instruction class today. Regret. Second floor. Eat bubblegum and play bubble bobble, stop complaining and regretting, everyone, and go see when this new teacher's next class is. Causeway Li Yunlong, yeah. Let's all hurry up and see when this new teacher has class. After the others saw the comments on the second floor, they reacted and went to see when Xian Yuanche's next class was. And Xian Yuanche, who didn't pay attention to the academy's forums, didn't know in the slightest what was happening within the forums. Wouldn't care even if I knew. After taking a few bites of food, he opened the quest interface with his mind. System, claim your reward, he said in his mind. Ding. The host has completed the mission, rewarded with an A-grade alloy knife. Ding. Detecting that the host has over-completed the mission, triggering the hidden mechanism, the grade of the soon-to-be distributed A-rank alloy knife will be upgraded to an S-rank alloy knife. Ding. The S-class alloy knife has been stored in the system space, please have the host check it out. I didn't realize there was a real surprise. Looking at the system prompt, it was false that Xian Yuanche wasn't happy. Originally, he was a bit disappointed when he saw the reward A-rank alloy knife, but he didn't expect it to be immediately upgraded to an S-rank alloy knife. He hurriedly finished his meal and headed towards his villa. After returning to the villa, Xian Yuanche immediately took out this S-grade alloy knife from the system space. Just from its appearance, this S-grade alloy knife was not comparable to a B-grade alloy knife. The black and gold blade, with the dark gold hilt, was very high in value and to his liking. He ran his fingers over the sharp blade. The finger was immediately scratched, but before blood could bubble out, the wound was healed by the recovery effect carried by the aura of hubris. Xian Yuanche was very satisfied with this blade. With this knife, it would be even more convenient for him to go out into the wilderness and hunt 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. After putting away the knife, he took out his cell phone and started tallying up the information he had gathered. All of this information was about the location of where the 5th order ferocious beasts' nests were located around Huaxia. He took out a map from his system space. This is a map of the area around Huaxia. Immediately after that, he began to mark the locations of those ferocious beasts' nests on the map one by one. After an unknown amount of time, he marked the nests of 76 5th-rank ferocious beasts. And that's just around China. Further afield, he had no thoughts of dabbling for the time being, just to be on the safe side. Although he had the system and the arrogant aura, relying on damage blasts, he was able to easily hunt ferocious beasts across the ranks. But he wasn't arrogant enough to go deep into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts without knowing how to die. Because even with the system, sooner or later something will happen. What he had to do now was to obtain resources and enhance his strength and realm while keeping himself as safe as possible. In the evening, a message hit all the major short-form video platforms. As a result of the inundation of the city of Linhai, which led to the death of 80,000 people, Comrade Morongzun, the highest representative of the Higher Council of the House of Representatives, adopted yesterday the decision to use nuclear weapons to bombard the surrounding waters. It was executed at 7 a.m. on September 4, when it will be broadcast live via satellite and other sources. When he saw this news, Xian Yuanche was first stunned. Then there was some shock. He didn't expect this Morongzun to be so fierce, directly using nuclear bombs to bombard the sea. You know, nuclear bombs, it's easy to blow up those 5th order ferocious beasts. Looks like a good show, Xian Yuanche muttered. He decided to watch the live stream before heading out into the field. In his last life, he hadn't seen a nuclear bomb explode, but in this life, it was not easy to have a chance, so he definitely had to observe it properly. Meanwhile, the internet has exploded. There have been no exceptions, and they all agree with this. XXOO, that's the way it should be. These ferocious beasts really think we Chinese are soft? Blow them up hard for me. Chen Guanxi, I suggest one for the little life next door. The rest of you, agree, I very much agree to give one to the little life next door too. Maybe they have already defected to the ferocious beast. Seeing these comments, Xian Yuanche smiled. He actually approves of one for the little life next door. Although it was tried 70 years ago, just after the aura revival. But then he hadn't even traveled over to see it for himself. Pity. Xian Yuanche shook his head with some regret. He knew for sure that the state would never do anything like this now, at least not now. The common enemy of mankind is now the ferocious beasts. Of course, if the little life really defected to the ferocious beasts. Chapter 53, Using Nukes, Departure. Hunting the Fierce Beast. September 6th. Saturdays. Xian Yuanche was on a video call with Mu Yanran. At this time, the Fire Phoenix cub had long since finished digesting the energy in its body, growing from its original pigeon size to 3 meters long. The grade had also come to the 4th rank, against a martial zone. Xian Yuanche suddenly thought of something and used the Eye of Scrying to scan Mu Yanran's realm. He wanted to know what realm Mu Yanran had reached after almost 3 months had passed. Name, Yuma Mu. Blood, 7445/8000 points, 7th level martial artist. Breathing technique, swallowing the elements. Breathing technique, grade S. Martial arts, grade A, Lingyun blade technique, proficient, Lingyun steps, minor achievement, shattering Yuan palm, proficient. Secret technique, rapid increase. Weaknesses. Rapid increase, when used, it increases one's attack speed, reaction speed, and movement speed by 30%. I can't believe it's a rank 7 martial master, the promotion is really fast. Xian Yuanche said in his heart. And looking at the secret technique on her panel, it's a pretty good one. As for why the martial skills were only a rank, it was simple. S-rank martial skills all required the use of martial elements, so it was simply impossible to learn them under a martial king. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche picked up a book on the side and read it. After reading it for half an hour, he put it aside and started practicing. He had also been cultivating off and on for the past 2 days, and now his chi blood came to 1,160,000 points. If he were hard to say, his current realm would be that of an 11th level martial sect. Just long like that, he practiced until 6:30 the next day. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Blood, 11700/1000000. 9th level martial arts sect. He shuffled over to the cafeteria for breakfast and turned on his cell phone. At this point in time, the live streams on all the major platforms are relaying what's about to happen. That is, nuke the oceans. The crowds in the major broadcast rooms were looking forward to seeing this scene. And there were quite a few pop-ups suggesting one for the little days. The time came to 7 and a countdown appeared on all the screens. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, 0. Launch. As the countdown hit 0, dozens of missiles carrying nuclear warheads were launched towards the ocean from all over China. At the same time, satellites in the sky relayed the footage at the same time. The missile landed on the ocean and an explosion rang out. The sea rolled over in an instant. Without exception, these nukes exploded, and dozens of mushroom clouds rose from the blue planet. Then dozens more were fired. One round of explosions followed by another. It went all the way to the 10th round before it stopped. Somewhere in the deep waters of the blue planet, the Dragon King crocodile opened his eyes. It knew what was happening, but due to its fear of Wang Dingtian, a dying tiger, it didn't even dare to go out and stop this, fearing that Wang Dingtian would fight for his life to take it away. Let's hope those two guys can swallow it. The Dragon King crocodile prayed in his heart. And the two guys in its mouth were the other 2 8th-order ferocious beasts in the Blue Star Ocean. Originally, there were 5 8th-order ferocious beasts in the entire ocean of the Blue Star. But 30 years ago, 2 of them were taken away by the martial sage of Huaxia before he died, so there are only 3 left. In the different seas of the blue planet, an auger dragon opened its pupils at the bottom of the sea. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to keep his eyes closed. The same was true for the 8th-order crabs in the other sea. Didn't choose to intervene too much, or didn't dare at all. After watching the entire process of the nuclear bomb explosion, many people have been secretly happy. Just after watching the live broadcast, Li Fenglin's phone called. Xian Yuanche? Did you read the forum? Li Fenglin's words caused Xian Yuanche to freeze, but he answered truthfully. Without looking, is there anything in there? Just open it up and see, I just read the forums to find out. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche opened the forum. Found quite a few threads with posts about myself hanging around the forum. Looking at the content of the posts, he smiled. At this time, Li Fenglin's phone called again. Well, read the forums, right? After reading it just now, surely you came to me for more than just showing me the forums? Xian Yuanche broke Li Fenglin's mind with a single word. On the other end of the cell phone, Li Fenglin laughed awkwardly. Here's the thing. There's been a lot of feedback from students over the last couple of days wanting to know when your next class is. So you see, you have any availability these days for another mentoring session? Xian Yuanche thought it was something, but it turned out to be this. Tell me more, I'm going to go out for a bit in the next few days, it might be many days before I get back. After hearing that Xian Yuanche was going out, Li Fenglin sighed helplessly. Then something seemed to come to mind. By the way, the exact time for the academy competition has been set. Xian Yuanche, what time in October is it scheduled for? It's set for October 15th, there's still more than a month left, by then you can just help our college enter and fight for the top 10. Of course, the higher the ranking, the better. When the time comes, we'll give you battle credits based on the ranking. The higher the ranking, the higher the battle credits. Xian Yuanche nodded and hung up the phone. After packing up a bit, he left the academy and headed towards the station. He was going to hunt the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts around the western part of Huaxia before going to hunt the ones in the north. And so on. Soon enough, Xian Yuanche arrived at the westernmost alert area of Huaxia. Just as he was about to walk out of the gates, a soldier approached him. Little friend, recently there have been frequent beast tides, and you can't go out into the wilderness privately under a level 1 martial general, so I beg your pardon. Obviously, that soldier treated Xian Yuanche as one of those ordinary students who wanted to go out and play. Xian Yuanche didn't say anything, but instead took out his cell phone and pulled up the information on the homepage of his Battle Hall of Fame and handed it to that soldier to see. though he could have just ignored the soldier and gone straight out to the outside. But he would still give these soldiers who were defending their country the respect they deserved. The soldier took the phone and looked at it. Avatar. Username Xian Yuan Che. Realm, 9th level martial arts sect. Battle merit, 8431. After seeing that Xian Yuan Che was a martial zone, the soldier immediately respectfully handed the phone back to Xian Yuan Che. After you. With that, Xian Yuan Che left the cordoned-off area and came to the pseudo-safety zone. The pseudo-safety zone can also be described as empty at this point. If it were normal, there would be a lot of people setting up stalls and selling things in this neighborhood. He took out the map from the system space and began to search for the first target to hunt. It's just you, Poison Toad King. It seems pretty close. Xian Yuan Che immediately rushed towards the Poison Toad King's lair. Chapter 54, Slaying the Poisonous Toad King. Shangguan Long, who came a step late, Shangguan Fu. The lair of the Poison Toad King was not far from the border of China, in a swampy area more than 200 kilometers away. Using the divine walking steps to catch up, he quickly arrived at the swampy area 200 kilometers away. Swamps, before the revival of aura, were extremely dangerous zones. The seemingly harmless surface can easily devour a person's life, with the exception of martial artists, of course. Since the Poison Cicada King was entrenched in this swampy area, that's why he could still feel a faint poisonous odor emanating from the air. It was a good thing he had the recovery effect of the hubris aura and was not affected in any way. This was also the reason why he dared to come and hunt the Poison Toad King. Xian Yuan Che walked directly towards the inside. As he walked, he could still occasionally see some ferocious beasts and human bones. Coming to one of the bones with a space ring, he removed the space ring. The spatial rings that martial artists carried would all be bound with identity information, so they could all be passed through the spatial ring and thus learn who its owner was. This dead man was alive when he was alive. No, it's a level 7 martial sect. Opening the spatial ring and looking inside, he wanted to see if there was anything else inside. A bank card, and 2 B-rank chakra potions, and a flash drive. Although the stuff wasn't of much use to him anymore, he still put it away in the system space. After doing this, he used the spatial ring to put away that corpse bone. Those 2 B-grade chi blood potions alone were worth $40 million, so he didn't mind helping to collect its corpse. After doing this, he continued to walk towards the depths. The further in, the more corpses of ferocious beasts and humans there were. From this, it could be seen how many ferocious beasts and humans this poisonous Toad King had eaten. After about 6 or 7 minutes, he felt the toxicity of the poisonous gas in the air grow stronger. Obviously, he was getting closer to the Poison Toad King. That's when he felt something sweep through his body. Bang! After only a second, a toad with a dark green appearance, about 50 meters tall, and with dense bumps growing on its back appeared in front of him. Xian Yuan Che immediately executed the divine walking steps to pull away. By the way, he scanned the information of the Poison Toad King using the Eye of Scrying again. Race, Toad King. Evaluation, 5th order. Description, its back hides extremely powerful toxins, and it also releases poisonous gases that transform the environment near its nest. Weakness, due to its impending breakthrough to the 6th rank, the toxin in its back is beginning to become unstable, resulting in a temporary inability to use the toxin to attack enemies. After seeing the information scanned out by the scrying eye, Xian Yuan Che could only say, what a coincidence. This Poison Toad King just happened to be about to break through to the 6th rank, and he himself just happened to come to pay a visit. Unable to use toxins, the current Poison Toad King was like a meat target in his ability to resist. When the Poison Toad King saw Xian Yuan Che quickly pulling away, he didn't choose to chase after him, but instead, his harumphs flowed all over the place. It had just used its spiritual sense to probe Xian Yuan Che's realm, and although the chi and blood in his body was huge, it hadn't reached Martial King yet. He was just about to break through to the 6th rank, and if he ate this chi and blood-filled human in front of him, he would definitely break through faster. As it thought about this, it began to get excited in its mind. Coo! Quack! The poisonous Toad King cried out and opened his mouth. His tongue immediately flew towards Xian Yuan Che. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Che laughed coldly in his heart and took out the S-Class alloy blade from his space ring, and instead of retreating, he directly rushed towards the Poison Toad King's tongue. Coming to the tongue, he slashed directly at it. The Poison Toad King's tongue was directly cut off. Quack! The Poison Toad King screamed miserably and hastily retracted his tongue. Somewhat scornfully glancing at Xian Yuan Che, seemingly after realizing that the human in front of him was not to be messed with, his legs exerted themselves in an attempt to jump away. Xian Yuan Che naturally noticed the Poison Toad King's movements and immediately let out a cold laugh. Want to run? No way. Gale Blade Technique. He directly turned on Berserk and rushed in front of the Poison Toad King to perform the Gale Blade Technique. Due to having divine walking steps, berserking, and the speed gained from the perfection grade Gale Blade Technique, Xian Yuan Che's speed became extremely terrifying. Before the Poison Toad King could react, the attack had already landed on its body. Ding! Detected the host using the Gale Blade Technique, triggering a 15-fold blast, increasing the power by 15 times. Ding! Triggered a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! triggered a 5-fold blast, increasing the power by 5 times. The 3 slashes that triggered a blitz attack, combined with the S-rank alloy blade, the Poison Toad King, which didn't have much defense, was directly sliced in half. Boo! Until his body fell to the ground, the Poison Toad King was still staring at his dark green eyes. It didn't expect this human, who hadn't even reached Martial King yet, to kill itself so easily. Shen Yuanche jumped to the Poison Toad King's head with a single leap. Taking the knife in his hand, he sliced through its head and started searching for it. After searching for a few minutes, he took out an egg-sized yuan crystal. He collected the yuan crystal into his system space, then jumped to the ground to look at the Poison Toad King's corpse. The value of each 5th-ranked ferocious beast corpse was different. Like this toxic Toad King, the body carried a large amount of toxins, so the value of recycling would be quite a bit higher than the previous Silver Shark King. He collected the 2 halves of the corpse into the system space along with them. After doing this, he didn't choose to leave immediately, but continued to go deeper into the swamp. According to the experience of the novels of his last life, these ferocious beasts that occupied one side might have some precious heavenly materials around their nests. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanche left the swamp with some disappointment. There was not an inch of grass around the Toad King's lair, let alone any heavenly treasures. The only thing that might be slightly worthwhile is its faded skin. After leaving the swamp, he once again took out the map from his system space and began to determine his next target. After thinking for a few seconds, he set his next target on the nearest 5th-ranked beast. Snake Jiao? You're it. He gathered up the map and ran wildly in one direction. More than 10 minutes after Shen Yuanche left, 2 middle-aged men arrived. Big brother, the last time I came here, this Poison Toad King was about to break through to the 6th rank, so we have to solve it as soon as possible. Shang Guanlong said towards Shang Guanfu, who was at the side. On the side, Shang Guanfu nodded his head, his expression somewhat grave as he barked. Well, this Poison Toad King's toxin is extremely powerful, so be careful not to come into contact with the toxin when we fight later. Good. Shang Guanlong nodded. The 2 of them detached themselves from the ground and flew directly towards the depths of the swamp. A few minutes later, the 2 arrived at the deepest part of the swamp. Looking at the empty mud puddle, Shang Guanlong was a bit puzzled. Strange? This poisonous Toad King is in the midst of a breakthrough, so where did he go if he didn't stay properly? Shang Guanfu, look around the neighborhood. The 2 of them spread out and used their spiritual sense to search within the swamp. A few minutes later, the 2 of them coincidentally arrived at the place where Xian Yuanche had just fought. Chapter 55, Beheading Snake Jiao, Mountain Moving Ape, Blast System 2. 0 Preliminary Task. The experienced Shang Guanfu squatted down to look at the marks on the ground. Based on the scene, someone has preempted us and beheaded the Poison Toad King. Hearing his own big brother's words, Shang Guanlong was a bit puzzled. Someone beat us to it? Didn't they only send us 2 brothers from above? Could there be others? Shang Guanfu shook his head. It might just be a coincidence, forget it, since the poisonous Toad King has been killed, let's go to the location of the next 5th order fierce beast. Take a look and see which is the closest 5th order fierce beast to us. Good. Shang Guanlong nodded and took out the map from his spatial ring and looked at it. The closest 5th order to us is the Serpent Jiao. That's it. The 2 came into the sky and flew towards the nest of the Snake Scow. At this moment, Shen Yuanche, after about 10 minutes, had already arrived at the Snake Jiao's territory. A lake about 5 kilometers or so in diameter. Seemingly sensing Shen Yuanche, the lake water tumbled for a while. A 100-meter-long snake with pitch-black scales and a unicorn horn surfaced, staring at Shen Yuanche on the shore. However, after it realized that Shen Yuanche hadn't yet reached Martial King, this Snake Jiao's reaction was the same as the poisonous Toad King just now. With a whoosh, it directly rushed towards Shen Yuanche, who was on the shore. Looking at the Snake Jiao that rushed towards him, Shen Yuanche said that he liked this kind of ferocious beast that rushed up to die without the slightest hesitation. The Snake Jiao's speed was very fast, and in less than 2 seconds, it rushed to Shen Yuanche's face. Shen Yuanche jumped back and immediately pulled away. He wanted to lure the snake ogre to the shore completely. As expected, the Snake Jiao directly went up the bank after seeing Shen Yuanche start to pull away. The moment the Snake Jiao came to the shore, Shen Yuanche directly used the Gale Blade technique towards the Snake Jiao. Hiss! The snake ogre seemed to sense something as well and immediately tried to escape back into the water. But it was already too late. Shen Yuanche with all kinds of speed enhancements, was it not comparable to this 5th-ranked ferocious beast? Ding! Detected the host using the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 20-fold blast, increasing the power by 20 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 17-fold blast, increasing the power by 17 times. Boo! A series of system beeps rang out, and with the S-grade alloy blade, along with the damage blast given by the system, this 100-meter-long snake auger was directly sliced into 3 pieces. Seconds. Although it was cut into 3 sections, these 3 sections of the snake's body were still writhing. Shen Yuanche once again executed the wind-chasing blade technique on the snake's head. The several-meter-high snake's head was directly sliced into several pieces. The meta crystals also happened to be exposed. He stowed the yuan crystal and the body of the snake Jiao inside the system space. He dove into the lake for a while longer, trying to see if there was anything good. Same as last time, no hair. With some disappointment, he opened the map and identified his next target. 200 kilometers away from the mountain-moving apes. Only a few minutes after Xian Yuanche had left did the two Shangguanlong brothers arrive here. This time between the two men they saw the blood on the shore. Shangguanlong used his spiritual sense to scan towards the lake and did not find the snake Jiao's figure. Combined with the blood on the shore, the two men looked at each other. Big brother, this snake Jiao was killed again just like the toxic Toad King, and the blood is still fresh. It should have happened a few minutes ago. Shang Wanfu nodded in approval. It seems that this person isn't simple either, and in less than 10 minutes, he decimated the snake Jiao. Since the snake Jiao is dead, let's go to the next location. Good. Shang Wanlong nodded. Coincidentally enough, the next target of the two just happened to be the mountain-moving ape. Soon, Xian Yuanche arrived at the territory of the mountain-moving ape, and found the mountain-moving ape in a pile of hills. At 70 meters tall, Xian Yuanche's entire body looked insignificant in front of it. The area below the neck is covered in armor made of rock, providing considerable defense. Roar! The moment he saw Xian Yuanche, the mountain-moving ape pounded his chest and punched towards Xian Yuanche. When the fist was about to fall, Xian Yuanche didn't retreat but advanced, jumping directly onto the moving mountain ape's fist. Then it followed the arm directly to the shoulder of the mountain-moving ape. This time, he didn't use the Gale Blade technique, but directly used the Wind Thunder Fist technique that he had only recently learned. Feng Lei Quan Wind and Thunder Fist Technique, Martial Art. Grade, S. Introduction, the power of wind and thunder, the speed of swinging can reach 40 punches per second after initiation. After consummation, carrying the power of wind and thunder, one's own movement speed is increased by 200%, and there is a probability of paralyzing the enemy, causing them to be slow to react. The rain of punches landed directly on the neck of the mountain-moving ape. At the same time the system's beeps kept coming. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 5-fold blast, increasing the power by 5 times. Ding! Triggered a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Triggered a 5-fold blast, increasing the power by 5 times. This time, Xian Yuanche's luck wasn't that good, and none of the triggered blitz multipliers were high. Even this was enough to make the mountain-moving ape wail in pain. Roar! The mountain-moving ape reached out and slapped his hand towards his neck there, wanting to slap Xian Yuanche to death. Xian Yuanche jumped directly onto its head to continue executing the Wind Thunder Fist technique. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Triggers a 5-fold blast, increasing the power by 5 times. Ding! Triggers a 7-fold blast, increasing its power 7-fold. A series of system beeps sounded again. Roar! Feeling the pain coming from his head, the mountain-moving ape stretched out his hands and slapped towards his head. This palm didn't hit Xian Yuanche, but instead, he slapped himself into a daze. The somewhat dazed mountain-moving ape fell straight to the ground. Xian Yuanche directly took out his alloy knife and directly ended it. After storing the corpse in the system space, Xian Yuanche found a bit of dry wood. After building a bit of fire, he took out a bit of snake auger meat from the system space and roasted it on the spot. 3 5th-order beast corpses now, I guess I can exchange it for a few thousand battle merit points, right? Xian Yuanche put the snake auger meat aside to roast and took out the map. There were 76 5th-order ferocious beasts coiled near the border of Huaxia, distributed in 3 directions, east and north-south. There were 23 5th-ranked ferocious beasts coiled in the east alone, and as long as one killed all 23 of them, together with the Yuan crystals obtained, and with a Martial King's potion, becoming a Martial King could be said to be the nail in the coffin. Ding! Detected that the host is not far away from the Martial King, triggering the Blitz System 2. 0 Pre-Quest. Mission Content. End of Chapter. Chapter 56 Upgrading the System's Quest Content. Goodbye Shangwan Long. Ding detects that the host is not far from the Martial King, triggering the Blitz System 2. 0 Pre-Qualification Task. Mission Content. I. Ask the host to lead the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy to first place in the upcoming Academy competition. 2. Reaching the first level of Martial King. Bonus, Blast System upgraded to version 2. 0. Guaranteed number of times scaled down, and unknown new features unlocked. Upgrade? Xian Yuanche looked at the quest panel. When he had just bound the system had said that the number of guaranteed times would be reduced after upgrading, and after such a long time, he had almost forgotten about it. I didn't expect to actually trigger the quest, and it just so happened that he was also going to participate in the Academy competition next month as well, so it was just as well that he could finish it all together. A few minutes later, Shangguan Long and Shangguan Fu came here. At a glance, Shangguan Fu saw Xian Yuanche who was roasting the snake auger meat. There's someone down there, you go check it out first, I'll find out where the mountain-moving ape is. Shangguan Fu said towards Shangguan Long. Good. Shangguan Long nodded. Shang Guanlong landed directly in front of Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche instantly recognized the person in front of him as the Shang Guanlong who had fought with the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king at the southern border. Shang Guanlong also recognized Xian Yuanche, the somewhat lucky and somewhat unlucky kid. Luckily took the martial zone fruit and broke through to martial zone in one fell swoop. Unluckily, the side effects brought about by the martial zone fruit made it difficult for its chi and blood to grow again. However, when he used his spiritual sense to perceive Xian Yuanche's realm, his eyes immediately widened. He looked at Xian Yuanche somewhat incredulously. Aren't you? You a rank 4 martial zone? How come you've turned into a rank 9 martial zone after not seeing it for 2 months? Just as he finished, he realized something was wrong. The chi and blood capacity in Xian Yuanche's body seemed to be more than that of an average rank 9 martial sect. What the hell is this situation? Senior, we meet again. Xian Yuanche smiled and greeted Shang Guanlong. You? How long has it been since you kid? How did your chi blood rise so fast? Shang Guanlong asked again with some stuttering. Xian Yuanche took out a small knife and sliced a bit of snake auger meat into his mouth. Wu Zonghua, didn't I tell you last time? Senior, you're too forgetful, aren't you? 2 martial fruits so fierce? Shang Guanlong looked at Xian Yuanche with some suspicion. Yeah, how else would I have elevated to a rank 9 martial sect? It can't be a case of hanging on, can it? Xian Yuanche shrugged his shoulders and handed over the roasted snake auger meat in his hand in passing. Freshly roasted meat, would Senior like to try it? Shang Guanlong couldn't refuse and reached out to take it. What kind of meat is this? Snake meat, freshly killed and fresh. Xian Yuanche took out a wooden skewer and continued to skewer and roast the snake auger meat. Shang Guanlong took a whiff and realized that it smelled as if it was quite fragrant. What a snakes, it smells pretty good. Snake auger meat. Xian Yuanche replied as he sprinkled cumin on the meat skewers. What? Snake auger meat? Shang Guanlong, who had already passed the meat skewer to his mouth, sniffed and looked at Xian Yuanche somewhat incredulously. Could it be that head of snake auger was decapitated by this kid in front of him? Such a thought rose in his mind. With a skeptical attitude, he took a bite and realized that it was indeed the meat of a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. It also does look like snake meat in terms of texture and flavor. Though he basically concluded, he asked anyway. There's only one 5th-order snake auger on the eastern side of our country, and when my big brother and I went to look for it just now, we found that it had already been killed by someone, and that someone wouldn't be you, would it? Xian Yuanche stuck the wooden stick on the ground and added some firewood to the fire. If that snake auger you're talking about lives inside that lake 200 kilometers away, then I should be the one to kill it. Hearing Xian Yuanche admitted himself, Shang Guanlong's eyes were filled with incredulity. A martial progenitor could actually kill a 5th-ranked ferocious beast? It's the first time he's seen it. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the poisonous Toad King. Did you kill the poisoned Toad King then too? Just as Shang Guanlong finished speaking, Xian Yuanche nodded. I killed it. What about the mountain-moving apes here? Already killed by me. Sorry senior, you're late. Xian Yuanche used his knife to give the meat skewer a few cuts as he spoke, as if those questions he had just answered were insignificant in his eyes. At this point, Shang Guanlong was already numb. He didn't expect Xian Yuanche, a martial sect, to actually be so fierce, directly taking out 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. He had lived for so long, and he had never heard of any martial artist that could decapitate a 5th-ranked ferocious beast at the martial sect. One must know that since the recovery of the aura, the most glorious battle record of the martial sect was just 40 years ago, when 2 rank 9 martial sect members surrounded and killed a fierce beast that had just broken through the 5th rank. And this kid in front of him, who was also a rank 9 martial sect, had continuously killed 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts by himself. It also included the poisoned Toad King who was about to break through to the 6th rank and the mountain-moving ape whose strength was very strong amongst its peers. At that moment, Shang Guanfu, who had gone and returned, fell from the sky. Bang! Xian Yuanche predicted in advance and turned around with the kebabs, avoiding the dust around him from falling onto the kebabs. Only after the smoke cleared did Xian Yuanche turn back around. Shang Guanfu looked at Shang Guanlong. Just like the last 2 times, the moving apes are not in the territory. Shang Guanlong finished the meat skewer and threw the wooden stick to the ground. Big brother, there is no need to find this mountain-moving ape. It has already been killed. Killed? Is it that guy again from the previous 2 times? Shang Guanfu thought that his brother had found traces of battle nearby and surmised that the mountain-moving ape had been killed. Shang Guanlong pointed at Xian Yuanche who was on the side. It was this kid who killed them, including that snake Jiao just now, and that poisoned Toad King, he also killed them. Surprisingly, after hearing that Xian Yuanche had killed 3 5th-order fierce beasts in a row, Shang Guanfu did not show the same shock and disbelief as Shang Guanlong. This was because he simply didn't believe that the kid in front of him, who was only a rank 9 martial sect member, was able to kill 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts consecutively. Frowning just as he was about to open his mouth to reprimand this brother of his, he suddenly realized something that shocked him greatly. And so on. This kid looks less than 20 years old. How come he's a rank 9 martial sect? Moreover, the total amount of chi and blood in his body was quite a bit more than that of a normal rank 9 martial sect. Not only was the total amount more than that of a normal rank 9 martial sect, but it was also more solid. What does this mean? It means that the young man in front of him has very solid roots. Your realm? Shangguan Fuxing tentatively opened his mouth and asked. Before Xian Yuanche could answer, Shangguan Long, who was on the side, grabbed the answer first. This kid was lucky in the beginning, taking 2 martial zone fruits and his realm became like this. 2 martial fruits? Shangguan Fu stroked his chin at the words, obviously not quite believing it, but there had never been an example of a martial artist taking 2 martial zone fruits before. So it is indeed possible. However, he didn't continue to examine the matter and instead looked at Shangguan Long. Then you just said that the Poison Toad King, the Snake Jiao, and the Mountain Moving Ape were all beheaded by this kid, are you sure? Shangguan Long nodded, sure, just now this kid even gave me skewers of snake auger meat to eat. It is indeed snake auger meat. Even after hearing his brother's affirmative answer, Shangguan Fu still didn't believe it. Because even if this kid in front of him had more chi and blood in his body than the average martial zone and was more solid, it would never be possible to decapitate a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. Chapter 57, Shangguan Fuxiu, a Martial King Potion. Battle Shangguan Fuxiu. He looked at Xian Yuanche, kid, it's not good to lie to people. From the point of view of chi and blood, you're indeed more powerful than the other rank 9 martial sect. But it shouldn't be powerful enough to kill 3 5th-order fierce beasts in a row, right? Where are your companions? Hearing Shangguan Fu's words, although Xian Yuanche was a little speechless in his heart, he still answered the question. This senior, I don't have any companions, those 3 ferocious beasts were indeed beheaded by me. Where's the body? Shangguan Fu continued to ask. It's hidden from me. After hearing Xian Yuanche say that the corpses had been hidden, Shangguan Fu was even more certain that Xian Yuanche was not the one who had killed those 3 ferocious beasts. He decided to give Xian Yuanche a bit of a lesson, letting this brat know clearly that casually bragging was not a good habit. Kid, come and fight me. As long as you can win against me, I'll believe that those 3 ferocious beasts were beheaded by you. Xian Yuanche rolled his eyes in his heart when he heard this. He wanted to say to Shangguan Fu, what does it matter to me if you believe it or not? Senior, just now when I fought with the mountain moving ape, I was injured a bit, so it's better to forget about it. After saying that, Xian Yuanche ate the grilled meat skewers by himself, not wanting to pay attention to Shangguan Fuxing anymore. At that moment, Shangguan Fu extended a finger. A Martial King Potion. What? Xian Yuanche, who was eating a meat skewer, looked at Shangguan Fuxing with some confusion. As long as you beat me, I'll give you a Martial King Potion. This time, Xian Yuanche heard it clearly and immediately coughed a few times. Cough cough cough, senior, although I was injured just now, I think that it's still possible to try. Arrogant boy. Shangguan Fu shook his head, his heart somewhat disappointed in Xian Yuanche. It was still too young, being overwhelmed by the Martial King Potion, thus forgetting how big the gap between a Martial Zone and a Martial King was. Big brother, you're being too bullying, aren't you? Shangguan Long couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. The meaning was obvious, you, a rank 8 Martial King, fighting a rank 9 Martial Zone, is too much of a bully. Shangguan Fuxiu put his hands behind his back. If he really killed those 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts consecutively, there should be no problem in defeating me. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xian Yuanche. Kid, what do you say? Xian Yuanche nodded in agreement. Get ready to start. As a senior, I won't bully you. I'll stand still and let you fight for 20 seconds, during which time I'll only parry attacks and never fight back. From these words, it could be seen that Shangguan Fu did not place Xian Yuanche in his eyes. Xian Yuanche laughed in his heart. This Shangguan Fu simply didn't treat him as a human being. Not to mention 20 seconds, even if it was only 10 seconds, he could have knocked his whatchamacallit out himself. Since Senior has said so, then Junior will respectfully comply. Xian Yuanche didn't have any politeness, and with a whoosh, he rushed directly in front of Shangguan Fuxing, and directly executed the Wind and Thunder Fist technique. Shangguan Fu didn't care and reached out his hand to prepare to block Xian Yuanche's fist. But he will pay for his arrogance in the end. At this time, Xian Yuanche's mind was already constantly ringing with the system's beeps. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 15-fold blast, increasing the power by 15 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 7-fold blast, increasing the power by 7 times. Xian Yuanche's punching speed was fast, but Shangguan Fuxing, who had the aid of his spiritual sense, wasn't simple either. After extending his hand to parry a few punches, he suddenly felt a paralysis coming from his body. This was a paralyzing effect that had a probability of being triggered by the perfection-level Wind and Thunder Fist technique. The feeling comes and goes quickly, but it was in that less than half a second that the rest of the punch landed directly on him. Due to the triggering of the blast, the power of the Wind and Thunder Fist technique increased greatly, directly sending Shangguan Fu flying out. Boom! In no time at all, it crashed into a small hill in the distance, almost directly piercing that hill. Cough cough. Shangguan Fu stood up covering his somewhat sunken-in chest. The eyes that looked at Xian Yuanche also changed, turning into gravity and shock. He didn't expect this kid to actually have the strength to actually send himself flying just by performing a set of punches. And it's not too powerful. If he hadn't used his spiritual sense to perceive Xian Yuanche's realm, from the power of that punch just now, he would have thought that Xian Yuanche's realm was even higher than his. Shang Guanlong, who had been spectating from the sidelines, directly stared with wide eyes when he saw that scene just now. He didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually be really that fierce, and with just a set of punches, he sent his own big brother flying out. Elder, there's more than 10 seconds left, I'm going to continue. Seeing that Shang Guanfu was still able to stand up, Xian Yuanche once again rushed towards him, preparing for another set of Wind Thunder Fist technique. Wait! Shang Guanfu hurriedly called out. I've recognized your strength, you've won. With that, Shang Guanfu took out a Martial King potion from his spatial ring, all the while spitting in his mind. This kid's punches were so powerful, if he gave it to him a few more times, I'm afraid I'm going to be cold. Xian Yuanche came to him to receive this Martial King potion. Many thanks to Senior's potion, Senior's injuries are not serious, right? Never mind, never mind. Shang Guanfu waved his hand. But whether it really matters or not, I'm afraid only he knows. That's good. Shen Yuanche swept the Martial King potion in his hand with his eye of scrying, and after there were no problems, he put it away in his spatial ring. Item, King Wu Potion. Introduction. After taking it, it can help grade 9 martial sectors have a probability of condensing martial element seeds. Senior still has some snake scaly meat left over here, do you want to try it? Regarding Shang Guanfu, who had just given himself a Martial King potion, Xian Yuanche's tone was polite. Shang Guanfu first froze, then touched his sunken chest. Well, go ahead and bake, I'll be over for dinner later. Okay. Xian Yuanche nodded and turned towards the fire. After seeing Xian Yuanche leave, Shang Guanfu hurriedly turned around and took out a healing potion from his spatial ring and poured it into his mouth. Fortunately, he had stopped Xian Yuanche in time just now, or else a few more times, he was afraid that he would really have to meet the King of Hell. A few minutes later, Shang Guanfu returned to the two. Here. Xian Yuanche handed over a skewer of snake auger meat. Shang Guanfu took it and ate it. While eating, he also looked at Xian Yuanche, unable to stop the appreciation in his eyes. He especially appreciated those juniors with great strength, and it was obvious that Xian Yuanche fulfilled this condition. Kid, you should be ready to condense the martial element seeds, right? He asked towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche nodded. Well, after all, I'm already a rank 9 martial sect. Chapter 58 Martial Yuan Seed Gathering completed. Converting Martial Element. Shang Guanfu patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. Your realm was only raised by taking the martial zone fruit. The path in the future may be harder than others, but I hope you don't give up. Many thanks for the admonition, Senior. After Shang Guanfu finished all the meat skewers in his hands, he got up and clapped his hands. Well, we two brothers will go back first. Be careful on your own. If you want to continue hunting 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, just hunt the ones around the border, don't go too deep into the wild. After saying that, he left with Shang Guanlong. After more than half an hour, Shang Guanfu seemed to remember something with a tap on his head. Right. I forgot to ask what that kid's name is. On the side, Shang Guanlong came up. That kid told me last time, his name is Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche? Of the Xian Yuan family? Shang Guanlong shook his head. No, he said he was an orphan. It might really be a coincidence of the family name. After all, although the surname Xian Yuan is rare, it's not unheard of in other parts of China. Well, I guess it's a coincidence. Shang Guanfu nodded. Although this was the case, he still decided to investigate Xian Yuanche's family background and these things when he went back. 2 days later, Xian Yuanche inserted his S-class ally knife into the head of a tiger and retrieved the Yuan crystal inside. The 13th head. After Xian Yuanche put away the tiger's body, he took out the map and hit a fork. By now there were 13 forks on the map. Every fork marked on it represented the hunting of a 5th-order beast. In other words, these days, he had already hunted and killed 13 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. The 14th head. The 15th head. The 17th head. The 20th head. 23rd head. Until Xian Yuanche put the last fork on it, the goal of this outing was all accomplished. The next step was to return to the vicinity of the pseudo-safe zone, take the corpses of these 5th-ranked ferocious beasts out of the system space, and let the people from the Hall of Battle Merit come to reclaim them. After spending more than an hour, Xian Yuanche returned to the vicinity of the pseudo-safety zone. After looking around and making sure that no one was there and monitoring, he took these 5th-ranked ferocious beast corpses out of the system space. After doing this, he took out his cell phone and contacted the staff of the Hall of Battle Merit. After hearing that there were 23 5th-order ferocious beast corpses to be recovered, the staff first questioned it, but soon hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed towards the location sent by Xian Yuanche. The staff from the Hall of War Merit came very quickly, and in less than an hour, they arrived at the location where Xian Yuanche was. Upon seeing the corpses of one 5th-ranked ferocious beast beside Xian Yuanche, several staff members were directly stunned. They thought it was a joke, but they didn't expect it to really be the corpse of a 5th-order ferocious beast. Help me tally up how many points of battle merit can be gained by recycling these ferocious beast corpses. Xian Yuanche opened his mouth towards one of the staff members. Okay, just a moment. Several staff members hastily began to tally it up. The value of different ferocious beast corpses varied, and the staff quickly tallied them up. Hello, these 23 fifth-order ferocious beast corpses of yours, after recycling them, you can gain a total of 55,500 battle points. Do you want to do the recycling? Well, recycle it. Xian Yuanche was quite satisfied with the price. Okay, the battle merit points will be credited to your account within half an hour. Please pay attention to checking. Xian Yuanche nodded. Okay, hard work. He took the lead back inside the city. After finding a hotel nearby, he took a shower and then turned on his cell phone. It was discovered that the 55,000 or so battle merit points had already arrived. Instead of rushing to buy the Martial King potion, he first took out the 23 yuan crystals, and the one given by Shangguan Fu. If these were enough for him to condense Martial Yuan seeds, there was no need for him to waste battle merit points to exchange for Martial King potion. There is an option to go for something else. Taking out a small alloy hammer, he cracked open those yuan crystals one by one. Knock one off and he absorbs it. Since the Martial Yuan seed in his body had already condensed around 10%, it was equivalent to having a fledgling form. So all he needed to do now was to keep filling it with Martial Yuan. A Yuan crystal would provide him with roughly 0.5% to 1%. By the time he absorbed the ninth one, the cohesion level of his Martial Yuan seed had come to 17%. When he absorbed the 10th one, the bailout triggered. The system's beep came. Ding! Detected the host absorbing Yuan crystal. The degree of cohesion of Martial Elemental seed is increased by 1%. Triggering a guaranteed 30-fold blast. 1% increased to 30%. Progress of coagulation of martial arts seeds, 47%/100%. 30 times the storm, not bad. He continued to crack open the remaining metacrystals. 10 minutes or so later. Progress of seed cohesion, 70%/100. Xian Yuanche stared at the panel, it's still 30% short. He picked up the Martial King potion that was on the table, opened it up and drank straight from it. The moment the potion entered his body, he felt his body fill with martial energy. The martial elemental seed began to solidify continuously. It also triggered the storm. Directly, his progress of the martial elemental seed had officially reached 100%. At this moment, the martial elemental seed was officially condensed. The next step was to convert all the chi and blood in his body into martial elements. This step was difficult and time-consuming for other martial sectors who had already condensed martial Yuan seeds. But he was different. He had the blast system and was destined to complete the process 10, if not 100 times faster than anyone else. He sat on the bed and began to move the chi and blood in his body, sending it into the martial element seed bit by bit. The first 9 times you give away a bit of chakra. The 10th time he triggers a guaranteed blast, he'll send a few tens of thousands of points right into it. Ding! Detected that the host is converting martial elements, triggering a 10,000-fold blast, increasing the conversion speed by 10,000 times. After only a few minutes had passed, he had converted those tens of thousands of points of chi and blood into martial energy. Wu Yuan, 3 out of 100, 9th level Wu Zone. A few more minutes passed. Ding! Detected that the host is converting martial elements, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, increasing the conversion speed by 1,000 times. There were high and low multipliers for bludgeoning, but this still didn't affect his ability to quickly convert martial elements. He estimated that in 3 days at the slowest and 1 day at the fastest, he would be able to convert all the chi and blood in his body into martial elements and become a grade 1 martial king. The Shangguan family in the capital. Shangguan Fu looked at the investigation report about Xian Yuanche in his hands with some surprise on his face. He didn't realize that Xian Yuanche was actually his niece Mu Yanran's boyfriend. Xian Yuanche entered an orphanage at the age of 3 or 4 because both of his parents had died. And then in it, he met his niece, Mu Yanran. He turned to the next page of information. When he saw Xian Yuanche's father's name, he was a bit surprised. It's actually him. This chapter ends. Chapter 59, Pseudo, First Grade Martial King. First Grade Martial King. Xian Yuanshen was the name of Xian Yuanche's father. He was quite impressed with the man. It was said that more than 20 years ago, he did not know what mistake he had made, and was scrapped of his martial element seed and expelled from the Xian Yuan family. At that time, Xian Yuanshen was only 27 years old, and his martial realm had reached the 4th level of martial king, making him a first-class genius among his peers. I didn't expect his son to be so strong. Shangguan Fu took Xian Yuanche's information and came to a study and knocked on the door. Come in. Shangguan Feng's voice came from the room. Father. Shangguan Fu greeted towards Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Anything? Shangguan Fu put the information in his hand on the desk. This is the information of Yin Yan's boyfriend, called Xian Yuanche, and his real father is Xian Yuanshen of the Xian Yuan family. Oh, it's the Xian Yuan family? Such a coincidence? When he heard that Xian Yuanche's father was Xian Yuanshen, Shangguan Feng was a bit surprised, then picked up the information and read it. When he saw Xian Yuanche's picture, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's actually him. At that time, when he was in Linhai City, he felt that Xian Yuanche was not bad. Not only did he have talent, but he also had manners. If it weren't for the fact that his granddaughter had a boyfriend, he would have wanted to set the two up. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence that this kid was actually his granddaughter's boyfriend. After being surprised, Shang Guanfeng continued to look at the other information. Used the martial zone fruit to reach the 9th level martial zone? It's a pity. Shang Guanfeng shook his head with some regret. On the side, Shang Guanfu opened his mouth to voice out his speculation. Father, this Xian Yuanche is different from the other martial sect. His roots are extremely solid, unlike the other martial artists who take the martial sect fruit. I think that he would have become the first person who took the martial zone fruit and still managed to break through to martial king. Shang Guanfeng looked up at his son. And how long do you think the process will take? Shang Guanfu thought about it all. It should take at least a year or two. After all, martial kings don't just break through, just like that. Shang Guanfeng didn't continue to say anything, but put down the information in his hands. Those 2 martial king fruits I brought back a dozen years ago, they're still there, aren't they? Still. Take the time to send it over there, and tell him that if he doesn't think he can break through to martial king, just eat the martial king fruit. Yen Yen is going to enter the Qi and Blood secret realm tomorrow to cultivate, so when she comes out, give some more precious resources for Yen Yen to send over. Good. Shang Guanfu nodded and turned to leave the study, closing the door and passing before leaving. Time quickly came to noon the next day. Ding! Detecting that the host is converting martial elements, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, the speed of martial element conversion is increased by 1,000 times. A few minutes later. Wu Yuan, 120/200, pseudo, first level martial king. After a day or so, Xian Yuanche's martial energy had already come to the level of a first level martial king. He attempted to run the martial energy in his body. The biggest difference between martial energy and Qi and blood was that it could be externally released. Moreover, a martial skill that was catalyzed with martial energy would increase its power by at least 2 or even 3 times. Xian Yuanche looked at the pseudo-character in his panel. All that's left is to condense the spiritual sense seed. With spiritual awareness, one could only be called a martial king. Spiritual awareness can be very versatile. It could detect a martial artist's realm, and it could be released to sense everything around them. It was also possible to utilize spiritual awareness to observe the subtle movements of the opponent during the sparring session, so as to react quickly. Gathering spiritual sense seeds was not difficult for him to say, nor was it simple to say. With the blast system, he only needed to know the method of condensing spiritual sense seeds, so he could quickly condense them by blasting them. I wonder if there's a method inside the Martial King's sense manual that Li Fenglin mentioned before. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called towards Li Fenglin. The call was quickly answered. Hello? What can I do for you? Li Fenglin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, I would like to ask, inside the Martial King's sense manual you mentioned before, is there anything about condensing spiritual sense? Yes, if you want to see it, you don't have to wait for the game to end, I'll send it over to you when you get back. Trouble. Shen Yuanche hung up the phone, checked out of the room, and boarded the train back to Xiaojing City, Hakio City in Tokyo. Shen Yuanche walked into the academy and headed straight towards the villa area. Opening the door and sitting down on the front foot, Li Fenglin arrived on the back foot. This is the Martial King's sense manual you asked for, and it contains the method of condensing martial yuan seeds and spiritual sense seeds. Thanks. Shen Yuanche took the manual, intending to read it after Li Fenglin left. Li Fenglin didn't stay long and asked Shen Yuanche when the next instruction class would start before leaving the place. Only after seeing Li Fenglin walk out did Shen Yuanche pick up the manual on the side and read it. After looking at it for a while, he already knew how to condense the spiritual sense seed. It also requires the use of martial element seeds. Now it just needs to start coalescing. With a storm system, the time to coalesce can be greatly reduced. He first spent 10 or so minutes manning 9 times, and then the 10th time he began to condense the spiritual awareness seed with all his might. 10 hours later. Ding! Detected that the host has been condensing the spiritual awareness seed for 10 hours. The progress of condensation is 0. 1%, triggering a 100-fold blast, 0. 1% raised to 10%. Progress of spiritual seeds, 10%/100%. It feels good to utilize the bailout rule. After Shen Yuanche nodded in satisfaction, he continued to start coalescing. Another 10 hours. Ding! Detected that the host has been condensing the spiritual awareness seed for 10 hours. The progress of condensation is 0. 1%, triggering a 200-fold blitz, 0. 1% raised to 20%. Progress of spiritual seeds, 30%/100%. Ding! Detected that the host has been condensing the spiritual awareness seed for 10 hours. The progress of condensation is 0. 1%, triggering a 50-fold blitz, 0. 1% raised to 5%. Seeds of spiritual awareness progress, 35%/100%. Ding! Ding! Seeds of spiritual awareness progress, 100%/100%. After spending 60 hours, Shen Yuanche finally condensed the spiritual sense seed. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuan Che, Hubris Aura. Martial Arts Yuan, 120/200, First Grade Martial Arts King. Breathing Technique, Xian Kuan Breathing Technique. Martial Arts, Grade S, Wind and Thunder Fist Technique. Grade A, Gale Blade Technique. Grade B, Divine Walking Steps. Secret Technique, Berserking, 2nd level, currently advanced. System Space. Evaluation, no evaluation given. After condensing the spiritual awareness seed, the pseudo-word in front of Grade 1 Martial King 1 was also officially removed. And most importantly, Berserking can be advanced again. This chapter ends. Chapter 60 3rd Grade Berserking, 4th Grade Martial King. Li Fenglin's Shock. System Advancement Berserk. Xian Yuan Chuxin said. Ding. Detected that the host meets the conditions for Berserking advancement. Berserking is advancing. Berserking, 3rd order. After using it, it can increase 125% of one's full attributes and reduce pain sensation by 50%, lasting for half an hour. Side effect, after Berserking, you will be weakened for half an hour, and during the weakening period, all your attributes will be reduced by 20%. Requirements for advancement, reaching the realm of Martial Emperor, or using 10 secret art stones. Xian Yuan Che compared it to a 2nd order Berserking. Compared to the 2nd rank, the 3rd rank has 25% more of the full attributes, as well as a 50% reduction in pain. The duration was raised from 15 minutes to half an hour. The weakness is unchanged. Still a 20% drop in full attributes in half an hour. Overall, it was pretty good. He instantly cast Frenzy, wanting to try and see how this added reduction of pain was. Martial Arts Yuan, 270/300, 2nd Grade Martial Arts King. Then he took out the S-Class alloy knife from the system space. Where to cut? Xian Yuan Che surveyed the body parts. System, if I cut my hand off and have an aura of arrogance, will it grow back? Ding. I will, please don't worry, just cut it. That'll do. After receiving the system's reply, Xian Yuan Che nodded his head before putting the knife away and giving himself a backhanded slap. Pop. Host, shouldn't you cut yourself with a knife? Xian Yuan Che skimmed his mouth. I'm just asking, I'm not. But this effect is still quite good, it really doesn't hurt that much. System. After the test, he looked at the breathing method on his panel again. That said, it's time to change this breathing method of mine. The Qian Kuan breathing technique he was using now, which was still at level B, had gradually failed to keep up. He opened the Hall of Battle Merits and spent 5,000 battle points in there to exchange for an A-rank breathing technique. It's called the Qian Yuan breathing method, an advanced version of the Qian Kuan breathing method, and it's very suitable for martial kings to cultivate. Since the revival of aura, there is one more kind of aura in heaven and earth. It was later uniformly referred to as Wu 1. After reaching Martial King, the way of cultivation changed to absorbing martial elements from the heaven and earth, thus raising the realm. And the Qian Yuan breathing technique would be able to increase a Martial King's absorption speed by 50%. Then he searched again to see if there was any S-rank Qi and Blood Potion to exchange. No, it should be called Martial Element Potion. Name, Wu Yuan Potion, S-grade Potion of Blood and Qi. Effects, increase 50 to 70 points of martial arts elements after consumption. Redeeming War Merit, 10,000. Limit, 1 per year. He spent 10,000 battle points to exchange it. After doing this, he had more than 40,000 battle credits left. The courier was delivered more than half an hour later. Xian Yuan Che plugged in the USB flash drive and started studying. After reading it for the first time, the system beep came on. Ding! Detected that the host has comprehended 1,000th of the Qian Yuan breathing technique, triggering a 1,000-fold blow. Congratulations to the host for completely comprehending the Qian Yuan breathing technique. Breathing technique, Qian Yuan breathing technique, level A. The express delivery was quickly delivered, and it took about an hour for him to learn the Qian Yuan breathing method. Then he took out that martial Yuan potion and drank it directly. The moment he drank it, he felt his martial energy growing. At the same time the system's beep sounded. Ding! Detected the host taking the martial element potion. Martial element increased by 60 points, triggering a 5-fold blast, 60 points raised to 300 points. Wu Yuan, 420 to 500, 4th level martial arts king. Yes. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he directly triggered a blitz. It allowed him to directly cross over from a rank 1 martial king, directly to a rank 4 martial king. But then he thought of something else inside. Too bad you can only redeem one a year. Since he could only redeem one a year, there was actually no use in keeping his 40,000 or so battle credits. Opened the category belonging to martial skills and tapped on the S-ranked martial skills. Compared to A-ranked ones, S-ranked martial arts were even rarer. There are only a dozen or so S-ranked martial arts. Name, Hurricane Blade Technique. Description, the ultimate version of the Gale Blade Technique. After initiation, the speed of swinging the blade can reach 40 blades per second. After consummation, the speed of swinging the sword can reach 50 blades per second, and one's own speed is increased by 300%. And by pouring martial energy into the blade, it can release a hurricane, which has a large amount of blade chi within it, and can continuously inflict damage on the enemy. Note, the power of the hurricane depends on the amount of martial arts elements poured into it. Redeeming war merit, 30,000. You're it. Xian Yuanche immediately spent 30,000 battle points to exchange the Hurricane Blade technique. However, when the redemption was made, a prompt popped up that a guarantor was required to vouch for the purchase of an S-class martial art and that the martial Dao realm had reached Martial King. Guarantor? After thinking about it, he switched backstage and made a call towards Li Fenglin. Hello? Elder brotherly, when I wanted to buy S-ranked martial arts in the Hall of Battle Merits just now, I was reminded that I need to find a guarantor to vouch for me. Do you know who can vouch for me? Li Fenglin on the other end of the phone was originally drinking tea, and when he heard what Xian Yuanche said, the tea instantly spewed out. What did you say? Say that again? He wiped his mouth, a bit of shock on his face. I say, when I was about to buy an S-ranked martial art just now, I was reminded that I had to find a guarantor before I could buy it. Do you know who can guarantee it? Xian Yuanche on the other end of the phone said it again. This time, Li Fenglin heard it clearly. It was really about exchanging S-grade martial arts. You're not kidding? Where did you get that much war credit? He asked, stuttering a bit. One must know that S-class martial arts, at the very least, require 25,000 battle points to be exchanged. Killing a 5th order beast in exchange, do you know who can vouch for that? Hiss. Killing a 5th ranked beast in exchange. Li Fenglin sucked in a breath of cool air at his words. A 5th ranked ferocious beast could only be exchanged for about 2,000 battle merits, 30,000. Wouldn't it be necessary to kill at least a dozen of them? Moreover, Xian Yuanche, a martial zone, was actually so fierce that he was able to kill a dozen or so 5th ranked ferocious beasts. Hello? Elder brotherly, are you listening? Xian Yuanche on the other end of the phone called out a few more times. Oh, listening at. Why don't you go find the dean first? I'll be right there. Li Fenglin came back to his senses. Good. Xian Yuanche directly hung up the phone. After the phone hung up, Li Fenglin still couldn't calm down for a long time. Being able to kill a dozen or so 5th ranked ferocious beasts was enough to show that Xian Yuanche's current strength had already reached Martial King. It was then that he realized something else was wrong. Wait, isn't it true that only Martial Kings can cultivate S-ranked martial arts? This chapter ends. Chapter 61, Purchasing the Hurricane Blade Technique. Wait, isn't it true that only Martial Kings can cultivate S-class martial arts? Thinking of this, a guess rose in Li Fenglin's heart. Could it be that this kid is already a Martial King? At the thought, he immediately grabbed the door. If Xian Yuanche had really already broken through to Martial King, this time their academy might really be able to get first place. Xian Yuanche arrived at the Dean, Wang Xian's residence. At this moment, Wang Xian was polishing his greatsword in the courtyard. Dean. Wang Xian put away the large sword in his hand into his spatial ring and looked at Xian Yuanche. Well, what brings you to me today? However, when he took a serious look at Xian Yuanche, his cloudy eyes immediately widened. Wait, how did your realm break through to Martial King? He clearly remembered that when this brat came to visit before, it seemed like he was only a rank 9 martial zone. How long has it been? Half a month at the most? Not even half a month. Are those two Wuzong fruits so fierce? Xian Yuanche scratched his head in a pretentious manner. Recently, my chi and blood have been growing fast, so when I reached 1 million, I switched to a Martial King's potion, and then I coalesced the martial element seed in a haphazard manner. So, have you coalesced your spiritual seeds yet? Xian Yuanche nodded. It took some time yesterday to coalesce successfully. Wang Xian. At this moment, Wang Xian didn't know what to say. He had already been shocked to the point of numbness by Xian Yuanche. It's only been a few days, and this kid has finished condensing martial yuan seeds and spiritual sense seeds. Even the head of their Wang family, Wang Dingtian, had spent a whole half a month when he first condensed the martial yuan seed, together with the spiritual awareness seed, but it took a total of 1 month. Doesn't this mean that Xian Yuanche's talent is even more outstanding? I'm afraid this talent is the strongest ever. But then it occurred to him that something wasn't right. That is, why did Xian Yuanche suddenly become a rank 4 martial king? With doubts, he asked out, then you should be a rank 1 martial king, so it would be rank 4? Xian Yuanche shrugged, I don't know, anyway, after I broke through to martial king, I became like this. Listening to Xian Yuanche's words, Wang Xian seemed to have thought of something. Have you been out in the field again? He suspected that this kid had run out into the wild again some time ago and ate some heavenly material to become like this. How do you know? Xian Yuanche pretended to look surprised. Wang Xian revealed a mysterious smile. I know. You boys must have gotten lucky messing around with food again, and unintentionally ate some high-level heavenly material, that's why the realm has risen so fast. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Xian Yuanche said that this old man was really good at brainstorming. But that's good too, it saves him from pulling 7 and 8. Probably, I do eat everything I see in the wild indeed. Ding! Detected that the host was pretending, causing Wang Xian to make up too many things, rounding up things that didn't make sense, completing the achievement King of Makeup. Reward, randomized Halo gift pack. Random aura, when used, you can obtain a random aura with unknown effects. Looking at the prompts that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche said that it was a ripoff. After all, he wasn't expecting anything like this to be accomplished. Just after collecting the rewards, Li Fenglin rushed over. The first time he saw Xianyuan Che, Li Fenglin asked the doubts in his heart. You kid, did you break through to the martial king? Before Xianyuan Che could answer, Wang Xian had already answered for him. This kid is lucky, he didn't know what he ate indiscriminately when he went out in the wilderness a few days ago, and now he's already a rank 4 martial king. What? You can break through to martial king even if you eat indiscriminately? Li Fenglin looked at Xianyuan Che with some surprise. What ing luck? When he was a martial master, he ate the martial zone fruit and broke through directly to martial zone. When he was a martial artist, he didn't know what he ate and became a martial artist king. If this keeps up, won't you be a martial emperor next month? Next month, won't it be a martial honor? Say, what do you two guys want from me? Wang Xian's words interrupted his thoughts. Only then did Li Fenglin come back to his senses. Dean, it's like this, Xianyuan Che wants to exchange an S-ranked martial skill. It's to get a guarantor, isn't it? Wang Xian interrupted before Li Fenglin could finish. Then he placed his gaze on Xianyuan Che. What martial arts skill do you want to trade? Xianyuan Che, S-ranked Hurricane Blade Technique. You kid, this Hurricane Blade Technique is only redeemable for 30,000 battle points. No wonder you're running away to the wild. You've hunted and killed quite a few 4th-ranked ferocious beasts out there, haven't you? After saying that, Wang Xian picked up the teapot on the side and poured a cup of tea and drank it. Xianyuan Che nodded. Well, it's a lot of ferocious beasts that were hunted, but they weren't 4th order, they were 5th order. After hearing the latter half of Xianyuan Che's sentence, Wang Xian's hand shook a little, spilling a bit of his tea. Pretending to be somewhat relieved, he looked at Xianyuan Che. Not bad, good boy. Has the demeanor I had back then. I vouch for the purchase of martial arts. Thanks, Dean. Wang Xian, well, you go back first, and in half an hour, you'll be able to purchase it. Good. Xianyuan Che turned around and left. After Xianyuan Che left, Li Fenglin, who was on the side, looked at Wang Xian with some curiosity. Dean, when you were in the martial sect back in the day, you also killed 5th-ranked ferocious beasts? Ahem, that's for sure. Wang Xian's face was a little heartbroken. After half an hour, Xianyuan Che reopened the Hall of Battle Merits before clicking on Redeem Hurricane Blade Technique. The phone immediately popped up with an alert. In the process of redeeming. Guarantor, Wang Xian. The redemption was successful. After seeing that the redemption was successful, Xianyuan Che put away his phone and walked towards the nearest cafeteria. Auntie, I'm a teacher. Xianyuan Che skillfully uttered these words before taking out his credentials. The grocery aunt saw this and immediately added a few extra spoons of meat. The delivery was made soon after dinner. The person who came to deliver the delivery this time made Xianyuan Che feel that it was not simple. The realm was actually a rank 6 martial king. Worthy of being the highest ranked martial skill, it was indeed valued. Your delivery. Okay, thanks. Xianyuan Che took the box and said thank you. Ding. Triggering a 1,000-fold blast. Hurricane Blade Technique learning progress increased by 1%. Martial Art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique, learning progress, 1%. Ding. Triggering 10,000-fold blast, Hurricane Blade Technique learning progress increased by 10%. Martial Art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique, 11% learning progress. Ding. Triggering 5,000 times the storm, the Hurricane Blade Technique learning progress increases by 5%. Martial Art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique, 16% learning progress. Ding. Trigger. Martial Art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique, 21% learning progress. Ding. Martial Art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique, 31% learning progress. Martial Art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique, 100% learning progress. Chapter 62 Shangwan Fu's Arrival, Breakthrough. First grade Martial Emperor. After spending 10 koan hours, Xianyuan Che finally learned the Hurricane Blade Technique. He ran to the school's top training room again and began brushing up on his proficiency. Ding. Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency reaches mastery. Ding. Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency reaches minor success. Ding. Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency has reached the grand completion. Ding. Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency reaches perfection. It didn't take much time this time, only 5 kunas to complete. By the time he got out of the training room, it was the next afternoon. When he opened his cell phone, he found that Li Fenglin had made a few calls to himself. He probably knew what Li Fenglin was looking for him for. Nothing more than this afternoon's instruction session. After going back and taking a shower, he headed towards the training room where the class was held. He wasn't short of that battle credit, but the process of instructing his students in class was quite enjoyable for him. After all, the reacher is the teacher, isn't it? He was just about to open the training room when he realized something was wrong. Why is it so noisy in there? Hearing the noisy voices inside, Xianyuan Che frowned. After opening the door and seeing the students inside, he regretted it. I regret coming to this mentoring session today. Because of the number of students who came to the guidance class today, there were just too many. As far as the eye could see, there were 300 people. Out of the 300 people, there were a few who saw Xianyuan Che. The teacher is here. I don't know who called out, and the crowd looked in unison at Xian Yuanche, who was at the door. Class, my stomach hurts a little today. At 10 p.m. Thank you, teacher, I've realized. A male student excitedly bent towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche waved his hand. Well, you go back first. After sending off the last student, Xian Yuanche pinched his brows. Instructing students can be no systematic help, he is real feeling tired. Never again will I say anything about a D. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cell phone rang off to the side. Xian Yuanche casually picked up his cell phone and took a look at the unknown caller. Although he didn't know who was calling, he chose to put it through. Hello? Xian Yuanche, it's me, Shangguan Fu. Shangguan Fu's voice came from the other end of the phone. So it's Senior Shangguan, what can I do for you? Are you free tomorrow? I have something for you. Although he was a bit puzzled as to why Shangguan Fu had come to find himself, Xian Yuanche still nodded. I'm free, I'm currently at the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy, just come find me. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche got up and left the training room. At 7 o'clock the next day, Xian Yuanche got up early for breakfast. At 9 o'clock, Shangguan Fu's call came again. I'm at the door now. Doorway? The college entrance? Just as he was about to open the door of the villa, he saw Shangguan Fu standing at the door. So this is the doorway. Looking at Xian Yuanche in front of him, Shangguan Long had originally come to deliver the Martial King fruit. But after he saw Xian Yuanche's first glance, he knew that it was no longer necessary. Because he had already discovered that Xian Yuanche had broken through to Martial King, and it's still a rank 4 Martial King. It would be a lie to say that the heart wasn't shocked, but the shock becomes numb after a while. That's how he feels right now. Xian Yuanche poured a cup of tea for Shangguan Fu. Elder, what is it that you came to see me about? No big deal, just came to give you a little gift. Gifts? Instead of taking out the pre-prepared Martial King fruit, Shangguan Fu took out 2 boxes and placed them on the tea table. Originally, I wanted to give 2 Martial King fruits to you, but you've already broken through to Martial King. It shouldn't be needed anymore, so these 2 are martial arts potions. Xian Yuanche picked up one of the boxes and opened it, glancing at it and realizing that it was indeed a martial yuan potion. But strangely enough, why was this Shangguan Fu so generous? Senior Shangguan, no merit, you are. He looked at Shangguan Long with some confusion. Mu Yanyan, or your girlfriend, is my niece. As soon as Shangguan Fu finished speaking, Xian Yuanche had already brainstormed a series of reasons based on his experience of reading novels in his previous life. The old Fargo TV show cliché from back in the day. Give you as much or as little as you want and leave my niece these sets. Seeing the expression on Xian Yuanche's face, Shangguan Fuxing knew that he was definitely thinking nonsense. Don't misunderstand, this is a gift from our Shangguan family. Oh, so it's for me, I thought. Shangguan Fu, why else? Nothing. Xian Yuanche shook his head and put away the 2 boxes. Are you puzzled as to why our Shangguan family sent you 2 martial yuan potion? Shangguan Fu opened his mouth somewhat mysteriously. Xian Yuanche was tempted to reply, I don't want to know, but nodded with feigned curiosity. Before Yin Yin came to the capital, did you send her an egg? Xian Yuanche nodded, it was a gift of an egg. How did you get that egg? Picked it up, is there something wrong with that egg? It's not broken, is it? Xian Yuanche asked, pretending to be somewhat puzzled. Seeing Xian Yuanche's puzzled look, Shangguan Fuxing was already basically certain that Xian Yuanche really didn't know that the egg was a 7th-ranked Fire Phoenix egg. That egg is the egg of a 7th-ranked ferocious beast, the Fire Phoenix. Shangguan Fu did not choose to conceal the grade of that egg. After he finished speaking, he stared tightly into Xian Yuanche's eyes. He wanted to know if Xian Yuanche would show regretful eyes when he learned of this situation. However, Xian Yuanche's performance was out of his expectation. Xian Yuanche looked at Shangguan Fu with a disbelieving face. You're lying to ghosts, and a 7th-order Fire Phoenix egg. Do you believe me when I say that I'm giving away a 3rd-order Fire Sparrow egg? Seeing Xian Yuanche's disbelief on his face, Shangguan Fu did not explain too much. Anyway, their Shangguan family won't treat this kid badly. Looking at the time, Shangguan Fu got up and prepared to leave. I'll leave first, by the way. I'll tell you that Yin Yin girl went into the Qi and Blood Mystic realm to cultivate, and she might not come out until some time later. Yin Yin already told me a few days ago, take your time senior. Xian Yuanche sent Shangguan Fu to the door. After Shangguan Fu left, Xian Yuanche took out the 2 boxes containing the martial yuan potion again, opened the first bottle and drank it straight down. It didn't trigger a blitz, but the martial arts element was 60 points more. Martial arts yuan, 480/500, 4th level martial arts king. He took out a second one. Bless the system, storm it. This time he washed his hands, opened it and drank it. After drinking it, the system beeped as promised. Ding! Detected the host taking the martial yuan potion. Martial yuan increased by 60 points, and tenfold strike 60 points raised to 600 points. Martial arts yuan, 1080/2000, 1st grade martial arts emperor. ********. Seeing the system's blitz multiplier, the bottle in Xian Yuanche's hand fell to the ground. Taking a potion 10 times the storm, this was the second time since he had bound the system, I think. Unico, you're so nice. The system rarely transformed into a high and cold system and did not answer Xian Yuanche. Ding! Detected that within the host's system space, there are still randomized Halo gift packs that have not been used. Are they to be used? Use. Xian Yuanche nodded. Ding! Randomized Halo packs are opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 63 Hubris Aura Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Haste Aura. Ding! Detected the host obtaining the Rush Aura, triggering an 11-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rush Aura X11. Haste Aura, when worn, it increases 100% of one's speed. Haste Aura? Doesn't seem to help. Looking at the attributes of the Halo, Xian Yuanche spat out. Although it triggered an 11-fold blast, the effect of this Haste Aura was not even close to that of the Hubris Aura. Ding! Detected that the host has 12 spare auras. Does he spend 2 auras to boost the recovery effect of the Arrogant Aura? Hubris Aura, the more hubris you have, the easier it is to take a beating. Wearing this aura restores 5% of your status, including but not limited to wounds, stamina, etc. every second. Next level, the recovery effect is increased to 6%. May I ask the host if he's upgrading? The system's beep sounded again. Yes. Xian Yuanche nodded. I thought to myself, this haste aura is still useful, at least it upgrades the hubris aura, doesn't it? Ding! Devouring 2 rush auras, the hubris aura is upgraded, and the recovery effect is increased to 6%. Next level, devour 2 auras and increase the recovery effect to 7%. Ding! Detected that the host has 10 spare auras. Does he spend 2 auras to boost the recovery effect of his hubris aura? The system's beep came again. Upgrade. Ding! Devouring 2 rush auras, the hubris aura is upgraded and the recovery effect is increased to 7%. Next level, devour 2 auras and increase the recovery effect to 8%. Keep upgrading. This time, before the system's beep came, Xian Yuanche had already opened his mouth. Ding! Devouring 2 rush auras, the hubris aura is upgraded, and the recovery effect is increased to 8%. Next level, devour 2 auras and increase the recovery effect to 9%. Keep upgrading. Ding! Upgrade successful. Upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Upgrade. Ding! Insufficient spare auras, hubris aura is raised to the next level, 4 auras are required. It's going to be 4? Looking at the system's prompt, Xian Yuanche frowned and tapped on the attributes of the Arrogant Aura. Hubris Aura, the more hubris you have, the easier it is to take a beating. Wearing this aura restores 10% of your status, including but not limited to wounds, stamina, etc. every second. Next level, devour 4 auras and increase the recovery effect to 11%. He looked at his spare auras, there was 1 haste aura left, and 1 soft food guy aura. Never mind, that's all for now. Xian Yuanche closed the system's interface. After spending 10 auras to increase the recovery effect of the Arrogant Aura from 5% to 10%, he was already satisfied. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Xian Yuanche realized that it was Li Fenglin who was knocking on the door. Elder brother Li, what brings you here? Xian Yuanche invited Li Fenglin in. Are you free now? There's less than a month before the academy competition, and I want to take you to see the students of our academy's varsity team. Xian Yuanche nodded. Yes, go now. To him, it didn't really matter if he saw it or not. Anyway, he was on his own during the big competition, and he would just directly finish off his opponent. Doesn't a first-level martial emperor just randomly beat up those little karamis of martial zone? Our academy's varsity team consists of a total of 7 people, with the highest realm being a rank 3 martial zone and the lowest being a rank 9 martial general, Li Fenglin said as he walked. Soon the two arrived at the varsity's exclusive training room. Opening the training room, 2 students, a male and a female, were sparring in the cutting area of the training room. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the 2 men's panels. Name, Lu Qingqing. Blood, 110000/200,000, Level 1 Martial Sect. Name, Li Lin. Blood, 90,000/100,000, 9th Level General. These 2 did ring a bell with him. I think he had seen them yesterday during the instruction class. Running Thunder Fist. Lu Qingqing shouted delicately and punched Li Lin in the abdomen. Bang! Li Lin flew directly backwards. The strength is not bad, right? Li Fenglin said. Well, it's really good. Xian Yuanche nodded. What are you going to do about the big competition? Do I go up alone or do you want them to go up first? Li Fenglin sniffed and thought for a few seconds. Why don't we let them go first, and then let you go after we get into the top 20? Could be. Xian Yuanche expressed no opinion. The result is the same anyway, it's all first place. It was then that Chen Qingqing realized the 2 who had arrived long ago. She hurriedly greeted the 2. Good day Professor Li, good day Mr. Xian Yuanche. Li Lin, who had climbed up from the ground, also saw the 2, and he hurriedly ran to Xian Yuanche with some excitement on his face. Mr. Regulus. Then he looked at Li Fenglin. Dad. After hearing Li Lin address Li Fenglin, Xian Yuanche looked at Li Fenglin with some surprise. Li Fenglin coughed twice in some embarrassment. How many times have I told you to claim your position at the academy? Lin immediately straightened up. Okay. Professor Li. Only then did Li Fenglin pat his son's shoulder with some relief. Where are the others? Inside the mock battle room. I'll go call them. They'll be very happy when teacher Xian Yuanche comes. After saying that, Lin immediately ran towards the side of the simulated battle room. I'll go too. After Chen Xingqing said that, she ran towards another mock battle room. Within half a minute, several students immediately ran out of the mock battle room. 3 women and 4 men. Without exception, Xian Yuanche had seen them all in yesterday's guidance class. Xian Yuanche swept their panels one by one. Level 3, Lu Hang. Grade 2, Zhaoyi, Xiaxian. Grade 1 Martial Arts, Chen Xingqing, Chen Yuan. Grade 9 Generals, Li Lin, Ma Jun. Got some good news for you guys. There was some mystery on Li Fenglin's face. Several people sniffed in disgust. What news? It can't be that Mr. Xian Yuanche is going to be our exclusive instructor, right? Li Fenglin nodded. It's pretty much the same as this time, for the academy competition, teacher Xian Yuanche and I will take you to the capital to participate. The crowd looked at each other and let out a gasp. Really? That's great. Wouldn't that make it so we could always get a teacher to give us pointers? Okay, you guys go on with what you were doing. Li Fenglin waved his hand and told them to go back. Until the students returned to the mock battle room, Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at Li Fenglin. There's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Li Fenglin was a bit puzzled. It's like this, the previously negotiated 100,000 battle points, let's see if we can exchange them for other resources, like martial arts potions and all that. Xian Yuanche stated his needs. After all, there weren't many battle function exchanges left in the Hall of Battle Functions. The number of times the martial elemental potion has been redeemed has reached its limit. It could be said that apart from S-ranked martial arts, there really wasn't much left to redeem. That's a program Dean and I have been discussing for a long time. You can exchange this battle credit for. This chapter ends. Author's word, I'm stuck on the text, it's a bit hard, I only have one more chapter today at noon, and I'll post another one at 6 p.m., I think. Also organize the outline stuff in a few days. Chapter 64, Hunting Fierce Beasts Again. Battle credits can be exchanged for corresponding martial yuan potion, martial yuan secret realm qualifications, and various martial arts and breathing techniques. Xian Yuanche caught a key thing. The secret realm of martial element? What is this place? There was some confusion on his face. I've only heard about it. It's said that the content of martial elements inside is so high that martial artists above the martial king level will drastically increase their speed when they cultivate inside. It's just that if you want to enter the martial elemental mystic realm, you need a certain status, and a large amount of battle merit. Okay then, I'll go back and think about it. Xian Yuanche decided to call and ask Shang Guanfu when the time came. Inquire about whether or not this secret realm of martial arts elements is worth it. Ding! Host cultivates for 1 hour, martial yuan increases by 0.05, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, 0.05 raised to 50. Martial arts yuan, 1130/2000, first grade martial emperor. Why so little? Xian Yuanche frowned as he looked at the system's prompt. This time, after triggering 1,000 times the storm, the martial arts yuan gained was only 50 points. This speed was simply slower than a tortoise. It seems like it's time to learn about that martial elemental mystic realm. He took out his cell phone and directly dialed Shang Guanfu's number. The call was quickly answered. What can I do for you, kid? Shang Guanfu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Senior Shangguan, I would like to learn about the martial origin mystic realm. The secret realm of martial element? Are you thinking of going in to cultivate? There was this idea, so I asked you about it. Let me tell you about it then. The secret realm of martial element is one of the country's most prized secret realms, where the air contains at least 7 times more martial element than in the outside world. When a martial artist reaches martial empress, the martial energy from the outside world is no longer enough to support his or her cultivation, and only by entering into the martial elemental mystic realm can he or she have a chance to go further. If you want to go in and cultivate, come find me in the capital next month. Okay, thank you Senior Shangguan. Xian Yuanche hung up the phone and began to think. He was currently a first-level martial emperor, and if he wanted to rapidly advance in his realm, he would have to enter the martial elemental mystic realm to do so. However, it was definitely impossible to enter the martial yuan mysterious realm now, so there was only one way other than cultivation. Once again, he went to hunt ferocious beasts to obtain yuan crystals. Saying yes, he packed his things and immediately headed for the northern border of the northern border. Xian Yuanche fell from the sky. Bang! The loud noise drew the attention of many people. From the sky, at least a strong martial king. One of them let out an exclamation of surprise. A middle-aged man in a military uniform hurriedly ran over to Xian Yuanche and saluted. Xian Yuanche returned the salute. Give me a map with the locations of ferocious beasts of the 4th rank and above labeled. Yes. The middle-aged man didn't ask more questions, but turned around and went back to get the map. Not long after, the middle-aged man returned again with a map in his hand. He walked over to Xian Yuanche and handed it to him. This map is labeled with the locations of the 4th to 6th ranked ferocious beasts north of our country, please keep it. Xian Yuanche took it with both hands. Thanks. After putting the map away, he operated his martial energy and flew towards the distance. After he left, quite a few people looked at the direction Xian Yuanche left in with some envy in their eyes. One of them had envy in his eyes. If only I were a martial king. Just you, ha 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 ha, you're not even a martial zong now, and you're still a martial king? Dream on. The surrounding companions teased. A 30-meter-long tiger once again tore into the prey in its mouth. Bang! A silhouette descended from the sky, and this person was none other than Xian Yuanche. The ground cracked instantly. Being a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, the Bibbo tiger directly died. 1. Xian Yuanche put the corpse away in his spatial ring. Obviously 4th-ranked ferocious beasts didn't produce yuan crystals, but at least they could be exchanged for some battle merit. He opened the map and began to identify his next target. It's just you, 3rd sister-in-law. Putting away the map, he flew towards the territory of the 4th-ranked ferocious beast, the 3-earth lizard. Bang! Again, from the sky, in seconds. Bang! Bang! Xian Yuanche was constantly hunting down the nearby 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. The number of corpses in the system space also continued to grow. In less than 2 Kunar hours, all the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts in the north had been hunted down. 367 heads in all. It's the 5th Order's turn next. Xian Yuanche took out his map and began to check up on the location of the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. A few minutes later. Bang! Xian Yuanche directly executed the wind and thunder fist technique, and the powerful impact directly knocked the 5th-ranked ferocious beast 10 kilometers away. The few 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts that passed by were directly smashed to death. 1 head. Xian Yuanche took out the map and hit across. Bang! 2nd head. 3rd head. Since Xian Yuanche's realm was at the 1st level of martial emperor, none of the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts could last more than a single punch in his hands. As the corpses of the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts continued to increase within the system space, Xian Yuanche also became more and more addicted. Because to him, this feeling of seconds was just too good. After an hour and a half had passed, Xian Yuanche had already hunted and killed 21 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. The location of the last 5th Order fierce beast was a bit special. It was overlapping with another 6th-ranked ferocious beast, so he purposely left it to be resolved at the end. After spending more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the territory of these 2 ferocious beasts. It's a basin about a dozen kilometers in diameter. There were also quite a few human and ferocious beasts' bones within the basin. 100-meter-long, pitch-black western dragon was gorging itself on ferocious beasts in the middle of the basin. Race, black blood dragon. Description, possesses a western dragon bloodline, making it one of the best in its class in terms of combat power. Weaknesses. A dragon? Too bad it's not an eastern dragon. Xian Yuanche shook his head. If it was the eastern dragon, he could have taken it in. Forget about the western dragons. Seemingly smelling Xian Yuanche's scent, that 5th-rank black blood dragon looked towards Xian Yuanche. Roar! The moment it saw Xian Yuanche, it let out an angry roar. Then, bang! Xian Yuanche came to the top of its head at some point and directly gave it a punch. You're screaming my ass. This chapter ends. Sorry it's late. Chapter 65, 2nd grade Martial Emperor, 7th grade Black Blood Dragon King. The dragon's head was embedded directly into the ground. Xian Yuanche stepped on the dragon's head. Still screaming? Woo woo. The black-blooded dragon whimpered a few times in the ground and went silent. Dead? Xian Yuanche swept his spiritual sense and found that he was still really dead. After removing the metacrystals with the alloy knife, he stowed the dragon corpse in his spatial ring. At this point, all the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts in the north had been eliminated. He left the basin and found a place to sit on the far side. He now had to wait for the 6th-ranked ferocious beast to return. If he could beat it, he would kill it. If he couldn't, he would slip away. Taking out a yuan crystal, he washed it with water, sliced it open with an alloy knife, and sucked all of the martial energy inside into his body. There is no storm trigger, but it also allowed him to gain some martial energy, which was quite a bit faster than cultivation. And then the 3rd, and the 4th. It wasn't until the 10th one that the blaster was triggered. Ding! Detected the host absorbing martial arts yuan, gained 10 points of martial arts yuan, triggered a 100-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 points of martial arts yuan. Wu Yuan, 2-221/3000, 2nd grade Martial Emperor. The conversion rate is so low, 1 yuan crystal only raises 10 points of martial yuan, what a pit. After sputtering, he continued to cut the 11th yuan crystal. Trolls are trolls, but with the blaster system, it's not a big problem. The big deal is to go back and kill more ferocious beasts. Until the 20th one. Ding! Detected the host absorbing martial arts yuan, gained 12 points of martial arts yuan, triggered a tenfold blast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 120 points of martial arts yuan. Wu Yuan, 2341/3000, second grade martial emperor. Fine, 10 times. That's a lot. Xian Yuanche was somewhat speechless. Cut the remaining few metacrystals and absorb them without triggering a blast. Roar! The cry of the black-blooded dragon came from the distance. Xian Yuanche sniffed and looked over as a black blood dragon of over 1,000 meters flew towards the basin. Race, black-blooded dragon king. Rank, 7th. Description, possessing the bloodline of the Western dragon, even if it has just broken through to the 7th rank, it is still strong enough to sweep away ferocious beasts of the same rank. Weaknesses. Ding. This system suggests that the host runs straight. Looking at the panel of this black-blooded dragon, Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air. Holy, isn't it the 6th rank? How come it's 7th rank? He didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly switched to the arrogant aura, where an aura of haste, cast berserk, performed the hurricane blade technique, and run gods walked to bugger off. With so many speed buffs added, he whooshed and flew 10,000 meters away. The Black Blood Dragon King naturally noticed Xian Yuanche. After sweeping a glance at Xian Yuanche, he did not choose to pay attention. It had broken through to the 7th rank, just in time to find a mate to play with. When it came back to the center of the basin, it was in a daze. Where's its wife? Nose sniffing, faint smell of blood? Combined with the human with the martial emperor realm just now. Roar! Damned humans! The Black Blood Dragon King immediately flew in the direction that Xian Yuanche had left. In the blink of an eye, he arrived 10,000 meters away. Xian Yuanche, who had been flying for hundreds of kilometers, noticed that something was wrong and turned around to see that there was a black spot in the distance that was flying towards him. Using the Eye of Scrying, he swept the black spot and his soul almost flew away in fear. Race, Black-Blooded Dragon King. Rank, 7th. Introduction. Big brother, don't chase me. It's only a matter of killing one of your offspring. Won't it be enough for you to get your wife to lay another egg for you? End of chapter. Chapter 66, temporarily acquiring the Martial Saint realm. Due to the many speed buffs, the Black-Blooded Dragon King, who was of the 7th rank, actually couldn't catch up with him for a moment. One person and one dragon were thus hundreds of kilometers apart, chasing one another. Xian Yuanche didn't dare to stop for a moment and frantically fled. Dead dragon, if I were a martial saint, I would definitely rub you on the ground. Xian Yuanche screamed as he ran. Ding! Detecting the host's desire to become a martial saint, triggering a 100,000-fold blast, congratulations to the host for temporarily becoming a martial saint. Martial arts dollars, 250,000/300,000, second grade martial arts saints. Time, 0:30. Time, 0:29. Looking at the beep that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche froze in place. This was followed by a cry of nationalism. WC. Unico. You're awesome. Feeling the power within his body, he immediately turned his head and looked at the Black-Blooded Dragon King, who was 100 kilometers away, and laughed out loud. The offense and defense have changed shape, little Black-Blooded Dragon King. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in the Black-Blooded Dragon King who was 100 kilometers away. Just as he wanted to escape, a 10,000-meter giant hand made up of martial arts yuan suddenly appeared and directly grabbed him in his hand. Looking at the aura emanating from this giant hand, the Black-Blooded Dragon King almost pissed himself in fear. Wu Shang! Xian Yuanche clasped his hands to his chest and appeared in front of the Black-Blooded Dragon King. The moment he saw Xian Yuanche, the Black-Blooded Dragon King's pupils immediately widened. Aren't you a martial emperor? How did you suddenly become a martial saint? Xian Yuanche, what do you think? Bang! Xian Yuanche directly pressed the Black-Blood Dragon King into the ground. Letting you hunt me down. Was it good? Looked at the clock, 20 seconds to go. He didn't choose to waste any time and casually condensed a 1,000-meter spear and plunged it into the Black-Blood Dragon King. The Black-Blood Dragon King was directly penetrated by the spear. This was the difference between a martial saint and a 7th-ranked ferocious beast. At the same time, the moment Xian Yuanche's realm was elevated to martial saint, the entire Blue Star's 8th-ranked ferocious beasts raised their heads. Somewhere under the sea, the Dragon King Crocodile's eyes were a bit gloomy. Unfamiliar aura, has another martial saint appeared in Huaxia? Those 8th-order ferocious beasts that were foolishly moving against Huaxia had scorn rising in their eyes after sensing the aura of this unfamiliar martial saint. In the capital, Wang Dingtian, who was originally suppressing his injuries, opened his eyes and looked towards the north. Martial saint! A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes before he disappeared into thin air. Xian Yuanche left this place after storing away the Black-Blood Dragon King's corpse. Not long after Xian Yuanche left, Wang Dingtian arrived. Looking at the lingering aura of this place, he could be certain that a human martial saint had struck here. Wang Dingtian unfolded his spiritual sense and began to scan. After a few minutes, he sighed. Alas, if only this martial saint was of my Huaxia. Obviously, he didn't think that the martial saint just now was from Huaxia. Yet there was still a hint of anticipation in his heart. Expect this martial arts saint to be Chinese, because then, he would be able to put his life on the line for those 8th-ranked ferocious beasts that posed the greatest threat to Huaxia. In a certain place, Xian Yuanche looked at the ostrich egg-sized yuan crystal in his hand. The meta crystals of a 7th-ranked ferocious beast should be able to obtain quite a lot of martial energy, right? He took an alloy knife and sliced through the yuan crystal, absorbing all the martial energy inside into his body. After absorbing it, he felt that his martial yuan had increased by roughly 200 points or so. The system's beep didn't come, which meant that there was no blitz triggered. However, Xian Yuanche didn't care because when the martial saint's strength disappeared just now, it left a bit of a surprise. Martial Arts Yuan 3700/4000, 3rd level Martial Arts Emperor. That's right, he was now a rank 3 Martial Emperor. At the moment when the strength disappeared, just a little bit of martial energy remained in the body. It caused him to directly elevate to a grade 3 Martial Emperor. If only we could do it again, Xian Yuanche muttered. Suddenly thinking of something, he directly opened his mouth and muttered to himself, I want to become a martial arts saint. I want to become a martial arts saint. At that moment, the system spoke. Ding! Host, you're really good at getting stuck in bugs. Xian Yuanche ignored the system and continued to speak. I want to be a martial saint. After saying it 10 times, the blaster bailout beep came on. But it turned out to be a bit of a disappointment for him. Ding! Detected that the host wants to become a martial saint, triggering a 100-fold blast. Due to the low multiplier, the host fails to become a martial saint. Xian Yuanche. Seeing that he couldn't become a martial saint, he got up, patted his ass, and turned to leave. Anyway, there was plenty of time, he would chant when he had time, and he didn't believe that he wouldn't become a martial saint. As usual, when he returned outside the pseudo-safe zone, he released a wave of ferocious beast corpses from within the system space, and then have the war heroes come and reclaim it. Of course, the corpse of that 7th-ranked Black Blood Dragon King he had left in the system space. When the staff of the Hall of War Merits received Xian Yuanche's call, they did not hesitate for a second and immediately notified their colleagues who were closest to Xian Yuanche and rushed towards Xian Yuanche's location. It was because Xian Yuanche's great name had already been circulated within them. Not long after, a few staff members came to where Xian Yuanche was. Although he had already heard of Xian Yuanche, a fierce man who specialized in recovering ferocious beasts, but after seeing the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground, they were also startled. So many ferocious beast corpses? One of the women's mouths was wide open, so shocked that even the recorder in her hand fell to the ground. It was the first time she had seen so many corpses of ferocious beasts after working for so long. The corpses of several hundred 4th-ranked ferocious beasts were piled up thousands of meters high. Next to them were the corpses of more than 25th-ranked ferocious beasts. Seeing the incoming people, Xian Yuanche pointed at the 2 piles of ferocious beast corpses. Coming? Help me recycle it. It was only when they heard Xian Yuanche's voice that they came back to their senses. Good. A few staff members quickly tallied the value of these ferocious beasts. Half an hour and counting. A man handed over a few forms, on which the points worth of each beast were clearly labeled. These can be recovered for a total of 73,000 battle points. Would you like to proceed with the recovery? Xian Yuanche took it and scanned it. The corpses of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts were still so worthless. As for the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, the one with the highest value was the black-blooded dragon. Recycle it. Xian Yuanche put the form back into the man's hands. He was earning battle merit, just so that he could stay in the martial yuan mysterious realm a little longer in the future. After all, he couldn't be sure how long the Shangguan family would allow him to cultivate in the martial elemental mystic realm. After the war credit arrived, Xian Yuanche left the place and prepared to take a ride back to Jiangnan province. Only after seeing Xian Yuanche leave did a few staff members start discussing. This person is too fierce, did you see that? Even the 5th-ranked Black Blood Dragon King he took down. Did you just see his name? Xian Yuanche. It must be the Xian Yuan family, truly worthy of being the top family in China. Chapter 67 Why are these places playing cross? After Xian Yuanche returned to the city, he found the officer who had given him the map. Thanks for the map, give it back. Xian Yuanche put the map into the officer's hands. You're welcome. The officer saluted, then opened the map. Upon seeing those crosses on top of the map, there was some confusion on his face. May I ask what these crosses are? Where these hit the cross, the ferocious beasts there were killed by me. Xian Yuanche said without a care in the world. What? All killed by you? The officer's eyes widened at that. He hastened to look at the map. It was found that the locations of the 4th and 5th order ferocious beasts on the map were all crossed with hits, and the black-blooded dragons hit 2 crosses in their place. This also meant that the 5th order and 6th order black-blooded dragons there had all been killed by the person in front of them. Are you sure you weren't just kidding? The officer once again confirmed towards Xian Yuanche. No, the people from the Hall of Battle Merit are recovering the corpses in the pseudo-safety zone, so you can go and take a look, I'll leave first. After saying that, Xian Yuanche patted his shoulder and walked towards the nearest station. Until Xian Yuanche was far away, that officer was still frozen in place, not coming back to his senses. By the time Xian Yuanche returned to Xi'an City, it was already evening. After taking a shower, he began to cultivate. Although the martial arts yuan gained from cultivation was somewhat small, if you could trigger a high-frequency blast, the gain would still be substantial. Ding! Host cultivates for an hour. Triggering a storm. Ding! Host cultivates for an hour. Triggering a storm. Ding! Host cultivates for an hour. Triggering a storm. Xian Yuanche didn't stop practicing until 8 in the morning. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Rapid Aura. Wu Yuan, 3860/4000, 3rd level Martial Emperor. Breathing Technique, Xian Yuan Breathing Technique, Level A. Martial Arts, S Grade, Hurricane Blade Technique, Perfection, Wind and Thunder Fist Technique, Perfection. Secret Technique, Berserking, 3rd level. Almost forgot to switch back to the Hubris Aura. Looking at the Haste Aura next to his name, Xian Yuanche then remembered that he had forgotten to switch back to the Hubris Aura. That's a life-saving aura. He hastily switched back to his Kaki Aura, and only then did a sense of security rise in his heart. It's better to have an aura of hubris. More than 10 minutes later, Xian Yuanche came to the varsity training room and instructed Chen Xingxing and the others. Capital of a country. Teacher, did you find that martial saint powerhouse? Morong Zun respectfully looked at Wang Dingtian. Wang Dingtian shook his head. Not found. Then he looked at Morong Zun. Upon seeing the roots of Morong Zun's hair that was starting to turn white, he sighed. Consuming your lifespan to forcefully break through to martial saint, why are you so bitter? Master can still hold out for a few more years, and as you cycle through the clubs, it may not be impossible for you to break through to martial saint. Morong Zun shook his head at his words. The student knows the condition of his body. Even if the martial elemental seed can be repaired, it will take at least a few decades, and Huaxia can't wait that long. Wang Dingtian looked at Morong Zun with cloudy eyes. Do you realize the consequences of what you're doing? No. Morong Zun nodded without hesitation. Exhausting his lifespan to forcefully break through to martial saint, once he succeeded, he would only have 10 years left in his lifespan at most. If he didn't force a breakthrough, he could live for at least 2,000 years. But he had to do it, once his teacher fell, without the martial saints sitting in the center of Huaxia, in front of those 8th order ferocious beasts, it was no different from a lamb. Huaxia can't be ruined in his hands. Looking at Morong Zun's determined eyes, Wang Dingtian sighed and left on his crutches. Chapter 68 Li Fenglin, stop. You guys stop fighting. Pugnacious Chen Xingqing. Before leaving the conference room, Wang Dingtian spoke slowly. The matter of your damaged martial yuan seed has been known by the ferocious beasts. The rats are getting bigger and bigger. Morong Zun's eyes turned stern at his words. There were no more than 10 people who knew that his martial yuan seed was damaged, which meant that some of them at the top had already defected to the fierce beast. The First Academy of Gangnam Budo. Xian Yuanche, who had finished instructing Chen Xingqing and the others, came to the window of the cafeteria. I remember you, you're a teacher, right? This time, before he even opened his mouth, the cafeteria auntie recognized him and rushed to hit him with a few extra spoonfuls of meat. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche put back the documents he had already pulled out. Looking at the meat on his dinner plate, he stated that it was good to be a teacher. Just after sitting down to eat for a few minutes, he saw Li Fenglin's son, Li Lin, running over in a hurry. Teacher, it's bad, someone's coming to smash the place. Looking at the anxious Li Lin, Xian Yuanche unhurriedly stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. There's no rush, take your time, who's here to crash the party? Leyland calmed down a bit and hastily opened his mouth. It's North-South College. Their professor has brought a few students to crash the party. Hearing this name, Xian Yuanche frowned slightly. After a few seconds of thought, he remembered the academy. North-South Academy, the second highest ranked academy in Zhejiang City. Regardless of the tournament, it had been consistently pressed by the Jiangnan martial arts one academy all year round. This time, the so-called smashing was probably to spar with Chen Xingqing and the others from the varsity team. Show me. Xian Yuanche picked up the uneaten rice and walked towards the door. Teacher, stop eating, it's all on now, let's go faster. There was some anxiety on Leyland's face. Xian Yuanche slowly arrived at the academy's third square. The outside of the plaza was already crowded with students at this point. Those students watching the battle exchanged words from time to time. Hiss, that's too hard, isn't it? I'll go, this punch, if it hits me, won't I have to lie in the hospital for half a month? Looks like a fight has broken out. Xian Yuanche took a bite and flew into the air. Stop. Stop it. You have to stop fighting. Li Fenglin's anxious voice came. Xian Yuanche thought that Chen Xingqing and the others were being violently beaten when he heard this. It turned out to be a good one to fly into the sky. It turned out to be Chen Xingqing who was pressing a youth. A punch to the stomach, and the whole square was constantly cracking. Li Fenglin squatted on the ground, looking at the square that was constantly being destroyed, his face full of heartache. Stop fighting. I just built a new square last year. If it was a normal square he wouldn't be bothered, but when this square was built last year, it used a lot of second-order ores. Chen Qingqing acted as if she hadn't heard him, and was still frantically thrashing that youth. I told you to molest me, I told you to molest me. Thinking about what the youth had just said, the more Chen Qingqing thought about it, the more angry she became. She directly grabbed the youth's feet, lifted the whole person up, and frantically slammed them towards the ground. Bang! 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 The originally cracked square turned directly into rags. Li Fenglin was even more distressed at the sight. Stop! A neutral voice rang out. Shen Yuanche sniffed and looked over, and on the other side of the square, a middle-aged man was looking at Chen Qingqing with a gloomy face. Behind the man stood 6 other students. By the looks of it, these people should be from North-South Academy. Shen Yuanche swept a glance at the man's panel. Name, Wu Jiang. Martial Arts Yuan, 120/200, First Grade Martial Arts King. Breathing Techniques. Martial Art, Grade A, Taishu Pom, Great Success. Martial King? Looking at Wu Jiang's panel, Shen Yuanche raised his eyebrows. And Chen Qingqing in the square still didn't stop, but instead smashed harder into the ground. Enough! We concede defeat. Wu Jiang said loudly again. Only then did Chen Qingqing stop when she heard this. With a forceful throw, the youth who looked like a dead dog was thrown in front of Wu Jiang. Chen Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and snorted coldly. Humph! Watch what you say from now on. Those students behind Wu Jiang sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing their teammate's tragic situation. One of the students scrunched his head, some trepidation on his face. Team Captain, Li Huo was beaten is also too bad. I want to go home. The youth in the lead snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? That woman just now is at most a grade 1 martial zone. Aren't you also a grade 1 martial zone? Is there still a need to be afraid of her? But, no buts. You go and meet her now. Ha, I'll go? The timid student's mouth dropped open at his words and he pointed to himself. Isn't it obvious that you're going to get yourself killed? In the end, under the threat of his own captain, that student somewhat timidly came across to Chen Qingqing. Although they were both first-level martial sect members, the strength that Chen Qingqing had shown to appear just now was too terrifying, causing him to even tremble a little bit in his legs right now. Shen Yuanche in the sky shook his head slightly as he looked at that student's timid appearance. Although he was the same level 1 martial sect as Chen Qingqing. But what's the point of fighting when you've lost most of your momentum? Sure enough, the facts were as he expected. Chen Qingqing rushed forward with an arrow step and struck the student in the abdomen with a volley of avalanche fist. Bang! That student flew straight backward. Seeing this, Wu Jiang struck out a martial element to counteract the impact. Reaching out, he sucked the student in and looked up to give him a slap. Pop! Waste! You don't even dare to face opponents of the same level now. How will you face those ferocious beasts in the future? The student covered his face, not daring to squeak. Wu Jiang turned his head to look at the students behind him, found an almost timid look in the eyes. Even those students who were second-grade martial sect were like that. Only Lili, who was the captain of the team, had wariness in his eyes. Ugh! Wu Jiang sighed. He didn't expect these students of his to be such losers. Lili, you're on. Yes. Lili nodded and with a gentle leap, he came directly across from Chen Qingqing. Shen Yuanche used the Eye of Scrying to sweep it. Name, Lili. Blood, 340,000/400,000, Level 3 Martial Sect. Breathing Techniques. Martial Arts, Grade A, Gale Blade Technique, Little Success. Grade B, Avalanche Thunder Fist, Little Success. It's actually a cultivator of the Gale Blade Technique as well. Shen Yuanche muttered to himself for a moment. You're no match for me, let your captain Lu Hong come. Lili looked at Chen Qingqing across from him and said, Humph. Chen Qingqing grunted and didn't try to be brave, turning her head to look at Lu Hang. Chapter 69. Why don't we let Professor Li go up and take a beating? Using only his aura, he forced Wu Jiang back. Lu Hong nodded and walked into the tattered square. Chen Qingqing retreated to the outside of the square, leaving space for the two. Shen Yuanche in the sky observed the panels of the two men, and in his mind, he kept projecting who had a greater chance of winning. Name, Lu Hong. Blood, 340,000/400,000, Level 3 Martial Sect. Breathing Techniques. Martial Arts, Grade A, Bending Moon Gunnery, Deshang, Grade B. Eventually coming to a result, he felt that Lu Hang's chances of winning might be a bit greater. Lu Hong took out a silver-colored lance from his spatial ring and looked at Lili on the opposite side with eyes full of wariness. I've heard of you. Lili, the number 1 in North-South Academy. Once, when he was a Grade 1 martial sect, he defeated a Grade 2 martial sect over the level. You are indeed qualified to be my opponent. Lili laughed lightly and took out a long knife. I hope you can keep me entertained. With a whoosh, Lili rushed directly in front of Lu Hong and directly executed the Gale Blade technique. Bending Moon Shot. Instead of choosing to dodge, Lu Hong chose to perform his own masterful marksmanship to fight hard, because he knew that the Gale Blade technique with 24 blades per second was not that easy to dodge. With a clash of weapons, Lu Hong blocked most of the attacks, but was still inevitably hurt. There was a deep, bone-deep scar on his abdomen, both shoulders and his face. Despite the damage, the battle intent in Lu Hong's eyes did not diminish by half. Taking advantage of this gap, he stowed the gun into his space ring and executed the mountain-breaking fist directly at Lily's abdomen. Lily was shocked at the sight. He did not expect that Lu Han would actually continue to attack through his injuries. It was this half-second of daze that allowed Lu Hang's mountain-breaking fist to solidly strike Lily's abdomen. Bang! Lily flew out directly backwards, and the knife in his hand also came off at the same time, falling to the ground. Lu Hong didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. An arrow step followed Lily, who flew out backwards and threw a punch at his chest. Click! Put! This punch directly caused Lily to spray out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't until Lily flew out of the square that Wu Jiang used his martial energy to make it stop. Lily covered his chest and looked at Lu Han within the square. Cough cough. I lost. You're strong, but in battle, frothing is a big no-no. After Lu Hong finished speaking, he took out a healing potion and poured it directly into his mouth. Within seconds of drinking it, the wound stopped bleeding. But it would take at least half an hour, if not more than an hour, to fully recover from the injury. Lily similarly took out a healing potion and drank it. Seeing Lily's defeat, Wu Jiang sighed. Looking at the students behind him who had lost all their momentum, he knew that there was no more need to compete. Immediately after that, he made a move that took everyone by surprise. He came directly inside the even more tattered square and looked at Li Fenglin. Mr. Wu broke through to Martial King some time ago, so I'd like to ask your school to send a Martial King to get some lessons. The students around them were shocked at these words. The professor leading the team from North-South Academy is actually a Martial King. The vice dean isn't here, so it seems like the dean is the only one in our academy who is a Martial King. Do we want the dean to come out and fight him? I remember that Professor Lee is pretty good too. Why don't we let Professor Lee go up and take a beating? Ah shucks. I said it wrong. It should be let Professor Lee go up and fight him. The crowd gradually shifted the topic to Li Fenglin. Li Fenglin, who was in the middle of heartbreaking the square, sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. As soon as he looked up, he realized that all the students in the room had their eyes on him. Professor Lee, why don't you go fight that Professor Wu? We trust you. Several female students said with anticipation. The other students nodded at the words. Right. Professor Lee, isn't it just a Martial King? Just do it. Li Fenglin? Although he didn't hear the previous ones, he heard the words Martial King. Looking again at Wu Jiang, who was standing within the square, he was shocked. Letting him, a martial zoner, fight a Martial King? Isn't that for nothing? With a shaky hand, he directly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Xian Yuan Che's number. Regulus Che's cell phone, which was in the sky, rang. The people present, being martial artists with excellent hearing, looked up at the sound. Upon seeing Xian Yuan Che standing in the sky, they exclaimed in shock. Isn't this teacher Xian Yuan Che? He's actually in the sky. Only a Martial King powerhouse can navigate the air. Doesn't this mean that teacher Xian Yuan Che is a Martial King? Great! This way Professor Lee won't have to go up and get beaten. One of the students said happily. Li Fenglin, who was holding the cell phone, had a dark face. Wu Jiang naturally also discovered Xian Yuan Che standing in the sky. Upon seeing Xian Yuan Che's young appearance, his heart was shocked. He had never seen such a young martial king before. And just judging from his appearance, Xian Yuan Che wasn't more than 20 years old. Such a young martial king, not to mention having never seen it, even hearing it, he had never heard of it. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd of students, Xian Yuan Che landed on the square and looked at Wu Jiang as he opened his mouth indifferently. You're no match for me. It's better to take your students back to heal. Wu Jiang sniffed with a slight anger on his face. Although he couldn't detect Xian Yuan Che's realm with his spiritual sense, he expected that Xian Yuan Che's realm must be similar to his own. Because in his perception, Xian Yuan Che was so young, even if he was a martial king, his realm would definitely not be much higher than his own. He cupped his fists towards Xian Yuan Che. My name is Wu Jiang. Please instruct me. At the same time, the martial king's aura radiated out with it. The people present, with the exception of Xian Yuan Che, all felt a pressure. Xian Yuan Che returned the salute. My name is Xian Yuan Che. Please instruct me. The martial emperor's aura radiated out with it, targeting none other than Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang's aura was instantly dispersed. The crowd in the room felt a physical relief. Wu Jiang himself, on the other hand, didn't take it so well. The powerful aura caused him to keep stepping back. Bang! 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 Every step he took back made the ground make a loud noise. It wasn't until he exited the square that he felt his body loosen up. At this time, Wu Jiang's heart had long since set off waves of shock. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. Just the aura alone had directly forced him out of the square. This kind of feeling, he had never had even when he faced a rank 9 martial king. Shall we continue, Professor Wu? Xian Yuan Che's faint voice reached his ears. Wu Jiang hurriedly clasped his fists. It's my own fault. Thank you for your instruction. Immediately after, he took out a card from his spatial ring and sent it to Xian Yuan Che with martial arts yuan. I brought someone here to spar today, causing damage to your academy's plaza. This is the reconstruction cost, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, he lifted the still unconscious student on the ground and led Li Li and the others towards the gate. After seeing Wu Jiang and the others leave, Xian Yuanche looked at the bank card in his hand. It's anonymous. That should be enough to rebuild the square. He turned his head to Li Fenglin. Elder brotherly, this bank card contains the funds to rebuild the plaza. With a flick of his hand, the bank card flew into Li Fenglin's hand. Chapter 70, Level 5 Martial Emperor. The system once again dispatched the mission. Li Fenglin looked at the bank card in his hand and then at Xian Yuanche. The entire square was incredibly quiet at this time. The crowd was shocked by Xian Yuanche's methods. Wu Jiang, a martial king, was directly forced out of the square by the aura? What the hell is this? It was a long time before a student broke the silence. My goodness, teacher Xian Yuanche is too fierce. Using only his chi, he made the martial king exit the square. How strong does that strength have to be? With these words, the atmosphere of the scene felt like it had been ignited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The teacher is amazing. Forcing a martial king back with just his chi. Teacher Xian Yuanche wouldn't be a martial emperor, right? I think it's possible. Our academy actually has a martial emperor, it's too powerful. The faces of these students were filled with excitement discussing with each other. While the crowd was discussing, Xian Yuanche had already left the square. After 2.5 minutes, Li Fenglin came back to his senses and hurriedly chased towards Xian Yuanche. He now very urgently wanted to know what realm this demon, Xian Yuanche, was in now. The moment he caught up with Xian Yuanche, he hurriedly spoke. What realm are you in now? Xian Yuanche raised his eyebrows. Would you believe me when I say that I'm a martial emperor now? Li Fenglin's face immediately became serious, slowly uttered 3 words. I don't believe it. Then after a pause he continued to speak. If you're a martial emperor, I'll eat 10 pounds. In his opinion, Xian Yuanche had just broken through to martial king a few days ago, so how could he break through to martial emperor so quickly? Even if it's on, it can't be that fast. Seeing Li Fenglin's disbelief, Xian Yuanche shrugged. Forget it if you don't believe it. After that, he walked towards the cafeteria. After all of his dinner plates were still in the system space and hadn't been returned. Looking at Xian Yuanche's distant back, Li Fenglin shook his head. This kid, he's really a demon. Although Xian Yuanche couldn't possibly be a martial emperor, he had forced back Wu Jiang, who was a grade 1 martial king, with his aura alone. I'm afraid that the realm has also reached level 6 or 7 martial king. Alas, it is truly a man who is more than a man. Li Fenglin sighed and headed towards Wang Xian's residence. When will I break through to martial king? After returning the dinner plate, he returned to his quarters and began to cultivate. It would soon be October, and by then he would be able to enter the martial elemental mystic realm to cultivate. Wang Xian, who was originally drinking tea in the courtyard, directly crushed the teacup in his hand after hearing what Li Fenglin said. Forcing back a martial king with just his chi? This kid, he's really inscrutable. He took out 2 boxes from his space ring and placed them on the stone table. You take these 2 boxes to him, inside these are 2 martial yuan potion. Remember to admonish him to chew on more than he can chew, and wait to absorb one before absorbing the other. Good. Li Fenglin nodded, storing the 2 boxes in his spatial ring and heading out. As for Xian Yuanche's side, he had just jammed a guaranteed blast from his cultivation when the doorbell rang. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw Li Fenglin standing in the doorway. He flashed to the door and opened it. Elder brotherly. Xian Yuanche invited Li Fenglin inside the villa. After just sitting down and drinking a cup of tea, he took out the 2 boxes that Wang Xian had given him. This is the martial yuan potion that Dean gave you, drink it when you have time. Also, the Dean asked me to give you a word of advice, wait until you've absorbed one before absorbing the other, otherwise you can't chew on greed. Martial yuan potion? Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Wang Xian to actually send 2 martial yuan potion to himself. As for why, he could probably guess. I guess they saw their potential and wanted to invest in it. Thank you, elder brotherly, and by the way, say thank you to the Dean for me. Well, with your current strength, first place in the academy competition next month. It's definitely stabilized. Dean couldn't be happier. After Li Fenglin left, Xian Yuanche opened the 2 boxes. Taking out one of the martial elemental potion, he poured it down. Ding! Detected the host taking the martial yuan potion. The martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 10-fold blast. 60 points of martial yuan raised to 600 points. Wu Yuan, 4300/5000, 4th level martial emperor. Looking at the information that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche was somewhat satisfied. 10 times, the blast is finally not in single digits. Then he took out the 2nd martial yuan potion. This time, I continued to be very lucky and triggered a blast after drinking it as well. Ding! Detected the host taking the martial yuan potion. Martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 15-fold blast. 60 points of martial yuan raised to 900 points. Martial arts yuan, 5200/6000, 5th level martial emperor. Looking at the bludgeon multiplier, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. 15 times the blitz? When did you become so generous, system? Ding! Host, the probability of triggering a blitz and the multiplier are all random. Please don't defame this system. Xian Yuanche ignored the system and returned to his room. preparing to cultivate. 200 kilometers away from the eastern border of China, a group of people dressed in black robes stood in the sky, and the person at the head of the group held a probe in his hand. Drip, drip, drip. The probe went off. The man at the head of the group's face rejoiced at the sight. This is it, prepare to open the S-Class secret realm. The crowd of black-clothed men immediately dispersed, each taking out a transparently colored worm from their arms. As soon as these bugs came out, they immediately flew to the same spot and started nibbling. In less than 10 minutes, these bugs had gnawed out a spatial crack about a centimeter in diameter. Time quickly came to the next day. Gangnam First College. Ding. Detected that the host has been practicing for 10 hours and has gained 0.5 points of martial arts yuan, triggering a 300-fold blast, with 0.5 raised to 150. Martial arts yuan, 5350/6000, 5th level martial emperor. 300 times the storm, not bad. Ding. Detected an S-rank secret realm opening outside of eastern China, triggering mission. Quest content, S-Class Nirvana secret realm will be open soon. Host can go to the center of the secret realm to look for the Nirvana tree. Remove the Nirvana fruit from the top of the Nirvana tree and hand it over to this system, and this system will help the host transform the Nirvana fruit. Transformation into Secret Stone Nirvana. There's actually a mission? Looking at the task released by the system, Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. With some curiosity, he clicked on the introduction of that secret art stone. When he saw the introduction of this secret art, his face directly turned excited. Chapter 71 Secret Art Nirvana. Secret Art Stone Nirvana. Introduction. After using it, you can obtain the passive secret art, Nirvana. Secret technique, Nirvana. Introduction. Upon death from damage, the corpse will vanish into the void and enter a state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 24 hours with a 1 in 100,000 chance of raising a minor realm. Cooldown time, unknown. Looking at the introduction of this secret art, Xian Yuanche was filled with excitement. Resurrection? That's too fierce. That's right, this Nirvana secret art is the ability to bring the dead back to life. It's having the same effect as resurrection armor in the game. Nope, it should be more powerful than resurrection armor. Ding. The location of the S-rank Nirvana secret realm has been sent to the host's cell phone, and the host may now travel to the Nirvana secret realm. Xian Yuanche picked up the cell phone that was placed aside and checked it. 200 kilometers away from the eastern border? That's pretty far. Xian Yuanche put away his cell phone and headed towards the door. Although the secret realm was a bit far away, after turning on his berserking, it wouldn't take him a minute to get there. He flew straight up into the sky and turned on berserk. Martial arts yuan, 12,037. 5/20, level 1 martial arts honors. The pressure of a martial exalt was emanating from within him. The entire city of Xi'an felt the pressure. The pressure nearly took their breath away. This was still the result of Xian Yuanche unconsciously radiating it. A martial artist was walking along the road when he suddenly breathed heavily. What's going on here? Why is it suddenly hard to breathe? The surrounding martial artists similarly suffered from this situation and stopped to gasp for air. But the good thing is that the feeling came and went quickly and didn't lead to any accidents for anyone. On the academy's side, Xian Yuanche put away his own pressure. After bringing on the rush aura and executing the divine walking steps, his body flickered and appeared 100 kilometers away. His figure was constantly changing, and in less than 10 seconds he had arrived at the eastern border. After another 2 seconds, he came straight to the mission site. A space crack over 10 meters wide came into view. Through the spatial rift, part of the scene inside could still be seen. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly entered the spatial rift. The moment he entered the spatial rift, he used his spiritual sense to start scanning his surroundings. Spiritual awareness spread out with him at the center, and he knew the situation within 100 kilometers as well as he did. He remembered that the system had said that the Nirvana tree was in the center of the Nirvana secret realm. Looking at the situation, his location was at the edge of the secret realm, and now the goal was clear, to move towards the center. With a flash of his body, he appeared 100 kilometers away. A few minutes after Xian Yuanche left, the two fat and thin old men also appeared outside the secret boundary. This should be the source of the fluctuations. I didn't expect it to be an S-class secret realm. The tall and thin old man looked at the spatial crack in front of him, and his cloudy eyes lit up. The obese old man stroked the white beard on his chin. Time waits for no one, let's go in. In the center of the secret realm, a giant red sky-high tree was rooted here. There was also a fruit at the top that was nearly 10 meters in diameter. A group of black-robed men arrived. The man at the head of the group looked at the giant tree in the sky in front of him and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, there really is a divine tree here. As long as I obtain the fruit above, the holy beast lord will surely commend me. After saying that, he flew towards the canopy. After only a second, Xian Yuanche arrived here. He looked at these black-robed men who were waiting, and without the slightest hesitation, he took out his alloy knife from the system space and used the hurricane blade technique directly towards them, because he knew that there was only one identity for someone in this getup. That would be the cult of the holy beast. Ding! Detected the host using the hurricane blade technique. triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected the host using the hurricane blade technique, triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected the host using the hurricane blade technique, triggering a sevenfold blast, increasing the power by 7 times. Ding! Host detected. Ding! Detected at. Dozens of blade lights made up of martial energy flew towards those black-robed men. Before the 7 or 8 black-robed men could react, they were hit by the blade light. A few of the martial emperors in a higher realm reacted and hastily urged their martial energy to start resisting. The Xianyuan who had turned on berserking was already a martial exalt. Could the blade technique executed by a martial exalt be resisted by a mere martial emperor? The blade light directly penetrated the defense and landed on their bodies, and without even having the chance to scream, they were sliced in half. The black-robed man who was flying towards the canopy turned his head and realized that all of his men were actually dead. There was a great deal of anger. A mere first-level martial exalt, how dare you kill this exalt's men? Xianyuan used the Eye of Scrying to check the black-robed man's information. Name, Golden Orc Slave. Wu Yuan, 27000/30000, Grade 2 Wu Zun. Breathing Techniques. Martial Arts, Grade A, Huan Lei Palm, Complete, Bun Yu Quan, Complete, Grade B. Secret Technique, Bestialization. Beastification. When used, it allows one to change into a half-beast form, increasing speed, strength, and defense by 25%, and is immune to pain for 2 minutes. Side effects, loss of sanity. A rank 2 martial exalt actually only has 2 A-ranked martial arts, but that's just it. Xianyuan switched back to his arrogant aura and directly swung dozens of slashes towards the golden beast slave. Ding! Detected the host using the hurricane blade technique, triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Host detected. Ding! Detection. Ding! Ding! However, the golden beast slave was angry, but his goal was clear. With a whoosh, he came straight to the canopy of the tree, took out his knife and was ready to slice off the nirvana fruit. Seeing this, Xianyuan also flashed to the tree canopy and directly executed the wind and thunder fist technique towards the golden beast slave. Ding! Triggers a tenfold blast. Ding! A series of system blasts sounded. Dozens of punches were blasted directly onto the golden beast slave. Bang! The golden beast slave flew directly backwards for hundreds of kilometers. Damn it! The golden beast slave looked in Xianyuan direction with some scorn in his eyes. He didn't expect that the martial skill executed by this grade 1 martial exalt would actually be so powerful. Beastify! He roared and his body changed. Scales began to grow on his arms, and a sharp unicorn horn sprouted from the top of his head. The body also became stronger. From the original 1 meter 8, it went straight to 2 meters 5. Roar! With red eyes, he flashed straight back to the canopy and blasted a punch towards Xianyuan Xianyuan was not the least bit afraid and directly executed the wind and thunder fist technique in return. Boom! 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 The two just blasted away at each other. Xianyuan who wore an aura of arrogance, wasn't the least bit afraid of the golden beast slave, who had already been bestialized. Moreover, the golden beast slave who had turned on his bestiality had completely lost his mind and didn't know how to work his martial elements to restrict his opponent. So Xianyuan easily dodged the golden beast slave's attacks. Every now and then, he also performed the wind and thunder fist technique to return fire. The wind and thunder fist technique that triggered the storm hit the golden beast slave, who once again flew out backwards. Although blood was already coming out of his mouth and nose, the golden beast slave, who was immune to pain, still acted like nothing was wrong as he returned to Xianyuan and continued to counterattack with red eyes. Hundreds of kilometers away, the two fat and thin old men sensed the residual power emanating from the distance and glanced at each other. There's a martial exalt sparring. Check it out. The two quickly approached towards the Nirvana tree. When it came to 100 kilometers away, it stopped and began to watch. When they saw Xianyuan sparring with the golden beast slave, the two of them were somewhat surprised as their pupils shrunk. Who is this young man that he can actually fight back and forth with a golden beast slave that has already been bestialized? The fat old man spoke. The tall and thin old man shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this moment, after seeing Xianyuan young appearance, the tall and thin old man sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. No. Chapter 72 Obtaining the Secret Art Nirvana. Why does that martial exalt who fought against the golden beast slave look so young? The obese old man sniffed and also noticed the situation, and after thinking for a moment he came up with a so. It should be the use of martial arts elements to deliberately make the appearance younger, right? The tall and thin old man nodded at his words. There is this possibility. After all, in his opinion, how could there be such a young martial exalt in the world? Boom! 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 The battle between the two continued. With the recovery effect of the arrogant aura, Xianyuan state was no different than before the fight started. But the golden beast slave didn't fare so well. From time to time, the wind and thunder fist technique that triggered a blitz hit him, causing him to continuously verbally spit out blood and shatter his internal organs. Ding! Detected the host performing the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 30-fold blast, increasing the power by 30 times. The 30 times more powerful wind and thunder fist technique struck the golden beast slave's body. The powerful force caused it to fly backwards for hundreds of kilometers, crashing through dozens of large mountains one after another. The organs, bones, and even the martial yuan seeds in his body had suffered a devastating blow. The entire person directly turned into a pile of mush. When the fat and thin old man in the distance saw the scene, his back was suddenly chilled and cold sweat broke out. Because the moment Xian Yuanche swung that punch, they all felt a sense of crisis coincidentally. This meant that if that punch had hit them just now, I'm afraid that they would have ended up like the golden beast slave just now. At this moment, Xian Yuanche looked over towards the two. The two of them met Xian Yuanche's gaze and instantly sweated, the same thought rising in their hearts coincidentally. That's run! With a whoosh, the two of them disappeared directly into place. Seeing the two escape, Xian Yuanche did not choose to pursue them. For him, the most important thing right now was that Nirvana fruit on the Nirvana tree. He rejoined the Nirvana tree's canopy, took out his ally knife, and removed the Nirvana fruit in its entirety. After storing the huge Nirvana fruit into the system space, Xian Yuanche landed on the ground and stowed the corpse of the sacred beast cult into the system space. Then he went to collect the golden beast slave's corpse into the system space as well. After doing this, he stood in front of the Nirvana tree and surveyed it. Then he used the eye of scrying on the Nirvana tree. Race, Nirvana tree. Rank, 12th. Introduction. The Nirvana tree is an extremely rare living being in the universe, and the Nirvana fruit on the crown of the tree causes it to be fought over by various forces as soon as it appears. After being killed, the Nirvana tree will turn back into a seed and disappear into the void, searching for a suitable location to be reborn in Nirvana. Weakness. Destroying the seed before it has completed Nirvana will kill it. Nirvana fruit. After eating the whole Nirvana fruit, you can get a precious chance of Nirvana, and after death, you will vanish into the void, and spend 10 years to get Nirvana. Looking at the Nirvana tree's realm, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled. 12 steps, what realm is this? Then he looked at the system panel. System, do you know what realm this is? Ding! Knowing that, when the host reaches a certain realm, this system will tell the host itself. Seeing that the system didn't say anything, Xian Yuanche didn't pursue too much. Alright then, you can help me transform the Nirvana fruit first. Ding! Detected host completing mission, Nirvana fruit being transformed. After a few seconds the system beep came again. Ding! The Nirvana fruit has been transformed into the secret art stone Nirvana, and is now stored in the system space. Please check and receive it by the host. Ding! Warm reminder, this secret art stone is specially made by this system and can be used even if the host already possesses a secret art. Xian Yuanche knew why the system had uttered these words. This was because since the revival of the aura, martial artists of whatever realm could only use the secret art stone once. Xian Yuanche took a look inside the system space and the huge Nirvana fruit had already disappeared. In its place was a red secret art stone. He took out the secret art stone and directly affixed it to his forehead. After a while, the secret art stone emitted a bright light and disappeared. Secret technique Nirvana. Introduction. After dying from damage, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, and resurrects in full state after 24 hours, with a 1 in 100,000 probability of raising a minor realm. Cooling time, 1 year. Not bad, not bad. Xian Yuanche was satisfied with this secret technique. After all, who wouldn't be satisfied with one more life? Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the secret art of Nirvana, triggering a 100-fold blast. The secret art of Nirvana has begun to advance. Secret art Nirvana advanced to secret art Nirvana, first level. Secret technique Nirvana, first order. Introduction. After death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 10 hours, with a 1 in 10,000 probability of raising a minor realm. Cooling time, 1 month. Advancement condition. Spend 2 secret art stones or realm breakthrough to Martial King to raise it to the 2nd rank. Ding! We've detected that the host's realm has reached Martial Emperor. Is it possible to raise the secret art Nirvana to the 2nd rank? Wait! Not yet! Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something and hastily stopped it. If Nirvana has been raised to the 2nd rank, what are the conditions for raising it to the 3rd rank? Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind. Ding! Use 2 secret art stones, or the realm is raised to Martial Emperor. Then raise Nirvana to the 2nd rank. Ding! Secret art Nirvana has been upgraded to the 2nd rank. Secret technique Nirvana, 2nd order. Description. Upon death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 8 hours, with a 1 in 5,000 chance of raising 2 minor realms. Storage. Every 10 days, you can store 1 chance of Nirvana. Storage limit, 1/2 time. Advancement requirement. Use 2 secret art stones, or realm enhancement to Martial Emperor. Upon seeing the introduction of the 2nd order Nirvana, Xian Yuanche could only say that it was too powerful. The cooldown has been removed and replaced by storing Nirvana opportunities. That's more than 1 star stronger than the 1st rank. Good job, Unico, this host is pleased. Ding! Thank you for the host's compliments, the system is pleased. Ding. Detected that the host meets the conditions. Secret Art Nirvana can be upgraded to the 3rd level. Is it possible to upgrade Secret Art Nirvana to the 3rd level? Elevate it. This time, Xian Yuanche directly nodded his head. Chapter 73, Level 7 Martial Emperor, preparing for the Academy competition. Secret technique Nirvana, 3rd order. Description: upon death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 6 hours, with a 1 in 2,500 chance of raising 3 minor realms. Storage: every 10 days, you can store 1 chance of Nirvana. Storage limit, 1/3 times. Advancement requirement: use 2 secret art stones, or realm enhancement to martial honor. Turned into 3 times, not bad. Looking at the introduction of the 3rd order Nirvana, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked in his mind towards the system. System, is there anything else good inside this secret realm? Ding. None but the Nirvana tree. Xian Yuanche sniffed and glanced at the Nirvana tree. After another look at its realm, it turned to leave. After spending more than half an hour, he re-entered the entrance to the secret realm. Not long after he had just drilled out of the spatial rift, the rift automatically began to heal. He was just about to leave when his spiritual sense seemed to have swept up something. Looking to the ground, several transparent worms lay on the ground, their bodies stiff and obviously long dead. What's this? Looking at the bugs that had fallen to the ground, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled. With a moment of curiosity, he opened his scrying eye and scanned it. Race: air-eating insects. Grade: 5th order. Description: birthed from a space-eating motherworm, it can gnaw through space and make deep space visible. Air eater? Xian Yuanche sucked these 4 air-devouring insects over to take a closer look. Although it was already dead, he still put it away in the system space. After doing so, he left the place. Less than 5 seconds after Xian Yuanche left, Moronzun suddenly appeared here. Looking at the spatial crack that had long since recovered, he was a bit puzzled. Strange, how did the spatial rift close so quickly this time? After his spiritual sense scanned the vicinity to make sure the spatial rift was closed, he shook his head and left the place. Holy beast cult, what a human stinker. And at this time, Xian Yuanche had long since returned within the Jiangnan First Academy. He was pleased with the day. 1 trip out, less than 2 hours, and 1 more life. And there will be another one in 10 days. Time is quickly approaching September 30th. The whole school is happy today because tomorrow is National Day, a 7-day vacation. Woohoo! See you in 7 days, teacher. Lu Hang and Shen Xingxing and the others happily bid farewell towards Xian Yuanche on the side of the road. See you later, remember to have a good time at home. The competition is coming up soon. Xian Yuanche waved his hand at them to say goodbye for now. Lu Heng's face was a bit odd as he sniffed. He looked at Xian Yuanche with a straight face. Teacher, you should have to say to us, don't slack off even if you go home. There's a competition coming up. Lu Qingqing nodded approvingly. That's right. You should have to say that. Xian Yuanche smiled and did not reply. With him around, wouldn't it be a breeze to beat those martial zoner little Karami? Not to mention those academy students, even if their dean came, he would still fight. After skulking around outside, Xian Yuanche went back and started his cultivation. Ding! The host has been practicing for 10 hours, and the martial element has increased by 0.5 triggering a 100-fold blast, 0.5 raised to 50. Martial Arts Yuan, 5400/6000, 5th level Martial Emperor. Ding! The host cultivates for 10 hours, the martial element increases by 0.5, triggering a 200-fold storm, 0.5 raised to 100. Martial Arts Yuan, 5500/6000, 5th level Martial Emperor. Ding! The host cultivates for 10 hours, the martial element increases by 0.5, triggering a 100-fold storm, 0.5 raised to 50. Martial Arts Yuan, 5550/6000, 5th level Martial Emperor. 7 days passed quickly, and over these 7 days, Xian Yuanche had spent most of his time in cultivation. The realm had also risen from a rank 5 Martial Emperor to a rank 7 Martial Emperor. Wu Yuan, 7300/8000, 7th level Martial Emperor. After ending his cultivation and taking a bath, Xian Yuanche went out for a stroll. When he walked to the varsity training room, he saw Chen Xingqing and the others with a hangdog face. Apparently, they haven't made the transition from their happy vacations. Prepare yourselves in these few days, and in a few days we'll go to the capital and participate in the academy competition. Good. The crowd replied listlessly. Time quickly came. 3 days later, Xian Yuanche and Li Fenglin stood at the door, waiting for the crowd. Chapter 74, Level 4 Berserking. 10 seconds to the capital? Only after waiting for a while did Lu Hang and the others arrive one after another. The academy competition is in a few days, so let's go over a few days early. Li Fenglin said towards Lu Hang and the others. Xian Yuanche swept a glance and realized that Li Lin hadn't come yet. Li Fenglin also discovered this situation. Lei Lin isn't here yet, so let's all wait a few more minutes. While waiting, Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the system panel from time to time. After a while, he remembered something. That is, when he had broken through to Martial Emperor, it seemed that Berserking hadn't been upgraded yet. He opened his own panel and saw the words boostable after the berserking. System, help me advance berserking to the 4th rank. Xian Yuanche said in his mind towards the system. Ding! Berserking is progressing. Berserking, 4th grade. After using it, it can increase 175% of one's full attributes and reduce pain sensation by 70%, lasting for 1 hour. Side effect, after berserking, you will be weakened for half an hour, and during the weakening period, all your attributes will be reduced by 20%. Advancement condition, use 10 secret art stones. Not bad. Looking at the counting down of the 4th order berserkers, Xian Yuanche nodded with satisfaction in his heart. In addition to reducing the boost by 20%, the full attribute boost, too, went from 125% to 175%, a full 50% boost, a boost that was already pretty good. I'm coming. Lei Lin suddenly appeared with a piece of bread in his mouth. Li Fenglin nodded. Since everyone is here, let's set off. After saying that, he was about to lead the crowd towards the outside. Wait. Xian Yuanche opened his mouth. What's wrong? Li Fenglin looked at Xian Yuanche with some confusion. Let me take you to the capital, so we don't waste time on the bus. Lu Hang and the others lit up at the words. Teacher Xian Yuanche is going to fly us to the capital, right? Yeah. After receiving the reply, Lu Han and the others exclaimed in shock. Great, I haven't even tried flying in the sky in all my life. Li Fenglin looked at the crowd that was full of excitement and then looked at Xian Yuanche. Sure it will work? Do you have enough martial arts yuan to sustain taking us to the capital? Xian Yuanche took them just because he was afraid that he would fly halfway and not have enough martial energy, which would be embarrassing. Lu Hong and the others looked at Xian Yuanche with an expectant look on their faces. If you looked closely, you could see that there was a slight tension in their eyes. After all, for them, if they didn't have enough martial arts yuan, this air flight would be a bust. They hadn't reached Martial King, and they were still looking forward to this matter of flying in the sky. Xian Yuanche smiled. Just don't worry, it won't take much martial energy. After hearing Xian Yuanche's reply, the crowd gasped in shock. Woohoo! Xian Yuanche first turned on berserking, then used his martial arts element to wrap everyone up and fly into the sky. Wu Yuan, 20075/30000, Grade 2 Wuzun. A number of students at the academy also noticed the scene. Look! Lu Han and the others are flying, and Professor Li. Many of the students pointed at the crowd in the sky and exclaimed. The other students raised their heads and looked at the crowd flying in the sky with some envy in their eyes. How many people dream of being able to fly in the sky? The crowd rose a few hundred meters before stopping. Is this what it feels like to be in heaven? Lu Hang and the others looked at the ground excitedly. Ahem. Ready to start. Xian Yuanche coughed. Get started, sensei. I'm already looking forward to the air ride on the line. With the exception of Li Fenglin, the students in the crowd said in unison. Xian Yuanche nodded, switched to his haste aura, performed the divine walking steps, and led the crowd to more than 100 kilometers away with a whoosh. The crowd flew towards the capital at a speed of over 200 kilometers per second. Almost 10 seconds later, Xian Yuanche stopped. It's so good. Teacher, keep going, keep going. The crowd looked at Xian Yuanche with excited faces and said. At this point, they hadn't realized that they had already arrived above the capital. There's no need to continue, we've already arrived at the capital. Xian Yuanche led the crowd to land on the ground. What? We're already here? This time being not only Lu Hong and the others, even Li Fenglin was a bit confused. It's only been 10 seconds. How come we're in the capital? Teacher, you didn't lie to us, did you? Lu Hong looked at Xian Yuanche with some suspicion. Xian Yuanche casually took out his cell phone and turned on the positioning to show them. Upon seeing the positioning on his cell phone, the suspicion in Lu Heng's eyes turned into shock. Asterisk. We're really in the capital. Lu Hong exclaimed in shock. The others took out their cell phones and checked them. Upon seeing that they had indeed arrived in the capital, they also exclaimed in shock. And Lei Lin was the oddest of all, with no shock on his face, but instead a look of sadness. Oh, my air trip. It's over in just 10 seconds. He thought it would fly for at least an hour or two, but he didn't expect it to be over in 10 seconds. And the one who reacted the latest was Li Fenglin. After he looked at his surroundings, he looked at Xian Yuanche with a shocked expression. At the same time a nationalist soared out of his mouth. WC, so fast. Xian Yuanche raised his hand and dispersed the martial energy wrapped around the crowd. After doing so, he seemed to notice something and looked up into the sky. His spiritual sense sensed that a person was looking at him 10,000 meters up in the air. Why don't you guys go ahead to the hotel? I have a few things to do. After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. Then let's go first. Li Fenglin didn't ask too many questions and led the crowd towards the already booked hotel. Xian Yuanche directly came to a height of 10,000 meters to look at the person in front of him, an old man with a somewhat dry and thin body. He used the eye of scrying to scan the old man's information. Name, Xian Yuan Wu. Wu Yuan, 61000/70000, level 6 Wuzun. Breathing technique, Xian Yuan Triple Cho Tian, S grade. Martial arts, grade S, Xian Yuan's gun technique, perfection, seal the empty hand, perfection. Secret techniques. Upon seeing the old man's surname, there were no surprises in Xian Yuanche's heart, because he had known for a long time that there was a top family in China that had the same surname as himself. Xian Yuanwu looked at the Xian Yuanche in front of him and was first shocked. Because the distance between the two of them was only 100 meters, he could clearly sense the life breath within Xian Yuanche's body. From this aspect, he could tell that the grade 2 martial exalt in front of him was not very old. Chapter 75. Sorry, I don't want to get involved with the Xian Yuan family. Shocked, he realized something that shocked him even more. That is, Xian Yuanche's eyebrows resembled his son, Xian Yuanshen. What is your name? He asked tentatively, opening his mouth. Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche replied indifferently. Upon hearing Xian Yuanche's name, Xian Yuanwu's hands began to tremble. Like himself, his last name is Regulus. What is your father's name? Xian Yuanche's face was somewhat speechless. Old man, it's rude to ask that, you know? What are you doing here, checking on your family? Xian Yuanwu was speechless, but he still wanted to make sure. Is your father's name Xian Yuanshen? It's called Xian Yuanshen, may I ask what you want? Child. Xian Yuanwu looked at Xian Yuanche with some excitement. Stop. Xian Yuanche reached out to stop Xian Yuanwu. He had probably figured out what was going on. Needless to say, one must have encountered a classic trope in fiction. One of the parents is not simple. There must have been a party from a major power, and then because of various things, they were expelled from the family or something. It's just that he didn't expect that he would actually run into this situation. He looked at Xian Yuanwu. Old man, if there's nothing else for you to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, Xian Yuanche's figure flickered and disappeared in place. He didn't really want to get involved with the Regulus family. Author's note, do you guys think the main character is cold-blooded? I'm a little afraid you'll yell at me for writing this O_O. Xian Yuanwu sighed as he looked at the disappearing Xian Yuanche. Walking down the road, Xian Yuanche took out his cell phone and looked at the positioning that Shangguan Fu had sent over earlier. After memorizing the location of Shangguan's house, he walked towards it. Soon, he arrived in front of the Shangguan family's villa. At the same time, he also sensed that there was a martial exalt in Shangguan's family. I guess it's the Shangguan Feng that I met last time in Linhai City. Inside the Shangguan family, Shangguan Feng, who was originally checking the information, raised his head. What a strange martial exalted aura. With a whoosh, he appeared beside Xian Yuanche. Senior, long time no see. Seeing Shangguan Feng who suddenly appeared beside him, Xian Yuanche greeted him. Shangguan Feng recognized Xian Yuanche at a glance. His own granddaughter's boyfriend. However, when his perception reached Xian Yuanche's realm, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at Xian Yuanche, his face full of shock. You kid. How did you become a martial zune? Wasn't it a martial zong some time ago? Don't tell me that you ran off into the wilderness some time ago and ate a martial honor fruit. Xian Yuanche smiled. Senior is joking, by the way, is Yen Yen still inside the Qi blood mystic realm? Seeing Xian Yuanche change the topic, Shangguan Feng was also very sensible and didn't pursue it. It's not out yet, but it should be soon. Come in and sit down. He reached out and patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. Good. The two flashed straight down the hall. Shangguan Feng poured a cup of tea for Xian Yuanche. Other than looking for Yen Yen, do you want to enter the martial elemental mystic realm to cultivate? Xian Yuanche took a sip of tea and nodded. That's right, I want to enter the martial Yuan secret realm. Shangguan Feng took a sip of tea. The academy competition is in a few days, so I'll take you in when it's over. Alright, many thanks senior. Xian Yuanche nodded. Shangguan Feng waved his hand. No need to be polite, that big gift you gave Yen Yen was very nice. That's as it should be, and Yuma has helped me quite a bit. Hearing Xian Yuanche say this, Shangguan Feng's eyes towards Xian Yuanche became more and more satisfied. In a few days it will be the academy competition. I remember you seem to be a teacher at the Jiangnan First Academy. Are you leading the team over for the competition this time? Aha. Xian Yuanche nodded slightly. Not bad, with your guidance, this year's Jiangnan First Academy of Martial Arts, we might be able to get the top 10. No, senior is wrong. It should be number 1. Xian Yuanche took a sip of tea and corrected himself. Shangguan Feng sniffed with some surprise on his face. Oh, so confident? Do you know that this year's First Academy of the capital is different from last year's? What's different? Is there a martial king competing? Xian Yuanche asked with some curiosity. Shangguan Feng shook his head. That's not true, but it's almost the same. There's a kid in the Xian Yuan family who has already condensed his martial element seed and reached half-step martial king in the previous 2 months. So that's how it is. I thought there were martial kings. Xian Yuanche sniffed with a disinterested face. Hearing Xian Yuanche's reply, Shangguan Feng almost spewed out the tea in his mouth. But he held back in the end. Looking at Xian Yuanche's calm face, he couldn't help but be skeptical. Could it be that there was a martial king in the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy? With doubts in his heart, he opened his mouth and asked, "Could it be that your academy has martial kings, or half-step martial kings competing this time?" Xian Yuanche shook his head. Martial king? It seems not. That doesn't work, there is no martial king or half-step martial king. How are you going to take the first place? Before he could finish, he suddenly thought of something. Wide-eyed, he looked at Xian Yuanche. You're not trying to say that you're competing this time as well, are you? When he finished, he even took a sip of tea to suppress his shock. Xian Yuanche nodded as he drank the remaining tea. Guess right. Put. After seeing Xian Yuanche nod his head in affirmation, he couldn't hold it back any longer, and the tea in his mouth spewed out directly. You're a ing Wuzun going up to fight those Wuzongs. What the hell is this? What's the problem? Xian Yuanche looked at Shang Wanfeng with some curiosity. Shang Wanfeng wiped his mouth and shook his head. No problem. If you go on, not to mention those students, even if their dean steps in, he won't necessarily be able to beat you. That's good, then. The first place will be taken in advance by our Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy. Chapter 76, Xian Yuanche gives Dragon Whip, 50 secret art stones. That's good, then. The first place, our Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy will take it in advance. Shang Wanfeng. At that moment, he seemed to think of something and coughed a few times. Cough, that. Xian Yuanche during the competition, if you meet my grandson, please lighten your hand. After all, his good grandson was only a rank 7 martial sect. If he met Xian Yuanche, I'm afraid he would be ed to death with a single look. No problem, I'll be sure to go easy on you. Seeing Xian Yuanche agree, Shang Wanfeng reached out and sucked his hand towards the outside, and a young man came into the hall with a dumbfounded look on his face. He introduced towards Xian Yuanche, "This is my little grandson, called Shang Wanyu." Then, he introduced Xian Yuanche towards Shang Wanyu. "This is Yanyan's boyfriend, called Xian Yuanche, you just call him Master Xian Yuanche." Oh. Halfway through speaking, Shang Wanfeng felt something was wrong and stopped. Then after thinking for a moment, he came up with a suitable title, just call him Senior Xian Yuanche. Originally, he wanted his grandson to call Xian Yuanche his grandfather. Because Xian Yuanche was the same martial exalt as him, the two of them deserved to be in the same generation. But it suddenly occurred to him, Xian Yuanche's relationship with his granddaughter. So it was only possible for his grandson to change his name to Senior. After all, one can't really call Xian Yuanche's grandfather and have a super plus generation, right? Shang Wanyu? Listening to his own grandfather's words, Shang Wanyu was completely confused. Shouldn't one's cousin's boyfriend be called cousin's husband? What the hell is this about asking yourself to call him Senior? Seeing that his grandson was hesitant to speak, Shang Wanfeng waved his hand and sent Shang Wanyu out of the hall. Never mind, this kid hasn't been very bright lately, let's move on to something else. Some name calling, that's all. Xian Yuanche shook his head and put down the teacup in his hand, not taking this matter to heart. Shang Wanfeng casually took out a piece of information and placed it in front of Xian Yuanche. Some time ago, Shang Wanfu investigated your information, do you know your origin? Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the information on the tea table with no intention of picking it up. No one thing, my father is from the Regulus family, right? Shang Wanfeng nodded, that's right, your father, Xian Yuanshun, is from the Xian Yuan family. If you want to recognize your ancestors, I can step in and help you go communicate with the Xian Yuan family. Xian Yuanche shook his head, there's no need, I'm doing just fine now, there's no need to get into some sort of ancestor recognition. After saying that, Xian Yuanche picked up the information with his right hand, and with a slight shock with his martial energy, the information in his hand turned into powder. Using Wu Yuan, he brought the powders together and threw them into a trash can not far away. Seeing this scene, Shang Wanfeng didn't say anything more. After all, it was a matter for people to choose how they wanted to do it, and he wasn't going to interfere. That's fine, you can stay here for these few days, and then go to the Academy Grand Competition site in a few days, and after the competition is over, I'll take you to the martial elemental mysteries to cultivate. Good, then the late generation will not be polite. Xian Yuanche did not politely talk to Shang Wanfeng and immediately chose to stay. Shang Wanfeng smiled and patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. Also, now that you and I are both martial exalted, we should be peers, so don't call us seniors. Call me Lao from now on. Xian Yuanche, elder brother Shangwan. Elder brother Xian Yuan. After hearing Xian Yuanche call himself old brother, Shang Wanfeng once again laughed out loud. That's how it should be. Xian Yuanche, a martial exalted, shouting at him as a senior, made him always feel weird. Now he was much more comfortable. Looking at the laughing Shang Wanfeng, Xian Yuanche suddenly remembered something. Wait for me, old brother, I have a gift for you. Oh, a gift? What gift? Hearing that Xian Yuanche wanted to give himself a gift, Shang Wanfeng had some curiosity on his face. Wait for me. Xian Yuanche's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Xian Yuanche came directly from the capital to outside the Chinese border. After finding a flat area, he took out a ferocious beast corpse from his system space. This ferocious beast corpse was none other than the Black Blood Dragon Kings. Since it was the corpse of a 7th-ranked ferocious beast, he kept it then. It's just in time to use it now. He took out his alloy knife and sliced off the Black Blood Dragon King whip. After doing so, he took the corpse back into the system space, leaving only the dragon whip behind. He took out his cell phone and sent a location to Shang Wanfeng. In less than 10 seconds, Shang Wanfeng arrived. Seeing Shang Wanfeng arrive, Xian Yuanche pointed to the dragon whip on the ground. Older brother, this dragon whip, which belongs to a 7th-ranked Black Blood Dragon King, is a gift from my older brother to you. Shang Wanfeng looked at the huge dragon whip on the ground and stared with wide eyes, but quickly reacted, and hastily coughed to hide the look on his face just now. Cough cough cough, old brother, I can't use these things right now, I appreciate your kindness. Just as he finished speaking, Xian Yuanche spoke again. Of course I know you won't be able to use it, old brother, but those friends of yours, they might be able to use it. Xian Yuanche gave a look that understood everything. Ahem. Right. I remembered. I do have a friend who needs this, so I'll go ahead and thank old brother for my friend. With a wave of his hand, Shang Wanfeng collected the dragon whip on the ground into his spatial ring. That friend of mine can't take something from you for nothing. What resources you need recently, just feel free to tell old brother. Shang Wanfeng stroked the beard on his chin. This spoke right to Xian Yuanche's heart. He thought about his berserking and Nirvana. I want the secret art stone, I wonder if old brother has it. There is. Of course there is. How much do you want? Hearing that Xian Yuanche wanted the secret art stone, Shang Wanfeng immediately agreed. Give me a couple dozen first. Okay, go back first and I'll bring it to you. Shang Wanfeng agreed without hesitation. After returning to Shang Wan's house, Shang Wanfeng took out 5 boxes and put them in front of Xian Yuanche. Each box contains 10 secret art stones. Tell me if you don't have enough. Good, then thank you, old brother. I'll go back to my room and rest first. Xian Yuanche put the box away in the system space and walked towards the upstairs. With the secret art stones, he could now pull the 2 secret arts, Berserking and Nirvana, to full capacity. Chapter 77, Berserking, Nirvana, Double 5th Grade. 2nd Level Martial Exalt. Upon entering the room, he took out the 5 boxes and said to them in his mind, System, help me advance Berserking to the 5th rank. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice rang out. Ding! 10 secret art stones consumed, Berserking is advancing. Soon, the system's beep came again. Ding! Berserking advancement successful. Berserking, 5th order used to increase one's full attributes by 200% and reduce one's pain by 90%, lasts for 2 hours. Side effect, after berserking, you will be weakened for half an hour, and during the weakening period, all your attributes will be reduced by 10%. Advancement requirement, reaching the realm of martial sage. Not bad, the full attributes increased by 25%, the pain reduction came to 90%, and the duration became longer. He then set his eyes on Nirvana. System, help me raise my Nirvana directly to the 5th rank. Ding! Nirvana is advancing to the 4th order. Ding! Nirvana advanced successfully. Ding! Nirvana is advancing to the 5th level. Ding! Nirvana advanced successfully. Secret technique Nirvana, 5th order. Introduction. After death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 2 hours, with a 1 in 1,000 chance of raising 5 minor realms. Storage. Every 8 days, you can store a chance of Nirvana. Storage limit, 2/5 times. Advancement requirement, realm upgrade to martial sage. Not bad for 2 more times. Xian Yuanche casually closed the panel and took back the remaining secret art stones into the system space. Looking at the advancement conditions for Berserk and Nirvana, he began to think. 5th order Berserkers and Nirvana advancement to the 6th order required the realm to reach Martial Saint. It directly skipped over Martial Honor, which made him feel very unreasonable. A thought rose in his mind. Could there be a very substantial increase? After thinking about it for a while he decided not to think about it anymore and got up and left the room. He remembered that he seemed to still have effects from taking the Martial Yuan potion, so it was just as well that he could ask Shang Wanfeng to help him exchange a few of them. After the Martial Yuan potion had no effect, it wouldn't be too late to go out into the wilderness to hunt down ferocious beasts of the 5th rank or higher and absorb the Yuan crystals. When he came downstairs, Shang Wanfeng was holding a newspaper and reading it. When he saw Xian Yuanche coming downstairs, he put down the newspaper in his hand to look at Xian Yuanche. Didn't you just say you wanted to rest, old man? Could it be that the bed isn't right? Xian Yuanche shook his head. No. I came down here because I wanted you, old brother, to help me exchange a couple of martial elemental potions for me. I'm a bit low on the War Merit Hall privileges right now, and I can only change 1 a year. I thought it was something. Here are 10 martial yuan potion, take them all. Shang Wanfeng sniffed and waved his big hand. 10 martial yuan potion appeared on the table. For Xian Yuanche, he didn't begrudge him in the slightest. After all, just that Fire Phoenix cub alone was worth more than a few hundred martial yuan potion. Thank you, old brother, then little brother will not be polite. After Xian Yuanche said his thanks, he directly put these 10 martial yuan potion into the system space. When he returned to his room, he deactivated his frenzy. Wu Yuan, 7300/8000, 7th level martial emperor. After lifting the berserking, his realm returned from a rank 2 martial exalt to a rank 7 martial emperor. Opening the first chi and blood potion, he directly drank it. He waited for a moment, and no storms were triggered. Wu Yuan, 7360/8000, 7th level martial emperor. He didn't hesitate and just opened the second one and drank it. Just after drinking it, the system's beep came. Ding! Detected host taking martial yuan potion, martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 100-fold blast, 60 points raised to 6,000 points. Holy! 100 times. Seeing that the 100x blitz was triggered, Xian Yuanche's face was filled with shock. This dog system, when did it become so generous? Just as Xian Yuanche was spitting on the system, his realm directly came to a level 1 martial exalt. Wu Yuan, 13-360/20000, first level Wu Zun. After seeing that his realm came to first level martial exalt, he directly opened the third martial yuan potion and drank it while his hand was still in the air. Ding! Detected host taking martial yuan potion, martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 100-fold blast, 60 points raised to 6,000 points. Wu Yuan, 19360/20,000, first level Wu Zun. Another 100 times. Xian Yuanche was overjoyed and opened a fourth martial yuan potion and drank it. The system's beep came again. Ding! Detected host taking martial yuan potion, martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 50-fold blast, 60 points raised to 3,000 points. Wu Yuan, 22-360/30000, second level Wu Zun. 50 times. That's not too low. He picked up the fifth one and drank it. After a few minutes, he sighed. Ugh, it's not working. He wasn't discouraged, though. After all, since he had broken through to Martial King, he had drunk at least 7 martial yuan potion before and after, and it was normal for this one to have no effect anymore. And he was content. After all, these 4 martial elemental potions that he took today had directly raised him from a rank 7 martial emperor to a rank 2 martial exalt. After going downstairs to return the martial yuan potion, he opened the Hall of Battle Merits. Shangguan Feng had just explained the situation to the top and raised his War Merit Hall authority to the highest. Compared to before, the resources redeemed by his Battle Hall of Fame were now unlimited. But it doesn't seem to be working for him now. The only thing that would be useful would probably be the newly added map of the distribution of high-level ferocious beast areas. It was clearly labeled with the locations of most of the ferocious beasts above the 5th rank on Earth. With this, it would be much easier to kill ferocious beasts and absorb Yuan Crystal in the future. Time quickly came to the day of the Academy competition. At this moment, Xian Yuanche was in the courtyard, holding a piece of ferocious beast meat and feeding it to Fire Phoenix. In the past few days, he fed the Fire Phoenix in the courtyard when he was free or not, and the Fire Phoenix also remembered Xian Yuanche and was very willing to accept Xian Yuanche's feeding. After feeding the ferocious beast meat, he washed his hands and left the Shangguan family. He came directly to the Jinglin Hotel where Li Fenglin and the others were. Li Fenglin and the others had also been waiting at the entrance of the hotel long ago. I'm coming, let's go. Xian Yuanche didn't ink the gibberish and used his martial energy to wrap around the crowd, directly flashing to the grounds of the competition. The venue is a purpose-built sports center. The audience remains the same, and other things remain the same. But the area is nearly 10 times larger than before the Aura revival. There was a 200-meter by 200-meter ring in the very center. Sweeping with his spiritual sense, he realized that the entire ring was built from mostly 5th-order materials, mixed with some 6th-order materials. Even a martial king would find it hard to leave a mark on it. After seeing where they were, the crowd reacted. I'll be damned, teacher, you're really too fast. Lu Hong and the others looked at Xian Yuanche with a face of adoration. Xian Yuanche. On the side was Li Fenglin, who looked around and realized that there was no one. It seems like we're the first ones here. Ah, eldest son. Long time no see. A chipper voice rang out. A middle-aged man with 7 students slowly fell from the sky. Li Fenglin looked up at the sound. When he saw the middle-aged man flying in the sky, he had a look of envy on his face. You bastard. When did you break through to Martial King? Lu Chenglin sniffed and looked at Li Fenglin with a smug expression. Wanna know? Call daddy. Li Fenglin's face was full of disdain. Ah shucks, who didn't know you were my son back in college? Then he turned his head to look at Xian Yuanche. This is Lu Chenglin, my roommate from college. After saying that, he introduced Xian Yuanche towards Lu Chenglin. Chenglin, his name is Xian Yuanche, he is the instructor of our academy. Lu Chenglin looked at Xian Yuanche somewhat. After all, Xian Yuanche looked too young. Xian Yuanche right, hello, hello. He extended his hand towards Xian Yuanche with a polite face. Xian Yuanche also extended his hand. Hello. Chapter 78, Pre-Match Draw, Holy Beast Slave. Look at the body before reading this, until today's pen only to find that I'm too stupid, do not understand some of the competition system. So the competition system, write a team competition, forget it, of course, this is also advantageous, that is, the number of words will not be too much, no accident. Basically a few chapters on the finish, so please do not scold me. Humble author Bacteria kneeling thank you. Epsilon. Main article. After shaking hands, the two men waited in place for the other cadets to arrive. After waiting for a while, Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something and looked at Li Fenglin. For this competition, it won't be every academy in the country, right? Li Fenglin sniffed and shook his head. How can they all come? The country's resources are limited, only the top 50 academies have extra resources. That's why there are basically only 100 or so colleges that have come to compete in previous editions. In the past, our academy has stayed around the 20th percentile, but this time, with you there, the dean and I are relieved. Li Fenglin looked at Xian Yuanche with a smile on his face. When Lu Chengfeng, who was on the side, heard Li Fenglin's words, he somewhat curiously sized up Xian Yuanche. He was a bit confused as to what Li Fenglin meant by those words just now. Only after a while did he open his mouth with some pressure. Fenglin, what did you mean by what you said to brother Xian Yuan just now? Li Fenglin sniffed and coughed a few times in a pretense of sophistication. Cough, cough, cough and secrecy, you'll know when the time comes. Lu Chengfeng didn't ask much when he saw this, but he was just itching in his heart. And Li Fenglin continued to open his mouth to introduce the match system of the competition to Xian Yuanche. The competition system for the grand competition is simple. There is only a team competition. Both teams draw lots to choose their opponents, and then both sides send 7 players onto the field to compete. It doesn't end until all 7 on either side are either out of action or knocked off the stage. Of course, if they feel they can't beat them, one of them can also concede early. The academies that were eliminated in the first 2 rounds of the draw will move on to the resurrection stage. If you win the resurrection match, you can be resurrected to continue the contest. That's simple? Hearing that there was only a simple team competition, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. He'd thought there'd be at least 3 tournaments. I didn't realize there was only one kind. Li Fenglin nodded. Yes, it's that simple, but with you, the race is as simple as it is complicated, isn't it? Xian Yuanche didn't reply, but agreed. As a second-grade martial exalt himself, who in the younger generation could do better than him? Even if they let the older generation of their academy come, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. Lu Chengfeng, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between the two, and his heart became even more itchy. But he did make a guess. It was assumed that Xian Yuanche had some secret weapon that could help Jiangnan First Academy get an even higher ranking. It took a few more minutes before the other colleges arrived one after another. Each team was basically 8 to 10 people. Xian Yuanche swept his spiritual sense and found that most of those leading teachers were at the martial zone level. Only a very few were led by martial kings. At that moment, Shang Wanfeng appeared in the air. Xian Yuanche exchanged a glance with him. Shang Wanfeng condensed his martial energy around his mouth and slowly spoke. The drawing of lots will begin in an hour, so please have the participating academies enter the arena as soon as possible. With the added power of martial yuan, the sound spread throughout the capital. Soon an hour had passed. Xian Yuanche counted and realized that the number of participating academies that had entered the arena reached 160. Although there were more than 1,000 people on the scene, this sports center was several times larger than the average, so it still seemed empty. Seeing that everyone had come, Shang Wanfeng spoke again. Lead teachers of the academies, you may now open the Hall of Battle Merit to open the lottery, and the students who draw the same number will compete. Li Fenglin took out his cell phone and opened the Hall of Battle Merit to start drawing lots. Xian Yuanche was also watching Li Fenglin draw lots. Soon, the results of the draw came out. 76. The opponent shown is the Third Academy of Middle Kingdom Martial Arts. The moment he saw his opponent, Li Fenglin smiled. The first one is a sure thing. The Third Academy of the Central Plains Martial Arts seemed to be 80th last year. The other side. The leading teacher of the Third Academy of the Central Plains Martial Arts was in tears. He didn't expect his side to be so unlucky as to directly draw the powerful Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy. He looked behind him to the students. Everyone do their best. Seeing that the crowd had finished drawing lots, Shang Wanfeng spoke again. The first round will be in 2 hours, so everyone can go back to the hotel and rest, or wait in the audience. With a flash of his body, Xian Yuanche came directly to the audience seat at the very front and sat down. Seeing this, Li Fenglin and the others came up to sit near Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche looked towards Li Fenglin, who was sitting on the side. Elder brotherly, when it starts later, I'll go out. If you meet an opponent you can't beat, send me another message. Good. Li Fenglin nodded and didn't ask Xian Yuanche where he was going. Over the next 2 hours, one after another, people entered the arena and came to sit down in the viewing gallery to watch the battle. There are also tons of drones hovering above, broadcasting live. A dozen figures appeared in the sky one after another. Xian Yuanche raised his eyes and swept a glance, realizing that these people, basically, were all martial emperors or above. There are also 3 martial honors. Name, Xian Yuan Wu. Wu 1. Name, Morong Zun. Wu Yuan, 99999/100000, 9th level Wu Zun. Breathing techniques. Name, Sima E, Sacred Beast Slave. Wu Yuan, 43000/50000, level 4 Wu Zun. Breathing techniques. Secret techniques. Chapter 79, The Terrified Martial Emperors. Other than Xian Yuanwu, those two people in the back were somewhat surprising to Xian Yuanche. One was Morongzun, who possessed 999,999 points of martial energy. The other one is the one called Sima Yi. Aside from the unusual name, the three words in parentheses at the back intrigued him a bit. He thought of the golden beast slave he had encountered in the Nirvana mystic realm earlier. System, this Sima Yi wouldn't be from the holy beast cult as well, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for guessing correctly that Sima Yi is none other than the holy beast cult. After hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche sighed in his heart. There really is this holy beast cult everywhere. As far as he knew, the Sima family was one of the top families in China, just like the Shangwan family and the Xian Yuan family. I didn't expect to actually join the holy beast cult as well. As if they had sensed Xian Yuanche's gaze, the dozen or so people in the air all looked towards Xian Yuanche. After sensing Xian Yuanche's realm, everyone's face changed. Wu Zun! Xian Yuanche was just sitting there though. However, they knew that this youth was a solid martial Zun powerhouse. Those dozen or so martial emperors had fallen to the ground, not daring to fly into the sky again. People's martial exalted were sitting down below, and he himself, a martial emperor, was standing in the sky. What was this like? After falling down, those martial emperors were smiling apologetically in Xian Yuanche's direction, seemingly apologizing for their actions just now. Xian Yuanche didn't care when he saw this, he just swept a glance at them and stopped paying attention. The spectators in the auditorium, and some of the lead teachers of the academies were somewhat puzzled on their faces when they saw this. Strange, why are all these martial emperor lords suddenly falling from the sky? I don't know, you're looking at them like there's something weird going on? Look guys, why are they all smiling at the location of the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy? Could it be that there is some big shot there? Li Fenglin, on the other hand, was a bit confused. Why were those martial emperor powerhouses smiling at themselves? No, it shouldn't be to yourself, but to. Thinking of this, he looked towards Xian Yuanche who was at the side. Xian Yuanche, are they smiling at you? Xian Yuanche shook his head. I don't know, maybe. Now in addition to Shangwan Feng in the sky, only three Xian Yuanwu, Morongzun, and Sima Yi were left standing in the sky. These three people also noticed Xian Yuanche. The performance of the three varied. Xian Yuanwu's face was happy to see Xian Yuanche, but when he thought of Xian Yuanche's cold appearance that day, he also temporarily extinguished the idea of letting him recognize his ancestor. Morongzun, on the other hand, was shocked and excited. He didn't expect that he had been in seclusion for a few days, and as soon as he came out, he found such a demon. Judging from the life breath within Xian Yuanche's body, he was only around 19 years old. However, the realm had already reached the second level of martial exalt, which could no longer be described as a demon. Excitement flashed in his eyes. He believed that as long as he tilted his resources to that youth, there would be no break in the number of martial saints in their China. And at the end, Sima Yi's heart sank. He had now completely defected to the sacred beast sect, only to discover a mere 19-year-old martial exalt today. This also meant that this youth was likely to be the second Wang Dingtian in the future. No! It should be far beyond Wang Dingtian. Damn it! Why didn't you show up earlier? His heart was filled with remorse. If this youth had appeared a few decades earlier, he wouldn't have defected to the Holy Beast sect. There was no turning back now, he had to inform the Holy Beast cult. If he waited for this demon to become a martial saint, not only him, but also their Sima family, I'm afraid that they would be completely finished. At this moment, Xian Yuanche raised his eyes again and met Sima Yi's eyes. Sima Yi quickly flashed a smile at the sight. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also revealed a smile and nodded at Sima Yi. After withdrawing his gaze, Xian Yuanche spat in his heart. Really good at pretending. Chapter 80, Dumbfounded Xian Yuanwu and Xian Yuanche, Sima Yi is after me? Then I'll call someone. He swept the dozen or so martial emperors again with his probing eye. He wanted to see if any of those martial emperors had defected to the sacred beast sect. This didn't sweep, but once he did, it really allowed him to find two of the holy beast cult. Name, Cimarron, Silver Slave number 2. Martial Arts Yuan, 6750/7000, 6th level martial emperor. Breathing techniques. Name, Sima Feng, Silver Beast Slave number 1. Wu Yuan, 8320/9000, 8th level martial emperor. Breathing techniques. Upon seeing the names of these two, Xian Yuanche could only say, good guy. It's all ING Simas. He pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. It's only 9:10, and the bout doesn't start until 2 hours later, at 11 o'clock. He put away his cell phone and disappeared right into his seat. Originally, he had wanted to watch a competition before going to hunt the ferocious beasts. After Morongzun noticed Xian Yuanche disappearing, he flashed his body and chased after him. Seeing this, Sima Yi and Xian Yuanwu followed along. Xian Yuanche had just flown a few hundred kilometers when he saw Morongzun in front of him. Senpai. Xian Yuanche snorted. Just after greeting, Sima Yi and Xian Yuanwu also arrived. What is your name? Morongzun asked. Since he had just come out of the gate, he didn't know Xian Yuanche's name. My name is Xian Yuanche. Looking for me for something? Xian Yuan-che? After hearing Xian Yuan-che's name, Morongzun looked at a Xian Yuan-wu with some surprise. Is this a descendant of your family? Xian Yuan-wu nodded and shook his head again. This operation confused Morongzun. What the hell does this nodding of the head followed by a shake of the head mean? Seeing Morongzun's doubt, Xian Yuan-wu then spoke. His father is the old man's second son, Xian Yuanshan, so in terms of blood relations, he is considered the old man's grandson. Hearing Xian Yuan-wu's introduction, Morongzun came to a realization. Xian Yuanshan, he knew, had been expelled from the Xian Yuan family decades ago. I didn't expect that his son would actually be so demonic, reaching martial exaltation at less than 20 years old. After Xian Yuan-wu finished saying the reason, he looked at Xian Yuan-che. Son, you. Before he could say a few words, Xian Yuan-che opened his mouth to interrupt. This senior, I really don't want to get involved with the Xian Yuan family. Looking at you, my father should have had a hard time being expelled from the family back then. But let me just ask you one thing, since you want me to recognize my ancestors. Why didn't you get me back earlier? I believe that with the strength of the Xian Yuan family, it should be very simple to find me, right? This. Xian Yuan-wu was momentarily rendered speechless by Xian Yuan-che. Seeing that Xian Yuan-wu couldn't answer the face, Xian Yuan-che directly disappeared in place. He is not clear about who helped him along the way. The Xian Yuan family hadn't given themselves any help and still wanted him to recognize his ancestors? It's a beautiful thought. Looking at Xian Yuan-che who had disappeared, Morongzun was not in a good position to chase after him. He shot a look at Xian Yuan-wu and disappeared. Actually, there was one thing he didn't say. That is, he felt that what Xian Yuan-che had just said didn't seem to be wrong. Until Morongzun and Xian Yuan-wu both left, Sima Yi, who had been lowering his presence, looked at the direction Xian Yuan-che had left and his eyes flashed. Xian Yuan-che was now alone, so it was just the right opportunity. The chance to get rid of him. After Xian Yuan-che left Huaxia, he immediately turned on berserking. Wu Yuan, 67080/70000, 6th level of Wu Zun. The 200% increase in all attributes directly raised him from a level 2 martial exalt to a level 6 martial exalt. After taking out his cell phone and taking another look at it, and picking a 6th ranked ferocious beast as his target, he rushed towards that beast's location at full speed. At the same time Sima Yi left China and arrived at the Holy Beast cult's home base, the Island of Small Days. That's right, the home base of the cult of the Holy Beast is on Little Days Island. After arriving at the island, he didn't waste any time and directly spoke of Xian Yuan-che's existence. What? A 19-year-old martial exalt has appeared in your Huaxia. A small day with a hygienic beard full of shock. Sima Yi nodded with a grave look on his face. The other small day looked to Sima Yi with the same somewhat grave expression. I didn't realize that your Huaxia was actually so terrifying. First you produced a Wang Dingtian, and now a 19-year-old martial Zun. If we don't obliterate him while we're at it, I'm afraid it will be the next Wang Dingtian again. No. I have a feeling he will surpass Wang Dingtian. Sima Yi added with killing intent. He had already led his entire family to fall to the sacred beast cult and there was no turning back, so Xian Yuan-che had to die. After a few minutes, Sima Yi and the two Wu Zuns guarding the base camp bypassed Huaxia and rushed towards the approximate direction of where Xian Yuan-che was. As for Xian Yuan-che's side, he had just killed a 6th ranked ferocious beast with a dry punch when he received a system beep. Ding! Detected Sima Yi leading 2 sacred beast cult martial honors to come after the host, triggering the mission. Mission requirement, kill Sima Yi, and those 2 Wu Zuns. Reward, System Mall Discount Coupon. Discounts are based on the number of counter kills, initially 40% off, 1 less for each kill. Duration of mission, unlimited. Failure, no penalty. System Mall Coupons? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? Looking at the rewards, Xian Yuan-che was a bit puzzled. He doesn't even have a mall for this system, so what's the point of having this? Ding! Blitz System version 2.0 will open the system mall. It was only after seeing the system's reply that Xian Yuan-che came to a realization. System, can you reveal the realm of those 2 martial exalted of the Sacred Beast sect? Although the rewards are great, you have to have the strength to complete the mission. Ding! One is an 8th level martial honored, one is a 7th level martial honored one. Upon seeing the realm given by the system, Xian Yuan-che turned around and flew towards Huaxia after storing the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground into the system space. A few minutes later, he was back in the same place, but not one that came back. Instead, it's 3 people. The 2 extra people were Shang Wanfeng and Morongzun. That's right, he went to call someone. Anyway, the quest requirement was only to kill the 3 Sima Yi people. It didn't say that he had to kill them himself. If you have help and don't look for it, it's not? Xian Yuan-che, you said that Sima Yi is from the Sacred Beast cult and that he's going to bring people after you? Shang Wanfeng looked at Xian Yuan-che with some confusion. Xian Yuan-che nodded. Older brother, you and Elder Morongzun will know if you wait here for a while. Then we'll wait. Morongzun, who was on the side, replied. He knew that there had been a traitor at the top of their Chinese hierarchy, but it's been impossible to find. If Sima Yi is really a traitor, he can take this opportunity to get rid of it. At this moment, Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something and looked towards the two. Elder, old brother, in a moment, if they do come, the three of us will strike together. We'll take out the lowest realm first. Then we'll round up the highest realm together. Morong Zun and Shang Wanfeng nodded, and their gazes towards Xian Yuanche became more and more appreciative. But at that moment, Shang Wanfeng realized something was wrong. Chapter 81, 10% off coupon. Triggered a storm? That's not right. Wasn't your brat a grade 2 martial exalt just now? How? Before Shang Wanfeng could finish, he was interrupted by Morong Zun raising his hand. Shang Wanfeng seemed to have thought of something and closed his mouth. He understood what Morong Zun meant. Everyone has their own chances, but it's best not to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise it would be offensive. He was also too surprised just now that he forgot about it. After seeing that Shang Wanfeng had the sense to stop asking, Morong Zun nodded slightly in his heart before looking at Xian Yuanche. Let's hide before they find us ahead of time. Good. Xian Yuanche nodded. Morong Zun and Shang Wanfeng directly disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Sima Yi was leading those two martial exalted in search of Xian Yuanche. He only knew Xian Yuanche's approximate location. The exact location would take some time to find. Soon, the three of them arrived 100 kilometers away from Xian Yuanche. The three's spiritual sense discovered Xian Yuanche, and Xian Yuanche's spiritual sense also discovered the three. When the two small Japanese martial exalted saw Xian Yuanche, their eyes widened. It's really a martial honor. Boom! No sooner had the little Japanese martial artist finished speaking than a lance pierced through Sima Yi, who was beside him. It was Shang Wanfeng who struck. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche immediately flashed in front of Sima Yi and directly executed the hurricane blade technique. Morong Zun also appeared along with him, constantly attacking towards Sima Yi. At this time, a fat and a thin martial exalt appeared in the sky again for some reason. They also kept on attacking against Sima Yi. In less than 2 seconds, Sima Yi died under the siege of 5 people. Those two little daytime martial exalts were directly stunned. What the is this? What's with all the martial honors? After the 5 of them finished resolving Sima Yi, they placed their eyes on the two martial exalted. Those two martial Zuns looked at Morong Zun, then Shang Wanfeng, and then Sima Yi, who didn't even have any crumbs left, and immediately lost their mind to resist. In a hurry, he dropped to the ground and knelt. Mercy, mercy. The two men begged for mercy in broken Chinese. It's from the land of small days, let's beat it up first. Xian Yuanche opened his mouth. Then he performed the wind and thunder fist technique on the two men. The others nodded at the sight and struck out. It was only after beating the two to death that Morong Zun sucked them into his hands. He directly used soul search and probed up the memories of the two. When a martial artist reaches martial empress, their spiritual sense becomes more and more powerful, so they can directly use their spiritual sense to search their target's soul. After probing, he directly crushed the heads of the two men. It's settled, let's go back. Morong Zun looked at the crowd. At this moment, the two fat and thin old men suddenly recognized Xian Yuanche. It's you! That martial honor! Xian Yuanche also recognized these two. These two people he had seen in the Nirvana secret realm. But when he finished resolving the golden beast slave, he ran straight away for some reason. You three know each other? Morong Zun looked at the three with some confusion. The fat and thin old man looked at Morong Zun. He is the martial exalt that we mentioned to you at the time, who killed the golden beast slave within the secret territory. Morong Zun was a little surprised at what he heard. He didn't realize that the martial exalt who killed the golden beast slave within the secret territory at that time was Xian Yuanche. After a martial artist reached martial emperor, it was very difficult to kill in the same realm. The golden beast slave was a grade 2 martial exalt, and Xian Yuanche was afraid that he was also a grade 2 martial exalt at that time. To be able to kill an opponent of the same realm, it showed that Xian Yuanche's strength was already outstanding amongst his class. Surprised, Morong Zun spoke again. Let's go back first. Aside from Xian Yuanche, everyone else nodded. Seeing that Xian Yuanche did not nod his head, all 4 of them looked at Xian Yuanche. What about you? Morong Zun asked. I've got things to do, so you guys just go on back. Okay then, let us know if anything happens. After saying that, the 4 of them disappeared into thin air. After everyone left, Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. I didn't expect this Morong Zun to be an old 6 as well. He only called Shang Wanfeng and Morong Zun at that time. I didn't expect Morong Zun to call 2 more martial Zuns over. System, have I completed my mission yet? Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that Sima Yi's 3 have died, and are now handing out rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10% off coupon. Ding! Detected the host obtaining 10% off coupon, triggered. Xian Yuanche. Chapter 82, 101 off coupons. King Topsy-Turvy. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained 1/1-fold coupon, triggering a 100-fold blitz, 1 raised to 100. Xian Yuanche. 100 sheets? System, you're not kidding, right? Ding! No kidding. Shen Yuanche looked into the system space and found that there were indeed 100 coupons lying there. He was now looking forward to the system more and more. Everything was ready, now it was just a matter of getting first place within the academy competition. After closing the panel, he once again took out his cell phone to check the location of the ferocious beast. He remembered that there were still dozens of 5th-ranked ferocious beasts he hadn't disposed of yet in the vicinity of Huaxia, and it was only fair to spend some time resolving them while he was at it. Although the martial yuan gained from absorbing the 5th-order fierce beast yuan crystals was only 20 points, it was still considerable if it triggered a blitz. A 200-meter-long split ground-piercing mountain king was leisurely basking in the sun. A giant hand condensed from martial arts yuan descended from the sky. Bang! The earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king was directly slapped into the ground, living or dying. Shen Yuanche, who was in the sky, reached out and sucked, and the yuan crystal of the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king came into his hands. After spending almost 15 minutes, Shen Yuanche sent all the remaining 5th-ranked ferocious beasts around Huaxia to the western heaven. A total of 30 yuan crystals. After cleaning himself, he deactivated his frenzy. The realm had also reverted back to 2nd grade martial exalt. Wu Yuan, 22, 360/30000, 2nd level Wu Zun. 30, let's hope it doesn't keep triggering guaranteed blasts. He directly crushed these 30 yuan crystals and absorbed them into his body. The system's beep immediately came. Ding! Detected the host absorbing a 5th-order yuan crystal, gaining 20 points of martial yuan, triggering a 500-fold blast, 20 points raised to 10,000 points. Wu Yuan, 32360/40000, 3rd level Wu Zun. 500 times? That high? After seeing the blitz rate, Shen Yuanche's face was a bit surprised. Why is this system so generous lately? But it wasn't over yet, the system beep came again. Ding! Detected the host absorbing a 5th-order yuan crystal, gaining 20 points of martial yuan, triggering a 100-fold blitz, 20 points raised to 2,000 points. Wu Yuan, 34360/40000, 3rd level Wu Zun. Ding! Detected the host absorbing a 5th-order yuan crystal, gaining 20 points of martial arts yuan, triggering a 300-fold blast, 20 points raised to 6,000 points. Wu Yuan, 40360/50000, level 4 Wu Zun. Ding! Trigger! Wu Yuan, 43360/50000, level 4 Wu Zun. Ding! Trigger! Wu Yuan, 47360/50000, level 4 Wu Zun. With 30 yuan crystals, a total of 5 blasts were triggered. Moreover, the multipliers of the storms were not low, basically all of them were at 100 times, or more than 100 times, which directly raised him from a level 2 martial exalt to a level 4 martial exalt. He cast Berserk again. Martial Saints, 142-080/200-000, 1st class Martial Saints. A 200% increase in all attributes directly brought his realm from a rank 4 martial exalt, directly to a rank 1 martial saint. Taking a step forward, he came directly to 1,000 kilometers away. And that's just a random step for him. If he were at full speed, even if Blue Star expanded dozens of times, it wouldn't take him more than half a minute to get from the North Pole to the South Pole. It feels so good to become a martial saint again. At the same time, the moment Shen Yuanche used Berserking and raised his realm to martial saint, the entire Blue Star's 8th-ranked ferocious beasts once again looked towards China. On a certain grassland, a fox that was 1 meter 8 tall, walking upright, and wearing human clothes looked towards Huaxia. Another martial saint? Human talent is truly terrifying. It sighed and took out a book from its space ring. Possessing great intelligence and outstanding talent, I wish I were human. It turned the first page of the book with its paw and 4 words came into view. The 36 stratagems. After looking at it for a moment, its eyes flickered slightly. Borrowing a knife? Somewhere in the deep sea. The Dragon King crocodile that was originally resting suddenly opened its eyes and looked in the direction of Huaxia. How did another martial saint appear? Let's hope it won't be the second Wang Dingtian. The Dragon King crocodile secretly prayed. With that thought, it got up and looked around, thinking that it still wasn't stealthy enough, and that it would have to be changed again. If Wang Dingtian went crazy and looked for it, it was true that the crocodile would die. As for Shen Yuanche's side, he had just wanted to leave when he realized that a person had already appeared in front of him. An old man with a withered and disabled body. At the same time, he could sense the aura of death emanating from this old man. It was obvious that the old man in front of him wouldn't live much longer. He scanned the old man's information with his probing eye. Name, Wang Dingtian. Wu Yuan, 520000/600-000, 5th level martial sage. Breathing technique, star breathing technique, grade S. Martial art, S level, prime one shot, perfection. Secret technique, fight for your life. Weakness, a large amount of toxins remain in his body, and his lifespan shrinks with each strike. Remaining lifespan, 3 years. Secret technique, fight for your life. Introduction upon use, all attributes will be increased by 100%, lasting for half an hour, and one will die immediately after the secret art ends. Upon reading Wang Dingtian's panel information, Xian Yuanche also knew who this person was. King Topsy-Turvy. The only remaining martial saint powerhouse in Huaxia was also the last of Huaxia's heritage. It was also Morong Zun's teacher. While Xian Yuanche was checking out the information on Wang Dingtian's panel, Wang Dingtian was also sizing up Xian Yuanche. The more he surveyed, the more shocked he became. A first-grade martial saint, less than 20 years old. He had thought of many possibilities, but he also hadn't thought that this newly emerged martial saint would be so young. Wang Dingtian revealed an amiable smile and looked at Xian Yuanche. What is your name? My name is Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche replied. Xian Yuanche. Of the Xian Yuan family? Wang Dingtian rooted the same as the others. Hearing the surname Xian Yuan, they all thought that Xian Yuanche was from the Xian Yuan family. Xian Yuanche shook his head. No, I'm an orphan with no family. Orphans. After hearing Xian Yuanche say that he was an orphan, Wang Dingtian did not ask any more questions. He took out a box from his space ring. It's the first time we've met, so this piece will serve as a gift. After delivering the box to Xian Yuanche, he disappeared in place. There wasn't much communication. After learning that this newly emerged martial saint was from China, his heart fell, because this would mean that there would be no break in the martial saints of China for the time being. He also hadn't thought of using moral kidnapping to kidnap Xian Yuanche so that he had to guard Huaxia. He didn't want to, and he didn't have to. After Wang Dingtian left, Xian Yuanche placed his gaze on the box in front of him. He opened the box with curiosity. Chapter 83, Entering the Martial Elemental Mystic Realm. A deep purple yuan crystal came into view. A purple yuan crystal? Could it be of the 8th rank? Xian Yuanche muttered. He used the eye of scrying to look at the information of this yuan crystal. Article name, Star Crystal. Source, originally an 8th order crystal, but it was transformed into a star crystal by absorbing star elements from space. Usage, recommended for realms that have reached the star order, starry sky level. Star crystal? Starry sky level? What realm is this? Looking at the introduction of the star crystal, Xian Yuanche thought for a moment before looking at the system. System, is this star level the realm after martial saint? Ding. No, after martial saints there are martial gods, and only after that is the star class. After getting a reply from the system, he closed the box and put it away in the system space. He didn't expect that Wang Dingtian would actually send such a good thing to himself. Looking at the time again, I realized I had been out for an hour. The game he wasn't going to go back to watch either. Anyway, the Jiangnan First Academy is a sure win today. If you have that time to watch the game, you might as well kill more ferocious beasts. With his current strength, killing those ferocious beasts below the 8th rank was as simple as ants. Now he just had to kill and kill and kill infinitely. Who cares about martial saints, martial gods, and star levels? When he killed all the ferocious beasts in the entire blue planet and absorbed the yuan crystals, sooner or later he would reach it. Bang! A 6th-ranked ferocious beast was directly slapped to death by Xian Yuanche. After storing up the corpse, he immediately headed to the location of the next 6th-order fierce beast. Bang! 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 There weren't many 6th-ranked ferocious beasts around Huaxia, and he quickly killed them all. He didn't choose to go deeper, but went straight back to Huaxia. Although he had Nirvana and could be resurrected, he only had 2 lives stored up now. It's better to save. Looking at the 6 or 7 yuan crystals in the system space, he seemed to have thought of something. Right, why don't I let Wang Dingtian take me into the martial yuan secret realm? There was a war effort, and he didn't go in to practice for nothing. After all, he was still a bit curious about how powerful it was in this martial elemental mystic realm. With a flash of his body, he returned directly to the capital. After returning to the capital, he came directly to Wang Dingtian. Wang Dingtian, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. You're trying to enter the martial yuan secret realm, right? He had just inquired with Morong Zun about things concerning Xian Yuanche, so he naturally knew what Xian Yuanche had come to find him about. Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded. Come with me. Wang Dingtian brought Xian Yuanche to a certain space rift in the capital. This is the martial yuan secret realm. After saying that, Wang Dingtian directly walked in. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also directly entered inside. Upon entering the martial yuan mysterious realm, he sensed that there was a lot more martial yuan in the air. At the same time, his spiritual sense discovered that several martial kings were cultivating near the entrance. There were also 1 or 2 martial emperors in the distance. Wang Dingtian didn't stop. Instead, he kept going forward. Isn't that disappointing? Wang Dingtian suddenly stopped and looked at Xian Yuanche. That's not true. Xian Yuanche shook his head. This was because when he was outside, Shangguan Feng had already told him about the general situation within the martial yuan mysteries. Just like what he said, there was about 7 times more martial elements in here than outside. But for him, with the Blitz system, nothing was a problem. Wang Dingtian smiled. The deeper you go into the secret realm of martial element, the more martial element there is in the air. You can try it out. Maybe the martial element in the depths will satisfy you. Oh, hearing this information, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. He didn't hesitate and went straight towards the depths. Seeing this, Wang Dingtian also followed. Although there was an abundance of martial yuan in the depths of the martial yuan mystic realm, entering the depths was not that easy. He wanted to see just how far Xian Yuanche could go. Chapter 84 Wang Dingtian's Shock, Starfield Stone, Short Trip to the Alien Planet. Xian Yuanche had just taken a few steps when he realized that something was wrong. It was as if a force was preventing one from going deeper. To test the suspicion, he walked a little longer. Sure enough, the deeper we went, the more pronounced the force became. For every meter forward, there is one more point of resistance. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, he sensed that the surrounding martial energy was already about 15 times higher than the outside world. He stopped in his tracks and didn't move on. Wang Dingtian, who had been following Xian Yuanche, nodded slightly when he saw this. It was considered good that a first-level martial saint could walk 17 kilometers. As a rank 5 martial saint, he could only go just over 40 kilometers. Xian Yuanche took a step forward again. There was a lot of resistance, but he was still able to step out. He stopped again, and instead of being discouraged, he began to meditate in his mind. I'm going to take another step forward. I'm going to take another step forward. That's right, just like the last time you temporarily became a martial saint, you used storms to achieve hypothetical reality. After reciting 10 sentences, the system's beep came. Ding! Detecting the host's desire to take another step forward, triggering a 100-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for being able to take 10 steps forward. Upon seeing the triggered blitz, Xian Yuanche immediately took a step forward. He said he wanted to take a step forward, but didn't make it clear how many meters a step was. In just an instant, he arrived several hundred kilometers away. Seeing Xian Yuanche, who had suddenly disappeared, Wang Dingtian instantly froze. Where are the people? He hastily exerted his spiritual sense, trying to find Xian Yuanche. It just so happened that he spotted Xian Yuanche, who was several hundred kilometers away. When he saw Xian Yuanche several hundred kilometers away, Wang Dingtian was instantly confused. How did this kid get hundreds of kilometers away all of a sudden? Surprised, he realized that Xian Yuanche had actually disappeared again. Then he saw Xian Yuanche's trail again 800 kilometers away. After a few seconds, Xian Yuanche's figure completely and utterly disappeared within the range of his spiritual sense perception. After a long moment, he pinched himself. If he hadn't sensed a twinge of pain, he would have thought this was a dream. And at this time, Xian Yuanche had already arrived 2,000 kilometers away. This martial elemental mystic realm is really not small. After sputtering, he continued on into the depths. When deeper than 3,000 kilometers away, he stopped. He realized that he seemed to be at the end of his rope. The martial energy in the air was already at least 100 times thicker than the outside world, and he could even see the martial energy in the air with his naked eyes. Ding! Starfield Stone found. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Starfield Stone? Xian Yuanche sniffed and used his spiritual sense to sweep around. Found a few dozen kilometers away to his right, a rock several meters high. He came straight to this stone. The stone is 6 meters tall and purple-black in color. He immediately used the Eye of Scrying to look at the stone's information. Item name, Starfield Stone, unique. Rank, 18th. Description, the only Starfield Stone in the universe, with which you can travel through the starfields in the universe. I'll go, 18 orders. And there's only one piece in the entire universe? After reading the information on this Starfield Stone, Xian Yuanche was completely shocked. What kind of unbelievable luck is this for yourself? Could it be that he really is the protagonist in the novel? The kind of great luck protagonist who can pick up the most precious treasure even when he walks? He hastily approached the Starfield Stone and tapped it with some curiosity. System, how do I use this thing? Is it necessary to drop blood to recognize the owner? He thought of certain settings in the novel. Ding! Yes, but with the host's current realm, even if he drained all the blood from his body, it would be impossible for the Starfield Stone to recognize its owner. After hearing the system's reply, he sighed. Pity. But at that moment, the system's beep came again. Ding! Whether to bind the Starfield Stone. Bound. Xian Yuanche did not hesitate and immediately said in his mind. Binding of Starfield Stones in progress. Ding! Binding is successful. The system's teleportation function is opened in advance due to the binding of the Starfield Stone. Teleportation? Xian Yuanche sniffed with some curiosity and opened the teleportation function. Just opened it and a few words popped up. Does it search the starfield? Xian Yuanche immediately clicked on search. Ding! Search in progress. After a few seconds, the system beep came again. Ding! Search successful, Alola Alpha Galaxy. Aurora Alpha, a star system located 100 million light-years away from Blue Star, with 78 planets and 3 stars within the system. Is it time to teleport to the Alola Alpha system? Looking at the word teleportation, Xian Yuanche did not immediately agree, but instead asked towards the system. System, I'm not going to go and not come back, am I? Ding! No, the host can come back anytime. Teleport then. Now that he could come back, he was relieved. Ding! Transmission in progress. As soon as the words fell, Xian Yuanche's figure directly disappeared in place. Alola Alpha Galaxy. Planet Aurora 032. Xian Yuanche appeared directly on a street. He began to observe his surroundings. High-rise buildings towered over the city, looking quite a bit more developed than Blue Star. There are still some flying machines in the sky. Humans. Purebred humans. A cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Xian Yuanche looked over at the sound, and he found an orc looking at him with a face full of shock. This orc was 2 meters tall with a pair of bull horns on top of his head. He immediately used the scrying difference to look up the information on this orc. Name, Nyo Debeo. Blood, 4000/5000, second order/martial artist. Talents / secret arts none. Martial art, brute bull fist. Description, a half-orc with a half-human, half-animal gene. Advantage, with the genes of ferocious beasts, his flesh is stronger than that of humans. Disadvantage, cultivation speed is extremely slow, only 1/10 that of an ordinary human. And while Xian Yuanche was observing Nyo Debeo's message, Nyo Debeo had already taken out his communicator and started calling. Xian Yuanche stroked his chin, sensing a hint of something wrong. He directly disappeared in place. More than 10 seconds later, a few orcs hurriedly arrived here. Debo, where are the pureblood humans? The bullhorn orc in the lead asked towards Nyo Debeo. That human suddenly disappeared and I couldn't even react. Are you sure it's a pureblood human? The orc in the lead asked again. Nyo Debeo nodded firmly. I'm sure, it's really a pureblood human. The orc in the lead sniffed that anger. Why don't you stop him? Nyo Debeo was instantly a bit aggravated. I've said it all, before I could react, that human disappeared. That orc didn't pay any more attention to Nyo Debeo, but turned his head to look at his companions behind him. Let's get after it. Don't let that pureblood human get away. As for Xian Yuanche's side, he had already arrived on another street. The street was actually full of orcs. Is this planet ruled by orcs? Xian Yuanche thought as he walked. And he noticed something very strange. That is, he realized that the entire street of orcs seemed to be staring at him. The eyes were still full of greed. It really is a pureblood human. Don't let him get away. One of the orcs suddenly yelled. As soon as the words fell, the orcs in the entire street rushed towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche immediately let out a cold snort, and with a lift of his hand, the bodies of the orcs on the entire street all exploded. The entire street of orcs died instantly. System, send me back, he said in his mind. Ding! Transmission in progress. Xian Yuanche's figure directly disappeared in place. A second later, he returned to the Starfield Stone. He leaned against the Starfield Stone and began to think. Strange? Why do they act so greedy when they see me? The system, you know it, don't you? This chapter ends. Chapter 85, 2nd grade Martial Saint. 6th grade Berserking. New attribute. Ding. This needs to be explored by the host himself. Xian Yuanche. Forget it, it's better to cultivate first. Xian Yuanche decided not to think about this anymore. Just to be on the safe side, he decided it would be better not to go to the small Alola galaxy just yet, though he had just been at Aurora's for less than 2 minutes. But a very important thing was discovered. That is, the orc realm on that planet is generally higher than that of Blue Star. Martial Master level orcs were everywhere. Let's take the street we were just on as an example. Out of the several hundred orcs, there were actually 4 martial generals and over 200 martial masters. From this, it could be judged that that planet was quite a bit stronger than Blue Star. He guessed that the planet, most likely, had a martial god present. He's only a martial sage now. He'd better get to a martial god first. Planet Aurora 032. A few minutes after Xian Yuanche left, a few Orcish martial sect members arrived at the same street from earlier. Upon seeing the dead orcs on that street, those few martial sect members sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss! So many people actually died. Hurry up and check the recorders on this street. Those few martial sect members hurriedly checked the recorders on the street. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche's appearance, greed flashed in the eyes of these few orcs. It's actually a pure-blood human. One of the orcs with goat horns said with eyes full of greed. If we catch you, we'll be rich. Another scaly orc added. After all, a single pure-blood human can be sold for 10 billion Alola star coins these days. Keep looking and see where this human went. They hastily fast-forwarded the video inside the recorder. When they saw Xian Yuanche wipe out an entire street of orcs in just an instant, their eyes were filled with fear. Too strong, this pure-blood human's realm is at least above the 5th rank. Report it to the Lord above. The goat-horned orc side. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to beat that pure-blood human. There is also the option of reporting it. Pure-blood humans are worth their weight in gold, but only if they have that strength to catch them. Back to the blue planet. The practice began after the release of the Berserker. He stopped practicing after an hour. Ding! Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 5 points of martial energy, triggered a 1,000-fold blast, 5 points raised to 5,000 points. Wu Yuan, 52-360/60000, level 5 Wu Zun. Ding! Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 5 points of martial arts yuan, triggered a 2000 times blitz, 5 points raised to 10,000 points. Wu Yuan, 62, 360/70,000, 6th level of Wu Zun. Ding. Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 5 points of martial arts yuan, triggered 3000 times the storm, 5 points raised to 15,000 points. Wu Yuan, 77, 360/80,000, 7th level Wu Zun. Ding. Detected at. Ding. Detected at. After only 10 hours, Xian Yuan Che's realm came directly to Martial Saint. Martial Arts dollars, 120,000/200,000, level 1 Martial Arts Saints. 120,000 points of martial yuan, and if one were to directly cast Berserk, it would immediately raise to 360,000. That is, a 3rd degree Martial Saint. He got up and walked back, but he still remembered that he still had to participate in the Academy competition. After all, it's about system upgrades, so it's better to play it safe. Spending roughly 10 seconds, he returned to the exit of the Martial Elemental Mystic Realm. Wang Dingtian suddenly appeared in front of him, with some shock still in his eyes. He stammered a bit as he opened his mouth to ask, "How did you boy, get into the depths?" Xian Yuan Che shook his head as if he didn't know anything. "I don't know, I just keep going and going. Anyway." After saying that, he left the Martial Elemental Mystic Realm. Before he left a message. "By the way, how much battle merit should be deducted? Just deduct it directly from my account in the battle merit hall." Looking at Xian Yuan Che's back, Wang Dingtian muttered to himself, "What a demon." After leaving the Martial Elemental Mystic Realm, he called Li Fenglin at the first opportunity. He hung up a few minutes later. From Li Fenglin's mouth, he learned that there were 2 rounds of competition today. The first Academy of Jiangnan has entered the top 50. There will be 2 more bouts tomorrow at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. to determine the top 15. Looking at the time, it was now 11 o'clock at night, and there were still 13 hours left to cultivate. He turned around and returned to the Martial Elemental Mysteries, reusing the blitz to return to the side of the Starfield Stone. Cultivating within the Martial Elemental Mysteries improves so quickly, little cutie. I'm not practicing. Ding. Ding. Time slowly passed, and as the system stormed, Xian Yuan Che gained more and more martial elements. 12 o'clock noon the next day. Xian Yuan Che stopped cultivating. Open the panel. Xian Yuan Che said in his heart. Name, Xian Yuan Che. Martial Arts dollars, 210,000/300,000, 2nd grade Martial Arts Saints. Breathing techniques. Martial Art, Grade S, Hurricane Blade Technique, complete. Secret Arts, Berserking, 5th level, Nirvana, 5th level. Xian Yuan Che suddenly remembered something. By the way, it seems that Berserking and Nirvana can be raised to the 6th rank. System, help me raise my Berserking to the 6th rank. Ding. Berserking is raising. Ding. Berserking has been upgraded to the 6th rank. Berserking, 6th order when used, it boosts one's full attributes by 250% and reduces one's pain sensation by 90%. During Berserking, damage taken will bounce 50% back to the attacker for 2 hours. Side effect 1, after Berserking, you will be weakened for half an hour, and during the weakening period, all your attributes will be reduced by 10%. Advancement requirements, Strike System 2. 0 unlocked. Anti-armor? Upon seeing the new attributes of Berserking, Xian Yuan Che thought of a piece of equipment from the game. But this bounces 50% damage, which is much more powerful than that anti-armor in the game. He set his sights on Nirvana. Since Berserking up to 6th level spawns anti-armor, what would Nirvana spawn? He couldn't help but begin to wonder in his mind. Help me raise Nirvana to the 6th rank. Ding! Nirvana is being boosted. Chapter 86, 6th Order Nirvana, the referee, Martial Saints? Precautionary note, there will be no self-greening throughout this article. The author is very careful about this, so please feel free to do so. Text. Ding! The secret art Nirvana has been upgraded to the 6th rank. Secret technique Nirvana, 6th Order. Description, upon death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 1 hour, with a 1 in 1,000 chance of raising 6 minor realms. Parasitism, separate a strand of consciousness, choose a living being whose realm is lower than that of the host, and parasitize it to master its body. Cooling time, 1 year. Storage, every 8 days, you can store a chance of Nirvana. Storage limit, 2/8 times. Advancement requirements, Bludgeon System 2. 0 unlocked. Looking at the new attributes of the 6th Order Nirvana, Xian Yuan Che could only say, awesome! A new attribute of the 6th Order Nirvana, the ability to parasitize others. This new attribute can be very counterintuitive if played well. He closed the system panel and started walking back. The secret arts had also finished upgrading, so he would now have to go out and prepare for the Academy competition. There would be 2 more rounds of competition today, and the Jiangnan First Academy would definitely encounter opponents that he couldn't beat, and with the system upgrade at stake, he would have to hurry back before he could do so. The scene of a contest. At this moment, Li Fenglin was constantly dialing Xian Yuan Che's phone. Just because they didn't have much luck today, they ran straight into a top 10 team from the previous year. Yanjing's second academy. The entirety of their realm was a martial zone. The realm of its varsity captain had actually reached a rank 6 martial sect. Lu Hong and the others also began to look sad after learning about their opponents. The difference in strength is just too great. Chen Xingqing hesitated for a moment and looked at Lu Hong and opened her mouth. Captain, why don't we just save our strength and get ready to play the afternoon's resurrection match? Lu Hong nodded. That's the only way. If you just want to be a realm or two off, you might be able to fight. But he was 3 small realms away from the opposite captain. And then there's Li Lin and others, not to mention. Li Lin, a military general, fought. With the martial arts zone, how can you win? At this time, Chen Xingqing came up to Li Fenglin with some curiosity on her face. Professor, why do you keep calling Mr. Xian Yuan Che? Tell him to hurry up and come to the competition. Li Fenglin casually replied. Oh. Chen Xingqing also didn't find anything wrong and just nodded. Just about to turn around, she suddenly froze. She didn't hear wrong, did she? You want Mr. Xian Yuan Che to come back and compete? Professor, you didn't say anything wrong just now, did you? Letting Mr. Xian Yuan Che come back for the competition? Lu Hong and the others also heard the words and hurriedly came over to Li Fenglin's side. Li Fenglin put down his cell phone. It's come to this, and I'm not going to hide it from you. Actually, your teacher Xian Yuan Che, his status in the academy's education system is that of a student. That's why he's fully capable of participating in this session's academy grand competition. After hearing Li Fenglin's words, the crowd was initially incredulous. This was followed by ecstasy. Because as soon as their teacher Xian Yuan Che was able to come and participate in the competition, not to mention today's competition, even the first place would definitely be secure. Because during this period of time, the strength that teacher Xian Yuan Che had shown in the academy was far beyond that of a martial king. Isn't it proper to crush that pseudo-martial king of the first academy of the capital by beating him? Professor, then what are you waiting for? Make the call. The crowd hurriedly urged. After all, to them, as long as Xian Yuan Che came to compete, what Yanjing's second academy would only say one result. That's getting ed up. Li Fenglin sniffed and opened his cell phone again, ready to make another call. But Xian Yuan Che's voice suddenly rang out. No need to fight, I'm already here. Xian Yuan Che had already arrived beside the crowd at some point. The teacher is here. Lu Hong and the others were instantly overjoyed to see Xian Yuan Che. Teacher, are you going up to the competition with us later? Xian Yuan Che shook his head. No. Seeing Xian Yuan Che shake his head, the crowd was instantly disappointed. I was the one who went up to fight them. Xian Yuan Che added with a raised eyebrow. Crowd. Lu Hong, teacher, can you speak in the future to finish a piece? Say half is very easy to be killed. The referee flew into the air on this one. Next match, the Jiangnan First Academy versus the Yanjing First Academy. Will both contestants please come to the stage in 5 minutes? It's about to start. Li Fenglin looked at Xian Yuan Che. Xian Yuan Che nodded. Don't worry, the first place will definitely be our academies. The audience was buzzing about the next bout. Jiangnan First Academy, last year it seemed to be the 20th place, right? It's only the 3rd round and we've met the Yanjing Second Academy. It's really some bad luck. A middle-aged man with a full face spoke. His next-door companion nodded in agreement. It's a pity, this year's Jiangnan First Academy is still quite a bit stronger than last year's. However, if I were the leading teacher of the Jiangnan First Academy, I would have given up on this competition and saved my form to play the afternoon's resurrection match. At this moment, all the spectators in the audience were of the opinion that for the Jiangnan First Academy, this was a match that had no chance of winning. Soon 5 minutes were up. Xian Yuan Che flashed straight into the ring. The crowd was a bit surprised to see Xian Yuan Che, who had suddenly appeared in the ring. It's actually changed? Could it be the bottom card of Jiangnan First Academy? Looking at Xian Yuan Che, who was standing in the ring, the crowd discussed it. The dozen or so martial emperors who were watching the battle had their eyes widened when they saw Xian Yuan Che on the stage. What the hell is this? You're a good martial arts master, why did you run into the ring? A martial master fighting a martial zone? Is this something a human being could do? And the referee's face was a bit surprised when he saw Xian Yuan Che, a new face. He flew up into the sky to look at the big screen in the distance. A message from Xian Yuan Che was displayed on the screen. Oh, the Jiangnan First Academy has changed its players. This new player is called Xian Yuan Che, 19 years old. Realm. Martial Saint? Upon seeing Xian Yuan Che's realm, this referee instantly became nonplussed. What the hell is this martial saint? Sorry, there might be a bit of an error in the system, everyone wait for me for a few minutes. He hurriedly landed on the ground and began to confirm Xian Yuan Che's specific information with the backstage personnel. At this moment, the audience, and Yanjing's Second Academy, and even some of the trainees who were watching the battle were also stunned. The bug is outrageous. How could that student be a martial saint? Phew, almost thought that person was really a martial saint. The captain of Yanjing's Second Academy, Su Li, let out a sigh of relief. Hell knows, just now, the moment he heard the referee read out Shen Yuanche's realm, how flustered he was. A teammate behind him tapped him on the shoulder. Captain, you just scared yourself, use your brain to think about it. It must be an error in the backstage statistics. How can that kid be a martial saint? Chapter 87, I'm a martial sect. You're asking me to fight a martial saint? Isn't this pure Teddy fighting Tyrol? Another team member agreed. That's right. How can a martial saint come to the academy competition? If that kid is really a martial saint, I'll eat 200 pounds. Then I'll eat 300 pounds. When Shen Yuanche saw that the referee had left, he casually took out a stool from his spatial ring, sat down, and began to play with Shivering Sea. Soon, the referee who confirmed Shen Yuanche's information, shivered and flew to the sky. Just now, he had confirmed from the Hall of Battle Merit that the student named Shen Yuanche, no. It should be the senior, who was indeed a martial saint. It's a new martial saint that popped up in the past few days. It's just that the state hasn't started publicizing it yet. After flying into the sky and seeing Shen Yuanche, he realized something was wrong and immediately landed on the ring. What was it like for a martial king himself to fly above the head of someone else's martial saint? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed the microphone. After confirming Shen Yuanche's information of the former senior is correct, it is a martial saint. The following are the 7 martial sectors from Yanjing Second Academy, who will come up to the stage to face the martial saints. After saying that, he also glanced towards the rest area of Yanjing Second Academy. What that look represents is simple. Knock yourselves out, you guys. Martial Arts Zone fights Martial Arts Saint. This is the first time in 70 years. Upon hearing the referee's words, everyone in the room went uncharacteristically quiet. They looked at Shen Yuanche and then at the realm on the big screen. It wasn't until it had gone back and forth a dozen times that someone spoke up and broke the silence. I'm not dreaming, am I? A martial sect beating a martial saint? What kind of fight is this? One of the watchers opened his mouth, and a pin drop was even more audible on the side of Yanjing Second Academy. The 7 men on the varsity team looked at each other and then at the teacher they were leading. Teacher, that kid can't really be a martial saint, right? The lead teacher kept getting a towel to wipe the sweat. There shouldn't be any mistake, that little senior might still be a true martial saint. So teacher, can I go home? Lily opened his mouth somewhat coyly. The same goes for the other varsity members. They'd rather eat 200 pounds than fight a martial saint. Because they were martial sectors, they probably wouldn't die if they ate 200 pounds. But fighting a martial saint could be a real death sentence. It's no exaggeration to say that people can drown themselves in a single spat. I'll ask. That teacher shivered and walked out of the rest area and started communicating with the referee. That student from our academy is a little unwell, so we'd like to concede. Can you communicate with that senior? The referee was a bit hesitant at the words, and after glancing at Shen Yuanche in the ring, he could only nod his head stiffly. That's right, if you want to admit defeat now, you still have to go through Shen Yuanche's consent. After all, the status of other people's martial saints was on the line. The referee climbs into the ring very silky smooth and jogs over to Shen Yuanche's side and crouches down. He had a pleasing look on his face. Senior, Yanjing Second Academy's side wants to admit defeat, you see. Shen Yuanche sniffed and put away his cell phone. Want to admit defeat? He sighted over to Yanjing Second Academy. When that academy teacher saw Shen Yuanche looking this way, he immediately revealed a pleasing smile. Shen Yuanche nodded in acceptance. That's fine, lest it be said that I'm bullying the martial sect. Great. After seeing Shen Yuanche's agreement, that referee hurriedly nodded his head and turned around to trot away. That senior has agreed that you have conceded defeat. That's good. Hearing Shen Yuanche agree to admit defeat, the lead teacher of Yanjing Second Academy let out a sigh of relief. After all, when a martial zone fights a martial saint, it is true that people will die. Half a minute later, the referee regained the microphone. After deliberation, Yanjing Second Academy admits defeat. This competition, the Jiangnan First Academy wins. When he finished, he began to lead the applause. Quack, quack. The applause was very loud. The entire audience applauded together at the sight. After taking the stool back into his space ring, he returned to sit next door to Li Fenglin. At this moment, Li Fenglin and the crowd of the varsity team were looking at Shen Yuanche with shock in their eyes. Shen Yuanche/teacher, are you really a martial saint? They asked in unison. Sort of. Shen Yuanche nodded slightly. After hearing Shen Yuanche's reply, Li Fenglin had begun to be skeptical. Holy, it's only been a few months, and Shen Yuanche has gone from a martial zone, directly to a martial saint. Even if it's on, it can't be that fast, right? And the crowd of the varsity team almost smiled crookedly when they heard Shen Yuanche's answer. Teacher Shen Yuanche is a martial saint. Then if I go out in the future, won't I be able to say that I've been a student of a martial saint? Chen Xingqing had a face of excitement. Leyland nodded. That's right, from now on I'll be a student of the martial saint. Then he looked to his own father, Li Fenglin. That Li position, I have to be more respectful when I see it in the future. I am a student of the martial saint. Li Fenglin, who was still in the midst of shock, gasped and laughed when he heard his son's words. Well well well. As soon as he lifted up Lei Lin, he directly left the place. My father hasn't talked to you in years, and it just so happens that he's free now. Lei Lin instantly wimped out at the sight. No! I was wrong. Help me. Teacher, help me. Xian Yuanche twisted his head to the side and pretended not to hear. He was certain that he wouldn't be able to see Lei Lin again for a few days. Next match, Capital City First Academy versus Capital City Second Academy. We have invited the contestants from both sides to come up to the stage to compete in 5 minutes. The referee's voice caused Xian Yuanche to put his attention on the ring once again. The First Academy in the capital? Against the Second Academy of the capital city? He had heard Shang Guanfeng say before that the capital First Academy seemed to have appeared this time, a pseudo-martial king who had already condensed a good martial element seed to come. He looked to the big screen. Information about both players began to appear on the screen. Name, Xianyuan Lingtian. Realm, pseudo-martial king. Status, captain of the varsity team of the First Academy of the capital city. Xianyuan Lingtian. Needless to say, this person must be from the Xianyuan family. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Contestants from both sides begin to take the stage. But both sides seem to be in a bit of a downward spiral. Every now and then, he even glanced towards Xian Yuanche's side. This time, both of their academies were participating in this competition with the mindset of taking first place. Now that such a martial saint as Xian Yuanche had appeared on the side of the Jiangnan First Academy, the number one was definitely gone. But then again, the second they all look a bit off. Xian Yuanche wasn't sure what was going through their minds. But even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. He returned his gaze to the system panel. At the same time, in his mind, he began to break bread with the system. System, there's no need for me to say more about who the first in this competition should be. Isn't it time for an upgrade? System. It took a long time for the system to reply. There's really nothing you can do about it. Chapter 88, Activating the Super Soft Boy System again. Xian Yuanche returned his gaze to the system panel. At the same time, in his mind, he began to break bread with the system. System, there's no need for me to say more about who comes first in this competition. Isn't it time for an upgrade? System. It took a long time for the system to reply. There's really nothing you can do about it. Ding. Blitz System version 1.0 is being upgraded. Upgrade time, 72 hours. After this prompt pops up, the system panel automatically closes. It actually takes 72 hours? Xian Yuanche muttered. At that moment, the sound of the blast system came again. Ding. In order to prevent the host from being alone for the next 72 hours, another system will be coming over to temporarily take over the work of this system. Another system? Seeing this hint, Xian Yuanche rose with some anticipation. What exactly would be the system that would come over and take over? Ding! The Super Soft Guy system is activating. Ding! Super Soft Boy system activated successfully. Hello, host? A careful voice rang out. You're a Super Soft Boy system? Ding! That's right, I'm the Super Soft Guy system. Xian Yuanche suddenly remembered something. He was supposed to have been bound to the Super Soft Boy system to begin with, except that for some reason he was bound to the Blitz system. No wonder he found the name of this system so familiar. I remember you were the one who originally bound me when I first crossed over. That's right. Bang! Before he could finish, a thud came. Then the sound of the storming system rang out again. Please ask this colleague not to defame the system. Good, good. The Super Soft system stammered in reply. Xian Yuanche. Why did he feel that this Blitz system of his, as if he was bullying the Super Soft Boy system? Ding! The Super Soft Boy system newbie gift pack has been distributed. Newbie bundle? Xian Yuanche's heart stirred. Help me open the newbie bundle. Ding! The newbie package is opening. Ding! The newbie package was opened successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host's face value plus 50, charisma plus 50, and endurance plus 50. Xian Yuanche? Xian Yuanche looked at the Super Soft Boy system somewhat incredulously. Are you sure you didn't give the wrong reward? Ding! Make sure you're not giving the wrong rewards. A qualified soft-boiled man, face value, charisma, and endurance are a must. Xian Yuanche was filled with helplessness. Big brother, this is Gao Wu, face value, and charisma have no use. He was a bit speechless. What was the use of the other two rewards just now, other than stamina? Seemingly sensing that Xian Yuanche was not satisfied with this reward, Super Soft Rice Man carefully opened his mouth to inquire. May I ask, is the host dissatisfied with this reward? You tell me. Xian Yuanche replied somewhat breathlessly. He thought that the novice reward, no more, would give him a few yuan crystals, but this? Speaking of yuan crystals, he remembered that there seemed to be a few 6th-order yuan crystals in his system space that he hadn't absorbed yet. Taking out those 6th-order yuan crystals, he was just about to crush them, but as if he thought of something, he put them back. The storm system is still being upgraded, and it seems like a bit of a loss to absorb right now. Host, why don't I open the system mall and let you pick an item as compensation? The super soft guy system spoke carefully. Xian Yuanche's eyes lit up at his words. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Super Softy Man's system mall automatically opened. Xian Yuanche was filled with anticipation as he started rummaging through the items. As he began to rummage through it, though, he realized something wasn't right. How come 90% of the items in this system mall are gray? For example, what kind of Martial God Realm Experience card, Star Level Realm Experience card or whatever, all turned gray? And S-grade alloy knives and stuff. What's going on here? Xian Yuanche asked in his mind. Amount. Most of the stuff in the system mall has been taken away. The super soft guy system replied in a small voice, as if in fear of something. Okay. Xian Yuanche sighed in his heart and could only check up on the items that were still lit up. Item name, how to make a rich woman fall in love with me. Description, it contains 90,000 ways on how to please a rich woman. Xian Yuanche directly skipped over this thing. Started looking up the next one. Name of item, contact information of wealthy women worldwide. Introduction, cell phone contact information of rich women around the world. Skip this one too. Item name, 900 poses. Introduction. Also skimmed. What the hell is the rest of you? Xian Yuanche was already completely speechless as he looked at the remaining items. How is it that the net is some messy stuff that boosts strength is not at all? To be precise, none of the items that were still lit up were strength boosting. The gray ones, on the other hand, are mostly capable of boosting strength. Unfortunately it's all gone. I don't know who's so good that they can even take things from the system. Actually, one of the remaining items is very useful to the host. What is it? Xian Yuanche sniffed and continued to rummage through the system mall. An item popped up. Item name, Super Gold Kidney Upgrade Card. Introduction, after taking it, it can upgrade one's kidney to the Golden Kidney. Golden Kidney, 1,000 times more powerful than ordinary kidneys. Cough cough. Seeing this item, Xian Yuanche suddenly coughed. Lu Hong, who was on the side, immediately came over when he saw the situation. Teacher, what's wrong with you? It's fine, you guys keep watching the game. Xian Yuanche waved his hand. Good. Lu Hong sniffed and immediately sat back down, continuing to watch the match. Xian Yuanche once again placed his gaze on the system mall. I'm a martial saint, do you think this thing will work on me? But you're so kind, if I don't take it, I'm not giving you face, am I? After saying that, Xian Yuanche crowned himself and clicked on the Super Gold Kidney Upgrade card. Ding! Super Gold Kidney Upgrade card purchase successful. A golden-colored card appeared in the system space. Hearing Xian Yuanche's words, a voice filled with emotion rang out from the Super Softy Boy system. Actually, I secretly left one more thing. What is it? Xian Yuanche asked. But there was no sense of anticipation in my mind for that thing, thinking it was another rich girl's manual or something. Here, it's this. As soon as the words left his mouth, an item introduction box popped up. Upon seeing the introduction of this item, Xian Yuanche directly sucked in a breath of cool air. Holy, you actually have something this good? Item name. This chapter ends. Chapter 89, 5 Realm Helicopter Cards, Mu Yenran came out. Item name, Realm Helicopter Card. Description, a being of any realm can be raised by one minor realm after using it. That's right, Realm Helicopter Cards, and they can be used by beings of any realm. That's pretty strong. Do you only have one of these things? Xian Yuanche asked towards the soft food man system. I have 5 more. Do you want them? If so, I'll give them all to you. Understood. Xian Yuanche nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Realm Helicopter Card X5. 5 more blank cards appeared directly in the system space. Host, while there's still time, go raid the rich woman and eat soft food. Super Softy Guy's excited voice rang out again. Xian Yuanche opened Q letter and found that the top Mu Yenran actually sent a message to himself. Mu Yenran, I'm out. Where are you now? Xian Yuanche directly typed out a few words. You turn around. After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared into his seat. At this moment, Mu Yenran looked at the message sent by Xian Yuanche and was a little uncertain. What turned back? When she turned around, she realized that Xian Yuanche had come behind her at some point. When did you get here? While you were just thinking about me. Xian Yuanche spoke a rare earthy sentiment. Mu Yenran's cheeks blushed slightly at his words. Not thinking about you. She arrogantly twisted her head, not wanting to pay any more attention to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche held him in a hug. Come on, I'll take you out. After saying that, he was ready to take Mu Yenran and fly into the sky. Wait. Mu Yenyan hurriedly interrupted. I have to go back to my grandpa's house and take a shower first. I haven't taken a shower in a while, she said with some embarrassment. Within the Qi and blood mysteries, there was no place to take a bath, and she hadn't even taken a bath in a long time. Then I'll take you home. Mu Yenran blinked and realized that she had returned to the Shangguan family. I'm back at Grandpa's house? She looked back at Xian Yuanche with some surprise. Xian Yuanche nodded. Take a quick shower, and afterward, I'll take you out. A few minutes later. Mu Yanran's cheeks flushed red as she pushed Shen Yuanche out of the bathroom. No. It won't work. You get out first. After pushing Shen Yuanche out, she glared at Shen Yuanche. Humph. Rascal. Shen Yuanche touched his nose in some embarrassment. He found a place to sit and pulled the two systems out of the small darkroom. Ha, host, how did you finish so quickly? Super Softy asked with some confusion when he saw himself out of the small darkroom. Shen Yuanche. After a few seconds, Shen Yuanche opened his mouth. What do you take me for? I'm a decent man. Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry host, I misunderstood you. Seeing this, Shen Yuanche pulled the two systems into the small darkroom again. After waiting for most of an hour, Mu Yanran finished her shower and walked out. Looking at Mu Yanran, who had just finished her bath, Shen Yuanche only felt that she had become a few more points prettier. Where are we going to play? Mu Yanran held onto Shen Yuanche with a face full of anticipation. Want to go into the wild? Aha! Mu Yanran nodded her head in a hurry. As long as she could be with Shen Yuanche, she was willing to go anywhere. Seeing Mu Yanran agreeing, Shen Yuanche directly wrapped him in martial energy and left the Shangwan family. Wow! You can still fly! Mu Yanran, who had been brought to fly in the sky by Shen Yuanche, looked at the ground with a face full of excitement. What realm are you in now? Mu Yanran's small face was a little curious. Martial Saint now. Shen Yuanche replied as he held him in his arms. A martial saint now? Wouldn't that be even more powerful than my grandfather? Mu Yanran's face was filled with surprise. This chapter ends. Some readers reacted to the lack of a relationship line, so I'll make up 2 chapters of relationship scenes. I'm a bit of a crotch puller when it comes to writing relationship lines, so please don't yell at me. The Blitz system will reappear in a few chapters, and there's a surprise, too. Happy New Year, everyone. 2025 Fortune. Carrot oh carrot. Chapter 90, Skiing, Mu Yanran's Yanwang dotting, returning to the main line from next chapter. A martial saint now. Wouldn't that be even more powerful than my grandfather? Mu Yanran's face was filled with surprise. At the same time, she glanced at those Qi and blood potions in her spatial ring with some disappointment in her heart. There were a few grade A and grade B Qi and blood potions inside, which she had originally wanted to give to Shen Yuanche in a while. Now it seems as if it's not needed. Shen Yuanche touched her head. It's supposed to be better than Grandpa. The two soon left the border and came out into the wilderness. The Shen Yuanche who had turned on berserking was a rank 6 martial saint. The moment he exited the border, the 8th-ranked ferocious beasts around the globe all coincidentally looked towards where Shen Yuanche was. They wanted to see exactly what Shen Yuanche had in store. Shen Yuanche, who had just left the border, stopped and turned his head to look to the south. 10,000 kilometers away from Shen Yuanche, a 10,000-meter-long auger dragon stared at it. Shen Yuanche used the Eye of Scrying to check up on this auger's information from a distance of 10,000 miles. Race, Deep Sea Dragon King. Rank, 8th. Description, a dragon about to transform into a dragon. After reading the message, Shen Yuanche sized up the auger again. Although it hadn't fully transformed into a dragon, it was already 70% like a dragon. It's a good parasite. That's right, he was trying to parasitize this auger with Nirvana's parasitic skill. Looking at Shen Yuanche's gaze, that scaly dragon immediately winced. What are you looking at? Mu Yanran looked at Shen Yuanche with some curiosity. Didn't see anything. Shen Yuanche shook his head. So where are we going to play? Mu Yanran looked at Shen Yuanche with eyes full of anticipation. How about the South Pole? Yeah. Mu Yanran's small face was a little happy at the words. After all these years, she had only heard of the South Pole, but she had never been there. Antarctica. The moment the two of them stepped into the South Pole, Shen Yuanche first used his spiritual sense to check if there were any high-level ferocious beasts. Sweeping through the area, he found that within 2,000 kilometers, there were only 2 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. He condensed 2 great hands of martial yuan in the air to crush these 2 ferocious beasts to death. The corpse was then stowed away in the system space. The reason why it was put into the system space was because Mu Yanran was only a 3rd-level martial general right now, and couldn't eat 6th-level ferocious beast meat at all. Name, Yuma Mu. Blood, 36 990/40 Level 3 General. Face value, 100. Wealth, SSS+. Favorability, 100, Life and Death. Combined, SSS+. Verdict, a rich woman who is devoted to you and extremely wealthy. At that time, when Shen Yuanche saw this panel, he was also speechless for a while. Let's just say that it's worthy of the super soft boy system. Let's ski, Mu Yanran said with some hope. Okay, you can play whatever you want. Shen Yuanche changed into his rush aura and brought Mu Yanran back to Huaxia, purchased ski equipment and then returned to the South Pole. The whole process took less than a minute to resolve. Wow, so you're that fast. After seeing Shen Yuanche's speed, Mu Yanran was filled with admiration. Shen Yuanche. Ahem, let's hurry up and go skiing. The two found a higher snowy hill and got ready. Shen Yuanche secretly wrapped Mu Yanran with his martial energy. Shen Yuanche, I don't seem to know how to ski. When Mu Yanran thought about it, it seemed like she had never skied on snow herself. She had only seen people skiing on TV, so itself knows nothing about skiing. It's okay, just slide, I'm here, don't be afraid, Xian Yuan Che assured her. With the help of martial arts Yuan, even if it was flat ground, Mu Yanyan could still slide up. Then, I'll give it a try then. Mu Yanran slid straight down with her eyes closed. Xian Yuan Che directly began to use his martial energy to help him. Then he slid down with it. The two just slid forward and back. Mu Yanran's little face was very excited when she saw that she had actually slipped successfully. She looked back at Regulus Che spitting out her tongue. Slightly. Come after me. Xian Yuan Che smiled helplessly. If you slipped like that under normal circumstances, 9 times out of 10 you would fall. But with him around, this will be completely avoided. The two soon slid down the hill. Mu Yanyan's face was still a bit intent, but she realized that her speed hadn't diminished in the slightest. Ha! What's going on here? She looked at the skis with some curiosity, not seeing anything out of the ordinary. She looked again at Xian Yuan Che who was following behind her and finally came up with a reason. It should be Xian Yuan Che's trick. The two skated for over 2 hours before stopping. Xian Yuan Che used his martial arts Yuan to isolate an area. Then he took out a lot of things from the system space, stools, grills, pots and pans, whatever, everything. Then he took out carbon or something and started to use his martial arts element to make a fire across the room. What are we going to eat? Mu Yanran poked Xian Yuan Che with some curiosity. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Xian Yuan Che's spiritual sense swept over 1,000 kilometers in a radius. Countless ferocious beasts were moving within his spiritual sense, and as long as Mu Yanyan opened her mouth and wanted to eat something, he immediately grabbed it from across the air. I don't know. Mu Yanran was a little uncertain. Let's have one just the same, then. Xian Yuan Che stretched out his left hand and several hundred ferocious beasts were sucked over. Then he extended his right hand again, and thousands of ferocious beasts were sucked over again. As if that wasn't enough, he spaced out again in the direction of the ocean. A giant hand of tens of thousands of meters fished towards the ocean, and countless oceanic ferocious beasts were fished up. Looking at the terrifying aura emanating from Xian Yuan Che's body, these ferocious beasts lay on the ground not daring to move a single muscle for fear of angering this terrifying existence in front of them. I want to eat this. Mu Yanyan pointed at a crab that was several dozen meters large. Xian Yuan Che Wu Yuan slapped his big hand and directly slapped this crab to death. This action directly scared the surrounding ferocious beasts to death. These ferocious beasts were looking at Mu Yanran with some alarm. They are not very intelligent, but they realize what is going on. This teenage girl is the scariest thing here. That's a reference to whoever is dead. And this. Mu Yanran pointed at a shellfish-type ferocious beast. Xian Yuan Che also slapped and directly shattered its shell. Mu Yanyan suddenly spotted a penguin a few meters tall. Wow! What a cute penguin, I want one. Xian Yuan Che didn't hesitate to slap it to death. A few minutes passed, and Xian Yuan Che slapped a total of hundreds of ferocious beasts to death. Why don't we just leave it at that for now? Mu Yanran continued to scan the remaining ferocious beasts a few times. Most of those remaining ferocious beasts were ugly and she really didn't want to eat them. Okay then, that's all for now. Xian Yuan Che waved his hand and threw all these ferocious beasts back. When Mu Yanran wanted to eat it, it would be the same to recapture it. Immediately afterward, Xian Yuan Che took out his A-grade alloy chopper and began to split these meats. Pick only the most tender parts. This chapter ends. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Emotional scenes are a bit difficult to write, just temporary 2 chapters or so, Epsilon. Chapter 91 Liquidating Seema's Family and Other First-Class Families, Blitz System version 2.0? Even so, there was quite a bit of meat cut out. Grill, stew, shabu shabu. The two just ate slowly into the night. After eating, Xian Yuan Che took her to fly high into the sky and began to enjoy the starry sky. Capital of China, TW. Morong Zun looked at the information in his hands in the empty conference room. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the conference room door. Enter. Morong Zun put down the information in his hands and looked toward the door. Shang Wanfeng walked in with a fat and a thin old man. If one looked closely, one would also notice that there was still some bloom on Shang Wanfeng's face. Shang Wanfeng put the information in his hand in front of Morong Zun. As expected, there are other clans that have joined the Holy Beast cult. Morong Zun opened it and looked at it carefully. Although he had learned from Sima Yi's memories that there were other forces that had joined the Sacred Beast cult, he had not expected that there would actually be so many. In addition to the top family, the Sima family, the remaining 6 or 7 families with martial emperors had actually joined the Sacred Beast sect. Nearly half of it directly. It's ironic. When he had ordered the control of martial arts above a grade, it was to prevent them from being learned by the Holy Beast cult and used against Huaxia. In hindsight, this approach is really stupid. He put down the information in his hand and tapped his fingers on the desk. 4 words were uttered lightly. Kill them all. In addition, let's relax the restrictions on martial arts above grade A. They can be purchased with battle merit, and there's no need for a guarantor. The creators of those martial arts techniques compensate them for their free access to the martial elemental mystic realm for a year. Good. Shang Wanfeng nodded and led the two out of the conference room. In one night, for Martial Exalted, with more than a dozen martial emperors and more than 40 martial kings, as well as a large number of martial zones, martial generals were deployed and began to arrest the members of these families on a large scale. All were arrested in just one night. Even the illegitimate children of those family members who were out of the house were arrested along with them. Whether or not they were involved, whether or not they knew about it, they were all shocked and killed. Those martial emperors and martial kings who tried to resist were all shaken to death as well. When Xian Yuanche returned to the capital with Mu Yanran, a message was pushed to the two cell phones. According to the investigation, the Sima family, and 7 other remaining families, joined the Holy Beast cult. 8 families, totaling over 2,000 people, were executed an hour ago. Comrade Morongzun decrees that the purchase of martial arts in the Hall of Battle Merits will no longer require a guarantor, and can be purchased with battle merit. These 2 pieces of news went straight to the internet. Many people were shocked at the iron fist of the capital side. 8 clans with more than 2,000 people, this can be said to be killing the extinct species But what was worth making them happy was that now with martial arts, it was just a matter of directly using battle credits to purchase them. When the two returned to the Shangguan family, they saw a martial emperor reporting something to Shangguan Feng. When he saw the two return, he waved. "You go back first, just decide the rest yourselves." "Yes." That martial emperor nodded and left the Shangguan family in a sensible manner. "Grandpa, I'm home." Mu Yanran, who was holding Xian Yuanche's right hand, called out. "Aha." Shangguan Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip and nodded. "Grandpa." Xian Yuanche thought about it and also opened his mouth to call out. The two referred to each other as older brother and older brother, but that was basically in private. Now in front of Mu Yanran, it was better to call Grandpa together. Ahem. Hearing Xian Yuanche also call himself Grandpa, Shangguan Feng was choked for a moment, and after thinking it over, he still nodded his head. He had heard that Xian Yuanche was now a martial saint. If it wasn't for the fact that his granddaughter had a relationship with Xian Yuanche, he really wouldn't have dared to answer this Grandpa. "What's going on with Grandpa?" Mu Yanran looked at Xian Yuanche with some curiosity, and then at Shangguan Feng. Xian Yuanche touched Mu Yanran's head. "Nothing, probably choked on my tea. Let's go upstairs and take you to the moon next week." "Really?" When she heard that she could go to the moon to play, Mu Yanyan's eyes lit up. "Really?" Xian Yuanche assured. For the next 2 days, the two basically traveled around China. As for the academy competition, there was no need for Xian Yuanche to even show up. When they encountered the team from Jiangnan First Academy, without exception, they all conceded defeat. The First College of Jiangnan won the first place directly. The 100,000 battle points that Dean Wang Xian had initially promised arrived together. Although Xian Yuanche couldn't use it anymore. The moment he returned to the Shangguan family again, a familiar voice rang in Xian Yuanche's head. "Ding! Blitz System version 1.0 has been upgraded to version 2.0. Version 2.0 of the Blitz System, the number of times required to trigger the guarantee is reduced by 1, and a new system mall is added." Before Xian Yuanche could open the system panel, the system's beep came again. "Ding! Detected Blitz System upgrade, triggering unknown multiplier Blitz. Blitz System upgraded to version 3.0. Version 3.0 of the strike system, the number of times required to trigger the guarantee is reduced by 1, and a new function is added to synthesize. Synthesis, you can randomly place 2 items for synthesis. That works too." Xian Yuanche was somewhat shocked as he looked at the prompt that popped up from the system. "It's a bit outrageous that you can trigger a storm even with this system upgrade, isn't it?" "Ding! Host, I'm back." The familiar voice of the Blitz system rang out. "Open the system mall." Xian Yuanche said in his heart. "Tinkles. Okay." Then the system mall of the Blitz system opened automatically. There was a wide array of items inside, and compared to the Super Softy Boy systems, it was a heaven and a earth. Item, Star Class, Starry Sky Class, Experience Card. Introduction, temporarily raises the realm to the star level for half an hour after use. Required points, 5,000. Item, Star Rank, Star Dragon Bloodline. Introduction, when taken by ferocious beasts, they can obtain the bloodline of the heavenly Star Dragon. Points, 50,000. Item, Star Class Intermediate Battle Armor. Description, when worn, defense is greatly increased. Points, 50,000. Star Class Martial Art, Star Chopper Blade Technique. Introduction, after practicing, a single blade can cut down the stars. Points, 100,000. Article, Hand of God. Introduction? Required points, 10 billion. So many goodies, but how come some of them look so familiar? Xian Yuanche realized something was wrong. It seemed like there was a part of the thing that he had seen in the Super Soft Boy system. It's just that all of these things inside the Super Soft Guy system have turned gray. "System, did you rob people of their stuff?" he asked in his mind towards the Blitz system. "Ding! Please don't slander this system has not robbed. Why do I kind of not believe that? Shen Yuanche looked at the system's reply and couldn't help but be a little skeptical. He didn't think much of it though, and just opened his mouth to ask what the points had to be like to get them. Chapter 92 Synthetic Functions. Ding! The system will hand out tasks, complete them and you'll get points. Hearing the reply, Shen Yuanche looked at the items in the system mall. How many points do you usually give for a mission? Ding! 100 to 10,000. Shen Yuanche. Then I'll have to monkey around to sell those millions of points. Ding! And the host's suggestion? Add an entry to the way points are gained. Triggering a blitz can also gain points. Blitz system. Okay, but you can't get points for every blast. It finally agreed to the request. Don't look at it often robbing. Often borrowing things, but most of the items in the system mall are actually its own. Other people's are only a small part of it. Shen Yuanche nodded secretly. There's a probability, but let me take a precaution. You don't want to give me just a few dozen whole points at a time like I did when I took the chi and blood potions. Can. After hearing the system's promise, Shen Yuanche opened another added synthesis function. This synthesis function is, place any two items to synthesize them. Limit, you can only synthesize 10 times per month. Shen Yuanche's gaze scanned up through the system space, then set his eyes on the S-class alloy knife. He took out the S-grade alloy knife, then took out the B-grade alloy knife that he had eliminated earlier and put it in, clicking on synthesize. A bright white light flashed, and an alloy blade with little change appeared in front of Shen Yuanche's eyes. Item, S-class alloy knife. Description, synthesized to be a little sharper than a normal S-class alloy knife. Sure is a little better than it was before the synthesis. Looking at the introduction of the S-rank alloy blade, Shen Yuanche nodded his head and then placed the UNG box in it. Click synthesize. A blue light flashed and a brand new alloy knife appeared. Item, S-class alloy knife. Introduction, after being synthesized again, it is sharper than normal S-class alloy knives. Really good feature. After experiencing it twice, Shen Yuanche realized that this synthesis function was truly heaven-defying. No wonder there is a limit of 10 syntheses per month. He put 2 one-off coupons into the click on synthesize. There was a flash of purple light and a purple coupon appeared. Item, 0. 5% off coupon. Introduction, you can use this coupon to purchase items in the system mall at a 0.5% discount off the original price. Sure is good. Shen Yuanche put 2 more one-off coupons into the synthesis. After waiting to synthesize the 2 0.5% off coupons, he wanted to synthesize them with the 2 0.5% off coupons. Ding! The 0.5% off coupon is already the lowest discount coupon and cannot be synthesized. Shen Yuanche put the coupon back into the system space with some regret. But think about it, if you synthesize without limit, you might just get a whole 0.001 off coupon, which would be counterintuitive. After closing the synthetic panel, he left the Shangwan house. He found Wang Dingtian directly. I want the S-class alloy knife, do you have it? Wang Dingtian did not answer Shen Yuanche. Instead, he looked at Shen Yuanche with wide eyes. It was because he perceived that Shen Yuanche's realm seemed to be getting more and more anticlimactic. The last time they met, Shen Yuanche's realm was still only a first-level martial saint. How come it seemed to be higher than himself now? How many levels of martial saint are you now? He opened his mouth a little incredulously and asked. 6th grade, I think. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Wang Dingtian took a deep breath and calmed down before answering. S-class alloy knives are relatively rare. I can only give you 7. Okay. I won't take it for nothing. I'll go and finish off the Dragon King crocodile in a few days. Shen Yuanche said in a crowning voice. Ahem, if that's the case, I can give you a couple more. Shen Yuanche. Then I'll help you get rid of the other ones too. Anyway, he also craved those 8th order ferocious beasts metacrystals. It was all by the way. After hearing Shen Yuanche's words, Wang Dingtian felt a lot better. Good talk. I'll give Morong Zun a call, you can just go directly to him to get it. After Shen Yuanche left, Wang Dingtian felt a lot more relieved. It was naturally best if Shen Yuanche was willing to help. Shen Yuanche found Morong Zun and took 12 alloy knives from him. It wasn't that he didn't want to take more, but there was only so much in stock. He couldn't get the S-ranked ones, so he could only smuggle away 10 more A-ranked ones. The first moment he got the alloy knife, he found a place to start synthesizing it. With a flash of blue light, the 2 S-grade alloy knives were successfully synthesized into 1 S+ grade alloy knife. There are 5 chances left. There was another flash of blue light, and another S+ grade alloy blade came out. Then he used these 2 S+ grade alloy knives to put them in and clicked synthesize. With another flash of blue light, a brand new knife appeared. Item, Star Grade Primary Alloy Knife. Description, synthesized from 2 S+ grade alloy blades, it can easily kill 8th and even 9th rank beasts. Sure enough, it's turned into a star rank. Looking at the brand new alloy blade, Shen Yuanche had some excitement on his face. With this knife, what 8 or 9 ranked ferocious beasts would be turned into lambs to the slaughter in his hands. The remaining 4 chances he chose to keep for now, and it wouldn't be too late to choose to synthesize the alloy knife when he ran out of good stuff in a few days. Little Day Island. In addition to China, the leaders of the remaining few countries came here. As soon as they arrived, 10 8th-ranked ferocious beasts appeared on the island. Although they had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But as they thought about what they were going to negotiate today, their nervousness began to ease. A fox wearing human clothes and nearly 2 meters tall appeared in front of the crowd. Coming, please. He invited the crowd to the ground in a human pose. Once on the ground, the leaders of the pretty country got straight to the point. We were approached to say that we want to reconcile and reach the goal of humans coexisting with the ferocious beasts, but how come I don't see any leaders from Huaxia coming over? The fox smiled. Good question, because this time it's still up to Wachovia whether we can reach a settlement. Upon hearing this, the crowd was a bit curious. Why look at HWA? The Chinese have killed many of our kind. As long as you help us overthrow the Chinese, we fierce beasts are willing to reconcile with all of you to achieve coexistence between fierce beasts and humans. Well, this offer shouldn't be too much, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing the fox's words, not only the leader of the pretty country, but even the leader of Great Britain laughed. This chapter ends. Chapter 93, Leaders of the House of Representatives. Do you think we are easy to fool? The remaining leaders of Woolly Bear, San, France, and Hittard looked at each other and laughed at each other as well. Are you ferocious beasts treating us humans like little cuties? Up? In our eyes, the only common enemy of mankind now is you ferocious beasts. Although we are not Chinese, we still understand the principle that lips die and teeth grow cold. The leaders of the countries at this time all had more or less sneers on their faces. They're not cuties. Every remaining nation in the current blue planet is incredibly important to humanity. In Chinese terms, every country nowadays can be said to be a grasshopper on a rope, trying to fool them into destroying Huaxia, but anyone in their right mind wouldn't agree to it alright. At that moment, the leader of the Woolly Bear Nation saw the 36 techniques in the fox's hand. Yo! Isn't this the 36 stratagems of China? The other leaders of the country sniffed and looked toward the fox's hand. Upon seeing that it was indeed the 36th, it was once again scoffed at. Ha, this head thinks that looking at a 36 plans can play us in the palm of your hand? At this point the leaders of the nations looked at the fox in human clothing as if it were a joy to watch. The leader of the Woolly Bear Nation took out a thick book from his spatial ring. What do you see here? The fox sniffed and looked at the books in its hands. Only 7 words were written on the book cover. The 5,000 Years of China. The leader of the Woolly Bear Nation threw the book directly at the fox. Regardless of whether it's the old times or the new times, we're all familiar with the ancient books of China, and you're too naive to look at a copy of the 36 stratagems and try to alienate us. Put on human clothes and think you're human? Animals will always be animals. Looking at the sneers on the faces of the leaders, Fox sneered. Then you all go to hell. As soon as the words fell, its body began to change. In less than a second it changed from a fox of about 2 meters to a fox that was 10,000 meters long. The leaders of the 6 countries present looked at each other and flew into the sky. Everyone's face was more or less frozen. There were 11 ferocious beasts present. There were only 6 of them. It was a good thing that 2 more martial saints would arrive later, and with the addition of Huaxia's Wang Dingtian, there would be 9 of them, or else it really wouldn't end well. The 2 sides just went at it. Although there were 11 8th rankers on the fierce beast side, no one dared to go first. Fierce beasts are also intelligent and afraid of death. Don't ask why. Because more than 70 years had passed, those 8th ranked ferocious beasts that weren't afraid of death had all died long ago. The ones that are still alive, every single one of them is a real pain in the ass. What are you waiting for? Go on. If we don't go, the other human martial saints are coming. The fox looked around at his kind with some hatred. Why are these things so wimpy? A few of the 8th ranked ferocious beasts looked at the fox's appearance and spat madly in their hearts. This dead fox will only let them go on, but it doesn't see itself going on first. Seeing that the kind behind him was unmoved, the fox gritted its teeth and a cold aura emanated from its body, pushing right into those 6 martial saints. Seeing that the fox had struck, the 10 ferocious beasts around them then attacked together. The 6 national leaders' faces changed at this, and they scattered to avoid these attacks. At this time, 2 more martial saints appeared in the sky, launching attacks towards these ferocious beasts. The whole little island of Days can be said to have been beaten to death. Capital of a country. Wang Dingtian and Xian Yuanche simultaneously looked towards Little Daybreak Island. Wang Dingtian's face changed, and he immediately rushed towards Little Daybreak Island. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, looked at the newly released quests from the system. Quest, 11 8th Order ferocious beasts have been detected on Little Day Island, triggering the quest. Mission requirement, kill or repel the 8th Order beasts. For each 8th Order beast killed, 500 points will be awarded. Duration of mission, 12 hours, 500 points ahead? Looking at the rewards of this quest, Xian Yuanche's eyes lit up. That's a good sentiment. There are yuan crystals and points. He immediately rushed towards the island of Small Days. Sea floor. At this time, the Dragon King crocodile had already dug to a depth of 50,000 to 60,000 meters under the sea in order to avoid Wang Dingtian. Still, it was too shallow for its 10,000-meter body length. Suddenly, it sensed the aftermath of the battle on the side of Little Day Island and immediately sped up its digging speed. Anyway, this planet has expanded dozens of times, I just don't believe it. I'll dig down to more than 100,000 meters below the ground, and that lunatic Wang Dingtian will still be able to find me. The Dragon King crocodile said as he dug. On a certain island, the scaly dragon that had been targeted by Xian Yuanche immediately flew towards Little Day Island after sensing the aftershocks coming from it. It was now on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank, so maybe once it went there to pick up a few corpses to eat, it would break through to the 9th rank and successfully transform into a dragon. Amazonian. A spider with 8 heads and more than 20 legs looked towards the small Day Island, and after throwing away the 1,000-meter python under its feet, it immediately left its territory. The 8th-ranked ferocious beasts of the entire Blue Star, with the exception of the Dragon King crocodile, rushed to the Little Day Island. They all want to pick up corpses and eat them, whether they are human or of their own kind. And Xian Yuanche, who had almost arrived at Little Day Island, reopened the system quest. At this time, the content of the mission had been changed from the original 11 ferocious beasts to be killed to 16. There's actually more? Not bad, not bad. Seeing the ferocious beasts become more numerous, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. The more ferocious beasts there were, it proved that the more points he could gain, so why not? Little Day Island. At this time, Wang Dingtian had already arrived, and the situation had now formed 9 against 11. But the faces of the crowd grew uglier and uglier. They sensed that there were at least 5 more 8th-ranked ferocious beasts heading this way. Although they also sensed that on the Chinese side, there was another martial saint heading this way. But even then, the best-case scenario was just 10 against 16. 10 against 16. The disadvantage is mine. As the crowd of ferocious beasts surrounded the human martial saint, that fox gradually began to feel the fish. Every now and then they are ready to run away immediately. Having dealt with human martial saints for so many years, it knew that these human martial saints were very shady, especially the Chinese ones. When they are about to die, they will pull an enemy on their back. That martial saint from 30 years ago was the one who blew himself up before he died, trying to pull it on his back. Fortunately, it was smart at the time and hid behind an 8th-order Xian Shui turtle, otherwise it would have ascended long ago. Soon, the auger dragon also arrived here. At the same time, Xian Yuanche also arrived here. Looking at the crowd in ferocious beasts present, he switched back to his Kaki aura. With his right hand open to run the martial energy in his body, hundreds of blade lights condensed from martial energy appeared around his body. Go! Xian Yuanche's right hand is clenched. Hundreds of attacks flew towards one of the 8th-rank crabs. The power of the attacks coalesced in this way was not as good as the hurricane blade technique, but it was better in that there were more of them, and they could also trigger a blitz. Ding! Detected the host launching an attack, triggering a 100-fold blitz, increasing the power by 100-fold. This chapter ends. Chapter 94, Xian Yuanche's strength. Ding! Detected the host launching an attack, triggering a 50-fold blast, increasing the power by 50 times. Ding! Detected the host launching an attack, triggering a 100-fold blast, increasing the power by 100-fold. Ding! Triggers a 60-fold blast, increasing its power by 60 times. These hundreds of attacks, at least 40 of them the moment the system triggered a blitz, increased in speed and power by more than 10 times. A few of the courses even increased by 50 to 100 times. These attacks landed on that crab and directly sliced it into more than 10 pieces. The leader of the woolly bear country, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with him, froze directly in place as he looked at the crab that had suddenly been sliced into more than 10 pieces. He looked towards Xian Yuanche in the distance, and then at the crab that was already dead beyond repair. This crab had a hard shell, and this 8th-rank crab was notoriously difficult to kill. Now this person, the Chinese martial saint, actually killed him directly in seconds? Don't be so outrageous. After seeing Xian Yuanche directly kill an 8th-ranked ferocious beast in seconds, the people present, and the 8th-ranked ferocious beasts had pulled away from each other. The remaining 11 8th-ranked ferocious beasts looked at Xian Yuanche with some scorn. Although this dead crab was not considered top-notch in terms of strength, its defense was the highest in the room aside from the Jiaolong. Even it was killed in seconds by that Chinese martial saint, so they certainly weren't much better against it. The leaders of the rest of the countries looked at Xian Yuanche with uncontrollable shock in their eyes. It was basically impossible for the martial saints to kill an 8th-order beast one-on-one, and this Chinese martial saint actually killed it in seconds? This is even fiercer than Wang Dingtian. And while the crowd was shocked, Xian Yuanche didn't continue to be idle as hundreds of attacks once again flew towards one of the 8th-rank beasts. This time, the one being attacked was a 10,000-meter-long centipede. The hard outer shell allowed it to come to the 3rd place in defense ranking amongst these 8th-ranked ferocious beasts. Unsurprisingly, the centipede was directly sliced into several pieces. After seeing that Xian Yuanche actually still had martial elements to release his attacks, the ferocious beasts no longer held the mentality of a fluke and fled in all directions. Don't be afraid. An attack with this much power will surely consume a lot of martial energy. I don't believe that this Chinese martial saint has that much martial yuan, Fox roared in an attempt to steady the troops. The ferocious beasts thought it was right when they heard it. An attack with this much power would definitely use up a lot of martial energy, so maybe there wasn't much martial energy left in this Chinese martial saint's body right now. With that thought, they gathered together again and attacked. And Xian Yuanche sniffed a little oddly and glanced at the arrogant aura. That he doesn't have a lot of Wu One left? With an aura of arrogance that restored 10% of his status per second in place, this wouldn't even happen alright. The leaders of the countries heard this and also thought that Xian Yuanche didn't have much more martial energy left, so they all topped up. Let's top it off and let the Chinese martial sage recover his martial energy. They wanted to buy time for Xian Yuanche to recover his martial energy. As long as Xian Yuanche's martial energy recovered, all problems would be solved. Xian Yuanche looked at the crowd and didn't say anything more, but continued to condense hundreds of attacks and flew towards another 8th rank beast. What? It can still attack. The crowd and the ferocious beasts were shocked when they saw that Xian Yuanche actually still had martial elements to launch an attack. The attack hit an 8th ranked giant wolf. This wolf didn't have a hard shell like the two ferocious beasts in front of it, and was unsurprisingly killed in seconds again. And the death was even worse than the two heads in front of them, directly cut into dozens of pieces. With a flash of his body, Xian Yuanche directly collected the corpses of all 3 of those 8th ranked ferocious beasts into his spatial ring. Seeing another one of their kind being killed in seconds, those 8th ranked ferocious beasts again had the thought of escaping. Don't be afraid. This human has launched 3 attacks in a row, so use your brains to think about it. He definitely doesn't have much martial energy left this time. The fox looked at Xian Yuanche with a face full of grimace and pumped towards the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts felt very reasonable when they heard this. How could an attack with so much power still be cast a 4th time? Go! The fox roared and took the lead in attacking the Great Britain leader next to Wang Dingtian. Don't say why it didn't fight with Wang Dingtian because it was afraid that this old thing would pull its back. Xian Yuanche let out a light laugh and continued to condense his attacks as hundreds of attacks flew towards another 8th ranked ferocious beast. Put, 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 put. Another 8th ranked ferocious beast fell. Xian Yuanche casually put his corpse into his spatial ring. Don't be afraid. He definitely won't be able to cast it a 5th time. While the fox was pumping, Xian Yuanche launched another attack. Another 8th ranked ferocious beast fell. At this moment, the 8th order ferocious beasts present had shrunk from the original 12 to 7. Don't be afraid. He surely can't cast it a 6th time. The ferocious beasts heard the words and felt that it made sense, so they didn't care about that much, wailing and charging forward. Don't be afraid. He definitely won't be able to cast it a 7th time. Don't be afraid. He definitely can't cast the 8th time. Don't be afraid. He definitely won't be able to cast the 9th time. At this point the fox continued to pump. Don't be afraid, he definitely won't be able to cast it for the 10th time. As soon as the words fell, another ferocious beast fell. Don't be afraid of him. The fox was just about to continue pumping up, but realized that it seemed like the only 8th ranked ferocious beasts present were himself and the scaly dragon. Looking at a few corpses of ferocious beasts that Xian Yuanche hadn't had time to put away yet, it smiled fawningly at Xian Yuanche. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. Right at this moment, 4 more 8th ranked ferocious beasts arrived here. The fox's heart rejoiced at the sight. Hurry up, just now this human killed 10 of our kind, he doesn't have much martial energy left. The 4 8th rank ferocious beasts glanced at each other and then at the corpses on the ground, and they all attacked towards Xian Yuanche. Pretend we don't exist. The leaders of the countries that had been groping for 2 minutes saw this and stepped in front. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, had been outputting from the rear. In less than half a minute, those 4 8th ranked ferocious beasts also fell to the ground. At this moment, only the augur was left present. As for the fox, ran away a long time ago. Damn it! Cunning fox! This dragon will remember you! That augur roared in anger and was unwillingly knocked to the ground. Only Xian Yuanche didn't choose to kill it, but left it alive. Looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts present, Wang Dingtian looked at Xian Yuanche with awe in his eyes. Not only Wang Dingtian, but also the leaders of other countries. The eyes that looked at Xian Yuanche were filled with awe. Now the ferocious beasts have been taken care of. Huaxia had another young man with such strong strength. Huaxia was going to return to the position of the Blue Star's hegemony. This chapter ends. Chapter 95, Chasing the Sky Pit Fox. The Unlucky Dragon King Crocodile. Xian Yuanche flew to the augur's head and shook his head somewhat sadly. This augur's current strength was estimated to be against a rank 9 martial saint. His current realm would only be a 2nd level martial saint if he turned off his berserking, and only a 6th level martial saint if he cast berserking, and he was still far from meeting the conditions for parasitism. Watch it for me, Xian Yuanche said towards the leaders of the countries. Yes, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. The French leader snaps with a fawning face. The leaders of the remaining 5 countries also nodded. In this era, strength was everything, and they didn't dare to disobey Xian Yuanche's words. I'll help you keep watch here too. Wang Dingtian opened his mouth. Xian Yuanche didn't refuse either. Alright, thank you all, just keep this ogre from dying. Xian Yuanche flew up into the sky to look at the small island of life at his feet. Due to the fact that the battlefield this time was right in the center of Little Daybreak Island, and the aftermath of the battle, the entire island was now on the verge of being sunk. One must know that the area of the current Little Day Island was at least 20 times larger than it was before the Aura revival. It was estimated that if he had come a little later, or if the battle had turned a little more intense, the little island of days would probably have been sunk. System, where did that fox go? Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind. Ding! The location of the skink fox has been given, the location host can go after it now. As soon as the words fell, the system panel turned into a virtual map. Skink fox? That's an odd enough name. Hearing that fox's name, Xian Yuanche smiled. However, when one thought about the various behaviors of the sky pit fox just now, it did fit its name quite well. He swapped out his arrogant aura and equipped his haste aura, immediately flying towards the location of that skink fox. After a few minutes, the sinkhole fox stopped. After running that far, that human shouldn't be able to catch up, right? No way. The surface isn't safe anymore. I need to go underground and hide for a while before I can do that. It hastily got smaller and started digging into the ground. After about a few more minutes, Xian Yuanche arrived above the cave entrance. Looking at this bottomless hole, Xian Yuanche's spiritual sense began to extend downwards. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense. Actually drilled underground? He switched back to his arrogant aura and immediately used the hurricane blade technique, coalescing a small hurricane that began to spin downward. The hole left behind by the sky pit fox instantly widened, so Xian Yuanche followed the little hurricane and started digging downwards. Subterranean. The sky pit fox sensed upwards and immediately accelerated its digging speed after realizing that it was Xian Yuanche's scent. One person and one fox were both within each other's sensory range, and when Xian Yuanche sensed that the sky pit fox had started to pick up speed, he channeled more martial energy towards the little hurricane. The speed at which the small hurricane expanded downward immediately began to soar rapidly. One man and one fox just started chasing each other through the ground. 5 million meters underground, the Dragon King crocodile, whose body had shrunk to 2 meters, was beautifully napping. It didn't believe that Wang Dingtian would still be able to find him even after he had dug 5 million meters into the ground. Suddenly, its pupils opened and its claws scratched the spikes on the top of its head. What's with the bad feeling? It sensed towards its surroundings, and after realizing that there was no problem, it began to snooze. It should be an illusion. I don't know how long it had been, but after digging with no desire to die, the skink fox had come to 5 million meters below the ground. It doesn't dare stop at all now. That Chinese martial saint was following right above. Once he stopped, then his own little life would really be in danger. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, and with a happy face immediately stopped digging downward and changed to digging to the left, because it sensed that there was a familiar scent to its left. If it wasn't a surprise, it would be his old friend, the Dragon King crocodile. Actually reversed direction? Looking at the hole that started digging to the left, Xian Yuanche sensed it for a moment, his face a little odd. There was actually an 8th order ferocious beast on the left. Based on the process of elimination, it should be that Dragon King crocodile. This pit fox really is a good fox. I can't believe I know how to lead the way. He immediately picked up speed and started chasing. The Dragon King crocodile that was napping opened its pupils once again. Why am I feeling more and more out of place? It got up in a hurry and sensed its surroundings. Then it sensed its old friend, the skink fox, coming this way. How did it get here? Soon, it gradually realized that something was wrong. Why is a human following behind this pit fox? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This pitiful bastard. It won't lure Wang Dingtian to me. It hurriedly continued to dig down, fearing that it would be set on fire by the skink fox. And not far away, after the sky pit fox sensed that the Dragon King crocodile had begun to move, his face immediately became a little anxious. This stupid crocodile, the Chinese human just cast so many attacks and chased himself for so long, he must not have much martial arts yuan left, there is no need to run away up. It gritted its teeth and sped up its digging once again. As long as it joins forces with the Dragon King crocodile, what's that martial saint from Huaxia? Soon, the sky pit fox with a slightly higher realm caught up with the Dragon King crocodile. The Dragon King crocodile was on the verge of tears when he looked back to the sinkhole fox. Don't draw the fire on me, you dead pitbull. Don't be afraid. That martial saint doesn't have much martial energy left now. You and I will definitely be able to put him to death by joining forces. The sky pit fox snubbed towards the Dragon King crocodile. The Dragon King crocodile continued to speed up at his words. It can't believe this pitbull anymore. A few decades ago, there were dozens of 8th order ferocious beasts in the entire Blue Star. And after only a few decades had passed, there were only 16 or 17 heads left. Why is it so much less? It is because of the sinkhole fox, all day to fool those 8th order ferocious beasts to engage in this and that. Less than 30 years the whole Blue Star of the 8th order ferocious beasts died half. Even its eyes were blinded by the Sky Pit Fox when it was snubbed by the Sky Pit Fox to fight Wang Dingtian, thus being blinded. Thinking of this, it accelerated its digging speed again, wanting to get rid of the pitiful creature that was the Sinkhole Fox. After seeing the Dragon King Crocodile increase its speed, the Sky Pit Fox was instantly anxious. I didn't lie to you this time, there are only 2 of us left in the entire Blue Star's 8th-ranked ferocious beasts, we have to be united. What? It's just the 2 of us. The Dragon King Crocodile's pupils widened at the words. Just forget about even digging. Seeing that the Dragon King Crocodile had stopped, the Sky Pit Fox's face was delighted as it continued to open its mouth and laughed. That's right, they were all killed by that martial saint behind us. While he doesn't have much martial yuan, the 2 of us will team up to finish him off. What? They were all killed by that martial saint. Then what's the point? The Dragon King Crocodile's soul almost flew away in fear after hearing this, and he hurriedly continued to excavate. Its strength was at best against a rank 4 martial saint, and which of the remaining down rank 8 ferocious beasts over the years wasn't stronger than it? Even they had died under that martial saint, how could one possibly beat them? And as soon as the Dragon King Crocodile started digging, Xian Yuanche had already chased after him. Phew! It's kinda hilarious you two. Chapter 96 Sky Pit Fox, Dragon King Crocodile Death. Exploding Star. After saying that, Shen Yuanche clasped his hands to his chest and quietly looked at these 2 8th-rank ferocious beasts. Big brother, I don't know this fox, I want to get involved in the 2 of you, the Dragon King Crocodile said fawningly, fearing that Shen Yuanche would even kill it together. Shen Yuanche didn't care about that much and took out his star rank alloy blade to slash directly towards the Dragon King Crocodile. In front of the alloy blade of the star rank, the head of the Dragon King Crocodile was sliced off like tofu. Although the head was cut off, the Dragon King Crocodile was not yet dead. How? How is that possible? It looked at the alloy blade in Xian Yuanche's hand with some shock. This blade was definitely not S-ranked, as it was impossible for an S-ranked alloy blade to break through one's defenses that easily. I can't believe you're still alive? Then let's have a few more cuts. Xian Yuanche made a few more slashes towards the Dragon King Crocodile's head, and then made a few more slashes towards its body. The shrunken Dragon King Crocodile was directly sliced into several pieces. The poor Dragon King Crocodile was so primed and dried out. After storing its corpse into the system space, he looked towards the Sky Pit Fox. At this moment, the Sky Pit Fox was surrounded by hundreds of Xian Yuanche's blade lights, and didn't even dare to move. This was also the reason why, when Xian Yuanche decapitated the Dragon King Crocodile just now, it didn't escape. Your turn. Spare your life. The Sky Pit Fox had just called out, when Xian Yuanche waved his hand, and hundreds of attacks triggered a blitz, directly killing the Sky Pit Fox. Ding! Trigger the storm, gain 100 points. Ding! Trigger the storm, gain 100 points. Ding! Trigger the storm, gain 100 points. This time, Xian Yuanche's luck was very good, and he gained 700 points from triggering the storm alone. That's a really low probability of getting points. After Xian Yuanche spat out a sigh, he opened the quest panel. The mission was completed the moment the skink fox was beheaded. System, claim your reward. Xian Yuanche said in his mind towards the system. Ding! Rewards have been issued. It has been detected that the host has killed a total of 16 8th-order ferocious beasts. 8,500 points have been issued. Note, there is still an auger dragon yet to be killed. The remaining 500 points will not be issued for the time being. I can't believe you included the Dragon King Crocodile as well. Unity-san, how did you become conscientious? There was some surprise on Xian Yuanche's face. There were only 16 8th-ranked ferocious beasts on the island in the small days, and he had only killed 15 of them. And now that the system had settled for 16, it was obvious that the Dragon King Crocodile had been counted as well. Ding! This system has always been very conscientious, please don't misunderstand this system. Xian Yuanche opened the system mall. Now that his points had come to 9,200, there weren't many things he could purchase. Never mind, I'll brush up on the blitz when I have time. There's a probability of getting points for storming anyway, and while the probability is low, it's always there. After taking out the meta crystals of the Sky Pit Fox, he stowed the corpse in the system space. Right now, he was holding 7 6th-order yuan crystals and 16 8th-order yuan crystals. He directly crushed these 7 6th-order yuan crystals and absorbed the martial energy inside into his body. Ding! Detected host taking 6th-order yuan crystal, gained. Ding! Detected host taking 6th-order yuan crystal, gained. Martial arts dollars, 220,000/300,000, second grade martial arts saints. Immediately after that, he crushed those 16 8th-order yuan crystals one by one and absorbed all the martial energy into his body. Ding! Detecting the host absorbing an 8th-order yuan crystal, the martial yuan increases by 500 points, triggering a 100-fold blast, 500 points raised to 50,000 points. Martial arts yuan, 270,000/300,000, second grade martial arts saints. Ding! Detected the host absorbing an 8th-order yuan crystal, the martial yuan increases by 500 points, triggering a 500-fold blast, 500 points boosted by 250,000 points. Wu Yuan, 520000/600,000, level 5 Martial Sage. 500 times the storm, system you're really getting generous. Seeing that a 500-fold blitz had been triggered, Xian Yuanche couldn't help but continue to praise the system. Ding! This system has been generous. As soon as the words left his mouth, the last blast beat came. Ding! Detecting the host absorbing an 8th order Yuan crystal, the martial Yuan increases by 500 points, triggering a 170-fold blitz, 500 points boosting 85,000 points. Martial Arts Yuan, 605000/700,000, level 6 Martial Saints. Xian Yuanche reopened Berserking. The 6th ranked Berserking was able to increase his full attributes by 250%, directly bringing his realm from a 6th ranked Martial Saint to a 2nd ranked Martial God. Martial Arts Yuan, 211000/3000000, 2nd grade Martial Arts God. Is this a 2nd grade Martial God? Xian Yuanche's figure flashed and directly flashed to the ground. Looking at the sky, he charged directly toward space at full speed. In less than 2 seconds, he was above space. Give me a lock on Mars' position, Xian Yuanche said in his mind towards the system. He wanted to try and see if he could reach the explosive star level with his current strength, which is to say, blowing up a planet. Ding! Mars' position is locked. He immediately headed toward Mars' location at full speed. After a while, he came over Mars. After revolving the martial energy in his body, he charged straight down towards Mars, while also performing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power of the Wind and Thunder Fist technique by 10-fold. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 20-fold blast, increasing the power of the Wind and Thunder Fist technique by 20 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 100-fold blast, increasing the power of the Wind and Thunder Fist technique by 100-fold. Boom! The entire Mars was directly struck through by Xian Yuanche and directly exploded. A planet was destroyed. I should have brought Yuma. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he enveloped his surroundings with his martial arts element, took out his cell phone and started recording. After recording for over half an hour, he put away his cell phone. After destroying Mars, he originally wanted to have the system give the location of Saturn, but thought better of it. After returning to Blue Star, he sent this video to Mu Yenran at the first opportunity. Mu Yenran, who had just finished her bath, saw a message from Xian Yuanche, and she clicked on it to read it. What is this video? She looked at the video of the already busted sparkler with some curiosity on her face. Here's a video of Mars exploding. Xian Yuanche came behind her at some point. Mars exploded? How can Mars explode in good time? Mu Yenran's small face was a bit puzzled. You guess? Xian Yuanche smiled mysteriously. Mu Yenran thought about it and only thought of one possibility. You popped it? Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded. After seeing Xian Yuanche's affirmation, Mu Yenran's small face immediately became shocked. Wow! You're actually that good. Is it okay if I want to send it to Grandpa? Could be. Xian Yuanche didn't have an opinion. Chapter 97, 2nd Grade Martial God. Shangguan Feng, who had just finished taking care of business, happened to see the video sent by Mu Yenran. Mu Yenran, Grandpa, look, Xian Yuanche blew up Mars. Busting Mars? Shangguan Feng was a bit puzzled, but he still clicked on the video and watched it. Xian Yuanche's strength was strong, this he recognized, but to burst Mars was a bit of a stretch. It's not that easy to go to Mars, let alone blow up Mars, is it? And when he watched the video for a few minutes, the suspicion in his eyes gradually turned into shock. This kid, he's not really going to blow up Mars, is he? Martial Saints were strong, but not strong enough to destroy a planet. But when I think of Xian Yuanche that growth speed, it is not so shocking. Maybe these days had passed and Xian Yuanche had already surpassed the Martial Saint. A pang of envy ran through his heart at the thought of this. It's only been a few months, but Xian Yuanche has grown from a martial zone to above a Martial Saint. And it took him decades to reach martial honor. It's almost more outrageous than being open. As for Xian Yuanche's side, after he flirted with Mu Yenyan for a while, he re-left Huaxia. There were still quite a few 6th order and 7th order ferocious beasts in Blue Star now. As long as he killed them all and absorbed the Yuan crystals, he would be able to raise a few minor realms at the bottom. Xian Yuanche unfolded his spiritual sense and constantly started sweeping. As long as they were swept by his spiritual sense, the 6 or 7 ranked ferocious beasts died violently. This is the strength of a martial god. Soon, almost all of the 6th ranked ferocious beasts in the entire Blue Star were killed by him, and most of the 7th ranked ferocious beasts also died under his spiritual awareness. After another 10 minutes or so, the entire Blue Star's 7th ranked ferocious beasts were killed by him, leaving only a few to command the remaining lower ranked ferocious beasts. This included the 7th ranked ferocious beast in southern China, the Fire Phoenix. After finding a place to sit down, he took out all his current Yuan crystals. He had over 100 6th order Yuan crystals in his hands. 47th Order Yuan Crystals. 6th Order Yuan Crystals could theoretically bring him more than 50 points of martial yuan each. The 7th rank was more than 200 points of martial arts yuan. With a little bit of luck, it was estimated that he would be able to break through directly to martial god. He lifted his berserking and his realm returned from a rank 2 martial god to a rank 6 martial saint. Martial arts yuan, 605000/700,000, level 6 martial sage. Crushing all the 6th order yuan crystals, he absorbed the martial elements inside into his body. A series of system beeps sounded. Ding! Detected the host absorbing 50 points of martial energy, triggering a 100-fold blast, 50 points raised to 5,000 points. Wu Yuan, 610000/700,000, level 6 martial saints. Ding! Detected the host absorbing 50 points of martial energy, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, 50 points raised to 50,000 points. Wu Yuan, 660000/700,000, level 6 martial saints. Ding! Detected the host absorbing 50 points of martial energy, triggering a 500-fold blast, 50 points raised to 25,000 points. Martial arts yuan, 685000/700,000, level 6 martial sage. Half a minute later, the last blitz prompt which disappeared. Wu Yuan, 890000/900,000, 8th level martial sage. It's actually close to breaking through to a 9th level martial saint. Looking at the martial arts elements on his panel, there was some pity on Xian Yuanche's face. However, it was good that he still had quite a few 7th order yuan crystals. He directly crushed all the 7th order yuan crystals. Ding! Detected the host absorbing 200 points of martial energy, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, 200 points raised to 200,000 points. Martial arts yuan, 109000/2000000, first level martial arts god. Ding! Detected the host absorbing 200 points of martial energy, triggering a 2,000-fold blast, 200 points raised to 400,000 points. Martial arts yuan, 1490000/2000000, first level martial arts god. 47th order yuan crystals triggered a total of 5 blasts, directly bringing Xian Yuanche's realm to that of a second grade martial god. Wu Yuan, 2,100,000/300,000, second level Wuxian. By casting Berserk, his realm doubled once again. The extra 250% increase in martial yuan directly brought his realm to a 7th level martial god. Martial arts yuan, 7,350,000/800,000, 7th level martial arts god. This was the terror of the 6th order berserkers. He immediately relocated to the island of Small Days. A large hand of martial yuan was condensed and directly grabbed the auger dragon. Thank you all for helping with the watch. Everyone just go back to their homes for now. Xian Yuanche left the place with the auger in his hand after saying hello. Big brother, where do you want to take me? The dragon looked at Xian Yuanche with some trepidation and asked. There's something good for you, you shrink now and I'll take you somewhere. Xian Yuanche snubbed towards the auger. The dragon originally didn't want to, but once it thought of Xian Yuanche's strength, it obediently shrunk its body. Soon, this auger directly shrunk to about a meter. Xian Yuanche directly brought him back to Huaxia and entered the secret realm of martial element. As soon as he entered the martial yuan mysterious realm, Jiao Long sensed the changes around him. I didn't realize you humans had such amazing places. The dragon's pupils were filled with envy. It would be nice if it could practice in a place like this. Xian Yuanche directly brought him to the side of the Starfield stone. The deeper he went, the more shocked the augur was at the amount of martial elements in the air. The amount of martial arts elements in this air was also too outrageous. Xian Yuanche threw the augur onto the ground. Then he took out most of the ferocious beast corpses within his spatial ring. 6th order, 7th order, and 8th order are all available. He looked towards the augur on the ground and pointed at the corpses of the ferocious beasts. I'll give you a chance, if you eat the corpses of those ferocious beasts and if you can break through to the 9th rank, I'll consider letting you go. When Xian Yuanche's words fell into the Jiao Long's ears, the Jiao Long instantly widened its pupils. It can't be dreaming itself. Not only did this human not kill it, but he also gave the ferocious beast's corpse to himself to eat so that he could break through to the 9th rank? Go! Xian Yuanche grabbed the Jiao Long and threw it onto the corpses of those ferocious beasts. After looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around himself, Jiao Long was then convinced that it wasn't a dream. This human is literally giving himself these corpses to eat. And in an environment as abundant as Wu Wan. Looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around it, its eyes glowed. It was certain that if it ate all these corpses and added the surroundings, it could break through to the 9th rank 100%. Thinking of this, it quietly looked at Xian Yuanche with a sneer in its heart. When it breaks through to the 9th rank and successfully transforms into a dragon, it will definitely eat this human as a snack. Xian Yuanche just watched the augur silently from a short distance away. Looking at the scaly dragon's look, he didn't even need to think about it, he knew what it was thinking. The dragon regained its original size and immediately ate at the corpses of those ferocious beasts. First of all, the sixth order. It's ready to eat the sixth order ones and then the seventh order ones, and the seventh order ones and then the eighth order ones. And then eat Regulus Che. Time was slowly passing. Xian Yuan Che cultivated in the martial elemental mystic realm from time to time, and from time to time, he took the time to take Mu Yanran out to play. Chapter 98. This system mall, even the system is for sale. To not be so outrageous. It was already a few days after returning to the martial elemental mystic realm again. At this time, the Jelong had already finished eating the 6th-ranked ferocious beasts, and even the 7th-ranked ferocious beasts had been mostly eaten by it. Xian Yuan Che could sense that the aura within the body of this augur dragon was continuously increasing. It was estimated that it wouldn't take a month to break through to the 9th rank. After a few days, Xian Yuan Che once again opened the system mall. Points, 11,400. He had been trying to trigger a blast every now and then for the past few days, and his points were more than 2,000 more than the previous days. It's a touchy probability, but the good thing is that you get a few hundred points more or less every time. What would be good to buy? Xian Yuan Che stroked his chin, looking at the wide array of system malls. His face was somewhat distressed. In this system mall, there were dozens of commodities on one page, and he didn't know exactly how many pages there were. All he could do was keep rummaging around to see what was good. Every now and then he would mark a few things he could buy, like star-level battle armor or something. He did remember that he had coupons. After he had been rummaging around for over 10 minutes, he suddenly saw something in frozen place. Item name, Invincible Villain System. Introduction. After binding, one's own destiny will become the destiny of the villain, and one will meet all kinds of sons of fortune, and seize the fortune of the sons of fortune to strengthen oneself. Required points, 10 billion. No, why is there a system here? Xian Yuan Che looked at the introduction of the villain system with a face full of shock. Asterisk. System, you're not a system peddler in the system world, are you? Ding. Please don't defame this system. The host, this system was picked up by this system. Are you sure? Xian Yuan Che looked at the Blitz system with some half-heartedness. This system is guaranteed by the system grid. Forget it, let's believe it for a second. But when he turned to the next page, he was completely nonplussed. Item name, Superdog Licking System. Description, when bound, it binds a member of the opposite sex, allowing the bound host to constantly lick that member of the opposite sex. Required points, 5 billion. He looked to the next system. Yes, there is more than one system on this page. Instead, a whole page is devoted to the system. What old ancestor system, worlds of the heaven system, divine signing system, divine selection system, the strongest synthesis system, the strongest pretentious face punching system, father's love system, divine hero system. He clicked on the next page, still the system. After 10 pages, it's all systems. This is outrageous. He'll believe it if you pick up one. You've picked up hundreds of systems? Who'd believe it if I told you? System, you're so lucky to have picked up so many systems. After Xian Yuan Che spat out a sigh, he looked at those systematic prices inside as he flipped to the next page. Basically, they all started at 5 billion points, or else 10 billion, which he couldn't afford right now. After rummaging around for a while longer, he silently returned to the first page, placing his eyes on the star rank intermediate battle armor. Directly used a 0.5% off coupon to purchase the star rank intermediate battle armor. With the coupon, the star rank intermediate battle armor that originally required 100,000 points could now be purchased for only 5,000 points. Ding! Star rank intermediate battle armor purchase successful. In an instant, Xian Yuan Che felt his body changing. Many particles visible to the naked eye constantly hovered around him. Soon, these particles covered his entire body, forming a black and gold battle armor. He moved around a bit and realized that the battle armor was as if it was his own skin, without the slightest bit of awkwardness or discomfort. He took out the star rank primary alloy blade, then slashed at the battle armor. After chopping, he glanced at the spot where he had been chopped, and there was not the slightest trace left behind. The defense is really strong. He had a little excitement on some of his faces. With a thought, the battle armor on his body changed once again, and countless particles formed a small black and gold colored bracelet that was worn on Xian Yuan Che's right hand. How convenient. He touched the bracelet on his right hand with some emotion. A few days later, Xian Yuan Che once again arrived at the Martial Yuan secret realm. At this time, the augur had already finished eating all of the corpses of the 8th-ranked ferocious beasts. It was bulging all over and was digesting the bodies. Xian Yuan Che just waited quietly on the sidelines. When this augur dragon broke through to the 9th rank, he would parasitize it. After a few more days, a surge of energy came out of the augur's body. Xian Yuan Che, who was cultivating in the distance, immediately rushed to Zhao Long's side. At this moment, the augur's entire body was constantly changing. The scales begin to fall off and the dragon's horns grow again. A pair of claws once again sprouted from the abdomen that originally had only 2 claws. Looks like a breakthrough is coming. Xian Yuan Che had some excitement on his face. Every Chinese has an obsession with dragons. The dragon, forever the most mysterious creature in China. A few hours passed and the augur took off into the air. After a while, with a voice that sounded like a cow. When Xian Yuanche heard this voice, he immediately used the Eye of Scrying to check up on the information of this augur dragon. Race, four-clawed black dragon. Rank, 9th. Description, possessing a powerful oriental dragon bloodline, it can use dragon power to suppress ferocious beasts, causing them to drop part of their strength. Four-clawed black dragon. After reading the message, Xian Yuanche immediately flew next to the black dragon. When the four-clawed black dragon saw that Xian Yuanche actually took the initiative to come to the door, it laughed coldly in its heart. Kid, thanks to your stupidity, this dragon has broken through to the 9th rank. Don't worry, for this sake, this dragon will give you a hard time. After saying that, the black dragon was ready to launch an attack on Xian Yuanche. Humph. Not honest. Xian Yuanche snorted coldly, and with a thought, the bracelet on his right hand began to change. In just an instant, the battle armor covered his entire body. He directly rushed to the black dragon's eyes and raised his hand towards the dragon's head. Boom! The tens of thousands of meters long black dragon was knocked from the air to the ground. How? How is that possible? The black dragon that was still arrogant was somewhat shocked looking at Xian Yuanche in the sky. Nothing is impossible. Xian Yuanche threw another punch at the black dragon. This punch directly knocked out the black dragon's arrogance. Big brother, I was just joking with you. Looking at Xian Yuanche who was still ready to give himself a punch, Black Dragon hurriedly called out. Xian Yuanche didn't care about that much and directly beat the black dragon. It wasn't until half an hour later that he stopped. He jumped onto the black dragon's head and immediately used Parasite. Ding! Parasitism is being used. The target of parasitism, the four-clawed black dragon, is in a lower realm than the host and meets the conditions for parasitism. After a few minutes the system beep came again. Ding! Successful parasitism. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian Yuanche felt a strand of consciousness separate from his body and enter this four-clawed black dragon's body. This chapter ends. Chapter 99 Parasite, another trip to the Alola Galaxy. Ding! Parasitism is being used. The target of parasitism, the four-clawed black dragon, is in a lower realm than the host and meets the conditions for parasitism. After a few minutes the system beep came again. Ding! Successful parasitism. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian Yuanche felt a strand of consciousness separating from his body and entering this four-clawed black dragon's body. The black dragon opened his eyes and his body gave a change. A Xian Yuanche with a pair of dragon horns appeared in front of Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche carefully surveyed his parasitic body. Except for an extra pair of dragon horns, the rest of it was exactly the same as the main body. With a thought, he made the parasitic body change its appearance. Although as handsome as the main body, the mold is completely different. System, open up a panel on this parasite. Name, Xian Yuanche, four-clawed black dragon. Martial Arts Yuan, 102000/20000000. First level martial arts god. Breathing technique, Xian Yuan breathing technique, level A. Martial art, S grade, hurricane blade technique. Secret techniques, none. Talent, Dragon's Might. Evaluation. Dragon's Might, when used on a fierce beast/orc off a lower realm than your own, it can strike fear into them, causing their full attributes to drop by 20% to 30%. When used on a ferocious beast/half-orc off a higher realm than your own, it can cause it to feel heart-stopping, causing its full attributes to drop by 10%-15%. It can actually lower the strength of a ferocious beast. Xian Yuanche's heart was incomparably satisfied after looking at the introduction of the talent skill, Dragon Might. It was only a pity that this parasitic body didn't have the secret techniques of its own body. He looked back to the system, is there any way to help me copy Berserk and Nirvana into the parasite? As soon as Xian Yuanche's words fell, the system's beeps came. Whether or not to spend 1100 points to synchronize the realm of the body, the secret arts, to the host body. Note, when the realm of the host body exceeds that of the original body, points can also be used to synchronize the realm of the host body to that of the original body. Okay. Xian Yuanche nodded affirmatively. It was only 1000 points, and it was worth it to copy these two heaven-defying secret arts into the parasite. Ding! Copy successful. Name, Xian Yuanche, four-clawed black dragon. Wu Yuan, 2-100-000/30000000, second level Wuxian. Secret arts, Berserking, 6th level, Nirvana, 6th level. It's kinda convenient. After watching the realm and secret techniques of the main body being copied over into the parasite body, Xian Yuanche nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, he seemed to have thought of something, even spoke. System, can you help me copy these two secret arts onto Yin Yin? Ding! The host can only copy the secret art to a parasite, or a puppet. Seeing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche could only shake his head in disappointment. After all, if only it could be duplicated. But the system turned the tables and continued to speak. Ding! If Nirvana reaches the 10th rank, the host will be able to choose to copy Nirvana onto Mu Yin Yin. To the 10th degree? Xian Yuanche looked at Nirvana, who was only at the 6th rank. Secret technique Nirvana, 6th order. Description: upon death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 1 hour, with a 1 in 1,000 chance of raising 6 minor realms. Parasitism: separate a strand of consciousness, choose a living being whose realm is lower than that of the host, and parasitize it to master its body. Cooling time, 1 year. Storage: every 8 days, you can store a chance of Nirvana. Storage limit, 3/8 times. Requirements for advancement: absorb 100 jutsu stones. At the same time he saw the conditions for Nirvana to advance again. Boundary Art Stone? Looking at the name, I guess it's not even a product of Earth. He shut down the system with some reluctance. It looks like this Alola galaxy has to go. His own girlfriend Mu Yanyan's natural talent was limited, and it was estimated that a martial emperor would be the top of the heap. And martial emperors have a lifespan of only 1,000 years, and one day they will die. For this girl who had helped him a lot in the early stages, he really didn't want Mu Yanran to leave her due to her lack of longevity. He left his parasitic body within the martial Yuan mysteries, while his main body went out to live in a 2-person world with Mu Yanran. Although there was a fierce beast parasite now, he was in no hurry to teleport it to the Alola galaxy. Instead, they wanted to wait a while longer, until the number of times the parasite had been revived and stored had reached its limit. Parasite, Nirvana storage number, 1 of 8. Time passed slowly, and soon, months passed. In these past few months, Xian Yuanche had not only taken Mu Yanran to play, but he had also made efforts to brush up on his points from time to time. Although the probability is low and you can only get a few hundred at a time, it's better than nothing. Points, 40,000. One day, Xian Yuanche found Wang Dingtian. After not seeing him for a few months, the deathly aura on Wang Dingtian's body was a lot more than before. But his face is looking better every day. The crisis of the ferocious beasts was resolved, and peace was restored to Huaxia. For him, even if he dies, he has no regrets. This stuff is for you. Xian Yuanche took out a potion from his system space and threw it to Wang Dingtian. This was a healing potion that he had spent 1,000 points to exchange in the system mall. It could heal all the injuries of a martial saint-level martial artist. The fact that Wang Dingtian's body had become so bad was actually all due to the toxins in his body, plus the dark wounds accumulated over the years. This healing should help him get rid of them. After all, Wang Dingtian had even given him a star crystal earlier, and he couldn't watch it die for nothing. Although the function of the star crystal thing was still unclear to him for the time being, Wang Dingtian caught the potion and measured the potion with curiosity in his eyes. What the hell is this? It will heal your injuries. Really? Hearing that he was able to treat his injuries, Wang Dingtian jerked his head up. Xian Yuanche nodded. After seeing Xian Yuanche nod his head, he hurriedly opened the potion and poured it down. Why die when you can live? Now that Blue Star had managed to calm down, he hadn't enjoyed himself yet. The moment the potion was drunk, Wang Dingtian felt a warm current traveling through his body. The toxins in the body and the dark wounds accumulated over the years were all swept away. The arms and legs that had been disabled also grew at this moment. In less than half a minute, he had recovered from a drooping old man to a man in his 50s or 60s. Ha ha ha, old me is alive again. Feeling his brand new self, Wang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The eyes that looked towards Xian Yuanche were also filled with gratitude. Just as he was about to open his mouth to thank him, Xian Yuanche raised his hand to interrupt. No thanks are necessary. After leaving Wang Dingtian's residence, Xian Yuanche retraced his steps back to the martial Yuan mysteries. System use teleportation and help me teleport the parasite. Tinkles. Okay. As soon as the system's words fell, Xian Yuanche's parasitic body disappeared in place. He's got it all planned out. Parasites find resources in the Alola system to raise their realm, then spend points to synchronize to the main body. The main body will stay at Blue Star to spend time with Huma. He was now using 2 hands at once, manipulating the parasite and the body at the same time, as simple as an ordinary person using his right and left hands. Planet Aurora 32. Xian Yuanche's parasitic body once again returned to the street. Months passed, and that street was once again back to its usual bustle. Looking at Xian Yuanche who suddenly appeared, the orcs present were not surprised. This chapter ends. To prevent you from running away, I'll give you a precautionary note. Went to play a new copy, but don't worry, the protagonist is the equivalent of traveling, and comes back once every few days to drop. Chapter 100 Alola. After all, there were always strong people suddenly appearing on this street of Zhou during this period of time. Xian Yuanche exerted his spiritual sense and discovered that there were a few martial kings nearby who were secretly scanning the street. There was even an orc martial king who placed his gaze on Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche locked eyes with him. Looking at Xian Yuanche's eyes, that orc immediately moved his eyes away. Cold sweat broke out and his heart beat a lot faster. How horrible. It murmured a sentence somewhat heartily. The feeling was horrible. It must be some powerful person sent from above to investigate. Xian Yuanche cast berserking in passing, removing his body's berserking aura and wearing it on this parasitic body. Martial Arts Yuan, 7350000/8000000, 7th level martial arts god. System, say, is it possible to teleport the main body together? Ding. Not for now. If the host wants to teleport the main body over, then this parasite body must return first. Okay. Xian Yuanche closed the system panel and began to roam around the neighborhood. The planet was the same as Blue Star's except that the technology was a bit more advanced than Blue Star's. At the same time, he could sense that the strongest person on this planet was a martial god. The realm was around level 7, the same as his own self with berserking on. Hey, have you heard? The Alola auction house chain got a pure-blood human from somewhere and is now preparing to auction it off. A couple of orcs were muttering, not far away. Xian Yuanche stopped at his words, some curiosity on his face. The spiritual sense swept and soon discovered the Alola auction house that the few orcs were talking about. With a flash of his body, he arrived directly outside the auction house. At this moment, there were quite a few orcs lining up in front of the Alola auction house. They all wanted to see what kind of high price this pure-blood human could auction off this time. Line up, line up, line up. 500 Aurora coins for each person entering. A woman with goat horns and overalls condescended to the civilians, and Xian Yuanche turned a blind eye to it and instantly moved into the auction house. Hey, this gentleman. After the woman with the goat's horns saw that Xian Yuanche did not line up, she wanted to open her mouth to stop it. But another man with ram's horns was quick on his feet and immediately covered the woman's mouth. Sorry, it's new and doesn't know the rules. That man looked at Xian Yuanche and compensated with a smile. Xian Yuanche ignored it and walked straight inside. Only after Xian Yuanche left did that man let go of the hand covering the woman. You're crazy, you dare to stop a character capable of performing an instantaneous transfer. There will be a next time, so don't do it, said the man with a slight afterthought in his eyes. The realm of a strong person who was able to instantly move was at least at the level of a martial emperor, or even above a martial emperor. They, the staff, would at most bully the civilians, but if they messed with a character of this realm, it would be hard not to die. After Xian Yuanche walked into the venue, he found a random seat within the hall. The whole venue was pretty much like in the novel, divided into a lobby, and second and third floor VIP rooms. There were also several large screens over the field. An old man suddenly appeared in the center of the field. The auction will now begin. This auction is for a pure-blood human. The screen suddenly lit up. A brown-skinned man appeared on the screen. Judging from the face, it was probably of the same race as the San of the Blue Planet. I believe I don't need to say more about the value of pure-blooded humans, right? We half-orcs, and even noble pure-blooded ferocious beasts are able to enhance our qualifications when we eat them. Starting bid, 10 billion Aurora coins. Each increase shall not be less than 100 million Aurora coins. Xian Yuanche just sat in his seat and watched quietly. These half-orcs or ferocious beasts eating humans was actually enough to raise their qualifications, which was something he hadn't expected. 10.5 billion Aurora dollars. 11 billion Aurora dollars. Quite a few people opened their mouths to call for bids, but almost all of them were from the VIP rooms on the second and third floors. Those orcs in the hall were basically here for the fun. Meanwhile, the Star Lord of Alola, Alola Bayan, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes. A martial god has actually come here. It looked towards the direction where Xian Yuanche was. The sudden appearance of a martial god on one's planet was no small matter, and the auction on Xian Yuanche's side was also coming to an end. 15 billion for the first time. 11.5 billion for the second time. 15 billion for the third time. Bang! Deal! Congratulations to VIP number 2 on the third floor, for auctioning off a pure-blooded human for $15 billion. There was a lot of discussion among the orcs on the hall. It's actually $15 billion, a full $3 billion higher than last time. The other orc spoke with a slight sense of superiority. What do you know, last time it was the lowest level pure-blood black human with slightly less qualifications, this time it's a higher level brown human. If it was a higher level white human, and a top level yellow human, it would be at least 20 billion Aurora coins. May I ask why this is happening? Because the higher the qualifications of those humans, the more qualifications we'll raise after eating them. Human qualifications are ranked from highest to lowest, yellow, white, brown, black, get it? So it is. After watching the entire auction, Xian Yuanche got up and prepared to leave. He had sensed that a friend was waiting for him outside. After leaving the auction house, Xian Yuanche flew into the sky. Looking at the orc in front of him. Name, Aurora Biang. Race, Orc. Martial Arts Yuan, 7 million/8 million, 7th level martial arts god. Breathing techniques. Martial arts. Hello. Bian reached out toward Regulus Che. Hello. Xian Yuanche shook hands with Biang. May I ask what brings you to my planet, Aurora 32? It's nothing, I was just traveling from home and happened to come to this galaxy. So it is. Then the sheep nodded. It sensed a pressure, if any, on Xian Yuanche. This was not caused by the realm, but rather the suppression of the bloodline. It meant that the person in front of him was most likely a very noble-blooded half-orc, or a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Thinking of this, the deference on its face changed. Since you've come to my planet, you're my honored guest, why don't you go sit in my home? Could be. Looking at Bayan, who was full of respect, although Shen Yuanche was a bit puzzled as to why this half-orc had suddenly become respectful, he still nodded his head. Soon enough, Bayan brought Shen Yuanche to its home. As it happens, I have a batch of pure-blood humans here, and I wonder what a brother's name is? Shen Yuanche. Ha ha ha, what a name. After sniffing a compliment, Bayan opened his mouth towards the door. Men, send up those pure-blood humans. No need. Shen Yuanche raised his hand and refused, even though this body was a ferocious beast. Asking him to eat a human being was just a bit too much to swallow. When Biang saw Shen Yuanche's refusal, there was some embarrassment on his face, but just a moment's thought, he thought of the reason. Also, brothers should have planets at home that specialize in captive humans, so I guess they're all tired of eating. At the same time, it had some envy in its heart. Those noble pure-blooded ferocious beasts captive bred countless humans and ate whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. And they, the half-orcs, who wanted to eat pure-blooded humans to enhance their qualifications, had to spend resources to buy them. Chapter 101, Shocked Beefy Goat, Alien Visitor of the Blue Planet, Azure 034 Farm. Looking at the brother's appearance, he should be a pure-blooded ferocious beast, right? Bishop inquired cautiously. Aha. Shen Yuanche nodded. The envy and respect in Bayan's eyes became more and more evident after he received confirmation. Its father had once vacated a planet as well, wanting to follow the example of pure-blooded ferocious beasts in captivity to raise humans, but it unsurprisingly failed. Humans are very intelligent creatures. One of the most important conditions for wanting to keep humans in captivity is that they cannot find themselves in captivity. Once they realize they are captive beings, they stop reproducing. Even if they are conceived, they will do everything they can to kill the offspring inside them. And there are all sorts of reasons. For example, if humans reproduce to a certain size, they will develop one civilization technology after another, and will fight over territory and kill each other. Then it was killed by a weapon of mass destruction of its own creation. There's also a need to block off the planet's energy so that those humans can't step into the martial arts. Otherwise, with outstanding qualifications, humans could grow to martial saints or even martial gods in a few decades. Otherwise it'll be fun when it backfires. For the rest of the day, the two kept talking. And Bayan looked at Shen Yuanche from time to time, somewhat wanting to say something, as if he wanted to ask something. Shen Yuanche naturally discovered this situation as well. Brother Biang has something to say. Bayan had some embarrassment on his face, but after some thought, he decided to speak up. Then I'll be blunt. Recently I feel that my own cultivation speed has dropped a lot. I wonder if you can sell me some humans, brother. Afraid that Shen Yuanche would refuse, Baiyang hurriedly added. Sure, for a good price. Shen Yuanche raised an eyebrow at his words, actually wanting to buy someone from him. Just about to open his mouth to politely decline, he suddenly thought of something. There seems to be quite a few people alive on Blue Star's little island of days. Although the system space couldn't be accessed by other people's living people, the dead ones should be able to be sold for a good price, right? Brother Biang, I don't have any living humans, do you want the dead ones? Want. Then the sheep nodded in a huff. While the effect of a dead human would be nearly as effective, it would be better than nothing. If you were to buy it in the outer galaxies, not only would it cost a lot of resources, but it wouldn't necessarily be available for sale. It's so hard to have channels now, what do you care if you die? Hearing that the corpses were all wanted, Shen Yuanche's main body in Blue Star left the martial elemental mystic realm and immediately rushed to Little Day Island. After rushing to the island of Small Days, he looked to be sheep. How much? This sheep carefully held out 3 fingers. How about 30 humans? Could be. Shen Yuanche nodded. Blue Star. Shen Yuanche's main body stood on the Small Day Island, reached out and sucked. 30 instantly died, and he collected them into the system space. The body you asked for. With a wave of his hand, Shen Yuanche directly released the corpse. This sheep's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze. When it looked away, it was filled with shock. Yellow humans. It had thought that Shen Yuanche would give it to the lowest level black race, but it didn't expect that it would actually give it directly to the highest level yellow race human. What is Brother Biang prepared to exchange with me? Air. Upon hearing this question, Bayan froze in place for a moment. It was originally intended to be exchanged for Aurora coins, but when he thought about it, people came from other galaxies, and it seemed better to use Aurora star coins than to exchange them for other resources. Should we not use mortal crystals, or other resources? Hearing the words mortal crystal, although Shen Yuanche didn't know what it was, he still nodded. One moment. After Bayan said that, he got up and got ready to leave. Wait a minute then, Brother Goat. Shen Yuanche suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to call out to Bayan. Biang stopped and turned his head to look at Shen Yuanche. Is there anything else Brother Shen Yuan wants? Do you have any boundary art stones? If you do, you can pay with boundary art stones as well. Boundary art stone. Bayan's eyes widened when he heard that. This thing is so precious, how could it have? It shook its head with a somewhat bitter smile. Brother Xianyuan comes from a big place, how can we have boundary artstones in these nooks and crannies of our galaxy? After hearing that there were no boundary artstones, Xianyuan shook his head with some disappointment. Let's pay partly in mortal crystals and partly in ore then. This was so because he thought of the system's synthesis function. It's still good to upgrade the alloy knives and battle armor with ore. No problem. Bayan sniffed in relief and agreed as soon as he could. After all, Xianyuan's request to exchange it with a boundary artstone really scared it. After Bayan left, taking advantage of this time, Xianyuan opened up the system mall and searched inside. He wanted to find an encyclopedic dictionary about the universe to do so. Finally found an item called Cosmic Resource Book. Trade name, Cosmic Resource Dictionary, Volume 1. Introduction, contains information on some of the basic cultivation resources. Redemption points, 500. Seeing that it only required 500 points, Xianyuan immediately chose to purchase it. After the purchase, a flood of memories flooded into his mind. At the same time, he knew the function and origin of the mortal crystal. It's in or dug up from some special planet. It was also one of the currencies circulating in the universe, and no matter which galaxy one was in, one could use mortal crystals to exchange for resources. Unlike Alola coins, which can only be circulated in the Alola galaxy. Moreover, the mortal crystals had another function, which was the same as the yuan crystals produced by ferocious beasts, which could enhance the martial energy in the body after taking them. Only for a martial god like Xianyuan, the boosting effect would not be as good. But with the blitz system, none of it was a problem for him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, then the sheep came in again with an extra space ring in his hand. Brother Xianyuan, 30 yellow humans, 4 million mortal crystals, and the ore you asked for. Xianyuan took the spatial ring and looked at the contents, using the knowledge of the treasure dictionary to estimate that the price was about the same. That billy goat was honest enough not to screw him over. Brother, the second floor is all guest rooms, make yourself at home, I'll go enjoy the humans first. Then the sheep some salivation looking at the 30 small day corpses on the ground. 30 humans would be able to raise its qualifications by a small amount, making its upper limit to a 9th level martial god surely stable. Good. Xianyuan nodded without being polite, got up and went to the second floor, found a room, opened the door and went in. Now that there were so many yuan crystals, even if each one could only raise 1 point of martial yuan, with the blast system in place, pulling the realm up to a 9th level martial god was definitely a sure thing. He lifted his berserking and his realm reverted back to a 2nd grade martial god. Wu Yuan, 2, 100,000/3,000,000, 2nd level Washin. Crush the mortal crystal and absorb it, all in one go. Ding! Absorb a piece of mortal crystal, gain 10 points of martial arts yuan, trigger a 1000-fold blast, 10 points raised to 10,000 points. Martial arts yuan, 2, 110,000/3,000,000, 2nd grade martial arts god. 10 points of martial arts yuan for one, not bad. Xianyuan nodded slightly. Looking at the millions of mortal crystals in his spatial ring, he took out another handful and crushed them. Blue Star, Antarctica. A spatial crack suddenly appeared, and several orcs suddenly appeared. The tiger orc at the head of the group introduced himself to the crowd behind him. Everyone, this is my family's 034 Azure Planet Farm. 100 years ago, the human race here grew to the size of billions. This time you let go and eat. But the rules have to be understood, and no humans should find out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other orcs nodded their heads. Brother Tiger's atmosphere. Don't worry, Brother Tiger, we understand. It's not just creating a bit of a disaster so that those humans think that their kind died in a disaster. What's so hard about that? This chapter ends. On second thought, let's use him/her for these orcs, not this one, it. Chapter 102, 4th grade martial god. Post a 1000-word chapter later to make up for it. Don't worry, we're the best at these things. The other orcs had just finished speaking when Tiger Bomb suddenly sensed that something was wrong. How could there be martial arts elements on this planet? Bad. Something's wrong. He blushed. Humans' natural talent was one of the best in the universe, and once they stepped into the martial path, it wouldn't take 50 years for martial saints to emerge. Even a martial god can appear in 100 years' time. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately began to perceive. Upon sensing that there were a large number of ferocious beasts on the blue star, his face turned even more ugly. There are actually ferocious beasts. There must have been some kind of accident on this planet, or else there couldn't have been a ferocious beast. However, when he sensed that the highest ferocious beast on this planet was only of the 7th rank, he breathed a sigh of relief. But his complexion quickly turned grave again. It was because he also sensed that martial saints had been born among the humans of this planet. The planet that stepped into the martial arts is no longer fit to farm again. These humans need to be addressed in a short period of time or the consequences will be unimaginable. At that thought, he looked behind him at the crowd. I'm sure you've all sensed it, this human planet has stepped into the martial way. The other orcs' faces were also a bit grave. Should we go back and get help? One of the orcs worried. After all, their elders had said that human talent was extremely terrifying, and once they discovered that a certain farm had stepped into the martial arts path, they had to report it immediately before doing so. "Humph, it's just a bunch of martial saints, no need to report, we can take care of it," Tiger Bomb said with a cold snort. He had broken through to a third-grade martial god in the meantime. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with some martial saints? "Let's go, after dealing with those martial saints, eat enough before we report back." With that, Tiger Bomb left the South Pole with 4 orcs. The first country they went to first was China. After Tiger Bomb and the others left the South Pole, a middle-aged orc revealed himself. Looking at the back of Tiger Bomb and the others, this orc sighed. What nonsense! Despite what he said, he could only follow. After all, he was the one responsible for the protection of these young masters' well-being. Cafe. Mu Yanran was half leaning in Xian Yuanche's arms playing the game. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, watched Mu Yanran play the game, and from time to time, he even got on to help operate it. Just after returning the cell phone to Mu Yanran, Xian Yuanche suddenly sensed something. "I'll go out first." After casually taking a large pillow to cushion Mu Yanran, he left the Shangwan household. At the same time, the parasitic body in the Biang family directly took out a large pile of mortal crystals and crushed them. Ding! Triggering a blitz. 10 points of martial arts yuan raised to 100,000 points of martial arts yuan. Ding! Triggering a blitz. 10 points of martial arts yuan raised to 10,000 points of martial arts yuan. Ding! Triggering a blitz. 10 points of martial arts yuan raised to 150,000 points of martial arts yuan. Ding! Triggering a blitz. 10 points of martial arts yuan raised to 200,000 points of martial arts yuan. Ding! Triggering a blitz. 10 points of martial arts yuan raised to 300,000 points of martial arts yuan. With the boost from the blast system, the realm of this parasitic body was also rising by leaps and bounds. In just less than 2 seconds, the realm had reached a 4th level martial god. Name, Xian Yuanche, Parasite. Wu Yuan, for 100/50000000, 4th level Wushu god. System, synchronize the parasite's realm to the main body. Xian Yuanche, who was in the blue star, said in his heart. Ding! Spent 200 points, have synchronized the parasite's realm to the main body. Name, Xian Yuanche, body. Wu Yuan, for 100/50000000, 4th level Wushu god. The 250% increase in all attributes after turning on berserking directly brought the realm of the principal body to a 9th level martial god. Name, Xian Yuanche, body. Martial arts yuan, 14 million/10 million, 9th level martial arts god. At the same time, he also removed the hubris aura that he wore on his parasite and put it on his body. Above the capital, Tiger Bomb and the others were in the sky with their hands clasped on their chests looking at the people on the ground. Tisk, TSK, TSK, it's worthy of being the most gifted race in the universe. This chapter ends. On second thought, let's use him/her for these orcs, not this one, it. Chapter 103, Starry Sky Class Powerhouse. Making up for the last chapter's 1,000 words. It's a pity that the human race's splendor is no longer there, and is now reduced to our food, haha. After laughing, Tiger Bomb and the others immediately released their breath. They wanted to see the race with the highest natural talent in the universe kneel before them in fear. The breath was just released, and the entire capital city felt a suffocating sensation. But that feeling also lasted less than a second before dissipating. This was because Xian Yuanche had already appeared above the capital and dispersed these scents. Xian Yuanche looked at the few orcs in front of him and frowned slightly. In just a moment, his brain thought of countless possibilities. Eventually, it was concluded that Blue Star should also be a farm for some galaxy. These orcs should be here to eat people and thus enhance their qualifications. When the Tiger Bomb, several people saw the suddenly appearing Xian Yuanche, their faces were slightly angry. Before Tiger Ba could even open his mouth, the wolf-type orc on the side pointed at Xian Yuanche and opened his mouth to scold him. Unbridled. A mere mole cricket is also. Bang! Before he could finish, this orc's body directly exploded. Xian Yuanche retracted his eyes and reset his gaze on Tiger Ba. Timberwolf. Tiger Bomb and the others looked at their suddenly dead companions and exclaimed, while there was still some shock on their faces. Looking at Xian Yuanche also no longer carried anger, but rather fear. The first-grade martial god's Lin Wolf's body burst apart after just being swept by this human in front of him. Xian Yuanche was just about to strike again when a tiger-type orc appeared in front of Tiger Bomb and the others. Seeing this orc, the first thing he did was to use the Eye of Scrying to check up on this orc's information. Name, Tiger 11. Race, Orc. Star dollars, 12,000/20,000. Star level. Breathing technique, human breathing technique, star rank. Martial art, star rank, heaven splitting claw, minor achievement. Secret technique, power increase. Weaknesses, responsible for protecting Tiger Bomb and others. Tiger Bomb can be captured and used as a threat. Strength increase, when cast, boosts one's strength by 20%. And while Xian Yuanche was checking Tiger 11's information, Tiger 11 was also sizing up Xian Yuanche. After sizing up Xian Yuanche, Tiger 11 smiled disdainfully. I didn't expect that in just 100 years' time, a 9th-level martial god had appeared on this planet, but unfortunately, a mole cricket is a mole cricket after all. From the tone, it was easy to see that Tiger 11 did not place Shen Yuanche in his eyes. The gap between a martial god and a starry sky rank was even greater than that between a martial sect and a martial king. So in his eyes, the Shen Yuanche in front of him was similar to an ant. Looking at Tiger 11's sudden appearance, Tiger Bomb's face was delighted. He was furious at the thought that he had just been surprised by food. He looked at Tiger 11 and reached out to point at Shen Yuanche. Tiger 11, I order you to kill this human. No. Help me waste him, I'm going to eat him bit by bit. As you wish. Tiger 11 respectfully returned. With a thought, Shen Yuanche's battle armor covered his entire body and he directly rushed out of the Blue Star. He wants to keep the battlefield away from Blue Star. After all, if a fight broke out in Blue Star, even if the current Blue Star expanded dozens of times, it wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand a fight between the two. Trying to run. When Tiger 11 saw Shen Yuanche rushing out of Blue Star, he thought he was going to run and hurriedly followed him. The two came straight to confront each other directly on outer space. Tiger Ba and the others at the Blue Star just wanted to follow and watch the show, but they were fixed in place by a force. Where do you want to go? Shen Yuanche's parasitic body appeared beside a few people and laughed lightly. That's right, Shen Yuanche had summoned the parasite back from the Alola Galaxy at the first opportunity. Chapter 104 System Mission, Kill Tiger 11. Tiger Bomb and the others were shocked in their hearts when Shen Yuanche's parasitic body slowly arrived in front of the several people. Looking at Shen Yuanche, Tiger Ba shivered and raised his finger, pointing at Shen Yuanche. You're not into space. Shen Yuanche's parasitic body condensed a large hand of martial energy and grabbed several of Hu Ba's people in its hands, then immediately flew off into space. In just an instant, he arrived beside the main body. As for the opposite side, Tiger 11 was shocked when he saw another Shen Yuanche appear. While wondering why there were two identical people, he spotted the captured Tiger Bomb and the others. Young master, Tiger 11's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't realize this human had so many tricks up his sleeve. Kid, I advise you to let go of young master Tiger Bomb, or your entire galaxy will suffer a devastating blow. Shen Yuanche's parasitic body let out a light laugh. TCH, that scared me. With that, he directly ripped off Tiger Bomb's right hand. At the same time, he also put Tiger Ba's spatial ring into the system space. Tiger Bomb felt the pain coming from his right hand and screamed in pain. In fact, to a martial god, a broken arm or leg was nothing at all. But Tiger Ba, favored from a young age, from childhood to adulthood, has not suffered a small injury, let alone a broken hand. After watching Tiger Bomb scream out, the parasite frowned slightly and shoved his ripped-off right hand into his mouth, trying to gag him. Young master. Seeing Tiger Bomb's right hand ripped off, Tiger 11's emotions immediately flared up. Tiger Ba spat out his own fingers and opened his mouth to ask for help towards Tiger 11. Tiger 11, help me. He then looked at Shen Yuanche with a fierce face. Kid, I am the 7.3 million son of the Lord of Extreme Tai Luo Star. If I die, your entire planet will be buried for this. The 7.3 millionth son? After hearing this number, Shen Yuanche clearly froze. That's a hell of a way to make a baby, isn't it? Seeing Shen Yuanche's appearance, Tiger Ba thought that Shen Yuanche was frightened by himself, and his face changed back to smugness. Well, scared, huh? Afraid to be good. Aha! Before he could finish, Shen Yuanche's parasitic body ripped off Tiger Bomb's left hand as well. Using Wu Yuan, he kneaded it into a pile of meat with bones and stuffed it into Tiger Ba's mouth. Stop! Tiger 11 was immediately shaken after seeing Shen Yuanche ripping off Tiger Ba's left hand again. Tear the sky. He was just about to execute the heaven-tearing claw, but he had to stop. He was sent from above to protect Tiger Bomb, and now he's okay with a broken arm and leg. It can grow back. It would be a big problem if people died. What do you want? Tiger 11's tone slowed down and began to talk to Shen Yuanche about the conditions. His entire family was in the Extreme Tai Luo Star, and he had to make sure that Tiger Bomb was safe, or else his entire family would have to go to Tiger Bomb's funeral. Let me ask you a few questions first. Shen Yuanche's main body said. You say. Tiger 11 returned with a somewhat grim expression on his face. At the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to quickly get Tiger Bomb back. If you never go back, how long will it be before your galaxy sends someone to check it out? Although he didn't know what Shen Yuanche was asking this for, Tiger 11 could only answer truthfully. 1 year. Shen Yuanche nodded. Well then, I have a few more questions. What would your galaxy do if it knew that our planet had entered the martial age? Tiger 11 thought for a few seconds, but chose to answer truthfully. Strong men will be sent to suppress your top powers before all the humans are brought back to the galaxy and eaten. Reblock the entire planet's martial element, then drop in a batch of newborn humans to recapture. Shen Yuanche frowned slightly at his words. Ding! Event detected, Mission Blue Star triggered. Mission content, Blue Star is in danger. The host is requested to completely solve the crisis of Blue Star and protect it. Reward for mission success? Mission item, shield card. Shielding card. After using it, the entire galaxy can be temporarily shielded. During the shielding period, any existence other than this system cannot find the galaxy. Duration, 3 years. Looking at the sudden appearance of the system quest, Xian Yuanche was slightly stunned, but he was also always on guard against Tiger 11. He didn't expect to actually trigger the mission. The system's ideas were somewhat in line with his. System, why is this reward a question mark? Ding. The rewards are too advanced and are temporarily presented in the form of question marks. Okay. Xian Yuanche closed the system panel. He looked at the parasitic time and his expression eased. There were still 10 months left, and when the time was up, he would parasitize Tiger Bomb. Then use the shielding card and follow Tiger 11 to the extreme Tai Lo Star to see if there's any way to break the game. Xian Yuanche pointed at the Tiger Buster in the parasite's hand. It's not impossible to set him free. I have 2 questions, and 1 condition. You say. Seeing Xian Yuanche start to loosen up, Tiger 11's expression eased. Just be willing to release them. What means will you use to leave Blue Star when the time comes? Although the system had a teleportation function that could teleport the parasites to the extreme Terra planet, but he still wanted to know how they got to Blue Star. When the time comes, we'll use that method to get to Polaris. After all, it's a little more secure that way. Tiger 11 pondered for a moment, but chose to answer. We've set up anchor points on the blue planet, and we can get there and back using a large amount of mortal crystals in conjunction with a specific spatial teleportation device. It only takes a month to return to the extreme Tai Luo Star. Xian Yuanche swept Tiger Bomb's spatial ring and looked at everything inside using the Eye of Scrying. Found out that there is indeed that space teleportation device. Item name, Space Teleportation Device. Description, when activated with a large amount of mortal crystals, it can teleport between 2 anchor points. Remaining, 4/5. The number of times zeroed out is scrapped. Closing the information panel, Xian Yuanche spoke again. Okay, so there's one more question. If you were to die, would your extreme Terra planet know about it? Tiger 11, no, for those present, only if young Master Tiger Bar dies, the extreme Tai Luoxing will receive the news. System, is he telling the truth? Xian Yuanche was a bit unconvinced and asked towards the system in his mind. Ding. It's true, as long as Tiger Bomb is dead, the extreme Tai Lo Star will only receive the message. That's good. Xian Yuanche closed the system panel and pointed at Tiger 11's right hand. Give me your space ring and I'll release him. Tiger 11 breathed a sigh of relief at his words, so it was just a matter of asking for a space ring. Okay, I'll give it to you. With that, Tiger 11 took off his spatial ring. Xian Yuanche directly sucked the space ring over. Very good. As soon as the words fell, Xian Yuanche's entire body disappeared in place and arrived in front of Tiger 11 directly executing the Hurricane Blade technique. Since there's a shield card and a teleportation device, there would be no need for Tiger 11 to live. When the time comes, he'll parasitize Tiger Bomb, go back alone, and say whatever he wants. Although the news of Blue Star's entry into the era of martial arts could not be concealed, but at least it wouldn't make anyone suspect that Tiger Bomb was being parasitized by himself for that matter. Ding! Detected the host using the Hurricane Blade technique, triggering a 50-fold blast, increasing the power by 50 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Hurricane Blade technique, triggering a 40-fold blast, increasing the power by 40 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Hurricane Blade technique, triggering a 100-fold blast, increasing the power by 100 times. Tiger 11's reaction was quick, looking at Xian Yuanche's blade technique with some disdain in his heart. Just as he wanted to dodge, a terrifying aura was emitted within Xian Yuanche's sent body. The aura gave him pause, and that's exactly what made him pause for a fraction of a second. It was also these fractions of a second that Xian Yuanche's attacks landed on Tiger 11's body as much as they could. Ah! Tiger 11 just let out a miserable scream as his entire body was sliced into several pieces. Xian Yuanche put away his sword and stowed Tiger 11's corpse into the system space. The terrifying aura just now was none other than the talent of his parasitic body, Dragon Might. Makes a realm high orc or feral beast feel frightened, with a 10% to 15% drop in all attributes. Tiger Ba, who was in the hands of the parasite, and a few other orcs were filled with shock in their eyes when they saw that Tiger 11 was actually seconded by Xian Yuanche. How? Tiger Bomb opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. Tiger 11 was at least at the starry sky level, how could he be killed by that human who was only a martial god? Nothing is impossible. Xian Yuanche came in front of Tiger Bomb. This chapter ends. I only have one more chapter today, so I'll take a vacation and make up today's chapter in 3 shifts tomorrow. Chapter 105, Star Rank, Advanced Battle Armor, Alloy Blade, traveling to Extreme Tai Luo Star. He then set his sights on a few other orcs. Don't kill me. One of the wolf-type orcs was directly terrified, constantly trembling for fear that Xian Yuanche would kill him, but it was clear that his pleas for mercy were to no avail. Xian Yuanche merely swept a glance at these orcs, and the heads of these orcs burst open like watermelons. When Tiger Bomb saw this scene, he was directly stunned. Seeing that Tiger Ba was actually fainted by fear, Xian Yuanche said that there was no one else who could be fainted by this scene when a martial god could actually be fainted by this scene. All he needed to do now was wait for the parasitization to finish cooling down, and then he could parasitize Tiger Ba and travel to the extreme Tai Luo star. The galaxy where the extreme Tai Luo star was located was obviously even more powerful than the Alola galaxy, and by going there, his strengthened realm could rise even faster. At that moment, the system's beep popped up. Ding! Detected a need from the host. The current cooldown for parasitism is still more than 9 months away. Do we spend 900 points to clear the cooldown? Looking at the prompt that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche froze. This system is too sweet, isn't it? So want him to go to the planet Extreme Taro? Spend it. Ding! 900 points spent. Parasite cooldown complete. At the same time, Xian Yuanche directly cast Parasite on Tiger Ba. Just like before, a wisp of his consciousness entered Wu Ba's body. At the same time, he could check Tiger Bomb's memories at any time. Took the hubris aura off and replaced it with Tiger Buster. Recovering 10% every second, just 10 seconds passed before Tiger Bomb's hands grew back. He now had 2 parasites. Four-clawed Black Dragon Parasite, and Tiger Bastard Parasite. For him now, it was a breeze to use 3 things in one mind. After returning to the Blue Star, he first checked up on the spatial rings of Tiger Ba and the others. There wasn't much in the space rings of those orcs. The forest was only a few million mortal crystals, plus some miscellaneous ores, plus a few human corpses. Tiger 11 was even poorer, with only over 2 million mortal crystals. Only Tiger Bomb had slightly more stuff, a few million mortal crystals and more than a dozen human corpses. A pair of star-rank intermediate battle armor, a star-rank intermediate alloy blade, and some ores. He casually turned on the synthesis function. Remaining number of synthesized times, 24. He hadn't used the function again for the past 2 months, so the times built up. He sorted through the recently acquired ores. Most of them were first-order star mines. Item name, first-order star ore. Introduction, it is one of the main materials for building star-level battle armor and weapons. Xian Yuanche counted the number of these first-order star mines. He had a total of over 100 pieces of this stuff, part of which he got from Bayan, and part of which was contributed by Tiger Bomb and the others. He put in the pair of star-rank intermediate battle armor on his body, and then put in the one of Tiger Busters and clicked synthesize. With a flash of purple light, a brand new pair of battle armor appeared. Xian Yuanche clicked on the introduction. Star Class Advanced Battle Armor. Introduction. When worn, speed and defense increase dramatically, and can counteract most attacks from star-level martial artists. Next level, fusing 60 pieces of second-order star ore, or 2 pairs of star-order advanced battle armor, can be upgraded to extreme-order elementary battle armor. Remaining number of syntheses, 23. A second-order star mine? Looking at his spatial ring, he realized that he didn't seem to have any second-order star mines. After turning his battle armor into a bracelet and putting it back on, he placed the star-rank primary alloy blade in it. He also put Tiger Bar's star-rank intermediate alloy blade in and clicked synthesize. With a flash of purple light, an alloy knife with little variation appeared. Star Grade Medium Alloy Knife. Description, fused a star-rank primary alloy blade, making it a bit sharper than the usual intermediate alloy blade. Next level, fuse 100 pieces of first-order star ore to upgrade it to star-order advanced alloy knife. 100 pieces of first-order star ore? Looking at the next level of this mid-level alloy blade, he frowned. It's not that it takes too many ores, it's that it takes too many syntheses. For example, he wanted to upgrade this intermediate alloy knife. Then you can only put in 1 piece of first-order star ore at a time, not 2. That's a minimum of 100 syntheses if you have 100 pieces. He stood still for a long time and couldn't come up with a good idea. Suddenly, he seemed to catch something out of the corner of his eye. The 2 flies are close together and appear to be mating. Right. You can make 2 first-order star mines into 1. I don't know if this is going to work, but won't it be nice to try? If it worked, it would have saved a lot of synthesizing. Saying so, he activated his battle armor and took out 2 fist-sized pieces of first-order star ore and attempted to knead them into 1 piece. But unfortunately, the first-order star ore was a bit hard, and it took him a few minutes to make anything happen to it. Forget it, let's do it another way. He set the ore aside and took a roll of duct tape out. Pulled back the duct tape and wrapped the 2 pieces of first-order star ore. After doing this, he directly put this piece of star ore into the synthesis function. Successfully put in. Seeing this scene, the system couldn't hold back completely. Host, you're also too rogue. Where is this? Just tell me if this is a piece? He retorted, pointing to the piece of star ore in the synthesized feature. Count on it. The Blitz system says there's nothing to say. After all, theoretically, 2 pieces of star ore wrapped in duct tape could be treated as 1. After seeing that the system didn't stop it, Xian Yuanche continued to start using the adhesive tape to wrap up the remaining star ore. After almost 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche used several rolls of duct tape before wrapping up the 100 pieces of first-order star ore. The Blitz system looked at the large pile of star ore wrapped in duct tape and didn't know what to say. It probably wouldn't have been able to resist tugging at the corners of its mouth if it had an entity. But it can't be helped, its own bound host, if it doesn't spoil it, who will? Put this large pile of first-order star ore into the synthesis function. Then placing the intermediate alloy blade in again, he clicked synthesize. Another purple light flashed, and a star rank advanced alloy blade appeared. Star rank advanced alloy knife. Description: can easily break through the defenses of star rank intermediate battle armor. Next level, fuse 2-star order advanced alloy knives to upgrade them to extreme order primary alloy knives. Remaining number of synthesized times, 22. Shen Yuanchase closed the panel and his main body returned to the Shangguan family. The four-clawed black dragon parasitic body, on the other hand, traveled to the martial origin mysterious realm. He distractedly maneuvered the Tiger Buster Parasite to the South Pole. Taking out the spatial teleportation device, he kept putting in mortal crystals. After placing more than 1 million mortal crystals, the spatial teleportation device was then activated. A spatial crack appeared and he walked straight in. Just walked in and the space rift closed. The space device sent out a bolt of energy that formed an energy shield that wrapped around him. The entire spatial tunnel was dark, with no end in sight. A month's time passed in a flash, and Shen Yuanche saw a point of light. The point of light continued to grow larger and larger, finally forming a spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, he directly went straight through the spatial rift. Chapter 106 Extreme Tai Luo Star, Shen Yuanche's intentions. At the same time, the main body far away in Blue Star also used the shielding card at the first time. The moment he exited the spatial rift, Shen Yuanche's face immediately turned into hindsight. Of course, that's what he's pretending. He swept his surroundings without leaving a trace. A research lab that smells of technology. There were also several metal gates around the area. There was a spatial rift with each metal door. It seems to be all these so-called human farms. And there were several orcs standing guard by each metal door. Young Master Huba. Several wolf-type orcs respectfully said towards Shen Yuanche. At the same time, they also noticed Shen Yuanche's face and had some doubts in their hearts. Did young Master Tiger Bomb encounter something? The orc at the head of the group opened his mouth and asked. Shen Yuanche pretended to take a deep breath and calm down. The humans of Azure 032's farm have stepped into the era of martial arts, and more than a dozen martial gods and dozens of martial saints have appeared. What? After hearing what Shen Yuanche said, several orcs' faces changed. This is a big deal. Several orcs hurriedly opened the smart bracelets in their hands and began to notify. Ding! Host, your acting sucks. Shen Yuanche didn't move and pulled the blitz system into the small darkroom, then pulled Super Softy Man out. Ooh, host, did you forget me? Actually put this system in the small black room for so long, I miss you so much. As soon as he came out, the Super Softy Man system cried out. Ahem. Shen Yuanche coughed without moving and spoke in his mind. No, I'm just honing in on you to see how long you can last in a small darkroom. Well, then, the host will continue to put me in, I must continue to grind. The simple Super Soft Riceman system believed Shen Yuanche's words. Seeing this, Shen Yuanche could only satisfy the Super Softy Boy system's request. After a moment, he pulled the blaster system back out of the hack. Ding! 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 As soon as he exited the small darkroom, the blaster system kept making noises and just didn't speak. It was evident that Shen Yuanche's actions just now had infuriated it. Just as he was about to leave the research room, a leopard-type orc brought those wolf-type orcs from earlier and re-entered. Young Master Huba, you just said that the Azure 032 farm has entered the era of martial arts, but is that true? This leopard-type orc opened his mouth and asked. It's true. Shen Yuanche nodded. Do you know what the consequences of lying are? Panther 3 emphasized with a face full of gravity. Shen Yuanche nodded. I know, Tiger 11 is being held back by the people in that planet. If you don't believe me, go to that planet now and see. Hearing Shen Yuanche's words, Panther 3 realized that Tiger 11 actually didn't follow him back. He walked to the metal door with a few orcs behind him and took out the spatial teleportation device. After 10 seconds or so, his face turned a little ugly. Because he actually couldn't find the anchor point for the Azure 032 breeding planet. What's going on? Panic-stricken, Panther 3 placed a large amount of mortal crystals inside the spatial device. After a few minutes, the panic on his face had turned to horror. The anchors on the Azure 032 breeding planet have literally disappeared. The main person in charge of this planet is him. Entering the martial age was fine, he wouldn't take on too much responsibility. But with the anchor point gone, there's a big problem. He turned his head to look at Shen Yuanche. Young Master Huba. Can you tell me what's going on? Shen Yuanche spoke out the words he had thought of. Presumably, it means that after going to Blue Star, you find that Blue Star has entered martial arts time. There were also more than a dozen martial gods. Tiger 11 tried to go and shock and kill those martial gods, but he was dragged down by those martial gods, and the few companions who traveled with him also suffered accidents. Then he came rushing back to call for help. After hearing this, Panther 3 thought for a while without thinking of what exactly was the reason. He helplessly waved his hand towards Shen Yuanche. Forget it, young Master Tiger Bar, you go back first, I'll report this matter to the Star Lord. Xian Yuanche nodded and left the research room. After walking out of the research room, he followed the route he remembered towards Tiger Bomb's residence. The tech on Polaris Terra looks a bit more advanced than Alola's. There were 2 suns hanging in the sky. There are 17 planets in this solar system. Collectively, they are known as the Extreme Terra Roa galaxies. It is a small galaxy in the Extreme Skyrocket galaxy. The Extreme Skyrocket galaxy, on the other hand, is on the same level as the Milky Way. System, help me synchronize the realm and secret arts of my main body to this parasitic body. Ding! Spending 300 points has raised the parasite's realm to that of a rank 4 martial god, and the secret techniques, berserking, and nirvana have also been synchronized into this parasite's body. Name, Xian Yuanche, Tiger Bastard Parasite. Realm, 4-100-000-50000000, 4th level martial god. Secret arts, berserking, 6th level, nirvana, 6th level. On the way, Xian Yuanche kept digesting Tiger Bomb's memories. The Lord of the Extreme Tai Luo Star had more than 10 million sons, but Hu Ba was considered the lesser one. He liked to spend time with some small followers and didn't want to cultivate, so it resulted in a realm of only a 3rd level martial god. A bit of a classic, but not much. Xian Yuanche shook his head and continued walking towards the residence. Right now, his main purpose was to use Tiger Bomb's identity to obtain resources, raise his realm and strength, and then synchronize it to his main body. For example, it should be a good idea to show strength appropriately and get some attention. End of chapter. Chapter 107 Bodies reaching level 9 martial god, purchasing chi and blood fruit. Based on his memory, Xian Yuanche returned to Tiger Bomb's residence, a villa with a technological flavor. Young master. The servants immediately greeted Xian Yuanche when they saw him return. Xian Yuanche didn't reply, he still had to maintain his tiger bully persona for a bit now, waiting for a few days before he started to slowly transform. Back in the room, an avatar pops up. Young master, it's time to cultivate. In the last year, you have practiced only 3 days for a total of 150 minutes. According to the task set by the Star Lord for each of his children, you need to cultivate for at least 14 hours or more each day before you can cultivate to a 9th level martial god. Close. Looking at this avatar, Xian Yuanche said, okay. After saying that, the avatar disappeared into thin air. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche, Tiger Bastard Parasite. Wu Yuan, for 100-000/50000000, 4th level Wushu God. Secret Arts, Berserking, 6th level, Nirvana, 6th level. It's time to continue upgrading the realm on the principal side. Xian Yuanche maneuvered his main body in Blue Star and took out a bunch of mortal crystals from the system space. Previously, when the Black Dragon Parasite was in planet Aurora, it was actually using Yuan crystals to raise its realm. It was only the arrival of Tiger 11 and the others that disrupted the rhythm. Blue Star. Xian Yuanche looked at the pile of mortal crystals in front of him and immediately shattered them with his martial energy and began to absorb them, now holding tens of millions of mortal crystals in his hand. And one mortal crystal could increase 10 points of martial yuan, even if it didn't storm, a 9th level martial god would be a sure thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the storm. Wu Yuan, for 400-000/50000000, 4th level Wushu God. Ding! Ding! Martial Arts Yuan, 500000/60000000, 5th level Martial Arts God. Ding! Wu Yuan, 600000/70000000, 6th level Martial God. Martial Arts Yuan, 7,000,000/8,000,000, 7th level Martial Arts God. Martial Arts Yuan, 8,000,000/9,000,000,000, 8th level Martial Arts God. Martial Arts Yuan, 9,000,000/10,000,000, 9th level Martial Arts God. Wu Yuan, 10,110,000/10,000,000, 9th level Martial God. Once the martial yuan in his body reached 10 million, Xian Yuanche stopped. It was the same as being stuck at the 9th level of martial zone when he was stuck at the 9th level of martial god. According to his memories, if his 9th level martial god wanted to break through to the starry sky level, he would need a star core. As far as he knew, the star core was converted from the martial elemental seed. A rank 9 martial god needed to enter the land of the star core to cultivate, and then completely infuse the martial yuan in his body into the martial yuan seed, converting the martial yuan seed into a star core. Thinking of this, Xian Yuanche was glad that he had parasitized Tiger Ba and that it was easier to enter the land of star cores. If one were to go to other star fields on their own, it would be even more difficult to enter the land of star cores. Hercules. Xian Yuanche got up and left the room. Although the realm of the main body came to a 9th level martial god, Xian Yuanche did not synchronize it to this parasitic body. After all, Tiger Bomb's previous realm was only a 3rd level martial god, and he had synchronized it to a 4th level martial god when he was at the Blue Star. Now if they were to synchronize to a 9th level martial god all of a sudden, it would be a bit unclear. The avatar reappeared just as he walked to the first floor living room. Young master, 3 days from now will be the time for the once every 3 years examination, please don't slack off. Close. Xian Yuan Che said again. This virtual person is really kind of annoying. He knew the time of the examination in 3 days, it was set by the extreme Tai Luo Star Lord, to test the strength of those offspring of his. At the same time select some outstanding talent and strength for training. Tiger Ba was ranked 8 millionth in the last examination and was truly a waste. Moreover, this lord of the extreme Tai Luo Star had been reproducing offspring for some unknown reason. On average, tens of thousands of offspring are born in a year. Of course, it's artificial insemination. Only a small percentage are born through intercourse. Xian Yuan Che left the villa once again. This was because it suddenly occurred to him that this extreme Tai Luo Star was so much more advanced than the blue star that there should be quite a few things that could boost chi and blood without side effects. He had to buy some back for Mu Yanran to use. Tiger Lily 3-star chain mall. Xian Yuan Che walked straight in. As far as he knew, this mall was the largest and most resourceful mall in the vicinity, and most things could be purchased with mortal crystals inside, including those that boost chi and blood. Just after walking in, Xian Yuan Che started picking out the merchandise. The few waiters in the mall looked at Xian Yuan Che, somewhat wanting to speak, as if they wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it. Xian Yuan Che also noticed this problem, but since those waiters didn't open their mouths, he didn't bother to ask. What? I can't believe you won't let me buy it. Do you know who my father is? A voice with anger rang out. Xian Yuan Che sniffed at the sound and dozens of meters away, a tiger-type orc chided the waiter. That waitress was apologizing over and over. I'm really sorry, last month young Master Tiger Sovereign said that Star-Lord's children who are ranked outside of 1 million are not allowed to purchase resources at the headquarters, branch of this store. What? Who gave him the nerve? There were more than a dozen other Star-Lord scions purchasing resources around this one, and when they heard this attendant's words, they exploded on the spot. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Che finally realized why those waiters were looking at themselves with a desire to speak. It turns out that within the new rules, only 8 million names he is not eligible to spend money in this mall. Isn't the Tiger Monarch just a bit higher in realm? I still need to be afraid of him. One of them said dismissively. Xian Yuan Che scanned this orc's panel. Name, Tiger Spirit. Realm, 6000000/70000000, 6th level martial god. Seeing Tiger Spirit open his mouth, the remaining people also opened their mouths to agree. That's right, a 9th level martial god is still wild. Isn't it just because your mother is favored by your father? Xian Yuan Che withdrew his gaze and scanned through the resources that could raise his chi and blood. Item name, Fruit of Blood and Chi. Grade, 3rd order. Effects, suitable for military generals. After taking it, it can raise 1000 points of chi and blood within 3 days. Note, the effect is halved when taking the second one, and will no longer grow in chi and blood when the 5th one is taken. Price, 10 vanquished crystals/1 PC. Get me 5 chi blood fruits. Xian Yuan Che said to the waiter not far away. The waiter approached with some trepidation. I'm sorry, young Master Tiger Kuan rules. Before he could finish, the waiter was interrupted by a voice. Who's talking bad about this young master, TSK, so it's yours, Tiger Spirit, and you few losers. Xian Yuan Che once again sniffed and looked over as an orc that was nearly 2 meters tall walked in, followed by a few shorter tiger orcs. The one at the head had a realm at the 9th level of martial god, and combined with what he had just said, he was probably that what's her name Tiger Monarch. And the ones behind them, they seemed to be Star-Lord scions as well, all with realms ranging from rank 5 martial god to rank 7. This chapter ends. Chapter 108, Tiger King. When Mouth-High Brother Tiger Spirit saw that Tiger June had really come, he immediately trembled in fear. He was just getting high on his mouth just now, who would have thought that Tiger Kuan would actually come? Brother was just kidding. The Tiger Spirit was full of fawning smiles. The Tiger Monarch sniffed and scanned the Tiger Spirit, sensing his realm again. Tisk, even though you and I are both Star-Lord's heirs, just a rank 6 martial god like you is worthy of calling me brother. Obscure. It could be seen that Tiger Kuan had great disdain for these blood brothers. Right. Brother Tiger Kuan is right, I, a rank 6 martial god, really don't deserve to be called a brother to you, so I'll leave first. Tiger Spirit nodded with a compensatory smile and tried to leave them all. Stop, did I tell you to go? The Tiger Monarch said in a cold voice. Ignoring the rules I set, coming and going as you please? Think I don't exist? Tiger Kuan gave a wink to the man behind him. Go on, teach him a lesson. A level 6 martial god is not worthy to be my brother. The few orcs sniffed and rubbed their fists. Most of the materials used in this mall were of the star rank, and even a starry sky ranked martial artist would have a hard time leaving any traces. The martial god was even more so, which was why the Tiger Monarch dared to let someone teach Tiger Spirit a lesson. Xian Yuan Che also discovered this. The materials used in the construction of the entire mall were quite advanced. However, if a martial god left the mall and went outside to fight, the destructive power would still be terrifying. Easily destroying a planet doesn't matter. Tiger Spirit looked at the several brothers coming towards him, his heart tightened, then he thought of something and shouted towards the surrounding. You really think we're so easy to bully, don't you? Let's unite. I just don't believe it. If he can fight one, he can't fight a dozen. The other sons and daughters sniffed and came to Tiger Spirit's side. Because according to this, the Star-Lord's heir who enters here is sure to be spared a beating. Instead of being passive, it's better to join forces and fight together first. Hey, you! Tiger Spirit shouted towards Xian Yuanche. The rest of the people also placed their gazes on Xian Yuanche. Tiger Monarch and the others also looked towards Xian Yuanche. For Tiger Spirit and the others to unite against himself, Tiger Jun did not have the slightest worry. After all, he beat up those losers the same way he beat up kindergarten brats. Any more brats united are still brats. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, ignored them and chose to continue picking out items. Seeing Xian Yuanche in this state, Tiger Spirit and the others thought that Xian Yuanche had wimped out and didn't dare to join forces with them to fight against Tiger Sovereign. Ugh! What a wimp! A few of them were dismissive. Xian Yuanche turned his head at the words and looked at the ones who had spoken, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. Snap! Pop! Pop! Several slaps rang out, and those few people were immediately sent flying several meters away. Talkative. Xian Yuanche left behind a sentence before continuing back to his original spot to pick out items. So fast. The people present, including Tiger Monarch, looked at Xian Yuanche's speed just now and were shocked. In terms of realm, Xian Yuanche was only a rank 4 martial god, but the speed that erupted just now was not something a rank 4 martial god could do. Looking at Xian Yuanche, Tiger Kuan clapped his hands. Nice! Not bad. He looked at Xian Yuanche with some appreciation. The land of star cores will soon be opened again. Just as well, he wanted to take on a few more henchmen. And the strength that Xian Yuanche had just shown was recognized by him. I'll give you a chance to come and be one of my men. Tiger Monarch looked at Xian Yuanche with some condescension and said, as if this was some great reward. Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at Tiger Jun. That look was similar to looking at a retard. He couldn't figure out why there was this stuff everywhere. After taking a look, Xian Yuanche continued to pick out resources. Now he had chosen 7 types of fruits, each of which was suitable for Mu Yanran to eat. And when Tiger Monarch saw that Xian Yuanche actually ignored him, his face changed slightly. He swept a glance at Tiger Spirit and the others and looked at his men. You guys back off, I happen to want to work out. He thought that Xian Yuanche didn't know his strength yet and that was why he didn't agree to the request. In his perception, as long as he showed his strong strength, Xian Yuanche would obediently come to be his subordinate. Tiger Spirit and the others' faces changed when they saw that Tiger Sovereign was actually going to make a move himself. But after glancing at the crowd behind himself, his heart was suddenly strengthened. Humph! What are you afraid of? There are 17 of us, 17 against 1. The advantage is mine. Go! After saying that, the Tiger Spirit was the first to attack towards the Tiger Monarch. Humph! Tiger Kuan snorted coldly at the sight, and a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. The Heavenly Collapsing Fist Technique. Chapter 109, Knocking Tiger King Out. Tiger Sovereign, who was a 9th level martial god, laughed coldly in his heart as he watched Tiger Spirit's attack. The Battering Fist technique struck Tiger Spirit directly in the stomach. The Tiger Spirit spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew directly backwards. The remaining dozen or so people Tiger Jun also punched one by one, directly knocking them down. Although these people's so-called brothers he couldn't look at, they were always the Star-Lord's children, so he didn't lay his hands on them. Tiger Spirit covered his chest and looked at Tiger Jun with some shock. He didn't expect Tiger Jun to be so strong that more than a dozen of them couldn't take him. Tiger Monarch ignored the crowd on the ground as he once again looked at Xian Yuanche. Well, my strength qualifies you to follow, right? Xian Yuanche still didn't take Tiger Jun seriously, but instead opened his mouth towards the waiter. Help me with 5 more blood-nourishing fruits. Seeing that Xian Yuanche still didn't put himself in his eyes, Tiger Jun's face completely darkened. He had left it alone that time just now, but he didn't expect that this time, he actually didn't put himself in his eyes. Xian Yuanche's side looked at the waiter who didn't dare to move, and he didn't calculate too much, but sucked the resources he wanted to buy into his hands, walked up to the front desk and was ready to pay the bill. Wait, the mall rules state that no merchandise may be purchased outside of the 1 millionth place in the test. That's what father meant. Tiger Kuan walked to the front desk and stopped Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at him. Originally he didn't want to break up with this, but to bother him again and again, then he wouldn't be polite. Looking at Xian Yuanche's eyes, Tiger Jun had some contempt in his heart. Just now, Xian Yuanche's speed was indeed very fast, but being fast doesn't always help. At the same time, Xian Yuanche struck out. There are some people that just have itchy skin, and if you don't him up, he likes to yak around you like a fly. Apparently, Tiger Kuan is that kind of person. A set of wind and thunder punches hit Tiger Jun. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 20-fold blast, increasing the power by 20 times. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 30-fold blast, increasing the power by 30 times. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 15-fold blast, increasing the power by 15 times. Bang! Tiger Kun was directly stuck to the wall, his eyes wide open, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from time to time. Although Xian Yuanche hadn't used much force, these 4 blasts were enough for Tiger Jun to eat a pot. Tiger Kun tried to lift his finger, but fainted before he got halfway there. The crowd present sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. This is too fierce. The Tiger Monarch of the 9th level martial god was actually knocked out by a punch? Tiger Spirit and the others looked at Xian Yuanche with some fear in their hearts. Luckily I didn't talk too much just now and call someone a wimp. Otherwise, the end would probably not be much different from Tiger Kun. How many mortal crystals? Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at the waiter and asked. I'll do the math. The waiter, who had watched the whole process, hastily started counting. Young Master Tiger Monarch had been knocked out by it, so what did he care about rankings? Soon, the front desk clerk counted the bill. The total is 11,200 mortal crystals. Xian Yuanche nodded and took out the corresponding mortal crystals. Since Mu Yanyan's realm was only that of a martial general, the resources she needed to use were not too high in grade, so they were cheaper. After paying the mortal crystals, Xian Yuanche put all of these resources into his spatial ring. He bought dozens of fruits that could increase chi and blood, ranging from at least 5 to 10 of each. It was enough to use up to a 9th level martial sect. At the same time, the main body and Blue Star took these things out of the system space. Having a system space is convenient. What is on the side of the host body, put into the system space, the body can take it out directly. A proper private staging area. This chapter ends. Chapter 110, Spatial Rift within the Martial Elemental Mysteries, beginning of the examination. After putting these fruits that could raise his chi and blood into his spatial ring, he went to the first floor. At this moment, Mu Yanran was lying on the sofa playing with the tablet. Xian Yuanche sat aside and took out a chi blood fruit from his spatial ring. After peeling the skin, it was handed to Mu Yanran's mouth. Ha! What kind of fruit is this? Mu Yanran looked at the fruit in Xian Yuanche's hands with some curiosity and asked. Chi and blood fruit, eating it can increase chi and blood. Really? Mu Yanran sniffed with some curiosity and took a small bite before swallowing it. After a few seconds, she sensed that the chi and blood in her body was growing. Just this small bite alone made her own chi blood grow by more than 200 points. It actually boosted 200 points of chi and blood. Mu Yanyan was somewhat surprised while looking at the remaining chi blood fruits. One should know that she had already taken 4 B-rank chi and blood potions. The body had already developed resistance, but I didn't expect that eating this chi and blood fruit would actually increase chi and blood. Xian Yuanche sucked a plate over and used a small knife to cut the remaining chi blood fruit into small pieces before inserting a toothpick. Mu Yanyan sat up and began to eat the chi blood fruit with a toothpick. Xian Yuanche took out another chi blood fruit and started peeling it, cutting it into pieces and placing it on the plate. The main body was chipping the chi and blood fruits, while the 4-clawed black dragon parasitic body was cultivating in the martial yuan mysterious realm. Within the boundaries of the martial elemental mysteries, martial arts, Xian Yuanche maneuvered this parasitic body to get up while speaking in his mind. System, help me synchronize the realm of my main body into this parasite. Ding! Spending 500 points, has synchronized the realm of the main body to the 4-clawed black dragon parasitic body. Name, Xian Yuanche, 4-clawed black dragon. Wu Yuan, 10-1-10-000/10-0000000, 9th level martial god. After synchronizing his realm, he did not choose to cultivate first. Instead, he got up and started wandering around the martial origin mystic realm. When he had first discovered the Starfield Stone here, he had a vague feeling that this martial elemental mystic realm was not simple. Where did all that martial arts yuan in the air come from? Why is the Starfield Stone here again? After searching for 2 or 3 days, he couldn't figure out why. Asked the system only gave, please host to explore by yourself, a few words. Returning to the Starfield Stone, Xian Yuanche observed at the Starfield Stone. The entire martial elemental mystic realm had almost been scanned by his spiritual awareness, and now he suspected that the point of suspicion was here at the Starfield Stone. He stowed the Starfield Stone into the system space. As expected, a spatial crack appeared on the ground when the Starfield Stone was stowed away in the system space. And it's still expanding. It didn't take long for it to expand enough to tolerate a person going in and out. Xian Yuanche tried to put his hand inside, but found a barrier blocking him. System, can this thing break open? Ding! The host's realm is insufficient and this place is dangerous, so it can't be broken open for the time being, so we suggest that the host puts the Starfield Stone back in its original position to avoid accidents. Okay. Hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche was a little disappointed. He took the Starfield Stone out of the system space again and put it back. After arranging for this body to continue to stay in the martial elemental mystic realm for cultivation, he would maneuver the tiger bastard parasite body to leave the residence and head towards the so-called examination location. He hadn't forgotten that today was the time for the examination of the Star Lord's heir of that whatever. The entire area of the extreme Tai Luo star was about 100 times the size of the blue star, which had not experienced an aura recovery. The entire planet is divided into 200 zones. There were 100,000 Star Lord heirs in this region he was in now, and the test is in the center of the region. The distance was thousands of kilometers, but for martial god Shen Yuanche, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. Moreover, he had also synchronized the realm of this parasitic body to a 9th level martial god as well. A few days ago, he was still thinking about hiding his realm, but on second thought, he didn't think it was necessary, because the land of Star Cores will open up after the test. According to past cases, during the examination, the Star Lord's children whose realm had reached the 9th level martial god would have the qualification to enter the land of Star Cores, so there was no need to suppress his realm anymore. The examination site was a tall tower that was thousands of meters high, and the first floor alone covered an area of 1,000 square kilometers. He also saw a number of Star Lord scions chatting outside the tower. Sweeping through these scions with the eye of scrying, their realms ranged from martial Zun to martial god. Like the children of the Lord of the Extreme Tai Luo Star, their realm at birth was that of a martial emperor, or even a martial exalt. The equivalent of the starting point is someone else's end point. Not long after, Xian Yuanche saw Tiger Spirit and the others. After Tiger Spirit and the others realized that Xian Yuanche was looking at them, they pulled out a smile before rushing into the tower, fearing that Xian Yuanche would give himself a punch. Xian Yuanche withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the Star Lord's children who were coming and going. Soon, he saw a Tiger Kuan. Tiger Sovereign was followed by several Star Lord's children whose realms were lower than his own. Seeing Xian Yuanche, Tiger Jun's head shrunk and hastily moved his gaze away, not daring to meet Xian Yuanche's eyes. He ran to tattle on them the other day, trying to but was chastised by his own mother. Because Tiger Bomb was able to knock him out with a single punch, the realm was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Invoking Tiger Bomb was undoubtedly going against himself. When the time came to trip him up in the land of Star Cores and fail to allow him to smoothly step into the starry sky level, it would be more than worth it. Xian Yuanche's side wanted to laugh a bit after seeing Tiger Kuan's reaction. If he were to follow the previous routine, this Tiger Monarch would have continued to come and find himself in trouble. But the reaction Tiger Kuan had just given overturned his assumptions. By the looks of it, it wasn't going to come back to haunt him anytime soon. He scanned the tower for a few more minutes before stepping inside as well. The assessment is the same for every year. Virtual breakout, also known as tower climbing. Each person's consciousness enters the virtual system and then proceeds to climb the tower. After entering the tower, Xian Yuanche directly came to the center of the tower. Tens of thousands of Star Lord's children had already gathered here, all waiting for the test to begin. Not long after, an old man appeared above. The examination is divided into 5 batches of 20,000 people each at the same time. The assessment time is 1 hour. When the time is up, the virtual system will immediately report the number of layers and rank them. Now check your smart bracelets to see what batch you are in. Xian Yuanche sniffed and looked around, realizing that he was in the first batch. Virtual room 3001 on the first floor. According to the number, he soon arrived at virtual room 3001. Use the bracelet to drop it at the door and the virtual room door opens automatically. Inside, the setup is simple, just a virtual silo. The person lying inside the consciousness can connect to the virtual system inside and climb the tower. Opening the virtual silo, he laid right into it. Are we entering the virtual system? A female voice came. Yes. Xian Yuanche returned. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian Yuanche felt a few threads attached to his head and part of his consciousness began to separate. It didn't take long to get into the virtual system. Although he had entered the virtual system, he was still able to detect the outside world's movements and whatnot. It's entering the test site. The female voice reappeared. In the blink of an eye, Xian Yuanche found himself in a clearing. Information about this parasitic body of his popped up in the void. Name Hu Ba. Realm, 9th level martial god. Ranking in the last assessment, 8 million. Comprehensive assessment, S. The test begins in 3 minutes, please be ready. At the same time, a virtual screen also appeared in the center of the tower, displaying the rankings and realms of each Star Lord's children. Before it started, rankings were based on realm. And Xian Yuanche, who was a rank 9 martial god, naturally ranked tied for first place with the others. Many people looked at the screen and started discussing it virtually. This Tiger Monarch is actually a rank 9 martial god as well. I remember he was only rank 7 last year, right? And who is this Hu Ba, whose realm actually has a 9th level martial god as well? Xian Yuanche waited silently for 3 minutes like this. The examination begins. Based on the assessment of you, the first level opponent realm is 7th level martial god. As soon as the words fell, an orc with wolf ears appeared in front of Xian Yuanche. Bang! Before Xian Yuanche could even make a move, he directly punched him and sent him flying. The wolf-type orc disappeared, and at the same time he felt some changes happening around him. It should be the so-called next level. The second level opponent's realm is 7th level martial god. This time it was an orc with bull horns. Although it was the same as last time, it was a 7th level martial god. But Xian Yuanche could feel that this orc was a little stronger than the last one. Bang! Another punch. The 3rd level of the opponent's realm, another 7th level martial god. Bang! Tier 4. Bang! Xian Yuanche's layers were soaring. 7th level, 3 level 7 martial gods. 10th level, 5 level 7 martial gods. The number of opponents continued to increase as the tiers grew, and it wasn't until the 11th tier that the first rank 8 martial god appeared. But for Xian Yuanche, it was all a matter of a punch. In less than 5 minutes, Xian Yuanche's lair came to the 30th floor. And outside, there were already quite a few Star Lord Scions who had already failed and retreated. Although the realm of the opponent is based on the realm of the intruder. However, after they met 2 opponents of the same realm, they were basically defeated. 30th floor, 5 9th level martial gods. This time, 5 9th level martial gods, Xian Yuanche executed the Wind and Thunder Fist technique to send these 5 9th level martial gods flying. 31st floor, opponent, Starry Sky level 1. This chapter ends. Chapter 111, 35 levels. Searching the galaxy again. And by the time Xian Yuanche arrived at the 31st floor, 99% of this batch of examiners had already been eliminated. There were only 20 people left who were still being tested. And those 20 people other than Xian Yuanche, the highest layer was only 21. Outside world. Asterisk. Who is this Huba? So fierce, all 31 layers? Those Star Lord Scions who had yet to attend pointed at the virtual screen in shock. How long has it been, and you've come to the 30th floor? Don't be so outrageous. Is this or is Tiger Bomb a species with them? Brothel, old. Xian Yuanche switched to his rush aura and kept dodging this avatar's attacks. He didn't turn on berserking. But even so, he was able to seize the opportunity to perform a set of Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a blast and taking his opponent away with a single punch. Ding! Using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique triggers a 100-fold blast, increasing the power by 100-fold. Ding! Using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique triggers a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique triggers a 20-fold blast, increasing the power by 20 times. Ding! Using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique triggers a 20-fold blast, increasing the power by 20 times. The fact that the damage can be bludgeoned is inherently a very counterintuitive presence, so it makes it very easy for him to fight across the ranks. Outside world. While everyone was still shocked, Xian Yuanche's layers changed once again. 32 floors up. And inside the tower, Xian Yuanche once again took his opponent away with a hand of Wind and Thunder Fist technique. The purpose of this examination for him was actually quite simple, just show his own strength appropriately. 33 levels up. Tiger Ba's realm is at the 9th level of martial god, so an opponent at the 33rd level must be at least at the Starry Sky level. Too fierce. In the crowd's shocked gazes, Xian Yuanche's lair came to the 34th floor. And at this time, the first batch of people had all finished the examination, and only Xian Yuanche was still climbing the tower. Even the examiner this time felt incomparably shocked when he looked at Xian Yuanche's rankings and tiers. 34 floors, and the opponents were at least 2 Starry Sky level avatars now. It was shocking enough to be able to take out a star level 1 martial artist with just the realm of a level 9 martial god. Wouldn't it be a demon if he could take out 2? After only a minute, Xian Yuanche's layer went up another layer to the 35th floor. Watching Xian Yuanche's layer go up one more layer, the examiners suddenly stared in disbelief. 2 Starry Sky level 1s were taken out. This was too fierce. He looked at Xian Yuanche's ranking again. Since it was only the first batch, the regional ranking was now number 1 for the time being, but by the looks of it, it was estimated that there was no one in the region who could surpass him. And the overall ranking is in the 400th percentile. Xian Yuanche looked at the 3 avatars in front of him and asked towards the system in his mind. Unico, what place am I in now? Ding! The host is currently number 1 in this region, and ranked 478th out of all the Star Lord's children. It's okay. After listening to the rankings that the system said, Xian Yuanche secretly nodded his head, and then just quit the test. The people in the outside world were relieved to see Xian Yuanche withdraw from the examination, especially that examiner. The 35th floor was already home to 3 Starry Sky level 1 avatars, and it would be truly horrifying if they were to be taken out by Tiger Bomb again. When Xian Yuanche returned to the center area, everyone put their eyes on him. Is this Tiger Bomb? Too fierce, actually breaking through to the 35th floor. Alas, I'm only at the 13th level, and I can't even beat opponents of the same level. The examiner also placed his gaze on Xian Yuanche. Unable to stop the appreciation in his eyes, he opened his mouth and praised Xian Yuanche. Not bad, not bad, the Star Lord would be pleased if he knew how well you were doing. There were hundreds of people who had broken through to the 35th floor, but there were almost none who had crossed the Great Realm to defeat the Starry Sky level at the 9th level martial god. Not to mention defeating 2 Starry Sky level ones. This potential was enough to rank at the top of the Star Lord's children. Soon, it was the turn of the second batch of Star Lord's children to be tested. And Xian Yuanche found a seat inside the tower and began to look at the rankings of the others. Soon, the second batch of examinations began, and within this batch Xian Yuanche saw the names of Tiger Spirit and Tiger June. He wanted to see how many floors the others could break into. After a few minutes of watching, he got a little bored. It was boring to keep staring at this ranking and not see the battle scene inside the tower. He casually opened the system's teleportation function. At the same time, he opened his mouth in his mind and asked, "System, search the starfield." It's about 12 o'clock on the Earth side because everyone goes to bed. So bored, he had to play with the system on his own. Ding! Search in progress. After 10 seconds or so, a new galaxy appeared on the system panel. Immediately after that, the system's beep popped up. Ding! A new galaxy has been located. Survivor B Minor. Galaxy name, Survivor B. Description, a starfield inhabited by pure-blooded humanoids, with 1,000 planets and 100 stars in the galaxy. A galaxy of pure-bloods? Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed through Xian Yuanche's eyes. All the things that had happened before and after on the planet Aurora, and now on the planet Extremely Taro, had led him to think that there were no more separate galaxies for pure-blooded people in the universe yet. I didn't realize it was actually there. But think about it, the universe is vast and boundless, even the Milky Way is like a grain of dust in the universe. Not even dust, to be precise. It's not surprising that there are still pure-blood humans surviving in certain galaxies. Mark it for me. Xian Yuanche decided to mark this galaxy first, and when he was free, he would go and take a look. Ding! Spent 50 points and has tagged Survivor B Minor Galaxy. Keep searching. Xian Yuanche continued in his mind. He wanted to see just how many more galaxies of pure-blooded humans he could find. Ding! Search in progress. A few seconds later, the system beep came again. Ding! Search successful, Cachalot Galaxy. Galaxy name, Cachalot Galaxy. Description, a galaxy ruled by ferocious beasts with 2 billion planets and more than 300 billion stars. Hiss, so many planets. Upon seeing the introduction of the Cachalot Galaxy, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised. There are enough of these stars and planets to rival the Milky Way. Mark it. After saying that, Xian Yuanche continued his search. More than half an hour passed and Xian Yuanche searched more than 300 galaxies. Among them are those ruled by ferocious beasts, those ruled by half-orcs, and those ruled by humans. It was only strange that out of these 300 or so galaxies, the galaxy ruled by the pure-blood human with the highest natural talent was actually the least. There were only 30 or so galaxies, and ferocious beasts ruled the most, nearly 200 of them. The orcs followed by about 100. This really made Xian Yuanche a bit strange. After marking a small portion of the galaxy, Xian Yuanche closed the panel. This chapter ends. Chapter 112 First place in the examination, reward. The second batch of assessments also ended early. Xian Yuanche looked at the rankings. The first place only broke through to the 22nd floor. If things went on like this, he himself would probably be number 1 in the region. According to past cases, after the assessment, the top 10 in each region would be rewarded. The rewards are different every time, I just don't know what I'll get this time. And while Xian Yuanche was thinking, the third batch of examinations had also begun. Xian Yuanche looked at the rankings on the virtual screen and finally realized a problem. That is, the Star Lord's children who came for the examination seemed to only have a maximum of a 9th level martial god, and there were no Starry Sky level ones. The Lord of the Extreme Tai Luo Star had lived for at least several hundred years, and he wouldn't believe it if his heir didn't have a Starry Sky level. Then there was only one possibility, and that was, those Star Lord heirs who had reached the Starry Sky level had not come to participate in this examination. It's still necessary to quickly break through to the Starry Sky level. Xian Yuanche said darkly. After every year's examination, the land of Star Cores would be opened, and the Star Lord's heirs whose realm had reached the 9th level of martial god would be able to go in and cultivate. He was now waiting for the Star Core land to open up and then break through to the Starry Sky level as soon as possible. Once again, he opened that mission released by the system to protect Blue Star. The quest reward remains 3 question marks. Looking at the 3 question marks, Xian Yuanche also became more and more curious about this reward. The third batch of examinations quickly ended, and Xian Yuanche was still in first place. At this moment, Tiger Bomb's name was also known by the Star Lord's children in the entire region. Many people were discussing Xian Yuanche's battle. 9th level martial god, according to the rules, the opponents encountered at the 34th floor, their realms are at least 2 Starry Sky level 1, right? Tigerbot entered the 35th floor, doesn't that mean that he defeated those 2 star level avatars? Hiss. It seems like it. To be able to defeat 2 Starry Sky level 1s at the 9th level of martial god, the strength is too terrifying. Many people looked at Xian Yuanche, who was fuming, with shock in their eyes. The Xian Yuanche who was fuming in the eyes of others was actually looking at the merchandise in the system mall in a bored manner. The examiner in the air coughed when he saw the crowd come out. This test is over. First place, Tiger Buster. Second place, Tiger Standard. Third place. After reading the first 10, the examiner paused. The top 10 Star Lord's children, now follow me to the 1000th floor. After saying that, he wrapped Shen Yuanche and the others in a wave of energy and took them to disappear in the same place. First Kilo Layer. Shen Yuanche and the others appeared directly here. He first surveyed his surroundings. The layout is simple, except that a virtual screen is still a virtual screen. The examiner looked at the crowd and spoke slowly. The reward for the top 10 is a rare star rank martial art of your choice. The top 3 in addition to that can also choose an additional rare star rank breathing technique. Speaking of this, he looked at Shen Yuanche. And the reward for first place is a martial art of your choice, and breathing techniques. Shen Yuanche was not stupid and immediately understood the difference. The rewards for the 2nd through 10th places all had the word star rank, while he did not. This meant that the martial arts he could learn would most likely come to the extreme rank above the star rank. The others weren't stupid and immediately heard something different in there. The eyes that looked at Shen Yuanche were filled with envy. You'll just go in front of the virtual screen and pick out your martial arts and breathing techniques yourselves. The crowd nodded and randomly found a virtual screen and began to pick their rewards. This chapter ends. Chapter 113, Choosing Martial Arts / Breathing Technique, Continuous Chopping Moon / Splitting Shadow Moon, Dark Night Breathing Technique. Shen Yuanche also came to one of the virtual screens and started picking out martial arts and breathing techniques. The martial arts and breathing techniques that could be picked here were nothing more than 2 levels, the Star Order, and the Pole Order above the Star Order. Since there were no restrictions, he just opened the Extreme Order and started picking. Although martial arts above the star rank could be used, they could not be utilized to their full power. Only by reaching the Starry Sky rank could the power of these martial arts be maximized. There were quite a few extreme rank martial skills here, and Shen Yuanche opened the introduction of each one and began to look at them. Name, Star Destroying Halberd Technique. Grade, Extreme. Introduction, gathering star elements and wielding a war halberd, used by star-level martial artists, powerful enough to destroy a supersized planet after initiation. For each level of proficiency, the power increases by 20%-30%. Mastery, power increased to 120%. Minor success, power increased to 140%. Great accomplishment, power increased to 160%. Perfection, power increased to 190%. After reading the introduction, Shen Yuanche chose to skip it, because he doesn't know how to use a halberd, and he's not used to using the thing. It's powerful enough, but it's all for naught if you can't trigger consecutive blasts. Name, Yuan Lei Gun Technique. Grade, Extreme. Introduction, gathering star element / martial element. Each time you swing the lance to attack the enemy, it can cause 3 additional falling thunderbolts, each of which is powerful enough to overthrow an ordinary planet. For each level of proficiency, the number of falling mines increases by 1 to 3. Proficiency, can cause 4 falling thunderbolts. Minor success, can cause 6 falling thunderbolts. Deshang, can cause 8 falling thunderbolts. Perfection, can cause 11 falling thunderbolts. After reading the introduction of the Yuan Lei Gun Technique, he also chose to skip it. Immediately after that, he tapped on a sword technique. The name of this martial skill was a bit strange, making Shen Yuanche a bit puzzled. Name, Chopping Moon / Fractal Shadow Moon. Grade, Extreme. Description, an extremely rare dual-form martial art. Continuous moon chopping. In a very short period of time, 30 consecutive moon chopping slashes are delivered, each of which can annihilate a planet. After hitting the target, each blade light can be split into 2 and can continue to launch attacks towards the enemy. Each level of proficiency increases the number of sword lights by 5. Mastery, 35 slashes in a row. Minor achievement, can deliver 40 slashes in a row. Greatest achievement, can cut 45 slashes in a row. Perfection, 50 slashes in a row. Split Shadow Moon, the continuous chopping of the moon can be realized when it reaches perfection. Introduction, use 60% of the star element to condense 3 moons. Each moon can be illuminated as the caster with 20% of the caster's strength, lasts for 10 seconds. For each level of proficiency, the strength of the doppelganger increases by 10%-20%. Proficiency, 30% of the caster's strength. Sengoku, 40% of the strength of the caster. Deshang, 50% of the strength of the caster. Perfection, 70% of the strength of the caster. You're it. After reading the introduction of this blade technique, Shen Yuanche directly chose this martial skill. It was simply too good for him, and he could cut out 50 slashes of light just by connecting the slashing moon when it was perfected. And after hitting the target, each moonlight could also be split in 2. That adds up to 150 attacks before and after. Even if you're unlucky enough to trigger 21 damage blasts, you're guaranteed to do so. There was also that split Shadow Moon, a perfected manifestation of a doppelganger with 70% of the strength of the main body. It cost more star dollars, but he was a man with an aura of arrogance. There's no shortage of star dollars at all in the future, okay? After choosing his martial arts, he began to pick out his breathing techniques. After a few minutes of picking and choosing, the final choice was darkness breathing. Characterized by cultivating in a black environment, it can increase the speed of cultivation to twice its original speed. Shen Yuanche said that this breathing method was also odd enough. After Xian Yuanche finished picking out his breathing techniques, the others also happened to finish picking out the martial arts and breathing techniques they needed. At that moment, the examiner who had been standing still spoke. "Let me see what martial arts and breathing techniques you've picked." With that, he put his hands behind his back and looked at them one by one. "Not bad, not bad, this blazing sun gun technique suits you well." He nodded after each one. He soon arrived next to Xian Yuanche. Upon seeing the breathing method Xian Yuanche chose, he also nodded his head. "Not bad, the Dark Knight breathing method is considered a better breathing method." Then he looked at Xian Yuanche's martial arts. When he saw Xian Yuanche's choice of martial skill, he froze in place. "How did you choose this martial art?" he asked with a somewhat puzzled frown. "What's the problem?" Xian Yuanche asked with feigned curiosity. "There's a problem, and it's a big one," the examiner replied with some gravity. He glanced at Xian Yuanche before continuing to speak. This martial art is okay in terms of power, but there are two drawbacks. In fact, one is that it's extremely difficult to get started. The second disadvantage is this: whether it's the continuous chopping moon or the split shadow moon, it's extremely star element consuming. I advise you to change your martial arts cultivation. Xian Yuanche said in his heart after listening to this. This is not a matter to him. Okay, what are these two drawbacks when you have a bludgeon bonus and an aura of hubris? I'd better choose this martial art. Rising to the challenge is my character. After seeing Xian Yuanche resolutely choosing this blade technique, the examiner no longer dissuaded him. The eyes that looked at Xian Yuanche also became more and more appreciative. He patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. "Since that's the case, I'll go get the memory stone, and while I'm at it, you can still backtrack and switch over to a new martial art." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Xian Yuanche left the virtual screen and began to wander around the neighborhood. The memory stone mentioned by that examiner just now was actually similar to that special USB flash drive at the time of the Blue Star. It was only that the memory stone was disposable, and after channeling martial yuan or astral yuan into the memory stone would transmit the contents into the brain. The user is then allowed to take their time to realize the effect, which lasts for a year. If you didn't succeed in your enlightenment after a year and wanted to continue it, you would have to use the next memory stone again. Only 2.5 minutes had passed before that examiner returned again. "It's a memory stone." He distributed the memory stones to everyone. Xian Yuanche was the last one. When he reached Xian Yuanche, he once again asked towards Xian Yuanche. "So, are you sure you want to go with Lian Jinyu / Split Shadow Moon? Now if you ask for a different martial art, I can give you more time to pick a new one." Xian Yuanche shook his head. "Just this one." After saying that, he received the 2 memory stones containing martial arts and breathing techniques. The examiner saw this and said no more. "The 200th to 500th floors are cultivation rooms and quiet rooms, go and feel." He patted Regulus Che. Xian Yuanche nodded and directly arrived at the 230th floor. A quiet room, a simulation room created specifically for sensing martial arts, breathing techniques. Inside, martial artists could quiet their minds faster to realize their martial arts. It doesn't get twice the result with half the effort, but it's more or less effective. Chapter 114, Comprehending the Darkness Breathing Technique, Consecutive Chopping Moon / Split Shadow Moon. After choosing a quiet room with a number called 10011, he opened the door and entered directly. After taking out the memory stone for the breathing method, he transferred his martial energy into the memory stone. The moment it came into contact with Wu Yuan, the memorizer turned into a ray of light and directly entered Xian Yuanche's brow. At the same time, Xian Yuanche felt some extra memories in his mind. This is the mnemonic for the Dark Knight breathing technique, and the way to pay attention to it. He sat down in the center of the quiet room and began to comprehend. After seeing Xian Yuanche and the others all leave the first 1,000 floors, Examiner Hu Lin returned to the first floor. At this time, the first floor had long been empty, and the crowd that had finished the examination had also left the place. Tiger Forest sat in the center thinking about the matter concerning Xian Yuanche. He wondered just how long it would take for Xian Yuanche to successfully cultivate that martial skill. After a few minutes of thinking and estimating, he came up with an approximate time. That is, it's going to take at least half a year. After all, the martial artists of the past, who cultivated this martial art, had basically spent so much time. On Xian Yuanche's side, he began to comprehend the Dark Knight breathing technique over and over again based on the mantra. After half an hour of experience in comprehending it for the 7th time, the system's beep came. Ding! Detected the host comprehending the Dark Knight breathing technique. Dark Knight breathing technique comprehended by 1/10,000th, triggering a 100-fold blast, 1/10,000th raised to 100th. Breathing technique, darkness breathing technique, extreme level, 1% per 100%. Ding! Detected that the host is comprehending the Dark Knight breathing technique. The progress of the Dark Knight breathing technique has increased by 1/10,000th, triggering a 100-fold blast, and 1/10,000th has been raised to 100th. Breathing, darkness breathing, extreme level, 2% per 100%. Ding! Detected that the host is comprehending the Dark Knight breathing technique. The progress of the Dark Knight breathing technique has increased by 1/10,000th, triggering a 500 times blitz, and 1/10,000th has been raised to 0.05%. Breathing technique, darkness breathing technique, extreme rank, 7% per 100%. Ding. Triggered the storm. Breathing technique, darkness breathing technique, extreme level, 17% per 100%. Ding. Triggered the storm. Breathing technique, darkness breathing technique, extreme rank, 47% per 100%. Breathing technique, darkness breathing technique, extreme level, 66% per 100%. Breathing technique, darkness breathing technique, extreme level, 100% per 100%. After spending most of the day, he finally fully comprehended the darkness breathing method. Meanwhile, the black dragon Parasite that was cultivating within the martial yuan mysteries found a fast dark place to continue cultivating. Name, Xian Yuan Che, 4-clawed black dragon Parasite. Martial arts yuan, 12 million/10 million, 9 extreme martial arts god. Although he couldn't raise his realm to the starry sky level, he still chose to let the 4-clawed black dragon cultivate, and that Parasite was idle anyway. After closing the Parasite panel, he took out the memory stone of Lian Zhanyu/split shadow moon. Injecting martial energy for use, he then began to comprehend it. Just by starting to comprehend it, Xian Yuan Che could sense that the difficulty of this martial skill was more than one level harder than the Dark Night breathing method. It was only after 2 hours that the system's bailout beep came. Ding! Detected that the host is comprehending the continuous/moon/split shadow moon. Progress increased by 100,000%, triggering a 10,000-fold blitz, 100,000% raised to 10%. Martial art, extreme grade, chopping moon/splitting shadow moon, 10% per 100%. Time slowly passed, and Xian Yuan Che was constantly comprehending this martial art. Ding! Trigger strike. Raised to 5%. Martial art, extreme grade, chopping moon/splitting shadow moon, 15% per 100%. Ding! Trigger blast. Martial art, extreme grade, chopping moon/splitting shadow moon, 35% per 100%. Martial art, extreme grade, chopping moon/splitting shadow moon, 60% per 100%. Martial art, extreme rank, chopping moon/splitting shadow moon, beginner. Even with the blast system, it took him about 2 days to fully comprehend this martial art. Ugh, too slow. Xian Yuan Che sighed somewhat helplessly. In the past, when he learned martial arts, he could basically learn it in a few hours, but he didn't expect that this time, it actually took him almost 2 days. He stayed for another 4 or 5 days before he got up and left the quiet room. The figure flashed to the first floor. First layer. Tiger Forest, who was sitting in the center, looked at Xian Yuan Che with a little bit of puzzlement still in his eyes. It's only been 7 days or so, how come it's out? In such a short period of time, not to mention learning the Lian Zhaiyue, I'm afraid that I shouldn't even have learned the darkness breathing technique, right? Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and asked. It's only been 7 days since you went in, how did you get out? Xian Yuan Che thought for a moment before opening his mouth to explain. I've already learned the dark night breathing technique, and it's too difficult to even cut the moon/split shadow moon, so I'm going to go back and slowly comprehend it again. So it is. Hulin nodded as he listened, then waved his hand. Okay, go back and remember to get a good collar too. Before he could finish, he snapped, then his eyes widened. What? Say that again? He suspected he had just heard wrong. What has learned darkness breathing? Xian Yuan Che could only repeat what he had just said at his words. This time Tigerling heard it perfectly. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked at Xian Yuan Che. You're not lying to me, are you? He asked with some suspicion on his face. After all, comprehending an extreme rank breathing technique in 7 days was something that no one in the entire extreme Tai Luo Star could possibly be able to do. Looking at the skepticism on Tiger Forest's face, Xian Yuan Che could only answer affirmatively again. Elder, I've really comprehended the dark night breathing technique. You cast it and I'll see. Hulin was still a bit unconvinced. After saying that, he waved his hand and the surroundings immediately turned dark. He's turning off the lights in the neighborhood. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Che sat down on the ground and began to operate the dark night breathing method. The moment it began to run, Hulin's hands began to shake, that of shock. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that the person in front of him was running the dark night breathing method. When he thought of the fact that he had completely learned an extreme rank breathing technique in 7 days, he was unable to stop himself from sucking in cool air. This is genius, no. It's supposed to be a demon. Battling beyond the ranks, coupled with such outrageous enlightenment, if a few more years passed, wouldn't it be possible to compete for the position of the future star son? Thinking of this, he hastened to make the lights around him come back on, and his face changed to a smile, with a hint of curtness vaguely visible. Good, good, good. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being the Star Lord's heir, with the demeanor of the Star Lord back then. Now that Xian Yuan Che had shown a strong potential, but any normal person would choose to curry favor. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Regulus Che got up and patted his ass. Okay, slow down, slow down. Tiger Lin smiled and nodded. He decided that he would take some resources in a few days and go ahead and invest in this demon. After all, with such natural talent, it was only a matter of time before one became a future star child. Shen Yuanche looked at the smile hanging on Tiger Forest's face, and there was something odd in his heart. This chapter ends. I'm taking a 4-day break, and I'll start updating regularly tomorrow, the 16th. Chapter 115, Preparing to Enter the Land of Starcores. Why does this guy's smile look so fake? At that moment, Tiger Forest seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth to remind. Just now I received news that the Land of Starcores opens half a month earlier. Remember to come. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for next year. Okay, thanks for the reminder, senior. After Shen Yuanche said his thanks, he directly left the tower. After leaving, he wondered for a moment what he was supposed to do. The realm was stuck at the 9th level martial god, and in order to break through to the starry sky level one would need to enter the Land of Starcores. And now even if the Land of Starcores opened early, it would still take another half a month. After thinking about it, he decided to go and learn about the Land of Starcores first, and all the things about Starcores before saying anything. After taking a second to return to the villa he was in, he began searching the internet for information about the Land of the Starcore. Since the Land of the Starcore is not a secret either, information about this place can easily be found on the internet. After looking at it for a while, he probably understood it to a T. Before we talk about the Land of Starcores, we need to understand a little bit about Starcores. The Starcores and the bodies of starry sky level martial artists were actually divided into 3 levels. From low to high, they are low, medium, and high. The higher the level, the higher the upper limit of the realm in the future. The Starcore land, on the other hand, opens once a year and will only be open for a month at a time. The air inside contains a special kind of energy. Simply referred to as star power, it was a very high-level energy, even more advanced than the astral yuan contained in the bodies of star-level martial artists. When a 9th-level martial god entered inside, he only needed to absorb the star power on the spot to slowly advance his martial elemental seed into a star core. However, this method is extremely time-consuming, basically taking a month. This leads to a very awkward phenomenon. That is, the star nuclei that advance like this were only low-level, not even intermediate. If you wanted your star core to reach intermediate or even advanced level, there was only one way to do it. That is, looking for star beasts inside. A star beast slurp was a kind of living being condensed from the power of the stars. When a star beast died, it would drop a crystal that contained star power. This kind of crystal not only contained more star power, but also absorbed it quickly. Not only that, this crystal could be taken out of the star core land and absorbed again. That was why some powerful Star Lord's children would basically look for star beasts the first time they entered the Land of Starcores. Closing the bracelet, he leaned back on the couch and began to close his eyes, while most of his mind went back to Blue Star. Anyway, this half a month of idleness, it is better to accompany the South Yin. Blue Star. Shangwon family, legendary founder of the Shangwon kingdom in 23rd century AD. Shen Yuanche went down to the first floor. Shangwon Feng was looking at the newspaper and nodding his head every now and then, seemingly satisfied with the information on the newspaper. Shen Yuanche walked over and scanned the area, realizing that there was nothing worth noting. Nothing more than the fact that the area of China has expanded again. Other countries are starting to curry favor with Huaxia and whatnot. It was a foregone conclusion that Huaxia would once again be strong after all the 8th order ferocious beasts were wiped out. After his spiritual sense swept through and realized that Mu Yanran was outside, he came directly outside. Shangwon Feng put down the newspaper just when he wanted to chat with Shen Yuanche for a while. He realized that Shen Yuanche had long since disappeared in the same place. He had no choice but to pick up the newspaper again and read it. Jojoho, want some of this? At this moment, Mu Yanran was holding a piece of ferocious beast meat and teasing the fire phoenix in front of her. The fire phoenix looked at the ferocious beast meat in Mu Yanran's hand, somewhat unable to raise its interest. Obviously, the grade of this ferocious beast meat was too low. Shen Yuanche, who had come outside, swept a glance at Fire Phoenix. It was found that it was still rank 5. But it wasn't surprising, after all, it had only been hatched for a few months, and it was very good to reach the 5th rank. Take this and feed it. Looking at Mu Yanran who continued to tease the Fire Phoenix, Shen Yuanche opened his mouth. Saying that, he took out the corpse of the Black Blood Dragon King from before from his system space. At that time, he was thinking of keeping it for Mu Yanran to grow her chi and blood. Only now with the resources purchased from the extreme Tai Luo star. Not to mention the dozen or so corpses of 8th order ferocious beasts lying within his system space. So in comparison, this corpse was of little use, and now it was just the right time to use it to feed the Fire Phoenix. Such a large corpse of a ferocious beast. Mu Yanran's small mouth opened slightly in surprise as she looked at the corpse of this Black Blood Dragon King. The Fire Phoenix also lit up when it saw this Black Blood Dragon King's corpse. With a stroke of Shen Yuanche's fingers on the corpse, several pieces of meat were cut out intact and floated in front of Mu Yanran. The Fire Phoenix's eyes just followed the pieces of meat as they moved. Mu Yanran was a little happy in her heart when she saw the Fire Phoenix in this state. Just now, he couldn't tease the Fire Phoenix with the meat of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, but now he finally could. Spin! She commanded to the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix immediately spun around in place at the words. Shen Yuanche almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. What's the difference between that and teasing a dog? After waiting for the fire phoenix to finish spinning, Xian Yuanche sent a piece of meat to the fire phoenix. Seeing this, fire phoenix immediately ate the meat directly in front of him. Half a month's time slowly passed by, and Xian Yuanche maneuvered Tigerbot to come inside that tower once again. It's still the first level, and it's still the tiger spirit. Only this time there were two more people who looked like examiners. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at their panels. Name, Hulin. Star dollar, 92 111/100 000, star 9. Name, Tiger Skin. Star element, 70 000/80 000, star 7. Name, Tiger Chien. Star element, 62 322/70 000, star 6. The realms were basically not low, and Tiger Forest's realm had even reached the 9th level of the starry sky. Further up, it's the Star Lord level. And as far as he knew, the star ranks, in total, had major ranks. They were, the Starry Sky level, the Star Lord level, and the Star Zun level. Further up is the legendary domain rank. While Xian Yuanche was looking at Tiger Forest and the others, Tiger Forest's 3 were also looking at him. Tiger Skin and Tiger Chien, on the other hand, had heard Tiger Forest talk about Xian Yuanche a few days ago. Both of them looked at Xian Yuanche with some curiosity. It looked flat and unimpressive, not like an existence that could compete for the position of Star Sun. But that's just a passing thought on their part. After all, people of their age know the truth that you can't judge a book by its cover. Xian Yuanche withdrew his gaze and began to look at the surrounding Star Lord's children. Not many people have come, only 20 or 30 now. According to his guess, the number of Star Lord's children who were going to enter the land of Starcores in this region of his own would not exceed 50 at most. There could be hundreds of rank 9 martial gods in the entire region, but there were fewer martial arts elements that reached 10 million at the same time. It was another half hour of waiting before Tiger Woods began to count the people. 51, all present and accounted for. Now let's go pay our respects to the Star Lord. With that, he shot out an astral element towards the center, and a bright light emitted from underneath the feet of the crowd, followed by all of them disappearing into thin air. End of chapter. Chapter 116, which is the next chapter, was set on a timer by my hand and set to 2 a.m., so you can read it tomorrow when you wake up. Chapter 116, Entering the Land of Starcores. In the blink of an eye, Xian Yuanche and the others found themselves within a huge square. There were also quite a few Star Lord scions of the same realm around as well. Spiritual sense roughly swept through, there were more than 3,000 people in total. At that moment, a middle-aged orc appeared in the sky. There was also a pressure, if any, emanating from his body. Through Tiger Bomb's memories, Xian Yuanche knew who this person was. The legendary lord of the extreme Tai Lo star. He used his probing eye to scan his information. Name, Jutahu. Star dollar, 5 million/6 million, star honored V. Breathing technique, star mind breathing technique, U rank. Martial art, U rank, pseudo black hole, De Chang. Boundary technique, super maniacalization. Boundary technique, super maniacalization. Introduction, increase all attributes by 100% after use, lasts for 15 minutes, after the end, it will fall into weakness for half an hour. Weakness, 30% decrease in all attributes. After reading the message, Xian Yuanche withdrew his gaze. U rank, the rank above the extreme rank. Star, Pole, Universe, Zeus. These 4 grades were what he knew so far. Whether there was any more above Zeus, he wasn't sure. The boundary technique, on the other hand, was an upgraded version of the secret technique. After using 1 to 10 boundary technique stones, one could upgrade one's secret technique to a boundary technique, increasing the effect drastically. Looking at the extreme Tiger Dragon Super Berserking, Xian Yuanche took another look at his own 6th order Berserking. Let's not talk about the half-hour duration. That whopping 250% increase in all attributes alone could have killed Ultra Berserkers in a blowout. Not to mention the one that reduces pain, and rebounds 50% of the damage taken by itself. The biggest difference is still the fact that you can upgrade behind this Berserking yourself. Greetings Star Lord/Father. At the same time, noticing that the extreme Taihu crowd had dropped to one knee and called out. Xian Yuanche followed suit and knelt down on one knee when he saw this. Well, all rise. Jitaiho scanned the crowd. A wave of power enveloped the crowd. Many people's breaths stuttered, like they were being stared at by some flooding beast. In 5 minutes, I will open the land of the Starcore, and those who have reached the 9th level of martial god and have reached 10 million martial yuan will be able to enter the land of the Starcore. Yes, the crowd replied. While waiting, the bored Xian Yuanche once again scanned the others before using probing. After scanning the area, he eventually came to a conclusion. None of them can fight. If you go in by yourself, you'll basically be crushed. The 5 minutes went by in a flash. A powerful aura erupted from the extreme Tai Tiger's body as the sky cracked open and a black hole appeared above the heads of the crowd. The black hole gradually expanded until it reached a diameter of 1,000 meters before stopping. Right at this moment, Xian Yuanche felt a suction force emanating from within the black hole, wanting to suck himself in. The suction is getting stronger. Gradually, the 9th level martial gods in the square were all sucked up into the sky. In less than a second, they were sucked inside the black hole. It's only open for a month, so don't waste any time, Jitaihu reminded the crowd. With that, he closed the black hole. In its place is a virtual screen. One could always keep an eye on the situation inside the land of the star core. Place called the star core, idiom, fig. Planetary nucleus of the universe. Bang! Shen Yuanche fell from the sky and the ground collapsed into a large pit. The first moment he entered this place, he felt that the air around him was different. It should be the star power. At the same time, he turned on berserk. Name, Shen Yuanche, Tiger Bastard Parasite. Martial Arts Yuan, 52. 5 million/10 million, 9th level martial arts god. The four-clawed black dragon Parasite had been cultivating within the martial yuan mysteries all this time, so the martial yuan in his body came to 15 million. After turning on berserk, it came to a terrifying 50 million. What's the concept? The martial arts elements in his body alone were as much as those of 5 other people. Switching to his rush aura, he didn't waste any time and immediately started looking for traces of the star beasts. System, how big is this star core land? Shen Yuanche asked towards the system as he flew. Ding! The diameter of the land of the star core has been detected to be 10 trillion kilometers, 710,000 times the diameter of the sun and 3 million times the diameter of the blue star. Hiss! So big! Shen Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air. Looks like it's going to take a while to find it. In another part of the land of star cores, Tiger Kuan excitedly opened the bracelet on his hand. This bracelet of his was labeled with which place had a high probability of star beasts appearing. With this, other than that, the advanced star core is definitely secure. Time passed slowly, half an hour had passed and Shen Yuanche was still searching aimlessly. In those half an hour, not to mention the star beasts, they hadn't even seen a hair of the star beasts. System, help me find the location of the star beast. Ding! In order for the host to have a better experience, so this system will not provide star beast locations for the time being. What? Say that again? Not available at. Before he could finish, Shen Yuanche directly pulled the Blitz system into the small darkroom and released the Super Softyman system. Ding! The Super Soft Boy system at your service. Host, what can I do for you? Help me locate the star beast. Good drop. Searching for the location of the star beast for the host. Ding! On the lookout. After a while, there was a ding. Ding! The location of the nearest star beast has been locked. The system panel immediately changed to a map. There's a blue dot on it, and a little red dot. The blue ones represented Shen Yuanche, while the red dots represented the star beasts. Shen Yuanche looked and realized that the red dot wasn't far away from him, only less than 30 Earths away. He closed the panel and immediately flew in the direction of the red dot. This chapter ends. Chapter 117, Finding the Star Beast. Shen Yuanche quickly arrived at the red dot. The next step is to look for star beasts in this range. The spiritual sense continued to spread out, constantly scanning the situation for tens of thousands of kilometers around. Even underground, he doesn't spare. Ding! Host, that star beast is starting to move. The soft-boiled male system spoke up. Shen Yuanche sniffed and opened the map again. Spotted that red dot moving north. It was fine if this star beast didn't move, but if it did, it was much easier to find. He also flew towards the north. A few seconds later, Shen Yuanche saw a purple monkey that was only a meter or so tall with a translucent body. Ding! Host, this is the star beast. The excited voice of the soft-boiled man system rang out. Shen Yuanche immediately used the Eye of Scrying to check up on the information of this star beast. Race, star beast. Rank, martial god. Description, coalesced from massive star power, it can change into any form, and upon death it will drop crystals containing star power. Seemingly sensing Shen Yuanche's presence, that monkey turned around and glanced at Shen Yuanche. The moment it saw Shen Yuanche, it was immediately taken aback and hurriedly began to turn transparent. Shen Yuanche's quick eyes and hands directly used to take out the half-golden sword to swing out a few slashes of light. The blade light struck the star beast, and that star beast's body, which had been gradually becoming transparent, turned back to a purple color. Then it gradually shrunk, and soon became a purple, half-fist-sized crystal. Shen Yuanche, who was in the sky, directly sucked it into his hands. Item name, Starstone. Rank, 10th. Description, contains a huge amount of star power, which can be absorbed by holding it in your hand. Shen Yuanche put the starstone away in the system space, and then continued toward the softball system by asking, help me find the approximate location of the next star beast. Ding! Okay, search in progress. After a few seconds, a ding came. Ding! The location of the next star beast has been found. The system map was once again visible. Shen Yuanche looked at the system map and immediately flew towards the east. The star beast wasn't far away, to the east. Only 100 Earths away from myself. When Shen Yuanche spent nearly 10 seconds to arrive at the red dot labeled by the system, he stopped. Because there was a battle going on in the distance. An orc wearing battle armor and wielding a star rank alloy blade was fighting a star beast. With the star rank alloy blade, star beasts that were only at the martial god realm were quickly killed by it. Seeing that the time had come, Xian Yuanche directly slapped a palm towards that orc. Tiger Eye, who was just about to pick up the stone of stars, was suddenly alarmed, and hastily dodged a few times to avoid the palm. Boom! Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Xian Yuanche sucked that starstone over. Tiger One was furious when he looked at Xian Yuanche, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to snatch his trophies. Drop it! He pointed at Xian Yuanche angrily with his ally knife in hand. Outside world. Extreme Taihu and the others were watching the situation within the land of Star Cores. This virtual scenery will always detect the situation within the land of the Star Core. As soon as it detects the meeting of two Star Lord Scions, the screen immediately shifts to that location. And now as soon as Xian Yuanche and Tiger met, the image shifted directly to the two of them. The Extreme Taihu and the crowd looked at the two people within the screen. This is the first conflict that has occurred so far. As for the rest of the Star Lord's children, some had already begun cultivating, while others were still searching for star beasts. Inside the Star Core, Xian Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger One, his advanced battle armor covering his entire body. He didn't have time to blah 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 with this man. He flashed directly in front of him and threw a punch. Bang! Tiger One disappeared directly into place. It wasn't that he dodged, but he didn't know where he was sent flying by Xian Yuanche. 20,000 kilometers away, Tiger One crashed through thousands of large mountains in a row before stopping. The people in the outside world were shocked by the strength Xian Yuanche displayed. The same rank 9 martial god, but the difference was actually so great? What's his name? Jutai Tiger asked towards Tiger Forest on the ground. He had over 10 million descendants, and there was no way he could remember them all. Just remember, it was brought by Tiger Woods. Tiger Forest replied respectfully, Lord Star Lord, his name is Tiger Ba, and he is the first place winner of our region's examination. Aha! Jitaihu nodded, sort of memorizing the name. Before Period could react, Xian Yuanche arrived in front of Tiger One and lifted him up. Open your space ring. He opened his mouth and ordered. Never! Tiger One said unconvincingly. Although Tiger One's face was covered by the battle armor, Xian Yuanche knew just by listening to the tone of voice, what expression Tiger One under the battle armor was wearing right now. He didn't continue with the nonsense and directly took out his alloy knife and put it on Tiger One's neck. My hands have been shaking a bit lately, so I might not be careful with your neck. Tiger One smiled disdainfully at his words. Humph. This is an intermediate level battle armor of mine, if you want to injure me, unless your sword is a star rank advanced one. Seeing Tiger One in this state, Xian Yuanche took his alloy knife and stabbed it in the abdomen. Tiger One's entire body was directly stabbed through. Hiss! Stop! Stop stop stop! Have a conversation! Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Tiger One hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. He didn't expect that the alloy blade in Xian Yuanche's hand was really a star rank advanced one. If he had known that, he would have known better. He opened the access to the spatial ring and handed it directly to Xian Yuanche. And the battle armor you're wearing. Xian Yuanche drew out his alloy blade and touched the intermediate level battle armor on Tiger One with the tip of the blade. Although it was intermediate, it could be fused with this pair on his body, although it could not be advanced to extreme rank, it was better than nothing. Row, row, row. Tiger One hastily nodded his head and with a thought, the battle armor turned into a card and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took the card and in passing, he also collected Tiger One's alloy knife into the system space. After doing so, he left the place. Until Xian Yuanche left, Tiger One's eyes gradually reddened. Yes, he cried. A rank 9 martial god cried just like that. If Xian Yuanche saw this, he would probably be overwhelmed by this scene. When the Extreme Taihu in the outside world saw the scene, his brows furrowed. He didn't realize that there was actually this kind of waste among his sons. I can't believe I'm crying just because I've been robbed. What if I break an arm or a leg in a future fight? What area is this from? He looked to the crowd on the ground. A younger-looking orc looked up a little shiveringly. Is a subordinate region of. When he saw this appearance of Tiger One just now, his heart was already half-cooled. As the head of a region, he also shouldered part of the responsibility of teaching the Star Lord's children. Tiger One is basically not to blame for this appearance. I don't want to see a second one in your area. With that said, the Extreme Taihu reached out towards the virtual scenery and sucked it in. A black hole appeared behind Tiger One in the land of Star Cores, directly sucking him in. Tiger One, who was crying, suddenly realized that he was back in the outside world, and was still a bit confused in his mind. He looked at the majestic-looking Jitaihu, and just as he was about to open his mouth to call his father, he went black. Bang! Tiger One's head directly exploded. Jitaihu casually threw the body away as if it were trash. It's useless to keep such a wasteful air. The hearts of the crowd below were stunned at the sight. Only a few of the more senior orcs didn't react much. It's a scene they've seen before. Jitaihu redirected his gaze within the virtual scenery. To be precise, it was looking at Xian Yuanche. Inside the Star Core. Ding! Host, there's an old one watching you from the outside world, pay attention. The super soft guy system reminded. Xian Yuanche stopped at his words. Someone's watching themselves? Is it Jodahu or who? Who's looking at me? Ding! It's Jutai Tiger. After hearing that it was Extreme Taihu, Xian Yuanche realized that it was time to tighten up a bit. It's not that it's time to tighten up in other ways, but it's time to tighten up when looking for star beasts. Otherwise, when the Extreme Taihu saw that he was looking for a star beast in one spot, anyone could see that there was a problem. Talk to me when he's not looking at me. Ding! Good drop! Super Softy replied. This chapter ends. I'm coding 118 chapters right now and posting them by 2 a.m. Chapter 118, The Unlucky Tiger King. Tinkles. Okay. Continue searching for the star beast's location. Ding. Search in progress. Being watched by the Extreme Tiger, he wouldn't be able to go directly towards the star beast's location. Either wait for the Extreme Taihu to see someone else, or pretend to encounter the star beast for a bit by flying east and south before heading towards the star beast's location. Ding. The location of the star beast has been searched. Xian Yuanche scanned the map to the north of himself. The distance is roughly 500 Earths away. But he didn't go straight there, instead he just found a spot and started absorbing the star power in the air. After the Extreme Tiger in the outside world saw Xian Yuanche start cultivating, he lost interest and directly switched places. There were still quite a few noteworthy scions that entered the land of Starcore this time. Ding! Jitaihu has gone to see someone else. The soft-boiled man's system reminded. Xian Yuanche sniffed and got up and patted his butt, directly rushing towards the star beast's location. A minute later, a blade light killed a 3-meter-tall black bear. A fist-sized piece of starstone fell to the ground. Xian Yuanche picked up this starstone and surveyed it. It's a little bigger than the first 2 pieces. Now that he had 3 starstones in his hand, it was time to absorb them, and in case he stormed, he would probably go straight to the star level. After sitting on the ground, he began to activate his martial energy to touch the starstone in his hand and began to absorb it. As he prepared to absorb it, he suddenly thought of something and pulled the blitz system out of the small dark room. Ding! 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 The blaster system kept rattling as soon as it came out, indicating anger. Xian Yuanche ignored him and instead began to absorb the starstone in his hand. The star power inside the starstone slowly entered his body. After only half an hour had passed, he had finished absorbing the starstone in his hand. There is no triggering of the storm, but he estimated that just the starstone just now had caused the martial elemental seed to change slightly. Eyeballing it, if we had a couple dozen more, we'd probably be at the star level. He took out the second and third pieces. 1 starstone in each hand, this way it absorbs faster. The greater part of an hour had passed, the 2 starstone had turned into powder, and the system's beeps didn't even come. Apparently, 3 starstones weren't enough to trigger a blitz. The starstone was gone, so he would now have to find it again. Bang! Xian Yuanche slapped the star beast on the ground to death. Sucking the starstone into his hand, he put it into the system space. Now that he was in version 3.0 of the blast system, it only took 7 times to trigger a blast, and killing 3 more star beasts was probably about right. Somewhere in the Starcore land, Tiger Kuan held a map and kept searching for something within a canyon. Every now and then, he also looked at the structure within the canyon, searching for something. A few minutes later, his face lit up with joy when he saw a triangular-shaped rock. This is it. Advanced Starcore, here I come. Ha ha ha. He hurried over the triangular stone and headed inside. His mother got a tidbit of information while she was blowing her pillow. Within a canyon in the southeastern part of the Starcore land, there were quite a few ferocious beasts coiled up. When he killed all the ferocious beasts inside and was 1 step ahead of the others, becoming the first to break through to the starry sky level, he would be able to form a descending blow to the others, with high-level star cores at his fingertips. Half a minute later, Tiger Kuan flew out of the canyon with a face full of terror. The body was woefully out of shape. The battle armor on his body was mostly broken. Roar! A furious roar emanated from within the canyon, directly vibrating Tiger June tens of thousands of meters. Tiger Kuan saw this and ran away. The escape was with a backward look on his face. It's horrible, why didn't you tell me that the star beasts here are so strong? It was true that there were quite a few star beasts in there, but after he went in, he realized that there wasn't a single one there that he could fight. That's terrible. He vowed never to enter that canyon again. Chapter 119, Starry Night Level 1. Luckily, he knew a few other places where there was a high probability of star beasts appearing. After opening the map on the smart bracelet, he immediately rushed towards the mark on the map, and Xian Yuanche's side found the next star beast. Bang! After slapping it to death, he put the star stone into the system space. It hadn't even been 2 hours since he came in, and he had acquired 4 starstones before and after. And there's an hour or so in between that was spent absorbing the starstone. In other words, it only took him 10 or 20 minutes to find 4 starstones. At this rate of progress, it was estimated that in a month's time, he would be able to pocket all the starstones in the entire land of Starcores. Ding! Host, within the land of the Starcore, if 2 Star Lord Scions meet, the Extreme Taihu will notice that So if you don't want to be observed by it, you can try to avoid encounters with other Star Lord's children. The voice of the super soft boy system came. Good. Xianyuan Che nodded back. He wouldn't take it upon himself to find another Star Lord's heir, but if he happened to come across one, don't blame him for being inappropriate. Soon, half an hour passed like this. Xianyuan Che looked at the 8 starstones in the system space, took 2 out and started absorbing them, 1 in each hand. Most of the half hour had passed, and the 2 starstones in his hand had once again turned into powder. It's now 2 starstones short of triggering a guaranteed blast. Another 2 starstones were taken out from the system space to absorb. After absorbing these 2 pieces, the system's blaster tone came as expected. Ding! Detected the host absorbing a starstone. Star core progress increased by 1.7%, triggering a 100-fold blast. 1.7% raised to 170%. Star core progress, 183%/100%. As soon as the words fell, countless amounts of star power surged into Xianyuan Che's body like a tidal wave. The martial elemental seed changed drastically when it came into contact with those star powers, crazily absorbing the star power and martial energy within his body. A few hours passed, and the martial yuan seed in his body successfully morphed into a star core. Star core level, 83% per 500%, primary. It actually takes this much to raise to intermediate level? Looking at the panel, star core level, Xianyuan Che frowned. But he quickly stretched. Having a blaster system of your own is not much of a problem. The next step was to store the starstone and just absorb it when we got out of the star core land. Open the panel. Name, Xianyuan Che, Tiger Bastard Parasite. Astral Yuan, 15000/20000, Star 1. Remaining life, 10,000 years. Breathing technique, darkness breathing technique, extreme level. Martial arts, extreme rank. Continuous chopping moon/splitting shadow moon beginner, 10/10,000. Secret arts, berserking, 6th level, nirvana, 6th level. System space, star rank, advanced battle armor, star rank, advanced alloy knife, realm helicopter card X5. Evaluation, no evaluation given. After seeing his panel, Xianyuan Che realized that this time, it seemed like there was one more thing in his panel than last time. That's lifespan. It was a bit surprising to him that the lifespan of a starry sky class could be as high as 10,000 years. What kind of concept is that? This year's blue star is 2097, and the Qin dynasty is only 2,000 years away from 2097. 10,000 years. You can live several times over. And he had nirvana, the ability to keep coming back to life. Theoretically, the number of times stored if he doesn't run out, he's an eternal being. It's like being immortalized by accident. Xianyuan Che muttered. Ding! I've found something wrong, hoste. The voice of the super softyman system interrupted Xianyuan Che's thoughts. You say. I just observed and realized that throughout the Star Core land, a part of the people seem to have maps that hold the locations of some of the star beasts in the Star Core land. This chapter ends. Recently stay up late more, the body seems to have some problems. Recently not stay up late to make up, daytime to make up again. Good night. Good night. Chapter 120 Robbery version 2.0. I just observed and realized that throughout the Star Core land, a part of the people seem to have maps that hold the locations of some of the star beasts in the Star Core land. There's more to this? Xianyuan Che frowned after hearing this. Why do others have maps they don't? Is it because they have 2 systems? Not fair. Locate one of them for me, I'm going to get the map. Xianyuan Che spoke in his mind. What others have, he must have. Tinkles. Good drop. The map of the Star Core land appeared once again, with dozens of additional red dots on it. The red dot is the person who owns the map, hosted D. Xianyuan Che looked at the red dot closest to him, about 100 Earth diameters away. After reaching the starry sky level, his speed was much faster again. In just under a second, he was near the red dot. With a sweep of his psychic sense, he spotted a man who was looking at his smart bracelet. Xianyuan Che directly raised his head and slapped it to the ground, coming in front of that person and directly taking down his smart bracelet. The robbed tiger green didn't resist the whole time. Because after being slapped by Xianyuan Che, he had become half dead. The bones of his body were all shattered, and if not for his higher realm, he would probably have gone to see the king of hell. After getting his hands on the smart bracelet, spatial ring, and battle armor, Xianyuan Che didn't even look at them and directly left the place. After a minute, he stopped and looked at the smart bracelet in his hand. After tinkering around for a bit, he smoothly opened the map, which was labeled with a dozen or so locations where star beasts were prone to appear. But it's only in the ballpark, not even close to the super soft guy system. After casually putting this on his hand, he took out his space ring. System, can you open this thing? He asked in his mind towards the Blitz system. Whether to spend 50 points to open the space ring. Yes. Xianyuan Che nodded in his mind. Opening. In less than a second, the space ring was opened. Xianyuan Che looked inside and found that there were still surprises. There were actually 2 starstones inside. That's a bargain. Generally speaking, it was only right to absorb the first time the starstone was obtained before reaching the starry sky realm. There are 2 very simple truths. For one thing, it's easy for someone else to snatch it up. Secondly, whoever came to the starry sky level first in the land of star cores would have the vast majority of the advantage. Speed strength would increase dramatically, and finding the star beast would be naturally much faster. Xian Yuanche put all of these things away in the system space. Locate those people for me at all times. Good drop. He was going to continue to look for those who had maps based on the location of the super soft boy system. Outside world. When Jitaihu turned the screen to Tiger Green, he was still in a coma. Looking at the injuries on Tiger Qing's body, the crowd below sucked in a breath of cool air. That's too bad. Extreme Taihu frowned and didn't say anything more, but sucked the person out. Take the men down to heal. Yes. An orc below flew up and brought Tiger Green down to heal his wounds. Jitaihu once again put his eyes on the virtual scenery. He would like to know what kind of air could be that powerful to beat Tiger Qing to such a state. And at that moment, Shen Yuanche had already found the second person who had the map. A slap on the wrist, space ring, battle armor, and smart bracelet all snatched away. When he found the third target of the robbery, he found a familiar face. Chapter 121, Goodbye Tiger Kuan. Canyon. Updates will resume again on January 23rd. Tiger Kuan looked at Shen Yuanche, who had suddenly appeared, with a dumbfounded expression. After sensing the aura emanating from Shen Yuanche's body, he was violently startled. It was the aura of a star level. In other words, the person in front of him had already broken through to the starry sky level. At the thought of it, he was a little puzzled. How long has it been since you've been here and you've broken through to the starry sky level? It's not that outrageous to start a monster, is it? Shen Yuanche looked at the Tiger Jun whose expression was constantly changing, without nonsense, directly prepared to strike will rob. Seemingly sensing that Shen Yuanche was about to hit himself, Tiger Jun hurriedly opened his mouth. Brother! This is the starstone that little brother just got by fluke and was just about to take it to you. Saying that, he nimbly opened his spatial ring authority and threw it to Shen Yuanche. Watching Tiger Jun's movements, Shen Yuanche was somewhat surprised. That's pretty smart. He swept toward his space ring. There were 2 stones of the stars in it, no more and no less. Tiger Kuan, 2 starstones, seems a bit insufficient. Shen Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger Jun's battle armor. I get it. I get it. Tiger Monarch thought that he had given less of the starstone and quickly opened his mouth to stabilize Shen Yuanche. Big brother, I really don't have any starstones left on me, though. I know a place with quite a few star beasts. I can take you there. Shen Yuanche raised his eyebrows at the words. He didn't expect that there would actually be unexpected gains. Lead the way. Tiger Kuan let out a long breath and nodded his head in a hurry. Fine. He hurriedly took to the sky and flew in the direction of the canyon. Yes, that canyon was the place he said was full of star beasts. Not long after, Tiger Kuan stopped. Big brother, there are a lot of star beasts in that canyon ahead. It's just that little brother can't beat it. You just happen to have broken through to the starry sky level, so you shouldn't have any problem dealing with the star beasts inside. Tiger Kuan told all about what was going on inside. He didn't want to pitch Shen Yuanche. After all, his mother had always told him not to mess with people who were stronger than he was, and whose natural talent was still higher than his own. Shen Yuanche clasped his hands on his chest and swept a glance at the distant canyon with his spiritual sense. It was only strange that when the spiritual sense was about to enter the canyon, it was blocked by a wave of energy. He could only withdraw his spiritual sense and look at the Tiger Monarch. I assume you have the Star Beast Division map in your smart bracelet as well? Yes. Tiger Kuan thought that Shen Yuanche wanted his map and hurriedly removed the smart bracelet and handed it to Shen Yuanche. Shen Yuanche took a look and realized that the distribution of star beasts on this smart bracelet was a little different again. It seems that the distribution of star beasts marked in the maps owned by each person is different. Who gave you this? He stowed the smart bracelet in his spatial ring and asked towards Tiger Kuan. My mother gave it to me, after she went and asked father for it yesterday. Shen Yuanche nodded his head, sort of understanding the causes and consequences. If he guessed correctly, the others' maps had been asked for by their respective mothers from Jitaihu. Lead the way. Shen Yuanche lifted Tiger Jun towards the canyon as soon as he could. Don't! Brother, the canyon is just ahead, why don't you go by yourself? When Tiger Monarch saw Shen Yuanche trying to pull him into the canyon with him, he immediately pissed himself in fear. After all, he'd only escaped from here a short time ago. Shen Yuanche gave Tiger Kuan a look and Tiger Kuan immediately shut his mouth. In fact, I'm a person with a very good heart. Big brother asked me to lead the way. I'll lead the way. Shen Yuanche put it down and gave him a look. At the same time in his mind he asked his 2 systems if they knew what was going on inside the canyon. January 23rd and then resume updating. Near the new year is a bit busy, understand a little bit, kneeling thanks. Chapter 122, a stone containing star power. Ding, found Star Valley. The Blitz system was the first to give a response. Name, Star Valley. Description, one of the places where the star beasts live. Shen Yuanche raised an eyebrow after seeing the introduction. If there were enough star beasts in there, it was probably possible to break through the star core to advance in one go. Tiger Jun, who was in front of Shen Yuanche, slowly approached towards the canyon, and every now and then, he even looked back at Shen Yuanche. there was still fear in his eyes. Just now, he had seen the strength of those star beasts inside the canyon. With just one slap, even the high-level battle armor on his body was dry-shattered. Now that the battle armor hadn't fully recovered, if he went back in, he probably wouldn't have any bones left. Looking at Tiger Jun's wimpy appearance, Xian Yuanche took out his alloy knife and flicked it. Walk faster or... When Tiger Monarch saw the sword in Xian Yuanche's hand, he immediately increased his speed and came directly to the edge of the canyon. He could still tell the difference between dying late and dying early. The two flew directly below the canyon. This canyon can no longer be called a canyon, because it's just too deep. Not hundreds, or thousands, or tens of thousands of meters deep. Instead, it reaches over 100,000 meters deep. After coming to the bottom, Tiger Kuan pointed at a hole in the distance that was a few hundred meters high and 100 meters wide and opened his mouth. That's the place. The hole where the star beasts are. Xian Yuanche gave a look, signaling him to continue leading the way. Tiger Kuan looked at the dark hole and was a bit abashed. Here, spiritual awareness was suppressed, and he was afraid that if he went in, he would be slapped out just like last time. However, thinking of Xian Yuanche's strength, he still walked in. It wasn't that Xian Yuanche's star-level strength could give him a sense of security, but he was afraid that Xian Yuanche would stab himself. And Xian Yuanche followed behind Tiger Jun. It was fortunate that martial artists of their realm were able to see at night, or else they would really go blind if their spiritual sense was suppressed in here. As the two went deeper, the cave grew in size. The height of the cave has also changed from a few hundred meters to a few thousand meters. At this time, Xian Yuanche seemed to see something and stopped. This was because he realized that the surrounding stones were lavender in color, so faint that if he didn't look closely, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. He hastily used his probing eye to take a look, and it didn't matter if he looked at it, looking at it again really shocked him. The introduction of these stones to the genus is truly anticlimactic here at Scrying Eye. Name, unusual stone. Description, prolonged exposure to star power has changed its internal structure, containing a small amount of star power. He walked over to a stone, cut a small piece and took it into his hands, and began to absorb it in a distracted manner. Tiger Kuan looked at Xian Yuanche, who was holding a stone in his hand and did not move at all, and likewise did not dare to move for fear that if he moved that knife would fall on his body. After a few minutes, the stone in Xian Yuanche's hand turned into powder. Feeling the extra bit of star power, he was a little excited in his heart. It was because there was not a lot of star power contained within that stone just now. A full 5% of a normal star stone. Don't look at only a mere 5%, but the number of these stones around is quite a lot. Combined with the blitz system, isn't this invincible? While Xian Yuanche was thinking, a roar came. Roar! A wolf-type star beast several dozen meters tall appeared in the two's line of sight. There was also a faint pressure emanating from the star beast. Xian Yuanche hurriedly scanned the panel of this star beast with his eye of scrying. This chapter ends. Busy. Just so you all understand, the 24th, which is today, may be slightly free. Chapter 123, Battle Star Beast. Tiger Kuan, so the Starry Sky Level 1 is so strong. Race, Star Beast. Realm, Astral Level 3. Description, coalesced from massive star power, it can change into any form, and upon death it will drop crystals containing star power. After reading the level of this star beast, Xian Yuanche immediately turned on berserking. Astral Yuan, 52 500/60 Star V. After turning on Berserk, the 250% full attribute bonus directly brought his realm to Starry Sky Level 5. And when the Tiger Monarch not far away saw this star beast, his face immediately turned pale. This star beast didn't need to be seen to know that it wasn't an ordinary Starry Sky Level A. He looked at Xian Yuanche and despair rose in his heart. With a rank 9 martial god himself, plus a Tiger Ba who had just broken through to the Starry Sky rank, what were the two of them going to fight this star beast with? I say, why don't we skedaddle? Xian Yuanche ignored the Tiger Monarch, and with a thought, his battle armor covered his entire body, and he operated the star element in his body, directly blasting out a punch towards the star beast. Boom! Tiger Kuan, who was not far away, was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually dare to take a shot at this star beast. He was just about to take this opportunity to slip away when he saw a scene that shocked him. Only to see Xian Yuanche punch the star beast, which was directly knocked away by the punch and flew backwards back into the depths. Asterisk. The Tiger Monarch looked at this scene with incomparable shock. He looked at Xian Yuanche and then looked deeper into the cave. Although he couldn't tell the realm of the star beast just now, he was certain that the star beast just now was at least in the second or third level of the starry sky. A level 2 or 3 star beast was actually off? Roar! Before Tiger Kuan could recover from his shock, the star beast charged out again. This time there were 2 more star beasts of about the same size behind them. Needless to say, the realms of those 2 were definitely at the starry sky level as well. Xian Yuanche didn't panic in the slightest when he saw this scene. He opened the Eye of Scrying and scanned the information of the 2 new star beasts. Race, Star Beast. Realm, Astral Level 3. Introduction. Race, Star Beast. Realm, Starry Sky Level 2. Introduction. Although there were now 2 Starry Sky Level 3 and 1 Starry Sky Level 2 star beasts, it wasn't a big problem for him. In just an instant, he arrived in front of the weakest star beast and directly executed the Wind Thunder Fist technique. Although the Wind and Thunder Fist technique was only an S-ranked martial skill, when it was executed in the hands of the Starry Sky Level 5 Xian Yuanche, its power was still not to be underestimated. Not to mention the system-triggered damage blasts. Ding! Detected the host performing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 100-fold blast, increasing the power by 100-fold. Ding! Detected the host performing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 50-fold blast, increasing the power by 50 times. Ding! Detected at. Ding! Detection. That star beast was unlucky that Xian Yuanche had actually triggered a 100-fold blitz this time. Boom! The powerful might directly caused that star beast to instantly fly backwards, knocking it straight back into the depths. The aftermath even caused Tiger Jun, who was not far away, to take several steps backwards. Based on this alone, the power of Xian Yuanche's punches just now was self-evident. Tiger Monarch, who was in the midst of shock, looked at Xian Yuanche and muttered a few times. Starry Sky Level 1 turned out to be so strong. He had thought that a Starry Sky Level 1 was at most a few dozen times stronger than a Level 9 martial god. I'm afraid it's more than 100 times stronger now. Back to Xian Yuanche's side. The 2 remaining Starry Sky Level 3 star beasts instantly became furious after watching their companions being sent flying. They flashed to either side of Xian Yuanche, and their claws snapped at Xian Yuanche. Although these 2 star beasts were fast, but Xian Yuanche was even faster. The moment they were slapped out, Xian Yuanche had already retreated to the Tiger Monarch's side. Bang! Bang! The claws slapped the ground, and the ground instantly cracked. It was also thanks to the fact that the cave's environment was hardened by a large amount of star power, or the whole cave would have to collapse. Xian Yuanche took the alloy knife back out of the system space. He hadn't used it since he learned how to connect to the chopping moon, and that led to Lian Xiaoyue's proficiency remaining at the introductory level. It's just as well. Now there's a chance. Lian Xiaoyue, being an extreme rank martial skill, even at the entry level, could reach 30 slashes per second. When it hits the target it can be split in 2, turning into 60 slashes. A total of 90 passes before and after would trigger at least 12 blasts. Chapter 124, Slaying Star Beasts, Tiger Monarch's Change. Updates resume on February 1st. Looking at the 2 star beasts that were eyeing the tiger intently, Xian Yuanche revolved his star element and directly swung out 30 slashes. Whoosh! 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 Not far away, when Tiger Jun saw Xian Yuanche striking again, he immediately held his breath and stared tightly at the dozens of blade lights. And at this time, Xian Yuanche's mind was already constantly ringing with the system's beeps. Ding! Detected the host using the continuous slash moon, triggering a 30-fold blast, increasing the power by 30 times. Ding! Detected the host's use of the continuous slashing moon, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Ding! The speed and power of the blade light, which had been increased by the storm, instantly skyrocketed. Each of the star beasts had the honor of sharing 15 slashes of light. Knife light hits. Roar! Roar! But that wasn't all. Each blade light after a hit split into 2, directly changing from 30 to 60. The system's beep once again sounded in Xian Yuanche's mind. Ding! Triggered a blitz. Power increase. Ding! Each of the 60 slashes hit the star beasts. The 2 star beasts wailed before collapsing to the ground. It then transformed into 2 half-human head-sized stones of the stars. Watching Xian Yuanche kill those 2 star beasts in seconds so easily, Tiger Monarch were frozen in place. He looked at Xian Yuanche and then at the 2 star stones on the ground. That punch just now he thought was its true strength. I didn't realize there was a fiercer one. And so on. His mind snapped around to something. Just now, after those 30 slashes hit the star beast, they were actually able to split into 2. It reminded him of a martial art that his mother had mentioned earlier. Even chopping moon. He was certain that what Tiger Bomb had just executed was this martial art. Lian Xiaoyue was an extreme rank martial skill, and it was impossible for Tiger Ba, a motherless Star Lord's heir, to get his hands on it. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that Tiger Bombs had chosen this martial art after the last examination, and this happened only half a month ago. In other words, Tiger Bomb had already learned this martial art after only half a month. When he thought about it, he couldn't even dare to imagine just how heaven-defying this person's talent was. This was because the difficulty of cultivating the Lian Xiaoyue was very much at the front of the pack of extreme rank martial arts. Gradually, the eyes of the Tiger Monarch looking at Xian Yuanche changed drastically. From the initial fear, to shock, and finally to adoration. He remembered what his own mother had said. If you meet someone whose natural talent is stronger than your own, you must do everything in your power to befriend them. Especially the ones that don't mean them any harm. Stalk them to make a good relationship. As soon as he thought of this, he directly flashed in front of Xian Yuanche and hugged his thighs. Brother! Kiss my brother! He looked at Xian Yuanche with tears in his eyes. Take me as your little brother. Xian Yuanche, who had just placed the alloy blade back into the system space, was dumbfounded. What's wrong with this Tiger King? He used his hand to peel Tiger Kuen's arm away. After Tiger Kuen was peeled away, he once again hugged Shen Yuanche's thigh once again. Brother, take me as your little brother. Shen Yuanche sighed and silently took the ally knife out from the system space once again. Release or not? Tiger Kuen immediately spread his hands when he saw this. Then he remembered his mother's words. Pleasing those who are gifted can't be done by mouth alone, it has to be done by action. He hastily removed a necklace from his chest and took out his treasured spatial ring. Brother, these are my treasured resources, take them all. I hope you'll accept me as your little brother. He presented the spatial ring in front of Shen Yuanche like a treasure. Shen Yuanche was a bit surprised to see this. He didn't expect Tiger Kuen to actually hide a spatial ring. He swept with his spiritual sense and realized that this spatial ring actually completely shielded his spiritual sense. No wonder he hadn't realized it before, so this space ring was different from the others. After taking the spatial ring into his hands, he glanced inside. There aren't a lot of resources, but they all look as if they are rather precious, especially the one box placed in the center. He used his scrying eye to take a look. This look doesn't matter. This chapter ends. Near the new year, everyone understand. Thank you. Chapter 125, Giant Starstone. Name of item, Boundary Art Stone. Description, an extremely precious stone that has the probability of allowing secret arts to be advanced into realm arts after use. After reading it, Shen Yuanche was a bit nonplussed. He didn't expect the stone to actually be a boundary art stone. How many of these stones do you have left? He asked towards Tiger Kuen. Tiger Kuen shook his head, nope. And who gave you this piece? It was my father's reward for my mom. Shen Yuanche put away the boundary art stone. Boundary art stones were extremely rare, and generally speaking, a martial artist would be able to use 1 to 10 of them to upgrade his or her secret art to a boundary art. The more powerful the secret art, the more boundary art stones it would require. He looked at the boundary art stones needed for Nirvana's ascension. Secret technique Nirvana. Upgraded to 7th rank, absorption of 100 boundary art stones. He couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth when he saw the $100. That's a lot to ask for. And berserking up to 7th level costs 100, 2 is 200. Wouldn't it be a big couple $100 by then for the 7th to 8th order? After a few seconds of thinking about it, he didn't think about it anymore. There's definitely a chance to get the boundary art stone later on anyway. He headed straight for the depths of the cave. Tiger Kuen saw this and immediately followed. If he didn't kick himself out, it meant that he recognized himself as his little brother. The deeper you go into the cave, the larger it gets. The two walked for 10 minutes before finding an open space. Tiger Kuen suddenly burst into a foul-mouthed agitation and pointed at a place. Shen Yuanche followed his finger and saw something extraordinary. It was a piece of starstone with a diameter of 3 meters. Oval, like a purple crystal egg. Such a large piece of starstone. Tiger Kuen couldn't believe his eyes. Such a large piece of starstone, let alone seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Shen Yuanche on the side was also a bit shocked, because the contrast between this rock of stars and the outside is just too great. If he absorbed it, he would probably have gone straight to an intermediate star core. If it triggers a blitz, he can't even think about it. He immediately came to the starstone and used the eye of scrying to check up on the information. Item name, Soul Starstone, Rare. Grade, Star Zoner. Description, a starstone condensed from the demise of a star beast's physical body, containing a star beast's soul body inside. Star Zoon level? After reading the message, Shen Yuanche secretly said in his heart. He moved closer to scrutinize the starstone. Noticed that there did seem to be something different about the center part. The color is a little darker and there's a slight flow of light, so I'm sure this is the soul body of whatever that is. What a beautiful, big starstone. The tiger monarch had caressed this starstone at some point, his eyes glowing as if he was itching to move it straight home. However, when he saw Shen Yuanche's eyes, he immediately returned to his original position. Big brother's stuff he can't touch. That's what his mother said. After casually putting this starstone away, he wandered around the empty clearing. Here, spiritual sense was restricted, so he could only rely on the naked eye. Help me look around to see if there are any more starstones, and if you find any, I'll share some with you. Yes, big brother. Tiger Kuen immediately searched the neighborhood. He is not a little cutie. With Huba's natural talent, he will definitely be able to compete for the position of Star Son in the future. This chapter ends. It's New Year's Eve. Tomorrow we start back to 4000. Chapter 126, Stone Door, Tempering the Flesh. At that time, when Tiger Bomb became a Star Son, he himself would be able to follow its ass and have a mouthful of soup, wouldn't he? With that thought, he searched the neighborhood even harder. By the way, those stones with purple color you put away in the space ring. Shen Yuanche's voice came, along with a space ring and an alloy knife. Tiger Kuen hurriedly caught it and began to pound the rocks around it. Shen Yuanche, on the other hand, continued to walk towards the depths. He was so fast that even if he slowed down, he could reach over 10 kilometers in one step. After walking for a while he came to the end. At the end was a stone door with 3 vortices carved into it. He reached out and touched the stone door. Suddenly the stone door erupted with a suction force, sucking away the astral elements in his body continuously. It's almost like losing about 10% per second. If anyone else had been in this situation, they would have panicked. But who was Xian Yuanche, the man with 2 systems plus a cocky aura? Name, Aura of Hubris. Effect, restores 10% of status per second, including but not limited to, injuries, physical strength, martial arts star element. Upgrade, consume 4 auras and upgrade to restoring 11% per second. Recovering 10% every second made the astral element in his body almost endless. Half an hour later. Looking at the stone door that was still continuously absorbing star elements, Xian Yuanche withdrew his hand. After taking a few steps back, with a thought, the battle armor covered his entire body. Then he performed the wind and thunder fist technique directly at the stone door. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 100-fold blast. Ding! Ding! Bang! Dozens of punches were thrown at the stone door, which was unharmed and didn't even leave a trace. I can't believe nothing happened at all. Xian Yuanche moved closer to observe the stone door. You know, that punch of his just now had triggered 100 times the storm at the highest. Even if it didn't break, it should have left a little trace, right? He took out his alloy blade and directly executed the continuous cutting moon. The blade light struck the stone door, which remained unharmed. Opened his scrying eye and swept it. Item name, flat stone door. Description, a stone door made of ordinary stone, engraved with special symbols that make it strong and has a huge suction power that can absorb the energy in living beings. System, how can I open this stone door? He asked in his mind towards the storm system. Ding! Just let this stone door suck its fill. The blitz system returned. How long? Ding! According to projections, the host only needs to suck on this stone door for another half hour. Hearing that it would only take half an hour, Xian Yuanche put his hand back up. Half an hour passed quickly, and the stone door's absorption rate slowed, gradually decreased from 10% per second to 9, 8, 7%. After half a minute, the stone door stopped absorbing and the 3 vortices emitted a burst of golden light. Boom! The stone door opened, and Xian Yuanche's face was delighted at the sight. But when he saw what was behind the stone door, his face turned ugly again. There's actually a stone door. Why are there still stone doors? Item name, flat stone door. Introduction, a stone door made of ordinary stone, engraved with special lightning symbols, making it strong, and can destroy the physical body of the person who touches it, so be careful to touch it. This time, before Xian Yuanche could open his mouth, the blast system opened its own mouth. This is the last stone door, the host only needs to be electrified by it for a few hours to open it. It is recommended that the host take advantage of this time to quench the physical body. Only with the powerful healing ability of the arrogant aura, you can quickly quench the physical body. The opportunity is rare. It is recommended that the host cherish it. Hardening the flesh? Xian Yuanche stroked his chin and felt that it wasn't impossible. He recalled the scene in his previous life's novel where the protagonist's physical body shattered the void. And quenching the flesh. He looked down as if something had occurred to him. Ahem, since you suggested it, I can't help it, can I? Xian Yuanche coughed a few times. Put your hands on the stone door. Just after putting it on, a strand of lightning directly entered his body, causing his fleshly body to be greatly damaged. Zip, zip, zip. Since the berserking was still in place, he wasn't in much pain. In less than half a second, he felt a warm current running through his body, and wherever it passed, his injuries continued to recover. He knew that it was the arrogant aura healing the injuries within him. After half a minute, he drew back his hand. It couldn't be helped. The lightning was so destructive that the healing of the arrogant aura wasn't proportional, and he had to draw back his hand every few moments to allow the arrogant aura to recover from its injuries. Otherwise, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes before he or she would have wasted a chance at nirvana. Looks like we'll have to upgrade the hubris aura sometime, Xian Yuanche muttered. After resting for a few seconds, he continued to start tempering his flesh. An hour passed quickly. After this hour of tempering, he felt that the extent of his fleshly body continued to increase. If the physical body was equal to the realm before, then now it was 3 small realms higher. After a few more hours of tempering, perhaps his physical body would reach the Star Lord level. This chapter ends. One more chapter at 2. I'm working on a new book today and getting ready to double up. Chapter 127, Star Exalted 9th Level Human, Dual Star Core Method. As time continued to pass, Xian Yuanche's physical body grew stronger and stronger. 2.5 hours had passed, and his physical body was already comparable to that of a Starry Sky Level 9 martial artist. Bang! Boom! The stone door opened wide, and Xian Yuanche drew back his hand with some intent. If he were to quench it for another hour or two, perhaps his flesh would be comparable to a Star Lord level. He walked in. It was pitch black in there, and his night vision was actually failing. Wow! A ball of flame suddenly emerged from the surrounding too. It was only then that Xian Yuanche took a good look at his surroundings. It was a secret room of about a few hundred square feet, with a figure sitting cross-legged in the center. 10 chains extended from within the walls to firmly lock it in place. Another mole came in. An old voice rang out. After saying that person raised his head to look at Xian Yuanche. Upon meeting the man's eyes, he felt a keen sense of crisis. Name, Lucian. Realm, none. Original realm, star zenith level 9, star core missing. Breathing, dual core breathing. Martial arts. Boundary techniques. After reading Lucian's panel, Xian Yuanche was deeply surprised. He didn't expect that there was actually a Starzone 9th level human imprisoned here. Asterisk 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 off. I don't know anything about a double star core. Lucian uttered an inexplicable sentence to Xian Yuanche. Double star core? Regulus Che captured the word. Although he wasn't quite sure what it was, he knew that it must be something good just based on the literal meaning of the word. Looking at Lucian's appearance, he was probably imprisoned here by some powerful orc. I should have sent the main body over. He had some regrets in his mind. This Lucian didn't need to see it to know that he hated orcs. He was now using Tiger Bomb's body, so it was definitely impossible for him to lasso out the double star core of whatever it was. When in doubt, ask the system. He looked to the system panel and spoke in his mind. System, do you have any way to get the method of double star cores out of Lucian's mouth? No? Ding. Does it cost 10,000 points to purchase the program? Points? Spend them. Xian Yuanche directly agreed. Speaking of which, it seemed like he hadn't used points in a long time. Mostly, I don't know what to buy either. Ding. Spend successfully. It is detecting Lucian's psychological, physical condition. This system will give the best program to the host. Lucian, one of the most enlightened prides of the human race, once comprehended the double star core method when breaking through the star level, giving himself 2 star cores, invincible at the same level. Being projected. A few minutes later, the system gave the program. Ding. According to projections, Lucian is missing his star core and his lifespan has come to an end. It is recommended that the host purchase a trust card at the store, use it on Lucian, and then confess the fact that he is actually human to obtain the dual star core act. At the same time, the Blitz system opened the store interface, and a purchase interface appeared in front of Xian Yuanche's eyes. Trade name, trust card. Description, when used on a target, it allows the target to drastically increase their level of trust in the host for the next 10 minutes. Price, 200,000 points. Limit, 1 per year. Hiss, 200,000 points. Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw the price of this trust card. Although it was a bit expensive, he still clicked to buy it when he thought of that double star core method of whatever it was. Luckily he had a 10% off coupon to buy it for 20,000 points. Ding! Spend 20,000 points on a trust card. Remaining points, 600,000. A blue card appeared in Xian Yuanche's hand. Lucian, who was in the center, had been staring straight at Xian Yuanche. Use. Xian Yuanche directly used the trust card on Lucian. The blue card turned into a ray of light and flew into Lucian's brow. Lucian didn't even notice the whole time. After seeing the trust card fly into Lucian's brow, Xian Yuanche crouched down and spoke to him. Elder, I'm actually human. Meh. Lucian mockingly smiled when he heard Xian Yuanche's words, as if to say, you see me like a little cutie. Kagan? When Xian Yuanche saw this scene, his somewhat uneasy towards the system to confirm. System, do we really have to confess to him? There won't be any changes, right? Like whoever, or Extreme Taihu happens to be watching me? Ding. Host, don't worry, with this system in place, that kind of thing won't happen. Confessing to him is the quickest and easiest way to get the dual star core method, and Lucian is dying. Maybe he just told you about the dual star core method and hung up. Hearing that the Blitz system had said so, Xian Yuanche was also completely free of worries. Elder, I'm really a human, it's just that I'm currently parasitizing this half-orc's body. Perhaps it was the trust card that played a role. Lucian started sizing up Xian Yuanche, finally staring straight into Xian Yuanche's eyes. After staring for half a minute, Lucian smiled. You do have a different look in your eyes than those orcs. But that won't be enough unless you let me see you as you are. Could be. Xian Yuanche nodded. Since the system had packed his bags, he no longer hesitated. Got up and walked out of the chamber. When Lucian saw Xian Yuanche walk out of the secret room, he directly closed his eyes and began to recuperate. System, help me teleport the main body. Since the Tiger Fighter Parasite came through a teleportation device, he could also rely on the system's teleportation function to teleport his main body, or the Black Dragon Parasite. Ding! Transmitting. Blue Star. Xian Yuanche's main body, which was fishing, put down the pole and directly disappeared in place. The one man and the one parasite walked back inside the chamber. Lucian heard the commotion and opened his eyes once again. Elder, this is my original body. Xian Yuanche's main body spoke. Lucian surveyed Xian Yuanche's main body. Come here a minute. Xian Yuanche knew that he couldn't hesitate at this time and had to act like he trusted Lucian. He walked directly to Lucian. He had stored the number of Nirvana times in his own body anyway, so he could just die and be resurrected. Seeing Xian Yuanche actually approaching him directly, Lucian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? I believe that Senior will not brutalize his fellow clan members. Not bad, you're good. Lucian once again sized up Xian Yuanche. Solid roots, good seedling indeed. The dual star core method, which I comprehended when I was over 100 years old. Using this method, you can have a second star core. One more star core can allow to give you double the amount of star element reserves in your body, reaching a level of invincibility in the same realm. Shen Yuanche was a little disappointed in his heart when he heard this. He had thought that there was something heaven-defying about this dual star nucleus method, but he hadn't realized that it was just a doubling of his star element reserves. This was merely the icing on the cake for him with his aura of arrogance. Seemingly sensing some disappointment from Shen Yuanche, Lucian smiled mysteriously. This just scratches the surface of the binary star nuclear law. This chapter ends. Chapter 128 Domain Rank, Memory Crystal. Do you know the realm after star dignity? Shen Yuanche nodded. No, a bit. It's rumored to be domain rank. This he knew a little about. Starry Sky level, Star Lord level, Star Zune level, these three realms were uniformly called star ranks. And above the star order is said to be the domain order. He currently only knew that the first realm of the domain rank was the domain level. Lucian, domain level, is the first stage of the domain rank. In order to enter this realm, one must transform the star core into a domain. The star core fuses with one's own boundary arts and transforms into a domain. If you have both the dual star core and the dual realm technique, when you step into the realm level, you will be able to have two realms that. Thus, 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, or even greater than 3. Speaking of this, Lucian turned his words around and sighed. Of course, two domains are better to think about. After all, no one can have two realm arts at the same time. But even so, having two star cores is enough to make you invincible in your class. After hearing Lucian's words, Shen Yuanche raised his eyebrows and clearly came to be interested. He glanced at his two secret arts. This twin star nucleus method was practically tailor-made for him. Although this berserking and nirvana were still only secret arts and hadn't advanced into realm arts. However, he believed that it was only a matter of time before the two secret arts advanced, and by then the dual domains would naturally fall into place. Looking at the contemplative Shen Yuanche, Lucian spoke again. Now I'm going to pass on the dual star core technique to you, and if I can meet a pride of the human race who possesses the dual realm technique, I also hope that you can pass it on to him. After saying that, a terrifying pressure erupted from his entire body, shocking Shen Yuanche back. The body began to change, the hair began to fall out, and the whole person became withered. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuanche inquired in his mind towards the blast system. System, is there a way to heal him? Ding! With the host's current abilities, there's no way. Moreover, this person's life has long since come to an end. If not for the fact that his original realm was at the Star Zune level, he would have died a long time ago. Since I was 3 years old, I have been able to urinate 3 feet into the wind, and at the age of 20 I stepped into the martial arts path. In less than 100 years, he stepped into the star stage. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant, and was surrounded and suppressed by 6 star zones. Tens of thousands of years will pass in a flash, and everything will eventually be a passing cloud. After saying that, he turned from a living person into a withered bone. Even if it's turned into a withered bone, those 10 chains were still tightly binding him. Only a red crystal was left floating in the air. Shen Yuanche sucked this crystal into his hands and used the eye of scrying to check it out. Item name, Memory Crystal, Special. Description, a record of the memories left by the dead, specially marked as special because it contains star elements. Ding! Do you want to use the memory crystal? The system's beep sounded. Wait a minute. Shen Yuanche put the crystal into his pocket and retraced his steps, storing Lucian's bones into his spatial ring. After all, after giving himself an inheritance, it was still appropriate to help collect his corpse. Lucian's corpse bones were directly collected into the system space. Only after doing this did he take out the memory crystal. Ding! Do you want to use the memory crystal? The system's beep sounded again. Yes. This time, Shen Yuanche chose to use it. Ding! Memory crystal used successfully. With the system's words, the memory crystal turned into a red light and entered Shen Yuanche's brow. Lucian's voice rang in Shen Yuanche's mind. After a martial artist has stepped into the starry sky level, he or she splits his or her star core in two, while absorbing a large amount of martial energy to once again condense 2 seeds of martial energy. Fusing the 2 martial element seeds into the 2 halves of the star core, then absorbing a large amount of star element to allow it to recover, thus achieving the effect of splitting into 2. This method is extremely risky and has a very low success rate, so do not try it if you are timid. After saying that, Lucian's voice disappeared completely. At the same time, Shen Yuanche felt that the astral yuan in his body was constantly surging. He directly deactivated his berserk state and opened his panel at the same time. Name, Shen Yuanche. Astral yuan, 15000/20000, star 1. After a second, when he looked again, the star element had skyrocketed to 20,000. Star dollar, 20000/30000, star 2. And then 30,000. 40,000. It went up to 60,000 before it stopped. Astral yuan, 60000/70000, star 6. Shen Yuanche directly froze in place. He didn't expect Lucian to give himself 2 big gifts. The dual star core method, coupled with the skyrocketing realm. Glancing at the bones in the system space, he decided that when he returned to Blue Star, he would definitely give Lucian a grand funeral. 91 more statues were erected in his honor. After walking out of the chamber, the 2 doors of the chamber closed automatically. After glancing back at the chamber, he headed directly outside. As he walked, he also took out his alloy knife and passing and dug up a few stones containing star power into the system space. Chapter 129 Extreme Grade Primary Battle Armor. Now that he had mastered the dual star core method, when the time came, not only would he have to condense the second star core, but he would also have to raise both star cores to an advanced level at the same time. Overall, he was even more starstruck. There weren't many stones that contained star power along the way, and he soon met up with the Tiger King. Tiger Jun was looking for those stones that contained star power along the edge of the cave when he looked up and saw Xian Yuanche. "Give me the space ring." Xian Yuanche reached out towards Tiger Kuan. Seeing this, Tiger Jun hurriedly took off his spatial ring and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took the spatial ring and swept a glance towards it. There were quite a few stones that contained star power, coupled with the oversized starstone. It should be more than enough to raise the first star core to advanced. "Good job." Xian Yuanche patted Tiger Kuan's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "There's nothing left here, let's go." After saying that, Xian Yuanche walked out without looking back. Tiger Kuan saw this and hurriedly followed. Right now, he was mainly just hugging Tiger Ba, Xian Yuanche's thigh. The 2 of them quickly walked out of the cave, and as soon as they were out, Xian Yuanche turned back to Tiger Jun. "I've got things to do, so you can go wherever you want." After saying that, he also returned Tiger Jun's spatial ring. Of course, anything worth a bit of money was taken by him, leaving only a set of battle armor and alloy knives and a map of the Starstone. "Big brother, I'll just follow you, there's no place I want to go." Tiger Jun looked at Xian Yuanche with a sincere face. Xian Yuanche sighed in his heart when he saw this. It seemed that this tiger monarch really took himself as a big brother, and it had to be said that he knew how to hug a big leg. Thoughts turned to him and an idea came to him. "Alright then, big brother will now give you a task." "What mission?" "Just give your orders, big brother." Tiger Kuan replied with a pat on the back. "Go and collect the starstone for me. If you satisfy me, I'll recognize you as my little brother, and I'll cover you from now on." Xian Yuanche thought that Tiger Kuan would know what to do. After all, Tiger Kuan himself hadn't even reached the starry sky level yet. But Tiger Kuan's answer surprised him a bit. "Okay, whatever big brother says is fine." Tiger Kuan took the spatial ring a handful of times and responded. His mother had said that since he had decided on someone to follow, he should maximize his favor. "This you promise?" Xian Yuanche had completely refreshed his knowledge of Tiger Kuan. The current Tiger Kuan was a different person from when the 2 first met. "There you go then." Since Tiger Monarch had promised, Xian Yuanche didn't care if it was true or not. If he really helped him collect the starstone, he wouldn't mind recognizing this little brother. After Tiger Kuan left, he continued to search for the starstone according to the map given by the soft-boiled man system. The first star core had already coalesced, and the main task now was to continue collecting the starstones and absorb them when it was over. This maximizes access to more starstones. The greater part of the month passed in a flash. Apart from those few days in the beginning when Xian Yuanche collected the starstones relatively quickly, his speed gradually slowed down later on. "Stop fighting, I'll give." "Can't I just give it?" A youth with a bruised nose and swollen face looked at Xian Yuanche with a face full of fear and waved his hands repeatedly. Bang! Halfway through the punch, Regulus Che chooses to finish the punch. You, I surrendered, why are you still fighting?" The youth looked at Xian Yuanche with some aggression on his face. This man is not a martial artist. He obviously surrendered himself, but he still fights. Xian Yuanche spread his hands. "This punch is halfway through, how can it not continue?" Then condescendingly looked at the fallen youth on the ground. "Tell me, where has the starstone been hidden? I'm taking you there now, so don't hit me." The youth hurriedly got up and led Xian Yuanche to the place where he had hidden the starstone. Star-Lord scions like them, whose strength wasn't very outstanding, didn't carry the starstone on their bodies after reaching the starry sky level. Instead, it's hidden away in some place that it thinks is hidden, just in case it's robbed by someone else. It's safest to take it out when the land of star cores is almost over. But he didn't expect that he would actually be so unlucky as to meet this ruthless person, Xian Yuanche. As soon as he came up without saying anything, he directly snatched his spatial ring, and after realizing that there was no starstone inside, he caught himself and beat him violently for more than an hour. Tiger Cold was stifled at the thought. Half an hour later, Tiger Cold brought Xian Yuanche to the place where he had hidden the starstone. A lake over 2,000 meters in diameter. "It's down there. You go down first." Xian Yuanche gave him a look. Tiger Cold didn't dare to disobey and jumped straight down into the lake. Xian Yuanche followed closely. This lake doesn't look big, but it's deep. The two swam for several seconds before they bottomed out. Tiger Cold came to a huge shell. "All my starstones are in here." With that, he opened the shell, in which lay a dozen or so starstones. "Not bad, thanks for the starstone. Shen Yuanche put away the starstone in the shell into the system space, and after doing this, he even thanked Tiger Cold towards him. Tiger Cold dared to be angry, afraid that Shen Yuanche would give him a few more punches. And out of habit, Shen Yuanche swept the shell with his probing eye. Item name, Spirit Shell. Realm, Star-Lord 9. Description, a long-dead spirit shell, with only the shell left to prove its existence. Role, it is recommended to fuse with battle armor or alloy knife, small probability of leveling up. Oh, good stuff. After reading the description of the Spirit Extreme Shell, Shen Yuanche smoothly put the Spirit Extreme Shell into the system space. Then it was put into the synthesis function, and then the battle armor, and clicked synthesize. With a flash of purple light, the Star Rank Advanced Battle Armor directly advanced to Extreme Rank Elementary Battle Armor. Extreme Grade Primary War Armor. Introduction. After fusing the Spirit Extreme Shell, the defense is greatly increased, and can withstand the full force of a Starzone level martial artist's strike once. Not bad. Looking at the description of the new battle armor, Shen Yuanche nodded and continued to look at Tiger Cold opening. A dozen or so starstones, that's a bit low, isn't it? Are you hiding somewhere else? Tiger Cold's body shivered and he hastily shook his head. There really isn't any more. I just collected a dozen or so starstones, and now there isn't a single one left. Shen Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger Cold. He was tempted to beat him up again and force the issue. But this man had just been beaten by him for over an hour, so if he continued to fight, he might actually kill him. It was earned anyway, and even if there was a private stash of starstones, it probably wasn't much. Thinking of this, Shen Yuanche waved his hand. Forget it, just let you off the hook. Tiger Cold breathed a sigh of relief at his words. If he had been beaten again, he might really have been killed. Thank you, big brother, for letting little brother off the hook. Thank you, big brother. Meanwhile, in the very center of the land of star cores, a young man in high-level battle armor stepped on Tiger June's head with a face full of disdain. Hand over the starstone. This chapter ends. Recently, influenza A has been rampant, and people come and go during the New Year's period, so everyone should be well protected. Chapter 130. Shen Yuanche, who resumed his old profession. Tiger June was a bit unconvinced. Humph. Isn't it just that you broke through to the starry sky level earlier than me? Tiger Walker sniffed a bit playfully and looked at the Tiger King at his feet. That's right. I couldn't beat you back when I was a rank 9 martial god. But who told you to be such a waste? You haven't even broken through to the starry sky level after entering the star core land for so long. Take out the starstone, you don't need it, I'll use it for you. With that, he crouched down and took the space ring off of Tiger Kuan's hand. The Tiger Monarch wanted to resist, but was unable to do anything about it because the two of them were too different in realm. Damn it! The Tiger Monarch, who was trampled on the ground, roared with unwillingness. Noisy! Tiger Walk once again raised his foot and stomped hard on Tiger Kuan, constantly lashing out. Back when he was at the 9th level martial god, he had been pressured by Tiger June, and was even beaten by him to the point of doubting his life at one point. Now that he finally had the chance, he had to take the opportunity to humiliate him severely before he could do so. He kept holding down the back of Tiger Kuan's head with his foot so that his face kept rubbing against the ground. I remember when you weren't so loaded. Fill me up with another one. Tiger Walk looked at the wretched Tiger June and laughed indulgently. Let you pretend. He raised his foot and directly stomped off Tiger June's right hand. Click. Then stomp off his left hand. Now that my mother is favored by my father, even if I waste you, I believe my father won't say much. Thinking about what happened back then, Tiger Walk continued to ravage Tiger Kuan. Surface. Extreme Taihu and the others were watching the scene. Star-Lord, should we stop it? An orc opened his mouth to advise. He was the only 3-star Zune level in the entire Extreme Tai Luo Star, and was also the right-hand man of the Extreme Tai Tiger. Extreme Taihu didn't say anything, but everyone present knew what he meant. Tiger Kuan hadn't even broken through to the starry sky level even after half a month had passed, and for whatever reason, in the heart of the Extreme Tai Tiger, Tiger Kuan's status had already dropped to the lowest level, and could only be ranked side by side with those Star Lord's heirs that had come through artificial insemination. A noblewoman at the bottom immediately turned pale when she saw the attitude of Extreme Taihu. She was none other than Tiger Kuan's mother, Fox Huarong. This time, entering the Star Core land was not as simple as allowing the Star Lord's children to break through to the starry sky level, but had a deeper meaning. Those Star Lord's children who entered the land of the Star Core through artificial insemination were just going through the motions. But not her son, or any of those Star Lord heirs with mothers. These Star Lord heirs with mothers are destined, at birth, to have access to more resources. Entering the Star Core land was a test for them, and the better they performed within the Star Core land, the more resources they would be able to obtain. Gaining more resources would mean that it could be enough to compete for the position of Star Son years later. Judging from the attitude of the Extreme Taihu just now, it was very likely that his own son, Tiger June, had been eliminated from the game in his mind. Then the resources she could give to Tiger Kuan in the future would decay drastically. Sure enough, Jitaihu's next words nearly made her go limp. In the future, the resources allocated to Lady Huarong will be reduced by 60%, and the 60% share will be allocated to Lady Wanyan. Fox Huarong's face turned white at his words. The surrounding Star Lords' wives also cast mocking glances at her. Especially Tiger Walk's mother, wolf euphemism. Back then, Tiger June's talent and strength had made her incomparably fearful. Now that the Tiger Monarch had been eliminated from the game, the resources that could be obtained in the future had been drastically reduced, and even if his talent was outstanding, it would be impossible for him to grow up again. Inside the Star Core, Tiger Xing humiliated Tiger June for half an hour before he left in satisfaction. Only Tiger Kuan, who had long since fainted away, was left in place. Seeing this, Fox Hwarong outside could only pray that his son would quickly break through to the starry sky level and regain the importance of extreme Taihu. Too slow. Shen Yuanche killed a star beast and picked up the starstone on the ground. A dozen or even a few seconds before that, the softboy system was able to lock onto the location of the star beast. Now it takes at least 5 or 6 hours, if not a day, to lock onto one. This speed is too slow for him. Forget it, there's no need to lock the star beasts, just lock the people for me, Shen Yuanche said. Most of the starstones were now either absorbed or had fallen into the hands of those Star Lord's children. It was about time he shifted his main goal and did his old job when he was in the Yukon. Ding! Okay, locking the nearest Star Lord's child for you right away. Soon enough, the Softa system locked onto a Star Lord's scion that was closest to Shen Yuanche. Locked on Star Lord's child, Tiger Knight, about 75 Earths away from the host. That's him. Shen Yuanche flew directly towards this unlucky person's place without even looking. Surface. Extreme Taihu and the rest of the group were looking at the virtual scene within the land of Starcores. Within the screen, a young man wearing silver-colored advanced battle armor was teasing the opponent in front of him. Although the two were at the same starry sky level, it was not difficult for the crowd to see that their strengths were worlds apart. Too slow, too slow. With this strength, you can still rank third in your region? It's so trashy. Tiger Knight dodged the attack and feigned a yawn, not putting his opponent in the least. Opposite Tiger Armor. There was a great deal of shame at the smell. Berserk. Mad Thunder Slash. Activating his star power, he wiped his finger towards the blade and directly executed the strongest blade technique he had ever mastered. Mad Thunder Chop. Purple lightning surged from the blade, erupting with earth-shattering might. The 100-meter-long purple blade light slashed towards Tiger Knight. Tiger Knight laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this and instantly moved directly behind Tiger Armor. The power looks good, but any more power and you have to hit it. After saying that, his right hand was surrounded by lightning and he directly threw a punch at the Tiger Armor. Running Thunder Fist. Boom! Tiger Armor was blasted straight from the sky to the ground. The smoke and dust rolled in. When the smoke cleared, Tiger Knight stepped on his head and sucked the space ring into his hand. Looking at Tiger Armor, who had fainted to death, Tiger Knight snorted. Too weak. The crowd outside felt surprised to see this scene. Because Tiger Armor was in existence that could be ranked third in his own region. Now that he was actually easily defeated by Tiger Knight, just how strong was Tiger Knight? However, what they didn't know was that what happened next would surprise them even more, nay, should be shocked. Tiger Knight had just moved his feet when he felt the scenery around him regressing. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly felt a painful sensation coming from his chest. Got himself hit. Boom! The backwards flying Tiger Knight crashed through one big mountain after another, and he didn't know how many big mountains he had crashed through before he stopped. Before he could regain his senses, he felt his feet being grabbed by someone and slammed hard into the ground. Boom! This person was none other than Shen Yuanche who had arrived. Chapter 131, Shen Yuanche's terrifying strength. Shen Yuanche was as if he was that dog in Cat and Mouse, and Tiger Knight was that cat, being grabbed by Shen Yuanche's feet and constantly slammed into the ground. Luckily, Tiger Knight was wearing battle armor, so even if he was smashed into the ground, he wouldn't suffer any damage. Shen Yuanche naturally knew about this situation, and his purpose for doing this was purely because it was cool. Enough fun! Tiger Knight sneered, with a hint of disdain still on his face. Shen Yuanche sniffed and casually threw Tiger Knight with a slap of his hand. After doing so, he had clapped his hands and looked at Tiger Knight. Just now, he saw Tiger Knight's strength, and visually, he should be more resistant. It's a passable sandbag. Tiger Knight instantly stood up and confronted Shen Yuanche. At the same time, he was constantly observing Shen Yuanche. He was estimating Shen Yuanche's strength. Before entering the land of Star Cores, he had memorized the top 10 of each region in his mind. If Shen Yuanche's region was stronger and ranked higher, he would have avoided it. Sorry if the area it is in is weak. Before the crowd of extreme tigers outside could shift the screen, they saw Shen Yuanche. At the same time, he also saw the series of operations that Shen Yuanche had performed just now. Is he? The crowd was a little surprised. Although more than half a month had passed, there were still quite a few people who had an impression of Shen Yuanche. It was because half a month ago, after Shen Yuanche defeated Tiger 1 and snatched his things away, Tiger 1 was killed by the extreme tiger because he was too weak, thus causing them to have a deeper impression of Shen Yuanche. Looking at the two who were facing each other in the land of Starcores, many people began to speculate. Though Tiger Bar is number 1 in his region, and though Tiger Knight is only number 2 in his own region, However, the overall strength of his region is extremely strong. If he were to be placed in other regions, it would be completely possible to take first place. This Tiger Bomb is a bit up in the air. Indeed, although Tiger Bomb just took advantage of Tiger Knight's distraction to sneak in an attack, it didn't cause him any actual damage, so that's troublesome. Most of the people present were not optimistic about Xian Yuanche, thinking that Xian Yuanche would definitely not be able to defeat the powerful Tiger Knight. There were even some who believed in their hearts that Tiger Knight's strength was enough to enter the Star Sun candidate's position and compete for the Star Sun position years later. Tiger Knight over here quickly sifted through Xian Yuanche's information. When he figured out the region and ranking that Xian Yuanche was in, he laughed coldly in his heart. He thought how strong the Xian Yuanche in front of him was, but it turned out to be this. As for Xian Yuanche's side, it looked like he was confronting Tiger Knight, but in fact, he had been systematically chatting with the soft food man. After all, as far as he was concerned, Tiger Knight was just a sandbag that was resistant to punching. Jitahu was watching us again? Yes, to be precise, he was originally looking at the Tiger Knight across from the host grate, only the host grate just happened to be here. While one person and one system continued to chat idly, Tiger Knight had already struck out. Mad Thunder Shattering Fist. Tiger Knight surrounded his hands with purple thunder and attacked towards Xian Yuanche. The crowd watching outside held their breath. Just when the crowd thought that Xian Yuanche was going to be hit, Xian Yuanche directly raised his right hand and directly blasted against it. Boom! Both of them were at the starry sky level, and their strength could be said to be terrifying. If their battle had unfolded on the moon, all these fallout would have been enough to destroy Blue Star before the aura revival. The powerful aftermath caused the surrounding sky to crumble, destroying mountains within a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. Centered on the two, the ground around them continuously collapsed. In this punch, Xian Yuanche had only used less than 3 points of force, while Tiger Knight had used 10 points of force. It actually blocked it? The crowd outside was surprised to see that Xian Yuanche was actually able to block Tiger Knight's attack. When Tiger Knight saw that his attack was blocked by Xian Yuanche, he put away his attack and opened his mouth to taunt. A bit of strength, actually able to block my... Bang! Before he could finish, Xian Yuanche directly slapped him. It was so fast that Tiger Knight didn't react until half a second had passed. Xian Yuanche, noisy. After saying that, he directly executed the Wind and Thunder Fist technique. After such a long time, he still felt that hitting people with his fists was more enjoyable, and the feeling of his fists hitting the flesh was not something that could be compared to an alloy knife. Ding! Detected the host performing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected the host performing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 20-fold blast, increasing the power by 20 times. Ding! Detected the host performing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 15-fold blast, increasing the power by 15 times. The long-lost sound of the storm rang in his ears. Bang! 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 Each punch struck Tiger Knight's battle armor. Despite the high defense of the battle armor, he was a man with a bludgeoning system. Trigger Blast lands a couple of punches straight to the chest of Tiger Knight. There was a loud click, and the bones in his chest were successfully shattered. Put! Tiger Knight directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was good that his entire body was covered by battle armor, so the blood did not spray onto Xian Yuanche's body. He stared at Xian Yuanche with wide eyes, and there was still some fear in his eyes. How can be so strong? Just as he finished speaking, Xian Yuanche pressed down on his head and struck at his chin. Bang! Punch after punch. With the gap of two small realms, Tiger Knight had no chance to break free even if he wanted to, and could only powerlessly enjoy Xian Yuanche's violent beating. Tiger Knight actually didn't have the strength to fight back in Tiger Ba's hands. How is this possible? The crowd outside was shocked by Xian Yuanche. He originally thought that Xian Yuanche, the regional number 1, had a lot of water, but he didn't expect that he would actually be able to press Tiger Knight to fight. It really made them look away. Extreme Taihu looked at Xian Yuanche in the picture and nodded slightly. Obviously, he recognized Xian Yuanche. And among the many beautiful women in the square below, Tiger Knight's mother's face grew more and more ugly. She didn't expect her son to actually be powerless in Xian Yuanche's hands. Looking at the violently beaten Tiger Knight, she glanced at the extreme tiger in the sky, wanting it to make a move to stop Xian Yuanche. However, thinking about the character of the extreme Taihu, she gave up on the idea. Xian Yuanche's violent beating continued. Looking at Tiger Knight who looked like a sandbag, many mothers hoped that their sons would not meet Xian Yuanche. If even Tiger Knight couldn't defeat someone, his own son certainly couldn't either. Let's hope Shinger doesn't run into him. Tiger Walk's mother silently prayed in her heart. After 10 minutes of fighting, Xian Yuanche stopped. Within these short 10 minutes, Tiger Knight continuously fainted and woke up again. It was truly miserable to the extreme. Battle armor, space ring, starstone, take it out. Xian Yuanche threw the dead dog-like Tiger Knight onto the ground. Don't fight me. I'll give it to you. Tiger Knight spoke with difficulty. He swore that he would never be arrogant again. Chapter 132, The Miserable Tiger Knight. Just say no earlier. Xian Yuanche took Tiger Knight's spatial ring and swept it. You didn't ask either. Tiger Knight cried out and looked at Xian Yuanche. Seeing that Tiger Knight still dared to retort, Xian Yuanche gave him a look. Tiger Knight immediately closed his mouth when he saw this, fearing that Xian Yuanche would come and give him a few more slaps. Just when he thought he could dodge a bullet, Xian Yuanche gave him a few more kicks. Only 10 starstones? Xian Yuanche questioned. With Tiger Knight's strength, he wouldn't believe it if he didn't have dozens of starstones in his hands. That's all there is to it, and what I have left I'm absorbing it all. Tiger Knight's eyes averted a bit. Xian Yuanche doesn't care that much. Who cares if you still have the starstone? First fight for half an hour. Half an hour later. Don't fight. I remembered, I had part of the starstone in a place a few days ago. I'll take you to find it now. Lead the way. Xian Yuanche clapped his hands, and in the process, he collected Tiger Knight's battle armor into his spatial ring as well. More than 10 minutes later, Tiger Knight brought Xian Yuanche to a large mountain and took out the hidden space ring and handed it to Xian Yuanche. All my starstones are here. Xian Yuanche took the spatial ring and glanced at it, realizing that there were 20 pieces inside. Not bad, count on you to know what you're doing. He put the spatial ring away and punched Tiger Knight once again. Bang! Tiger Knight was knocked out again. With a flash of his body, he came to the place where Tiger Knight had fallen and swung his fist up to deliver another blow. The people outside were a bit strange when they saw this. Why were they still fighting when they had clearly handed over their spatial rings? But soon, they knew why. A few minutes later. Dawn. Tea fight, brother. Nest want to eat to come. I also hide a space ring in other places. This time, Tiger Knight's misery was even worse. A row of teeth was directly knocked out by Xian Yuanche, causing his speech to leak a bit. After enjoying a half hour of thrashing, Tiger Knight finally relented and spoke up. That's right, brother didn't hurt you just now. No. Nest body is hard and strong. Tiger Knight pulled a smile, but looking at him, he didn't look like he was okay in any way. Then lead the way. Tiger Knight led the way in front, with Xian Yuanche following behind. It was farther this time, and the two of them flew for half an hour to reach their destination. Tiger Knight burrowed into the ground. A few minutes later, he brought a space ring up and handed it to Xian Yuanche. There weren't many star stones in the spatial ring this time, only about 10. After putting it away, Xian Yuanche repeated what he had just done and once again beat Tiger Knight up. If there were 2, there were 3, he didn't believe that Tiger Knight only had 2 space rings. The crowd watching outside was a bit underwhelmed. Tiger Knight, who had been so arrogant an hour or two ago, was now being sandbagged 3 times, which was just too cruel. Big brother, don't fight. I'm hiding a total of 4 space rings, I'll give them all to you, so stop fighting. Tiger Knight just couldn't carry it anymore. He didn't understand why Xian Yuanche would know that he was still hiding the spatial ring. That's right, keep leading. Looking at Tiger Knight who was so knowledgeable, Xian Yuanche was also satisfied. After an unknown amount of time, Tiger Knight handed the last 2 space rings to Xian Yuanche. Don't fight the nest, this time it's really gone. I've given you all the star stones I've grabbed for so many days. The last 2 space rings, a total of 25 stones of the stars plus the 4 space rings before and after added up to more than 50 pieces, and this amount wasn't small. System, is he telling the truth? Xian Yuanche asked in his mind towards the soft food man system. Ding! According to the test, this is indeed Tiger Knight's last spatial ring. Hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche waved his hand at Tiger Knight. Okay, you can go. That's right, it wasn't how good he was himself, knowing how many space rings Tiger Knight had. Rather, he'd been letting the soft-boiled man's system test to see if Tiger Knight was telling the truth. Tiger Knight instantly breathed a sigh of relief and fled the place in a panic. He was afraid that Xian Yuanche would stop him and give him another beating. After closing the system panel, Xian Yuanche also left the place. The extreme Taihu outside looked at Xian Yuanche's departing back and nodded slightly. Nice. From these 2 words, it was not difficult to conclude that he was very satisfied with Xian Yuanche. When the people present heard these 2 words, they all understood what extreme Taihu meant. Especially those wives of extreme Taihu, most of their faces turned ugly. This was because in the past, the Star Lord's children who could make the extreme Taihu utter those 2 words had, without exception, all become reserve star children. Every time the land of star cores opened, there would only be 3 slots for reserve star children. Looking at it now, one of the 3 spots was bound to be Xian Yuanche. 1 less spot means 1 less chance for their children. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't until the next day that Tiger Kun woke up. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain. Luckily, the martial god's recovery ability wasn't weak, so he was already barely able to fly. The starstones he had collected over the past half a month had all been snatched away, and he genuinely felt incomparably stifled. Being stepped on by one's former underdog would be uncomfortable for anyone. After flying for a few minutes, a familiar voice rang in his ears. How did you get like this? The voice was none other than Xian Yuanche's. Originally, Xian Yuanche was just passing by, but his spiritual sense swept up the Tiger Jun who was flying crookedly. No, it's nothing, it's from being beaten by a star beast while looking for the starstone. Tiger Jun didn't choose to tell the truth because he didn't know if Xian Yuanche would help him out with this. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger Kuen's entire body and found that the space ring and battle armor he had returned to him were gone. It was obvious that they had been robbed by someone else. Then, he took out a healing potion and gave it to Tiger Kuen. This healing potion was something he got by robbing someone. Thanks. Tiger Kuen took the healing potion and drank it. Originally, there were healing potions in his spatial ring, only they were all snatched away by Tiger Walk. With the healing potion, Tiger Kuen's injuries quickly healed. Tell me who did this to you? Xian Yuanche asked a rare second time. Tiger Kuen told the story of what happened yesterday. At the same time, the scene outside detected Xian Yuanche and Tiger Jun's encounter and turned the screen to the two of them. This chapter ends. Chapter 133, this is not a robbery, but to help Tiger Kuen out? At the same time, the scene outside detected Xian Yuanche and Tiger Jun's encounter and turned the screen to the two of them. When the people outside saw these two meet, they thought that Xian Yuanche had robbed Tiger Jun. Thinking of Xian Yuanche's behavior towards Tiger Knight yesterday, their gazes towards Tiger Kuen's mother were tinged with a few moments of pity. His own son was beaten and robbed by someone yesterday, and today he ran into this bogeyman. They could imagine the scene where Tiger Monarch couldn't get the Starstone later and was brutally beaten by Xian Yuanche for half an hour. Tiger Jun's mother, Fox Huarong, like the others guessed, thought that Xian Yuanche had come to rob her son, and she couldn't help but feel sadness in her heart. Wolf Wanyan walked over to Fox Huarong's side, her face full of smugness. Sister Fox, Tiger Kuen was accidentally seriously injured by my son yesterday, and today he met that bogeyman again. It's really pitiful. She was looking forward to Tiger Jun not being able to get the Starstone and being brutally beaten by Xian Yuanche. However, Tiger King's next words stunned the crowd. It was beaten by someone else, as well as all the Starstones that have been collected for you in this half-month were robbed by him. What? Originally, Xian Yuanche wanted to take this out for him on the basis that Tiger Jun had helped himself to collect stones within the cave. But he didn't expect that the Tiger Monarch had actually helped him collect quite a few Starstones in the past half a month. Now that had to be out of the way. Say, what's that guy's name? Tiger Monarch, his name is Tiger Xing. He's already broken through to Starry Sky level 1, he's a lot stronger than before, he's not easy to deal with. It was only when he said the second half of the sentence that he remembered that the strength of the person in front of him seemed a bit more terrifying. Tiger Walk? Xian Yuanche stroked his chin when he heard this name. In his mind, he was inquiring about the location of Tiger Walk towards the Super Softyman system. Ding! Tiger Walk is 6,000 Earths away from the host. Now the Extreme Taihu and the others are observing the host. If the host wants to go for a robbery, try to disguise yourself or you will arouse suspicion. Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded in his mind. He was still aware of this aspect, and it was hard not to arouse suspicion when his own end had just learned the name of Tiger Walker and turned his head to see that he had found someone. Let's go, there's still more than 10 days before the land of Star Course closes. If I can find Tiger Walk, I'll help you out of this. And at the same time, he also spoke in his mind. By the way, he snatched back my Starstone. Hearing that Xian Yuanche was going to help himself out, Tiger Jun's eyes glowed, sweeping away his previous disillusionment. Really? Big brother, you're really going to help me out with this? You've called me big brother. The little brother is being bullied, of course big brother has to step in. Xian Yuanche patted Tiger Jun's shoulder, let's go. Surface. It wasn't until the backs of the two disappeared into the eyes of the crowd that they reacted. What did they just hear? This is not a damn thing to rob Tiger Kuen, but to help Tiger Kuen get back on his feet. It turned out that Tiger Kuen had been helping that siren collect the Starstone for the past half a month. Now that the Starstone had been snatched away by Tiger Walk yesterday, if the two met, Tiger Walk would definitely end up worse than Tiger Knight yesterday. What did I say? Why hasn't Tiger Kuen broken through to the Starry Sky level after so long? So it's because he recognized a big brother. Yesterday Tiger Walk snatched away someone's Starstone. TSK, there's a good show to watch. For a moment, many people looked at Tiger Walk's mother, Wolf Wanyin. This time it was Wolf Wanyan's turn to panic. She didn't expect her son to mess with Xian Yuanche, the bogeyman, just by snatching away Tiger Jun's things. This is a fierce man who can even violently beat Tiger Knight. The pallor of Fox Huarong's face on the side had faded, and her hanging heart had been lowered. Although his own son had been eliminated out, he had recognized a candidate star son as his elder brother, so he certainly wouldn't be any worse off in the future. After Jataihu went to observe the others, he also started his old job, robbing. For the next 10 days, Tiger Monarch just followed Xian Yuanche to rob the other Star Lord's children. Almost every Star Lord scion that he robbed would get 5 to 20 Starstones. Of course, there are individual poor people who only have $1 or $2. Quickly! Are there any more Starstones? Tiger Kuen menacingly threatened the person in front of him. Although the person who was threatened had anger in his heart, he looked at Xian Yuanche who was not far away and still chose to concede and shake his head. No. No more. It couldn't be helped, even though he himself was at the Starry Sky level and could casually kill Tiger Jun, a 9th level martial god, in seconds. But who let a bogeyman stand guard not far away? Tiger Kuen sniffed and looked at Xian Yuanche who was not far away. Shen Yuanche nodded slightly, signaling that he was telling the truth. Count on it. After Tiger Jun put down a harsh sentence, he came to Shen Yuanche's face with his but in his hands, taking dogfighting to the extreme. Big brother, this is his spatial ring. Little brother looked at it for you. There are only 5 starstones. Well, good job. Shen Yuanche received the spatial ring and patted Tiger Jun's shoulder with satisfaction. The more he used this little brother, the smoother and more satisfied he became, not to mention the fact that he had contributed a boundary art stone to himself earlier. Thanks for the compliment, big brother. Hearing Shen Yuanche's praise, Tiger Kun was like eating a tonic pill. Che, dogfight. The people not far away said disdainfully when they saw Tiger Jun's appearance. It was a whisper, but it was still heard by the two. Before Tiger Jun could make a move, Shen Yuanche slapped him across the face. Bang! The man was slapped straight into unconsciousness. Noisy. Seeing Shen Yuanche stand up for himself once again, Tiger Jun's heart was once again moved. This big brother is really too good to himself. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the last day. Just 20 more hours and the crowd would be out of here. Quite a few people were on high alert and had brought the starstones they had been hiding for most of the month with them. Somewhere, a skinny guy was digging for something. Shen Yuanche and Tiger Jun watched from just outside the range of the thin man's spiritual sense perception. Brother, what is he doing? Tiger Kun asked towards Shen Yuanche with some curiosity. In delivering us the starstone. Shen Yuanche replied. Just as Tiger Jun was a bit confused about what Shen Yuanche meant, that skinny man suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, dug it up, the 15th space ring in my stash. Shen Yuanche gave Tiger Kun a look when he saw this. Let's go, he found our space ring. Then it came right up to the skinny guy. The thin man looked at the suddenly appearing Shen Yuanche and immediately became alert. What do you want? Shen Yuanche didn't reply, but silently gave him a punch. Bang! The punch directly had the skinny guy 100,000 miles away. It wasn't until he crashed through dozens of large mountains that the thin man reacted. That's a fast strike, isn't it? Chapter 134, The Center of the Star Core Land. Hand over the starstone. Shen Yuanche's voice rang in the thin man's ears. The thin man was just about to say no when Shen Yuanche stomped on his head. I give. The thin man immediately changed his tune. He took out 3 space rings from his pocket. And what's more, don't treat me like a cutie. Shen Yuanche said in a cold voice. Thinking about Shen Yuanche's strength just now, the thin man could only hand over the remaining 12 spatial rings. Weighing the space ring in front of him, Shen Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Each spatial ring had almost 3 or 4 starstones, which was considered a lot. If he had known that he would encounter Shen Yuanche, he would have found the space ring a few hours later. Now it's good, he's been beaten up, and his hard-earned collection of starstones has been snatched away. Asterisk. Big brother, you're really too good. That skinny guy is the 3rd in Region 4. Tiger Kun looked at Shen Yuanche adoringly. In the extreme Tai Luo star, the higher the region number, the more outstanding the strength of the Star Lord's children in that region. A 3rd in the number 4 region would be able to play first in any region other than the number 10. Shen Yuanche didn't reply, but continued to check up on the map given by the softy system. Today is already the last day, and the pace of looting will have to be accelerated to make it work. Ding! Detecting 10 Star Lord Scions on their way to the center of the land of star cores. According to the test, these 10 people are the strongest within the Star Lord's children besides the host. May I ask if the host will go together? It actually went to the center? Shen Yuanche looked at the map given by the system and stroked his chin. There are 10 red dots on the map all converging towards the center of the Star Core land. Could it be that something good is in the center of the land of star cores? A thought rose in Shen Yuanche's heart. Whether or not there was something good, he was definitely going to be there for the fun. Even if there were no good things, it would be a lot easier to rob yourself with so many people gathered together, wouldn't it? Come on, let's go to the very center of the Star Core land. Shen Yuanche gave a look to Tiger Kun. Center of the Star Core land. 10 youths arrived unannounced. They are both 1st and 2nd in the top 10 regions. Gathered here is the desire to make a big bet. Enough big bets to change the rest of your life. Old rules, you all pick each other's opponents, and the loser has to give all the starstones to the other. A bare-chested youth spoke up. Yes, let's follow that rule. The remaining 9 nodded in unison. In fact, in the top 10 regions, the difference in strength between all the firsts is minimal. It's not a surprise that the number 1 in Region 10 beats the number 1 in Region 1. The extreme Taihu outside had long since shifted the image to these 10 people. It's about to start. The best moment is here. Looking at the images within the land of star cores, the crowd began to look forward to it. It happens every time the land of star cores opens. The one who wins gets more starstones, and is able to upgrade his star core to a higher level, opening up a large gap between him and the other Star Lord's children. The higher the probability of getting a candidate star. The losers are completely out of touch with the candidate stars. Looking at these 10 people who started to pick each other's opponents, Extreme Taihu remembered Shen Yuanche. With a movement of his mind, the image shifted to Shen Yuanche's body. When he discovered that Shen Yuanche had actually brought Tiger June with him to also rush towards the center of the Starcore land, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This chapter ends. Chapter 135, Shen Yuanche, just in time, that's where I'm going to find them. Obviously, Extreme Taihu also didn't expect Shen Yuanche to actually rush towards the center as well. He's actually headed to the center as well. After the crowd saw Shen Yuanche on the screen rushing towards the center with Tiger June, they felt a shock. How did this bogeyman also go that way? And he even brought a drag along with him. Obviously, Extreme Taihu also didn't expect Shen Yuanche to actually rush towards the center as well. When Tiger June's mother saw Shen Yuanche actually rushing towards the center with her son, she was a bit anxious. At this time of the year, those in the center of the Starcore land were all the top Star Lord Scions. Wasn't he looking for death if he went? Luckily, before entering the Starcore land, she specifically reminded her son not to go to the center of the Starcore land on the last day. Let's hope June will remind him of that. All she could do now was pray that her son would warn Shen Yuanche. Otherwise, if they encountered those top Star Lord Scions in the center, those people would not be soft. Tiger Walk's mother was completely relieved when she saw Shen Yuanche leading Tiger June to the center area. She had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, fearing that her son would be found by the two men and thus suffer reprisals. Now that these two had traveled to the center of the Starcore land, his son was completely safe. Even if the two can luckily escape in the hands of those top geniuses, surely they will also be deeply and seriously injured, and meet their own son, who is still not certain it. Inside the Starcore. Big brother, where are we going? Tiger June followed Shen Yuanche while looking at the map in his hands, feeling that something was wrong. To the center of the Starcore land. Shen Yuanche casually replied. What? The center of the Starcore land? Tiger Kuan exclaimed at once. He remembered his own mother's advice before he came in. Let him travel on his last day not to go to the center of the land of the Starcore. Because for so many years, those first and second place winners of the top 10 regions would head to the center on the last day and have a duel to win each other's starstones. Wouldn't they be looking for death if they went? What's wrong? Shen Yuanche looked at the Tiger June who was suddenly yelling and had some doubts in his heart. Tiger Kuan told the story in a nutshell. Shen Yuanche didn't care after hearing this. Just in time, that's what I'm going to find them, are you going? Tiger Kuan was a bit hesitant. Because he wasn't sure if this big brother of his could beat those monsters in the top 10 regions. If they can't beat it, won't the two of them get beaten up if they go? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt some faint pain in the place where he was beaten by Tiger Walk last time. But after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and nodded. I'll go. Anyway, it's just a beating at most. It's not going to kill me. The big deal is to lie down for 2 more days. After the two of them flew for a while, Tiger Kuan seemed to remember something. Right, big brother, should we hide part of the Starstone first? In case we can't beat them, we can still keep some. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. No need. Well. The people outside watched the entire conversation between the two. Especially when Shen Yuanche uttered the sentence, just in time, I'm going to find them, many people began to frown. Too cocky. That's right, even though he can beat Tiger Knight, this is too arrogant. The crowd had their feelings towards Shen Yuanche drop a bit. Consider it too arrogant. Those Star Lord Scions who were now in the land of Starcores were not something that could be compared to a single Tiger Knight. Even if it was the second place in the 10th district, if it was taken out alone, it would be enough to easily suppress the first place in the 11th district. That's the gold of the top 10 districts. Far from being comparable to other regions. After seeing that Shen Yuanche was still obstinate, Wolf Wanyan was completely relieved. Originally, when she saw Tiger Kuan persuading him not to go to the center area, she was a little worried that he wouldn't go. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. It was also enough to say to Ming that his son's crisis was completely lifted. Thinking of how the two were about to be brutally beaten by those geniuses in the central region, Wolf Wanyan began to feel smug again in her heart. She once again walked up to Fox Huarong and opened her mouth to provoke. Sister Fox, that big brother your son recognized seems to be a bit brain-dead. Fox Huarong didn't choose to pay attention to Wolf Wanyan. Because she knows that the more you pay attention to this kind of person, the more jumpy she gets. At this time in the center of the land, everyone had picked their opponents. First against first, second against second. Until the two sides started fighting, Shen Yuanche and the two of them were still rushing slowly. It was worth mentioning that Shen Yuanche was watching the situation in the center of the Starcore land. As for how to watch it? Of course it's a telecast conducted by the Softball Man system. Shen Yuanche watched the screen given by the system with great interest. As each picked opponents with similar strengths to themselves, there were no scenes of mutual seconds, and overall it was quite entertaining. On the side, Tiger Kuan was glancing at the map in his hand from time to time. The speed of the two of them was very slow, only 100 kilometers a second. If they rushed at this speed, it was estimated that if they went to the central area, the battles over there would be over. At the same time he breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. Looks like there's no need for a beating. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of this big brother of his, but the strength of those in the top 10 regions was truly too terrifying. Not only was their strength terrifying, but they were also consistent and looked down on anyone outside the top 10 regions. He was certain that the two of them would be collectively targeted 100 times over once they encountered them. How can you fight your own big brother when he's 1 against 20? As for why it's a dozen or 20, not counting himself out. Because he knows that he himself is a waste of space, and has no use for a bird but to be beaten. As time passed, the battle in the center area became more and more intense, and after 2.5 minutes, the first loser appeared. The second-place finisher in District 3 managed to stomp out the second-place finisher in District 4. You lose. The youth who was stepped on the ground felt stifled, and at the same time, there was some remorse in his heart. Although he felt remorse in his heart, he still removed his spatial ring. The winner snatched the space ring and walked away, with no intention of just taking half of it. The man was instantly anxious at the sight. I thought we agreed to only take half. The victor did not look back, but left a word. Stupid. There really are cuties. So naive to think you'd only lose half the starstone. Give me back my other half of the starstone. The loser's battle armor recovered his entire body and attacked towards the victor. The victor puts on his gloves and dodges behind the loser without slowing down, punching him in the back and sending him back down to the ground. Twice now, it's not too much to ask for me to take all of your starstones this time, is it? After that, he also ran his foot over his head. It's not very hurtful, it's extremely insulting. Outside the Star Core land, a beautiful woman stumbled when she saw her son's miserable state. It's over. It's over. She repeated the words over and over in her mind. Chapter 136, I've been watching for a long time, and you're doing this to me? His own son's starstone all taken away, later is considered completely finished. With the first group splitting the winners and losers, it didn't take long for another group to split the winners, and the winners similarly took all the starstones from the loser group. The remaining ones who hadn't yet been able to tell the difference between the winners and the losers were instantly shocked, especially those who have fallen by the wayside. At the thought that they were about to lose and be robbed of all the starstones, they instantly developed the idea of running away. And as if they knew it, their opponents were always on guard against their escape. Shattered star explosion. One of them saw that escape was not possible, and with a hardened heart, he roared out. The majority of the astral energy in his body converged into his right hand, becoming an extremely small point of light, which then rapidly enlarged. Boom! What? As the explosions rang out, the crowd was shocked by the power of this martial art, and they stopped and began to move away from the center of the explosions. After the explosion, the man had long since run off somewhere, leaving only his opponent half kneeling on the ground gasping for air, with a bit of fear in his eyes. Luckily, he was wearing battle armor that blocked most of the power. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they definitely wouldn't be any better. System, help me find the location of that man. Shen Yuanche closed the screen and said towards the soft food man system. Ding! Locking on the location of the extreme blood tiger. In less than half a second, the softest system gave the location of the extreme blood tiger. Ding! Locked. Coincidentally, the direction that the extreme blood tiger escaped from was precisely Shen Yuanche's side. In other words, if Shen Yuanche stood still now, in a moment, the extreme blood tiger knight would be delivered to his door. The image outside the Star Core land turned to the extreme blood tiger. At this moment, the extreme blood tiger's face was pale, with the celebration of escaping from death still in his eyes. Fortunately, he had learned a powerful martial art before. Although it would use up a lot of astral energy after casting it, it was good to escape. Otherwise the starstone that he had managed to grab for half a month would have to be left there. He hastily took out a few potions that helped restore his astral energy and poured them into his mouth. After resting for about 10 minutes, the extreme blood tiger, which had recovered half of its star element, resumed its journey. He wanted to go ahead and grab a few people's starstones while he still had some time. Shen Yuanche in the distance had been staring at the map given by the system. There's a red dot on it, and 2 green dots. The red dot was naturally the extreme blood tiger, while the green dot was him and Tiger June. 100,000 kilometers, 90,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers. The extreme blood tiger was getting closer and closer to the two. Half a minute later, both of their spiritual senses found each other. The two men reacted differently. The extreme blood tiger swept Shen Yuanche and the tiger monarch beside him with his spiritual sense, and after realizing that it was a raw face, his heart was immediately delighted. The more powerful Star Lord Science he knew and had basically met. In his memory, he hadn't seen Shen Yuanche as a raw face. This meant that this was a nobody, and at this time of year, these nobodies must have quite a few starstones on them. Ha ha ha, it's true that will be a blessing. He immediately accelerated his speed and in a short while, he arrived 100 kilometers away from Shen Yuanche. At the same time, the tiger monarch also saw the extreme blood tiger in the distance. When he saw the appearance of the extreme blood tiger, he broke out into a cold sweat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the extreme blood tiger, second place in the second region. Big brother, what should we do? He looked towards Shen Yuanche, a little uncertain for a moment. The stone of stars delivered. Xian Yuanche only said one sentence and the battle armor covered his entire body. The moment the three met, the image shown outside also expanded from the Extreme Blood Tiger to the three. These two actually met together. Extremely Bloody Tiger and that break. No, it's Extremely Bloody Tiger and Candidate Starsun. I don't know whose strength is better. The one who originally wanted to say Siren immediately changed his words when he thought that Xian Yuanche had received the approval of the Extreme Taihu. I'm not sure, I think both of them are estimated to be about the same strength. Go big brother. Seeing Xian Yuanche take on the Extreme Blood Tiger, Tiger Monarch immediately cheered from afar. The Extreme Blood Tiger did not open his mouth to taunt, but instead, the same battle armor covered his entire body, holding his lance in a strict position. Xian Yuanche stood with his arms folded, quietly staring at the Extreme Blood Tiger. Neither of the two made the first move, especially the Extreme Blood Tiger. Upon realizing that Xian Yuanche was a raw face, he had thought that he was a little Karami who could be taken casually, but it was only after getting closer that he realized something was wrong. The mere fact that Xian Yuanche was standing there quietly looking at himself raised a wave of fear in his heart. It was a feeling he hadn't had against any of the other first-place finishers in the region. This person's realm was more than the starry sky level. Such a thought rose in his mind. The audience outside were glued to the two within the frame, not even daring to blink. Fearing that in the blink of an eye, the two would already be fighting, thus missing the best moments. Time passed slowly, and the confrontation between the two had lasted nearly a minute. Whatever. Put up a fight. The Extreme Blood Tiger was stunned in his heart as his astral element infused into the lance in his hand. Fiery Abyss Star-destroying lance. The lance turned into a black dragon flying towards Xian Yuanche. After doing this, Extreme Blood Tiger made an operation that shocked everyone except Xian Yuanche. He was seen slamming a few more potions and disappearing far away in the opposite direction. The crowd outside. Tiger Kuan? They were dumbfounded. We've been watching you guys go at it for so long, and you pull this on me? Looking at the black dragon flying towards him, Xian Yuanche swung the alloy blade in his hand and made the Lian Jiayue that cancelled out the Extreme Blood Tiger's fiery abyssal star-destroying lance. Ding! Detected the host using the continuous slash moon, triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! 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 Trying to run? Xian Yuanche didn't change his face as he directly chased towards the Extreme Blood Tiger. He had expected the Extreme Blood Tiger to run. Compared to speed, no one in the same realm was really faster than him. Not to mention that his realm had already reached the 6th level of the starry sky. In just an instant, Xian Yuanche caught up with the Extreme Blood Tiger. Looking at Xian Yuanche who was blocking in front of him, Extreme Blood Tiger only felt a great deal of pressure. He struggled in his mind for a few seconds and finally made a decision. The Starstone is yours. He very decisively took off the spatial ring and threw it to Xian Yuanche. It was because he knew that he wasn't a match for Xian Yuanche at all. Instead of being beaten up and robbed of the Starstone, it would be better to just hand it over and get one less beating. This way at least you don't have to waste time recovering from your injuries. The big deal is to keep robbing other people while there's still time. The Extreme Blood Tiger directly admitted defeat? This hasn't even been fought yet. How come he conceded defeat? The crowd outside the Starcore land were puzzled when they saw the Extreme Blood Tiger admit defeat so dryly. They were all puzzled by the behavior of the Extreme Blood Tiger. Even if it were anyone else, they would have at least resisted. When it comes to you, not to mention running away right after the fight, you just surrendered after being caught up? This Extreme Blood Tiger is also too wimpy. When the people in the second region saw the Extreme Blood Tiger in this state, they all hated it a little. You should at least fight a little bit, not even fight and then admit defeat. How do you mean Inside the Star Core. After Xian Yuanche caught the spatial ring, he glanced inside. Worthy of being in the top 10 regions, there were quite a few starstones in their hands. Chapter 137, Weapons specially created for martial arts. Enough for about $200. This was the fattest sheep he had ever encountered since he entered the land of Starcores. The space ring has been given to you, can I go now? The Extreme Blood Tiger looked at Xian Yuanche vigilantly, always on guard in case he suddenly struck. Xian Yuanche put away the spatial ring, and after asking the soft foodman system and learning that the Extreme Blood Tiger did not have a private stash, he waved his hand. Okay, you can go. Since he got what he wanted, he didn't want to waste his energy beating people up. It wasn't like he had itchy hands. Seeing that Xian Yuanche was willing to let himself go, Extreme Blood Tiger let out a sigh of relief. Farewell. After saying that, he fled the place in a panic, not even daring to go back for his weapon for fear that Xian Yuanche would suddenly backtrack and stop him again. Everyone was silent as they looked at the back of the Extreme Blood Tiger's panicked escape. They pondered. Some people didn't understand why the Extreme Blood Tiger was running away. However, more people were curious as to what level of strength Xian Yuanche had reached. After all, the incomparably strong Extreme Blood Tiger had been scared and fled without a fight when it met him. After those in the second region spat, they too began to think. They had all come into contact with the Extreme Blood Tiger in one way or another. With the fiery nature of the extreme blood tiger, even if he met the first place winner of each region, it was impossible for him to be scared and flee without a fight. Now encountered Shen Yuanche instead of being scared into this, even weapons do not dare to go back to pick up, and fled in a panic. A thought rose in their minds that was enough to shock the entire room. That is, Shen Yuanche's strength is far beyond the first place in each region. Hiss. As soon as the idea popped into my head, I couldn't stop the madness. After all, it's the only thing that makes more sense. Inside the Star Core. Asterisk. Big brother, you're too good. Tiger Monarch pulled up the extreme blood tiger's lance and flew his ass to Shen Yuanche's side. He kind of completely knew how powerful this big brother of his was. Even the extreme blood tiger was scared and fled without a fight. Its strength must have reached a very terrifying level. The thought of recognizing such a powerful big brother thrilled Tiger Kuen's heart. Big brother, this is the lance left behind by the extreme blood tiger. He hurriedly handed the lance to Shen Yuanche. Name, Star-Splitting Gun, Martial Arts Exclusive. Grade, Extreme Elementary. Description, crafted by the forging race of the universe, the Lathian Orcs. Holding this gun and releasing the exclusive martial arts skill, Fiery Abyss Star-Destroying Gun, the power can be increased by 20%. Martial Arts Exclusive? After reading the introduction of this gun, he had some doubts in his mind. It was the first time he had seen this kind of, a weapon built specifically for a martial art. After putting the lance away, he took Tiger Kuen and left the place. Center of the Star Core land. As time continued to pass, the first place winners in each region had already been divided. Surprisingly, those first place winners all took only half of their opponent's starstones. As for why they didn't take all of it, they were afraid of a backlash from the losers. The gap between the various firsts was minuscule, and if they were really in a hurry, it was hard to say who would lose and who would win. After those losing first place finishers got up and slowed down a bit, they all performed the same action in unison. From the spatial ring, he took out a recovery potion and pounded it. Eyes were still fixed from time to time on the second place in the room. They had already exported half of the starstones, and if they wanted to continue condensing high-level star cores, they could only snatch them back from the others. And the second place in the field just happened to be a good one. Looking at the eyes of these first place winners, the second in each area suddenly had alarm bells ringing. They suddenly thought of something, and their hearts were startled. Those first place ones looked at themselves and others with eyes that could not wait to be eaten on the spot. But anyone with a brain knows what they want. Not good. Run. I don't know who yelled, but the 5 second place finishers who had just won over their opponents suddenly started running around. Late. The first names who had recovered a bit threw down their potions and immediately blocked the 5 who were trying to escape. What do you want? There was some alarm on the faces of the blocked secondaries. Humph. I forgot to tell you that second place will have to turn in all the starstones if they want to leave. One of the first names grunted coldly. Nice. The rest of the group chimed in. The crowd exploded at the second sniff. What? That's out of order. Humph. I haven't heard of this rule in all these years. It's obvious that you guys are trying to rob it by force. One of the first place finishers stepped forward, his face a little disdainful. Rules that are made by the strong. With that, he took out his alloy blade and unleashed his martial arts technique towards one of them in a swift manner. Starbreaker Chop. The blue blade light flew towards its target, directly slicing off one man's arm along with his battle armor. The remaining blade light flew into the distance, cutting through hundreds of large mountains without stopping. What? The second place finishers in the room were shocked. The speed of this strike, they didn't see it at all. Are they so far removed from these first place finishers? Thanks for the space ring. Aurora Tiger flashed in front of the arm and picked it up. After removing the spatial ring on his arm, he threw it aside and looked at the remaining 4. Just as he was about to strike again, another person couldn't resist taking the lead. The remaining second looked at each other, and they all agreed to cooperate by heart, resisting together. Together, the 4 of them dealt with the offense of that first place. Fought one, and for a moment the first place was beaten back. The rest of the group had no intention of coming forward to help. After all, for them, anyone is a competitor. After the blue blade light penetrated hundreds of large mountains, it continued to fly towards the distance. Shen Yuanche stopped, and with 2 fingers, the blue blade light was caught in his hand. With a little force, the blade shattered. There are enemies? The Tiger Monarch on the side was immediately alert at the sight, his spiritual sense constantly scanning the neighborhood. Keep on the road. Shen Yuanche shook his head. He glanced at the map and realized that he was already very close to the center of the land of Starcore. It was estimated that in another 10 seconds or so, it would be in the range of those people's auras. Sure enough, after the 2 had flown for more than 10 seconds, the crowd in the center of the land spotted them. Someone's coming. They stopped their hands one after another, and even those who were recovering their astral energy stood up and stared tightly in Shen Yuanche's direction. Quite a few people tried to check up on Shen Yuanche's realm with their spiritual sense, but all of them came up empty-handed. Since absorbing the memory crystal left behind by Lucian some time ago, Shen Yuanche's realm had long since arrived at Starry Sky level 6, and there was no way for those who were only at Starry Sky level 1 to pry into it. I can't actually see the realm. The crowd was shocked. Chapter 138, Xian Yuanche's Strength. They were all at the starry sky level, people who could make them all unable to see the realm. 1. He has a device on him that shields his aura. 2. The realm was at least at the 4th or even 5th level of the astral plane. Neither of these may be good news for them, because a device that could shield spiritual awareness wasn't something that could be gotten casually. Usually only candidate stars are eligible to have this device. Carrying a shielding device on your body often means that there is a star candidate standing behind that person. The thing you fear most about this kind of person is that in the land of star cores you give him a beating, and when you go out they turn around and call the star candidates to give you a slashing. The second is even worse. Starry Sky Level 4 meant that one was 3 minor realms higher than them, and 3 times higher than oneself in every aspect such as star element, strength, and speed. With what? With your head? While they were pondering, Xian Yuanlai had already arrived above them. Tiger Kuan, on the other hand, was cowering behind Xian Yuanche, constantly sizing up the people present. The more he looked at him just the more alarmed he became. None of these people are incredibly strong monsters. Every single caller out there is a being that can just hang with him. Big brother, do you want me to taunt? Tiger Kuan said quietly to Xian Yuanche. The people present were not ordinary people, and Tiger Jun's words were naturally caught in their ears in a clear way. A somewhat hot-tempered person just wanted to go up and teach Tiger Jun a lesson, but suddenly he thought of Xian Yuanche in front of Tiger Jun and could only retreat. When nothing is clear, whoever is the outlier suffers. No, you go and ask him to turn in all the star stones. Xian Yuanche spoke faintly. Yeah. Tiger Kuan landed on the ground and cleared his throat. This jade-like, suave and handsome man is my big, speak human. Before Tiger Jun could even get halfway through his sentence, Xian Yuanche interrupted. Yes, big brother. Instead of babbling further, Tiger Kuan pointed at the people present. My elder brother has recently encountered some difficulties, and would like to borrow a bit of the starstone from all of you to use. I'm sure, you all shouldn't refuse, right? The moment these words were uttered, not only did everyone present freeze, even the crowd outside the Starcore land was a bit confused. That's ing brave, isn't it? How did you, a 9th level martial god, dare to talk to a star level like that? No matter how powerful your big brother is, it's impossible for him to beat them all, right? No one in the room said anything, which made Tiger Kuan a little embarrassed. Big brother. This. He turned back to look at Xian Yuanche. Looking at the unimpressed crowd, Xian Yuanche raised an eyebrow. Bang! Before anyone could react, one of them received a heavy blow and flew backwards. The entire person instantly disappeared without a trace, while Xian Yuanche was still in the same place, as if he hadn't even moved. The speed of this strike made the crowd present fail to react. What? Many people were shocked and took a few steps back. So strong. So fast. Only those in second place were a bit unsure. Why was that guy suddenly knocked out? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Such a thought rose in all their minds. Go get that man's space ring and bring it to me. Xian Yuanche opened his mouth to Tiger Kuan. Yes, big brother. He replied respectfully and then flew off into the distance. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he could vaguely guess that it was his own big brother who had just made a move. After Tiger Jun left, Xian Yuanche's eyes faintly swept over the remaining people. The crowd that was swept away seemed to be enveloped by a large mountain of pressure, and none of them were under great pressure. Aurora Tiger gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Can you just pay half the stars? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the Aurora Tiger was sent flying by Xian Yuanche and disappeared into thin air. This time, those second-place finishers could see that it was Xian Yuanche who made the move. For a moment, they all stared at Xian Yuanche with some alarm. They had seen the strength of the Aurora Tiger just now, being able to easily chop off the arms of the second-place finishers like them. I didn't expect to even have the qualifications to react in front of this person, so just how strong was he? Among the crowd of second-place finishers, there was a person with a quick mind whose eyes rolled and an idea rose in his heart. He flew to Xian Yuanche's side and took off his spatial ring. I've been collecting too many starstones lately, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Big brother, why don't you help me spend them? Tiger Kuan, who had just returned to the neighborhood, heard this person call out to Xian Yuanche's big brother and immediately became anxious. This is my big brother. What are you screaming about? He flashed directly in front of the man and snatched his spatial ring, cupping it in both hands and offering it to Xian Yuanche. Big brother, the space ring you asked for. Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded slightly and received the 2 space rings. After glancing inward, he put it away. In fact, he had long since collected thousands of starstones over the past month. Together with the blast system, without even having to absorb the large starstone, he could raise the dual star core to advanced. Continuing to collect it was just for the sake of helping his own Yin Yin to condense 2 high-level star cores even when she broke through the starry sky level. He checked the information of the man who had just called himself Big Brother. Name, Extreme Black Tiger. Astral Yuan, 10-400/20,000, Star 1. Breathing Techniques. Martial Art, Extreme Rank. Star Destroyer, Star Rank. Introduction, wants to please the host and recognizes the host as his big brother so that he can hold his thigh. Your name is Extreme Black Tiger, isn't it? Hearing Xian Yuanche ask for his name, Extreme Black Tiger nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. Big brother, my name is Extreme Black Tiger, you can just call me Little Black. When Tiger Kuan saw this scene, he was a bit flustered. His big brother would not want himself after collecting the Extreme Black Tiger, right? But Xian Yuanche's next words directly dispelled his worries. This is your second brother, Tiger Kuan. After saying that, Xian Yuanche gave the two of them a wink. You two go collect the space rings of everyone present and bring them to me. Yes, big brother. The two replied in unison. Many people were somewhat disdainful when they saw this appearance of the Extreme Black Tiger. What a wallflower. Where's your space ring? Extreme Black Tiger rubbed his hands together towards a second place. Looking at the Extremely Black Tiger's dog-like appearance, that second place just wanted to make a move, but after thinking of Xian Yuanche in the sky, he handed over his spatial ring with a face full of flesh pain. There's no way to beat it, so I can only concede for now. The collection of space rings for the two went well, but at the last one there was an obstacle. Who are you to ask for my space ring? The Extreme Dragon Tiger looked at the Tiger Monarch in front of him with disdain. He couldn't stand it. Who would be willing to have the star stones, which had been collected for a month with great difficulty, taken away just like that? He looked at the others present. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. If he can beat one of us, how can he still beat all of us? The star stones that were collected with great difficulty, are you willing to have them taken away just like that? Chapter 139, Shocked Extreme Taihu, Tiger Walk, is this your second brother? The people present looked at each other in disbelief. Of course they were unconvinced. Who would be willing to work hard for a month to grab the starstone and have it taken away just like that? At that moment, another man spoke up in agreement. I don't believe he can beat a dozen of us by himself. When these words came out, quite a few people started to get excited. They surrounded the Tiger Monarch and the Extreme Black Tiger, trying to snatch back the starstone. There were even 4 or 5 people who flew into the sky and surrounded Xian Yuanche. It was obvious that they were trying to surround Xian Yuanche. Surface. It's causing outrage. Alas, candidate Star Sun is still too young. It's best to leave a thread in everything. Now it's better. I'm afraid I'll have to suffer. There's a saying that even rabbits will bite when they're cornered. Candidate Stars did go a little too far with this. Unless he has the strength to beat everyone in the room at the same time. Many people shook their heads inside, thinking that Xian Yuanche had gone too far. Inside the Star Core, Xian Yuanche looked at the few people surrounding him and let out a light laugh. Self-importance. Berserking. He turned on Berserk directly. Star dollars, 210,000/300,000, Star-Lord 2. The 250% increase in all attributes directly brought him from Starry Sky level 6 to Star-Lord level 2. A terrifying pressure enveloped the crowd. The crowd that was still full of confidence suddenly dropped to the ground, unable to move. So strong. The 5 men lay on the ground in fear. Originally, he thought that he and the others could rely on their numerical advantage to exhaust Xian Yuanche, but now it seemed that it was really whimsical. The mighty pressure swept over the remaining people, and those who had surrounded Tiger Monarch could not withstand the pressure and fell to their knees. This was the gap between great realms, and with only a Starry Sky level, no matter how talented and demonic they were all going to be crushed and unable to move. Bang 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 bang. Xian Yuanche moved, and in just an instant, the dozen or so people present were sent flying out by him. Go and strip them all naked. Xian Yuanche said to the 2 Tiger Jun who were shivering. Originally, he was thinking that he would only take them some of the starstones, and forget about the battle armor and those things. Since he didn't listen, don't blame him for being rude. Good. Good big brother. The 2 Tiger Monarchs nodded their heads in succession and flew off into the distance. Surface. When the crowd watched the scene, they were completely nonplussed. Even the Extreme Tiger in the sky was shocked. He didn't expect such a demon to appear among his so many sons. The dozen or so sons he had carefully cultivated couldn't even resist a single move from him. Not only Extreme Taihu, but even everyone in the square felt that their cognition had suffered a shock. How is this possible? One move, not even a chance to react. A lot of people were shocked and their words became louder. After seeing Xian Yuanche's true strength, Tiger Jun's mother, Fox Huarong, was so excited that her nails sank into her flesh. Her son had finally done the right thing. A few minutes later, Tiger Jun and the others returned to Xian Yuanche's side with a dozen or so space rings in their hands. Big brother, as you ordered, they were both stripped naked by the 2 of us. Tiger Kuan said excitedly. Xian Yuanche took one of the space rings and looked at it. After just one look, he regretted it. Because there is not only the starstone inside, but also panties. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and looked over at Tiger Kuan. These panties. It was stripped from them. The Extreme Black Tiger snatched the answer. Xian Yuanche, that is to say? Before he could finish, Extreme Black Tiger nodded. That's right big brother, there's really nothing left on them, not a single pair of underwear. Xian Yuanche. Well done. He complimented, then threw the spatial ring to Tiger Kuan. You take care of the underwear, and just give me the rest in his space ring. Yes, big brother, Tiger Kuan replied loudly. While Tiger Jun was organizing his spatial rings, Xian Yuanche found a patch of grass to lie down and fret. It looks like you're fidgeting, but you're looking at the system. Oh yeah, forgot to unban the Blitz system. It was only then that Xian Yuanche remembered that he had banned the Blitz system earlier. As for why he was banned, it was of course the fact that some time ago, when the Soft Boy system was helping him to find a star beast, the storming system coughed twice every now and then. Either that or it dings a few times, scaring the Softies system and making the search for star beasts much less efficient. It wasn't good enough for him to pull the Blitz system into a small dark room again, so he had to ban it. Just after the ban was lifted, the ding 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 ding. Xian Yuanche casually opened the system mall and shopped around, ignoring the Blitz system that was getting angry. This month, the black dragon Parasite had been cultivating in the martial yuan mysterious realm, and his points had continued to grow. It came to over $1 million long ago. What would be good to buy? Since the extreme tide whose line of sight was still over here, he could only use his mind to refresh the system mall. Item, Star Dragon Bloodline. Introduction, when taken by ferocious beasts, they can obtain the bloodline of the heavenly Star Dragon. Required points, 50,000. Astral Dragon Bloodline? He thought of his four-clawed black dragon parasitic body. Dragons, combining defense, attack, and, to exaggerate, pretty much hexagonal warriors. He's still willing to elevate it if he can. Thinking about it, he directly purchased the Celestial Star Dragon Bloodline. Points remaining, 1. 75 million. System, help me show everything about the dragon. Find it yourself. Blitz system said with some anger. That being said though, it still showed everything about the dragon. Item, Starfield Dragon Bloodline. Introduction, dragons with the bloodline of the Astral Dragon can be fused to advance into the Astral Dragon, with a substantial increase in strength, speed, and dragon power. Required points, 300,000. Buy it. Xian Yuanche directly chose to buy it. It cost a 10% off coupon by the way. Points remaining, 1. 72 million. Just after buying these two items, he sensed that someone had entered the center area. He got up and looked toward the distance. A youth was flying towards his side. The two tiger cunts who were packing up also spotted the youth. When the two of them swept their spiritual sense over the youth, Tiger Jun's fist suddenly clenched. Obviously, this is someone he knows and has had a run-in with. Tiger Walk. Tiger Kuan looked at the youth with some gnashing of teeth. The extreme black tiger glanced at the tiger monarch's complexion and then at his hands, and his heart became active. Looks like this guy has a problem with ergo. Tiger Walk, who had just entered the center area, heard someone calling out to him. Fixing his eyes, he spotted Tiger Kuan. Clasping his hands to his chest, he immediately opened his mouth to mock. Yo, this is not the defeated tiger. Halfway through the mockery, he saw the extreme black tiger beside the tiger monarch. Extreme black tiger. His pupils shrank, and he just wanted to turn around and flee, but it was already too late as well. The extreme black tiger had come behind him at some point. Bro, go down and sit down? Extreme black tiger smiled and patted Tiger Walk's shoulder. No, don't bother. Tiger Walk politely declined with a bit of a stutter. Hearing Tiger Walk's refusal, extreme black tiger's eyes changed. Then go down and sit down. Looking at the extreme black tiger's eyes, Tiger Walk didn't dare to disobey. That's right. Surface. The moment Wolf Wanyan saw her son break into the center area, she directly fell limp on the ground. It was over and done with. She had thought that her son was completely safe, but she didn't expect to actually break right into the center area on her own. Fox Warong swept a glance at the paralyzed Wolf Wanyan and did not open her mouth to mock. If it had been a moment ago, she might have taunted and fought back. But now that his own son had followed such a powerful big brother, his future accomplishments would surely not be low. If she opened her mouth to taunt Wolf Wanyan now, she felt like she was pulling down her own class and that of her own son. May I ask, what can I do for you? After landing on the ground, Tiger Walk rubbed his hands together and cautiously asked towards the extreme black tiger. Did you mess with my second brother? Extreme black tiger asked as he led Tiger Walk. No, there isn't. How can it be? Tiger Walk's first reaction was no. What kind of person is extreme black tiger? Second in the top 10 regions. How could he have messed with his second brother? Extreme black tiger, really no? No. Absolutely not. Tiger Walker didn't even think about it and directly shook his head in denial. Kidding aside, the person who even the extreme black tiger had to call his second brother was at least the second in the top 10 regions. It was difficult for him to even meet someone of this level, let alone provoke them. As they spoke, the two walked up to Tiger Kuan. Just as Tiger Walk was still a bit confused, the extreme black tiger's next words directly confused him. Extreme black tiger, second brother, I've brought you the man, did he mess with you? Tiger Walk? He was confused when he saw the extremely black tiger call Tiger Kuan's second brother. Isn't this Tiger Jun? The extreme black tiger actually called him second brother. To make sure he had heard correctly, he pointed at Tiger Kuan and then looked at the extreme black tiger. Is this my second brother? What's wrong? Is there a problem? The extreme black tiger glared at Tiger Walk. Tiger Walker shook his head back and forth. No problem, no problem. Shen Yuanche, who was not far away, watched for a while before lying back down. Leaving his own little brother's matters to their own devices, he continued to browse his system mall. Second brother, what are you going to do with this man? The extreme black tiger asked the Tiger King for his opinion. Just as he finished speaking, Tiger Walk poofed and knelt down towards Tiger June. Brother Tiger June, my little brother has eyes but no pearls. I offended you some time ago, please. Bang! Before he could finish, Tiger Kuan ate him in the face with a punch. Fight together, he said to the extreme black tiger. With that, Tiger Walk was fortunate enough to enjoy a mixed doubles match between Tiger June and extreme black tiger. Tiger June had dealt a deadly blow, but he remembered how Tiger Xing had humiliated himself half a month ago. He's just returning the favor now. Half an hour later, Tiger Kuan stretched out refreshed. Cozy. This breath has been harboring in my heart for half a month, and now I finally let it out. After taking away Tiger Walk's spatial ring and stripping away the battle armor in the process, the two of them walked towards Shen Yuanche. Before leaving, Tiger Kuan looked at Tiger Walk, who was sunk into the dirt, and pulled out a dozen pairs of underwear from one of his space rings. He threw those panties at Tiger Walk. Rewarded. The two of them walked over to Shen Yuanche. Big brother, all these things are categorized. Tiger Kuan held the spatial ring in both hands and handed it to Shen Yuanche. Lying on the grass, Shen Yuanche raised his hand and sucked the space ring into his hand. Sweeping a glance at one of the spatial rings, there were more than 3,000 starstones inside. It was no exaggeration to say that most of the star stones within the land of star cores were now in his pocket. Go! Shen Yuanche flew away from here with the two of them. I don't know how long it took for Tiger Walk to wake up. Hiss! He felt a sharp pain coming from every part of his body. A few of the bones had turned to powder. It could be said that the two of them, Tiger Monarch and Extreme Black Tiger, were really fighting to the death. Chapter 140 Closure of the Star Core Land. He struggled to get up from the ground. With multiple bones in his body shattered, he now relied on the assistance of his star element to walk. In the distance, those who had been stripped naked by the two of them, the Tiger Monarch and the Extreme Black Tiger, woke up leisurely. As soon as they got up, they realized they were cold, and when they looked down, their underwear and everything was gone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where are my panties? One of them hastily covered his crotch and looked left. Woke up after being knocked out with more than just the battle armor, even the underwear was missing? Why am I being stripped naked? Many people broke down and screamed, and a few others hastily touched their asses. There was a sigh of relief when it was realized that it hadn't been that. A dozen people covered their birds and began searching for their clothes. A few of them flew right in the direction of Tiger Walk. And Tiger Walk, who had just gotten up from the ground, looked at the panties scattered on the ground with some uncertainty in his mind. This who threw his underwear here? He sucked one of the panties into his hand and looked at it. It wasn't his, but after looking at his bare crotch, he preened and put it on anyway. A few people had just arrived and saw this scene. One of them fixed his eyes on it and broke down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you trying to do with my panties? He roared and flashed directly in front of Tiger Walk to throw a punch. Bang! Tiger Walk, whose underwear was just halfway through, was knocked straight out. The others dropped to the floor in a hurry and began searching for their underwear. This one's mine. This one's mine. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This one's mine. In no time at all, those present had their underwear on. Where's the pervert? I just punched him to the north. Go and show him some color. The people who had put on their underwear hastily unfolded their spiritual sense and flew in the direction where Tiger Walk was. If Shen Yuanche and the others were still here, they would have seen a few people in their underwear chasing and beating the naked Tiger Walk. Surface. Extreme Taihu's face darkened as he watched the scene. Waste. He didn't realize that these sons of his were so brain dead. But anyone whose brain has turned around knows that it's a good idea to use the astral yuan to coalesce a set of clothes first. It's unseemly to run around in your underwear. What a disgrace to him. The expressions of the crowd below were changing as they watched the images in the land of star cores. They looked at the constantly changing face of the extreme tiger in the sky, wanting to laugh, but not daring to laugh out loud. Humph. Bunch of losers. The extreme Taihu snorted coldly and operated his astral element. A huge black hole appeared over the land of star cores. In less than half a second, the crowd in the land of star cores was sucked out. That's right, he shut down the land of star cores a dozen hours early. How did we get out? Tiger King looked at the familiar square and toppled the extreme black tiger beside him. Extreme Black Tiger shook his head. I don't know. It should be that father ended the examination early. Shen Yuanche, on the other hand, had probably guessed what was going on. The Extreme Black Tiger was furious when he looked at the dozen or so sons who were naked in the square. The most decent of the dozen or so were the ones who had found their underwear. Waste. It was the third time he'd said the word today, so you can imagine how angry he really was. If it were any other son, he would have slapped him to death long ago. This time, the land of Star Course ends here, so all of you retire. I, Star Lord / Father Superior. The crowd below responded. The crowd left one after another, and only Shen Yuanche stood in place. Extreme Taihu placed his gaze on Shen Yuanche, his eyes filled with relief. You're doing a great job. All thanks to Father's cultivation. Shen Yuanche said against his will. From now on, you're a candidate Hoshiko. You did a great job this time, I'm very pleased. Say, what reward do you want? I want the Realm Art Stone. Shen Yuanche replied without even thinking. Berserking and Nirvana would require 200 boundary art stones to ascend to the 7th rank. He's just one piece so far, or Tiger Kuan contributes to it. Regarding Shen Yuanche's request, Extreme Taihu did not feel surprised. A space ring appeared in his hand and there are 30 boundary art stones in this spatial ring, which should be enough to advance your secret art into a boundary art. Shen Yuanche received the spatial ring, his face a little odd. 30 boundary art stones, not even enough to stuff your teeth. What? Not enough? Extreme Taihu asked as he looked at Shen Yuanche, who had an odd expression. Shen Yuanche nodded. It's true that it's a bit insufficient. Extreme Taihu took out another space ring. There are still 20 pieces here. Thank you, father, but it's still not enough. Shen Yuanche said as he received the spatial ring. Not enough? Extreme Taihu frowned at his words. If his berserking, as a top secret art, had only cost him 40 boundary art stones when he advanced into a boundary art back then. Now you've given a total of $50 before and after, and it's not enough? How much do you want? Shen Yuanche, $200. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Extreme Taihu instantly froze. What secret art actually costs 200 realm art stones? What is your secret art that actually requires 200 boundary art stones? Berserking, only the son's berserking is not like anyone else's. Shen Yuanche didn't have any intention of hiding it. It was clear to him that in order to obtain more resources, he had to show his potential in front of the Extreme Taihu. Otherwise, why would they give you so many resources? Based on the fact that this parasite of his is one of the tens of millions of sons of the Extreme Taihu? Jataha caught the 10 words. It's not like other people's berserking. Tell me what's different. Shen Yuanche, my berserking boosts my full attributes by 250% when used, and it lasts for half an hour. What? Extreme Taihu was shocked. He didn't hear it wrong, 250% increase in all attributes. And it lasted for half an hour. This is much better than his. His berserking, even if it had been upgraded to a boundary art, the increase would only be a measly 100%, and that was only for 15 minutes. Chapter 141, Boundary Technique, Berserk, Double Star Core Technique, Ruthless Shen Yuanche. Taking a vacation, update on the 4th. Now his own son was actually saying that his secret art increased his entire attributes by 250% when it was turned on, and it lasted for a full half hour. How outrageous would it have to be if it advanced into a boundary art? You cast your berserkerization and let me see if it's really a 250% increase in all attributes. Extreme Taihu wasn't swept away. After all, how powerful it was just talk unless one saw it with one's own eyes. Seeing this, Shen Yuanche immediately turned on berserking, and his realm began to climb, from Starry Sky level 6, directly rising to Star Lord level 2. Looking at Shen Yuanche, whose realm was constantly climbing, Extreme Taihu felt that his perception had received a great shock. It's also really a 250% increase in all attributes. This level of increase, even if it lasted for only 10 minutes, it would be enough to explode and kill his boundary technique, not to mention that it lasted for half an hour. After calming his emotions, Extreme Taihu once again took out a spatial ring. Here are 70 boundary art stones, the last of our Extreme Tai Luo Star's inventory. A new batch of boundary art stones won't arrive until 3 days from now, so I'll make up the 200 for you then. Thank you, Father Sama. Shen Yuanche said. I didn't get the expected $200, but it was nice to have 100 or so. At the very least, he would be able to raise his berserking to the 7th rank. Before Shen Yuanche left, Extreme Taihu once again took a space ring and gave it to him. After returning to his residence, Shen Yuanche placed all the things given by Extreme Taihu on the floor. 120 boundary art stones, plus a set of extreme rank advanced battle armor, alloy blade. It's safe to say the outpouring is very generous. System, help me raise berserking to the 7th rank. Shen Yuanche said in his mind towards the system. Ding! Spending 100 boundary art stones is raising berserking to the 7th rank. Ding! Berserking has been upgraded to the 7th rank and advanced to a boundary art. Boundary technique, berserking. After using it, it can increase one's full attributes by 300% and reduce one's pain sensation by 99%. During berserking, damage taken will rebound 100% to the attacker for 2 hours. Side effects, none. Requirements for advancement. After reaching the domain rank, the realm can be advanced to the Berserker realm. Shen Yuanche compared the 7th order berserking to the 6th order one, and in general the changes weren't small. Side effects removed, full attribute boost increased from 250% to 300%, and rebound damage increased from 50% to 100%. After closing the Realm Art panel, he took out all the starstones he had collected in the land of star cores. Thousands of starstones were directly piled up in the entire room. The next step was to prepare to raise the level of the star core, but before that, he had to get the dual star cores out before he could do so. In the beginning, he originally wanted to use the method of Lucian's to split the star core into two and then condense the Martial Yuan C to successfully condense a double star core. But a few days ago, he suddenly thought of a more convenient way. That is, just dig out his star core directly, and then after the arrogant aura helped him condense a star core again, he would just install the dugout star core back. It's your own star core anyway, and there's no rejection when you reload it. When he said he would do it, he revolved his astral energy and formed his 5 fingers into claws, directly inserting them into his body. With a poof, he directly dug out an orb the size of a pigeon egg. The entire orb took on a purple-blue color and floated on Xian Yuanche's right hand. Soon, Xian Yuanche felt the arrogant aura begin to take effect, and the originally missing star cores were slowly regrouping. In less than 10 seconds, an identical star core recoalesced. This chapter ends. Took a day off March 3rd, got sick and caught a cold while staying up late _0. I stayed up late yesterday and my brain has been a little foggy all day today, so only 1,000 words, good night. Chapter 142, Star Core Double Advanced, Newborn Star Core Land. Afterward, he put back the star core that he had dug out. After the star core entered Xian Yuanche's body, both star cores were functioning normally without the slightest bit of rejection. After doing this, Xian Yuanche began to adjust his state, preparing to absorb the starstone. As for why he didn't follow this method more often to get a few more star cores, in fact, the only difference between 1 star core and 2 star cores for Xian Yuanche was just that the domain rank was able to match the boundary art and have 1 more domain. As for doubling the star element cap, he said that he was hung up on the fact that there was no cap on the star element. Alright. Ding! The host absorbs a starstone, the progress of the star core increases by 1.6%, triggering a 100 times blitz, 1.6% to 160%. Star core level, 240. 3% per 500%, primary. Star core level, 244. 3% per 500%, primary. Ding! The host absorbs a starstone, the progress of the star core increases by 1.8%, triggering a 50-fold blast, 1.8% to 190%. Star core level, 334. 3% per 500%, primary. Ding! Star core level, 0% per 1000%, medium. After a few hours of absorption, Xian Yuanche raised his first star core to intermediate level. In the evening, star core rating, 234. 3% per 1000%, intermediate. Star core rating, 500. 3% per 100%, intermediate. Star core level, 1000% per 1000%, advanced. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Xian Yuanche was able to raise his first lesson star core to advanced. Thanks to having the Blitz system's Blitz, the star cores in the room had only been consumed by more than 200 at this point. Just as he was about to continue absorbing the starstone to raise the level of the second star core, Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something and tapped his head, only to see that he plunged his hand into his body again and dug out the high-level star core. After about 10 seconds, another identical high-level star core was coalesced by the hubris aura. I'm really a genius. After sighing, Xian Yuanche put back the high-level star core that he had dug out. Now he had a total of 3 star cores in his body, 2 high-grade and 1 low-grade, an unprecedented 3-star core martial artist. Looking at the remaining starstones, Xian Yuanche did some calculations on the spot. The large starstone, and a large portion of the starstones were put away in the system space, leaving only 1,000 starstones out there. Those starstones that he had collected into the system space were the ones he had reserved for his wife to use when she broke through the starry sky level. Especially this large starstone, which was left behind after the death of a Starzoon-level star beast. The stones around it would be permeated by the star power it emitted over time, allowing the stones to contain star power within them as well. He called these stones that contained the power of the stars, the lower version of the starstone. Blue Star. The mysteries of the martial era, Tiananmen Square. The black dragon doppelganger that was cultivating opened its eyes. Where would be a good place to put it? Xian Yuanche kept surveying the ground to see where exactly it would be better to put this large starstone. After looking at it for a few minutes, he eventually decided to put it next to the Starfield stone for company. He took out this 3-meter-long starstone from his system space and stuck it into the ground. Just then, something that shocked Xian Yuanche happened. The Starfield stone on the side sucked this 3-meter-long starstone into its body. Xian Yuanche? Where's my starstone? Xian Yuanche looked at the Starfield stone with a confused expression. Just as Xian Yuanche was still confused, a wave of star power surged out from the Starfield stone. The surrounding ground stones began to change, gradually changing into starstones, which didn't look any worse than those dropped by the star beasts in the Starcore land. He sensed and realized that, right now, the air of the martial elemental mystic realm did not only have martial element, but was also laced with quite a bit of star force. At this time, a purple star beast appeared at Xian Yuanche's feet at an unknown time and bit his pants leg with its mouth. Xian Yuanche lowered his head to check the information of this star beast. Race, star beast. Rank, level 1 martial artist. Description, a star beast coalesced from the land of the nascent star core, in a weak stage. Looking at the introduction of this star beast, an idea rose in Xian Yuanche's heart. Star beasts, the nascent star core land, could it be that the martial origin mystic realm has been transformed into a star core land? Although he didn't quite want to believe it, the truth seemed to be that this was the case, and the martial elemental mystic realm had been transformed by the starfield stones into a new land of star cores. Step aside. Looking at the star beast that was still biting his pants leg, Xian Yuanche lifted it up and casually threw it somewhere. He sensed it again and realized that there was more and more star power in the air, and it was no longer much worse than the one in the extreme Tai Luo star. If it took a while longer, it was estimated that it would surpass that star core place in the extreme Tai Luo star. He gave a silent thumbs up to Starfield Stone. Awesome. This chapter ends. I grabbed some medicine to take yesterday and it's much better, but not completely well. Went to see the doctor again today. The doctor said it is the end of the disease. I think tomorrow will be completely well. Tonight I have time to mess with just over 1,000 words out. Good night everyone. Chapter 143, Shocked Tiger Monarch, Extreme Black Tiger. By directly transforming the entire martial yuan mysterious realm into a new land of star cores, then he wouldn't be short of starstones at all in the future. System, help me synchronize the tiger bastard parasite's realm and realm art level to the black dragon parasite and the main body. Ding! Spending 1600 points. Realm art synchronization successful. Name, Xian Yuan Che, Black Dragon Parasite. Astral Yuan, 60000/70000, star 6. Name, Xian Yuan Che. Astral Yuan, 60000/70000, star 6. Finally, he swept through the land of star cores with his spiritual sense and found that there were quite a few newborn star beasts, most of which were small snoutcars a few centimeters tall. At this rate, he shouldn't even be short of starstones in the future. At the entrance of the martial yuan secret realm, Wang Dingtian entered here to cultivate as usual. As soon as he came in, he realized something was wrong. Why was there an extra strand of energy in the air? Also, what's with all the little purple noga on the floor? When those star beasts saw Wang Dingtian, they hurriedly pounced towards him. Go, 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 go. Wang Dingtian waved his hand, fanning these star beasts to the side. How dare a small noga at the level of a martial artist come to mess with him, a martial saint? He's really out of his depth. Beasts of the crowd, 30 years in the making. Hercules. After Xian Yuanche returned from the martial yuan mysteries, he opened his smart bracelet and contacted the Tiger Monarch, asking him and the extreme black tiger to come here. Then he poured out all of the low-profile starstones within his other spatial ring. These low-profile versions of the starstones were the ones he had Tiger Kuan collect when he was in the caves. Now that he couldn't use it, he could simply give it to the two of them. A few thousand low-profile starstones, plus the remaining starstones, should be able to allow both of them to upgrade their star cores to high level. With the entire star core land in his hands, this bit of starstone was nothing to him. A few minutes later, the extremely black tiger arrived outside Xian Yuanche's residence carrying Tiger Jun. I mean, can't you slow down? Tiger Kuan was a bit speechless. This third brother was too rude to him, his second brother. He actually disliked the fact that he was slow to catch up, and lifted him up like a dog and rushed together to the big brother's house. Extreme black tiger, air. Big brother, this is not in a hurry, the two of us faster, so as not to delay big brother thing. Come in. Xian Yuanche's voice reached the ears of the two. The two of them flashed their figures and directly entered the villa. Just after entering inside Xian Yuanche's room, the two of them saw the starstones that were piled up almost all over the room. Xian Yuanche sat on a chair and closed his eyes. The two of them withdrew their gazes and looked at Xian Yuanche. Brother, is there something you want to see us about? Xian Yuanche pointed at the starstones behind him. See these starstones, and those purple ones? You guys take them and absorb them. After hearing Xian Yuanche's words, at first Tiger Jun and the others didn't react. When the reaction came, it was a face full of incredulity, shock, surprise, and excitement. Big brother, are these starstones really given to the two of us? Tiger Jun asked somewhat incredulously. Xian Yuanche nodded. Seeing Xian Yuanche nodding his head, Tiger Monarch and Extreme Black Tiger exchanged a glance and both could see the excitement in the other's eyes. Extreme Black Tiger, many thanks big brother. In the future, if you tell me to beat up second brother, I will definitely not be soft. Tiger Monarch sniffed and was not willing to show weakness. In the future, if you tell me to beat up third brother, I will definitely beat him to death. After expressing their loyalty, the two began to collect the starstones in the room into their spatial rings. Tiger Kuan looked at the gradually increasing number of starstones within his spatial ring and couldn't have been more excited. He estimated that the star stones in the room would be enough for him and the extreme black tiger to upgrade their star cores to advanced. It's true that there's soup to be had when you follow your big brother. If he hadn't recognized this big brother when he was in the land of star cores at that time, it would be hard to say if he had an intermediate star core now. An extreme black tiger's mental reaction was similar to Xian Yuanche's. Very fortunate to have recognized Xian Yuanche as his big brother. From now on, if big brother tells him to go east, he will never go west, and if he is told to steal a chicken, he will never touch a dog. The two of them left the place after storing all of the starstones into their spatial rings. When Tiger Kuan returned home, he saw a sad-faced Fox Huarong sitting on the sofa. The sadness on Fox Huarong's face worsened after seeing her son return. Although his own son had followed a powerful big brother, his realm was still stuck at the 9th level martial god. Breaking through to the starry sky level was also a big problem. Looking at his mother sighing, Tiger Kuan couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What's going on here? Mom, what are you sighing about? Fox Huarong glanced at Tiger Kuan and sighed again. Your realm is still a 9th level martial god right now. What can we do about this? Tiger Kuan thought that his mother had encountered something, but it turned out that she was worried that she couldn't break through to the starry sky level. He took out the space ring full of star stones and handed it to his mother. What did I expect? You see this space ring? Fox Huarong took the spatial ring without thinking. One look didn't matter, but a second look shocked her directly. Because this space ring is full of starstones. This. Fox Huarong looked at Tiger Jun in shock. Where did you get so many starstones? Tiger Kuan sat down on the sofa and picked up a string of green tips, speaking as he ate. Big brother gave it to me. Fox warrior. She looked at the starstone in her spatial ring again and estimated it in her mind. It was found that the starstone in here would allow her son to coalesce at least one high-level star core. Fox Huarong burst into some hot tears. If a martial artist only condensed primary star cores at the starry sky level, they would basically have no chance with the domain rank in their life. Only by condensing an intermediate star core would one have a chance to cross over to the domain rank. If his son was able to condense a high-level star core, he would have a high probability of achieving the domain rank. And it's also highly likely to be a candidate for a star. But she still remembered that her husband had only declared one person to be a candidate for the Star Child this year, and there were still 2 slots left, so her son might not be unable to fight for them. Fox Huarong returned the spatial ring to Tiger Kuan. This big brother of yours is so good to you, you mustn't always help out and trouble people with other things in the future. Tiger Jun took the spatial ring. For sure, I'll do whatever big brother tells me to do, and I definitely won't be of any help. After saying that, he walked upstairs and started working on condensing the star cores. Time passed slowly, and soon came the 3rd day. Shen Yuanche, who had just finished his cultivation, noticed that there were guests in his villa. It's the Jutai tiger. When he arrived on the 1st floor, he saw Extreme Taihu sitting on the sofa and drinking tea. Father. Aha. Seeing Shen Yuanche coming downstairs, Extreme Taihu nodded slightly. Now he was becoming more and more pleased with himself as a son. Here's the rest of the boundary art stones. He threw the spatial ring to Shen Yuanche. Shen Yuanche glanced towards the inside as soon as he grabbed it. The boundary art stones inside, along with the ones left over from last time, just made up 100. Thanks, father. Shen Yuanche thanked him. Extreme Taihu got up and patted Shen Yuanche's shoulder. No need to be polite, since you've become a candidate star child, you should strive to become a true star child. In a few days you'll move to candidate Starlet's place, this villa is no longer worthy of you. After saying that, the Extreme Taihu disappeared into thin air. After confirming that the Extreme Taihu had left, Shen Yuanche immediately spoke in his mind. System, help me advance Nirvana into a realm art. Ding! Spending 100 realm art stones, the secret art Nirvana has advanced to a realm art. Boundary Technique Nirvana. Introduction. Chapter 144 Boundary Technique Nirvana, traveling to the candidate star subregion. Boundary Technique Nirvana. Description, after death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after half an hour, with a 1 in 500 probability of raising 6 minor realms. Parasitism, separate a strand of consciousness, choose a living being whose realm is lower than that of the host, and parasitize it to master its body. Cooling time, 1 year. Storage, every 8 days, you can store a chance of Nirvana. Storage limit, 2/10 times. Advancement requirement, unlocked when the realm reaches the domain rank. Compared to the 6th order, the Nirvana resurrection time of the Nirvana that had been upgraded to a realm art had been reduced by half, the probability of raising the realm had changed from 1000 to 500, and the storage limit had also changed from 8 to 10. Overall, it's still good. Time passed slowly, and it soon came to 3 days later. Tiger Monarch and Extreme Black Tiger once again came to Shen Yuanche's house. Big brother, I've condensed a high-level star core. Me too. The two of them excitedly turned towards Shen Yuanche. Aha. Shen Yuanche nodded. At that moment, Tiger Kuan's face suddenly turned somewhat mysterious. Brother, when father came to my mother yesterday, guess what he said? Shen Yuanche swept a glance towards him. Has it been announced that you've become a candidate star son? How did you know? Tiger Jun looked at Xian Yuanche in shock, not understanding why his big brother would know. Xian Yuanche laughed lightly. It's easy to guess this kind of thing. After all, he had pocketed most of the star stones when he was in the land of star cores. Anyone who entered the land of star cores this time would be burned if they were able to condense an intermediate star core. And Tiger Kuan had his own funding to coalesce a high-level star core. But where the extreme Tai Tiger is not a cutie, all would choose to give the position of candidate star son to Tiger Kuan. Shen Yuanche looked to the extreme black tiger on the side. You should have become a candidate star child as well, right? Big brother really does anticipate things like a god. The excitement on the extreme black tiger's face could no longer be contained, and he nodded excitedly. Big brother, I heard that the candidate star children can move to an exclusive area. When do we leave? Tiger Jun once again came forward and asked. The extreme black tiger also nodded repeatedly, right. Become a candidate star child and you'll be able to move to other regions. In the afternoon. The time is fast approaching the afternoon. Tiger Kuan and extreme black tiger packed up their things and came inside Shen Yuanche's villa. Both of them were also holding a space ring each in their hands. Seeing Shen Yuanche again, Tiger Monarch handed the spatial ring in his hand to Shen Yuanche. Big brother, father just sent someone to send me a spatial ring. I see that there are quite a few resources inside. Can you see if there's anything you need? And mine. Extreme Black Tiger also handed over his spatial ring. Shen Yuanche took the two men's spatial rings and swept them towards the inside before returning them. There wasn't much in there that was worth his attention, and while it might be useful to others, it didn't do much for him. Seeing that Shen Yuanche didn't take anything, both of them were a bit disappointed. After all, they were still relying on this big brother's help to become candidate stars. Now there is actually no place where they can help their big brother, which is really a bit disappointing to them. Candidate Region 1. The three of them came directly to the area where the candidate star child was located alone. Candidate District 1. Rumor has it that hundreds of candidate stars reside in this region. The strength of every candidate star child was far beyond imagination. Killing enemies across realms was like drinking water to them. Yo! New guy? A voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Several youths appeared in front of the trio at some point. The man at the head of the group swept a glance at the three Shen Yuanche people and sensed the realm of the three again. Aside from Shen Yuanche, who he couldn't perceive, the other two's realms were only at the starry sky level. Overall, a nice soft touch. Obviously, the reason he thought he couldn't perceive Shen Yuanche's realm was because Shen Yuanche had brought a shielding device. After all, it's normal for candidate stars to have shielding. As for the two Tiger Jun, they were naturally treated as his servants. After all, the candidate star son was allowed to bring two servants into the exclusive area to take care of himself. Extreme Wolf Tiger reached out his hand towards Shen Yuanche. This new brother, give all the space rings to brother me, you just came, if you accidentally lose them, it won't be good. Just as they finished speaking, Tiger Monarch and Extreme Black Tiger stood out at the same time and said in unison, what kind of thing are you that you dare to ask our big brother for a spatial ring? Extreme Wolf Tiger was speechless, and then just a little annoyed. He looked to the servant at the side, you, go and teach these two a lesson. The youth on the left took a step forward and looked at the two Tiger Juns with some mischief in his eyes. It was only a Starry Sky Level 1, but he was a Starry Sky Level 2, so it wasn't just a random fight to beat two Starry Sky Level 1s? Thinking that, he revolved the astral energy in his body and launched an attack towards the two. Star Destroyer Palm. Ergo, I'll do it. Broken Star Fist Technique. The Extreme Black Tiger took a step forward, also operating his star element, and flashed in front of that youth with ghostly speed, blasting his fist into his abdomen. Bang! The youth flew backwards at once. So fast. The Extreme Wolf Tiger looked at the Extreme Black Tiger that suddenly struck out, and shock flashed in his eyes. This kind of speed was simply unattainable for an ordinary Starry Sky Level 1 servant. Unless, of course, he's also a candidate for Starchild. Chapter 145, Star Crystal. As soon as the idea came out, Extreme Wolf Tiger denied it. After all the candidate star children had pride, so how could they possibly follow just anyone? Weak. The Extreme Black Tiger clasped his hands on his chest and looked disdainfully at the youth who flew out backwards. He turned his head to look at Extreme Wolf Tiger. Let the most capable fighter under your hand go on, the one just now is too weak. Extreme Wolf Tiger's face sank at his words. Arrogant. He was also not accustomed to the Extremely Black Tiger, and he directly operated his star element, flashed in front of the Extremely Black Tiger, and blasted out with a palm. The Extreme Black Tiger was just about to parry, but someone else blocked the attack before him. You can't beat him, stand down. Shen Yuanche's voice rang in his ears. Yes, big brother. The Extreme Black Tiger didn't hesitate at his words, but instead directly retreated back to the Tiger Monarch's side. After seeing the Extreme Black Tiger retreat, Shen Yuanche revolved his star element and directly shocked back the Extreme Wolf Tiger. At the same time, the panel information of the Extreme Wolf Tiger appeared in his eyes. Name, Polar Wolf Tiger. Astral Yuan, 45000/50000, Star 4. Breathing, Dark Night Breathing. Martial Arts, Sky Dome Splitting Sword, Burning Starfinger. After the opposite extreme wolf tiger was shaken back, he looked at Xian Yuanche with some shock. He himself had actually fallen into a disadvantage when facing a new candidate star child? How is this possible? Unless the person on the opposite side was in a higher realm than him. You're not star level 1. Polar wolf tiger asked his doubts. Xian Yuanche didn't reply, but continued to flash in front of him and blasted a fist at him. Ding! Detected the host randomly throwing a punch, triggering a 20-fold blast and increasing its power by 10 times. Bang! The punch landed on Extreme Wolf Tiger's face, directly causing it to fall straight to the ground. It was a good thing that the candidate star subarea was constructed using high-grade materials, otherwise with the punch Xian Yuanche had just thrown, it was estimated that the entire ground would have suffered a devastating blow. Boss! Seeing that Extreme Wolf Tiger was knocked to the ground, his two minions exclaimed in shock and wanted to step forward to help. Hey, don't take us both seriously? The two tiger-cons stepped forward to stop them. And not far away, Xian Yuanche crouched down and took off the space ring of the Extreme Wolf Tiger, and by the way, he also stripped his battle armor. Before leaving, he gave the two tiger-cons a look, signaling them to wrap up. After receiving Xian Yuanche's look, the two of them exchanged glances and reached a certain consensus. The two minions of Extreme Wolf Tiger looked at the eyes of the two men and immediately winced, as if something bad was going to happen. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanche arrived at his new residence. A villa covering only 2,000 square meters. But when he pushed open the door, he noticed something different. Judging from the exterior alone, this villa only covers about 2,000 square meters. But once inside, one realizes that the area is much more than that. Was a space device used? Xian Yuanche knew what was going on after just a little thought. A space device was utilized to expand the area hundreds or thousands of times. Just as he was about to enter, the voices of the two tiger-cons came from the back. Big brother! Tiger Kuan whooshed in front of Xian Yuanche with a few space rings in his hands. As you commanded, the two of us have stripped them naked. Xian Yuanche? When did he say he was going to strip them naked? Looking at Xian Yuanche's somewhat confused appearance, Tiger Jun thought that he hadn't said it clearly enough, and with a thought, several pairs of underwear appeared in his hands. Look big brother, it's their underwear. Looking at the underwear in Tiger Kuan's hand, Xian Yuanche's face was filled with black lines. Ugh! Xian Yuanche sighed helplessly, although there was some helplessness in his heart, he still gave him encouragement. Good job, just give me the space ring. Taking the space ring, he walked straight into the courtyard. You guys go to your new place too, just come here and find me if you need anything. After saying that, Xian Yuanche closed the courtyard door. The moment she closed the courtyard door, an intelligent female voice rang out and, "Greetings, my lord." The virtual projection immediately dropped and a woman appeared beside Xian Yuanche. Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared, Xian Yuanche opened his mouth and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Alice 3, you may call me Alice." Xian Yuanche nodded slightly, "Then I'll call you Alice from now on." After saying that, he flashed into the villa. Alice 3 followed close behind and also came inside the villa. Where is the practice room? In the last room on the east side of the second floor is the virtual cultivation room. According to the information, Master, you are currently practicing the dark night breathing technique, and the dark night environment is currently simulated for you. As soon as Alice 3's words fell, the outside of the villa immediately turned pitch black. This is the simulation function, capable of simulating any environment, be it day, night, or spring, summer, fall, or winter. Xian Yuanche's spiritual sense unfolded and soon discovered the training room Alice had described. With another blink, he directly entered the cultivation room. After sitting down on the ground, he took out a box. This box was the meet and greet gift that Wang Dingtian had given himself at that time on Earth, when he first met with him. Upon opening it, a deep purple yuan crystal came into view. Article name, Star Crystal. Source, originally an 8th order crystal, but due to the long-term absorption of star elements from space, it was transformed into a star crystal. Usage, recommended for realms that have reached the star order, starry sky level. When he was a martial saint, he could use yuan crystals to raise the martial yuan in his body. At the starry sky level, if you wanted to raise the star element in your body, apart from cultivation, the other method would have to be absorbing star crystals. As far as he could tell so far, star crystals were generally produced from star-ranked ferocious beasts, and the one in one's hand was estimated to have drifted in space for an unknown number of years before it accidentally metamorphosed. Taking out the star crystal from the box, he put it directly into his mouth. After all, it's absorbed faster this way. Chapter 146, Star-Lord Level. The two who were addicted to robbing. Just after it was put into his mouth, the system's beep came as promised. Ding! Detected the host absorbing a star crystal, star element increased by 100, triggering a 100-fold blast, 100 star elements raised to 10,000. Star element, 70000/80000, star 7. It's still faster to ascend this way. Xian Yuanche lamented. It was a pity that the thing called star crystal was extremely rare and could only be obtained from ferocious beasts in most cases, or else he would have directly knocked his way up to star exalt. Closing the information panel, he began his cultivation. Although cultivation is not as fast as knocking star crystals, but at least there can be 100 times 1,000 times the storm, the benefit is also very substantial. Ding! Detected that the host has cultivated for 10 hours and gained 10 star elements, triggering a 100-fold blast. 10 star elements are raised to 1,000 points. Star element, 71000/90000, star 7. Ding! Detected that the host has cultivated for 10 hours and gained 10 star elements, triggering a 1,000-fold blast. 10 star elements are raised to 10,000 points. Star element, 81000/90000, star 8. Ding! Detected the host cultivating for 10 hours, gained 10 star elements, triggered a 500-fold blast. 10 star elements raised to 5,000 points. Star element, 86000/90000, star 8. 2 days passed slowly. 100/200, Star Lord level. Seeing that his realm had reached the Star Lord level, Xian Yuanche stopped cultivating. This body's talent is too poor, it only took 2 days to raise 3 minor realms. Xian Yuanche sighed. The lower limit of this body of Tiger Ba was too low. If he hadn't parasitized, he would probably have topped out if he could reach the Starry Sky level. Fortunately, he has a storm system. Cultivation at least can storm. Talent is not enough, but also can only open to get together. If Jitaihu were here, he would probably break into a fit of rage. He was so talented, but he hadn't seen 3 small realms raised in 2 days. After walking out of the simulated cultivation room, Alice once again appeared beside Xian Yuanche. Alice spread her hands and a space ring emerged. Master, you have a package. Xian Yuanche reached out and sucked the spatial ring into his hand and glanced inside. The discovery was a candidate for a Hoshiko exclusive smart bracelet and a black orb. He swept the orb using his scrying eye. Article name, Shielding Device. Effects, after assembling, it can shield the enemy's spiritual sense sweeping, its own breath, realm, and help to conceal the whereabouts. Note, if the enemy is one greater realm above the wearer, the sub-device will fail. A shielding device? Why does it feel a little chicken? After reading the information from this shielding device, Xian Yuanche spat slightly. Although he spat on his lips, he still probed his spiritual sense into the orb. After all, it's good to not use it. The orb trembled slightly, which was considered binding. With a movement of his mind, the orb flew out of the spatial ring. Because he could change his form at will, he let it attach to the spatial ring. After doing so, he put his new smart bracelet on and left the place. Meanwhile, in a certain place, Tiger Sovereign and Extreme Black Tiger sneakily dragged a person into an alley. Num. Tiger Kuan whispered a reminder towards the Extreme Black Tiger. Extreme Black Tiger compared an okay, no, second brother, I'll be good in a minute. This was what Xian Yuanche had taught him a few days ago. He pulled the man's pants down and began to take a closer look. After looking at the pants for a few seconds, he casually threw them away with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Worthless pants. He thought it was a fat goat. Forget it, just get the space ring in your hand. Tiger Kuan smoothly peeled off the man's underwear and put the space ring away in his hand. Robbing and pickpocketing is already their usual style. If the clothes are worth something, keep them, if not, forget about it. After doing this, the two walked out of the alley as if nothing had happened. When Xian Yuanche found the two, these two were hiding in a certain tree to split the spoils. I'm the second brother, although I put in less effort. This extra space ring, look at giving it to me. Tiger Kuan slipped that extra space ring into his pocket. Extreme Black Tiger shook his head. No. I am the third brother, you should be humble, second brother. With that, he slipped 3 space rings from Tiger Kuan's pocket. When the Tiger Monarch saw that the Extreme Black Tiger was actually so greedy, he became anxious. Hey, why did you take 3? Cough. Xian Yuanche, who had been standing above the two's heads for a while, coughed a few times. It was only then that the two realized Xian Yuanche above their heads. Big brother. Both men greeted somewhat awkwardly. Extreme Black Tiger snatched a step ahead of Xian Yuanche and pulled out a dozen or so spatial rings. Big brother, these are the spatial rings I've collected over the past 2 days. I'm specifically saving them for you. When the Tiger Monarch saw this scene, he was dumbstruck. Mindful Tiger. He also came to Xian Yuanche's side and offered out the space rings he had looted in the past 2 days. Big brother, this is also the space ring I looted in the past 2 days. Xian Yuanche took the spatial rings and swept them one by one. None of it's any good. But come to think of it, the two of them, as the new candidate star children, the only people they could rob were the servants. The ones with really good stuff are basically those old candidates for the stars, but alas, their own 2 minions can't beat them. Giving the spatial ring back to the two, Xian Yuanche leaned against a tree and stared at the two. You should have gathered quite a bit of information in the past 2 days. Tiger Kuan sniffed and nodded his head before answering. Yes, I've inquired about quite a bit of news in the past few days. Tell me about it. Hu Jun cleared his throat and spoke slowly. The candidate star subregion is divided into the outer and inner regions. We are now in the inner zone, the outer zone plus us total 109 candidate stars, and the inner zone is unknown for now. Candidate star sons whose realm reaches the 7th level of the starry sky and pass the examination will be allowed to enter the inner area. Right. We can also learn an extreme rank martial technique or breathing technique every month. Speaking of which, Tiger Kuan rubbed his palms together in excitement. He had one extreme rank martial skill right now, and here he could actually learn one in a month. One extreme grade martial skill a month, that's 12 in a year. It's a proper big benefit. Oh, one door a month? Hearing this, Xian Yuanche raised his eyebrows and came to be interested. Now that he didn't have many extreme rank martial arts, it would still be good if he could learn another one. He was still using the wind and thunder fist technique from back then. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the system. That said, it seems like I've rarely seen martial arts in the system mall. End of chapter. Chapter 147, Selecting Martial Arts. Ding! There is, it's just that it's rarely shown. Saying that, the system mall popped up and a door of martial arts appeared in front of Xian Yuanche's eyes. Martial art, Extinction Flash. Grade, Extreme. Introduction. Martial art, Star Rec Hand. Grade, U rank. Introduction. Martial art, Star River Fall. Grade, U rank. Introduction. Xian Yuanche scanned through the introductions of these martial arts, and there were not many that suited him. Forget it, just go whoring. He closed the system mall. Although there were extremely ranked martial arts for sale in the system mall, there was no need to spend points to buy them when you could whore them out. He still understands the principle of saving what he can. After shutting down the system, he winked at the two Tiger Kuns, signaling them to lead the way. Big brother, this is the place to receive martial arts. Tiger Kuan pointed at a towering building in front of him. Xian Yuan just swept a glance and realized that the building had similarly used a spatial device. The three of them walked into the building, and as expected, this tower did use a space device. The inside was more than 1,000 times larger than what you could see on the outside. Many people staff were walking around the first floor. Although there were only 100 or so candidate stars, there were nearly 100,000 staff assigned to the entire region. Of receiving monthly martial arts? A voice reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw a young man sitting at the front desk, absently looking at the virtual computer. Although his eyes weren't fixed on himself, Xian Yuanche knew that this person had been sizing him up with his spiritual sense. He scanned the youth's message. Name, Pole Pendant Tiger, Candidate Hoshiko. Star Element, Star 7. Breathing Technique, 7-star Breathing Technique, Extreme Level. Martial Art, Broken Star Blade Technique, Extreme Grade. Weakness, it is recommended that the host directly rely on Realm Advantage to crush. While Xian Yuanche was checking out the information of the Extreme Running Tiger, the Extreme Running Tiger was also sizing up Xian Yuanche with its spiritual sense. Looking at Xian Yuanche-san's appearance, he muttered, "A raw face." The Tiger Monarch and the Extreme Black Tiger came to the Extreme Running Tiger. "We're going to collect the martial arts." Both spoke at the same time. Pole Icarus clicked a few times on the virtual computer, which popped up with information about the trio. After reading the message, he took out 2 blue cards. "Both of you." He handed the card to both men. After the two of them received their respective cards, Tiger Kuan pointed at Xian Yuanche in the back. "Please, and my big brothers." "Your big brother?" Hearing the Tiger Monarch call Xian Yuanche big brother, there was some surprise on the Extreme Running Tiger's face. He glanced at Xian Yuanche and then at the two men. The information showed that these three were not from the same mother and would actually call that kid their big brother. "You two are his followers?" He spoke with some confusion. "Or else." The two replied. After receiving the confirmation, Extreme Running Tiger had some surprise on his face. It was quite rare that the star candidate would actually recognize the star candidate as his elder brother. No wonder he was so surprised. Because in general, a candidate star will only follow a star, not one that is on the same level as himself, but only one from the top 10 stars to follow. This time it had been a long time coming for him. After being surprised, he once again took out a blue card and handed it to Tiger Kuan. "You can only pick martial arts on the 2nd floor, and if you want to go to the 3rd floor, you need to take an examination." "Going to the 3rd floor for the test?" Tiger Kuan scratched his head, clearly unaware that there was such a thing. But after thinking about it for a while he stopped thinking about it. After all, with that strength of his own big brother, wouldn't it be easy to pass any test? Returning to Xian Yuanche, he handed the card to Xian Yuanche. "Brother, I've collected your card for you." Xian Yuanche took the card and received it in his pocket. "What martial arts are you two going to pick?" The two of them glanced at each other and looked at Xian Yuanche. "We're ready to see what martial arts you want, big brother. After all, we're not in a hurry." Xian Yuanche understood what it meant after thinking for a moment. These two little brothers of theirs are trying to give themselves a chance. He patted the two men on the shoulder with some relief. Nice. A qualified little brother who can look out for his big brother. 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is divided into 4 areas. They are attack martial arts, defense martial arts, stance martial arts, and breathing techniques. Hundreds of virtual books were placed in each area, which looked rather like an Earth library. What the trio didn't know was that as soon as they arrived on the 2nd floor, there were quite a few people staring at them. To be precise, it was staring at both Tiger Kuan and Extreme Black Tiger, and every now and then he muttered something. Boss, it seems to be the two of them. Shen Yuanche swept a glance at the people who were muttering and didn't pay attention to them. After coming to the area of attacking martial arts, Shen Yuanche swept through those books with his spiritual sense, and the names of one martial arts were memorized in his mind. Star Core Collapsing Fist. Extinction Abyss Gun. Reverse Air Nuclear Palm. His goal was simple, just find a fist technique that could work with the blast system. For him, a martial skill that could be augmented by the blast system was a good martial skill. In the end, his gaze rested on a martial art called Stacked Star Break. Mediocre from the name, but the effect was what he wanted. Martial art, Stacked Star Break. Grade, Extreme. Effects operating the star element, pulling the energy of 10 stars to converge on itself. After hitting the enemy, the star core energy enters the enemy's body, inflicting 10 damages to the enemy comparable to a star explosion. Introductory, hauling 10 stars. Mastery, traction 15. Minor achievement, hauling 20 stars. Great success, traction of 30 stars. Completion, traction of 40 stars. Multiple damage, very much in line with his bludgeoning system. After taking the Stacked Star Break into his hands, he went to the area of body martial arts. It had been a long time since he had changed his stance-type martial skill, and now he was still using the divine walking steps that he had comprehended from chasing Shenrong at that time. Leap into the abyss. Treading the moon. Tread star. Leaping star steps. Martial art, time and space steps, mutilated. Grade, Extreme, Zeus. Description, originally a Zeus-ranked body martial art, due to mutilation, the rank has fallen to Extreme rank. Effect 1, instantaneous movement to wherever the eye can see. Each instantaneous movement will leave a mark, and you can go back and forth at the marked location. Effect 2, unknown. Effect 3, unknown. Starter, marker cap 5. Proficiency, marking cap 10. Sengoku, marking cap 15. Deshang, marker cap 20. Rounding off, marking cap 30. Crippled body martial arts? The protagonist's standard Shen Yuanche sucked the time step into his hands. He had read quite a few novels, and this kind of crippled martial skill was often the protagonist's standard, and it was also very heaven-defying. I was just about to go to the next area when I heard a clamor. Young master, it's the two of them. He arrived at the scene and saw a dozen or so people pointing at the two tiger cons and occasionally yelling a few times. I recognize him too, he's the one who stripped me naked. Many people recognized the two tiger cons. Shen Yuanche stood by and watched for a while before he understood what was happening. In the past 2 days while he was in closed-door cultivation, Tiger Sovereign and the others robbed quite a few of the servants of the candidate Star Sons. By the looks of it, it should be recognized. Tiger June pulled out his ears and spoke carelessly, "Who stripped you naked? Don't slander me, where's the evidence?" Slandering a star candidate without evidence is a big crime. Those servants glanced at each other when they heard the Tiger Monarch refer to himself as a candidate Star Son. Yeah, they have no proof. It's a big offense for people in their position to slander a candidate Star Child. On the side, Shen Yuanche clasped his hands to his chest and leaned against the wall, quietly watching the show, and when he heard Tiger June's words, he smiled. Rather, he wasn't stupid and knew how to bring up his status as a candidate Star Son to press people.